One fine day, this young man suddenly woke up in his university dormitory. But the shocking thing is that Lam Zilian had already graduated from college 10 years ago. Lam Tulak opens his phone. The wallpaper is his ex-girlfriend, and he turns on the camera. His face is clean and scar-free. Yes, Lam Tulak has reincarnated back to the day when the apocalypse struck. Before reincarnating, Lam Tulak had just become the 10th war god of Long Country for a short time. Two of the war gods who founded the battalion held a celebration for him, but while they were talking, a zombie king suddenly burst in. At that moment, Lam Ziliao fought a serious battle with the zombie, but at the most intense point of the fight, those two bastards behind suddenly stabbed him in the back. They teamed up with the zombie king to send him off to sell salt, but what Lam Tulak didn't expect most was that the one behind this was his girlfriend, Diotin Hum. She was originally the beauty queen of the university, and no one understood why she chose Lam Tulak as her boyfriend among so many talented people. He was always happy because he was with the beauty queen, but he had no idea that before the apocalypse, she had received orders from young Master Lai to approach him. The Lai family is one of the three major clans in Long Country, a power that cannot be underestimated. The young Master Lai then seeks to use Lam Tulak to help expand his family's territory, then plans to eliminate him. He had to pay the price of losing his appearance to escape, luckily. For the next 10 years, Lam Tulak lived under the constant pursuit of the Lai family. In the end, he still fell into Diotin Ham's hands, a trusted aide of the Lai young master. Fortunately, heaven showed mercy and Lam Tulak was given a chance to start over. Even though the apocalypse hasn't come yet, Lam and Diotin Ham are still his girlfriends, so he could totally kill her first. Just as he thought that, Lam Tulak received a message from Diotin Ham saying she couldn't celebrate his birthday with him today because she had to teach a makeup class. 10 years ago, Lam Tulak was still naive and trusting, but now reading the message again makes her blood boil. Her makeup classes were actually lessons in spelling on the bed with the young master of the Lai family, Lai Haobak. Lam Tulak, suppressing her anger, texted Du Tin Ham that she would meet her tonight at the abandoned warehouse behind the training ground with something surprising for her. In her previous life, Lam Tulak still didn't understand why Li Haobak hated her so much, even when she was selling salt. Because of him and Diotin Ham, I missed my best chance to level up. In this life, I will make sure that tragedy never happens again and that those bastards pay the price. That evening, Lam Tulak arrived at the abandoned warehouse as scheduled. The sky had turned a murky, blood-like hue. This is the omen of the end of the world in real life. At exactly 7 o'clock tonight, it will invade the real world and turn the earth into a world submerged in death. Lam Tulak walks past a few people in the schoolyard. He remembers they are the ones who might survive after the apocalypse arrives, but it doesn't really matter. What matters is that person, Diotin Ham. Thinking that, Lam Tulak quickly heads to the warehouse. Diotin Ham was already waiting here, and as soon as she saw him, she put on a sulky look and pouted, "Why are you only arriving now? Just tell me if there's something surprising. I still have to go teach a makeup class urgently." Those two words about making up classes really annoyed Lam Tulak. In his previous life, they even made a special video for you to send him as a birthday gift. So damn annoying. A knife was already hidden in Lam Tulak's sleeve, but he still wore a completely innocent and silly smile on his face. He truly is a veteran of acting. "Don't worry, I'll tell you right now." Lam Tulak still didn't speak, and Diotin Ham started to get anxious because she was in a hurry to go teach the supplementary class. He didn't mean anything by not speaking, so if he doesn't say anything, I'm leaving now. Seeing her impatient look, Lam Ziliao grew even more annoyed. He stepped forward without a word and strangled her fiercely. Diotin Ham's phone fell from her hand, and her expression quickly changed to panic. "You're crazy! Let me go!" Diotin Ham's voice was trembling, looking pitiful, but it no longer moved Lam Tulak. May 16th, 478. At the ultra-modern Shanghai Hotel, spent 53,239 yuan. Lin Zilian's face darkened as he spat out each word. Before Diotin Ham could understand what he was saying, Lam Tulak continued to recite a series of timestamps, hotel names, and amounts of money. After a while, Diotin Ham finally realized these hotels sounded somewhat familiar. And after a while, she realized it was her and young Master Li Haobak's room booking record. Diotin Ham's whole body trembled as she said she could explain, but Lam Tulak didn't give her a chance. Because Diotin Ham's phone was still on and the chat between her and Li Haobak was still visible, revealing her deception. Even though he had gone through this in his previous life, seeing all this firsthand still made Lam Tulak can't help but smirk at himself. He temporarily let go of Guillotine Hum and quickly fast-forwarded to the 1-minute, 36-second clip. This is the birthday gift they used to completely destroy his mind in the previous life. I still remember the content of that clip vividly. You can recite every line of Guillotine Hum in the clip. My naive and weak boyfriend, Lam Tu Lak. Happy birthday to you, and you didn't even bother to think. Me, the top beauty of Shanghai University. How could I fall for a broke fool? Besides my good looks, there's nothing about you that stands out. Lam Tu Lak read every word correctly, and the more he read, the paler Guillotine Hum's face became. But Lam Tu Lak had no intention of stopping. His steady voice seemed harmless, but it made Guillotine Hum's heart race with fear. This is obviously a video she played around with Liu Haobo and then recorded, so why hasn't she sent it out yet? How does Lam Tu La know what she's about to say? Well, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to be looked at and enjoyed by young Master Li. So in the end, I still have to thank you. Lam Tu Lak even mimicked Guillotine Hum's teasing tone from the clip exactly. This has left her completely hopeless, so scared she sank into her seat and stopped resisting. Lam Tu Lak understood her feelings at this moment, but he had no intention of explaining. Only when Diao Ching Han descends into hell will Tahoe have time to think. With this in mind, Lam Ziliao clenched Diao Ching Han's hands tightly. The dagger in his hand swung up, blood splattering everywhere. Lam Tu Lak's strike was deadly. Du Tin Hum immediately collapsed to the ground, blood continuously gushing from her carotid artery. She clearly had no way to survive. Although he just became a murderer, Lam Tu Lak is not afraid. On the contrary, he is extremely excited. 10 years have passed, and at last Lam Tu Lak has avenged this damn bitch. He was so overwhelmed with emotion that he cried and laughed at the same time, but this revenge still isn't enough. After all, Guillotine Hum is just a pawn in Li Haobak's hands. I must find out why that young master hates me so much and also make him feel that living is worse than dying. Suddenly, a voice echoed in the space saying, "Congratulations to the host for successfully reincarnating and activating the Doomsday Guidance System." Lam Tu Lak was startled and turned around. The sound was coming from his phone. It's 6:55 p.m. now, which means the end of the world won't come for another 55 minutes. So why has that system appeared already? Moreover, this was the first time Lam Tu Lak heard about this guidance system. As if understanding his confusion, that voice spoke up again. This is a system capable of decrypting the data of the apocalypse, providing the host with many experiences. The surrounding space where Lam Tu Lak is standing begins to encode. The system has completed recognizing you as the owner, and can now provide an ultra-level guide called the absolute drop rate, which increases the item drop chance from 1% to 100% during your zombie kills. That means every time he kills a zombie, he will definitely get an item. That would make him really rich. Is this guide really trustworthy? Lam Tu Lak asked doubtfully. The system confidently confirmed that what it said was even more certain than 999 in gold. Then the virtual window in front of him transformed into a personal information panel. Lam Tu Lak's current level is not only based on the absolute drop rate guide he just received. Every time he levels up by 10, he can activate a new attribute guide. This scene is no different from Hotch Me. It seems too extraordinary already. Suddenly, having this amazing system makes Lam Tu Lak very happy. With it in hand, you can completely overthrow the Lie family's power. Just remember, the Lie family is one of the 3 great clans of Long Country with deep and unpredictable strength, so it's better to proceed with caution. In the previous life, the reason Li Haobak targeted him was still unclear. Lam Tu Lak only vaguely guessed it was related to his late father. Originally, Lam Tu Lak planned to eliminate Li Haobak first, then escape and level up. But with this guidance system, it seems he can fully infiltrate the Lie family and capture everything in one go. Thinking of this, Lama Lula's mood became extremely cheerful. The Li family can just wait and see. He stepped out of the old, dilapidated warehouse into a sky that was even gloomier than before. Outside, a few couples were lost in their passion, unaware that the end of the world was already near. Then Lam Tu Lak went to a hotel near the school, rented a room by the hour, and bought 3 bottles of water and 5 sandwiches. Anyway, Lam Tu Lak didn't fully trust that system from above, so he decided to stay alert as the apocalypse approached. After returning to his room, he called to request technician number 3 to come and serve him. Because in the previous life, this woman had become the boss zombie of the area, and he was also beaten to a pulp by her. Now that he's reincarnated with memories of that life, Lam Tu Lak plans to strike first to get the reward, level up quickly, and test whether this system is real or fake. Not long after, there was a knock at the door. "Come in, it's not locked." Lam Tu Lak had just finished speaking when a sexy female employee with a hot figure and curves entered, immediately wanting to get involved. But Lam Tu Lak had no mood for flirting now. especially with someone who would turn into a zombie in 5 minutes. So he told the girl to go take a shower while he took out a dagger from his backpack. Lam Tulak slowly approaches the bathroom. The girl inside is bathing, and when she hears the door handle turning, she smiles cunningly. "I knew you would play this kind of game. Hurry up, I'm tired of waiting." She thought there would be a steamy scene in the bathroom that kids shouldn't see. But just then, Lam Tulak's phone rang. It's already 7 p.m., and her body begins to change, transforming from a fair and beautiful girl into a gaunt, bluish figure with prominent blue veins and bloodstains all over her body. She trembles violently, with the last remnants of her consciousness unable to understand what is happening. She started screaming loudly, and at that moment, Lam Tulak had already pushed open the bathroom door and entered. When he stepped into the bathroom, the last shred of humanity in that female employee disappeared, completely transforming into a monster. It charged at Lam Zilian, but he remained calm, dodging and counterattacking at the same time. The experience from his previous life was more than enough for Lam Zilian to handle this zombie. He quickly defeated it, then several glowing circles appeared at his feet, and the surrounding space was encrypted, just like when the system appeared. And this time, just like before, all players like you received the same message. Welcome to the day of the apocalypse. The system has activated and cannot be stopped, so players are free to develop naturally in this world. The zombies in this world have highly sensitive hearing, but somewhat dull vision, only able to see moving objects. After the apocalypse, only 20% of humanity managed to escape. Everyone else turned into zombies, and most importantly, it's a one-life game. Once dead, there is no chance of resurrection. Then follows a lengthy and complicated game rule introduction. First, killing zombies can level up the player and unlock new attributes, making the gaming experience closely tied to the player's level. Second, killing zombies has a chance to drop equipment, items, and supplies, but the probability is very low and depends entirely on luck. Those are the basic rules at low levels. At higher levels, the game system doesn't explain, because it assumes that most players won't reach this stage. Lam Tulak was annoyed by the game's condescending attitude towards players' abilities. He will definitely climb to the top position. Besides, there are many hidden quests around the world with valuable rewards. Players need to search carefully for a chance to discover it. As for human weapons and modern technology, they have lost their effectiveness and cannot be used against the teacher. In the early stage of the apocalypse, all human equipment and information are disrupted and temporarily unusable. Mobile phones kept are only for playing games or reading novels. If a player is bitten by a zombie, they will undergo a transformation and soon become one of them. And when night falls, the basic attributes of zombies will be enhanced, so you need to hide carefully. Additionally, they can also evolve to become stronger, so absolute caution is necessary. There are many other reminders ahead, but the prerequisite is that players must first survive the 7-day novice protection period. After these 7 days, a real brutal battlefield will open. During the beginner phase, zombies are very weak, so take advantage of this time to slaughter freely. The tutorial is over. Next is the character naming section. Lam Tulak decides to choose a really bad game called Nai Se, and will use this name later to take revenge on everyone who wronged him. Just now, Lam Tulak successfully defeated the regional zombie boss, gaining enough experience to level up directly to level 2. He is also the first in the world to kill a zombie, earning the unique global special achievement of Bloodthirster. This achievement will be immediately announced to the entire server. Lam Tulak's mood is a bit excited. Finally, he has obtained the global announcement achievement, something that, even as a war god in his previous life, he could not achieve. Immediately, the news that player Nisei had successfully defeated the first zombie was announced to all other players. They were still panicking, not understanding what was happening, and hadn't even finished reading the game notification, yet he had acted so quickly. Lam Tulak also isn't afraid of attracting attention. At this moment, he is deeply studying his attribute table. Currently, he has 1,000 reputation points, 1,001 gold coins, and a storage space measuring 1 cubic meter. His basic attributes include 11 points of strength, 15 points of spirit, 10 points of physique, and 13 points of agility. Most importantly, Lam Tulak also possesses a divine talent called the omnipotent godly ability. It allows him to understand many combat methods and skillfully use various basic abilities. Lam Tulak is quite satisfied with high mental and agility stats plus his all-powerful innate talent, probably around January 9th. This is thanks to the various abilities he learned during the 10 years of apocalyptic survival in his previous life. Gold coins and reputation points also play a big role because some equipment and tools require a certain amount of reputation points to be usable. Especially in the shop, there's also a personal discount, but none of these compare to the top bloodthirsty title that Lam Tulak just earned. Thanks to it, all attributes are increased by 1 point. Moreover, every day after midnight, the first attack will deal an additional 100% damage. Being gifted 4 attribute points goes without saying, but this damage effect might actually be miraculous. After reviewing all his personal information, Lam Zilak once again approached the zombie corpse because he suddenly remembered the 100% drop rate guide from the system he received back in the warehouse, and sure enough, a meditation necklace had dropped beside the boss's corpse. This is a bronze-grade stolen equipment. After use, it will increase your spirit by 1 point and boost mental recovery speed by 10%. Lam Tulak's eyes immediately lit up. Wow, the system didn't lie to me. For the first time, I got a bronze-grade equipment. I hope the host uses the system's guidance wisely and doesn't forget about the system's existence. Master Lam Tulak kept doubting himself, and the system, feeling offended, reminded him. All right, I got it. Lam Tulak nodded vigorously, never expecting a gift from the sky to fall right into his lap. It seems he really needs to make good use of that system. His current task is to make good use of the 8 hours of daylight to hunt and eliminate zombies because their attributes will significantly increase at night. Lam Tulak picks up the meditation necklace and decides to start sweeping through the other rooms in the hotel. Before he can leave the room, he hears sounds echoing from the hallway. He cautiously holds up a dagger, steps out to open the door, and immediately encounters another zombie. After transformation, zombies retain some traits from when they were alive. It looks like the zombie in front of us used to be a human involved in physical work. Just look at those muscular arms. Although it has a few more attributes than a normal zombie, that's not enough to trouble Lam Tulak. The zombie charged at him first. Facing its fierce attack, Lam Tulak dodged and then found its weakness to counterattack. The zombie was pierced through the throat by his blade and pinned to the wall. Even so, it still tried to counterattack, but Lam Tulak increased his strength and drove the blade deeper into its throat. In the end, he defeated the opponent, gaining an additional experience point and a gold coin. From that muscular zombie, a card representing a part of the Tet holiday gift set dropped. These cards represent actual supplies. Once activated, you'll receive the items printed on the card. They're not rare items, but in the early game, they're not bad. Lam Tulak put the card into his inventory and then started rummaging through the zombie's backpack. Inside, he found a photo of the person with his daughter. He was quite a tragic figure, and also several repair tools. Lam Tulak casually picks up an axe and rushes into another room to continue his zombie hunt. But when he enters the next room, the scene inside leaves him stunned. Lam Tulak saw a male and female zombie fighting on the bed, so frightened that he ran out and slammed the door shut. As expected, this hotel is not very decent. They have turned into zombies, but still do those things. But, with their current appearance, this scene is not stimulating at all. On the contrary, it looks quite disgusting. Lam Tulak didn't want his eyes to get sore from watching these scenes, but he also didn't want to waste the precious 8 hours of daylight, so he once again peeked in. The male zombie, seeing him ruin his fun, went berserk and charged at him. Its speed is astonishingly fast, but overall, its attribute points are still 2 points lower than the repair zombie from earlier. Lam Tulak lui lại rồi dập mạnh cây bữa vào chân nổ. Khi con zombie con dạng loang choang, anh dung dao con lại. Dẫm thêm một nhát nữa dễ kết liễu dối thử. As Lam Tulak spins around, he knows the remaining zombie is about to ambush him without even looking. His blade precisely pierces its throat. After quickly taking down both of them, Lam Zilak gained 2 more experience points and 2 gold coins. And like the previous 2, these 2 also dropped equipment. That guiding system really is amazing. In my previous life, Lam Tulak had to kill 100 zombies to get a single bottle of mineral water. Now every time I defeat a monster, I get a new piece of equipment. It's really hard to find good luck. Lam Tulak opens the item box and receives 2 pairs of scout eyes. This is a single-use bronze-level equipment that can detect moving grass and wind within a 10-meter radius. When someone approaches, it will alert the user, and it can be used for 10 hours each time. Lam Tulak chuckled softly, clearly enjoying this. But before he could put it away, he heard shouting and footsteps rushing down the stairs. Who's making all this noise? Be careful when playing. Turns out he's the hotel owner, and it seems like this person was lucky not to turn into a zombie. As soon as he saw Lam Tulak, he cursed even more wildly. Is it you, that damn brat? You have no money and are causing such a commotion. If you don't kneel and call me Grandpa today, don't even think about leaving. I don't know if this hotel owner is drunk or not, but insulting isn't enough. He suddenly lunged to punch Lam Tulak. He's used to dealing with zombies, so how could he be hurt by such a clumsy, ordinary person? But since he was sure he still had a dagger hidden behind his back, how dare that bastard of yours try to dodge? Just wait and see how I tame you later. The hotel owner cursed and turned around. At the moment he turned back, He met Lam Tulak's hellish gaze like a demon from hell. He really didn't want to hurt a living person. If it weren't for the hassle, he should let him get bitten by a zombie and wait an hour until he turns into one before ending his life. But unfortunately in that hour, he could kill many zombies, so there's no point wasting time on him now. And to prevent the opponent from interfering further, Lam Tulak's knife continued to stab down. Survival in this apocalyptic world is every man for himself. If you die, I live. I won't let anyone stand in my way. After dealing with a noisy one, Lam Zilian went to knock on each door, and in a corner room, he found another zombie. Lam Tulak immediately kicked the door open and charged in. Inside was a huge zombie that had already turned into a monster, moving quite swiftly. The two sides clash in a tense standoff, and the outcome is pretty predictable. Lam Tulak successfully defeats the opponent, and from that zombie, a good bottle of alcohol drops out. Then he starts rummaging through the room to see if there's anything useful. The room's owner was also wealthy, so the bedroom is quite well equipped. It's almost evening now, so Lam Tulak decides to rest here to avoid the zombies. He still needs 6 experience points, which is the same as killing 6 more zombies to reach level 3. He glanced at the clock. Only 21 minutes until 8 o'clock. By then, the strength of the zombies will really surge. So Lam Tulak sat on the bed but quickly got up and ran downstairs. He had to kill 6 more zombies to level up before nightfall, but there was no sign of anyone downstairs anymore. Lam Tulak wandered around searching, and his gaze fell on a notice placed on the reception desk. As long as you're willing, Technician number 3 is always ready to serve you. If you have Technician number 3, then surely numbers 1 and 2 are also available. The healthy mage woman for the male customer has been dealt with by Lam Tulak. The other 2 are still nowhere to be seen. According to the game setup, the zombies have very sensitive hearing, so to lure them out, you need to make some noise. Thinking this, Lam Ziliao then hammered on the table a few times. Sure enough then, a few sounds came from the room inside the cashier counter. Lam Tulak tiptoed inside, but the room was completely empty. He listened quietly and then realized there was a sound coming from underground. Turns out there's another cellar here. Lam Tulak hunye, roy moku hamra. The hatch leads to a vertical cave where 2 zombies are crawling up. But their eyes and noses weren't in good shape. They climbed a few steps, then tumbled back down. Lam Tulak couldn't bear to watch them struggle in vain, so he decisively jumped down and took down both of them in one go. You've taken down 2 more zombies, but 4 more to go to meet the KPI, and the dagger in your hand is so dull it's useless now. Lam Tulak really hopes that among the 2 items just dropped, there's a weapon that suits him, though it's just a casual wish. But Lam Tulak didn't expect his mouth to be so accurate. The equipment that just dropped was the Duong Huan Dao, a standard sword weapon used by the Long Kwuk army at the Thandong level, about 70 centimeters long, very durable, and with a powerful armor-breaking effect. After equipping it, you can increase 1 attribute point and reduce 10% of the enemy's defense capability. After the battle, the damage on the blade will gradually recover. Although later standard weapons like the Dragon Sword could be bought with gold, in the early game, having it was like giving a tiger wings. He glanced at the clock, only 10 minutes until 8 o'clock, so it looked like he needed to fight quickly and win fast. Lam Tulak climbs from the basement to the first floor and then steps out onto the street. It's not hard to find zombies out here, and he attracts one with a snap of his fingers in front of the hotel entrance. It's just that the zombies' strength on the first day was really weak. They would fall over each other and collapse even without Lam Tulak intervening. In my previous life, when I half woke up in my bedroom, it was already the second day of the apocalypse. The zombies have all leveled up to level 2. You missed the most important level-up time for your father-in-law, Diu Tin Hum, but now things are different. With the Heng Dao in hand, slaying these weaklings with a single move is no problem at all. During this stage, the quality of this sword is absolutely excellent. He has officially achieved the KPI of killing 6 zombies before nightfall, and leveled up to level 3. Originally, Lin Tzu Luo was planning to hang up his sword, but at this moment, another little zombie approached from behind. I thought this guy was a bit smarter than the others, but he ended up walking right into the blade and got himself killed. He's a bit dull, but the gear dropped from his body isn't bad at all, because it's a skill book. For now, Lam Tulak just needs to put the skill book into his inventory. And now the clock has struck 8 o'clock. Lam Tulak's instincts quickly sensed the danger, so he stepped back. Sure enough, just where Lam Tulak was standing a second ago, a giant zombie suddenly appeared, half his height. It's just a level 1 zombie, but all 4 of its attributes are extremely high. This is clearly because they reach their maximum growth boost at night. What Lam Tulak is facing now is not easy to deal with. Its strength will peak within a minute, and he must deal with it quickly or it will attract more monsters here. But taking down this furious beast is harder than Lam Tulak expected. The ones earlier couldn't even withstand a strike from the great sword. But this zombie, even after being cut straight through the neck, doesn't seem close to dying. Even though its flesh is thick and tough, Lam Tulak's blade got stuck. He tried to pull the sword out with force, but almost couldn't. Facing the zombie with cloudy eyes, Lam Tulak temporarily had to step back. He grabbed the hammer from the storage, took a running start, and threw it forcefully at the opponent. The hammer strikes the zombie's forehead hard, and taking the opportunity, Lam Ziliao pulls back his dagger. Thinking that 2 quick attacks would be enough to take the opponent down, it seems it only made this zombie even more furious. It lunged to catch Lam Tulak, forcing him to step back a few paces. But that didn't mean Lam Tulak was at a disadvantage. He firmly grips the hammer in his hand, then swings the broadsword across the opponent's neck with another powerful strike, creating a deep and gaping wound. With 3 fierce consecutive attacks, a level 1 zombie like it finally couldn't hold on anymore. Lam Tulak let out a breath of relief, as this monster's attributes had reached the peak level. If he hadn't handled it calmly with experience from his previous life, he definitely wouldn't have won. Lam Tulak picked up the remaining toolboxes scattered on the ground and then began to clean up the scene. It's now past 8 o'clock, and the zombies outside have become at least 50% stronger. The commotion from my fight with the last zombie was very loud, and if I don't deal with it quickly, more zombies will be attracted. And so Lam Tulak carried the zombie corpse to block all the hotel exits, then returned to the luxury room on the 2nd floor and used that reconnaissance eye gadget. From now on, if someone or a zombie approaches Lam Tulak, the shield of the reconnaissance eye will instantly turn red to alert him inwardly. Regardless of his condition at that moment, even if he is sleeping soundly, he will immediately wake up. After activating the surveillance eye, he finally felt at ease to go into the bathroom. Having been busy all day, he really needed a wash. After taking a shower, Lam Tulak finally had the mood to notice the 5 unopened toolboxes that had fallen, each containing a dark ring, a 1-liter bottle of mineral water, 2 more surveillance eyes, and a peeled Peking duck. There's plenty of food and drinks, weapons are ready, and he even managed to get 4 surveillance eyes. Lam Tulak couldn't be more excited. The valuable items from my past life are now easily within my reach. This is truly the greatest blessing bestowed by heaven. Besides the 2 newly acquired scout eyes, that dark ring is also a good item. It's a bronze-level equipment that can conceal 30% of your presence when night falls. It also increases agility by 1 point. Lam Tulak didn't hesitate anymore and directly put it on his hand. Then he remembered something else. The skill book he hadn't had time to open earlier, which had an infinitely low chance of dropping. I only remember that in my previous life, normal players from level 10 to 80 only had 3 chances to obtain random skills, and even then, there was no guarantee those skills would suit them. In Lam Tulak's past life, there was a person revered as the skill god because they possessed a total of 25 skills, more than any other player in the world, and he has all 10 skills, surpassing 99% of players worldwide. Now, at level 3, Lam Tulak has already picked up a skill book. Before opening it, he was truly very nervous. Lam Tulak searched everywhere among all the gods he knew, just to find a good skill that suited him. Only then can his life get off to a smooth start. When the skill appeared before him, Lam Tulak's eyes widened as if he couldn't believe what was happening. He unlocked the full slash revival skill, a warrior-type ability. When throwing the weapon in your hand, it will deal 120% of damage power. After hitting the enemy or reaching the maximum range, it will automatically return to your hand. The throwing distance and return distance are the same. If the weapon hits an enemy on its way back, it will deal 80% of its damage. The only weakness is that if an obstacle blocks the way, it can't return to its owner. Lam Tulak was extremely excited because this is a rare warrior skill that combines long-range damage, automatic retrieval, and increased damage. This skill currently has a long cooldown time, which can be shortened once Lam Tulak's mental energy increases. After learning it, he was so eager to test it that he immediately threw the sugar sword. But before he could act, his stomach growled loudly, which was understandable since he hadn't eaten anything all day. He opened his inventory, took out the pile of food from his supply bag that he had gathered today, and started devouring it as if he had just traveled through time from a famine. The aroma and flavor of those dishes could rival a 5-star restaurant chef. Lam Tulak quickly finished off the food, then returned to his pensive and contemplative state, lost in thoughts of revenge. If he wants that path to succeed, Lam Tulak can't just follow the preset route set by the game like in his previous life, or he'll only repeat the same mistakes. Thinking of this, Lam Tulak began to take out paper and pen to jot down notes and plan the route he was about to take. Players must reach level 10 to unlock the profession system and choose the path that suits them best. In fact, the two best professions are still warrior and mage. If she chooses to be a warrior, each level up Lam Tulak will automatically gain 1 point in both strength and stamina, plus 2 free attribute points to distribute as she wishes. If you choose to focus on tanking and damage resistance, invest points into the physical attribute. If you choose to be a brutal warrior, add points to the strength attribute. If you choose to be a rogue, you will allocate points to agility. As a mage, each level up grants a fixed point to both agility and spirit. In addition, you also receive 2 free attribute points to distribute as you wish. Most players tend to focus on the mental attribute. If you want to add points to physical attributes or strength, you can choose a melee mage. But what Lin Tzu-lak is waiting for is not something so ordinary. You had it in your previous life, so in this one, you hope to have it too. It's the hidden profession. High-level professions are different from common ones. Only 1% of players worldwide can unlock the hidden profession system. Although each hidden class mission is extremely dangerous, the rewards are also incredibly extraordinary. In her previous life, Lam Tulak's hidden class was the legendary top assassin in the apocalyptic game. When agility is fully equipped, pure damage will explode. Before the second class change, each level up grants 1 agility point, 1 strength point, and 3 free attribute points. If he hadn't been lucky enough to unlock this top secret profession in his past life, Lam Tulak wouldn't have been able to escape the 10 years of pursuit by the Lie family. Lam Tulak then continued to create a series of other secret professions, including the Holy Knight of Light, the Spirit Necromancer, the Titan of Tula, and the Life Caster. Players who possess these classes in the future will all become war gods and may be useful to him later. Then Lam Tulak began to study his own attributes. You currently have 5 free attribute points to distribute. Your strength is now 13, spirit 17, physique 11, and agility 15. After some consideration, Lam Tulak decided to add 3 points to strength and 2 points to agility. Once that was done, he began to focus on figuring out where he might meet those future battle gods and the exact location where the ancient great artifacts from his previous life were being stored. In the blink of an eye, morning has come, and Lam Tulak is still quite drunk at the Lie family. The eldest son, Li Haobak, has already gone mad. After hearing that Du Tin Ham is dead, Li Haobak couldn't stay calm anymore and kept smashing things in the house to vent his anger. And of course, his anger wasn't because he regretted Diao Qing Han, but simply because all his plans had been ruined by her, that damn Diao Qing Han. Where did she die? I haven't even finished setting up the resources to send to that useless Lam Tulak. And on top of that, the apocalypse game invading real life has completely thrown all of Li Haobak's plans into chaos. He kept smashing things in anger, while Steward Zhao just stood aside, only giving a few perfunctory reminders, and the young master's curses were also a bit quieter. Our guards have lost lives and many are injured. If zombies break in, they might not be able to protect you. So tell me, if I directly eliminate that Lam Tulak, wouldn't I just be sending him to meet his disgusting boss? Li Haobak seems indifferent to the warning from Steward Zhao. When mentioning killing Lin Ziluo, his face twisted with an unusually excited expression. Inside, Manager Zhao was torn between feeling that the way the Lie family had raised his children was to blame for Li Haobak's current state, and believing that such inheritance training made sense to prevent internal conflict in the future. It's just that now the end of the world has arrived. Considering Li Haobak's current personality, he will have to suffer great losses. Uncle Zhao, I can't accept this, Li Haobak suddenly said. What's going on? Didn't my father say a few days ago that the Lai Sat Go Yongtuan wanted to come find me? They should have arrived in Shanghai by now, right? Tell them to find those two. Li Haobak is determined to find Du Tin Hum, even if it means dying to see the body, and Lam Tulak is even more determined to find her. Li Haobak wants to ruin his life, to completely shatter it. Housekeeper Zhao is also fed up with Li Haobak's attitude. However, the Death Hunting Corps is a group of death warriors trained specifically for him since childhood, so they will definitely carry out all his orders. At this moment, Lam Tulak, who was peacefully resting, suddenly sneezed. He no longer knew who was scolding him, but it didn't matter anymore. After a night of rest in the Hotel Vive IP room, Lam Tulak had prepared everything he needed and then suddenly jumped out the window. The zombies are now wandering the streets, and since night has passed, their attributes are back to normal. Lam Tulak drew his sword and began a bloody feast, continuously taking down one zombie after another. Lam Tulak is now level 3. These low-level zombies are no match for him. Moreover, with the full skill cooldown in hand, the power of the Thandao is even greater. The only problem now is that his mental energy is too weak. In the early game, he needs to focus on strength and speed attributes, so he hasn't allocated free attribute points to mental energy, which makes the cooldown of the full slaughter skill a bit long. Lam Tulak swung his sword for a while and was already exhausted. Having cleared enough zombies for today's KPI, he decided not to continue and instead moved on to unboxing the items he dropped, and once again, Lam Tulak's eyes lit up when he saw that he had obtained a new attribute item. It was a bronze-level equipment enhancement scroll that could strengthen a bronze-level gear. This can't just be called useful, it has to be extremely useful. Hopefully, it's not even more than that. After using it, the upgraded equipment will have enhanced attributes. The first upgrade is guaranteed to succeed, but subsequent attempts are not certain because the higher the level, the lower the success rate. Lam Tulak successfully enhanced the Heng Dao for the first time, boosting its attributes by 1 level, with strength increased by 2 points and the enemy's defense-breaking ability raised to 15%, plus an additional 10% power when attacking continuously. He put it aside for now, then glanced at the other items that had dropped, including a copper emergency mask. After wearing it, players can hide basic information such as in-game status and level for 30 minutes, twice a day. In his previous life, Lam Tulak had never used this item, so he was a bit curious. He tried it on, successfully activating the concealment ability, then lay down on the ground to rest for a while. From now until dusk, reaching level 5 will allow Lam Tulak to directly challenge the place she wants without needing to find a dungeon anymore. Although dungeons are the main way to gain experience, food and items are the most important. To enter a dungeon, players just need to find the teleportation array to the dungeon located within the city. Passing through the teleportation gate, they arrive at the dungeon waiting area where they will choose the appropriate dungeon to challenge. There are also some special solo dungeons that exist, usually equivalent to hidden dungeons, meaning the rewards are extremely rich. Lam Tulak, with memories from his past life, didn't even bother to glance at the common dungeons. He planned to go straight to the Lie family estate after reaching level 5. After lying down for a while and resting enough, Lam Ziliao put on a watch and continued his journey. On the way, he saw a house with a proper lock, so he broke the lock with his sword. Although the door was bolted from the outside, the inside was extremely messy, with furniture overturned and bloodstains everywhere. Lam Tulak follows the bloodstains and opens the bedroom door. As soon as it opens slightly, a blackened hand immediately reaches out from inside. It moved quickly but not faster than Lam Tulak's blade. He stepped back to create enough space to swing his sword for a strike, but the zombie inside was faster than expected and immediately retracted its hand. Seeing how clever the opponent was, Lam Tulak moved aside to prepare. Sure enough, when the person inside saw he was no longer making a move, they started to become anxious. The zombie's sharp claws pierced through the wooden door before smashing it open and rushing out. Lam Tulak was already waiting by the door, ready to strike as soon as it came out. His sweeping sword sent the zombie on its way. Lam Tulak stepped into the bedroom to check it out. He saw a framed photo neatly placed on the table. The fierce zombie just now turned out to be the single father of 2 high school students. Lam Tulak's mood was momentarily confused, but he quickly regained his cold demeanor. Forget it. You've turned into so many zombies. How could anyone feel sympathy or compassion for each of them? Lam Tulak took advantage of this house as a resting and eating spot, having killed so many zombies. His food storage was quite abundant. He casually picked 4 dishes and ate heartily, replenishing his strength for the busy morning with the zombies. Then he lay back on the sofa for Xiaomi, his hand starting to check the map on his phone. Now, he's just a few experience points away from level 5, but walking and killing zombies along the way this afternoon should be enough. As Lam Tulak stood up to leave, he heard a faint sound coming from outside. Just now, he was too focused on filling his stomach to notice these 3 mice. The sound came from outside the front door. It's the zombie's son and daughter he just fought with another guy with blonde hair who are lying in wait outside. Earlier, they saw Lam Tulak go into the house and smelled the aroma of food coming from inside, so they are sure that he must have some supplies that can be turned into delicious food. The blonde-haired guy then led the brother and sister to wait, planning to strike when Lam Tulak came out of the house, then snatched the supplies for survival. But stealing from others isn't very good either. What's wrong with that? In this apocalyptic world, this is the only way to survive. The blonde-haired guy poured a cold splash of water on her. But those 3 people had no idea that while they were discussing and reconsidering, Lam Tulak had climbed out of the house through the attic window and then circled around silently to approach the 3 rats from behind. Kỳ khai tệ, dạy hoang mang, nói với cô, dùng vậy. Em gái, chúng ta dùng hắn dạ pha của nhà chúng ta, coi như hắn là kẻ trộm, tầm trắng của kỳ dao cũng không kha hồn la bao, cố về cũng không xài. Càng nghĩ cô càng lo lắng, thêm vào đó là cái bụng đội con cao, nghĩ đến cha đột nhiên biến thành zombie. I ran out with my brother and took nothing. I haven't eaten anything since yesterday noon. There's no other way. Who told you to have food? Qi Jiaotong's suit suddenly mustered all her strength and reluctantly shouted, "Fine, let's rob him of everything he has." Before she could process what was happening, a viscous liquid splattered across her face, and her vacant eyes widened in shock. It was Tulak who struck, delivering a fatal slash across the back with a determined face that showed no emotion. After being stabbed from behind, he fell face down on the ground, right where Qijiao was standing, terrifying her so much she collapsed to the ground and screamed loudly. "Wow!" Tulak sheaths his sword across his back and coldly turns away, saying, "I wanted to conserve some energy, but I can't let you bring zombies here." Then he threw the sword spinning in multiple circles like a deadly bomb. Tulak remained as cold as ice without even tilting his head. His sword swung around Qijiao's body, cutting off her 2 braids, making her even more terrified and panicked, her face bloodless. The onlookers, seeing the tense situation, fled desperately, their collars stained with dark red blood, terrified out of their wits. After the sword completes its path and accomplishes its task, Tulak gently raises his hand to retract the treasure. Instantly, the sword is nestled in his palm, standing perfectly still, without even shifting a millimeter. Qijiao lies at his feet, her upper body bleeding. Tulak turns his face to look at them one last time before leaving. His eyes full of judgment, he looked at Kai Tai lying motionless, devoid of life with contempt. The one who abandoned his sister alive is just wasting resources. The two the Y siblings look alike. Failed to steal and got killed. Serves you right. You should thank me for not harming you and for letting you die peacefully, to avoid more calamities at the end of the world. In the end, Tulak also left, glancing around with a look of boredom and sighing. Doing good deeds again. The government should award me the title of good citizen. Looking back at that house, only bloodstains remain on the window. On the wooden table inside is a family photo of 3 happy people, now torn and incomplete. The twilight gradually falls over the street, with zombies wandering freely in strange postures, as if controlled by someone. They are scattered in different spots, one climbing a wall with one torn pant leg up to the knee. The woman in the high-rise building looked down and saw this scene, quickly calling out, "Husband, come here and see this superhero." Her husband, busy as he was, responded absent-mindedly, "What superhero? I'm blocking the door to keep the zombies from coming in." She keeps her eyes on what she's pointing at down below. "Over there. Look quickly." It turns out Tulak is killing zombies. He took down 3 in an instant without even using force. She sighed, "Oh my, what a master." Kilak is wearing a mask right now, so her identity is completely mysterious. She immediately wondered, Strange. Why can't I see his information? She glanced at her husband beside her and suggested, "Don't bother anymore. Let's quickly ask the superhero for help and have him save us." The Western husband clenched his phone tightly, frowning in displeasure. "Don't think anymore. Doing so will only reveal our position and lead the zombies here, and we'll be done for." He even asked back, and besides, this superhero has hidden her information on purpose to keep her identity secret, so how could she agree to save others? Her eyes lit up as if she had realized the truth. My husband is still the clever one. In another apartment, the hot girl is live streaming in a sexy red outfit. She saw Tulak unhesitatingly open the window and call out, "How kaka, I have no hesitation, I'll suggest straightforwardly with a friendly tone. Come and save me and how, giga." He ignored her invitation and just smiled, continuing his work, leaving her stunned. Tulak knelt down to choose her items, which included steamed pork with vegetables, 666 cold spirit, and white nut toothpaste. Clearly annoyed, she pulled the window shut and expressed her anger. "Even if you can't see Mount Tai, I have over 30,000 fans online. You're already home, but you still keep up your sharp-tongued remarks, and there's a big brother with money who drives to pick me up every day. A hideous man wearing a mask like yours dares to ignore me. I will make him pay." The girl says this while holding a flower pot. She used all her strength but still carried the flower basket towards the window. As expected, she let go so it fell right where Tulak was standing. He was busy studying the card in his hand, but with his 6th sense, he easily sensed that something was wrong approaching. He was slightly startled and gently stepped forward as the flower basket landed right next to Tulak's feet. Out of instinct, he also looked back. Contrary to her annoyed attitude earlier, after successfully making an impression, she excitedly called out, "I'm here, big brother. How? Come save me quickly." "There are some zombies over there. So scary." Even with the mask, it's easy to imagine his emotionless face. She smirked as if she was very tempting, thinking that if he saved her, everyone would be proud to hold his hand. Sure enough, she was still attracted to me. "You despicable man. You still want to play romantic games with me as if you don't know who I am." Tulak silently raised his hand. In his hand is a piece of raw meat soaked in zombie virus, an item in the apocalyptic world called a zombie lure divine weapon to attract zombies. Once taken out, zombies within 100 meters will relentlessly pursue the live meat in the direction it's thrown. This living item is infused with a jumping agent. A second later, the piece of meat flies into the hot gun girl's room. She steps back to the side, her eyes wide open in shock, not understanding what is happening. She got angry at Tulak, but didn't realize she had stepped on a fire ant nest. I don't want the food. I want you to take me to a safe place. Don't you understand human language? She immediately wondered, what is wrong with this man? And the answer came quickly, so she wouldn't have to wait. When she heard a noise outside the door, she turned her head sharply, her face tightening. The zombies had somehow opened the door and entered. The zombies are uncontrollable, like starving beasts ready to devour any prey. The hot girl turns pale and stands frozen like a piece of wood, blood splattering as another life is lost. That red liquid spilled out more and more. The phone she used to livestream fell to the ground. The screen shattered. In the live room, everyone is quite chaotic with many conflicting opinions and criticisms. It's already this late, yet you're still in the mood to livestream upstairs, huh? You're still here watching the livestream. Hoo. How far along are you in leveling up? Where is the dungeon? I want to live. Hoo. Are zombies all this terrifying? After dealing with her troubles, Tulak calmly put her hands in her pockets and left, thinking this was only the first lesson of the end of the world. The end times have begun, and human life is becoming more and more chaotic, with some floating in midair and others leaning over balconies. Tulak was the only normal person here, and the first lesson was to recognize yourself and not to casually seek help from strangers. That's about the hot girl from before. He walks leisurely, as if strolling, while the hungry zombies rush toward him from afar. After walking for a while until sunset, he finally reaches the destination. In front of Tulak is the Shanghai Sports Center, looking very grand and solid from the outside. He slightly raises his head and looks around. Yes, this is the place. Tulak raised his hand to check the watch. There are 2 hours until late at night. That's enough. He continued walking closer. They already at the entrance. This Shanghai Sports Center probably has wild buy-in grade treasures. In the apocalyptic game setting, special events like dungeons, hidden robot merchants, and wild treasures appear in iconic city buildings. The mentioned divine treasure is wild divine treasure, scattered everywhere, and anyone can unlock it. To obtain the divine treasure, you must defeat the boss. It drops from the boss, making it more valuable than wild divine treasure but much harder to acquire. The white-silver wild treasure must drop a white-silver level equipment or item. Tuluo entered and quickly used the system scan to get the result. Din, the host, is about to enter the Shanghai Sports Complex. The environment of the Shanghai Sports Complex is suitable for the mission requirements. Din, I hereby declare the mission to kill 100 zombies. Look at the system's guidance. Outstanding players need to show their strength. Please eliminate 100 zombies in the Shanghai Sports Complex, regardless of level. The reward for the mission is a random normal clue draw and a copper-grade equipment. The mission deadline is 24 hours. Would the host like to accept the mission or not? Tulak Damchiu considers the 100 zombies. Now most of them have leveled up to level 2, and he needs to think carefully before making a decision. With such a large sports complex, he initially planned to avoid the zombies, use stealth, open the treasure chest, and then escape. Now there's this new mission? Tulak frowned and asked the system, what kind of punishment would I face if I refuse or fail the mission? A clear chime sounds to provide information. Rest assured, the existence of the guidance system is to enhance the gaming experience for the host, so there are no penalties for declining or failing a mission. Instead, the host will receive 100 gold coins as consolation. Hearing this, he relaxed his facial muscles in relief. Oh my God, is it really that good? Without hesitation, Zilian Yin accepted the task, thinking that whether he succeeded or failed, there would be no loss. He began his first steps of exploration in this sports complex. Based on his memory, Yang Bao Wubai Yin is probably in the warehouse on the 3rd floor. Zhu Liao follows his memory, with a slightly grim expression, entering through the side door, then walking along the safe corridor on the 1st floor, visualizing a detailed map in his mind. It's roughly the 3rd floor infirmary, almost 8 o'clock. Night falls, there's a bed in the infirmary to sleep for the night, then continue fighting on the 2nd day, and by noon on the 2nd day, I should be able to reach the 3rd floor warehouse. At this point, he crossed his arms in satisfaction, pulled out the treasure, jumped down from the edge of the upper floor outside, and escaped. Standing in front of the locked door, Zile only needed one slash of his sword to take care of everything. The lock and chain are all broken. When he opens the door, a zombie is already waiting outside, and it rushes out at the sound. This one is muscular, with a gaunt face, vampire-like red eyes, sharp teeth, just waiting for prey to come to its mouth. A good start. Tulak thought this and immediately jumped into the room. He gripped the banana sword with both hands and thrust it through the zombie's throat, grinding his teeth as he watched. Tulak pulled out his sword with a frown, the other hand already grabbing a small hammer from somewhere, repeatedly hitting its face to prevent any chance of resistance. The basketball splattered with blood bouncing away, and everyone could predict the outcome. This guy died on the spot. Tulak Ni has nothing to say except, you didn't expect that, right? Going out to play basketball also turned into a zombie. While observing, he narrowed his eyes and noticed something strange. Next to that body, a small phallus appeared. Tulak nonchalantly kicked the zombie's body aside to easily retrieve the box, revealing the image of a new super-grade weapon, a luminous bullet, and an old key. A little information about this weapon is that it is a single-use copper-level device that can release a blinding white light. Anyone exposed to this white light will become temporarily blinded. The blindness caused by the light exposure and sensitivity to light determine the duration of blindness. He happily picks up the loot to examine it, handling it carefully. Good stuff. Tomorrow night at the Lie Estate, this is definitely a tool to control the entire group of 10. Tulak reaches for the backpack on the floor, with a key labeled Universal Key for the sports complex. He leaves this place, casually stashes the treasure into his backpack, feeling secretly pleased, at least avoiding the noise of knocking and attracting zombies. Tulak moves to another room, the door slightly open, and slips inside. Tulak skillfully gauges the situation inside through the small crack in the door, his face tense as a guitar string. Inside are a group of students in sports uniforms who have turned into zombies somehow. Everyone looked annoyed and identical. It turned out they were in the ping-pong room, just finished playing with the rackets still on the table. The zombie students move toward the door, while Tulak successfully sneaks inside without making a sound, hiding under a table and peering out, with the zombie footsteps close to his ear. Tulak carefully raises his hand to include all of them. 1, 2, 3. A total of 17. Knowing the enemy and knowing yourself, your face finally relaxed a little. These zombies are not much different from me in terms of attributes. An ordinary person would have to use all their strength to deal with one. With my skills, I can handle all 17. Glancing around to see what can be used, the big door of the ping-pong court is closed. Just a small noise might lure the zombies outside to come in. Tulak stared in surprise, quickly calculating his plan. He could handle 2 zombies first to reach level 5, then execute the migration strategy with the remaining 15. Thinking this, he drew his sword and lunged at the closest one, silently acknowledging that it was you. Tulak jumps up in one swift motion, decisively chopping across the zombie's head, his face full of determination. He's too used to this now. A poor victim has fallen and died on the spot. Obviously, the noise startled the remaining zombies. They hesitated for a moment. 2 or 3 zombies turned to look at their friend who just disappeared from this world, eyes blazing with fire. Gradually, more of them pay attention, their faces turning dark and their eyes glowing red as they stare in one direction. Then the zombies charged like moths to the flame with furious rage. On the other side, Tulak was ready to face them. He places the sword in front of him, his blue eyes shining. The zombies are approaching, only a few steps away from Tulak. He swung his sword fiercely in a circle, blood splattering everywhere. Without wasting a second, Tulak leapt up and charged forward. He spun around and took down the 2 enemies with a horizontal slash at the legs, then dealt with the rest. Tulak landed not far away. The nearest zombie has changed direction and is slowly approaching him. As usual, a horizontal slash across the head will take one down. Tulak clenched his jaw slightly. Just as he lowered his sword, the system notification sounded. Congratulations to player Tulak for successfully killing 2 zombies and earning 2 experience points. 3 gold coins. Congratulations on reaching level 5 and earning 1 free attribute point. Player Tulak is 100 experience points away from leveling up. Tulak opens the system to check and gains 1 agility point. After finishing his work, he jumps from the corpse onto a table, closing his eyes to feel it. Tulak is now standing upright on the table playing ball, while the remaining zombies swarm around him. As a zombie threatening and howling behind him caught his attention, he subtly tilted his body aside, lightly slashing his sword across its neck, causing it to fall back, while Tulak clenched his fist tightly. Another zombie saw this and was frightened, trying to run away. At the same time, the back door opened slightly, and an eye looked inside before the door was fully opened. He was so shocked after witnessing everything in that creepy room that he stepped back. Gasp! He frowned and grimaced, looking furious, cursed his bad luck. A loud rumbling noise came from inside, with 2 or 3 people piling on top of each other, leaving deep impressions on the outside. This guy just stroked his chin with a cunning smile, thinking that judging by these shapes, they must be beaten zombies. There must be supplies on the players inside. After waiting for a long time until starving, and with his face sunken and hair covered in mushrooms, there was still no sign of movement. He whispered that as soon as he died, he could get the loot and the supplies. This guy loses patience, pushes aside the pile of mushrooms, and frowns in frustration. Summoning all his courage and curiosity, he cautiously approaches the room to get a better look, thinking to himself, if you can't make it, then I'll show mercy and send you off. Inside, Tulak is still fighting the zombies. The man grins maliciously, his eyes gleaming. I need to figure out a way to lure more zombies here. Inside the room, a ceiling panel has been removed to let the outside light in. He just finished fighting off a bunch of zombies when another one sneaked in, completely exhausted and trembling, barely able to stand. Tulak clenched his teeth, his cheeks covered in sweat. Damn it! The zombies' noise has attracted more outside. A loud sound from the door made Tulak jump and turn around to check. The door, after being physically impacted, showed large cracks spreading across the surrounding wall. After that blow, everything returned to normal, silent as a chicken. Tulak was already exhausted now, knowing he couldn't wait any longer and unsure how long this door could hold. He had to escape after killing these zombies. He clenched his sword, turned 90 degrees towards the remaining zombies gathered together. Not just one, but 3 of them rush at him all at once, jostling each other as if to tear him apart into shadows. Tulak, of course, doesn't stand still, and to take it, he jumps up, spins in a flip, and takes down the 3 in a flash, sending them flying far away. Tulak lands softly, his hand placed in front to brace against the momentum. His eyes are full of determination. He has dealt with them so far, but many zombies still wander in the room. They stumble back and forth. A few move toward him, howling with drool dripping from their mouths. Tulak slashed several zombies at once with his sword, then collapsed to the ground, wiping sweat from his forehead and catching his breath. At this moment, a prompt appears behind him. Tulak is slightly startled and looks over in coordination. It is a stamina potion, a level bronze one-time item that instantly restores 20% of stamina and gradually recovers 5% every minute afterward. It lasts for 5 minutes, and after use, there is a 30-minute cooldown. He quickly drinks the potion, and his whole body immediately feels a surge of positive energy. Tulak stands by one side of the ping-pong table, his sword slicing through the zombie's neck, killing it instantly and dropping another item. He gently approaches Duong to check it, still wary of the nearby zombies. Tulak finds a sturdy spot to sit undisturbed, happily opens the bracelet to check it out, his face no longer showing the fatigue from earlier. This time he received a magic enhancement bracelet, a level of Thandong, which increases his mental magic attribute by 1. The enhanced injection skill can launch a surprise attack, summoning some injects from the ground to deliver a heavy vertical strike. The skill duration is 24 hours. Tulak quietly held the ring in his hand, suddenly speechless and awkward. My goodness, with such a supplementary skill, is luck on his side? He quickly put it on his wrist and tested the new weapon to get it ready. The final door finally couldn't withstand the pressure coming from outside. A few people outside instinctively fell to the ground as the smoke and dust billowed out. Tulak Chi quietly observed the situation from afar. After the thick smoke, he saw a group of uninvited people. He put one hand in his pocket and clenched the other into a fist as if celebrating something, sneering, arriving just in time as the hungry zombies poured in from outside. Following them is a whole pack, looking even more ferocious than the ones earlier in the room, with both men and women, their faces battered and unrecognizable. Tulak leapt high, soaring over the approaching zombies, uncatchable even if they reached out. The ring on his hand shone like the party's light illuminating the zombies, as large cracks appeared on the ground, spreading fear among them. Of course, the only person smiling here is Tulak. He was delighted to see the effect of his new toy. This is just the beginning. From the cracks in the floor, large spikes shoot up. They grow densely and tangled, stretching straight up into the sky and stabbing wildly everywhere. Tulak stands nearby, watching intently. He was a bit surprised by what he just caused and cursed out loud. Is it that strong? The damage of this skill is probably only achievable by a level 20 mage. A remaining zombie, not knowing where to hide, suddenly jumps out. Tulak gave a kind-hearted glare, her face expressionless. Like those before her, this one was beheaded right at the neck. Suddenly, he notices a thorn bush growing right where he's standing and quickly jumps back to dodge. In front of us is a scene more chaotic than ever, as the thorns work together to take down the zombies. He remains silent, having killed so many zombies, while the system keeps updating rapidly. Congratulations, the lost player has successfully killed 2 zombies and earned 2 experience points. 3 gold coins. Congratulations to the player for successfully killing 3 zombies. You gained 3 experience points and 5 gold coins. Congratulations on successfully killing 2 zombies. Gained 2 experience points and 3 gold coins along with countless other congratulatory messages. Tulak's face lit up with excitement and he laughed loudly, feeling motivated to fight. This time, the words are too loud. He knelt down in front of the unopened pile of sunlight on the floor. Around them, zombies lie scattered, and the finger presses on the attribute tool icon. The first is a short-range launcher, a one-time copper-grade device that can fire an item loaded into it to a designated location within 30 meters. Next is the Tatfong Hua, a skill-type equipment, copper-grade armor that can summon Tatfong with +1 physical attribute, +1 agility, reduce footstep noise, and has an additional skill that lasts 10 seconds, increasing movement speed by 20%, with a 1-hour cooldown. Tulak immediately pressed to change the thick armor, and the system responded. Congratulations, Tulak, on successfully transforming the Tatfong Hua skill into basic attributes. Strength 18, Spirit 18, Physique 12, Agility 18. Tulak also widened his eyes in amazement. Unless the class change was successful, an ordinary person at level 10 couldn't have such attributes. It's truly impressive. Seeing the situation turning in his favor, he became more confident, clenched his fists with determination, and set a plan to wait until after the class change, so his attributes would be doubled compared to a normal person of the same level. Facing a horde of zombies howling like starving wolves, Tulak immediately used the zombie virus-soaked meat with his short-range gun, looking calm and relaxed as he raised the weapon and fired several shots, while the zombies kept rushing forward. They see the piece of meat exposed before them, like beasts, all rushing towards the only piece of meat, growling with no humanity. Howling, Tulak stands quietly from afar, watching them fight over it. He activated the system, selected the superpower of wind and flower, used the skill, and his legs moved swiftly. In the chaotic room, the zombies, after seeing the piece of meat, no longer paid attention to anything else and fought over it. Tulak took the opportunity to dash out of the room. After finding a temporary safe spot by the stairs, he stopped, gasping for breath that wouldn't come. It's already 7 p.m., just an hour until 8 o'clock. After night falls, the zombies' abilities will be greatly enhanced. Lee slowly trudged up the stairs, his mind full of plans. It's not really worth fighting the zombies now. We should find a place to rest and wait until morning. He enters a room and tightly closes the door behind him. Tulak shows clear frustration after a long series of actions, while Luke Loy searches for something in his pocket. He takes out the key he found earlier and tries to open the door. The two don't match. Tulak becomes more confused as he realizes something is wrong. Why is the door locked? Tulak uses his knowledge to make a guess. When the apocalypse arrived at 7 o'clock, the sports complex was still open, and the infirmary usually locked up after hours. This door was probably locked after the apocalypse. Looking through the keyhole, light shines in. He stubbornly keeps trying to insert and turn the key. Finally, I managed to unlock the medical room door. Tulak stepped in, hoping the person inside would be a bit more honest. Inside the dimly lit room, half darkness and half faint light revealing faces, he stepped in with a grimace, each slow step trying not to make a loud sound. Suddenly, the door slammed shut right in front of him before he could do anything. The person behind this door immediately pressed Tulak and asked sternly, "Who are you? How do you have the key to the infirmary?" He didn't rush to answer. Only after the other person stopped completely did Tulak slightly lift the corner of his mouth. "You are very cautious, so that's not surprising." His quick hand seized the other's knife handle to control him, the same person who had been spying outside earlier. Tulak firmly gripped in his hand, causing Thanjiao to drop his own, with a calm expression, but unable to provoke him further. On's foot suddenly moved in sync, flipping the knife back, one hand twisting the other person's shoulder, the other holding the knife, making him scream and nearly cry out. Tulak tightly covered his mouth and nose. He struggled, but was no match, quickly subdued. Tulak searched the storage room for supplies, casually taking out a polka-dot cloth, his bored face clearly showing. Tulak stretched the cloth around the room to cover everything. The nurse saw this and said, "If you turn on the lights, zombies will come. Did you order me not to look and cover all the light sources?" "Turn on the light." The guy kneels on the ground, trembling, hesitant but still has to follow Tulak Bao's command. But she turned on the room light. At this moment, there were 6 people in the room, including him, all trembling with fear as they watched Tulak. The guy in the red shirt grits his teeth and clenches his jaw, furious but afraid to speak out. It's him, with so many zombies alive around him, yet he didn't die. I might as well wait until he dies before going to find him. Tulak read his thoughts through his expression, looking at him with contempt. I've seen that kind of look many times before, so why do you insist on pretending to be crazy like that? I kneel in front of him and provoke him, saying I teach you never to look at others with hatred in your eyes during the apocalypse. But he doesn't understand what's happening. A second later, Tulak struck, treating this guy no different than a zombie, exuding an unpredictable aura. He's doomed. The others in the room recoiled in fear, their faces turning pale. Only the brown-haired doctor remained expressionless. He glanced over and saw that he had a small knife hidden in his sleeve. It seems this person is very well prepared. If I hadn't taken him down earlier, I might have been the one to get hurt. Tulak saw the atmosphere start to calm down and scratched his head, awkwardly smiling at Than Min, saying, "Don't get the wrong idea, I am a good person." Everyone else couldn't be more stunned, imagining the scene of shouting and yelling. If you're a good person, we are the most extraordinary good people. The atmosphere of the ultimate goodness is quite strange. You all saw it too. He was the one who provoked me first. I had no choice but to fight back. I am a very reasonable person. As long as everyone cares for each other, nothing will happen. The original creaking sounds on the floor. The doctor approached with a somewhat annoyed look and many things to say. Who would have thought her first words would be to defend him? That person is clearly guilty. We all saw it. Although it is also sincere, she still had to ask the others in the room, "Don't you all feel the same way?" When they were mentioned by name, they all felt guilty, awkwardly scratching their heads and ears, and replied in unison, "We feel the same way." Tulak finally feels truly at ease now, smiling with relief. That's good. He walked past and everyone fell silent, standing straight as if holding their breath. He paid no attention and just focused on his own affairs. Today's table tennis match was a bit off. If I wake up in top condition tomorrow, I can definitely do better and finish the task faster. After hearing that, everyone turned pale with fear and broke out in a cold sweat, but still had to follow his orders. Yes, they split into pairs to carefully handle the bodies. Some cover him with a cloth to carry him away. Others wipe away the bloodstains. Tulak looked at her figure in his mind, a new thought arising. Why does this doctor feel like I've seen her somewhere before? She can tell information about her with the nickname Zhong Dashui. No temporary title, no rank. She pouts reluctantly as she cleans the blood. Only now did he realize, standing there in shock, that Zhong Datuet was her. In his previous life, he had met her after the apocalypse, when she was already a hidden divine healer, a little twist of the past. When Tulak was injured, she came to Datuyet for help, and I knew her hidden profession was that of a divine healer. So she helped me heal my wounds and said I could do anything she wanted. Datuyet, wearing the same outfit as now, but with her hair tied up high, glanced at him briefly and then turned away dismissively. This wound of yours is related to a soul that cannot be restored. After that, I was seriously injured several times and still sought her out to heal me. Although being a divine healer is respected during the post-apocalyptic era and keeps you safe, honestly, you're just a tool with insufficient strength who could die at any moment in someone else's hands. Tulak propped his chin with nostalgia. Wasn't the person at that time spared from the destruction of the apocalypse? She looks very different now. Fate is truly miraculous. In this life, just 2 days after the apocalypse, I was able to meet someone I knew. Thinking of this moment, he gently closed his eyes, feeling confused, and now they have a doctor, as well as nurses and repair workers. Suddenly, the lights turned on, and a loud noise echoed from outside the door. Everyone in the room trembled in fear, their eyes fixed in one direction. Weapons already in hand as cracks spread across the door. They became even more terrified, their faces drained of blood, all standing frozen like statues. Only Tulak sat comfortably, glancing at her watch with one eye. It was already 8:30 p.m., and he took out his belongings, an assortment of steaming, nutritious food ranging from meat to vegetables. Tulak vội tự nhai thức ăn, mặc kệ những ánh mắt khổ hiểu dang dở dồn về phía mình. Cô y ta dối bụng kêu reo, con cắt câu trai thì nhìn chăm chậm, nhô nuốt miệng. Dietweet also shares the same feelings. She daringly took the initiative to ask, "Where did you get this food from? I don't know if we will have a chance to get it." Tulak smirked inwardly, but kept a neutral face. "You're caught now." He offers the bowl of rice on one condition. He just wants one simple favor in return. The nurse behind was trembling uncontrollably with fear. She stepped closer to Yashui and, more determined, asked Tulak again, "You tell me." Inside her heart, she was overwhelmed with thoughts and worry showed clearly in her eyes. Could it be that he wanted something? When had he stood right in front of her, holding out the paper with a faint smile? "This paper lists some medicines I need. You and that nurse find them for me, then package everything up for me." Datuyet stared at him in shock. Then she understood his meaning better. "You need us to help you find the medicine?" Tulak pretended to look away, confused. What if not? Long.tweet was confused. Why was this person so strange? But on the surface, she still took the paper from him with a cheerful smile and a friendly laugh. Nothing's wrong. We'll help you find it right away. The nurse beside her also glanced over. Then Tulak went to the 2 technicians to give instructions. These are the items I need. 4 of us worked hard tonight to make these things. I will leave at 6 in the morning. Before I go, based on how much you've made, I will give you food. They accept the offer. Our tool bags are all here. Tulak spreads out the valuable material cards. These are things everyone can use. After handing over the task, he also left, waving his hand to give instructions. If that's the case, you guys should get to work. I'll go to sleep now. Remember to find me at 6 in the morning to pick up the food. Thinking to himself, the place just now was too close to the ground, and the zombies running back and forth disturbed his rest. Tulak quickly found a resting spot and activated the protective barrier around himself. Still, being a bit cautious is better. Be careful to review the treasures you've collected. Smiling with satisfaction. Yes, everything is there. The information shows you need 22 more experience points to reach level 6. To defeat 100 enemies, an outstanding host must demonstrate their strength by killing 100 zombies in the Shanghai Sports Complex with no level restrictions. The current mission progress is 45 out of 100. The reward from the draw includes a random ordinary guide and a copper-grade equipment. The mission deadline is 24 hours, and Tulak is already blinking heavily and yawning constantly. There are a total of 6 hours in the morning, so there's enough time. He lay down on the soft bed and closed his eyes to sleep. The next morning, after resting enough, Tulak returned to the I-5 room to check the situation. The 4 inside, exhausted from staying up too late, look starving and gaunt, barely resembling themselves. Tulak smiles and steps forward. Not bad, very well done. Tweet and Nurse Kwang Tam wake up more sluggish than pandas. He hands them food as promised. You don't need to fight. 1 sheet is enough to last a day. Each person gets one, at a fair and reasonable price. Everyone happily received them. Thank you. The nurse hesitated before taking the badge back and said thank you. Yes? Ju's face brightened with a gentle smile. I thought he would kill us and then take these things away. I had prepared a plan to escape, but I didn't expect him to actually keep his promise. She closed her eyes, feeling love spreading around her, as if he wasn't as cruel as she thought. Tulak Bey hummed while walking with the medicine box. We only keep what we need. Tweet asked. That, Elder, how do you use this card? Ansok dropped the medicine box from his hand, froze in place, and screamed inwardly, as he remembered he had forgotten the Apocalypse game and didn't even have the beginner's guide. In his previous life, it took him days just to learn how to open a storage space, and he had cried and howled then. I can't open it. Tulak patiently explained everything step by step. So here, take this as a token of my kindness to Trung-Da-Tweet. Tulak points at the smart screen to select food, and immediately a dish of chicken in sweet sauce appears on the table. Tulak sat with arms crossed, proud under the admiring gazes of everyone around. Trung-Da-Tweet smiled brightly and said, Thank you, boss. Everyone currently has different notes in their hands. A lavish feast has been prepared, and everyone is enjoying it happily together. Tulak, while sipping his sweet drink, thought to himself that he should remind Da-Tweet she helped him so much in the past, and if they didn't maintain a good relationship now, he might lose a way forward in the future. Without hesitation, he stood up, cleared his throat, and ordered everyone to leave immediately before noon. Later, Tulak snapped his fingers and drew back the curtain to let the warm sunlight shine into the room. By then, he must have already dealt with all the zombies at the sports arena. Tulak turned back to the door with an emotionless expression. Before grabbing the handle, he frowned and shot Da-Tweet a warning glance, saying, Remember not to mistake the time. Da-Tweet looked scared, her voice trembling as she stammered, There are zombies outside. It's dangerous. Tulak smiled faintly and calmly replied, Just worry about yourself. He left immediately afterward, carefully closing the door as quietly as possible. Lam Tulak glanced around the corridor. Once the target was identified, he quickly charged forward to attack. Tulak swung his sword, decisively stabbing it into the zombie's neck, killing it and simultaneously obtaining a fishing rod. He used his remaining hand to hold the corpse, constantly reminding himself to be gentle and never to alert the zombies outside. Seizing the right moment, Tulak systematically took down the fierce monsters, blood splattering everywhere and filling the air with a disgusting stench. The corridor then grew noticeably quieter. Tulak cautiously moved forward, focusing on observing and listening, his hand still gripping the sword for self-defense. Tulak pushes the door open forcefully, making a loud noise, and the scene inside makes him startled in horror. Damn it, are zombies now moving around without pants? It turns out this is a bathroom. and the zombie was taking care of business when the loud noise behind startled it. The four eyes just looked at each other. Why let a tasty meal go to waste? The zombie bares its sharp teeth and charges forward without even bothering to do the most basic thing, which is pulling up its pants. The two legs, wrinkled and shameful, shrink back as the zombie's force causes them to recoil. The zombie falls flat in front of Tulak. If it still had consciousness, it should consider buying a pair of wider pants. Tulak stands like a deity with the surrounding space supporting him, extremely quiet. He waves his hand a few times and mutters some nonsense. "Can't we fight normally? You had to rush out like that. I'm really straightforward." The zombie was then given a ticket to go for a walk in hell. Tulak lifted one of its hands to examine it, and there were a few eyes scattered on the sink. Tulak concluded that the survival rate of people in this sports complex is really low, and most of those who can reach the sports complex have quite good physical qualities, which then become zombies with greatly enhanced attributes. For ordinary players, this is a disaster waiting to happen. The sign on the next room caught Tulak's attention. It was a women's restroom. He scratched his head, looking a bit awkward. "There are zombies in here, so there probably aren't any living people, right?" Tulak clenched her fists, her cheeks flushed, eyes closed, encouraging herself. "It's just a female restroom after all. It's the end of the world for the mission. Don't worry about these details." He gently pushes the door open, and there's really nothing inside. Tulak checked and found that the bathroom at the end of the room was sealed shut, with faint moaning sounds coming from inside. He quietly thought to himself, "Sounds like it is two zombies." Tulak slashed a vertical cut through the wood, and the door opened to reveal the scene of the two zombies embracing affectionately. Tulak opened his mouth in shock. Is this how she likes to play? The two zombies, disturbed, became agitated and charged at Tulak together. What a stroke of bad luck to find a can of soda right at your feet. The female zombie slipped and fell, taking her ally down with her. Somehow, both of them lunged straight at Tulak's sword. As he was confused and hadn't understood what was happening, the system sent a message congratulating the player on successfully killing a level 2 zombie, earning 4 experience points and 5 gold coins. Su Lao reached into his shirt pocket, rummaging for something. He pulled out his phone and kept snapping pictures, then gracefully evaluated them. As expected, zombies are just people turned into brains. Other than that, they're not much different from humans, like these strange hobbies. He enlarged the photo and realized it was wrong. Shanghai Sports Complex, 2 zombies. The height of the male zombie, the height of the female zombie. A sudden thought crossed his mind, and Tulak exclaimed in surprise, "This isn't the famous zombie couple?" He recalled that, based on his past life experience, the earliest discovery of the zombie couple was at the Shanghai Sports Complex. They were inseparable, highly coordinated, and their strength was the king of zombies. If they teamed up, they could fight against the zombie god or zombie king back and forth. Tulak grimaced and sighed, surprised that they had such a tragic fate in this life, having already dealt with the fusion stone on the 3rd day of the apocalypse. According to the system information, it belongs to the bronze level, a one-time item that can fuse 2 same-type bronze-level equipment to create a new item, with a high chance of upgrading the equipment to silver level. Tulak listened, then smiled very happily, turning to leave the women's restroom. After just a few steps, a strange sound made him stop. Tulak looked carefully ahead and approached the bathroom emitting the light. He calmly peeks inside. The sparkling box makes Tulak feel excited. Today is my lucky day. I even found a wild Yang treasure bronze. Checking, player Nai Se discovered the Yang treasure bronze reward reputation plus 10. Does player Nai Se want to open the bronze spirit treasure? It will take 30 minutes. Lam Tulak didn't hesitate and immediately signaled to open. The system started counting down 25, 20, 19, 18, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The smart card slowly floats up. Tulak grabs it, feeling anxious, hoping this one would boost strength or agility. The level copper attribute item is a one-time use divine fruit that grants a permanent 2-point increase in physical attributes after consumption, making it a rare and valuable item for permanent stat boosts. The level 6 player can increase their highest physical attribute by 2 points after eating the attribute-enhancing fruit. Other players' attribute increases are not yet clear. If the 2-person team uses the attribute fruit, each person increases by 1 point. Lin Tzu-lak smiles happily. Although it's a physical fruit, gaining 2 permanent points isn't bad. He quickly rinsed the treasure under the water, then took a big bite. The delicious aroma spread in his mouth, making Tulak feel very comfortable. Suddenly, his eyes widened. Tulak shouted with joy, "I'm so delicious! Delicious even in the apocalypse! There's so much good food. At the same time, another notification appeared indicating that the player Nai-Se had permanently increased 2 attribute points. The player's attribute board shows Strength 18, Spirit 18, Physique 14, Agility 18. Not only that, but I also received a thick and heavy rug. Tulak hummed happily as he walked, surprised at how much this sports suit has given him, and he was looking forward to the zombies behind. Outside the hall, the number of zombies is even more than before, and they immediately noticed Tulak standing in the distance. As the zombies kept pouring in greater numbers, Tulak waved his hand to summon the mat he had just received. The footsteps of the monsters on the mat became much lighter than before. Tulak smiled happily, so the zombies elsewhere wouldn't be alarmed. He swung his sword mercilessly as the system kept notifying him. Congratulations to the player for successfully killing a level 2 zombie and earning 2 experience points and 3 gold coins. Congratulations on reaching level 6 and gaining 1 free attribute point. Nai-Se reaches the next level after 200 experience points. Congratulations to Nai-Se for obtaining the ultra-rare copper-grade supply card and equipment with lightning bullets. At the same time, Zi-Lian lowered his sword and gently touched the system screen, congratulating the player Nai-Se on unlocking a new bronze-level equipment, increasing the player's strength attribute by 1 point. 19 points, get 100. An outstanding signer needs to show their strength, so please kill 100 zombies in the Shanghai Sports Arena, no level limit. Mission progress 62 out of 100. Tulak reached out to take the Duong Bao Vat floating in front of him. The bronze-level warrior wrist guard enhances the warrior's power, effectively suppressing others. Strength and attack increase by 1, with a 10% chance to create a suppression effect on the opponent for 1 minute. The suppression effect on body coordination ability decreases if a release skill is used, which will directly cancel the skill. Tulak looks at his own image in the profile. The head can only wear a helmet and a mask. Wearing only 2 items will only activate the effect of 1. The neck can only hold jewelry, and the upper body can wear armor over the shirt. The lower body wears pants, the feet have shoes, and on the arms can be worn arm guards, gloves, bracelets, or rings. Each type of equipment can only be effective for 1 item. Rare equipment does not increase attributes, but each piece serves a different purpose, so players can choose what to wear based on their needs. Current strength attribute is 18 plus 2. Tulak moves to another dark corridor. In his hand is a cooling drink. Tulak glanced around. The long corridor was filled with corpses scattered everywhere. Tulak quietly thought that an ordinary zombie wouldn't have this ability. At most, it would just bite humans and turn them into its kind. He speculates that unless they are in an extremely furious state, they only eat humans and suck their brains. Only 2 types could create such a scene. One is the zombie boss. The boss is much stronger than normal zombies of the same level and prefers to see humans as food. Even when no humans are around, it will eat its own kind to satisfy its hunger. Tulak considers. The second is zombie-turned-animals. The rate is quite low. The stronger the animal, the easier it becomes a zombie, with weaker groups being even less likely, perhaps 1 in a million, or even hundreds of millions, billions for a successful transformation. Zombie animals are especially important when it comes to humans. They prefer to eat human brains and spinal cords, but they also do not ignore other zombies. Something caught his eye, making Tulak's face turn pale. Was he really seeing a zombie cat? Tulak looks at the remaining traces on the ceiling of the corridor. The thing that worries him the most is the zombie cat. The zombie cat has sharp hearing and sensing abilities. It definitely knows I have arrived. His steps become more cautious. Lin Suolok uses his sensing ability to see if the zombie cat is planning a sneak attack or an open confrontation. Where is it? I must sense its position first and then seize the opportunity. And it seems he has found it? Suolok's eyes widened in shock. Thanks to his incredible reflexes, he quickly dodged the deadly attack from the zombie cat. Tulak leapt back to keep a safe distance while using his strength to fling the cat away from the beam. It is called the Claw, or the 9th level copper-grade boss zombie cat with basic attributes. Strength 21, Spirit 10, Physique 9, Agility 20, with the Shadow Retaliation trait, instantly increasing speed by 30% to 120% against enemies. During the Shadow state, attribute damage is reduced by 50%. Tulak ponders that animal zombies with prefixes represent boss levels, and that they also possess the innate skill of claw mastery. After causing the enemy to be injured, the wound will be in a tearing state, reducing healing speed by 40% and increasing bleeding rate by 40%. The feline eye can pull enemies into a terrifying illusion created by the gaze, causing fear and reducing all their attributes by 20%, with the effect lasting and impacting their combat state to rotate. reduces healing speed, and increases bleeding rate. This attribute means that once the opponent takes damage, that part will be difficult to heal during this battle. He stroked his chin, smiled faintly, and a plan formed in Tulak's mind. All I need is to use my terrifying combat experience to kill you, zombie cat. The information panel suddenly appeared, revealing that the player encountered a bronze-level boss, chose to target the zombie cat, and activated the mission to kill the zombie cat. To repay the kindness of the zombie cat, the stray cat with special talents is a regular visitor to the third-floor sports complex. People who like cats every day would bring it food. But after the apocalypse arrived, the zombie virus infected the cat, and it immediately went on a killing spree. Its sharp claws sweep over the bodies of those who once helped it, causing them to suffer and lose their lives. Mission: kill the zombie cat. Rewards: 100 reputation points, 200 gold coins, 100 experience points, and a level bronze-grade artifact. The 8-hour punishment reduces all attributes permanently by 1 level, and giving up the mission means failure. Tulak looked confused. The system's guidance scan indicates that the host has activated the revenge quest for the zombie cat, optimizing related task issues. Once the percentage reaches 100%, Tulak carefully reads the revenge request to kill the zombie cat. Reward: 100 reputation points, 500 gold coins, 300 experience points. The stolen silver talisman item has been optimized for rewards, with a 24-hour deadline, no penalties for abandoning or failing the mission, and Tulak holds his head, seemingly desperate. Oh my God, is this the apocalypse game I know? Is this still the mission system that has betrayed me countless times? He unconsciously remembered his past life. Every mission he faced was extremely difficult. Whether he failed or refused, the game's punishments were always severe. For an ordinary person with only a 1% drop rate, the reward looks decent. But a top-tier 9-level boss in the early days of the apocalypse can't be defeated without a team of dozens, and even the team reward is only 50 gold coins. Lam Tulak's lips trembled. Better to have nothing. Seeing each line of text appear before him, he judged the task as poor, now turned into a generous reward with no punishments at all. Without hesitation, Tulak quickly pressed the accept button. System notification. Player Nize has successfully accepted the quest to repay the kindness of the zombie cat. Please complete it within 24 hours. The zombie cat is calmly licking its tiny paw. It lay down, flicking its tail as if provoking Tulak. He pondered, based on his experience with challenging the boss in front of him, that the player would definitely lose and be forced to make the boss strike first. The cat's eyes widened with anger as it saw Tulak sit down without attacking, casually pulling out his phone and laughing loudly with joy. It opened its mouth and roared, then leapt into the air with its hind legs. As planned, the zombie cat began to challenge Lam Tulak. To everyone's surprise, a hoarse, grating voice came from the zombie cat's mouth, cursing Tulak to die, human. Tulak clenched his teeth and leaned back to dodge the attack. He immediately summoned his weapon, and the cat landed, its eyes still fixed on Tulak. It continued to charge a second time, its shrill scream echoing through the cold corridor. Roar! Tulak concentrates intensely and strikes the lean Mew with the hilt of his sword with a powerful blow. The zombie cat growls softly. It spun around 180 degrees and shouted loudly at the cunning human, "Didn't expect me to know before you even said it, right?" Tulak saw the opportunity and immediately prepared himself, decisively swung his sword, and the sharp blade swiftly cut off 3 of the lean Mew's claws. The cat falls down, struggling and constantly groaning. Humans hurt me. I really can't forgive that. Tulak arrogantly looks at the zombie cat, its claws gone. Come on and fight me. The cat's fury reaches its peak as it lifts its face to the sky, using the zombie cat eye skill. The 2 pupils of the spirit cat look like moving blood clots overtaken by a thick black fog. Tulak realizes the situation is serious and has been pulled into an illusion. In front of him now is a giant figure, with rotten human arms writhing from its eye sockets, nostrils, and mouth. Behind Tulak, a row of unjustly condemned souls are screaming. He calmly asks, "Looking so fierce. It's just a zombie dungeon. Can I scare people with this? Are you really unworthy?" Hearing this, the spirit cat froze, its whole body stiffening, and its spiritual energy significantly diminished. The giant figure from earlier shattered into pieces, and the helpless cat could only stare at Tulak with a look of hatred. He hobbled on his legs, trying to escape. Tulak raised his sword high, using a full-power slash, the blade slicing straight toward the fleeing zombie cat. Lin Miothen died. The chimpanzee sound from the system rang out without a countdown. Congratulations to the player Nice for completing the quest of repaying kindness with hatred against the zombie cat. Successfully killed the level green copper zombie with sharp claws, gained 50 experience points, 100 gold coins, reached level 7, earned 1 free attribute point, and with 400 more experience points needed for the next level, became the first in the apocalyptic game to defeat a green copper boss and earned the unique global title Green Copper Blade, currently being announced across the entire area. A green-haired guy leans against the bathroom door, looking annoyed. Who is this Nice again? Why are all the global announcements about him? The other girl with orange hair looks extremely excited. Wow, Nice Kaka is so cool. When will he be able to ride the 5-colored clouds to marry the princess? The head chopper just killed 2 zombies and, seeing the item, gets annoyed. Ah, what a flashy thing. I disdain this announcement. In the quiet night, a figure sits by a large window, swinging a glass of red wine and sighs. This legendary colorful figure from Long Country must be one of our Long Country people. The luxurious apartment is quietly located in an area quite far from the city center. The red-haired man calmly takes a sip of his wine before speaking. If a powerhouse like that is willing to join us, our strength will increase significantly. The subordinate understood and immediately obediently responded. Yes, master? Tsulak replied happily upon receiving the message. The entire player area has finished defeating the zombie cat boss. He strokes his chin and casually says, this last shock was a bit too much. I guess I need to be more careful to hide my handsome face in the future. Tsulak clicked on the selection bar, pulled out a small chair from his inventory, and sat down, feeling a bit tired, as the zombie cat's attributes were higher than his, although it took a lot of spiritual and mental energy this time to defeat it. Managing to clear the bronze-level boss without injury is considered a breakthrough. Suddenly, he thought about one thing. What if next time he encounters a higher-level zombie cat boss? 2 notification screens suddenly appeared, surprising Tsulak. Congratulations to player Nice for receiving the global message, Copper General. This time's rewards are 1,000 reputation points, 1,000 gold coins, 3 free attribute points, and an additional 1 cubic meter of storage space. Tsulak clicked on the game control panel. Inside are the details of the rewards you have obtained: 2,000 reputation points, 5,000 gold coins, and 4 free attribute points. The item storage space has been expanded to 2.4 cubic meters. Congratulations to the player for reaching level 7 and earning the Bronze Blade of Honor. Stamina Potion, a one-time item that instantly restores 20% stamina. Every minute, it recovers 5% stamina, and after 5 minutes of continuous use, there is a 30-minute cooldown period. The Bronze Spear, the most valuable title, can only be obtained by the first player to defeat the bronze-level boss in the new Apocalypse game, granting a total of +2 to all attributes. For bronze-level or lower bosses, or common enemies, it reduces basic attributes by 5%. Tsulak chooses to switch and offers praise. This skill is amazing. Hello, player Nice Tonkin. May I ask if I should replace the Bloodthirster with the Bronze Ironclad title? Tsulak firmly chooses to swap it. A notification immediately arrived, congratulating the player Nice for successfully equipping the Bronze Spear title, which will take effect in 1 hour. The player's basic attributes have changed. Strength 23, Spirit 19, Physique 16, Agility 21. Tsulak massages both shoulders. With this attribute, even if the zombie cat comes back to life, it can still hang it up and fight. I wonder how high my stats will go after changing my attributes. Half an hour later, Tsulak arrived at the place where the zombie cat had died, where a rather large treasure chest appeared. He blows the horn and receives the zombie cat's command. After blowing the signal horn, he can summon a zombie tiger claw. The player can command the zombie cat to fight for 30 minutes, with a 48-hour cooldown period. The zombie cat will inherit the basic attributes of the player. All experience points and gold belong to them, but the zombie cat's kills will not drop items. Tsulak excitedly shouted, "Is the summoning tool a type of the summon or a maturity form? That's quite a statement. It also means I suddenly have an eternal helper." He boldly picks up the corpse to measure the fur, meat, and claws of the zombie cat, which I remember can all be crafted into clothing, food, or attribute-less weapons. Luckily, the whole body is a treasure. Then Tsulak casually threw the cat's body inside the storage room and left calmly. Of utter devastation. With skulls of utter devastation. With skulls scattered everywhere, and the stench of blood filling the air, making anyone who smelled it feel nauseous. Tsulak was completely stunned to realize that this cat's aura was truly extraordinary. Tsulak drew his sword and silently marveled. Anyone who saw this would be terrified, but luckily it's the end of the world. A cat gathering so many eyes must be shocking to the entire world. He rummaged around the room, thinking that maybe the zombie cat had hidden some treasure inside. If not, wouldn't it be a waste? Lost in thought, suddenly a cat toy stick accidentally caught Tulak's eye. He imagines himself turning into a little cat, happily playing with the stick. Realizing he now looks like a fool, Tulak clears his throat a few times to hide his embarrassment. Apart from the cat toy stick, everything else is trash. I've wasted some hope on you for nothing. He touched the large piece of cloth inside, then turned away, determined to see this through, since the treasure hunt had brought him here, leaving only this last thing behind. After watching, when the white cloth is lifted, the light from the Duongbao Fatbach Nan shines brightly, making Tulak surprised. Well, I guess that's fine. The system detects that player Nai C has discovered the White-Silver Divine artifact, awarding 20 reputation points. Would player Nai C like to open the White-Silver Divine artifact? It takes 60 minutes. Tulak immediately signals to open, and Nai C, who is opening the Bak Nan treasure, is asked to wait patiently as the countdown begins. After a long wait, the notification finally sounds. Player Nai Se successfully opened the white-silver treasure and found 360 gold coins, received a boost, an additional 0.4 cubic meters of inventory space, and gained 50 experience points. Oh my god! Opening a white-silver dagger reveals equipment plus a skill book, as expected. The information indicates that the Takal Liet double slash skill, a warrior type skill, can instantly strike with 2 attacks, each with a power of 70% of the basic attribute. The double strike attack hitting a single enemy can trigger an explosion, dealing damage equal to 70% of your own strength attribute. Tulak smiled with satisfaction. Not bad, this is the warrior skill I need, but this type of skill is very difficult to master. If you're a beginner, you basically can't perform 2 consecutive strikes in a blink, or trigger a critical hit afterward, but I have full confidence that the double attack in my hands will definitely not fail. Does the system confirm that the special skill slash has been learned successfully? Does the player need to learn the full slash recovery skill? Lam Tulak immediately accepted. A cheerful sound rang out, congratulating the player for successfully learning the skill of the twin slash. On the smart screen above, there are a total of 5 small boxes containing equipment. Tulak gently touches the white feathered flying cloak. It is a white silver grade equipment, woven from various rare bird feathers, with a special inscription on the back that allows it to briefly fly, increasing physical and agility attributes temporarily. During jumps or falls, it can effectively delay short-term effects, with a cooldown of 20 minutes. Tulak was amazed. Heaven and earth, the cloak carries the skill. The player's attribute panel shows basic stats. Strength 23, Spirit 19, Physicality increased to 18, Agility 23. Lin Tsuolak sways his cloak and fights a battle with a zombie cat. This time I really scored big. You even said that you initially only planned to take Li Haobo tonight, but it seems this target is a bit too small. Lam Tulak glances back and suddenly asks, how about sending your whole family off? Lam Tulak slowly stepped down the stairs, thinking to himself that now only the final task remained, completing the mission of defeating 100 enemies as guided by the system. Ahead, a male zombie was shambling forward. Tulak grinned, knocked on the door twice with a bang, the sound echoing to attract all the zombies inside the room. Feathers fell from his clothes as he took a running start, excitedly shouting, "This time I want to take the initiative to attack." The wind billows his cloak as Tulak charges forward without a hint of fear. The starving zombie horde becomes extremely aggressive at the sight of prey. Tulak summons the holy sword, leaps high before the covetous eyes of the zombie horde, gripping the wooden handle with both hands, and begins to channel his strength downward. The first strike pierced through the head of the zombie. Tulak withdrew his attack. Pulling out the sword caused blood to splatter from the monster's body, moving to a safer spot. Tulak, aided by magic from his cloak, floated mid-air like a bird. The second target is approaching gradually. Tulak calmly says, "Let me test the effectiveness of the Takliet Song Tram. You're quite impressive, too." He pointed his sword forward, then quickly swung it at a 90-degree angle to generate force. The pressure from the blade erupted so powerfully that even Tulak was caught off guard. My goodness, is the Takliet Song Tram so formidable? The old zombie corpse, from the wound on its neck, emits a blinding blue light. At the same time, a huge fire erupted, causing a devastating explosion. Lam Tsuolak's eyes widened in shock as he was caught off guard and was thrown far away with a scream. Wow. Tulak pushes the sword forward, his face showing obvious tension, hands raised in claws. Tulak boldly drove his sword into the ground and firmly pressed his foot down to prevent his body from falling into danger. The wind eased gradually and he exhaled in relief. A zombie with 30% higher attributes than the others couldn't withstand the explosion and collapsed. The thick smoke gradually dissipates. Tulak observes the remnants and concludes that his sword swing speed is similar to when he uses the full slash, and its effectiveness is not just slightly better than the full slash. And finally he said, "The experiment is over." The loud explosion drew more zombies to the scene. Tulak smiled cruelly. "Next, I have to be serious."
15 minutes into the battle and the notification sounds keep ringing. Congratulations, player Nice, for successfully killing a level 2 zombie.
You gained 2 experience points and 3 gold coins. Congratulations to the player for successfully killing a level 3 zombie. Gaining 3 experience points and 5 gold tails, the host successfully killed 100 zombies at the Shanghai Sports Complex, completing the mission to earn a 100-fold reward. You have drawn a random normal clue and a bronze-level equipment. Would you like to receive your mission reward now? Tulak sat silently among the corpses, not in a hurry to reply, and sheathed his sword. Seeing the desolate scene before him, Tulak was startled and wondered to himself, is it over so quickly? He took the card out of the wooden box, counted it over and over, and the result truly disappointed Tulak. Sigh, did I get too many good items before, exhausting my luck today? Why are they all supply cards? He stretched his muscles to relieve fatigue and lazily said, "They're all supply cards, no need to rush, take a break and pick them up." Tulak sat on the chair, carefully considering the suggestion from the system earlier. After a moment of thought, he decided to draw the equipment first, securing the item before saving his luck for the next draw. Important and valuable items appear last in the order, so you get better results by drawing last. Tulak pressed the draw button. The system announces that the equipment draw for copper level has been completed. Congratulations to the player for obtaining a copper-level blood-sucking ring. The evil ring can absorb the opponent's stamina during battle, with strength attribute +1, constitution +1. 5% of the damage dealt to the enemy can be converted into stamina through weapons transmitted into the user's body. Tulak happily absorbs damage, transforming it into his own stamina. Does it have such a rare attribute? He carefully places the ring into the weapon storage. Tulak's eyebrows furrow as if they want to stick together. He worries that if such a powerful equipment is drawn, what if the guidance turn out to be bad? A note appeared as Tulak finished speaking, indicating that each basic guidance generally has practical effects and can be very helpful to the host. Although still somewhat hesitant, Tulak still decisively signaled for me to draw the guidance. He put all his hopes into this lucky draw and completed the basic guidance, while Tulak watched with her mouth agape. The smart screen inside displays a message congratulating the host for automatically drawing a common guide with level 1, which can automatically pick up items dropped when the host kills a zombie and places them into the storage space within a 0.5-meter radius around the host. If there isn't enough space in the storage, it cannot continue to pick up items. Tulak then quietly says, "Then let's start now." His eyes light up with happiness at the thought. Doesn't that mean he can enjoy a 100% item drop rate when killing zombies while continuously collecting items? Tulak jumps down excitedly, clenches his fist, and grins happily. I used to worry about the high drop rate bringing bad luck, but now I have no more worries. So then he curiously asked, "Is this level 1 just the common guidance level?" A familiar voice responded. Level 1 represents the rank of the automatic loot guidance system. If the host later has the chance to draw guidance and draws automatic loot again, it will upgrade. After leveling up, the automatic gathering range increases, and it even gains additional effects. The system's guidance tasks are based on the situation and status, activating randomly according to the host's circumstances. The host cannot control the circumstances or how things unfold. Tulak is already excited about the first time being so impressive, and he doesn't know what skills other guides might have. Next time, he wonders what kind of guide he will draw. He glanced at the scattered corpses of the zombies and slowly walked around, enjoying the feeling brought by the reward. Congratulations! The host has obtained a supply card, a grilled seasoning pack, a 50% charge electric talisman, a copper-level item, a reconnaissance eye, and a delicious mouse party. The system has detected that the host has collected many types of items, and automatic collection has been optimized. From now on, only notify that the host has acquired equipment and items. The supply card will be automatically sorted into categories within the host's storage space. Tulak excitedly exclaimed, "Not a bad experience." He reached out and opened the storage chest. Inside, everything from food and drinks to tools, scraps, and special items is arranged very neatly. Tulak marvels that it's not bad. This classification is very detailed and considerate. He suddenly remembered that he had fought zombie cats earlier and spent a lot of time gathering supplies, not knowing what time it was now.
Looking at the watch on his wrist, time had flown so fast that Tulak was rushing and didn't have time to eat before heading to the Lie family estate.
He suddenly straightened up, jumped out of the large window, and disappeared. At a large villa, Haubach was happily playing with two beautiful girls outside the living room when he suddenly turned serious, his eyes sharp, as the watch on his wrist displayed. It is now 12:10. Seeing the confused and puzzled expressions of the two girls, Li Haobiao said nothing and sat up. Why haven't you come back yet? Is raising them all just a waste of effort? It takes a whole day just to find two people. Chao Kai Guang respectfully approaches and calls the young master of the hunting assassin Ko Dung. Arriving at Shanghai University at 7 a.m., the university is filled with many zombies, making the search quite challenging. How? Back, after hearing this, gritted his teeth and cursed, "Damn it, it's zombies again. I'm fed up with these zombies." He couldn't accept it and roared, "What kind of damn system is this? Clearly, I was the one who killed the zombie, so why didn't I gain any experience?" Li Haobiao remembered that he had thought this strange leveling game could compensate for his weak body. He called the bodyguards to fight the zombie now that it's dead and gone, and wondered how he could get a little experience points. At that moment, the big door swung open and a tall figure appeared.
Master Haoback angrily asked Uncle Vin, "Have you returned and found that bitch and that orphan yet?" Vin Qin slammed the large bag onto the ground and coldly announced that the young master, the woman, was found. But the man was missing. Haoback couldn't hold it in anymore and roared, "Where is it? Tell her to come here and see me, and how dare she sneak away?" Vin Qin pointed to the bag and said, "She's dead. She's inside this." "What did you say?" Vin Qin casually explained that based on the clues provided by the young master, we went to Diu Tin Ham's roommate and eventually found Diu Tin Ham in the warehouse. He bent down, started unlocking. A screech echoed in the cold space, the stiff corpse and bloodstains soaked into the collar. Vin Qian then recounted that after she was killed, her body was stuffed into a large box. We also found a blood-stained men's outfit among the items. Haoback stared at him in shock, as if he had fallen into utter panic. Vin Qin continued, saying that before her death, the girl endured great suffering from Tan, with injuries on nerve-rich areas causing intense pain. The bloody smell made Haoback vomit several times, while Vin Qian argued that the killer seemed to have an extremely deep understanding of Long Quok's acupoint culture. Each of his strikes is incredibly precise, using a weapon with a very unique shock effect that destroys surrounding tissue at a specific point. He kneels on one knee, his hand gently touching the bag, and the torture techniques he employs are so extreme that even the world's top assassin, Tu Lin, might not be able to match them. Vin Qin frowned and speculated that the person who killed Diu Tin Hum was probably her enemy, and that the killer might be at a disadvantage with the young master. Haoback crazily wiped his mouth and said, "She's just an ordinary beauty, unless it's because of her and that useless guy." As soon as the words reached him, he widened his eyes in shock, stammering, "Good for nothing. Lam Tulak is not Lai Haoback," with arms spread wide, trying to deny it. "No way, it can't be. He's an orphan, no parents. How could he have such strength as you said?" Haobo suddenly leaned forward, unaware of the major surprise I was about to reveal to him, that Diu Tin Hum had betrayed him. Bin Qian looked a bit surprised and asked if the young master Lam Tulak you mentioned was the son of Lam Kiem. Haoback did not deny the above judgment at all. It must be him. Bin Qian closed his eyes tightly. The young master is right, but he does not dismiss the fact that he has an assistant. What the world's #1 assassin cannot do, his assistant can, and this enemy is extremely dangerous. The man showed clear concern, and facing such an elite assassin, the more than 100 people I brought might not be enough. I need even more security personnel. This surprised Li Haobiao. "What? Uncle Vin, you guys still don't have enough? You're a top 10 spiritual master, and the team you're bringing is a complete set of ultimate weapons." He patted the man's shoulder firmly and urged him on. "Then quickly go behind the mountain and find more bodyguards for me, even if they haven't completed the final training yet. I don't want to die. I absolutely cannot die. I will definitely not die." Vin Qin smiled reassuringly. "All right, rest assured, young master, with me here, even death itself will protect you." The evening silhouette appears in the vast sky. The server congratulates the player for successfully killing a level 3 zombie, earning 3 experience points and 5 gold coins. "Congratulations on reaching level 8 and gaining 1 free attribute point." Tulak happily said, "Wow, I leveled up so quickly I thought I wouldn't reach level 8 until Wednesday night. But it's earlier by half a day." He pondered, "Still, that's good. Leveling up fast means I don't need to do dungeon runs anymore." "Tonight's dinner is a nutritious meal." Tulak looked towards the villa. "See how back? I'm here." "Are you ready to settle the score with me?"
The elite soldiers are divided into small groups in 2 rows, each one armed with rifles always ready for battle. Tulak hides behind a large branch, safe from detection, waiting for the enemy soldier to walk away before landing. Tulak searches around the dense bushes for something. There is a secret button hidden and painted the same color as the grass and plants. The staircase opens and leads into a deep, dark space. Tulak smiles contentedly, thinking to himself that he remembered correctly. Sure enough, it's here. Before descending into the cellar, Tulak turned back and pressed the secret button once more. The initial state of the garden has been restored as if nothing happened. Tulak arrogantly left you a way out, but when you least expect it, he will strike you down completely. His face darkened with a sinister look. This move is by Master Tat Quiet, one of the famous military strategies of Long Country. With so many fools around you, do you think you can beat me this time? Tulak followed the path and gradually moved deeper into the key area, where the guards were a bit denser. There is a symbol on the back of their clothes, and Tulak immediately recognized the Beast Slayer course led by Ko Dung, the most trusted of Li Hao Bak, an old enemy from a previous life, and the prey was already in his grasp. I really understand you guys too well. Tulak paused again. However, the layout of the Lie family, I didn't observe it carefully before. I focused on examining the main gate where the 2 guards were stationed. The route here seemed fine, but in reality the gaps were not small. It was just me. Suddenly, a call to Mr. Vin from afar surprised Tulak. Is that Vin Chien? He looked at the man's back, and sure enough, it was him. Vin Chien, one of the war gods of Long Country, the slaughtering war god, formerly the leader of the hunting and killing regiment Kodung Doan, who often fought in the war zones under Lai family's control, skilled in close combat and leading teams to hunt targets. Tulak recalls that after the apocalyptic game opened in his previous life, it was because of Li Hao Bak that he started to pursue himself. His subordinates, after many failed assassination attempts, decided to take action. Tsu Lik was cornered and had no way out. Vin Chien happily raises his gun, having pushed himself to the brink multiple times and being his greatest enemy. But Tulak used a stealth card and escaped from a life-and-death situation. I am Vin Chien's greatest shame, leaving him alone in a hatred that words cannot express. I heard that it was because I escaped him multiple times, breaking his myth of a deadly assassin, that I earned this shameful title. Tulak laughed. We really are enemies who meet and get furious. The strange killing intent immediately alerted Vin Chien. He quickly looked around. Luckily, Lin Tulak reacted swiftly, startled but quick to respond. While deep in thought, Tulak suddenly remembered something. He quickly devised a plan in his mind. This time, the battle would be a do-or-die fight, and as long as he could eliminate him, he would cut off a vital arm of the Lie family, greatly increasing his chances of victory. Not wanting to delay any longer, he took out his mask and put it on. By the time Vin Chien came over to check, Tulak's figure was nowhere to be seen. The subordinate approached respectfully and said, Master Vin, young master invites you to come along, he replied indifferently. Tulak watched their backs, silently vowing she would not miss such a good opportunity. He turned and ran in the opposite direction. Based on his experience in combat and skills, Vin Chien couldn't help but question himself. There's nothing there? I clearly felt someone was there earlier. Could I have been too paranoid? He raised his voice to remind them that patrols and defenses around the estate had been strengthened, then secretly thought, I don't care who you are. As long as you come snooping and threaten the Lie family, I definitely won't let you leave this place alive. The obedient subordinate responded, Yes, it's exactly midnight now. Haobei yawns and asks Vinka, Can I go to sleep? It's already 12 o'clock. With zombies outside acting so aggressively, how could anyone come to kill me? He replied casually, Better to be cautious, young master. My instincts tell me we are definitely being targeted. Haobei angrily throws his watch to the ground, smashing it, and roars in frustration. I'm fed up and about to die, all because of a useless guy who doesn't even dare to show his face, keeping me up all night here. Xiaokai Guang smiled kindly and said, If you find it boring, you can find some fun. Haobak then signaled Dong Tuan with a slap of his hand and replied with a smirk, That's right, I can find some fun. He said excitedly, Yes, Mr. Vin. Didn't you catch a zombie during the day? The man explained, That's right, young master. I want to bring it back for research to quickly develop a weapon to fight the zombies. Cunningly, Lai Hao suggested, The zombies outside are numerous. Let me play with this one first. Vin Chien showed clear concern. The young master definitely wants to play, but I'm worried the zombies might go berserk and hurt him. But he has other plans in mind. Using zombies to calm the young master is not a bad choice. Haobak cheerfully reassures him,
Don't worry, my way of playing definitely won't hurt me, and even if the zombies go berserk, I'm not afraid.
There are still many people in this villa. Vin Qian ordered to bring the zombie captured this afternoon here for the young master. The subordinate hurriedly obeyed.
Yes, Mr. Song, the zombie with a large muscular body is restrained with iron chains and looks fierce.
It struggled fiercely, growling incomprehensible words, while Hao Bei looked more sinister and ordered the others to move my large iron cage here. There are 6 girls being held inside, all looking sad, exhausted, and weary from a long period of hunger. Hao Bei sneered maliciously, pulling out a large golden bell from somewhere. As the sound rang out, all 6 girls suddenly woke up. They suddenly went berserk and charged at the iron bars, wildly waving their arms around. Li Haobiao leaned back on the sofa, casually tossing the bell aside. He stuck out his disgusting tongue and made a gesture with his finger. One of Haobak's legs stomped hard on the floor as he moved toward the furious girls like wild beasts. Li Haobak, with his excited look, said nothing and jumped around like crazy. 2 nearby soldiers understood and smiled knowingly. The skinny guy volunteered to go first, handed Hao Bo a key, and received the order from him. Quickly open it. The clattering sound signals that a tragic scene is about to unfold. The zombie, stimulated by the smell of fresh meat, becomes even more aggressive. The skinny guy cautiously approached and quickly removed the muzzle from it. The ferocious zombie, with sharp teeth baring, stared at the young man. Hao Bei spoke excitedly, and you and he subdued it, waited for the handcuffs to be put on, then threw it into the cage. Suddenly, a reckless person appeared out of nowhere and ran over to beg. Young Master Lai, this kind of thing is too cruel. Please let the girls go. Before he gets angry, the manager quickly kneels beside him, panicked as he explains, I'm sorry, young master. His name is Vuong Dai Ho, and last night a new bodyguard was added after one was killed. He was born with great strength, but has issues. Don't hold it against him, young master. Haoba clenched his fists and asked coldly, Are you trying to teach me how to do my job? Vuong Dai Ho still repeats his old words. Please spare them, young master. The manager is speechless, trembling in fear. I don't dare. I was wrong. Young master, please forgive him. Haobak's family is very pleased, laughing cruelly. Ha, it's been a long time since someone dared to challenge my authority. He glared and asked, Are you Vuong Dai Ho? Can you fight properly? Someone get him. Arrest him for me. Young Thantin was twisted one arm behind his back while the guard prepared to punch with the intention of a direct strike. Vuong Dai Ho remained unshaken, able to block an attack with just one hand. The entire room fell silent. Haobak was surprised and thought to himself, Huh? Can he really withstand his punch again? Vin Qian watched everything from start to finish, then finally smiled and said 2 words. Interesting. The soldier's arm trembled under the pressure. Both sides face each other, ready to fight. The soldier's mind is in chaos, and he has already lost to him in terms of strength. He slightly bowed his head, rage rising within him. You humiliated me like this, so use your life to make up for the dignity I have lost. The soldiers glanced back and shouted, You two, help me hold him. They moved forward, seeming to be somewhat reluctant. I'm asking Hak Tin, have you been spending too much time with women lately? That's right. How could an untrained bodyguard push you? But everyone knew that Vuong Dai Ho's strength could not be underestimated, so they had to ensure that Vin Tien Sin wouldn't favor him. In a flash, the 2 of them grabbed Vuong Dai Ho's arms and slammed him down hard. Hak Tin seizes the opportunity and arrogantly charges forward. Da Ho, helpless, can only endure the blow. Hak Tin shows no mercy, hitting him as if he were a sandbag. Haobak nearby reminds him, Don't kill him. Hak Tin obediently obeys. Yes, young master. Hao Bo cruelly said, If you want to protect these women, then watch them die with your own eyes. And the subordinates still follow suit. Only the young master knows where to find happiness. Vuong Dai Ho stared through the bars, the girls inside seemingly resigned to their fate, sitting still and silent. The skinny man grinned brightly at the tall zombie. It was pushed back towards the iron bars by the crowd with sticks. The zombie looked around, seemingly trying to choose its first prey. It targets the long-haired girl sitting curled up. The hunger causes saliva to pour from the monster's mouth uncontrollably. The zombie lunged with a deadly bite straight for the neck, and for the first time in his life, Vuong Dai Ho saw a horrifying scene like this. He cried, but because his mouth was tightly sealed, he couldn't make any whimpering sounds. Vuong Dai Ho struggled to break free, but all his efforts were in vain. He is completely desperate as his body goes limp. At the same time, the soldiers also let go. Vuong Dai Ho kneels on both legs on the cold, tiled floor. Hao Bei is even more ruthless. Order them to throw Wang Dahu into the cage. Isn't it because he's so strong? I want to see who is stronger, him or the zombie. The soldiers shouted in support. Young Master Lai truly is young Master Lai, knows how to play better than our uncultured crowd. How could we even think of such a good point? As expected from the young master. But there are still those who think differently. Even now, in the apocalypse, you can't treat human lives like grass. Wang Daiho was lifted up as the iron gate opened once more, and the zombie was frantically devouring the bodies of the girls. Wang Daiho was thrown inside, and the zombie paused for a moment. It grinned as it realized it had gained a new prey. The zombie shuffles closer, and the woman's voice echoes faintly in the young man's mind. Daho, stay safe. I'm waiting for you at home. You're crying out for your mother. You can't come back to take care of her. Suddenly, Wang Daiho's eyes widened, and he forcefully steadied himself. No, I can't die. My mother is waiting at home. Wang Daiho braced himself and prepared to fight as the zombie growled and lumbered toward him. Wang Daiho punches directly at its head, knocking the monster back, and seizes the opportunity to grab the zombie's abdomen to reduce its defensive ability. Wang Daiho screams loudly and presses the monster against the iron bars, despite its frantic struggles. The collision produced a loud bang echoing throughout the villa. Wang Daiho suddenly coughed up blood, caused by a hand with sharp claws of the zombie that had stabbed into his stomach earlier. Wang Daiho still refuses to let go, fighting desperately as blood pours out of his body more and more. Haobak watches like he's watching a thrilling show, excited and amazed. Wang Daiho braced himself and took a few steps back. He decided to use his final, decisive attack. And then Wang Daiho embraced his bleeding wound, collapsing exhausted and panting heavily. Wang Daiho knew he was about to fail and could only secretly send his regrets to his mother, saying, I was wrong. I shouldn't have listened. Vin Cheaton remained silent, sighed, and lamented that it was a shame, while the soldiers inside felt very satisfied, thinking this threat was finally gone. Death comes so quickly. Wang Daiho's corpse suddenly shows strange signs, trembling uncontrollably. His eyes gradually turn bloodshot, his skin darkens, and his fangs grind together with a screech. Tulak sat outside of the villa waiting. The opportunity has come. He gently smiled. Taking advantage of the soldier not paying attention, Tulak carefully approached and slit his throat, blood spraying onto the yard. As he changed clothes and considered his next move, he suddenly heard a call. Adik, why are you here? Tulak restrained himself. Just saw someone dozing off. I came to wake him up. The soldier yawned loudly and replied, Well, fine, damn it, I have nothing more to say. The team leaders and captains are inside the hall looking for fun, while we can only suffer outside guarding the door. That's right. We spent all night dealing with losses and haven't had a break during the day. They really don't see us as people. You're fine. I haven't slept in nearly 24 hours. I'm speechless. I just want to ensure safety. Why don't the team leaders come out here themselves to guard? Tulak pointed straightforwardly, clearly saying that they don't see us as people, just as human shields. The fat soldier only then noticed something was wrong and wondered when the enemy had grown taller. Tulak looked at him with a sinister smile. A few minutes later, he swiftly took out the top soldier, and while cursing, the fool who knew the secret immediately blurted out, Not worthy to live on this earth. Gradually moving deeper into the estate, Tulak continued to take down another person. He noticed someone fleeing in the distance. Tulak moved with incredible speed, blinking to see him appear right beside his subordinate. Before he could fall to Tulak's sharp blade, he managed to fire a signal shot into the sky. He followed the direction of the object and swung his sword forcefully. The bullet, halfway to its target, was destroyed by the spearhead. It fell in front of Tulak. He drew his knife and coldly said, Luckily I studied the Lie family's ammunition thoroughly in my previous life, or things wouldn't have gone so smoothly. The system reports that all security outside the Lie family estate has fallen, and the path for the host's revenge is now open with a special mission alert issued. No one who provokes the host's wrath can escape alive. Tonight, the host becomes the god of death, collecting all lives within the Lie family estate, requiring the killing of the remaining 296 people, with a random common clue and a bronze-grade equipment as rewards. The deadline is 12 hours. Do you accept this mission? Tulak clicked accept and smiled with satisfaction. That's great, Lai Haobak. You've given me another reason why you can't die. Information. The revenge mission has been accepted, and the revenge barrier is now being activated. Once one of the 296 people in the Lai family leaves the estate, the host can track the location of the escapee in the search section. I hope the host can successfully complete the mission. Tulak was curious. A revenge barrier? That only torments people's minds to the point of death. I remember it first appeared in my previous life, used in the war between the Dragon Kingdom and the Oa Kingdom. I recall that after the Dragon Kingdom set up the barrier to avenge the capital of the Oa Kingdom, the people of the Dragon Kingdom chased the Oa people fleeing the capital for several days, and the duration lasted at least one victory for this reward. Zalak stroked his chin before beating the entire Oa Kingdom until they cried for their parents, then excitedly looked toward the building. Today, I have to make good use of this opportunity to see how fast and light the artifact really is. Before I could take a few steps, the system's second notification surprised Tulak. Congratulations to the host for successfully starting and completing the mission. Moreover, the number of lives lost continues to rise. What is going on here? I haven't even acted yet and people are already starting to die. You run with urgency. I have to go see what's really going on just in case. The person inside the house is chatting happily. Hey, you bad fish, what are you doing? The woman finally got played to death too. That's really unfortunate. His strength was too much. He broke her spine. Now we've lost a toy. The last girl is gone too. What should we do now? Suddenly, a strange voice echoes in the air. Then let's play with me. Vin Qian frowned and focused on listening. That sound kept repeating the three words, play with me. Vin Qian stood up, expressionless. He shows clear signs of tension. I've never seen this before. Someone who hasn't even appeared yet can project such intense killing intent. This space reminds me of a little witch facing a great sorcerer. Haobak was so scared he sat down on the ground, constantly whining. We're here, we've really arrived, and someone truly wants to kill me. Zhao Kai Guang quickly stepped forward to comfort him. Young master, stay calm. With Kodongdon and Vin Sir here, you'll be fine. How? Bak stammered. Yes, Uncle Vin, kill them. Vin Qian stood straight and loudly proposed, I don't know what your purpose is for coming to the Lie family. Can we sit down and talk? A suspicion arises in my mind. Reaching this place proves that I have dealt with everyone I arranged outside. The strange voice responds, I may be human, but right now I am the Grim Reaper, here to take your lives. Vin Qian immediately waved his hand to signal Dong Min. The three thugs started searching around, trying to locate the source of the sound. Suddenly, a bomb dropped from above, startling them all, shaking violently, and a blinding flash of light erupted, causing everyone to panic. My eyes are blind. Am I really blind? What is this? Am I about to die? Help! Help me! A pair of legs wrapped in power slowly steps forward. The three thugs were too distracted to notice anymore. Tulak created spikes rising from the ground, launching a sudden attack. The thugs were pierced through the body with sharp objects, and then Tulak used Hoi Tuan Tram Kich to cut their necks. Just as Vin Qian managed to realize it, Tulak had vanished into the air, leaving him with another bomb as a parting gift. A large fire suddenly erupted, and Tulak also disappeared. Vin Qian was hardly affected at all, grinding his teeth in fury. Damn it, this time I didn't even get a clear look at the enemy and lost a lot of my men. He stands amidst the scattered bodies, feeling a bit heavy-hearted. The subordinate anxiously calls out to the boss, his territory like magic, as the bodyguards and mercenaries of young Master Lai have all been killed. The sword behind keeps slashing, and the victims are our brothers from the troop, including Black Bear, Crocodile, and White Wolf. Vin Qian, after hearing this, angrily shouted, Enough! Just tell me directly how many people we still have available to use. The panicked subordinate said, Besides the young master, the boss, and Uncle Zhao, including me, there are 66 brothers, with dozens of allies seriously wounded, and more than a dozen scouts who still haven't recovered. Haoba nearly went crazy. Who could have done this? Who was the one who ruined the plan and took away my joy? Uncle Vin must avenge me and tear him to pieces. Vin Qian sternly ordered search for him, saying he truly could take on 100 enemies. He quickly instructed Uncle Zhao to hide the young master and the little monkey in the secret passage. I and the others outside will stop that assassin. Kai Kwang had no choice but to follow orders. All right, that guy hasn't left yet. I feel like he's watching us. Vin Qian gently placed a hand on the old butler's shoulder, as if placing all his hope in him. Trio Kai Kwang looked up at the sky, his entire youth tied to this place, and if he left, he would have no regrets. Tulak found a safe spot inside the luxurious house, quietly thinking that this was truly beyond expectations. I didn't expect this butler to be a master as well. Currently, the number of lives gained is at 200, Tulak pondered, thinking that they should split the group in half to protect the outside. Escort Lai Haobak away, deal with the remaining enemies first, and he was still confident he could escape unscathed. He gently pressed the system button and 2 clear information panels appeared above. Tulak sighed, as expected of Vin Qian, who had already seized 3 bronze theft equipment in such a short time.
The scream from the room earlier echoed out. "Come out and face me. Hiding is too much of a betrayal to your identity." Tulak sneered and used a provocation tactic, saying, "You want to buy time for Lai Haobak to leave first, but I won't let you have your way. Open the bag to control the zombie cat's command horn. The first type can target specific objectives, and the second uses your consciousness to control. Finally, Ling Miao inherits 60% of the host's basic attributes." Tulak decides to press the use button. The cat appears like the deity, with Tulak holding a small dagger that has been with him for 55 years. He forcefully aimed straight up at the ceiling. The blade cut through the chandelier's wire. It fell right where Vin Qian was standing. Luckily, he avoided a disaster. Countless shards of glass from the chandelier shatter and stab into the eyes and neck of the rear-top soldier. While Vin Qian and his close subordinate fall into panic, the zombie cat suddenly lunges to attack the young man. He cried out in pain. Tulak also seized the opportunity, quickly escaping and finishing off the remaining surviving soldiers. The perfect combination of human and beast left Vin Qian helplessly watching. The server couldn't find even the most basic data. Vin Qian exclaimed in shock. "Why can't I find your information? What exactly is going on?" He clenched his fists tightly, looking impatient. "That's enough. Who exactly are you?" Vin Qian almost lost his temper and shouted angrily. "Haughty." Tulak Two-Tone tilted his head and looked back, secretly mocking himself for his poor skills, low attributes, and even his personality not reaching maturity until years later, still not planning to kill these mercenaries. The more you hope, the greater the disappointment. Then he replied softly, looking closely, "What is called despair." In an instant, Tulak easily defeated the small fry around him and moved straight to Vin Qian's front, making his face turn pale. His body kept trembling uncontrollably, his mouth as if blocked, only able to make sounds. And then, in the next moment, her body froze and collapsed to the ground with a faint sound. The cat, seemingly indifferent, looked at Vin Qian and said, "Go after Li Hakbak's group." Then it jumped away, leaving Tulak standing there, holding a knife and staring at the system display, silently muttering, "I guess they haven't escaped the estate yet." He nudged Vin Qian's shoulder with his foot and sarcastically said, "Move it, commander of the hunting and killing Ko Dung group." He, with a cold face, retorted, "The nearly complete extermination of the Ko Dung pursuit team means I no longer deserve to be called Captain Ko Dung." At this moment, he smiled triumphantly, secretly pleased as he watched him kill all his subordinates, gradually suppressing his rebellious thoughts. "This is the highest level of revenge." Like a dam breaking, Vin Qian suddenly sat up, shouting nonstop, "Who are you?" "Who are you really? I tell you, if you don't, I will die with my eyes open." But no matter how much he screams, he tightly grips the knife and slowly steps closer, saying, "Dying with eyes open, is there such a thing?" Vin Qian frantically trembles and keeps retreating until he is backed against the wall with no way out. With just a knife to his neck, Tulak gently sent him on his way, but his eyes remained wide open. Still, Tulak didn't stop. He kept kicking him repeatedly while continuously voicing the deep hatred in his heart. "Even now, I still remember what you looked like that day. You kicked me to the ground, called me a coward, said I was an orphan. A useless piece of trash, how dare you? How do you have the courage to challenge the authority of the Lee family?" Thanks to your actions, I also learned a lesson. Before killing someone, don't waste words. If you can strike, just do it. Look at you now lying there talking to me. Isn't it great? This is what really makes you die with your eyes open. Having satisfied herself, Tulak takes a deep breath, turns around, and walks away, beginning to plan how to deal with the next targets. Vin Qian is dead, so now she has effectively cut off a useful arm of the Lie family, making her future dealings with them much easier. He threw open the door, put his hands in his pockets, and calmly stepped out of the bloodied room. In the secret room of the Lie family, Lai Haobak stood beside Trio Guangkai, looking pale and distressed, and said, "Uncle Trio, they probably won't come after us here, right?" He hurriedly spoke to reassure him, "Of course not. Mr. Vin will handle those people." "Young master, you didn't wait for him to finish speaking." A loud sound outside cut him off. He quickly looked toward the door and saw a figure being pressed directly against it. Haobo's fear grew stronger, and he kept screaming, convinced that Lam Tulak's people had come to kill Diotin Hum first, and then him. Manager Zhao, seeing him lose control, tried to comfort him, saying, "Young master, don't panic. We've arranged for others to go through the secret passage. He won't expect us to be here." Hearing that, he felt somewhat reassured, but inside he couldn't help but feel angry, grinding his teeth as he cursed. "I really don't understand how he knows about my relationship with Diotin Hum, and I have no idea where he found such a powerful assassin." Suddenly, Mr. Nu realized something and said,
Could it be that Lam Kim left a backup plan for Lam Tu Lak? Before he finished speaking, he jumped up and quickly refuted. No way. When we killed Lam Kiem, Lai Hia and I almost eradicated the Lam family. We couldn't let Lam Kiem leave a backup. If it weren't for that boss insisting we leave a bloodline of the Lam family, that Lam Tu Lak would have been dead long ago. At the same time, Tu Lak stood outside, just a door away from the two men, overhearing the entire story. A cold aura gradually emanated from him as he realized, so that's how it was. Hao Bo inside seems to have recognized this voice, and fear begins to take over as he shouts out, Lam Tu Lak, it's you. Why are you here? How did you find this place? I see now I've been targeted all along, and that there are so many things about me I didn't know. Suddenly, from the other side of the door, Hao Bak with a strange smile said, I'll tell you, Lam Tu Lak, you will die at my hands. I should have just arranged for someone to kill you from the start. Tu Lak quickly reacted, turning around and raising his knife, both on guard and asking, I'm really curious, who is Lam Kim? What do you mean by the Lie family completely destroying the Lam family? After hearing that, he burst into loud laughter and replied sarcastically, Ha ha ha, your orphaned ass doesn't even know your father's name. You deserve this. When my father was about to be promoted, Lam Kim reported to him causing our Lie family's plans over the years to be disrupted. Based on this, your family should have been wiped out long ago. If it weren't for the head's orders, a trash like you would be the only survivor of the Lam family. I'm really curious, where exactly did I find my ally? If I didn't rely on you, I could easily send a guard to kill you. Tu Lak also won't just accept defeat. She immediately retorted, what you're saying really doesn't mean anything. Whether you say it or not, I will make your entire Lie family and clan vanish into nothingness. Haobo, you think you can destroy the Li family just by yourself? You're overestimating yourself. But with his clumsy skills, Tu Lak easily dodged the punch. At this moment, the cat lunged to attack him but was caught off guard, and he immediately dodged and punched it hard. Suddenly, a system notification appeared saying the 30-minute summoning time was up, and the cat vanished into the air. Seeing this, he thought to himself, perfect. Exactly 30 minutes, huh? Why am I so good at timing? Without hesitation, he decisively removed his mask. Ozof, to reveal his true face. Manager Zhao looked at him and said, You are Lam Tu Lak. The assassin from before was you. It was all you from start to finish. Hao Bao broke out in cold sweat and shouted, Lam Tu Lak, it really is you. Even he seems to be in disbelief, repeatedly questioning. Impossible that someone with such strength could kill Vin Qian or infiltrate the estate. There's no way a kid with a mouthful of milk could do that. Ignoring their shock, he smirked and calmly said, The world has no mercy in the apocalypse. The 7-day protection period for new players in the end-of-world game has expired. Your decades of hard training are even less than a street zombie. Hao Bao still refused to accept it and said, It can't be just him. How could Lam Zilian become so strong? Tu Lak's eyebrows furrowed, he raised his knife in a ready stance and softly replied, I will kill you all alone. Enough! Tu Lak clenched his fist and approached Manager Zhao, who hurriedly raised both hands to stop him but was still pushed back in pain, exclaiming aloud, If I land this punch on Vin Qian, I could knock him down directly. But his heart is burning with rage, and he narrows his wrinkled eyes as he silently makes a decision. At this point, the only way is to do it this way. Then he clenched his fist, and instantly his shirt was torn apart by his muscular body with six-packs. But even with just this, Tu Lak doesn't seem to be afraid. He swings his sword forward, but the old man dodges and says, You didn't say Voduk. His face unchanged, he replied, I want to take your head now. Do I need your approval? Or do I need the approval of your entire 18 generations of ancestors? Without waiting for his response, he immediately swung his sword, executing a fierce slash and a vertical cut. The blade sliced through his arm and didn't stop there. It suddenly flew back and attacked again, causing Steward Zhao to cry out in pain. Enduring the pain in his arm, he tried to look at him with suspicion and said, How can this be? I've trained in martial arts for 50 years. I can't accept losing so quickly. Suddenly, an explosion occurs. Seize that moment. Tu Lak quickly stabbed the man in the neck with a knife and said, A person must never leave behind trouble for themselves. Only by killing all the enemies can one feel at ease. Looking at the corpse at his feet, he said, That was a truly pitiful and cowardly person. We are in the end times now, and still stubbornly believe that duels are just about techniques. The truth proves that being a person not only requires strength, but also the ability to control the situation with precision and agility to keep up with the times, or else there is only one way to die. He turned to look back and immediately saw Jing Haoba with a dazed and terrified face.
limbs trembling so much he collapsed to the ground, prompting him to scoff and say, "Are you useless like that?" Without changing his expression, he raised the sword in his hand and stabbed it straight into his leg, causing him to clutch his leg in pain and scream. "Hey, you're awake now? Aren't you going to fake death anymore?" Then he continued stabbing a few more times. He widened his eyes and shouted desperately for help. "Lam Tulak, your parents won't forgive you." Hearing that, he chuckled softly and continued to strike down with his sword. This torment seemed to have pushed him to his limit, and he hurriedly begged, "Please, just kill me. Please, just kill me." Black Lian replied, "I definitely want to kill you." "Oh, right. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten." He opens the system menu, selects a weapon, a dull knife from the box. The duller the knife, the harder it is to cut. And with a ruthless throw, Haobak hurls it, accompanied by a loud shout. "I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that request." As Jiali spoke, he pushed harder, causing him to turn pale and scream. "Aha, it doesn't end there," Tulak continued. "The path of this deadly strike is what I have endured for 10 years, hiding and fleeing. My life is fragile as silk. It's a pity the pain you suffer is less than 1% of mine." Hearing this, he turned his face and asked again, 10 years, what exactly? Haobak looked confused and retorted, "I only started thinking about torturing you after I learned about this 3 years ago. This stab is for me. This pain makes him beg for mercy." Stop right there, shit." Ignoring his words, this time he aimed at the left chest, thrusting with all his strength and saying, "This stab is for the Lam family. Although I've never met them, a son helping his father seek revenge is right. As for the other strikes, whether they are for someone else or not, as long as he's happy." After a while, he reopened the system panel and activated the good condition metal clamp weapon. Seeing Tulak approaching with a sinister smile while holding the clamp, Haobak was terrified and trembling uncontrollably as he asked, "What do you want to do?" He also didn't hesitate to reply, "I still have to thank you? This is a punishment I invented. You've used this hand to torture countless people. I have to admit you're talented in torture." Hearing this, he suddenly snapped out of it, his eyes wide with terror as he kept screaming. "This is how I used to go through." But before he could finish, Tulak cut a piece of flesh from his body, quickly shoved it into his mouth with the clamp, ignoring his screams. No. After struggling, Haobak, covered in wounds, lies motionless with his eyes unfocused against the wall. Seeing your battered appearance, he casually mocked you. "So that's not good enough? In your past life, you studied so many tortures, yet you cared for less than 1% of what you do for others." Suddenly, he stroked his chin and said happily, "Forget it. Seeing how you look like you want to die, torturing you more wouldn't be fun. It's just a pity that the things you've studied can't help you now." But still, Zilok had no intention of forgiving Haobak. He kept stabbing into his neck while asking, "Are you really pretending? I've praised him myself, and based on his acting skills, he can't even fake this state. Forget it. Maybe breaking his spirit has reached the limit his body can endure. After destroying everything, he kills." Having said that, he waves his hand and turns away. Suddenly, a strange light flashed from his body, followed by a powerful explosion, but it seemed Tulak had foreseen it, and he gently opened the shield to protect himself. Night falls outside as Tulak gazes ahead, unable to help but marvel. The night view at the Lie family villa is still quite nice. Suddenly, the system displayed a notification, revealing that player Lin Tzuo Lak Tam Kan had undergone a transformation and successfully activated the Revenge Heart talent. Seeing this, he was stunned and exclaimed, "Huh? The system shows a check for the Revengeful Heart. Lam Tu Lak Sung So Noi. So I've activated my innate talent." Then he clicked to check. The system prompts that in the apocalyptic game, talent and innate skills are two different concepts. Skills can be learned through skill books, but talents depend on various factors such as attributes, mindset, experience, and abilities after reaching certain attribute levels. Inactivation can be self-initiated. Skills are learned from skill books, but awakening innate talent depends entirely on luck and strength. The innate skill is the heart of defending. Lam Tumak's hatred will be repaid in kind. For enemies, your strength increases in proportion to your attribute. Once you identify someone as an enemy, the higher your hatred level, the greater your basic attribute will be raised, with a maximum increase of 20%. After reading it, he happily thought to himself that this Heart of Hatred skill was so good, increasing basic attributes by up to 20%. Then Lai muttered to himself that his basic attributes in the game were getting higher and higher. Acquiring a talent that can be improved will become higher and higher, so this is considered a continuously growing talent. That's too much.
Suddenly, the system continued to pop up new notifications. The host successfully killed 269 people at the Lee family estate, completing the mission of Lindsay Liao's revenge.
Congratulations, the host has won the mission reward, drawing a random normal guide and a bronze-level equipment. Would you like to draw again now?
Quickly click it to draw a prize. A set of copper-grade equipment appears along with an explanation.
Congratulations, the host drew a bronze-level small magic staff, a unique equipment for your class that increases magical power and casting speed.
The power of the skill increases by 5%. The casting speed of magic skills increases by 5%. And the mental recovery speed increases by 20%. After staring at the skill for a while, Zillian tilted her chin and said with a slightly disappointed tone, "I can't use this." But this is also considered a top-tier item for mages, and when the time comes, selling it at the shop could earn a good profit. After saying that, he immediately put it into his bag. Looking back into his own bag, he couldn't help but think that the automatic loot guide was really too good, making it impossible to worry about missing any equipment. Or perhaps it must be said, the body's way of killing in this game is truly perverse. Remembering those rules, he couldn't help but feel resigned. In the apocalyptic game, once you kill someone, the corpse's inventory will vanish forever. You cannot take the items from it. Players can only examine the corpse to see if there are any items. However, at this moment, there was also a chance to check the corpse. After waiting for a while, everyone knew that the usual death mechanism involved choosing a torn net, which was also a way for the end-of-the-world game not to encourage killing. Suddenly, he discovered a relic of Vin Qian. Curiosity arose, and he reached out to check it, thinking silently about the purification necklace. Immediately, the system explains that the purification necklace, a level bronze-grade equipment, has the ability to add 1 mental attribute point and comes with a skill. Purification can instantly remove a negative status effect affecting oneself. For example, petrification, stun, blindness, etc. Cooldown time is 12 hours. He compares the two types of necklaces on the screen and chooses the purification necklace, the meditation necklace. His eyebrows furrow as he silently calculates. The attribute of this necklace may not be as good as the meditation necklace, but the skill it comes with can actually save lives in battle. In the end, he decided that the other two were useless and threw them into storage first. Tulak takes a deep breath and continues. The system draws a common guidance for me. The system receives information and begins processing data. Drawing a common guidance token, the draw is complete. Congratulations, host, you have drawn the common guidance. Absolute Level 1 Domination. Level 1 Domination can turn a zombie into a servant whose strength does not exceed that of the master. The enslaved zombie will absolutely obey any command from its owner. Everyone considers the host as the owner, and even in death, they must protect the owner safely. Note that zombies have a player analysis system, which can evolve with the zombie or include a player authority system.
Oh my god, zombie domination, I've never heard of this before. Am I really not dreaming?
He pinched his own cheek and, feeling this reality, exclaimed, "It hurts! It's really like a cow spending the night with 10 bulls, so tough." If this zombie truly loyal to me, then Tulak happily laughs to himself, thinking that I no longer need to do those hard tasks.
Ever since I found out that Xiaotin Han betrayed me, I've been suspicious of everyone, living this life all alone.
But if a zombie could endure the hardships and follow me, maybe it could heal my wounded heart. The next second, he seemed to think of something and hurriedly asked the system seriously, what additional effect would there be if I only commanded absolute domination? Quickly, he saw the answer himself. Absolute domination, after leveling up, the number of zombies that can be controlled will increase, with each level adding more. A flash of childhood memory with a loud cry suddenly flashed through his mind, waking him up, and he kept shaking his head, muttering to himself, I won't do it, but if I want to reach that level, I need to upgrade the absolute servitude to what level? This needs to be studied gradually, but which type of zombie to enslave would be best? Those guys could become zombie kings later, which isn't too bad. Even though these people have potential, I feel they are not perfect enough. Most importantly, I don't know if after being enslaved, they will progress to the same level as in my previous life.
Forget it, I'll talk about it later. I heard that the Lie family's underground level has quite a few treasures. Let's see if there's anything useful.
As he spoke, he strode down the stairs. Just as he opened the door, his eyes sparkled like stars. But then he snapped back to reality, looked at the pile of gold and jewels, threw them aside and said, in the end of the world, these things aren't worth a cent. Using this to go to the bathroom is even more embarrassing. So Tulak focused on the other items, happily saying, I remember these portraits also have some use behind them, but I can't quite recall what exactly. He had no hesitation as he put it into his pocket, and then turned to glance at another type of weapon. It's truly only the Lie family members who could do this. This dagger is inlaid with precious stones. Do they think people don't know they have money? After struggling for a while, he happily sang and left after gathering everything. Walking around the Lie family estate, he decided that having lived 2 lives, he had never stayed in such a luxurious villa, so tonight he would sleep here. As he entered a room, a figure appeared, making him panic. He took out his light and shone it, thinking that no one could be living in this manner. As I approached, I realized it was a zombie being held captive. The system displayed its level as B, with basic attributes: Strength 25, Spirit 3, Quality 26, Agility 18, with increased attributes at night. Your innate talent is extremely lucky and born with it. Your talent level is the lowest, and your strength will increase with each level you attain. All equipment related to strength in your possession will become more effective. You use a skill that consumes stamina, not mental energy. The one-hit skill concentrates all your strength into your fist. This punch deals 150% of your strength attribute in damage. Like striking gold, Zelak happily said, this zombie is ridiculously strong, and it also gains attribute bonuses at night. Exactly like a bronze-grade boss. It's too much of a coincidence that I just obtained an absolute domination guide that gave me this zombie. Suddenly, the zombie stared at him with its blood-red eyes. The two of them faced each other in silence, noticing an unusually peaceful moment, and Tulak spoke. Big brother, I am human. You're a zombie. Shouldn't you be biting me since you saw me? Suddenly the system shows a mental strength of 3. This makes him confused and he covers his face, saying, no wonder the mental strength is only 3. If released into human society, it would be quite intellectually disabled. But then he changed his tone and continued with a smile. Hey, it's quite spirited. With the zombie's current attribute being so high, can I choose to enslave it or not? The system responds, yes, but due to the zombie's mental shortcomings, the overall attribute boost isn't higher than the host's. This zombie isn't so bad. I kind of crave its innate talent in terms of mental attributes. All right, system. I want to enslave this zombie. He silently decided in his mind. Forget it, being a little foolish is fine. A little foolish and obedient. The system confirmed again that the host definitely wanted to use absolute level 1 domination to enslave this zombie. Is that so? He hesitated before choosing yes. A red light emitted from the zombie's body as it struggled with all its might to resist. Tulak, caught off guard, widened his eyes in astonishment and said, is this resistance? But in the blink of an eye, the zombie's face returned to its dazed state like before, and he was stunned by its sudden change. This can also be considered a struggle. Is it still not too late to regret? As he finished speaking, the system announced the successful enslaving of the zombie. The master named his enslaved zombie, and I couldn't help but scratch my head and think, if this guy is so tall and mighty, with such strong power and innate talent of the level of a divine beast, then calling him the Big Fool makes sense. The system immediately responded, successfully naming the zombie Da Ngok. Congratulations to the host for successfully conquering Da Ngok. The Big Fool will absolutely obey any order from its master and will protect the master's safety even if it means dying. Absolute Servitude Level 1 has enslaved the Big Fool. Create an analysis chart for the Big Fool. The Level 4 idiot player with 32/50 experience and expected reputation loss cannot open it. The basic attribute of the space storage item is lost and cannot be accessed. Strength 25, Spirit 3, Constitution 26, Agility 18, no titles. Innate talent for immense strength, no full force attack skills equipped. Reminder to the host, the analysis of the dumbest player's stats was forcibly implanted by the system, so they cannot inherit reputation or use space storage functions, nor gain experience from the zombie kill rewards. Their leveling method and progress are similar to the zombies. Killing zombies can earn you gold coins, with a 1% chance to drop items and equipment. Tulak looked at it inside the iron cage and excitedly said, Big Fool, prove yourself. I don't believe this cage can hold you with your current attributes. As you predicted, the Big Fool grabbed the 2 iron bars in front of him, forcefully pulled them apart, and then calmly walked over to you. When they arrived, Big Fool happily chuckled to himself, while Tulak could only sigh in frustration and wonder, what am I even thinking? Still hoping he would make another move. He could understand and follow commands already. So opening the system menu, he selected the leather wristband, adding 1 to physique and 1 to strength, then checked the basic attributes. The system displays the basic attributes of the Fool, Strength 26, Spirit 3, Agility 18, and reminds that this zombie does not have increased attributes at night.
Not really surprising, I yawned and turned to walk away, saying, I guessed right, with such a heaven-defying attribute. If there were still nighttime attribute boosts, that would be going too far. Big fool, wait for me to sleep first. You just stand guard at the door and don't let anything disturb me. The next morning, after waking up, Easy Tsulak stretched and stepped out of the room, only to see the tall figure of the big fool waiting here. You're not stingy with praise either. Not bad at all, my friend. Hearing that, he chuckled happily. He pointed to the ground and asked curiously, Do you not eat the bodies of other zombies? The boy shook his head with all his might, and he chuckled softly, saying, I really am a zombie, unlike any other. After speaking, he turned his back and headed to the dining room, conjuring a table full of delicious food with a little spell. But as he picked up a pair of chopsticks, the dripping water continuously attracted his attention. Tulak turned around and saw that Dai Nok's eyes were shining brightly, drooling nonstop, eager to eat. Seeing that, he invited him, Why don't you come and have a little too? Come in. Hearing that, he nodded repeatedly. He then said, Come in and eat together. Surprised and confused, I thought that in 2 lifetimes I had never met a zombie as strange as this one, which doesn't eat zombies or humans, but prefers hot food. He pointed to the chair and said, Let's sit down and eat. The big fool eagerly ran over and devoured the food, despite Tulak's judging gaze. I used to worry about running out of storage for all these resource cards, but now having Dangok to share the burden isn't so bad. My original plan was to wait until level 5 or 6 to go find Li Hao back for revenge. But now everything is over. I've reached level 8, so I don't need to find dungeons to level up anymore. Looking at the map in his hand, he couldn't help but say, Maybe I can try the illusion class transfer directly. Glancing at the Shanghai Museum, he decided his next destination was to find the transfer scroll there. Tulak quietly thought that the ancient scroll hidden in the Shanghai Museum was the key to the transfer of powers. Suddenly, he remembered that in the transfer space, what you must know, is that after activating the transfer space, players need to complete 3 transfer trials to obtain the transfer scroll set for them. If the transfer task is not completed within the allotted time, the player will be killed directly. At this moment, the memories of his previous life began to replay like a film in his mind. Luckily, in my previous life, I had Li Hao back. My roommate and I heard that the Shanghai Museum had a treasure, so we wanted to come here to search for it. But unexpectedly, I received news on the way that Xiao Jinghan was having an affair with Li Haobai. I initially wanted to confront Li Haobai for revenge, but it turned out that Li Haobai had bribed my 3 roommates. They tricked me into entering the transfer space. They want me to fail the transfer and use this to kill me. I never expected I would succeed. That wound has followed me for 10 years. Remembering the Museum of Mo, Tulak thought to herself that in her previous life, when this happened, it was the 8th day of the endgame game, and now it's only the 4th day, so the Madodo Museum would definitely be empty. After thinking it over, he said satisfied, this time without the obstacle of Li Hao back, it should go much more smoothly. Then he looked at Dai Ngok, who was still eating and drinking happily, and suddenly had an idea and said, This appearance of the bank is a bit conspicuous. They're here! Later, the 2 stood right in front of the villa gate, with Danong fully covered and carrying a large sword on his shoulder. This made Tulak satisfied, thinking that everything was perfect. Many other zombies are wandering outside the Shanghai Museum. Tulak and the other person are hiding in a corner. He quickly comes up with a plan. It seems someone has arrived. I need to be more careful. And in the blink of an eye, he single-handedly took down 3 zombies. The system announced, Congratulations, the host has received a one-time use, copper-level artifact. He pressed his bag, and instantly the analysis panel for the one-time use copper-level fireball talisman appeared, which can release a fireball spell with fixed energy after use. The player can control the fireball to attack enemies, or choose to explode it for greater damage. He happily said, Not bad. Suddenly sensing something, he turned around and saw the fool being touched by other zombies. Tulak secretly watched from behind the wall, thinking that the fool didn't actively attack the zombies, yet the zombies didn't attack him either. That's quite interesting. Big Fool can approach zombies stealthily and attack, or even open the Yang treasure without attacking. Maybe this way he can avoid many unnecessary troubles. It's a pity that Dangok opened the Yang treasure but couldn't get the rewards like experience, reputation, or storage space. We'll see how things go later. Suddenly, he remembered the past and couldn't help but worry, thinking that in the 8th day of the apocalypse in his previous life, most of the zombies here had been dealt with by players. And now it's a bit difficult for just him, Dangok, and himself to handle them. Tulak used binoculars to observe the situation inside the museum and said to the people inside,
The transfer scroll can't be here, otherwise it would be easier to just call the big fool to the museum to take it. That's not right. Suddenly he sensed something unusual and thought to himself, then began sweeping through the zombies. Inside the museum, we don't have enough manpower. Hey, these people's manner of speaking isn't proper, they need more practice. I don't know if I guessed right, but the traces of combat I just saw were definitely left by them. If I can join them and follow them into the museum, I might avoid a lot of trouble. At the Xiaoruan Fa shopping center, in the Death Club, Cao Dong looked down from above at the crowd shouting below and said, "All right, we've made our decision. Once we gather 200 people, we'll set out." Everyone prepared their own weapons, but those below refused to accept this and kept shouting in protest. "I can't wait any longer. Waiting for 200 people is underestimating our strength. Let's just charge through now." The others also agreed and shouted, "That's right. I want to eat a whole roasted goat." "That's right. The supply cards have long been insufficient." "Cao Dong, what are you so worried about? Do you want us to starve to death here?" "You will take our brother's supplies. Slap!" It struck him across the face, knocking Da Huangmao to the ground. Ngung Tin looked at him angrily and said, "Big white cat, calm down a bit." He struggled to stand up, rubbed his wound, and with a taunting tone said, "I tell you, Dien Ngung Tin, don't think you can swagger around just because you have a big iron stick to steal some copper. You can slap him here. Just listen to me, and I might not hold it against you, okay? Do you want to think it over?" As he spoke, he reached out to caress her face, her expression darkening, her hand tightening on the iron rod, and she coldly said, "You're big boss Mao. I know what you're worried about, and I will spit on listening to you. Do you think you're worthy?" He got so angry that he immediately shouted back, "What are you talking about?" "Take your time. Right now, I have a gentlemanly attitude and won't cause trouble for you. Wait until I find the right moment. I'll beat you so badly your mother won't recognize you. If you think you can fight me just because of him, look at yourself first." That made me laugh so hard. The people around joined in, laughing happily, humiliating him, and he quickly grabbed a wooden stick to prepare for a fight. Don't blame me for being rude. Seeing that, everyone kept provoking him. "Fight Huangmao, don't be afraid. How can you be scared like a girl?" Dian knew. "Hit him hard, and see how your body will sway when you fight." Seeing the chaos, Cao Dong quickly intervened. "Everyone stop, listen to me." Suddenly, a voice sounded from behind the door, attracting everyone's attention. In that moment, Lam Tu Lak with his mask and the big fool appeared, standing guard at the back. Recognizing the person here, Tu Lak was a bit surprised, thinking it was him. Tu Lak stepped inside the party and immediately saw a familiar figure. And in her previous life, on the day she activated the scroll, she seemed to have met him before. "What was that Chow guy's name again?" the girl in pink said with a very annoyed attitude. "Who are you guys? What are you doing here?" After that remark, all eyes turned to him and the big fool. Cao Dong stepped forward, politely asking, "How should I address this brother? What is it like to come to our death club?" A boy from afar is staring intently at them. That person repeated the question, not knowing how to address the brother. They tried to look up information about him but found nothing at all. What kind of information is this? Turning to the person next to him, the full HD display shows basic information. The nickname, Big Fool. No title, level 4. Long wondered why someone would call themselves the Great Fool. Tu Lak raised his hand to signal for the Great Fool to introduce himself. "I am here with my brother. We saw that the place is pretty lively, so we want to check if we can join." Cao Dong just heard that and immediately changed his expression, dropping all suspicion. "You want to join our death club? We definitely welcome you. Let me introduce myself. I am the president of the death club, Cao Dong." He immediately pretended to shake hands and smile, extending his hand as if greeting an old friend he hasn't seen in years. So it turns out he's the club president, making him pause for a second. Tu Lak scratches his head and ears. "Me? My name is Lam Lak. This is my big fool brother. The slightly foolish one used to be a bodyguard for wealthy people." Cao Dong Hua quickly joined in, clasping his hands together and grinning widely. All right, Brother Lam Lak. I represent the Death Joy Club to welcome you both to join. I'm secretly glad this guy is a bit naive. Isn't that supposed to mean he's easy to deceive?" Tu Lak cooperated smoothly and said, Good. We are also organized now." Inside the ugly mask, he also chuckled silently, surprised at how easy it was to join them. The two of us, Cao Dong and I, sat in a private room talking and getting to know each other. "Brother Lam Lak, the big fool, I feel like we just met and already clicked. Do you guys have any hobbies? As brothers, I will arrange everything for you." He begins to craft a new identity. "So, that's how it is, Elder Cao. My brothers and I like fighting. Our main goal is to become stronger. We usually spend our time outside killing zombies to level up. At this point, it's mainly about accepting disciples. Cao Dong broke out in a cold sweat, but still had to pretend he was calm. You want to be stronger. I have plenty of skill books here, so I'll just keep the ones I like and give the rest to my brothers. When Tulak heard this, she looked confused and refused to understand. Skill books are considered such good things as asking for skill books at a temple. Touched it. He waved his hand and shook his head. This skill book must be very valuable, right? He raised his hand and smiled. We're all family. Whether it's valuable or not, here you go, Brother Lamlock. Gaodong pushed the book closer to him. Zulik looked at it carefully, silently contemplating. Oh my god, is it really that I opened the skill book the wrong way? Is this game really that generous in this life? He flips through the book, and a frantic rage card bursts out. This is a warrior-type skill. After use, the user enters an uncontrollable state, losing all consciousness and becoming a madman who only attacks nearby living creatures. The overall attribute increases from 20% to 50%, depending on the level of anger, and lasts for 2 minutes. After 2 minutes, you will enter chaos based on the level increase. The higher the level, the longer the chaos lasts, and the side effects of this skill are very severe. Be careful when using it, be careful. Tulak just read these lines and pouted, her face drooping. I knew right away that nothing in this world comes free. Losing consciousness completely in these 2 minutes. What's the difference from a zombie? Moreover, people without awareness have basically no combat ability compared to when they are conscious. Gaodong scratched his face and burst out laughing to hide his embarrassment. Although the side effects of this skill are quite severe, he hesitated for a moment before coming up with a last-minute solution, but these skills could be the straw that saves his life when he falls into despair. Thinking to himself, he believed I was really stupid. Having skill books but not using them, but is this skill meant for the user? But I didn't expect this kid to react so quickly. Tulak closed the book and clenched his fist, pretending to be very grateful. I understand Cao Senior's intentions. I really like this skill book. Thank you, Cao Lao Ka. And then he concluded with a sentence that left Cao Dong stunned and unable to react. Senior Cao, is there anything else you want to say? If not, my brother and I will go level up. The two of them quickly stood up, ready to leave. He was still stunned. Did I misunderstand the smile earlier? Tulak, who had just turned to leave, was called back suddenly. Lamb brother, wait a moment. You ask Elder Cao, is there anything else? Cao Dong took out a yellow card from his pocket and hurriedly handed it over, saying that he was sorry to Brother Lum. All right then. I still have some KFC chicken supply rights. Can we share it together? He thought to himself. After all, he had used the skill book to deceive before, so he should make it up to him. Tulak waved his hand again to refuse. No need. Daingok and I have to go find zombies for experience. The man under the mask feels an indescribable emotion, unable to advance or retreat, and taking someone else's skill book makes him feel guilty inside. Cao Dong pressed the card firmly into Bat Tulak's hand with all his sincerity. Just accept it, brother. If you need food or drink, just take it directly from the warehouse without hesitation. I've already been embarrassed enough, so I have no choice but to accept. So I will stand in for my brother. Thank you, Elder Cao. They finally left. Cao Dong waves goodbye. Go ahead, if you need help, just find us anytime. Brother Lam, he smiled softly and looked on with affection. Lamlak is truly a good brother. I gave him such a useless skill book, but he didn't complain. We're good brothers. Tulak and the big fool have left that room, and footsteps are heard coming from the opposite direction. Brother Mantk, I'm not trying to threaten you, just warning you not to get too close to Cao Dong. The old man even placed his hand on your shoulder, leaning in to threaten you. But even if your brother fights fiercely, Tulak had no time for words. He forcefully pushed him away and turned to his friend, saying, Big fool, what are you standing there for? Get to work. Those arrogant people laughed loudly, and his disciple even pulled out a gun. Huh? Thinking you're so great just because you're big? Well, you're only at level 4. Let me tell you, everyone behind me is level 4. The big idiot mentioned earlier stomped hard, causing the ground to shake and crack, leaving everyone stunned. He casually swung his arm, knocking one out cold, blood spurting from his mouth, the leader tumbling to the ground and rolling away. At this point, the disciples with guns in their hands were too shaken to stand firm and dared not look directly. Tulak asked, Do you have anything else to add? The two trembled like leaves, threw down their weapons, and stammered as they surrendered. No, I don't have anything to add. Danak quietly stepped back behind Tulak. The people passing by saw blood all over the floor and were stunned. A slap already sent that guy's head spinning several times. Wow, that's scary. They always want to compete with Cao Dong for the club leader position. They overthink everything and come up with countless scenarios. Who would have thought this was the assistant Cao Dong found?
using this simple and brutal method to eliminate doubts and warn others easily. The person beside him lost his composure, but it's not impossible that he could respond. I don't know when Chao Dong had already stood right behind him, listening to everything. "What are you doing? Is there nothing left to do now?" Everyone was startled. One of them quietly whispered the news to him, looking at the man on the ground, tilting his head to one side, still with questions. Did Brother Lam and his brother really kill the fake stage? The person who just reported the situation to Dong Ngim is a stranger to us. We've never met before. The brother you brought along, what's his name again? Such a fool. After hearing that, he burst into laughter and looked down at the ground. Brother Lam Lak, this is a grand gift for me. He stands with his hands on his hips, eyes fixed on that corpse, deducing that the killer must have been confident with so many people around. He's definitely helping me boost my reputation. In a short time, probably no one will dare to challenge the club president position. He crossed his arms and ordered his disciples around. Go find a few people to bury the fake altar. Make the funeral look decent. If he has any good gear, share it with the brothers. The other person nodded in obedience. Yes, boss. After losing a major rival, Chao Dong cheerfully skipped along, singing and celebrating, while Tuluo and the big fool found a quiet room. He sighed and propped his chin, studying a skill book while his disciple sat enjoying his meal. Tu La glanced to the side. System, I have a question for you. Will the idiot attack? Will he do anything that's disadvantageous to me? There will be no response immediately, under any circumstances. Protecting the host is an instinct set by the system for the fool and has nothing to do with having or lacking reason. He folded the book gently, pursed his lips, and understood. The big fool, chewing on his meal, was startled when Tulak arrived. I can still control Damal's behavior, so after he enters a frantic rage, I can enter a free attribute boost state. Nice. Even while eating, I still obediently take the book when it's handed to me. Tulak pats him on the shoulder, encouraging him with a sunless smile. Study hard. Who would have thought that Dang-ok would suddenly blow a gust of wind right in his face? Tulak reluctantly sat nearby to supervise as the big fool started learning a new skill. He looked at you happily, smiling unconsciously. The big fool is truly a lucky zombie for a fool. I also need to work hard to reach level 10, at least doubling my strength after the class transfer. While Dang-ok was still eating, he was told to move again. Come on, idiot, let's level up and test if your new skill works. I remember a good place at the Shanghai Library, and there's also a game shop. They moved to the street outside, where people are still walking normally, and the two of them stroll leisurely under the blazing sun. They reach the emergency exit, with him closely behind, sword in hand. In front of them is a glowing door at the end of the corridor. Inside is the game shop that Tulak just mentioned. He has put on a mask that covers his face completely. The two of them moved closer, and Tulak placed his hand on the door opening. The system appeared, welcoming player Tulak to the game shop. Happy shopping. The door gradually opens and a cloud of smoke pours out. He stepped inside, and the room was filled with 3D holographic screens, each representing a different choice, such as weapons, jewelry, or masks. Tulak looked on intently for a long time, his eyes narrowing slightly. After thinking for a while, he decided that he still had 6,000 gold coins in his deposit. The set costs about 2,000 gold taels, so I can totally buy the pants. Gloves and armor are still missing. Tulak happily found the door he wanted. As he was happily browsing and shopping, a sound suddenly came from a screen, revealing a hand wearing a black glove. The sharp claws are getting closer and closer to Tulak. Suddenly, he is surprised to see that they are the hand of a zombie. Tulak quickly dodged to the side and narrowly escaped. Faced with this situation, even someone as capable as him was sweating cold and looking pale. It's too dangerous. I almost got hit. Danger is everywhere. Tulak stands still, contemplating. The store shows no signs of damage, so the zombie must be inside. It was just a hand reaching in earlier. Now half of a woman's zombie body is crawling out of the screen, howling terrifyingly. Tulak had to draw her sword again. This zombie was living inside the game store. What are you thinking? Smiling and nodding. Did my previous life encounter a zombie like this and get special treatment from the game? The woman has completely escaped the game and is trying to stand firm. She rushes at Jiang with her arms wide open, mouth wide and drooling. A single strike is enough for Tulak to deal with this unworthy zombie. He turns around, glances at the target, and strikes swiftly. The woman falls to the ground at his feet, now in a dead state. Please don't mention it. Tulak smugly crosses his arms and orders, and the system quickly collects automatically. A large item appears, and Tulak's whole body seems to light up, his face brightening with hope that it might be a weapon with explosive attributes or a mutated attribute gear. He opens the item, and before seeing anything, a blue light appears.
only to reveal a toilet paper roll.
Congratulations, the host has received a supply card and a roll of toilet paper. Tulak couldn't stand it anymore, frowning slightly. He slipped into a mouse-like moment, spending a total of 6,000 gold coins on this shopping trip, with no money left. Shopping complete, preparing to close the game shop. The surroundings have changed into a neatly arranged ordinary shop, and Tulak took a moment to regain his composure. He glanced around, somewhat uninterested. Tulak casually grabbed a bag of items. Let's see what Dangok has collected first. When he stepped outside, he saw Da Nong had already taken care of the zombies lying in front of the door. Tulak immediately gave a thumbs up to praise him. The two of them looked at each other and laughed strangely. Sai stepped forward to the muscular zombie still moving. The floor is covered with long streaks of blood. The system keeps announcing, Lin, congratulations on obtaining a level copper one-time dummy replacement. Din, congratulations to the host for acquiring the bronze-level dual attack gloves. Din, congratulations to the host for acquiring the bronze-level defensive sword. Tulak has been fully subdued. Congratulations to player Tulak for obtaining a new item. The new item has high compatibility with the broadsword you are wielding and can be upgraded using fusion stones. He turned to look at something, his brow slightly furrowing. The experience bar appeared, still 40% away from level 9. Tulak glanced over, stroked his chin, smiled, and nodded in satisfaction. Automatic looting is really great. It basically ensures nothing is missed. Then he pressed the button to check the attributes of the newly acquired item. The old broken scarecrow card appeared. A one-time copper-level item that, when placed on the ground by the player, can transfer the target of the creature's hatred towards the player onto the scarecrow. After the dummy is completely destroyed, it continues attacking the player. Not bad, not bad. It can keep you alive. Next item is the linked attack gloves, equipped with the copper steel attribute. When worn, they have a chance to perform linked attacks with +1 strength and +1 physique. After each attack, there is a 5% chance to perform an additional attack, and even Tulak himself was surprised by this. This skill attribute is also almost like the deadly double slash, just without the explosion effect. And its power isn't much higher than the deadly double slash, but it's not bad either. He happily examined the new weapon, the Steel Reaper, a long-bladed sword forged through repeated heating and hammering to grant a +3 strength attribute. Zulik drew the sword, shining brightly, and if he maximized his strength, he could completely eliminate all additional effects and focus entirely on increasing his power. This can also be considered top-tier bronze-level equipment. He browsed through other gear options. The linked attack gloves have been equipped. The system asks, do you want to use fusion stones to combine the Holy Path and counterattack sword Tulak? Equipment created through fusion stones has a certain chance to be one level higher than the original, unless extremely unlucky. Otherwise, the fused equipment will not be worse than the original. Tulak clenched the resource card in his hand, suddenly feeling confused, nervous, and sweating profusely. Even with your golden touch system, it can only guarantee item drop rates, not other things. He took a deep breath and made his decision. Tulak mustered all his courage and decisively shout to fuse, thinking that at worst he would lose one piece of equipment, hoping for success. The system quickly activates, and the player Tulak uses the fusion stone, preparing to fuse the defensive dagger and the road to dominance. Are you sure you want to fuse? After fusion, these two items will disappear forever. The fusion process has begun. Please wait 30 minutes. In front of the two of them is a lavish feast, making their mouths water just by looking at it. You and Big Fool each take your spots and keep eating non-stop. You finished your plate as soon as you sat down, only the bone remains. While eating his bowl of rice, he received a notification that Tulak successfully fused and obtained the white-silver Tramthu demon sword. He paused in confusion as he tried to understand the system message. Tulak was amazed and confused, recalling the white-silver weapon. He immediately ran over to check with an even more frantic attitude. The white-silver Tramthu demon sword, a level rare equipment, was created by combining the Path of the Saber and Tramthu demon sword, with a reactive attribute against Tramthu. It increased strength and physicality by 1, gradually healing the sword's scratches after battles, and during Tramthu, its speed increased by 20%. After a successful Tramthu, the player can increase their strength by 1 point for 3 minutes, with a maximum of 2 stacks. Oh my god, this attribute is so heaven-defying. He immediately takes out the new weapon to try it out. This is truly arrogant to the heavens, incredibly rebellious. While you were still examining the clean bone, the Big Fool called you. Let's go. We'll kill our way to the library to get the scroll. The two of them leave, while Tulak is scanning the map to find the way. The Big Fool nodded and said the plan, Idiot, this time no mercy, just charge straight to the library and then talk.
and the big fool did exactly as he was told, sweeping through a crowd as soon as he entered without a second glance. Tulak also charged forward with his new demon sword, like a tiger with wings, swinging his blade and shouting to showcase his extraordinary strength. Tulak knelt on one knee, swiftly slashing the demon sword at the zombies gathered in a circle, then returning to his original position like a whirlwind. He smiled energetically, congratulating Tulak on reaching level 9. He gained 1 free attribute point. Tulak needs 1,000 experience points to level up again. That last strike made 3 of them bleed and collapse face down on the floor. He rested his sword on his shoulder and exhaled sharply, then suddenly felt a strange aura that made him startle when he saw Tulak about to faint from the bewildering sight before him. Huh? Oh my god, what are you doing? At this moment, this big fool is fighting so fiercely that his suit is torn apart, turning into shorts, his face contorted and growling, with smoke coming out of his mouth. Tulak looked on with a bored expression, not knowing what else to say. He was stunned and taken aback, resetting Daingok's original humanoid form. Was that really the beastly human shape? Then Tulak left without forgetting to tell his brother, "Hey Daingok, hold on here for a bit. I'm going to clear out the bathroom." 10 minutes later, he went up to the rooftop, and I waited for him there. He just growled softly and kicked. Half an hour later, as promised, they gathered on the rooftop with a bunch of zombies. Tulak, hands in his pockets, lifting his chin to face the world, Daingok activated his furious rage. Instantly, the beast within you is summoned, lost in madness and rage. Your muscles swell, tearing your shirt apart. Now, you just calmly control everything. The fool, those 15 zombies in front of you have already devoured your grilled chicken. Tomorrow, I won't have any more grilled chicken to eat. You hit the right spot to boost my power level, grinding my teeth in full fury. Daigoku has only just started and already made the zombies freeze in fear. Tuluo sits leisurely, sipping tea, a top-grade longjing as if teasing at a cafe. Anyone who dares to interfere will face a storm they can't calm, as the raging fire before them erupts and the sky and earth tremble in fury. The big dummy unleashes a relentless barrage, taking on the entire gang alone. Tulak marvels at how Daingok's power has doubled under the stimulation, seeming to enjoy this act of violence. I'm so happy. This fighting power is just incredible. As expected of innate divine strength, the roar signals the upcoming phase of entering CD. The big dumb muscles gradually shrank back to normal. He collapsed to the ground, covered in bruises and cuts, with a look of pain on his face. Your body is gradually healing, hot energy seeping out of your wounds. He looked speechless and said, "Oh my god, does the apocalyptic game even have such a perverted skill?" The system has just displayed information and your energy intake speed has increased by 30%. While eating, the food you consume will quickly convert into energy to heal your wounds and restore your stamina. Tulak looked on in disbelief. Sigh, such a fool is walking further and further down the wrong path. He casually tosses the drink and supplies into his mouth before giving an order. The system automatically collects everything and it all gets gathered on its own. Tin, congratulations on receiving the enhancement scroll. Tin, congratulations on receiving the stamina potion. Tin, congratulations on receiving the mental potion and the protective armor. A little information about these items. The protective armor is a level copper-grade lightweight metal armor with +1 physical defense and +1 agility. The protective skill can be based on your thoughts, forming a transparent shield around your body. The shield lasts for seconds. Once the attack exceeds a certain level, it will break prematurely. The countdown timer for the skill is 1 hour. After the shield is broken, the countdown time increases to 12 hours. A level bronze spiritual potion item that can be used once, instantly restoring 10% of mental strength upon drinking, and recovering 5% of mental strength every minute for 4 minutes, with a cooldown of 30 minutes after use. Tulak gently presses the new equipment on the system screen, hoping that after enhancement, the stamina absorbed by the blood-sucking ring during battle can offset his own consumption, relying on his robust physique. Let's see how it goes. His emerald blue eyes sparkled as the ring hovered perfectly in his palm. Tulak smiled faintly, eyes fixed on the system screen displaying the successful enhancement. Congratulations to player Tulak for obtaining the blood-sucking ring +2. The evil blood-sucking ring +2 can absorb enemy stamina in battle, with a strength attribute bonus of +2 and a physique bonus of +2. He lightly pursed his lips, somewhat satisfied. Luckily, it was successful. As he spoke, he pressed the equip button. In Tulak's mind, he was now imagining 7749 scenes of fighting using this precious treasure. The blood-sucking ring successfully converted 12% of the damage dealt to enemies into stamina for Tulak through the blood-sucking ring, repeating such phrases beside his hand. Thinking of this, he stroked his chin, gazing into the distance. With basic attributes of strength 28, spirit 19, physique 20, and agility 2%. Tulak and his brother moved, hands in their pockets, resting well enough, then went upstairs. The door was no longer intact, only full of scratches. They opened the door to reveal a ruined, abandoned room with scattered books everywhere. The darkness, making it hard for Tulak to understand, but he smiles when he realizes that only someone with such strength could commit these acts. It must be the boss. The two of them slowly entered the room. In the past life, the boss had already been dealt with here. I didn't expect they arrived just in time this time. My feet suddenly stop. I really want to see what kind of boss this is. He is standing in front of a door with a sign that says, Shanghai Store, turning the handle gently with a click. The room inside is spacious, resembling the game store from before. Congratulations to the player for successfully finding the Shanghai Store and earning 10 reputation points. Each player is not allowed to spend more than 30 minutes inside the store each day. If you exceed 30 minutes, you'll have to pay a huge fine. In the corner of the room, there is a cylindrical machine. If you refuse to pay the fine, the game system will log you out directly. He cut in coldly. Got it. Dear player Tulak, welcome to the Shanghai Store. As the first customer to visit, you have earned a one-time 50% discount on your purchase. He immediately turned back to divide the tasks. Is there really such a good thing? Big fool, cover my back. Gao Tulak grunted in agreement and stepped inside as the machine slowly closed the door, with Dong Ok watching from outside. Inside, it looks spacious, with system screens all around. Tulak, with his hands in his pockets, looked around and paused at the line welcoming you to the Shanghai Store, then pouted. Lak tapped on the product line, and the large screen in front of him lit up. The rules for shopping at the Shanghai Store are displayed, including that physical contact between customers is not prohibited inside the store. Either the power or the attack magic hits the metal on the wall, but even metal is not damaged, and you still have to pay for repairs if there is a conflict between customers. If the walls or floors of the store are shot and damaged, you will also have to pay for cleaning fees. All charges are based on the actual situation. I hope you can shop here happily and peacefully. Tulak pondered silently, thinking about setting it up exactly like in his previous life, hoping that when buying things, no one would come, so he could avoid cleaning fees. Press the item button. 4 screens display 4 options. Supernatural flash bullets, 1,000 gold each, stock 100. Short-range emitter, 500 gold each, stock 100. The scroll of the magic wheel costs 3,000 gold coins. Tonqua, the great power pill, costs 1,000 gold coins. Tan looked a bit awkward, not really used to this situation. Am I really that rich? What are all these things? There's a red number 10 in the top right corner of the screen. The system sounds. Zin checks and sees that the owner is dissatisfied with the items in the Shanghai Store. Now, the purchase rights for hidden items in the Shanghai Store have been unlocked. He keeps his eyes on the screen. Zin's shop in each city has a hidden shop exclusive to that city. Only players with significant contributions to the city can purchase from these hidden shops, and now the owner has been granted the authority to buy. Tulak was so surprised he couldn't speak. He scratched his head and ruffled his hair, thinking, did I really contribute a lot to this city before? Tulak Huaini, the obedient kitten, asked herself to check if there was any big treasure in the Shanghai shop. I don't know what he saw that made his eyes widen, but he greeted the honored contributor to the city. The words appeared larger and clearer than ever. Tulak Huaini herself asked seriously, System, are you really sure you're not mistaken? Certainly. The owner, go inside the store and you'll see for yourself. In front of him are extremely valuable items. A fake Shanghai honor badge for 200,000 yuan, 1 in stock. A fake Shanghai order uniform for 12,000 Kim Tae, 10 in stock. And a fake Shanghai guard seal for 10,000 Kim Tae, 20 in stock. Tulak, scratching his chin in frustration, glanced at the shop balance of 6,545 Kim Tae, thinking it was enough to buy the second item. He selected the Shanghai fake security uniform, thinking that since there's a discount, it's worth buying at a higher price. The system confirmed that purchasing the Shanghai fake security uniform cost 6,000 gold coins. The original price of 12,000 gold coins has a strike-through below. Do you want to pay for it or not? Yes. Tulak quickly regained his composure and encouraged himself to come back next time to buy the fake Shanghai security badge. The other side continued to ask if Tulak needed to buy any other items. He turns away and responds briefly. No need to step out of the Shanghai shop casually. Thank you for visiting. We look forward to your next visit. The machine billowed gray smoke, and with the loot in hand, Tulak felt even more at ease. The Shanghai fake order uniform, a special diamond-level gear, is extremely valuable, meticulously crafted, and highly effective.
Only those with outstanding contributions to Shanghai are qualified to possess it.
Holographic ability. After equipping the Shanghai Fake Order uniform, all your clothing items can be effectively hidden within the uniform and remain active freely. The uniform has self-cleaning functions, as well as features like temperature adjustment, automatic recovery, and blood separation. Imposing and authoritative, as long as you are in Shanghai, any player with lower reputation who attacks you will have their attributes reduced by 10% for 5 minutes. Quality. You can set the order of Shanghai. Each day you may need to complete a task that can be verified by the system for another player except yourself. The rewards and responsibilities of the mission will be determined by your level of prestige. The difficulty of the task decides the specific content, and you do not need to pay any rewards. As expected of the city's exclusive gear, it doesn't look bad. Tsuo Lak has removed all his equipment, revealing his toned six-pack and fair skin. Don't just stand there waiting. I really want to see how effective this uniform equipment is in battle. Press to activate the Shanghai Fake Order uniform. Immediately, Tulak put on the new outfit that fit perfectly, excitedly checking the virtual attributes first. Is it activating the illusion effect of the fake Shanghai Order uniform when inspecting the protective armor equipment? Tulak raised his hand and activated it. The outfit changed color. He squinted slightly, so excited about the loot, Tulak pressed and changed the costume, making Dai Ngok outside keep marveling. The system notifies that player Tulak. Your time in the store is about to reach 30 minutes. Please be mindful of the time. He smiled without caring about the reminder. The illusion effect isn't bad. From now on, just wearing the uniform will maximize my flexibility, lightness, and concealment. He took his brother's hand and pulled him along. The big fool, move faster. Suddenly, the kid knelt in front of Tulak without understanding why he was doing it. He smiled, revealing his teeth, using his powers in chaos with the idiot to destroy the world. The kid was curled up, unsure if it was from the cold or fear, waiting. The mission failed the system check, and the two of them looked at each other with displeasure. Tulak showed extreme annoyance, repeatedly demanding to go kill the legendary boss. The mission hasn't passed the system check, so a punch lands on the Shanghai Museum. The mission hasn't passed the system check, secretly watching the girl change clothes. Did the system approve the mission and choose the declaration? It was just accepted. His eyes lit up brightly, and his cheeks flushed as he hurriedly explained. I said it's just a joke. Not real. Not real. The big fool has been sitting there for a while, still not understanding what's going on. He seems to remember something. Tulak slightly furrows his eyes and repeats the question about killing the boss in the Shanghai Museum. Indeed, did the system's check for mission approval include selecting a statement or not? He presses the confirm button and looks at the reward screen, smiling to himself, thinking he can now use this ability to check for bosses around. The two of them move again. Silly, let's go. We're hunting hidden bosses. As night falls inside a metal box, the two siblings sit huddled together. The younger sister, with teary eyes, whispers, "It won't come here, right?" He turns around to reassure her. She nods but can't hide her unease. Probably nothing. The girl, with her sixth sense, sensed something was wrong and looked to the side. A red glow flickered through the crack of the box, leaving her stunned. Her face turned pale, tears streaming uncontrollably as she shouted out loud. The two of them pressed close together, the girl crying helplessly and unable to stop, while her brother instinctively looked in her direction. The zombie, resembling a human but with a chameleon-like tongue, sticks out its long, slimy tongue to threaten him, making him tremble as it licks its drool all over his face. The girl cried even harder but still clenched her teeth and endured. The two siblings hugged each other, and she trembled more and more. They decide to leave that creepy place. He shouts, "Tumai, run away!" The door suddenly appeared before their eyes, bringing hope to the two siblings. But it was too late. The zombie's tongue had already wrapped tightly around the girl's leg. It yanks her away, breaking free from his grasp in shock. Blood splatters on the door, the wall, and all that's left in the room are desperate screams. Little Nay, at this moment, the zombie has firmly grasped her. Helplessly trembling and unable to do anything, he sees the broom in the corner of the room clenching tightly, and with all the courage he has, he grabs the handle and rushes toward the monster. Evil spirit, I'm risking everything with you. The moon has risen high. Tonight's moon is full and bright. Tulak and the big fool just arrived at the door to deal with the zombie, but unfortunately both brothers have fallen and show no signs of life. The zombie sticks out its tongue as if nothing has happened, and Tulak doesn't know what to say in this situation. He remained silent and said, "Forget it. This kind of person won't last long, even after the beginner's protection." Daganao is also a relief. He added, "If it weren't for those two words earlier, I wouldn't have known you were hiding here, right?" The monster didn't understand why he said that to me. "Congratulations on your first death, the Manhwa deaths. The zombie is transforming, and the process is similar to that of humans. It is currently evolving and has its own direction for development. The boss's evolution speed is the fastest. Variants can already appear in the early stages of the game. Their killing form resembles that of a human assassin, with super high speed and extremely powerful attack abilities, and they feed on human brains to increase their intelligence. The level 10 bronze-grade reptile zombie boss has basic attributes of Strength 23, Spirit 15, Physique 8, Agility 23, with the innate skill of crawling over smooth surfaces like walls. Its skill, the favorite strike, can unleash a claw attack causing 17% of its strength attribute in damage. When hitting the enemy's back, damage is doubled, and the illusion potential can immediately merge into the ground or wall to attack or follow the opponent's movements, launching a sudden strike that deals 80% of the strength attribute as damage. Tulak smiled, his talent and skills working in perfect harmony. Tulak crossed his arms and checked, discovering that the player was facing a bronze-level boss, and the zombie Bosat had activated the zombie's revenge quest. The Golden Hand system checks that the host has activated the revenge mission of the zombie reptile and is optimizing related issues. The zombie reptile looks directly at him. The resentment of this reptilian zombie. The museum staff was falsely accused of stealing the sacred relic. He is being scolded by the leader for turning into a zombie and killing him. He wants revenge. He wants to eliminate everyone in the world who loves reading, with the mission to kill the reptilian zombie. The reward is 100 reputation points, 600 gold coins, 300 experience points, a set of bronze-grade equipment, and a 12-hour time limit. I didn't expect the apocalyptic game to have the power to let people take revenge, but unfortunately, it's too late now. Tulak waved his hand and said, "Big fool, just go kill it. Don't let other zombies come here." You work together smoothly, approaching. Ao, the fool, faces the zombie alone. You come forward with your weapon raised overhead, ready to strike. This guy somehow avoided it, illusion of latent energy. As a result, the big fool missed his attack. You have disappeared without a trace. The lizard zombie is clinging to the corner of the wall, laughing in your face. While the fool looked around confused, it started sticking out its venomous snake tongue. 1 second later, the zombie charged down from above, and no one knew what would happen. The reptilian zombie charges at the fool, who still hasn't realized the danger nearby, but Tulak is still in the room. Seizing the moment, he jumps up and grins mischievously. "So you're scared now? You're just like that." Tulak lowers her sword as they land, the creature raising its hands to support itself. A series of sword strikes cut off both of its arms. The crawling zombie, seeing this, trembles and cries like a child. He stands behind, watching the little child as the monster escapes death, crying a river. Gao 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 means saving lives and someone killing the zombie. Tulak Jia just yawned and covered his mouth before speaking. "This is your chance! I'll count to 3 and then chase after you." "Yeah, 2. He lowers his dagger, smiles, and then activates the windblown attack. Activating Baiduk Fifeng's short-term suppression, Tulak soars into the sky to chase the zombie. "I'm here. You're almost at that little one's place at the speed of a prayer." Tulak repeatedly swung his blade in a flurry, shouting loudly before executing a slash all aimed at the zombie's head. It sticks out its tongue and leans forward to fight. The result is a fierce battle with explosions of fire and wind. Tulak calmly turns and walks away with his achievements. Congratulations to player Tulak for successfully defeating the level 10 bronze zombie boss and earning 50 experience points and 100 gold coins. Congratulations to the player Tulak for completing the zombie reptile's revenge mission. You have earned 100 reputation points, 600 gold coins, 300 experience points, and a bronze-grade equipment. Congratulations to the player for reaching level 10. You have gained 1 free attribute point, and Tulak has now reached level 10. Without a promotion, leveling up won't be possible. All experience will be accumulated. Please wait patiently for the promotion channel to open. Tulak smiled grimly. Mango looked at the system panel. It seems he needs to find the scroll quickly. Din, congratulations on reaching level 10 and earning a chance for the super golden hand draw. Would you like to draw now? Tulak scratched his head, closed his eyes, and said, "The newbie phase is almost over if I am the first player to successfully change class on the entire server. I can still get a global announcement." He opens his eyes and draws a card. The screen is now drawing. Din is drawing the second super rare golden hand, and the following lines make Tulak panic. Congratulations to the player for drawing the super level twin, Yin Yang Golden Hand. The host can possess 2 professions. When the host has 2 professions, the first acquired profession will be the one displayed externally. The contents of the 2 professions have no restrictions, but if the fixed attribute increase is the same attribute, the higher value will be taken. The attribute points for the second profession are only granted at 50%, rounded up. Zin congratulates the host on obtaining the dual profession. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the dual class. You're really just gluing yourself stiff. When regaining his confidence, he grins mischievously. The dual attribute profession defies the heavens, the end of the world. Are you hinting that I will dominate the world in the future? Lam Tulak, after thinking to himself, burst out laughing, cluelessly pointing at his face. Isn't that unfair to the other players? Suddenly he seemed to hear something, his ears twitching a few times, then he angrily clenched his fist and shouted, "Earthquake attack! Boom!" Sharp spikes of earth and stone burst through the cracks from below, piercing the ceiling. The zombies that couldn't dodge were also pierced through, while some that managed to avoid got stuck between the gaps of the earth and stone spikes. At this moment, his gaze lowers to the ground as if he sees something. Ignoring the approaching zombies, he kneels down, touches the lid of the glowing silver-white box, then lifts it up and immediately walks past the big fool. He told the giant to go straight upstairs. He remembered the warning that the white-silver Bauvat dropped could be moved, but the wild Bauvat could not. He and the big fool gradually moved up to the 5th floor via the stairs. Now he has reached the 5th floor. There are 3 low-level zombies growling and slowly moving in the hallway outside the staircase at this moment. Seeing them, he thought to himself that they are all low-level zombies, so he doesn't need to intervene. He looked at the big fool and told him to do it. He responded with a loud roar. Then he turned around and walked backward, thinking as he went. According to the reminder, this golden hand will increase illusion strength and agility. So does that mean I still need to find a profession that boosts physical and mental abilities? I put my hand on my head. It's not that I don't have one. It's the hidden profession of Saint Sword Knight, the highest level only found across the ocean. It seems that in Long Kingdom there really aren't any particularly good special professions. Hey, right now he's standing in a corner of the corridor, his hand fiddling on the system's virtual screen, and suddenly his finger stops. After a while, his hand moved slightly on the screen, then a hammer appeared in his hand with a lightning bolt symbol on its surface. He firmly grasped it, looking at it with delight. Daigoku sensed something unusual happening and turned to look at him. Daingak happily looked at the hammer in his hand, then took it and bit it to test, while he continued to manipulate his hand on the virtual system screen. A small rectangular area appeared on the screen with the words Scout Eye above it. I told you it would not be a problem after all. The big fool is desperately biting the hammer, while I look at the duong with anticipation, my hand opening it. After opening it, the system immediately displays a message. Player Na Se successfully opened the white-silver treasure. When the player Na Se opens the white-silver treasure, they receive enhancements from the treasure. The space for your own items has increased by 0.3 cubic meters. An item named Kwang receives a battle armor appears. The system continues to notify that after the player opened the white-silver treasure, they gained a boost and earned 50 experience points. Player, search within the white-silver treasure and successfully find 270 gold coins. Shuang receives the battle armor, a level of white gold, a pair of pants with high elasticity. During combat, there can be significant assistance for players, increasing attributes by 3, agility by 1, while reducing attack power by 20%. The duration of negative effects that players must endure. He checked the information of the battle gear and then pressed the equip button displayed on the screen. The character's attributes are Strength 28, Spirit 20, Physique 23, Agility 25. After receiving the item, he turned to the big fool and patted his shoulder, telling him to pick up the items dropped by the zombies he just killed. We'll meet downstairs later. Upon receiving the order, he let out a shout and responded. Then he left, continuing with his thoughts as he walked away. The novice protection period isn't over yet, and the transfer system hasn't been activated. So first, prepare for the illusion. The second certification, wait until I've studied it thoroughly before speaking. I hope the members of the Death Club have gathered, so we can clean out the museum quickly. On the afternoon of the 8th day, before the novice protection period disappeared, the sky was clear and bright, sunlight shining through every window. RH. The elevator dinged, and he and Big Fool stepped out, his commanding presence filling the space. When can we launch an attack on the museum? He replied. We haven't recruited these people in the past few days, but now the club has over 200 members, so we can enter the Shanghai Museum this evening. He said, if Brother Lam has arrived, I will go and mobilize the brothers. He responded accordingly. He silently laughed upon hearing his answer, thinking that if this operation succeeds, no one will be able to compete with him for the position of club president anymore. I also have to find a way to keep this useful pawn by my side. At this moment, the loudspeaker announced, Dear members, today is an important day for our Death Club. As we prepare for a major campaign, hearing the announcement made me feel a bit suspicious. A simple mobilization.
All of our members are about to set out to deal with the zombies in the Shanghai Museum. Ahem. To put it briefly, everyone gather and prepare to attack the Shanghai Museum. The members of the Death Club shouted and charged forward. I must kill the zombies in the museum, and I want to drop a bronze-grade item. Finally, this day has come, Big Boss. I'm about to go all out. I'm not just talking trash. This time I will definitely level up to level 5, and I want to kill 10 zombies. He took a deep breath, looked at the scene before him, and thought that he had truly turned the apocalyptic game into a boring game where monsters are easy to defeat. Killing monsters allows you to get stronger. Once the newbie protection period ends, who knows how many unlucky people will meet a tragic death. Suddenly, a strange object flew toward him. At this moment, a fight broke out among the crowd. Shouts and screams ring out. Someone yells, "Where are your shorts?" "Who took your shorts?" "And my shoes?" "My shoes." Da Huangmao was speechless at the sight before him. Outside the building, a horde of zombies was approaching, accompanied by growling sounds. At this moment, a pair of glasses is observing the crowd of zombies as they push and shove to move forward. Da Huangmao, holding binoculars, looks at him and asks, "Lam Jr., are you sure your strategy will work? There are already too many zombies in here." Hearing that, he calmly replied, "It works. As long as the speed you arrange is fast enough, then there will be no casualties." He gently placed his hand on his shoulder and said that it was almost 7 o'clock. If they missed this chance, there wouldn't be another, and everyone had already agreed to this plan. "Of course it's fine." He seemed a bit worried but still replied, "All right, then let's give it a try." He looked back at him and then nodded slightly to the members of the Death Club as a command. The Death Club members responded by nodding in return. However, at this moment, a piece of meat appeared floating from his hand. "This is raw meat soaked in the zombie virus." He said, "My agility in the club is also considered high. Let me handle the first zombie wave." He turned around and told Chow Lao Cha, "Dai Ngok will handle it." The person called Chow Lao replied, "Don't worry, Dai Ngok is now happily playing with the club you gave him earlier." He looked at the scene before him and wondered why he was always playing with that mace everywhere he went. Does the mace have such a strong pull on him? But he thought so and chuckled softly. But he also quite likes this hammer. It seems to suit him pretty well. Then he swept past Da Huangmao like a gust of wind, leaving only the shadow of his flowing robe. Da Huangmao muttered, "You're really fast." The others cheerfully say the first wave is the most dangerous and hard for Brother Lam. Another person then says, "His spirit of dedication, no matter what status and rewards he gets in the club later, I will never envy." At this moment, he and a few others rushed out among the zombies, holding a piece of meat whose scent spread everywhere, while others took the opportunity to move toward different gates. The zombies, drawn by the scent, also started moving toward him. At this moment, he threw the piece of meat at a member of the Death Guard Club. Lam Lead, with a commanding and righteous demeanor, said, "Keep running with this piece of meat. I will handle the zombies." He ran towards the zombies while waving his hand to the 2 members of the Death Guard Club. "Wait until we meet Gao. This reward is for you both." The 2 club members looked at him, one holding the meat and staring intently. Then 2 of them appeared emotional, giving a thumbs up in admiration. "This Brother Lamb's person is really good." He ran while chuckling to himself, so easy to ignite. "Are you going to kill zombies?" "Just yesterday, I went to find the escape scroll so it wouldn't be stolen by others." Both club members outside the encirclement watched in shock as the zombies' limbs were knocked away, shouting, "Oh my God," as expected from the veteran. Turns out he used to slow down his speed. At the entrance to a secret room, his figure appeared behind the door, holding his own teleportation scroll. At this moment, a roll of paper appears inside a transparent box. Seeing what he needs, he mutters in admiration, "Indeed, this is something that can make many people abandon their lives, like ducks chasing after it. So it's a bit deceitful after all." Then he approached it while activating his finger joints and slammed his fist into the glass case holding the scroll, producing a loud sound. Boom! The alarm goes off, ringing loudly. Along with the flashing red light, he hears the sound and looks up at the warning alarm. Then his fist accelerated and struck the glass box holding the glowing yellow scroll even harder. A popping sound echoed, followed by cracking as cracks appeared on the surface of the glass. His final punch shattered the glass cage into pieces that flew everywhere. After breaking the glass, he retracted his fist and gently blew on his aching knuckles. His hand reached toward the glowing gold scroll, and the system sounded a notification. "Player, you have discovered a mysterious scroll that seems to hide a great secret, increasing your fame by 500. The system reminds that the scroll is calling for players. Do you want to accept the scroll's invitation?" He heard the system's command and immediately accepted. A beam of light from the scroll radiated out, illuminating his face. At this moment, 2 lines of text appear on the surface of the scroll, indicating that the player has accepted the call of the scroll.
As he is about to enter, he finds it a bit confusing. Then his whole body was enveloped in a golden light, pulling him into the portal, and he found himself in a different space. The system announces that the player has completed the task. The program enters the vortex, and he gradually opens his eyes, his feet lightly touching the ground. At this moment, he is surrounded by flames and touches a wall emitting a blue light. His hand slowly reaches into that space gate. If I remember correctly, this is the right spot. The system announces congratulations to the player, successfully activating the trial as his body gradually enters the wall. A long message appears in front of him. The mysterious trial describes the test. There seem to be some secrets hidden within this scroll. It has always been waiting here for someone who can inherit the power of the scroll, requiring passing 3 trials with limitations. During this period, all skill and ability equipment are disabled. Rewards for the trial, level increase by 1, special profession, illusions, trial duration, and the flow of time. Here are different from the outside world, so please ignore it. Punishing failed trials by directly killing the host. I read through the series of notifications and felt it was exactly as I expected. Still as brutal as in my previous life. The system's golden hand once again announced that the system's hand was checking the host who was undergoing the trial, initiating a program repair. Din. Even if the host fails the mission, there is no punishment. The system will protect the host and allow them to leave the trial space. Din checks and sees that the host is undergoing the trial, successfully activating the Ancient One's trial mission. After hearing a series of system notifications, he is left confused. Once again, a message appeared before him stating that this Ancient One's trial was a 1,000-year-old inheritance. It is waiting for a person with enough strength to inherit it. The trial requires surpassing the trial from the scroll. Inherit the true power of the scroll. The reward for the trial is a random ordinary golden hand and a silver-grade equipment. The trial deadline and the flow of time here are different from the outside world, so there's no need to worry. After reading a series of system notifications, he raised his hand to touch his chin and ponder. Thousands of years? Do I have enough strength? The illusion profession may be considered top tier, but it doesn't quite deserve that title. It originates from a legendary assassin in ancient Long Country, but only has a history of 1,000 years. Moreover, the level 50 illusion will transform into a second-class illusion, and level 80 into a third-class illusion, which doesn't quite fit this way of speaking. After a series of guesses, he turned around and asked the system. System's golden hand, what is this about? The system displayed a series of ellipses as if silently replying to him, making him feel like he was asking a question that didn't really need an answer. Then the system disappeared. Leaving him alone, puzzled, as a flock of black crows flew by, he helplessly sighed and shouted, then went to accept the mission. The system received the notification and immediately confirmed his to him. It has been accepted. His mind is filled with ellipses as a piece of cloth appears before him and an opening to a cave emerges. The system announces the start of the first trial. A shimmering golden sphere appears on the surface of the cloth. The system announces, "Player invited." He gently places his hand on the show and follows the system's instructions. He slowly places his hand on the show's sphere. His hand touches the sphere. Inside the sphere, gradually some movements of power appear and flashes of yellow light flicker. Then red chains slowly extend around the sphere, wrapping around his hand and the sphere. He stares wide-eyed at the sphere, inner voice shouting out, "It's almost here." Then his entire body is enveloped by the red and gold energy, and he begins to levitate. The rays of light from the sphere radiate outward, surrounding him and causing his eyes to ache. Seeing that, he instinctively raised his hand to cover his eyes. After a few minutes, he slowly opened his eyes slightly, looking around in amazement. Around him now is a space entirely in red, with a transparent cushion supporting his body. He kneels down and then uses his hand to grasp the red liquid. Then he clenched his fist, and the liquid continued to drip down. He stood up and looked into the distance. A light pink whirlpool now appears above his head. His body seemed to be tormented by pain, his face darkening as images of him trembling, curled up and clutching his head appeared. In my past life, I got through this door fueled by my hatred for Du Tun Han. But passing through it was truly cowardly. Back then, my hands were covered in blood, and I clenched my teeth, enduring the pain. He silently decided that this time he would never be cowardly again. At this moment, a purple light shone above his head, radiating immense power and forming a whirlpool. The red liquids also start to move more vigorously. This time he stands tall, chest out, with indifferent hands, showing no trace of fear like in the past. His hand, body, and clothes are gradually covered by the red liquid. His face is also slowly enveloped by the red liquid. But unlike before, now his face is full of delight. After enduring the sensation caused by the formation, he finally managed to say, "I did it." Then he laughed happily,
clenched his fists in joy, and shouted, "I finally proved myself." At that moment, a voice rang out from above. "Good, good, good. Let's go home." He heard the sound, looked up at the faint pink light above his head, then assumed a defensive stance, raised his hand to shield himself. A flash of light shot past his eyes, and he immediately returned to his original position. The system announces, "Congratulations to the player for passing the first trial door. Please proceed to the next trial door." His hand reached out to a small round object on the flat surface. He spun it a few times, then looked at it and sighed. "Oh, I didn't expect such a small orb could lead someone into such a terrifying situation." A blue gate opened, and the system prompted, "Open the second trial door. Player, please move forward." He steps through the gate, thinking to himself that in his previous life, he used hatred to move forward but ultimately couldn't endure and fainted on the ground. After waking up, he reached the third door, but in this life, Min will definitely see the dawn at the very end. At this moment, a series of ominous sounds echoed. Just give up, after all. As long as you faint, you can directly enter the third door. Give up! Give up! The terrifying sounds echoing behind him try to pull him back with every step he takes forward. Keep going, keep going, keep going. At this moment, each of his steps becomes more confident, and his thoughts grow more determined. No, how could I think that way? Absolutely not. Why give up? I've already gone through this in my past life. His face gradually darkened, but he still clenched his teeth and endured. This time I must see the end of the triangle, wash away the shame from before, have a chance to start over, so why am I not persistent? Then he closed his eyes and calmly walked on. At this moment, an image appears of a bearded man standing with his arms crossed, gazing into the distance. He gradually recognizes this image. It is himself from a previous life. Seeing that image, he thought about his life in this world. His body wavers slightly, but he clenches his teeth, fists tight, feet forcefully pounding the ground as he moves toward the gap emitting the dazzling golden light. As if driven by an urge, he heads there. He is struggling to resist his unsteady body, moving toward the light source ahead. He gazes in amazement at the glowing rectangular shape. He hesitated and said, "Is this the final point? I really have persevered to the very end. I can't believe my eyes right now." But then I see a look of pure happiness and tears welling up. Did I finally do it? Finally, I proved myself. Then he boldly stepped through the door in front of him. This is the true meaning of reincarnation. He walks forward quickly. A different scene suddenly appears around him, and the system announces, "Congratulations on successfully passing the second trial door. Please proceed to the next trial door." His hostile gaze said, "The next one is the final door, just you left." The image of him in his previous life appeared, suffering in pain, clumsily defending against enemy attacks, then running away in despair. He reached out to hold his head, his expression grim, and said, "The scars from my past life you left for me. I'm coming to settle the debt in this life. Better late than never." With that, he pushed his Aryasherman to the next door, and his body once again passed through the wall. The system announces that the third trial door is open. Player, kill the guardian beast. He tightly grips his sword, aiming forward. He looks defensive now, scanning his surroundings, when suddenly a streak of sound whizzes past his head. A vortex appears in the air, and his expression darkens even more as he lies there. A long-tailed black object shoots out from the vortex, landing softly on the ground before looking at him. Its eyes looked at him with contempt. He was now closing his eyes tightly, sword pointed at the black cat. It looks at him and thinks, after waiting so long, is it really just waiting for someone to come? The image of him then appears, holding his sword with his eyes closed, bracing for its attack. One of his eyes was then scarred with a long red mark from its attack, but he still fought on with all kinds of tools. At this moment, the system rings in his mind, checking the player's realm of Nai Se, who has the ability to break through, and the all-encompassing innate talent has transformed into a legendary level of all-encompassing combat mastery. The system begins to explain to him that with the all-powerful combat talent at the legendary level, you will reach a level of mastery beyond imagination. In aspects like combat methods and weapons, you can write effortlessly. At this moment, a blue square appears around him. He moves his feet into a fighting stance. Flash of light! A golden beam of light shoots up in front of him. He closes his eyes and grips his sword tightly as he attacks. His sword clashed with the black cat, slicing across its face and causing a large cut, blood splattering everywhere. The wounds he endured in his past life, he has now paid back in this life. Then he slashed a few more times. It kept pounding the stone wall, blood splattering everywhere before falling to the ground as it cried out in pain. The system immediately announced, "Player Nasi, you have successfully killed the guardian beast. Congratulations, player Zai. You have successfully passed the third trial. Congratulations, Player Zai, for receiving the level up reward. An illusion transfer scroll. The scroll appears floating in midair because the transfer hasn't been completed yet. The level up reward will accumulate until you finish the transfer. He smiles slightly, then reaches out to take the scroll. At this moment, he looks around confused, wondering why he's still here after clearly completing the trial. He begins to analyze his past life. After killing the cat, he was teleported out of this trial, so why is there no sign of movement this time? Could it be that he's stuck inside the trial?
He approached the cliff wall, placed his hand on the rock surface to observe, then pondered. Unless the place I'm in isn't the Doomsday game, but the system of the Golden Hand, right? At this moment, the system appears, stating that the mission to surpass the trial comes from the scroll, and the true power of the scroll has not yet been fully inherited. After reading the notification, he suddenly realizes that, from start to finish, he has never truly inherited the real power of the scroll. Then he called out in pain, the scroll changing its function. Could obtaining the scroll only be the first step? So the second step is to activate the scroll to gain its inner power? At this moment, a bold idea came to his mind, and then he slammed his hand against his palm to try it out. The system once again announced that the inspection found the host successfully passed the trial. Please continue to move forward and accept the true power of the scroll. He raised his hand to touch his head, sighing in relief that he didn't explode inside the cave. He clenched his fist, looked up, and asked, "Where do I go from here?" The system didn't respond this time, pretending to be dead, while he kept up his fake smile, waiting for a reply. Then his face turned serious, thinking about what kind of truck could make the Golden Hand system stay silent. Or maybe the Golden Hand system is an old acquaintance of the truce, or it already knows what I went through in my previous life, so it deliberately keeps silent. Forget it. Following its warning, I'll keep moving forward. I'm pushing against the stone wall, cursing as I go. Honestly, I really didn't expect there to be this wet mark. If it weren't for it telling me to go straight, I wouldn't have noticed how to use this wet mark at all. The feeling after the water stains connect is like a pattern. He gently touches the gap, and a ray of light flashes from it. Seeing that, he stepped back a few paces and watched the yellow light gradually spread out. He saw the images of a buffalo and a bird appear on the stone, and exclaimed in amazement, "Is this not the two patterns recorded on the scroll?" Then the two patterns emitted a loud sound, and the ground began to collapse, revealing a gate. After a tremor, the stone door with the patterns appeared. He gently pushed the door open. Creak! The sound of the door opening echoes. In front of him is a stone table, on which lie a scroll and a glowing Lascaux sphere. He walks in, observing his surroundings, then approaches the stone table, places his hands on his hips, and reaches out to take the scroll before opening it. Streams of light burst from the scroll, making a buzzing sound. One of the beams touches his hand and then wraps around his wrist. At this moment, the entire scroll glows brightly, as if trying to draw him in once more, but a transformation has occurred, and the words civil appear on the scroll. He hesitated, reading CV, huh? I'm a bit uneasy. Is this really that serious? Although that's what they say. He thinks the key information in the scroll is that CV always appears with patterns, circles, and birds. Could it be the bull pattern and bird pattern of the Nine-La tribe? The words inside the scroll gradually appeared, and he read them aloud. Civil was killed by the emperor, who beheaded him and buried him. The severed head turns into a blood-colored forest. In legend, it is said that the Mew ghost can preserve the soul. Civil's soul was only preserved because he met the Mew Kui. The words, spoken in his voice, began to emerge from the scroll, floating in midair. Civil knew that his soul would dissipate, so before it did, he created the sacrificial talisman. The final gate of the scroll is guarded by the bloodline of the demon cat. Lord Sai's test is to assess your indomitable will, eternal perseverance, and perfect combat skills. Your 3 trials have all met the highest standards. Having obtained the right to inherit the strongest power of the Nine-La tribe, please place your hand on the emblem. After reading those words, his own hand instinctively moved toward the scroll, and he suddenly understood. This was the true power of the scroll. He placed both hands on the scroll. The system then announced that it was checking the player's faintly aware, unknown inherited power, assessing the unclear abilities, as the source of power from the scroll radiated outward. The power enveloped his body. The system successfully verified the unknown abilities originating from Lam Tin. The end-of-the-world game system is combining unknown energy with Lam Tin culture. Along with the system's announcement, the source of power grows stronger and stronger, successfully merging and completing the game. Player, please proceed with the class transfer. Time passes, and he finally accepts the powerful person. His body now takes a few steps back. The system continues to remind and congratulate you, player, on a successful class transfer. According to Lam Tin culture, this profession is called War Commander. Please, player, kindly end the trial. The The soldier class needs to undergo a data conversion step. He tiredly sat down on the ground. He looked up with a faint smile, originally just wanting to get the illusionary profession scroll, but unexpectedly passed Civil's trial. Could this be the double happiness of the Lammon? Hey player, your class is warrior. He raises his name to touch the system's virtual screen. This warlord is quite interesting. A line of text appeared, making him a bit surprised, and he spoke. Huh? Suddenly he flailed his arm, looking panicked. At this moment, looking closely at his back of the hand, the yellow gem clings tightly to his hand. The system simultaneously announces Ku Le Cho, a green copper-level artifact, a treasure of the Ku Le clan, the most important item of the warlord. Civil is the weapon of the army. Players can, through Civil's trial, easily force the player to exist within their consciousness after inheriting the power of the CV scroll. The first function allows the shape to change freely based on the player's thoughts and grants the player the class abilities of that form. Hai can swallow energy to enhance the attributes and abilities of the equipment. He held the gem while listening to the system notification, then carefully observed it. Does that also mean this item can grow infinitely? Suddenly, the gem slipped from his hand and flew straight into his forehead. He winces in pain, sits down, closes his eyes, and holds his forehead. His face is covered in sweat. However, upon seeing the system notification that the trial had ended, he still reached out and pressed it. As he did, he thought to himself, no wonder Civil's weapon and its existence are so unique. The space around him has completely changed now, with a few zombies lying face down on the ground. He looks at the shattered glass box, inside which the scroll remains still there. He walks over and reaches out his hand toward the spindle. The system sounds player Nase. The end of the trial, the player's soldier profession data is still being processed. The player's basic attributes without any equipment or title bonuses are Strength 18, Spirit 16, Physique 12, Agility 19. The profession digitization. Soldier Master. Completed the player Nahazi. Each level up grants 3 points of strength, 3 points of physique, and 3 free attribute points. Based on all the experience the player has accumulated before and the level-up mission rewards, the player successfully reached level 10. The player's attribute panel shows the basic attributes. Strength is 49, Spirit is 24, Physique is 46, and Agility is 36. With 9 free attribute points, he gasped at the system notifications and shouted, "This rebellious attribute will let me walk freely among the zombies in the future." Congratulations, the player has become the first to successfully change class in the apocalyptic game and has earned the only global achievement. The pioneer, he raises his hand to touch the system's virtual interface. The profession analysis chart will soon be announced to the entire server. The profession: Warlord. Introduction: War Commander, the Lord of 10,000 armies and a god of war. This terrifying profession is forged from the unimaginable power of the ancient Nine-Leaf Clan's treasure. Those who haven't endured the deadly trial cannot control its attributes, and each level gained grants 3 points of strength, 3 points of stamina, and 3 points of free attributes and abilities. The Lord of 10,000 armies. You can manipulate the Nine-Leaf Clan to transform into any warrior-type weapon, thereby gaining the abilities and skills of that profession. 2. Nine-Leaf Pearl. You can enhance its attributes and level by pumping in power. When the third ability information appeared, the system only showed a notification, not the specific ability being activated. After reading a series of system messages, he instinctively reached up and sharply pulled both sides of his face. Pain rolling over and over, shouting, "It hurts so much, I'm not dreaming!" He stood up, clenched his fists, and shouted, "This is no ordinary buffalo. This is truly extremely powerful. It's so insanely powerful that there are no limits." Then he raised his hand and said, "Let me see the power of this nine-leaf pearl first." A long staff appears in his hand with the glowing Lasho floating above it, while the virtual screen displays a partial message. The energy surrounding the Lasho is being drawn in strongly by Vien Lasho. After a series of movements, Vien Lasho shines brightly with a sparkling star appearing above its head. He stared at it intently, as if contemplating something. The system now reports that Ku Lasho has absorbed enough energy and has successfully evolved into a level of white, silver-grade equipment. The gem begins to emit a source of power. Inside the gem, the energy fluctuates intensely. He reaches out his hand toward the gem, suddenly opening his eyes in shock, his pupils constricting. The gem in his hand transformed into a red liquid, and then into a sword resting perfectly in his palm. Nine-leaf chi sword, a platinum-level weapon, quadrupling strength, doubling physique, with a 10% armor-piercing attribute on attack. 9-leaf tram activated, releasing a wave of sword energy forward, dealing 130% of the strength attribute as damage, with the pain from the sword energy reaching up to 200%. Q Lei Trong swings a sword at the enemy, dealing 200% of his strength attribute in damage, but causing himself to be immobilized for 2 seconds as a final reminder from the system. The player's main body cannot acquire skills through profession or soldiers. These skills will change according to the transformation of 9 leaves. After reading the information provided by the system, my mind screams, this is no ordinary toughness. It's truly incredibly powerful. So powerful that there's no limit. He started to become curious. He held the sword in his hand and asked doubtfully, a bow and arrow. The sword in his hand gradually transformed into a bow called 9-leaf arrow, equipped with a white-silver attribute with 4 times the power and 2 times agility, capable of condensing mental energy to form an arrow, shooting a flame arrow forward. The power of the flame arrow is 120% of the attribute strength, and upon hitting the enemy, it causes a continuous burning effect. The ice-cold arrow fires a cold ice arrow forward. The power of the ice-cold arrow is 120% of the attribute strength, and will cause a temporary slowdown effect on the enemy after hitting. He immediately shouted, "Assassin," and the weapon transformed into a dart. Seeing this, he became even more excited and shouted. A shield appears, and each command from the Lasho gem smoothly transforms into the weapon he desires. A swordsman materializes with a sword. Ku Le Chi Palace. Vien Le Cho collapses heavily onto the ground. It hisses with exhaustion from following his orders as the system sounds. Oh my god, the player's mental energy is depleted. Forcing a change in the artifact's form will cause dizziness. Does changing the form consume so much mental energy? He held his head in thought, wondering why he felt so dizzy. Then he took the gem, covered his mouth with his hand and yawned deeply, and the world announcement congratulated Nase for becoming the first player to reach level 10 and successfully class up in the apocalyptic game. He kept walking at a swift pace along a certain path, achieving the only global level achievement, becoming the pioneer with numerous rewards, hoping other players would continue to strive. On the side, the members of the Death Club annoyedly cursed at the world notification system, saying, "Can't you just stop already? I am still sleeping. Still. Hey, buddy. That familiar name again? The enemy is him. Can you stop already?" Someone else just reached level 6, and upon hearing the announcement, gritted their teeth and told themselves to keep going. Right now, he's sitting in a corner drinking potion bottles with a tiny magic staff and a meditation necklace. I just absorbed it while thinking. Luckily, the mental restore potion for the stunned state was really annoying. Congratulations to the player for receiving the global announcement, the Explorer. Congratulations to the player for winning this reward. 1,000 reputation points, 2,000 gold coins, and 3 free attribute points. Storage capacity increased by 2 cubic meters. System display, the Pioneer. The title of the first transmuter in the Apocalypse game is the only one that can be obtained, and all attributes are increased by 2. For players with a profession, there is a 5% suppression of attributes. After reading the notification, he thought combining it was useless. Maybe I'm the one going out of order. Everyone else changes jobs before fighting bronze-level bosses. He thought so, then let out a long yawn and gave the order. Nothing is happening now. Draw a Bachngayan level equipment for me. The system immediately changes the screen upon receiving the command, and a gift box appears with a message, indicating a Bachngayan level item is being drawn. At the same time, he reached into his pocket. The gift box opened, and at this moment, a mask appeared in his hand. Congratulations, the host has successfully drawn a white-silver level equipment. Evil Chi Phantom Mask. Evil Chi Illusion. A silver-grade equipment with a demonic and evil mask. Please do not fall so low as to become a slave to the demon. The 3 illusions' mental strength increases. After wearing, they can hide the player's basic information unless the player is of a higher level. Otherwise, the demon's face cannot be seen. After 3 seconds of use, anyone looking at the mask will fall into a state of fear. When a frightened person attacks the player, their attributes decrease, and their body's rhythm slows down. The evil mask illusion transforms into a concealment mask. Do you want to change it? He reaches out to press the change button. Then the system displays a notification about activating the uniform's virtualization effect. Do you accept or not? He presses the decline button. Then he put on the evil mask and pressed it onto his face. The demon's eyes flashed with a gleam. He stands by the window, then commands the system. Now, which golden hand will be drawn? He is now wearing a black cloak and looking outside. The system is currently notifying about restrictions related to equipment breakthroughs. The limit is only 1 ring at a time, but the number of rings you can equip increases by 1. Does that mean I can wear 2 rings at the same time and both be effective?
This is like having an extra piece of equipment. Too unusual. For now, I'll keep it as a backup. Wait until a better ring drops and wear that. Then he pressed the X to exit. This time, the system announced that 12 free attribute points are available for use. Seeing this, he pondered how he should allocate these 12 attribute points. Thinking of something, his hand kept tapping rapidly on the system's virtual screen. Strength attribute is 52, spirit is 33, physique is 49, agility is 36. Then let's go back first and talk later. After finishing everything, he calmly walked out of the building. Elsewhere on the rooftop, everyone is celebrating, happily, setting off firecrackers all over the high platform. Cao Dong and the big fool walk over to that platform. Everyone cheered happily, and today's Shanghai Museum raid by the Death Club could go down in history. I present to everyone this great hero, Dan Gok. After Cao Dong introduced him, there was a silence with no reaction from Dan Gok, except for the drooling, hungry look on his face as he held the chicken drumstick. "This is adorable, Dai Ngok," Cao Dong called out to Brother Dai Ngok upon seeing that. Dumb guy thought he was about to take his chicken drumstick and let out a scream, then turned away and looked at him with an enemy's gaze. Seeing that, he said the chicken feet are Dai Ngok's lifeline. At this moment, he stepped in with his mask. Cao Dong saw him and called Lam Hui Ne, happily saying, "I finally see you. You might not know we've been looking for you all day, and these kids still think something happened to you." The members of the Death Club look visibly stunned when they see you. If it were him, he wouldn't care about those looks and would just ask Cao Dong, "How was the battle today?" Cao Dong reported that it wasn't bad, a total of 1,000 zombies killed, many people still unburied, and a lot of supplies gained. Then his hand pointed to Dai Ngok holding a chicken drumstick and said, "Today, Brother Dai Ngok alone defeated over 100 zombies. That's a significant contribution. Lamb brother, come here with me." You and he go through the door at the back. Behind the door is a storage room that appears. He said, "This is our harvest for today." He looks at you and says, "Brother Lam, today many new brothers have arrived and this operation has been hard on you. Will you be free later? Will you say a few words to the brothers later?" Then he whispers to you. I told him that with many strong people and these brothers in hand, it would be easier for many to work in the future. Hearing that, he thought of many people. So doesn't that mean we could find more equipment? Ku Lei Cho has a chance to break through to diamond level. The club has more resources and the supply cards are not fully used. Maybe I can exchange these resource cards for their gold or even equipment or items. After all, advancing Ku Lei Cho requires these things. After thinking for a moment, he looked at Cao Dong and said, "Let's make a deal." Cao Dong looked at him confused after hearing that. Then he placed his hand on his shoulder and asked, "A trade? What does this mean?" "Brother Lam and the big fool in this raid, since we made a breakthrough contribution, just tell me if you need anything. I want an upgrade." He placed his hand on yours and said, "This is a surprise I prepared for you." After he let go, a silver ring appeared in your palm. He said he wanted equipment, and it turns out you needed it. Cao Dong placed his hand on Zilian's shoulder and smiled, saying, "Just let us know if you need anything from now on. There are so many members in our club, they can do anything." "I agree. If this is Cao Senior's wish, I accept this ring, and I will come back tonight at 8 o'clock. Cao Dong let out a relieved sigh and thought to himself that with this equipment, he would probably stay by his side for now. He looked surprised and asked, "So it's at 8 o'clock tonight?" He calmly explained that the new protection period for the novice was about to end, and I needed to understand the new rules. Lin Tulak also added, "It will be around 8 o'clock. I will go deal with some transactions with members of the Death Club, and by then you will be responsible for gathering people. But I already have a plan in mind, so I won't go any further. At that time, he probably won't go out, so I might as well have saved his life. Thanks to the help at the museum, I got this ring." Cao Dong gently stroked his hair and smiled reassuringly. "I've forgotten about the rookie protection matter. But Lamb brother, don't worry, we're no longer part of Khitan Thu and can handle it." Then he looked curious. "Besides, Brother Lamb, don't worry. I will make sure everyone is well prepared for what you want." "Brother Lamb, what do you plan to trade with us?" Tulak whispered that it was mainly supply cards, and he would know when the time comes. He thought to himself to just forget it. Talking about other things was beyond him. Cao Dong was confused after hearing that. Supply cards? This item is also available at the club. Tulak turned his back to the door, pulling the big fool behind him. Let's go and leave the crowd in the building area still cheering loudly. Arriving at the hideout, Tulak removes his mask and leans gracefully against the soft bed. The system displays a notification. 9-leaf pearl has absorbed enough energy and successfully evolved into a gold-tier artifact. He smiled faintly with satisfaction. Tulak looked at the small dagger and sighed. I didn't expect this evolution to go so smoothly. I thought I'd need to be above level 30 to kill a silver tier boss to get this item. The 9 Leaves Blade, with +7 power and +3 physique, has a 20% chance to break armor on attack and causes rapid bleeding effects. Tulak is overjoyed, feeling his attributes have increased by 1 level. While he was resting, some groaning and scratching sounds came from outside the window. Tulak looked up at the zombies and muttered to himself, perfect timing for a gift of pillows while sleeping. He quickly used the 9 Letramkish, slashing fiercely so that the blade split into 2, releasing a stream of small lightning bolts. Tulak was a bit surprised, staring in astonishment as the blade swiftly cut through the necks of multiple zombies, blood splattering everywhere. Tulak is much more excited, shouting for the big fool to go do his job. The muscular zombie charges at its kind, and Tulak also begins to join the fight. It took less than 10 minutes for the entire group of zombies to lie in front of the pile. Tulak reached level 15. He looked at his watch and realized the time was near. Tulak hurriedly ran, signaling loudly for Daingok to retreat. But it didn't go smoothly. Before going far, they encountered a new group of zombies. Tulak and Daingok had to hold up inside an abandoned house nearby. The bloodthirsty zombies try to break in through the door. Tulak checks the smartphone. It's exactly 7 p.m., and the surrounding area begins to turn dark red, signaling the end of the novice protection period. This time, a loud sound from the server echoed, welcoming you to the end of the world game, which operates on the principle of absolute fairness. Starting automatically with no way to interfere, the timer will simply and easily end. I think everyone is already familiar with this happy and warm situation. New recruits. Now, the real end of the world is about to begin. Then there are a series of new updates. First, all zombie attributes are greatly increased, with enhanced olfactory and auditory senses. 2. Zombie units are granted various forms such as Slaughter, Frenzy, Deadly Poison, Super Heavy, and Cursed. The undead can reorganize at any time to launch large-scale attacks. The infection ability is only effective on players with low total attributes. 4. Night is the synonym of death, and zombies will actively seek out the player's locations. 5th, the geological structure, architecture, building materials, and natural environment of Lam Tin are all reinforced by increased hardness and other aspects. 6. To ensure the experience, all non-game food drops spoil at an accelerated rate with increased decay and toxicity. Using these foods and drinks for a long time will gradually decrease the player's basic attributes, which can never be recovered. 7. Comprehensive upgrade cards. The higher the level of the zombie, the greater the satiety from dropped food. 8. The climate conditions are causing widespread degradation. 9. The transfer channel has been fully opened. The ranking system has been launched. First, players will receive significant rewards in levels, reputation, and equipment, enabling them to participate in the regional dominance competition that will be held later. 11. The dungeon system has been comprehensively adjusted. All cities are divided and cannot be bypassed. Future updates will be unlocked once the specified conditions are met. Tulak frowned slightly and sighed. Oh, just like in the past, so cruel. The end of the world is truly here, and the words just fade away into nothingness. Tulak stood still, listening to the final message from the server. Please try to survive. The zombies outside quickly transformed into different forms as the world changed afterward. They gathered, moving forward in pairs either to survive or to die. The scene is chaotic, cutting off the player's last hope and forcing them out to fight for their lives. The stored food smells rotten, which is also a critical issue because it directly affects humanity's survival. There are a few screams of terror. Save me! Don't eat me! Tulak clenched his fists tightly. Life or death. This game truly has two extremes. He glanced up and called out to the big fool, but then he became frightened and cried out, "Oh my God! Why did I forget that the big fool is also my master?" The mutation process is happening rapidly. Daegu roars loudly, causing Tulak to step back a few paces to avoid it. He nervously calls out to the Golden Hand system what is going on.
Notification sent. Due to a conflict between the player's analysis and the zombie evolution on the giant fool, the system is currently repairing permissions. During this process, the giant fool will not display a new zombie attribute form with 50% enhanced effects as compensation.
If I can transfer my class, I will arrange for him a hidden profession that's even cooler than inheriting 100%. After browsing through the talent analysis of the idiot for a long time, Tulak's face turned pale, and he clicked his tongue. This level of toughness can't be described with words anymore. The server also sent some additional notifications, such as reaching the Long Kingdom level with 3,720 reputation points. The 2 fake Shanghai uniforms and the 9 Lishai swords successfully topped the list. Would you like to hide your name or not?
Tulak didn't hesitate and refused outright, not hiding any of his information. The current ranking list has 4 names, with Nahai Se in first place, Trung Nguyen Trung second, the Great Fool third, and the Breaker of Armies fourth. Tulak looked at the zombie with disbelief. He was still ranked third. The reputation leaderboard still had him comfortably in first place, followed by the others and their equipment. Tulak hesitated for a moment, wondering whether to hide his identity as a senior expert or to be the masked panda surrounded by other players. Tram2 remembered that the reason for hiding his identity was because his previous life left a big shadow behind, and he wanted to quietly take over the Lie family step by step. But now they were still immature and posed no real threat. Tulak Chu's blood horn mask isn't bad either, but people just stare at me like I'm a panda, so what am I afraid of with a mask on? Conveniently recruit a few little brothers to serve under me, help me gather some equipment, and also feed Kule Chidao. With so many titles like this, it seems the attributes are quite impressive. He chuckled, thinking that just these things could support a small team, and the reward rankings made players respect him. Based on your current level, if you wait at a fixed position for 24 hours, you'll receive experience, gold, reputation, and these will gradually increase over time. The next notification will even leave you more stunned because you are always among the top performers. Not only that, Prince Locke also received a divine level title, Peerless in Combat, with all attributes and rewards increased by 10%. All shop benefits are reduced, and the cooldown period is about 24 hours. The fool was stunned to see Tulak cheer loudly, truly incredible and beyond measure. Oh my god, in this moment, even a level 90 war god wouldn't harm a single hair of mine. The title must be in your hands, always maintaining the top 3 positions. He displays a proud attitude, wearing the peerless crown, but it takes about an hour for it to take effect. Tulak reviews the information again with suspicion. A 1% increase in drop rate? That's not right. Isn't the system already at 100% with me? Increasing the height doesn't help. When the signal is sent to the spirit, triggering the 1% drop rate will yield 2 items. Tulak was amazed. Could it really be like that? He waved his hand and called out Dying Ock. Let's go harvest the club's ghostly exchange and see if the system's words are true. Tulak slowly turned the door handle, and as he leaned out, a ghost charged to attack. Tulak leapt back to dodge, drew his sword, and his face showed no emotion. The zombie was quickly defeated, its head rolling on the ground. Tulak paused for a moment to assess the situation around him. He smiled and said, "It's really not necessary to go far. I already encountered a lethal-looking zombie with hidden talents right at the door. The sky was a terrifying blood red. The zombies are causing chaos on the road ahead." Tulak notices something's wrong and quickly orders Dying Ock. "Oh my god, these zombies are highly toxic. Retreat." Now I look really scared, thinking this thing's not very strong, but disgusting indeed. Their saliva is corrosive. Running like this is the only way to deal with these nauseating creatures quickly. Moving out of the alley, something caught Tulak's eye. "Here it is," he signaled to Dying Ock on this side and then ran away. The zombie horde is really huge. You can see them on every street. Tulak climbs down from the second-floor window of the building. Below him are continuous cries of wailing and pleas for help. Corpses are scattered everywhere, and the stench of blood rising makes the scene more horrifying than ever. Tulak stands at the door when suddenly he hears a painful laugh. "Ha ha, what's the point of trying?" The young man stands in despair, trying for half a day only to receive a message. "Zombies used to be easy to kill, but now they can fight back against us." The girl beside her is clutching her head in panic, and there's nothing more she can do. Over time, all supplies have been exhausted, and now we can only wait for death. Some are so frightened, their minds are in chaos, constantly urging and calling out, "This tastes so good, everyone hurry up and take some. We might not get another chance later." Tulak suddenly realized, isn't this the opportunity we've been waiting for? He hurriedly stepped to a suitable position, and Gao spoke loudly to everyone inside the house, hoping to help them live better and not lose hope. He pulled out a bunch of supply cards. "You're not hearing things. Just pay a little kimte, and you can get equipment and tools. You can get food for the whole day, so hurry up and grab yours." Everyone heard this and started shouting all at once. "I want the boss to look at me. I have a copper weapon. I want grilled chicken." Tulak smiled contentedly, earning 1,000 gold coins today, then left immediately with the big fool. Before stepping outside, Tulak put on his mask and warned him to keep a low profile, as it was late at night, and loud noises would attract zombies. So don't blame me for having the big fool hit someone with a club. Everyone was trembling with fear, and the room seemed a bit quieter. Gao Dong nervously looked out, and Tulak asked sharply, "Old Gao, do you know who I am?" Hao Dong nervously explained, "Please don't, senior. I should be calling you big brother, and from now on, please take my little brother with you.
Whatever you tell me to do, I will do for him. Tulak leaned in close and whispered. Caodong understood quickly and hurriedly reassured him. Don't worry, I will definitely follow through. Tulak placed a hand on his shoulder, signaling him to go. Watching the frantic look of the young man, Tulak thought to himself, hoping Caodong is a smart person. But if this fails, even if he doesn't follow through, I won't gain any real benefit from the loss. He locks the door tightly. Tulak gazed into the distance, sighing. So the day of protecting after the rookie period has passed. Tomorrow he'll face the mutated zombies, earn some coins and gear. He clenched the item in his hand with anticipation. Later, we'll see if Caodong is alive to find equipment in exchange for supply tokens. Tulak and Dainuk stand in the middle of the highway, and the zombies with their keen sense of smell quickly catch the scent of prey. They rush forward aggressively, including both adults and children. But Tulak remains still, showing no fear or worry. You only used one move to wipe out the entire zombie horde. Tulak glanced coldly and ordered, Go ahead, we'll clear out more zombies and give other players a chance to breathe outside. We are now on the 5th floor. Tulak smiled and said, Let's settle down and make our roots here. A miraculous shop is here, coming from the emergency exit door ahead. When everyone comes to buy things, we will charge a toll, and we will definitely make a fortune. No need to worry. That's right, all the zombies are dead now, so safety is no longer an issue. Big brother, if we collect the supply cards, we can forget about worries and enjoy ourselves. Tulak carefully stepped closer, while the others continued on. But who was responsible for killing the zombies here? They are scattered across the 34B floor. Who could have done this? It must be a team with very strong strength. They couldn't have missed the Shanghai store. If I take over this place and one day they come looking for trouble, what should I do? The loud noise immediately catches the attention of the young man with the head injury. The leader holding his weapon asked them who they were. Can't you see there's someone here? The young man quickly stepped forward to cover his mouth, stammering, Big brother, wait. I think the one behind might be the big fool. And after a moment to process the situation, everyone was stunned with their mouths agape. Oh my god, isn't this the 2nd-tier ranking of Long Guo? The real person is here. Tulak was just as confused, 2nd place on the ranking. He forced a smile, secretly thinking he had thought it was something else. The big fool's experience with zombie autogrowth is also normal for surpassing that guy Truong Nguyen Trung. Those people turn hostile faster than flipping a pancake and shout a welcome to the guests. Dainguk brandishing his hammer, he strode forward boldly amidst everyone's horror. Tulak gently comforted him. It's okay, Dangok, let's go shopping, don't mind them. Seeing their backs, the young man with the spiky hair looked tense and told the leader that there was no way out. This fool was obviously a local bully, even though he was very strong. But we have many people. He also understood the situation and explained, Do you think it's normal to be ranked 2nd on the Long Kingdom leaderboard? Are there more of them? The number of zombies they've killed is even higher than we've seen before. With a little effort, we can take them down easily. This time they spared us out of great compassion. Tulak sighed. These items at this price must be powerful. Keep trying. Maybe we can gather enough before the city opens. Absolutely don't let others take them. He decided to buy it. The notification was sent, confirming the purchase of the Shanghai fake Guardian seal for 9,000 gold, with 754 remaining, now packed into the card. Tulak excitedly pressed the activation button gently. According to what was written on the information board, this badge seems to be a special kind of tool. Tulak attached it to his chest and successfully activated it. The Shanghai fake Guardian treasure is a diamond-level item, extremely valuable. Only available to those who have contributed, and it speeds up the automatic recovery of equipment. Unless it exceeds 40%, summoning mechanical soldiers helps them survive in battle for 10 minutes. Tulak widened his eyes, impressed by the little guy. It's not his sign. A warning message appears. Players are advised to pay attention. Only one seal can be purchased to avoid getting duplicate items. Tulak pondered, thinking that once he had enough gold, he would buy all the seals here. He slowly walks toward the door. It seems he can't summon the Mechanical Guardians army. But this shop hasn't specified whether it calculates based on the player's attributes, nor does it seem to be based on anything in particular. Forget it, you'll find out when you buy the next item. The two then left the 5th floor, and the scene outside was chilling. On the rooftop of a tall building in the city center, some characters with swords or shields are carved into the surface, and suddenly, 2 streams of energy intersect in midair. The young man with the weapon stands high above, observing the situation. It seems all the zombies here have been killed, so it should be safe. He pointed at the glowing object and said to his ally, This is the class change station from yesterday's game update, right? I don't know what it does,
Maybe we should look around. Maybe we can find useful supplies. The red-haired girl beside her agreed, thinking there might still be good weapons.
What is this crystal planet for? It's the most special thing around here.
The red-haired girl was startled and shouted loudly, "Xiaopi, don't touch it!" But it was too late.
The dark aura had already enveloped the little girl with pink hair. It suddenly exerted pressure, pulling in a huge gust of wind from somewhere, causing everyone to be thrown back and cry out in surprise.
The explosion lasted for a few seconds before gradually fading away. With such a loud sound, it will definitely attract a lot of zombies.
Teng Ming annoyedly scolded,
"Xiaopai, why can't you fix your habit of touching everything randomly?"
"How many times has this happened before?" Xiaopi irritably tries to argue back. "I didn't know that was opening the door. Please be more careful next time." "Calm down, don't argue anymore." The young man with the weapon calmly said,
"Find a way out first, but unaware that danger is approaching."
The ally panicked, reporting that behind the broken oil lamp, the enormous zombie's terrifying power shattered it. It is the 18th tier copper-level boss, with all other basic attributes unknown, and everyone seems frozen in place. Limbs stiff, faces pale. The zombie seizes the opportunity and rushes forward, attacking relentlessly. Finished, it leisurely walks away, leaving a pool of blood. A blinding beam of light suddenly appears in the fiery red sky. The giant zombie watches intently, its jaws clenched slightly, as it raises its blood-stained hand, seemingly lost in thought. It suddenly roared in defiance, and from behind the giant zombie, a fiery aura appeared. The thick black smoke begins to spread around, and this sacred flame only covers a specific area, forming a box-shaped shape. Not far away, someone spoke and said, "See? This is the fate of Lomang." He snorted coldly, warning his allies in a harsh tone. "This is what will happen if you cause trouble with anything again," Tulak's voice echoed faintly from afar. Daigoku, the three-person team here, notices an intruder and quickly tries to escape. Tsula and Daigoku cautiously enter the transfer area, but first they must make sure no one else is around. The team of three looked on with admiration. Tisk, tisk. Two more fools have joined. They didn't see how the others were swallowed earlier.
"This time, we need to observe carefully. Did you hear what the guy in black called the other one?"
"Is the dumb one really capable of killing that zombie?" The team leader replied indifferently. "It's not a very serious problem," he added. "But those people earlier were among our best. They couldn't even peel off the zombie's skin. So even if the fool is stronger, he still can't beat it."
The remaining guy sneered. "Who knows? Just wait to pick up the gear. Those items on the big fool's body belong to us."
Before he could finish, he was cut off by the roar of the zombie challenging him. The idiot sniffed the smell of fresh meat, but didn't dare to act. Tulak coldly signaled, "Let's go." He thought to himself, once again, 3 naive players. No need to waste time. Tulak approached the Gate of Power,
pondering that if he remembered correctly, the gatekeeper of the Shanghai Class Change Station was a berserk zombie, protected by the Apocalypse game, and in his previous life, he was killed by the Leapsat group, but he didn't know how strong it really was.
In front of Tulak now is a signboard showing how to activate the mission, with some hidden conditions. He stroked his chin, looking worried, recalling that in his previous life he was the gatekeeper of 4 small cities, eventually promoted to level 40, but players couldn't change classes successfully until the limit was lifted and they could access other areas. Seeing the floating blue orb in midair, Tulak noticed several supply cards lying nearby. He quickly moved to check them out. Oh, if you just don't activate the quest and there aren't enough people around, less than 30, then going into the pit to pick up gear isn't wrong. It seems the excitement makes Tulak indifferent, so he casually leans on the sphere. The 3 members of the team still kept their eyes on the area. The system detected that player Nai Se had touched the Spirit Pearl to change to a mage class, forcing the mission to be accepted. There are currently 2 teams in the players group, and the rewards have increased significantly.
The Shanghai City Transfer Station is about to be decommissioned. Please prepare.
Tulak quietly listens as a notification activates the Shanghai Class Transfer Station, which is optimizing the mission-related issues.
Based on the description, due to the terrifying zombie attack, each city has a class transfer station for players.
The only requirement is that talented individuals must be brought to prove themselves. The reward is 500 reputation points, 2,000 gold coins, and 1,000 experience points with a duration of over 10 hours to complete. If we fail, there will be no punishment. Tulak smiled and said to the big fool, "I will switch to a mage class to use, and you are a fighter." That giant demon beast woke up after a short nap on command, and only then did clear information about it become available. 6 or 7 strength and stamina, 30 mental and agility, extraordinary natural talent. The necromancer can transmit sound waves around after a roar, boosting their own attributes and reducing enemies by 10%. Tulak excitedly held up a few fingers, praising how impressive that is. My brother, with this ability, completely surpasses the word Titan. He's no ordinary being. But if we compare, isn't someone who has killed countless zombies and possesses 9 Lichi Dao and other enhancement items like you better? Just imagine Tulak easily defeating the zombie. At this moment, the system suddenly sent a notification, confirming that the host was facing the Titan zombie and successfully activated the mission to kill the giant undead to defend the radio tower, with a random reward of a common golden hand and silver tier equipment. The deadline is 24 hours, and Tulak Duong signaled to receive it. The zombie Titan licks its lips at him, truly a delicacy. A massive bolt of lightning erupts from the arrow Tulak was about to shoot, and it charges toward the zombie with incredible speed. The zombie Titan, caught off guard and unable to react in time, has to use both hands to defend itself. Seizing the opportunity, Tulak roars an order for Daingok to strike it. Daigoku obeyed, gripping his hammer tightly and leaping high into the air. He began attacking a creature much taller than himself, without a hint of fear. The zombie Titan's left arm slowly grew cold with ice, nerves numb. To its surprise, the big fool suddenly stopped fighting. Tulak stands behind the creature, quietly marveling at how his accuracy remains unchanged. The giant undead seems extremely furious, its roar shaking the heavens and earth, breaking the space itself. Tulak wasn't prepared for this situation and was momentarily overwhelmed, kneeling one leg on the ground with his head throbbing intensely. Tulak tried to think, but everything before his eyes was gradually blurring. This extraordinary talent uses sound waves as an attack, effectively triggering the Titan's disorientation. He lifts his head, and Tulak panics and shouts loudly when he sees him being counterattacked by the giant zombie. The giant zombie Titan, in a frenzy of rage, grabs the arrow and breaks it apart, while the enormous monster rampages wildly and Tulak is forced to keep moving constantly. He smiled confidently and continued to draw his bow. 6 arrows were shot out, divided into 2 types, fire and ice. The giant zombie spins wildly as every part of its body is struck, finally choosing a blow right at the top of its head. The giant zombie scratches its bald spot, softly groaning a few unclear sounds before suddenly breaking down in tears. Wow. Tulak looks really confused. Was this guy a construction worker when he was alive? Since you can't fight back, should you just stick to your old job? He aims and shoots with a disdainful tone, turning his back to the enemy. The outcome of this will be very terrifying. Each of them is surrounded by powerful sacred flames. The giant demon wife ruthlessly crushes with a huge boulder. Tulak is speechless, not knowing how to describe it. Unable to do anything else, he ordered Dainok to go into a frenzy of rage. Tulak pointed forward, using taunts to provoke. Just now, when you fainted, that black demon took 5 roasted chickens from you. Dalong, hearing this, became even more furious and completely lost his mind in rage. He charged into the battle like a savage beast, 2 zombies fiercely fighting each other. Meanwhile, Tulak quietly finds a suitable spot to stand. Realizing the giant zombie no longer pays attention to him, Tulak begins to execute his plan, which is right here. Each arrow hits in a straight line, but something seems a bit off. The pain makes the giant zombie shed tears. Tulak, pale and trembling, instinctively clutches his waist as the giant zombie goes berserk, smashing the fool in front, its body trembling violently, bending at a 90-degree angle. The zombie glared at Tulak with resentment. He stammered in confusion. I really didn't mean to. I swear it. Of course, my explanation won't be accepted. The giant demon roars, and Tulak becomes the target. Daingok decisively protects his master, leaping up to hold the demon's head tightly. He used all his strength to try to bring it down to the ground. The giant zombie struggled fiercely, turning to grab one of Daingok's arms. The situation quickly turned around, but Tulak remained calm, simply drawing his bow to shoot, each arrow once again hitting right in the middle of the giant undead's buttocks. Tulak desperately imagined himself being blessed by an angel. The zombie looks at him with an hard-to-explain expression. Tulak had to explain. Hitting the same spot twice. I really didn't mean to, do you believe me? The zombie titan roared in anger and pulled out its bow, then suddenly collapsed exhausted. And at this moment, Daingok's furious frenzy begins to subside. Tulak quickly pulls out 7 more bows, signaling to his allies. Idiot, get out of the way. He obediently obeyed, finding a path to retreat before his body shrank down. The giant undead beast was struck before it could stand up. Tulak faltered slightly due to the pressure from the explosion. A warning siren sounds. Players, please pay attention. Your cowardly attack insults the Titan zombie. Their rage has broken through to the limit, fully activating their bloodline and evolving to the silver level. Tulak, hearing this, looked surprised and thought to himself, I knew the boss would transform. But even as I'm about to die, I can still boost my strength. The zombie now is several meters taller than before. The information it provides also brings about change. 70 strength, 30 mental, and 65 agility increased significantly. Is this a legendary innate talent form? The world really doesn't follow normal rules. You still call this attribute a top-tier white-silver. Gold is similar too. The golden hand system checks that the Titan zombie has successfully evolved, increasing the difficulty of the mission
and raising the reward level. Tulak sits in contemplation, unsure how to deal with it.
The giant zombie is losing patience. Tulak snapped out of his trance, realizing he no longer had time to check the reward, so he decided to attack it first based on his instincts. The chosen weapon remains a bow and arrow, as the giant zombie grits its teeth from the attack, and wounds on its body begin to heal instantly. Tulak prepares to strike with the 9 Lichidao, jumping and spinning in the air to slash off part of the Titan zombie's body. But it seems it has not been affected much. The situation is now more difficult than before. Tulak is a bit tense. It seems he can no longer rely on the big fool. He pulls out a few supply cards, but that's not all he has. The robot arrives on command. Tulak continues summoning, with the other ally being a zombie cat. Tulak then raised his spear to the sky and performed the 9 leaping heavy slash, facing the absolute power of the giant undead. Yet Tulak showed no signs of flinching. He chose to attack head-on, dragging his sword from below upwards. The zombie titan was quickly knocked back several meters. The server simultaneously issued a red warning, and the move entered the post-transition phase. The player remains frozen for 2 seconds, and the heavy body of the zombie hits the ground, creating a large crater. As it struggles to get up, Tulak's robot appears and delivers a powerful blow directly to the giant zombie's neck. Not stopping there, the zombie cat also wants to join in. It quickly slips away with its small body, and in the blink of an eye, it's no longer in sight. Zombie Cat raised its claws and slashed fiercely at the giant zombie's arm, causing blood to gush out from the corrosive wound. From Lack broke free from control, he aimed at the zombie's shoulder before attacking, and due to the force being quite strong, he had to use his sword to defend himself immediately afterward. Tulak looked at the mindlessly walking zombie and said, "It's a bit tiring to control these two with your mind. Now is the moment the Titan zombie truly unleashes its power." Tulak was heavily affected, temporarily paralyzed, and his normally smart body returned to normal. He suddenly realized something was approaching and was eventually knocked out. Tulak knelt on one knee and calmly assessed that it no longer needs to survive, then activated the Titan Chin Rage skill in this situation. Tulak began calculating its attribute resistance. According to the skill description, the power of the punch is increasing rapidly, and I won't be able to hold out for long. The difficulty of escaping is also higher because the pursuit has increased by 50%. But one arm of the zombie was severely injured, so its attack speed couldn't reach its optimal state, and the countermeasure was for Tulak to dance on the tip of the sword, punching from the giant corpse right in front of him. A single slash cuts through it. 4 notifications with identical content are sent, and upon checking, the team in front has 1 more member, and the mission completion reward has been reduced. Tulak, confused and not yet understanding what was happening, quickly decided to leave the area. As he climbed higher to observe, a voice from afar shouted, "Get down quickly!" The team members realized Tulak had truly won and wanted to come and claim some rewards. The team leader urged, "Hurry in. You can really get a lot of mission rewards." He looked genuinely excited. "Wow, the first-class change broadcast will definitely be announced worldwide. I'm about to become famous," the only girl worriedly suggested.
"Everyone, get out now."
The elder barely managed to kill that terrifying zombie. "How can we?"
Before I could finish, the captain cut me off sharply, silencing me instantly.
"I've been holding back for a long time. This is the end of the world. No more pretending to be innocent."
"Wait until we get outside, then I'll kill you."
The girl, trembling with fear, could only whisper one word. Tulak's tall figure is reflected in the sunset light, his entire body surrounded by a powerful aura. The team captain's pathetic flattery must be because he's a rookie, right? Truly impressive.
"I have always been a loyal fan of you." The other 2 smile and agree. "I watched your battle, so I confidently brought the brothers to help."
"That's all. We all deeply admire you," Tulak asked coldly. "You're just a fan helping out? You're being honest. Weren't you all hiding around here from the beginning?
Why didn't you come down earlier?"
The captain knew he couldn't escape and stammered in silence.
In this matter,
Tulak swiftly swung his sword and cut his body in half. He casually assesses the insincerity, then watches the blood spurt and splash, causing the others to panic and scream. Tulak stands still, but his words still echo slowly. "I hate fake people the most." Just as he turns around, the giant eye appears, emitting a strange purple light. The team members felt their minds being pulled deep into that strange object and began to change. They started tearing at each other, shouting, "Mine! Zombies, stay away!" Aha, along Tulak feels uncomfortable as the disgusting and dishonest thing tries to join the mission to share the reward. The system detects that one player team is missing, and the reward for completion is increased. From Lack pondered that doing so would not only lead to a large share of the profits being divided, but also risk being harmed by these people if they encounter requests that increase in difficulty according to the strength of the challenger. They would be killed. A person shouted angrily, "Listen, your current reputation is that of a hero of Long Country. He thinks becoming a hero to help others is just natural. We only want to follow you and drink soup, nothing else." The one standing beside hurriedly interrupted, "You have to think carefully. If you kill us, people won't see you as a hero." The 4 words hero cut off all his chances of survival. The reward keeps increasing. Tulak raises his hand to retract Thankiem, warning coldly, "Remember,
My name is Neze, I repay any grudge, and I am not a hero for you, nor do I like to bind myself with morals or do things for humanity. I just want to stay alive." The team trembles and quickly searches for an escape route.
Tulak shouts angrily, "Anyone who touches, obstructs, or disgusts me must die."
The server announces that up to 25 more players can join this mission. Please arrange accordingly.
Tulak angrily cursed, "Useless thing. If you want to preach morality, I haven't even checked if I'm worthy."
He swung his sword in fury. Why didn't anyone advise them when being hunted by the Lie family? Because they are all humanity.
They're just a bunch of hypocrites looking down on others.
Congratulations to player Nai Se for defeating the level 19 White Silver Titan zombie boss and earning 400 experience points, 500 gold, the only global achievement, as the White Silver Spear is about to be announced across the entire area.
Adding 2 golden hands and random equipment. Is Tulak excited about doubling the reward? Is there really such good news? A big surprise suddenly appeared. Tulak immediately flew over to claim it as a black pedestal rose from the ground, carrying 2 sparkling treasures. The first was a scroll. Inside it states that after the city's transfer station is activated, the player will receive the following benefits. 1. A statue of Lin Zyle is cast, proving outstanding contributions and earning eternal admiration. 2. Zombies are not more difficult. 3. Just pay the fee and the commission is yours. Tulak quickly signed his name, the blood-red writing standing out on the page. The system appeared, congratulating the player for completing the Shanghai Transfer Station activation mission, earning 500 experience points, 3,000 gold coins, 100 experience, and a collection of King's Scrolls. Level up to 15, gaining 3 additional points in strength, stamina, and free attributes. To reach the next rank, 2,800 experience is required. Becoming the first player to activate in Lamtin City and earning the only global title, the class change announcement is about to begin. Tulak is overjoyed. This must be the system-enhanced reward, right? The loud noises behind him catch his attention. Tulak thinks to himself, how could I forget that you guys still need to find a quiet place to receive your rewards? I have no mood to teach anyone right now. Tulak slapped Damao a few times to wake him up, then gently signaled, "Let's go, eat some chicken drumsticks." The 2 of them just left like that, while the survivors here are extremely bewildered. What is going on? Didn't Naisei already defeat the zombies? A few of them are panicking. Could it be that he activated a higher level trap on purpose, to use us as bait for the zombies? Why is he so ruthless? He just wanted to share a part of the profit. For him, it's nothing. The server congratulates Naisei for becoming the first in the solo end-of-world game to kill a platinum-level boss and activate the class transfer device. Based on their heroic strength, the global achievement and large rewards were obtained, hoping other players would learn from it.
Since Shanghai was the first place to activate the class change altar, all players received citywide rewards.
If within 24 hours killing zombies doubles the drop rate, increases experience, and gold by 10%, a column of fire descends from the sky, and everyone stares in shock at the 2 girls who look very happy. We really leveled up, and from now on, Naisei is truly my idol. The others started fighting each other for the loot. The boy looked out the window and softly said, "If I remember correctly, the class change station appeared only last night, and inside there was a level bronze boss that was extremely tough. We lost 30 people and still couldn't beat them, and now they've already cleared the pass this afternoon?" The fan of Nai-C shouted excitedly. I knew it. After dealing with countless other players, the veteran no longer found the monotonous world announcement satisfying. I tell you, this player named Nai-C is truly a talent of our country. However, before the end of the world, Zhang Lin went to Shanghai for a visit and was imprisoned there. He smirked, but his mindset still belonged to this territory. Sooner or later, he would have to return to the arms of the motherland. The night was quiet as Danong sat alone outside working, while Tulak carefully examined the rewards he received today. You currently have over 12,000 gold coins and 7 cubic meters of storage space. Tulak displays a proud look. Tisk, level 16. Now this speed is even faster than during the early protection period, and now there's no way to be humble. The old rule applies. Claim your game rewards first. There are a total of 3 scrolls in the drawer. Tulak calculated that the professional level up. It will automatically increase when leveling up, so I can freely allocate attribute points into spirit and agility. This is equivalent to a transformation of your own strength, so he finally slowly folded the photo into a book. Since Tulak already has the automatic daily level up system, receiving additional ones will also provide enhancements. He suddenly chuckled. These 2 are not bad. Fighting zombies and bosses will be much easier later. Tulak suddenly remembered, oh right, what was it about the doubled drop rate that the world mentioned earlier? Does everyone increase by 1%? He looked confused, clearly saying so. Tulak screamed loudly, I have a 2011 drop rate. The system congratulates the host for obtaining a silver-grade equipment, a demon-embedded battle armor, and a long skirt. I am truly happy. It's the outfit. Indeed, magic has its effects. Each treasure brings different benefits to Tulak, like resistance or countermeasures. He touches the equipment button with his finger, reviews it briefly, then makes a decision. His agility and mental strength have fallen behind a bit, so it's enough to just give points for those. He shivered and assessed himself. That's not bad either. Tulak happily requested to withdraw both golden hand systems. He pulls a supply card from his pocket. It looks ordinary, but in critical moments it can determine the outcome of every battle. Tulak Nya gently stroked her hair, but overall, the 2 items in this bag are not very useful. It must be because I am too wealthy. Next, regarding the title, Tulak frowned and pondered. None are as good as the invincible posture. Could it be that the Viking career I unlocked has also disappeared? These rewards are all ordinary. Luckily, that agreement can soothe my wounded heart. Overthinking gives me a headache, so I have to decide that now the golden hand system will withdraw the white-silver level equipment for me. He closed his eyes tightly and began to pray. Infinite heavenly Tathagata, may the Lord protect me. Amen. Introducing the profession of a blacksmith. Inheriting my father's skills, I specialize in butchering pigs and cattle to maintain my attributes. Each level up grants 2 strength and 1 stamina. Tulak pursed his lips. This is a bit ordinary, and it's useless for me and the big fool. Let's keep it for now. Maybe it will be useful later. Since you're free, you might as well organize Tulak's bag and then open the golden horn to receive blessings and gain a lot of experience points. The treasure is at the very end, something with a pretty good name. A melon slicer that activates a threat effect for 2 minutes, reducing the opponent's attributes by 10%. Tulak, feeling confused, muttered that the sword was good, but saying that line during a fight sounded really silly, so he just handed it to Kula Cho to swallow. Tulak stepped outside, clenched his fists, showing his determination. What the hell are you still resting for? We only have 24 hours. We must seize the opportunity. He is currently holding a stamina potion in his hand. Tulak drinks it all in 1 gulp. Daigok is a little startled when he realizes his master is standing right behind him. He just smiles and winks, signaling, let's get to work. Today I've wounded all the zombies. Leave them to me. Tulak held up a few fingers, each representing 2 zombies, and tonight he would be rewarded with an extra roasted chicken. Dainok, hearing this, immediately became more excited and ran after him. Tulak swings his holy sword, always leading the charge. Outside, the zombies have been waiting for a long time, and the noise surprises him slightly. He glanced over the monster from head to tail, silently thinking, oh my god, how many items did I equip? Tulak swung his sword, constantly hoping for 2 items to drop for me. No! All 3 are equipped. The system congratulates the player for successfully defeating a level 6 heavy zombie. All right, Tulak shouted to Dongmin. Quickly, lure a few zombies here and hit the ground with a hammer to make some noise. The big fool obediently followed, and the zombies attracted by the sound kept coming in larger numbers. The server announcement kept ringing out, indicating that today's gains were quite substantial. Tulak paused for a few seconds, then sneered with a mocking smile. Now that's more like it. At the same time, in another part of the city center, a large screen displays the ranking of essential items. The bespectacled man from the Van family calmly said, it seems the new equipment appeared after Naize defeated the platinum-level boss. So do I even need to ask? It's obviously him, but I'm curious, who exactly is this guy? Lai Haobak's father coldly said, "If it weren't for your father turning into a zombie, you wouldn't even have the right to be here. We're discussing serious matters now, so be more serious." Ho Chi Minh sneered.
Ha ha, Lord Lai, are you here thinking I'm one of your useless children?
Anyanyo added, "I think that Lai Haobak is in Shanghai, right? See, being so far away doesn't help at all. Based on his personality, I suspect he won't last much longer." With the situation tense, the bespectacled man had to smooth things over. "Lao Li, don't forget today's topic is about gossip and other people's affairs. If the family head has no questions, then don't ask anymore." He remembered and thought, "I've never heard of this person before in Long Guo. It's hard to believe that an ordinary, quiet person could become so powerful in just a few days." Father Lai Haobak concluded that he must find him, relying on his reputation and influence.
Joining our alliance will provide significant support for the plans of the three families.
Chi Minh showed no particular interest but did not oppose either. "That's right. The apocalypse is a great opportunity. It seems he already has a plan in mind. The whole world is in chaos, so why don't we step out independently and become the masters of this world?" The bespectacled man looked thoughtful. "If the snacks can't be used by us, then just take the equipment." Then, Chi Minh made a slicing motion across his neck, indicating killing. The two men exchanged glances, seemingly understanding, and said nothing further. The scene outside remains chaotic, with players reviewing their rewards. Today's haul is impressive. Need to kill more zombies. He didn't realize he was the target all along. At the hotel, where Tu Lak chose to stay, he stood alone in the room, diligently practicing his spells. If you look out the window, you can see a fierce battle below. Tu Lak realizes that Trong Nguyen Trung seems to be the name ranked just below him on the previous level-up board, and now he's trying very hard. Tu Lak stroked his chin in thought and said, "In my previous life, Trong Nguyen Trung seemed to still be at level 8 during this period, only reaching level 9 tomorrow, and the day after he would complete his hidden class change. In this life, he doesn't have many world notification rewards, so leveling up will be much slower." He yawned widely, but considering the current situation, my reincarnation has truly impacted the world. Tu Lak chuckled to himself, but no matter how far things deviate from the original course, as long as I have strength, I can face everything. He fumbles to find something, and the system signals that he is leveling up. Tu Lak retracts his hand, accidentally catching a faint strange scent in the air. Tu Lak curiously asked Dang Ok, "Are you the one, Stinky?" The zombie growled in response, but based on where it was pointing, it seemed to be referring to Tu Lak. Only then did he realize where the problem lay. Tu Lak hurriedly grabbed new clothes and lamented that he was doomed. "Wow, I've only been bathing once a month all this time." Daegu looked a bit flustered as he scratched his head in confusion. Tu Lak happily scrubbed his body, and as he reached the door, saw Dang Ok about to take off his pants to go shower. Tu Lak threw the towel directly at his face and said, "Let's sleep." He leaned back on the soft mattress and gradually drifted into a peaceful sleep. In their previous life, everyone eventually got used to this situation and forgot what it was like to bathe. The moon reigns over the vast sky, and Tu Lak's gentle snoring echoes softly. Suddenly, a strange phenomenon appeared from the bathroom, water rushing out violently. A menacing, large eye appeared in the dark hole, and the foul-smelling mutated rat gradually emerged. Tu Lak suddenly woke up from his trance. The mutated rat was right beside him, glaring at him with angry eyes. Its speed was astonishing, 10 times faster than normal ones. Tu Lak calmly observes and thinks to himself, "Wow, zombie rats are this big?" He turns around and uses his sword to cut the monster's body in half. While Tu Lak was pondering what to do next, the ground suddenly trembled. The swarm of rats came crawling into the city from somewhere, and their numbers were so overwhelming that no one could have imagined. They gathered together to form a wave, invading every corner, as the desperate screams of the people echo through the night.
They are completely helpless against the attack of the mutated rats and fall all at once.
They quickly passed by the hotel where Tu Lak was staying. He and the big fool prepared to fight inside the room. Tu Lak looks at the monster's corpse and guesses that the noise is either a zombie wave or a gathering of mutated creatures. But since the game system hasn't notified anything, and the sudden attack seems to be just a zombie rat, that's probably all it is. He carefully checks the corridor outside, wondering if his rebirth has caused a butterfly effect that has affected the entire zombie world. It's better to understand the situation around him so he can respond if something suddenly happens. From the window frame, the continuous screeching sounds. Tu Lak frowned and concluded that there probably aren't many zombie shoots. Maybe I am overthinking it. My initial plan wasn't to check the situation first. There was a loud boom nearby. Tu Lak was confused. No way. A few zombie mice wouldn't cause such a loud commotion. He felt a bit scared. If the sound was that loud, it meant the zombie mice had already gathered in a team. The commotion is huge. They must be nearby, maybe even on the floor below. Are they targeting me? There's an even larger number of monsters emerging from the sewer. They are moving in a straight line with a clear pattern. Tulak deduces that judging by their organized appearance, they are definitely being led by a boss-level mutant rat zombie. And it looks like a fierce battle will break out tonight. We can't stay here much longer. He coldly ordered Da Nong, let's go to the rooftop. Break the lock on the door. Zile confidently stepped forward. He and Da Nong quickly moved to the edge of the rooftop. Tulak put on his mask and silently observed everything happening through the bars. Something accidentally caught his eye. Tulak had to sigh in relief. There are too many of them, but luckily, they weren't targeting him. The excitement rises, thinking that if he kills this little one, he could make a lot of money. But Tulak then sighs in disappointment and walks away, as the numbers are too many and staying alive is more important. He still doesn't know the purpose of the zombie rat boss bringing its subordinates over there, so it's better not to act rashly. Be quiet and warn the fool here, survival is the priority. No running around. Tulak opened the system menu with the ring of the dark armor, then jumped to the nearby building to find a good position. It seems there are fewer rats on this side. Suddenly, a wailing voice is heard. Tulak sneers. The apocalypse has been here for 7 or 8 days. How naive can they be? Do you really think running away will save you? He slowly looked back at the original hotel, thinking that with the cooperation of Tathan and Don, they might delay until the opposite rooftop. But with such useful survival skills, using them here feels a bit like a waste. Tulak muttered to himself, then went to observe first before speaking. An hour passed, and Tulak remained seated silently without any movement. He silently wondered, hearing nothing, disappearing without reason. Could it be an hidden instance appearing? Like a transfer station with a protective shield separating it from the outside world? Tulak stroked his chin, surprised that today he could gain such an unexpected harvest. This is a good thing. My luck isn't bad. He mentally calls Damao, saying, come here quickly, it's time to work. The zombie obeys and immediately appears. Daigoku is right behind Tsula, quickly noticing something's wrong as black feathers fall from the night sky, crows flying back and forth in a fixed spot without any clear purpose. Tsula whispers a warning, Daigoku, don't disturb those animal zombies. There are too many of them. I might not be able to handle it. Tulak looked down at the road, a few crows calling their comrades to feast on the corpses, his face turning pale. My God, such an abnormal thing happening again. The two types of zombies, rats and birds, not only coexist peacefully, but also obediently line up to enter the villa. What exactly is contained here? Tulak uses the rope ladder and carefully steps into the area. He landed safely, and everything around him was eerily silent. Tulak led the way, sword in hand, as the number of different types of zombies approaching the villa was more than twice as many. Tuzlak is terrified. Whether in the past or now, the destructive power of this bear cannot be underestimated. There is an intermediary gate right in front of the main hall, through which the zombie horde is entering. They lined up like that in a long row, with no end in sight. As the dawn sunlight broke, Tulak sat exhausted, as if the ordeal was finally over. Are they all gone now? There's nothing here either. Tulak looked genuinely happy, but there really isn't anything left. It must be so. He shouted to signal the big fool hiding, go through the intermediate door right in front of you. The system asks if Tulak wants to proceed, and he wonders why there are no hints since he hasn't seen the dungeon yet. Additionally, copies in the apocalyptic game are divided into 2 types. The first involves direct combat between players, with this battle as the main focus. The environment and difficulty are mostly fixed, but will adjust according to the character's level. Then the mission will be assigned and appropriate reminders will be given. Tulak remembered that in his previous life he had encountered many dungeons, so his experience was quite rich and matching his current strength, especially with his golden hand. Defeating this should be no problem. He wondered if there would be a protective mechanism like the mysterious trial when he entered the copy in the apocalyptic game. A divine voice responded, the system's core is to provide the best experience for the character. If you're dissatisfied with the content, the mission can be ended at any time. Tulak excitedly says, so this means we can retreat anytime and anywhere without any losses? What are we waiting for? Let's do it. I'm in. Tulak pressed the accept quest button, and the server announced his successful activation. He turned to look at his ally, and, after all, he had a golden touch. The big fool doesn't. He pointed at the zombie and said, stay here and wait for orders. Tulak secretly thought that seeing him squat and pose like that, he felt a bit unhappy. What was going on? The dungeon quickly opens. Tulak tightly grips his sword, taking a deep breath to summon his courage. The space inside is surrounded by 4 walls with several flames floating in the air. Tulak tapped a few times to check, then focused on the sword and decisively slashed, creating a long cut in the sand. The system congratulated the player for activating the special dungeon, the Desperate Maze. The screen displays a series of legendary maze data. No one has survived and escaped from here in over 1,000 years. Will you become one of them? You need to find the exit, avoid hidden traps, and eliminate zombie animals. The storage space is sealed. The time limit is 3,650 days. Warning: player detected using the special method to enter the ongoing dungeon. The parameters need to be adjusted. Tulak quietly wondered with concern. Is it not open yet? Could this special method be the teleportation door from earlier? He pursed his lips, guessing that the door wasn't part of this maze and was used to add animal zombies, then closed it after finishing, just as I saw it, and the undead jumped inside. Tulak imagines himself as sticking his head into a fire pit, but dismisses that pointless thought. Tulak pondered, the maze hasn't opened yet, indicating a very high danger level, unsuitable for regular players, but it doesn't necessarily apply to him. Moreover, most of the animal zombies were probably recently added and are completely useless. He looked at the weapon that limited the mission and said that the item was no longer effective, but I still have the 9-leaf saber to unleash my skills, so it seems there's a mistake. But I can't deny that I was bound by the sword's soul. This doesn't matter. As long as you have it in your hands, that's enough. The server has adjusted the success rate, and the situation in the dungeon has been allocated according to the player's strength. The space quickly turned into a bloody red. Tulak was overjoyed. Even in this apocalyptic game, there was still humanity, and they knew how to help him reduce the difficulty. Since player Nhaise entered the dungeon early and disrupted the normal order, the difficulty will increase by 50%. Tulak shouted in panic, as if I hadn't said anything, proving that this game is indeed untrustworthy and is changing punishments when missions fail. If the host wishes to stop, they can transmit at any time. This maze has witnessed many moments of despair. Success will be rewarded. 2 ordinary golden hands randomly, Tulak's dominant hand. He gradually moves into the area surrounded by stone walls. Suddenly, an arrow shot out from a small hole. Tulak wasn't ready yet, but luckily he managed to raise his sword to block it, and the force pushed him back a few meters, causing the bow and arrow to fall down. Tulak nervously thought to himself, no wonder he hasn't opened this dungeon yet. He estimated the attack power of the protective arrow to be around 30 in player strength attributed, who could possibly block it. While Tulak was distracted, suddenly a multitude of other arrows were unleashed, flying swiftly in all directions. Tulak hurriedly dodged to the side. The road ahead widens, but there's no sign of life at all. Tulak sighs nervously, and Fugi is startled, thinking he might find some weapons to pick up. He tried swinging his sword to check, but nothing appeared. Tulak felt a bit relieved. It seems it's really over. He carefully surveys the area ahead where the path splits, then relies entirely on instinct and memory, feeling a bit excited. What's going on? He smiles slightly. The right side seems promising. Let's go ahead and check. Tulak, holding his sword, suddenly stepped on something underfoot and was extremely surprised. Human bones? Tulak crouched down to examine, calmly concluding that this thing holds no clues and serves no purpose, just scaring people. The heat from inside the cellar made Tulak's body sweat profusely. There was a door nearby. Tulak gently knocked a few times, but there was no response. He then slightly opened the door, and the mutated rat immediately screeched upon sensing a stranger. It lunged at Tulak, who decisively swung a curved attack. The system congratulated the player for successfully killing the zombie rat, earning 6 experience points and 8 gold coins. Tulak took it and shouted excitedly about the beef fried rice. He took each spoonful into his mouth, showing he's starving. The bowl was soon empty. Tulak casually dusted his hands, wiped the remaining rice from his lips, and sighed, "It's ridiculous, only knowing how to take advantage of openings. They should at least give me a napkin to wipe my mouth." Tulak continues his journey, luckily having gone through the soldier class change trial. Otherwise, he might not have been able to persevere. He smiles softly, and the old rule at the second turn on the right finally appears. Tulak taps his sword against the stone wall, carefully observing everything behind him, now standing between 2 different paths. He quickly escapes the deadly acid trap. He angrily cursed under his breath. What bad luck. Tulak opened the second door, immediately dealt with a zombie dog, and tried to find a few more rooms. Tulak snorted coldly, exchanging 10 wooden doors for a giant rat zombie. He decisively cut it down and retrieved a royal grade 9-leaf pearl from its body. Tulak decides to take a break. The intersections ahead all look the same, so he starts drawing symbols in blood. 3 paths, 2 dead ends, one of which is filled with traps. The others are clear. Behind the doors, there are randomly placed animal zombies. Killing them will drop supply cards or weapons. Tulak realizes that the number of zombie skeletons matches the number written on the door, but there are still many other doubts. He lowers his arm and frowns in thought, as if he now understands why this maze causes despair. He left the room with that thought in mind, realizing that the animal zombies ahead only grow stronger, and he wasn't sure what traps might be waiting inside, so he had to be more careful. Tulak forcefully pushed open the wooden door, revealing 2 bronze-level bosses inside, and he thought to himself, "This seems to match what I expected." The battle erupts immediately, and with just a few basic slashes, Tulak successfully defeats them and levels up to level 18. The system congratulates the player for the quick find, awarding 2 more points. Tulak opened his mouth wide and took a big bite. He excitedly used the supply card he just obtained, which was named after the trap. The animal monsters keep invading and getting dealt with automatically. Tulak doesn't even need to lift a finger, standing confidently as he moves into the 3rd day of the maze. The next day, the power of the Bao Dao had been upgraded to a complete grade, equipped with diamond level plus 10 strength, 4 physical attributes, 25% armor penetration, and significantly increased damage from skills and attack effectiveness. Tulak couldn't help but be amazed. Truly incredible beyond belief. This really is a transformation. He carefully examines the weapon, and it seems that from now on, chopping low-level animal zombies will be even faster. From that moment on, Tulak was seen fighting relentlessly. Even mid-tier bronze level was no match for him. The maze is no longer as terrifying as rumors suggest. In Shanghai City, a girl is lost in happiness. "Mom, I've reached level 10. The server congratulates the player on successfully class-changing. The young people are whispering and gossiping.
Do you have any news about idol Naise? Nothing.
It's like he's vanished from the world. I think Naise has found a good place to retire early and no longer plans to kill zombies to level up, so he's probably been assassinated. However, I suspect Naise was probably captured by some organization that sees Tongjiam as a test subject for research. The next piece of information contradicts their baseless claims. This can't be, he's still on the leaderboard. Didn't they say that once someone is gone, they'll disappear from there? Even the big fool isn't making a move. Now he's at level 10. Tulak unleashes the 9 Latram slash. In front of him are 3 zombies with different appearances. Tulak quickly escaped, and in the blink of an eye, he was gone. The zombie orb was left stunned and motionless. Tulak sneered, "You still have some potential, but unfortunately, I leveled up." He drew his sword from the corpse, and immediately a mutation appeared. Faced with the pressure, Lam Tulak had to use both arms to shield himself. The server congratulates the player for successfully defeating the level 9 boss, the zombie rat, earning 50 experience points and 100 gold coins. A treasure chest appears from behind, containing a copper-grade treasure. Just then, 2 monsters rushed towards him. Tulak gently turned on his heel, watching them slaughter each other as the smell of blood filled the room. Tulak and Bao defeated the last zombie, and their rewards skyrocketed with no sign of stopping. Tulak also got another chance to draw the golden hand, and of course, he agreed. This item is called the All-Seeing Eye, which helps Tulak look up all information about creatures he has never understood before. Tulak looks thoughtful. He tried clicking on the computer screen, and the abundant information it provided made Tulak happy as he checked the zombies related to creatures that could reveal their weaknesses. He suddenly fell into contemplation, but that second point was so vague. How much could strengths and weaknesses really be pushed? This will have to wait until the next encounter with a zombie creature to see the actual effect. Tulak fumbled through his bag, took out a mixed pill, and then ingested it into his body. Tulak calmly stepped out of the dark room and approached door number 41. The foul smell from inside the cell wafted out, making Lam Tulak extremely uncomfortable. He quickly activated the Eye of Action. Using the fire attribute would counter the bird zombies. Tulak silently thought, so this is what they call a weakness. It seems quite useful. He quickly performed the 9 Latram Kich in front of thousands of blood-red eyes. Tulak single-handedly destroys the zombie bird swarm. He retracts his treasured sword and draws a Bagua diagram on a blank sheet of paper. Tulak coldly realizes there are only 14 doors left. He changes direction, leaving the sweaty debris behind. Step by step, Tulak slowly moves forward and notices a strange object blocking the way. A large stone. His face filled with confusion, and this path has no wooden door. Tulak draws a few lines with his sword to examine, following the diagram he drew earlier, trying to find a way out. A growing sense of unease gradually invades his mind, and Tulak begins to doubt whether his calculations are correct. He's worried that the path he took earlier was too smooth and has a bad feeling about it. He's close to getting out but needs to be more careful. The light coming from ahead indicates this is the way. Tulak sped up suddenly, coming to a halt as he saw that this area was completely different, with a large dragon carved on the door. Tulak shows clear determination, but that aura is truly captivating, gradually drawing him deeper inside. Standing silently in front of the wooden door for a long time, Tulak sighs in disappointment. He pushes with force, a stream of power manifesting in midair. Tulak's eyes widen in surprise. Is this a local divine force? The system congratulates the player for finding the exit of the hopeless maze and successfully completing the legendary dungeon. The reward this time is the unique products and culture of Lamtin, currently in the process of coordination.
A few seconds later, another notification was sent, randomly drawing 2 common golden hands, but Tulak wanted to delay that and did not agree. The remaining gifts included breaking the boundary item, the lie, and the Kam Tuong Chi Nguyen.
Tulak takes the key, a special one-time item that can open the barrier within 10 seconds. He evaluates seriously. It doesn't look difficult, but he shouldn't let his guard down. Tulak instinctively remembered that the Bagua cup represented fire, so this reward was related to fire. Finally, the Chi Nguyen Kam Tuong was connected to the water system, congratulating the player for completing the dungeon challenge. Now the weapons and storage space can be used normally. Tulak quietly pondered. This dungeon reward seemed a bit strange, and the 2 orbs didn't have detailed descriptions. It seemed there was still something else in the room that he needed to find. Missing out on this opportunity would be a significant loss. He moves to another part of the underground chamber. The treasure appears, causing Tulak to feel suspicious. It's another scroll. He opens it. Fu H, the human origin of Long Kingdom, one of the 3 ancient imperial texts called the God of Creation. This maze was created by Fu Hai and is located beneath the Kolan mountain range. Those who enter through the door will have the chance to inherit the power of the 8 trigrams left by Fu Shi. Since the maze appeared, no one has ever reached the end. The remaining people have turned to bones, Tulak exclaimed in fear. So this place might also be a transfer station, and even steal the attributes of the 8 trigrams. How could the power inherited from Fu Shi be weak? This surprise came so suddenly. He happily guesses that this might be Yu Huang's trouble. What does he want to do there? Sigh, I was just thinking about a second profession. Isn't it about time now? The gem is surrounded by a protective barrier. Tulak uses his mind to receive it. When the gem touches his skin, it suddenly shines brightly, displaying all kinds of colors, making Tulak gasp in surprise, and his whole body is blown away. Tulak gaping in shock as this is a massive, tangible form of power, resembling a cocoon, while Lam Tulak is relentlessly attacked by 3 sources of energy, causing him immense pain. It pierced through him, catching him off guard. Blood from Lam Tulak's head flowed out even more. He struggles to look ahead, appearing extremely exhausted. In front of him is a large cocoon surrounded by pure blue energy. The shimmering stars above suddenly shine brightly as a massive beam of energy descends directly onto the cocoon, surrounding him with colorful energies. Lam Tulak concentrates on absorbing the energy as the cocoon begins to crack, and the energy gradually leaks out. He unleashes his full strength to break the cocoon. Opening his eyes and looking ahead with determination, Lam Tin Lak gently wipes the blood from his face as the system notification sounds repeatedly, confirming that the player Nai Se is receiving the unknown energy transfer. The system is currently checking the unknown energy. It successfully detects the unknown energy coming from Lam Tin Lam Tulak, who steps forward to the marked point for the system to examine. The unknown energy is being integrated with Lam Tin culture in the apocalyptic game system. The system's voice keeps echoing in his ears, and the integration is successful. The transformation is complete. Player Nai Si is now transferring their class, and the system continues to update. The system voice still hasn't stopped. Congratulations to player Nai Se on successfully changing your class. According to Lam Tin culture, the apocalyptic game named the profession Thande. Congratulations to player Nai Se for completing the dungeon. The Thande profession requires a data processing step. Lin Tsulek looked at the system with confusion. The Celestial Emperor? Surrounded by confusion, a green jade pendant suddenly appeared before his eyes. It blended the 2 sources of red and blue flames floating before his eyes, and Lam Tulak was extremely surprised. He reached out and gently touched the jade pendant, immediately releasing both sources of power. It surrounds Lam Tulak, and he looks at it with a curious gaze. The system notification rang out again, congratulating the player for obtaining the abilities to control flames and water currents. Other abilities are waiting for the player to gradually unlock, and Lam Zilak immediately raised his hand to cast a spell. Water flow and fire flame are gathered and held in his hands, and he smiles happily and proudly. Just these two abilities are already very powerful. If fully unlocked, what else could the apocalyptic game do to him? He sighed with excitement. Well, I really wonder what's going to happen. Lam Tulak confidently steps forward, opens the stone door, and around him the cracked walls are beginning to collapse. He sweat profusely as he observed, indeed a structure built on someone else's soybean dregs. Lam Tulak opened the system, and it immediately prompted the question, "Do you want to leave the instance?" He instantly chose yes. The system quickly brought him out of there. Lam Tulak smirked confidently and finally said, then reached into his pocket to take out his phone, holding it in his hand. Lam Tulak was surprised, frowning with a look of confusion and concern. He checked the notification and saw that it had been 2 weeks, shocking him to realize he had been in the instance for 2 full weeks without feeling any urgency. Lam Tulak knew he had to leave quickly. As the person just turned around, a pale face directly caught his eye, making Lam Tulak jump in surprise and step back. Recognizing it was Daingok, he let out a sigh of relief and looked up at the person approaching him. "Since I entered, have you always stayed in the same place? Are you hungry, Daingok?" Seeing him nodding blankly, Lam Tulak helplessly patted his shoulder and said, "All right, after I finish here, I'll take you to eat fried chicken." Daingok cheered happily. Lam Tulak looked at the system ranking, currently displayed. First place, Nize level 20 soldier. Second, Trong Nguyen Trung level 17 war soul. Third, Vong Han level 16 fire manipulation. Fourth, Quan Fa level 16 Quan Fa. Fifth, Taemon Sui Fong level 16. After reviewing the rankings, Lam Tulak sighed. It's been 2 weeks, and no one has made any real progress. Come on, big fool. Now is the time for us to refresh our sense of existence. The familiar system voice rang out again. Congratulations to player Trong Nguyen Trung for reaching level 18. He finished the fight and stood proudly on his achievements, slinging his sword over his shoulder. Zhang Yuan Zhong wiped the sweat from his face, finally leveling up once more, earning some face for our army. He said that and reached out to open the system with a pale face as he looked at the results. Damn, is this guy using hacks? How did he level up to 20 in just a blink? Unlike Zhang Yuanzhong's frustrated mood, the 2 girls elsewhere cheered happily when they saw the ranking results. He's finally back. He finally came back. Our faith is restored. On the rooftop, the young man with white hair checked the results and scratched his head. He used to be clueless and never on the rankings, but now he's jumped to 5th place. What exactly has happened these past few days? Even more people are shocked while eating. Oh my God, in just 1 minute, the leaderboard has changed so much. How did the veteran manage to level up to 20 in the blink of an eye? While everyone else was panicking, they were calmly sitting in a corner eating. He was scooping rice into his mouth, watching the system notifications appear continuously as the player Nasi finished the Despair Maze dungeon, proceeding to update the data for the Thande class, optimizing the player's basic attributes based on the soldier and Thande professions. Then it shows the current basic attributes of the player, with strength, spirit, physique, and agility all at 40 and 50 free attribute points. The Thande profession has completed the data processing, and each time the player levels up, all attributes will increase by 3 and 5 free attribute points. He checks his basic attributes: strength 90, spirit 80, physique 80, agility 80. After reviewing the stats, Lin Sulak reaches out to press skip to see his class. The Celestial Emperor profession introduces the Celestial Emperor, one of the 5 Celestial Emperors in the East, symbolized by the Azure Dragon, the most mysterious profession established by the dual celestial star formation of Tai Hao Fuxi clan and the Bat Kwai Boy, which combines the energy of Bat Kwai Chi Luke. Each level up grants 3 points of spirit, 3 points of agility, and 3 points of free attributes. The power of the stars and planets can receive the blessing of heaven and earth spirit. The brighter the spiritual light, the greater your strength will become. The 8 trigrams power allows you to replenish the energy of the 8 trigrams badge by gathering primordial orbs, thereby controlling the attribute abilities related to the orbs. Its power is beyond the universe's capacity to contain. Just reading about the 8 trigrams badge, Lin Sulak was shocked. He actually received an 8 trigrams badge. He hurriedly put down his finished meal and reached out to catch the falling item. It was a rare grade artifact, a jade pendant imbued with the power of the 8 trigrams. Lie. You can control the power of flames by consuming mental energy. Kan. You can control the power of water flow by consuming mental energy. The skill means that after you acquire the corresponding attribute, you can understand related skills based on your talent. Seeing the jade pendant spinning in his hand, Lin Sulak was overjoyed, as this also meant he had infinite skills. Even if he didn't learn them, he could still control these elements at will. So this is what it feels like to be a strong expert? Being so much stronger than them makes me feel quite embarrassed. Then he began training according to the system, with all attributes perfectly balanced. A top-tier dual-profession combat technique combined into one, allowing him to learn many skills. Suddenly, a faint moan was heard. It's the big fool, his current state isn't normal, I thought something was wrong with him. But unexpectedly, the big fool suddenly stood up, shouted loudly, tore his clothes, and stepped forward. The level indicator above the big fool's head also broke through to 16. Seeing this, Lam Tu-Lak immediately checked the big fool's class analysis chart, and a series of familiar symbols appeared. The king's ability to move mountains with a single strike and break all laws of power is the root of all your abilities. With enough strength, you can destroy many curses, spells, and restrictions through your own attacks. Look, it's truly extraordinary, with not even a hint of change. Locke suddenly thought of something and turned to the idiot, telling him to try a single strike to transform all laws. Confused, he agreed and lowered himself, touching the ground, causing the terrain to shake and pieces of stone to stick to his hand due to the attraction. Lam Tu-Lak smiled softly, thinking that with his current attribute of strength, being able to do this was already very good. Considering this, the conversion rate of the king's profession to the strength attribute wasn't bad at all.
Suddenly remembering something, he crossed his arms and said, "System, continue drawing. I want to draw 2 more common golden hands." The system immediately responded and proceeded to draw the Xin, drawing the common golden hands. Xin, congratulations on successfully helping Absolute Domination Level 1 and increasing the breakthrough rate to Level 2. Since you already possess the golden hand of Absolute Domination Level 1, your Absolute Domination level has now risen to Level 2.
Lam Tu-Lak happily said, "This little guy is really cool stacking. Who can resist it? Looks like there's a pattern to drawing the golden hand. Next time if you draw 2 in a row, you might get a new one and an old one. So from now on, just follow this rule. Then Lam Tu-Lak and the big fool go outside, and the system will appear immediately. Attention? Shanghai players, attention Shanghai players. The Shanghai Personal Combat Power Tournament is now officially over. The player who ranked first in the Shanghai Personal Combat Power Leaderboard is Mo Yun. Based on the overall strength, the city that wins the prize will receive 2 random exquisite silver-grade equipment and a large amount of gold coins, experience points, and free attribute reputation points. The player who ranks second in the Shanghai Individual Combat Power ranking is Trung-Yi Tiaonian. According to the player who ranked third in the Shanghai Individual Combat Power Leaderboard, the Great Saber guest, the Shanghai Individual Combat Festival has already ended. It seems that while I was in the maze, they were all seriously leveling up. The world now has the specific setup for the Personal Strength Tournament. The condition to open the city's Individual Strength Festival is that 30% of all players in the city must reach level 10 or higher. During the designated time, all players who arrive at the specified location will be considered registered for the Individual Strength Festival. The reward for the Individual Strength Tournament is an exclusive prize based on the player's contribution. Then he said, "Big fool, we've leveled up, so let's go kill some zombies for fun, using your hammer to smash the ground so they come to us to fight." He shouted, and instantly the big fool transformed into a hammer-wielding giant with a large hammer and armor, smashing the ground forcefully as many zombies charged at them. And then Lam Tu-Lak immediately attacked with the 9-leaf slash. That attack was launched at the zombies, and with just one strike, it took them all out. Then the big fool charged forward, leaping into the air and slashing at each one. Meanwhile, Lam Tu-Lak is searching through the system for the Fireball Technique scroll. A Fireball Technique scroll appears from within the flames. A large flame erupts in the palm of Lam Tu-Lak's hand. Luckily, I haven't handed him over to Ku Le Cho yet. I didn't expect it to actually work now. His face is extremely serious as he condenses fire in both palms. Lam Tu-Lak closed his eyes, focused all his energy, and flames erupted around him, engulfing his massive body. Lam Tu-Lak smiled happily as he watched the flames emanate from his hands. Suddenly, a burst of fire flew in from somewhere, almost hitting his face. Lam Tu-Lak quickly tilted his head back, and then, avoiding the incoming flames, the spot where the fire splashed erupted in a terrifying explosion. Lam Tu-Lak sweatily wiped his face. "All right, keep training until nightfall, with smoke billowing around." Lam Tu-Lak panting, with various wounds on his face and large flames still burning on his hands, his eyes unusually serious as he continued to gather fire in his palms. The system notification suddenly appeared. "Congratulations to the player for successfully mastering the Fireball Technique through the unique trait of the Celestial Emperor class." Lam Tu-Lak smiled as he tapped on the skill description on the system interface. Success, the system displays detailed data. Fireball Technique, a mage-type skill, consumes a certain amount of mental energy to condense into a fireball. When launched, the targeted enemy will trigger an explosion. The power of the explosion will be 170% of the mental energy consumed because the nature of mental energy consumption differs from physical attack usage. The damage of mage-type skills is greatly boosted by mental energy.
Lam Tulak withdrew the fire in his hand, looked at the system panel disappearing, and felt satisfied.
A skill transfer scroll. Since Lam Tulak was gradually getting up, there were many scrolls in the Shanghai shop, so perhaps other city shops had almost the same. Go there to check first and buy some preparations for when needed.
Lam Tulak turned to the person behind him and said, "Big fool, go find some fried chicken." The person behind responded with a sound, and Lam Tulak went outside, gazing at the sky thoughtfully. The Shanghai individual combat tournament has ended, and other cities are probably about to start as well. We can't guarantee that other places won't have promising newcomers who might come early to scout their strength. In another place with many people passing by, this is the Lie family estate. At the conference table, the person chairing the meeting spoke, "The attraction of the top 3 is not enough. I want you to take the top spot and create a reputation for the Lie family so that other players who haven't joined our organization can see our strength." Sukan-san immediately stood up upon hearing this. "If it's the top 2, I might still try. The number 1 is that guy Trung Nguyen Trung." I, Li Lap Hin, looked serious with my chin resting on my hand and said that anyone who claims we must risk everything, even life or death in battle, is mistaken. Sukan-san quickly waved his hand and said, "Master, behind Trung Nguyen Trung is the army we are." Li Lap Hin raised his hand to stop him and said firmly, "Don't worry, just explain that our 3 great clans have united. If the other side is sensible, they won't turn against us. Just focus on doing your jobs. Get first place by any means necessary." Everyone shout in agreement. "Yes, Liu will carry out this order," Li Lap Hien ordered.
"All right, everyone, go outside now."
Hearing this, one by one, everyone left. Li Lap Hin suddenly called Sukan-san. Sukan-san turned around unexpectedly. "Master?" Li Lap Hin sits proudly on the chair. "Quickly go investigate why Vin Qian hasn't been ranked yet and gather some equipment. Good tools are needed, and the matter of that Zhang Yuanzhong should also be addressed soon. There's nothing else. Go outside." Li Lap Hien respectfully clasped his hands and said, "Yes, master." Sukan-san stepped outside before Li Lap Hien's gaze. Then, after finishing, Li Lap Hien sat in the room with a stern expression. "I just have a feeling that something's not right." As he walks away, he's deep in thought. Hao Van is gone. The Lie family has already fallen into chaos once. There must not be a second time. I have to seize this opportunity to push the Lie family to the top. And also, after finding Hao back, I step into a room through the door. Li Lap Hien carries a porcelain jar as he moves, and the metal cabinet becomes a secret territory opening up. Li Lap Hien steps inside, and the door automatically closes behind him. The soft sound of the door closing echoes as Lam Tulak continues to train diligently with 2 fireballs in his hands. This is the Shanghai outer city border. Lim Tulak burns the zombie with fire. A zombie charges at him, and at the same time, the system notification appears. "Congratulations to player Nai Se. Gained 12 experience points and 14 gold coins." Lam Tulak used the 9-leaf slash to kill the ambushing zombie. The system interface appeared again, congratulating the player for successfully killing a level 2 zombie and earning 11 experience points and 13 gold coins. A series of notifications appeared before him, congratulating the player Nai Se for reaching level 21, with all attributes increased by 3 and 5 free attribute points earned. Lam Tulak pressed the button to allocate points to his spirit on the system menu. Player Nai Se is 3,633 experience points away from leveling up. Once done, he walks away leisurely. The big fool behind responds. After walking for a while, a sign appears on the row 500 meters ahead, marking the city border. Lam Tulak arrived here, looking at the blazing red sky. There are a huge number of zombies gathered here. The system displays an explanation. The city is completely sealed off by a barrier. Please wait until the city is unsealed before moving on to another city. Tulak then received an item, a key. As soon as Tulak grabbed the key, a small portal appeared asking if he wanted to sacrifice the key to break the barrier and enter the city's capital. He immediately agreed. Then Tulak inserted the key, causing the gate to immediately enlarge, revealing a black dimension on the other side. Tulak frowned suspiciously. Shouldn't the black behind the shield be the start of the road? Could there also be a guard post here? Then Tulak immediately gave the order. The big fool followed, calling out Gao behind him. As soon as they stepped inside, the gate slowly shrank and then completely closed again, just like at the beginning. Tulak and Big Fool continued into the infinite dimension.
and at the end of the corridor, he saw a small cubic room.
After entering the room, Tulam looked around. There was nothing in this room, and then the system displayed a notification that left Tulak extremely confused. Player Tulak the Fool has violated the game rules during this phase and is not allowed to travel between cities.
In 10 seconds, they will be transported back to 198. Tulak hurriedly explained, "Wait a moment, Daingok and I have already submitted a request to be transferred to the capital district."
He frowned and calculated silently.
After the Shanghai Personal Combat Festival ends, the next likely location for the combat festival is the capital. Teleporting directly to the capital to keep up with the festival could save a lot of our trouble.
Tulak clenched his fists and nervously looked at the system notification board. Their applications had been approved,
And they were now being teleported to the outskirts of the capital city?
At this moment, Tulak finally let out a relieved sigh. Tulak and Daingok continued moving toward the end of the room. After a while, Tulak suddenly found himself speechless. He and Daingok were both teleported right into the middle of the zombie horde. Tulak immediately drew his sword and killed one. Daingok also raised his hammer and struck down another. They worked together seamlessly to eliminate the zombies attacking them. After a while, Tulak and Daingok sit on a pile of zombie corpses, drinking energy supplements to recover from their fatigue.
The system now displays a message. Congratulations to player Tulak for successfully killing an level 11 zombie and earning 11 experience points and 13 gold coins.
Tulak wiped his sweat and listened as the system continued. Congratulations, player Tulak has reached level 22. All attributes increased by 3, and you have gained 5 free attribute points. Player Tulak still needs 3,845 experience points to level up again. Suddenly, Tulak sensed that something was wrong, so he immediately turned around and ran, still not forgetting to call out, "Big Dumb, run fast!" Tulak and Big Dumb hurriedly fled, constantly escaping from the zombies chasing behind. Immediately after, Tulak quickly jumped into a sewer. Daingok also went down with him and didn't forget to close the lid. Tulak quickly drops to the ground, not noticing that he startled Daingok, causing him to hit his head on the drain cover and fall unconscious before Tulak's eyes. Just enough time for him to rest for a bit before heading out. Tulak then helped Daingok sit against the wall and looked at the system display.
"They can teleport players into the zombie horde, clearly trying to intimidate me and Daingok.
It seems this trip to the capital will be full of difficulties." Tulak smiled as he looked at the system display. Tulak's basic attributes: Strength 96, Spirit 96, Physique 86, Agility 86. It seems I have a little more confidence in myself again. Then he pressed into his bag. Inside, items are displayed one after another, along with illustrative images, including the silver fang bracelet, a silver-level wristband decorated with 4 cursed wolf teeth. Strength attribute increases by 2. Physique increases by 2. Cursed power skill activated after unlocking the skill. For 1 minute, each of your attacks has a 10% chance to trigger a curse spell, randomly causing effects like fear, terror, or disgust on the opponent. The 24-hour countdown begins. The no attribute is not bad, and I take the Blood Realm ring. The blood-sucking ring at copper level uses blood essence as its source to ensure it can operate normally. The passive life drain skill increases the strength attribute by 1 and adds 5 points, lasting for 10 minutes after each kill. It can stack up to 5 layers at most, with attributes reaching the highest level. Although the conditions are a bit harsh, for me it's not necessarily impossible. Hooking Claws, a copper-grade equipment, can quickly force the opponent to pay the price. The strength attribute increases by 2, and the thick trio skill suddenly fires a hook to attack the enemy. The damage of the claw attack is 150% of the strength attribute. With a 12-hour countdown, it doesn't seem bad for now, so I'll use it first. Then Tulak took out a ring and carefully examined the system display showing the information again. The small space ring is an iron-grade equipment, containing a space for storing items with a small attribute of strength plus 1. The storage space is 0.5 cubic meters, not easily accessible. Finally, the Big Fool has his own storage space. Zhu Liao smiled as he looked at the Big Fool still unconscious. Although the space is a bit small, it can only fit a few food tokens for the Big Fool. They sat quietly side by side, leaning against the wall under the sewer for a long time. After a while, they left the sewer and strolled down the main road. Suddenly, someone called out loudly, catching Tulak's attention.
"Excuse me, is the person ahead the Great Fool himself? Are you the Great Fool, the Elder?" Tulak replied, "Is that so?"
Hearing that, the person began to inquire, "Are you also planning to participate in the Capital Sports Arena's individual combat festival?" Zhu Liao smiled without denying. "Yes, I thought to myself that I searched high and low but couldn't find it, and when I finally did, it was effortless. Tulak immediately understood and said, "Let's go together." He was overjoyed. Could it be? But the big fool and the elder brother. Dangak doesn't know how to talk, so his silence means he agrees. Tulak glanced at Dangak and said, "We didn't hear any system notification when we slept." Just as he was looking for someone to learn more about the individual combat tournament, the blonde-haired man waved his hand at Tulak to come over. He glanced around before quietly whispering, "I heard this year's individual combat tournament is a decisive battle that will determine the overall layout."
What? What does that mean? Who said that?
He just shrugged and said, "He's my younger brother. He's a security guard for the An family, one of the 3 major clans. When he came back yesterday to pick him up, my sister told me and told us to keep going."
Tulak frowned in thought. Could the ranking determine the right to speak? Has the government, the 3 major clans,
or other powerful organizations already shown signs of peace? He remembered hearing someone speak in the previous capital, which was the first city to be pacified in Long Country. Remembering the area outside the capital where people were attacked by zombies in another city while players were still fighting for survival, the players in the capital had already begun considering how to hunt zombies, and Tulak thought about the cooperation between the 3 major clans, the military, and the government. This ranking method that determines the right to speak is the bargaining chip for the 3 major clans plus other organizations allied with the government and military. Tulak is now sitting with his arms crossed, deep in thought and calculating. The time is coming soon. It seems that the situation in the capital is temporarily similar to the previous life, so there will be many secrets to uncover. Seeing Tulak still lost in thought, the other person felt confused. How could a security guard know such sensitive secret information? The middleman must have some ulterior motives. I can't fully trust his words. I told him that this news is quite valuable to me, and I will repay him. Tulak immediately pulled out a card. "Do you know what a supply card is?" "I'll give you 90 gold taels per card. How much do you want?" The other person immediately rejoiced. "Really, is that true, Elder?" He confidently replied, "Truly." That person happily took out their storage pouch. Oh my, who wouldn't know that each supply card in the shop now costs 100 gold coins? The Elder is completely dedicated to charity work. Then that person emptied all the money from their pocket. "Elder, I believe in you. I happen to have 270 gold coins here. Can I get 3 cards?" Tulak replied. "Sure." Immediately after, there was a scene with one person handing over cards and another handing over money. As soon as Tulak turned his head, he suddenly saw 2 lines of people waiting there, their eyes shining as they looked this way, leaving him speechless. A girl stood up and asked, "Elder, I also want to buy some supply cards. Could you sell me a few?" Tulak immediately pretended to be reluctant and pointed behind him. "But this young brother, Bayit, has answered my question. I just gave him this benefit. If it's you guys, then..." Hearing this, everyone there looked disappointed, realizing they weren't worthy. Seeing this, Tulak gritted his teeth and made a decision, pointing at the person and loudly saying, "If the younger brother agrees, I can offer 95 gold taels per supply card to sell to everyone. You can avoid spending half a day traveling to the capital store." Immediately, all eyes turned to the person, causing him to stammer in confusion. "I agree." Immediately after, a basket of supply cards appeared before them. Tulak squatted nearby and made a condition. "Within an hour, I offered my employer a supply card as currency for sale, with no limit on the quantity." Immediately, everyone lined up to buy. Seeing the scene before him, he couldn't help but admire that the old master he met by chance was actually such a good person. He used the resource card to help himself attract other players. "In the capital, I won't have to fight alone anymore, but in fact, Tulak is planning in Shanghai because Kim Tae didn't have enough and missed the Shanghai Glory Medal. This time, I must get the capital Glory Medal." After a while, Tulak and Daingok continued walking down the street. The young lady held up the supply card to report. "Old master, it seems the person selling the supply cards has gotten into trouble." Looking at their backs, someone else asked, "Troublesome, you standing next to him is in the top 5 on the Long Kingdom rankings. Is there someone trying to cause trouble for him?" The young lady also looked in their direction and said, "Earlier, the Death Messenger sent someone to find those 2. The 3 of them together can gather at least 20 to 30 top-tier experts who have passed on their titles." Immediately after, the young lady happily turned her head to talk to the person in the hood. "Even if the big fool is stronger, fists are hard to beat 4 hands. Let's also take action. Maybe we can get a good deal." But as she finished speaking, a knife suddenly appeared, and the hooded figure stabbed it into the young lady's body. "Miss, you really disappoint me, just lying there on the ground like that." The bloodstain beside her reflects his image as he cleans the bloodied knife. "I really want to see how many fools will follow to their doom on the pirate ship this time." He smiled as he saw the knife shining brightly again. "I'm quite curious as well." The reflection from the knife shows Tulak happily smiling and saying, "Who is the divine being that can make the biggest fool willingly follow behind?" Suddenly, someone appeared from afar chasing after them, calling out as they ran, catching Tulak's attention. Old master, wait, wait, wait." As he arrived, he asked, "Are you planning to go to the city center at night?" Tulak crossed his arms and asked, "What's wrong?" The other person looked back cautiously. Although the zombies on this street have been dealt with, there are still quite a few zombies remaining. Then the person quickly tugged at Tulak's sleeve and urged him on, saying, "I know there's a rest stop outside the city. The elders of your group come with me." Suddenly, a group of people appeared behind them. Tsule nonchalantly glanced at what he should avoid, while the other looked nervously at the clumsy one holding his guard, and Tsule relaxed with a stretch. "Come out here if you want to fight. Hurry up so you don't miss my departure." Suddenly, a group of people appeared in front of them, catching the person off guard while Tulak calmly kept counting. Then he looked at the two people, a chubby guy and a person wearing glasses. 32 players have changed classes. "You're really going all out?" the guy with the shaved head asked angrily. "Do you think a fool who hires a bodyguard would dare to come out and run a business? Have you forgotten something?" The bespectacled man continued, "If you can get so many resource cards, I know there's probably a powerful force behind you, but this is our territory, and doing business without a word is really too much." "So that guy is relying on his numbers to negotiate." "Fine, we won't make things difficult for you. I will leave half of the money I earned today and split the remaining supplies equally among my brothers, so it will be as if nothing happened." The crowd immediately raised their weapons and grinned wickedly. "Don't even think about resisting. We're doing this for your own good. A fool like you can't protect you alone." "That's right, boss. Letting you go alive is already our kindness. Hand over all the gold today, kid, or you'll be risking your life." Tulak takes a dagger from the space, calmly narrating with no incident. "But these people have already delayed my departure." The system interface pops up to introduce the rusty dagger, stolen copper armor, the dagger worn out after long use, with a rough blade covered in rust. The pain caused by this dagger will increase by 200%, and if the wounded area is not treated promptly, it will gradually rot from the inside out. Then Tulak transmitted his will to Dai Ngok, making him completely furious. Then he grabbed a hammer and charged at the group, shouting a battle cry. Immediately, one of them was hit in the face with a hammer. The bespectacled man quickly grabbed the angry head chopper as his subordinate fell to the ground. "That damn thing doesn't know right from wrong," he shouted angrily. "Go on, don't kill or maim. I want him to understand what torture really is." My subordinate received the order to charge forward. "Yes, boss." The big fool with the hammer blocks in front while Tulak stands calmly behind. Even though you are all top 10 players who have changed classes and fought zombies, you still have a way out. Holding the knife in his hand, he smiled and said, "Too bad you all met me today." Without hesitation, Tulak swung his hand and killed someone. From the sky, a barrage of weapons appeared and launched toward him. Tulak quickly condensed a water ball in his hand, easily capturing all of the enemy's weapons, then let the weapon-filled sphere float above their heads. Seeing that, Tulak clenched his fists. Immediately, the water ball above their heads exploded, water splashing everywhere, drenching them completely as they stared in disbelief. Here, Tulak stands opposite Ngaonge, arms crossed, asking, "Do you still want to continue?" The bald-headed guy angrily gave the order, "I'll beat those two to death and show no mercy for the old bastard." His followers immediately received the order. "Yes, big brother." They continued to step forward to confront Tulak's group. Tulak then concentrates his power to envelop the knife, then quickly turns and throws it. The knife sweeps through anyone in its path as Tulak nonchalantly glances at everything happening around him. On this side, the two of them are stunned as they watch their men fall one after another. The bespectacled man turns pale and shouts loudly, "One slash, just one slash. Too powerful, too powerful." "How is that possible?" The person in glasses immediately turned around and ran away. The bald man turned back in panic as the other also drew a knife. The spinning blade returned to Tulak, making the bald man even more terrified. "Why do you look so scared? Keep going." Immediately, his followers clung tightly to his legs, crying in fear. "Please forgive us. We were wrong, your lordship. Please show mercy and forgive us." "Yes, yes, forgive us. We were blind to the greatness of Taishan. Honorable elder, I have elders above and juniors below. I beg you for mercy and forgiveness." At this moment, Tulak finally smiles and rests his knife on his shoulder, forgiving the others. "No problem," those people happily asked again. "Really? You didn't deceive us, did you?" Of course, everyone knows that I, Lam Tulak, have never lied to anyone. I once swore that as long as Lam Tulaki deceived people, my entire family would die unexpectedly. So, I set a condition. Shouldn't you all pay the price to save your own lives? Then Tulak, with his hands on his hips, looked at the crowd hurriedly kneeling on the ground and took out all his assets from the system. He didn't turn around but asked the fool trying to sneak away, "Are you trying to die?" The thug immediately knelt down trembling and asked, "What do you want?" "As long as I have it, I will give it to you. Turn out all your belongings." A moment later, Tulak took all the items from the system, while the people behind helped each other escape. Then he stepped forward grimly to give an order. The fool didn't spare anyone, and when the fool turned around, he saw an axe coming straight at him. The fool kept swinging his axe, blood splattering everywhere as screams and curses filled the air. Yeah, your whole family won't rest in peace. Soon, only bodies and blood pools remain on the street as the families of the victims start to appear one after another. The person clasping their hands in prayer and holding their head, crying out loud, says, "Father, although I cannot avenge you, there is a benefactor who has wiped out all these conscienceless killers. Dad in heaven, you can rest in peace now. Xiao Tui, I am powerless. It is my incompetence that caused your death. Xiao Tui, you stole my supplies and caused my son to starve to death. You all deserve it. You all deserve it." From above the city wall, the hooded figure witnessed everything. He guessed that the layout of the capital was about to change. Immediately after, he pulled out a gun and shot into the sky to signal. A glowing orb appeared, blinding Tulak on this side. He and Big Fool exchanged glances and smiled, saying, "Huh, it seems we've disturbed someone we shouldn't have." In the safe zone of the capital, where most of the server's traders gather, everyone conducts transactions here. Please cooperate with the inspection. Everyone passing by couldn't help but turn their heads to look. Tulak crossed his arms, smirking. As expected of the capital of Long Country, the safe zone was built in just a month. He leaned against the wall, watching the bustling crowd pass by. I remember that entering the safe zone requires identity verification, so he and Dangak would be exposed. We haven't yet understood the power and scale of the Lee family, so we can't reveal ourselves for now. Tulak and Dangak turn and leave. As the safe zone was built so quickly, once we find a way in, everything else will naturally fall into place. A minute later, in an area marked with a warning not to enter, a cunning smile appeared on Tulak's face as he licked his lips and grabbed his tools. Here, the tweezers only loosen a few lock pins. Tulak and Dangak have put on masks. He reaches out to operate the system. The two of them tiptoe stealthily, step by step like thieves. Dan and Guk, listen to me and quietly go find the map of the capital. Tulak also broke out in a sweat as the fool left and returned as quickly as the wind. The map appeared before him. He studied the map and calculated that the city's individual combat festival would be held at the city sports arena, so he headed there first. The two quickly headed back to the main district and saw a group of people happily chatting. Who do you think will be the top in this individual combat tournament in our capital? Do I even need to ask? That must be the pride of our capital. General Truong Nguyen Trung has just been promoted to marshal. Tulak clenched his fists when he heard them talk further, but I heard that recently General Zhang's health hasn't been very good. It's not certain yet, remember him. Trung Nguyen Trung's health has taken a turn for the worse. No wonder, in the previous life's capital city personal combat tournament, he only ranked third on the final tier list. The group of people at the front still chatting happily and joking around. I already said it's just a rumor. I guess this is just a rumor deliberately spread by those gambling den people. Maybe. So did you place a bet? On whoever wins. The person with moss green hair grins. Of course, I placed the bet. I bet on General Zhang in first place. It cost 500 gold taels. Your blue-haired friend is shouting, "Oh my god, you're really a big spender." At this moment, Zelian approached to ask, "Excuse me, where is this casino located? Who is the owner?" The group of people all looked back in surprise. Huh? Little brother, you also want to place a bet? The green-haired guy pointing is inside the red building ahead. This casino is run by the 3 great clans, but it might not be limited to just them, making it a relatively official venue. Knowing the information, Tulak turned around and waved, thanking quickly as he and Dangak rushed like a gust of wind, leaving the crowd behind. In front of them was a tall building with a slightly old-fashioned architecture. Tulak strokes his chin and decides that with 3 hours left before the personal strength tournament, it's time to place his bets. Tulak and Dangak enter and see a large crowd gathered in front of the gate with the words, "Personal Strength Tournament," prominently displayed. The big fool kept moving upward like a machine, bumping into quite a few people, and the woman behind him, who was hit, showed an annoyed expression. But Da Nong kept walking away and away. The casino staff saw the two of them and took the initiative to start a conversation. "Hello?
May I ask how you want to buy the extreme bet? Tulak smiled. How is General Truong Nguyen Trung's extreme bet?
The other person looked at the odds chart and saw that the chance of buying the top-ranked Zhang Yuanzhong was 1 in 12. After hearing this, he sneered and said, "Ha!" exploiting others' trust in Zhang Yuanzhong to inflate the betting odds. "You're making a big move behind the scenes this time," the oddmaker asks again. "How do you want to buy it?"
I want to buy third place Truong Nguyen Trung.
He took out his wallet, but it seemed the record keeper couldn't believe it. He had to ask again. "Do you want to buy the third-ranked Zhang Yuanzhong?" "It's General Truong Nguyen Trung. Tulak To is a pile of shining gold, surprising everyone." "That's right, 2,000 gold coins for everything." "I want to buy third-rank General Zhang Yuanzhong." The players behind exchanged doubtful looks. "Are you just causing trouble with 20,000 gold coins?" "Spending 20,000 gold to buy third-rank General Truong. If he bought them at the extreme rate, he could get around 60,000 gold, and the fool also took out his money." He ignored the gossip and whispers behind him. "With General Zhang's strength, there's no way he could win. It's just throwing money out the window." Daiguo placed the 20,000 gold coins on the table, controlled by Lam Tu Mac's mental influence. Even he was sweating cold sweat over these two reckless gamblers who had spent all their money on third-tier Zhang Yuanzhong. "Are you sure, you two?" A total of 40,000 gold coins. Tsulak loses patience and urges, "Don't delay anymore, I'm definitely buying." He pouted and said, "Hurry up a bit, the personal strength tournament is about to start." The big fool leaned in threateningly, making the record keeper pale. At the same time, he hands 2 lottery tickets to Tulak. The arena is still empty, with no competitors present. As he stepped into the system display, Tulak's character entered the venue of the personal strength tournament in the capital, costing 10 gold coins. His face showed a clear sense of triumph. Tulak blends into the crowd, watching as everyone lines up along the entrance for the spectators. Tulak immediately turned and headed toward the player's path. The system scanned again and confirmed that the player's level met the requirement of level 10, making him eligible to participate in the individual strength tournament. 10 players enter the battle zone, while 2 others stroll in casually, waiting for the event to start. Surrounded by whispers and chatter, he felt very happy. Tulak looked at someone and muttered, "Zhang Yuanzhong, the notification keeps popping up. The capital time is 1400. The individual strength competition officially begins." A red notification screen is enlarged for all spectators to watch the match. Everyone watched intently as the preliminary round announcement selected 32 players for the finals out of the 1,546 participants in the preparation room. Other notifications kept popping up. There are a total of 32 arenas in front of you. Each player can choose to attack or defend. The process lasts a maximum of 5 minutes. If it exceeds 5 minutes, the attack side will fail. Players on offense or defense who fail will be eliminated from this match. As time passes, the winners and losers are determined. The player who successfully defends on the arena for an hour will be considered victorious, and the arena will be permanently closed. The player who advances to the finals will be promoted, but if no one meets the defense success condition, then after 4 hours, the last remaining player on the arena will earn the promotion spot. During the attack, the fate of the players is in their own hands. If you want to surrender, press the surrender button on the control panel or say the 3 words, "I surrender," to successfully leave the arena. All arenas are made from special materials. Please rest assured and fight comfortably. Now, I invite the contestants to enter the arena. Tulak once again appears extremely arrogant. He put one hand in his pocket and wondered if this was just a chaotic brawl, while the other contestants shouted loudly and charged forward at the signal. Their loud and energetic shouts make the arena boil, but Tulak and Daingok walk calmly forward. Player Tulak, please enter the preliminary area. Contestants who do not enter the qualifying area within 5 minutes will be disqualified. He and Dainok exchange glances. The audience gasped as a light blue shield appeared around the arena. He is still holding a card. The match time can be checked through the control panel to secure a spot for each lost arena fighter and Big Fool. The two sit back with their feet up like wealthy spectators watching a show. During this time, players who haven't left the arena will maintain peace and cannot attack anyone. Any attempt to attack will teleport you to the audience area, losing your fighting Zigyo. Despite his large and clumsy appearance, he sits with his hands on his knees like a child, and he keeps looking back and forth like a rebellious kid. Now that the competition has officially started, please choose the arena you want to attack. He smirked as he looked at the randomly selecting system panel. When the fight begins on the arena, the button will turn red. The remaining time turns back to white, and Tulak looks up at the arena in surprise. Already so fast? On the arena, there's someone with a long sword on their shoulder, looking completely different from him. As expected, you can only choose the first arena where he is. Zhang Yuanzhong looked down. The others were just like ants in his eyes. He is the first to step onto the stage. Who would dare challenge him? So challenging means certain death. It's Zhang Yuanzhong. Looks like there won't be any exciting battles to watch today. When the challenger is a woman, her obsession with handsome men is unmatched, and their eyes all turn into heart shapes. Are you Mr. Su Kan-san, Su Tian-sing? Can you teach me 2 moves today? Zilak glanced at Su Kan-san, the war god of wind and demonic power, one of the 3 great battle gods of the Li family in a past life. He pursed his lips, surprised to meet him here, and felt that coming was worth it. Now someone should be on the arena. Oh my, so many seniors are here, he rushes forward with confidence. Just the sight of him is reassuring. If he can't pass the qualifiers, showing his face is enough. I'll go ahead. The cheers below keep encouraging. Go on, go on. Why are there only 2 people? Not enough to watch. General Zhang, keep fighting and kill him. Come on, come on, come on. With so many people earlier, did they all go home to hug their mothers? Huh, worthless trash. Seeing Zhang Yuanzhong swing his sword, the other immediately gasped for breath. Facing General Zhang in battle, I am truly convinced of my defeat. Below, the shouting grew louder. General Zhang is formidable. General Zhang is formidable. Seeing this, the other competitors all chose their opponents. At this moment, mysterious black-clad figures appear on the arena, and Tulak's face shows signs of discomfort. Lie family's deadly squad. Tulak clenched the heart pounding in his chest. At Arena 18, 2 competitors face each other. One is the Special Forces team of the Thunder Beast, and the other is Li Shiqi Lu Bi, the deadly assassin trained by the Li family, also the core strength of the Li family, ranked 76th on the Death God rankings. The number 4 is repeated in the naming, numbered in order as 4, so he is called Li Shiqi Lu Bi. He still appears relaxed as he watches the match. Li That Thap Luke's equipment is clearly much better than Sun Bao's. He probably gathered prepared gear from quite a few people before stepping onto the arena. As soon as he finished speaking, the Thunder Beast threw a punch at Li That Thap Luke. He immediately stepped back. Tulak has been watching the fight and has already put on his mask. Sun Bao will definitely lose. Although he is very disciplined, Li That Thap Luke is too ruthless. On the arena, Li That Thap Luke's face darkened as he wiped the blood with his hand, while a hidden knife was already concealed behind his back. His face shows a sinister grin as he punches through the Special Forces team. Just as he is caught off guard, he stabs with a knife. The Special Forces team also doesn't hold back, immediately kicking Li Shiqiu, causing him to retreat backward. Li That Thap Luke starts attacking again, but at this moment, the Special Forces team member teleports behind him. With one hand he covered his wound, with the other he threw a punch, but what he didn't expect was a cut appearing on his neck. Blood spurting out wildly. Li That Thap Luke spun around and stabbed him right in the neck. He kicked the Special Forces team straight onto the floor. The others immediately turned pale and kept protesting and objecting. The Lie family here truly doesn't see people as human beings, I agree. Clearly, the Lie family doesn't regard the government and military as important, yet they dare to kill people at a personal combat event organized by the government. Today we won't resist, but if we're killed later, it will be us. Everyone was furious and indignant. The Lie family is leaving the stage. The Lie family is leaving the stage. Protest, protest. The government officials watching from above, Director Tiet's face darkening. What are they planning to do? Hamak frowns. Boss, are they planning to completely tear us apart? Director Tiet is furious, really respecting their face, but every day those old men talk about maintaining stability, and now look at them. What stability are they even talking about? The match ends today, and the plan will be carried out immediately, targeting the 3 major clans. Hamua bows his head and responds. Boss, he received the order and left immediately. In the meeting room, a chair was thrown across the room, and Shimin shouted angrily, Do you even know what you're doing? You've crossed their limit. Li Lap Hien listened calmly and smiled. Ha ha, he raised his glass. So what if they do? Do you think you can still hide it? Or maybe I can escape? Facing the fury of the opponent, 12 Lily calm said, Sorry, I accidentally killed your teammate earlier. It's my fault, I concede. The enemy around him falls silent, filled with murderous intent. He is Tron Thuo, team leader of the mountain reporting team. So Kan quickly stepped forward to stop him, saying with a determined look, I will be your opponent. Xiaolak and Danguk were excited by Sokan's challenge. He leaned back in his chair and said, No, let me kill this guy first. He turned to look at Da Nong, thinking that besides roasted chicken and pork leg, only the enchantment of the hammer could make Da Nong's IQ go up. He reassured Da Nong, Don't worry, this hammer will definitely be yours. He looked down at match number 18 on the scoreboard, waiting for them to finish so he could go on stage. The crowd on the platform cheered excitedly again.
I'm Captain Tron of the Sunbow team. I have heard of him. Over there is Sukan Sun of the Lie Family, also a formidable expert. Hey, this time Tron Thoak is definitely going to lose. He's not on the same level as Sukan Sun at all. Everyone on the stands keeps cheering. Fight, fight, come on, fight faster. How could that person be so cowardly? Looking up at the stands, he saw everyone cheering and felt helpless. Indeed, the audience can be quickly attracted to new things. The obsession with two-handed fighting is too much. The distance between the two facing each other with different equipment, Tran Thuok grits his teeth before summoning all his strength and rushing toward Sokai. You only see Sokan's sharp eyes as he raises the hammer in his hand and continues to strike fiercely. Then he slams the hammer down hard, creating a large fire ring that blasts Tran Thuok away to the beam. The source of power was so great that he couldn't react in time. You could only hear Sokan criticizing how weak he was, lifting his foot off the ground and raising his hammer high with a cold expression towards him. From Sokan's mouth, a purple smoke emanates along with a notification from the system. A level 6 innate combat demon body. Once you enter combat readiness, you become bloodthirsty and brutal, and the stronger your emotional wave, the greater the increase in attribute levels. Fighting for a long time will gradually cause you to lose your sanity. He immediately swings the hammer down hard where he is standing. When he raised the hammer, he couldn't see him anywhere. He stood there stunned, frozen in place. While Sokan was distracted, Tran Thuok secretly sneaked up from behind, rolled and stabbed him in the back. But Sokan was unharmed. He was stunned, unable to believe his eyes, completely unscathed. So, Kan's eyes suddenly turned red in an instant, and he struck his hammer forcefully into his face. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and surrounded by fresh blood, he was knocked away and collapsed on the ground. He trembled as he tried to get up. Sokan had no intention of letting him go easily and raised his hammer to attack. Suddenly a voice shouted, "Enough!" Yuan Zhong, with a pale face, yelled, "Tran Thuok, I order you to surrender!" Tran Thuok, weak on the arena, said, "I surrender," and was immediately teleported away from the arena. Now, only Kan Sun is on the stage. He threw Tran Thuok's weapon down and arrogantly asked, "Do any useless people still fear death and come up here to avenge Tran to Truong and that stupid cat of yours?" Tulak immediately presses the screen of Arena 18 and is instantly teleported to appear in front of Kan Sun. The other players watching this scene were very confused. Why did he dare to challenge Su Kan Sun, seeking death and trying to stand out in front of everyone? But he chose the wrong person, overestimating himself, and the spectators here can't stop talking about it. It was him, the one who bought a bet of 20,000 gold coins earlier at the grand event. Not only that, but his bodyguard also bought a bet of 20,000 gold coins. Oh my God, how many people would it take to gather such a large amount of gold coins? Isn't the main point why he wants to challenge Kan Sun? If he gets killed, there will be nothing left. Sulak pulls out his weapon from the space, while Kan Sun is still full of arrogance. "It seems I have to break every single one of your bones to make you stop pretending here." Behind the mask, Tulak felt extremely uncomfortable. Suddenly, Kan Sun was startled to realize that behind Tulak, a murderous aura of a demon was emanating. Kan Sun's face turned pale with fear as he instinctively stepped back, but he quickly regained his composure and knew he couldn't retreat any further, or he might lose the will to fight and end up losing. Then he clenched his teeth and decided to risk it all. Immediately, Kan Sun charged forward with the hammer, shouting. As he approached Tulak, he raised his hammer and shouted loudly, unleashing a bloodthirsty martial attack. The audience watched the fight with bated breath. As a result, Tulak easily blocked Kan Sun's attack with his sword, then swung his hand to send the hammer flying in multiple circles through the air before it soared behind Kan Sun. At this moment, Kan Sun, completely losing his composure, clenched his fist and charged forward. Fortunately, he found a way to die, but his body was immediately cut into many pieces. Tulak, from afar, turned his back and swung his sword without caring about Kan Sun's body parts collapsing. Immediately after, Kan Sun completely fell to the arena, calmness on Tulak's face. The audience is now in an uproar saying, "How can this be real? Am I dreaming? Someone so powerful could be killed. Just how powerful do you have to be to create such a gap?" This is no longer just about crushing. It's like the two sides are on completely different levels. Suddenly, someone exclaimed unexpectedly, "Huh?" That person suddenly stood up and pointed at the arena. Look everyone, Tulak at this moment also smiles, gradually removing his mask. Look at his basic information quickly. The system display above Tulak shows his basic information. Nickname, Tulak, class soldier. Title, invincible in the world, level 22. Standing confidently on the arena, he introduces himself. "I am Tulak." Tulak, who always repays his enemies, observes the other players from the arena.
It won't be long before someone figures out it's him, so we might as well take the initiative. It seems more effective than expected. You smile mysteriously. Has the Lie family prepared to face my revenge yet? From the stands, another person is also watching Tulak intently, with Director Tayet crossing his arms, holding on to hope, or perhaps believing that revenge will bring retribution. It seems the chance of winning against the three major clans has increased a bit. The other players are still discussing non-stop. Did you hear what I just heard? Earlier from the sports arena, I received news that my idol wants to target the Lie family. Forget it! I just wanted to join the Lie family recruitment, but I can't go anymore. I won't go either. What is the Lie family? What's so great about a hero figure? There is also someone in the corner who is extremely happy. Lord Ziluo, please bless me, and today drop 2 more pieces of equipment for me. At this moment, at the Lee family's house, someone is angrily slamming onto a chair while Chi Min, furious, asks Lap Hien what he is thinking about, as the head of the Van family sits lost in thought.
Lap Hien, is this the good news you mentioned? It's truly a great piece of good news.
While Chi Min was still questioning, only mentioning Quan Fuang wasn't enough, and now Tulak is added.
If you want to die, do you have to take us with you? That's when the Van family head finally spoke.
Not bad, Lai Lap Hien. You used to discuss how to bring Tulak to our side? The Van family head glanced away, but you just forced the opponent to switch sides directly.
Lap Hien hesitated and said, I understand. Try to explain. There's no need to rush. Tulak is just one person now,
and can't cause much trouble. Right now we need to deal with Quan Fuang. Lap Hien frowned angrily, thinking, how am I supposed to know what that guy is crazy about?
He just arrived and already wants to seek revenge on our Lie family. Could it be that Haobak has caused some grudge outside?
He tries to calm the atmosphere. I have already arranged enough personnel in the sports complex to create chaos.
The qualifying round of the tournament has just ended. We will immediately go back to reorganize our personnel, rest assured. During this period, Quan Fuang basically has no spirit to deal with us.
At this moment, Chi Min finally pulled out a chair and plopped down, believing him once again.
Tulak has assigned it to your family to handle. Our family does not want to get involved in this. Master Van's family also said to Elder Liao, we are also facing difficulties. We have sacrificed the benefits of the entire clan to support him.
Our Van family feels the same. Don't let us down. Lap Hien immediately replied, of course. Back at the sports arena, Tsu Lak is standing proudly on the stage, holding the hammer. He looked at the information about the hammer displayed by the system, which indicated it was a blood demon mallet of the white-silver grade, a large cursed alloy hammer. Be very careful when using it. Strength attribute +5, physique +3, spirit -5. The longer you hold it, the more chaotic your mind becomes, leading to complete loss of reason. The blood ability after killing an opponent can add an additional blood sign layer on the surface of the hammer. Each layer of blood essence mark increases damage by 2%. Up to 15 layers can be stacked, and the power of skills cast with this hammer can be increased by an additional 20%.
Tulak happily thought, this suits the big fool perfectly.
Then he read the information about a bracelet. Demon Energy Bracelet, white-silver level equipment. The hand can continuously replenish energy, timely restoring mental strength with mental attribute bonus. The current mental energy is 20/100, classified as demon energy equipment. Tulak immediately becomes happy. It is a very common but useful piece of gear. Then, Tulak took out a chair from the space and sat right in the middle of the arena, watched by many people. Then Tulak immediately glanced at the battle on the neighboring arena. A person's information appeared instantly. Basic information, nicknamed Second Warrior of the Lee family. A beast tamer profession capable of summoning wild beasts to assist in battle. The title is currently not assigned.
Level 16, second-class death squad soldier of the Lie family, raised by the Lie family since childhood, also a powerhouse of the Lie family in the metropolitan area. His strength ranks below the close combat expert Shu Kan-sun. Beast Tamer is a summoning-type profession that can call wild beasts to assist in battle, with the summoned creatures varying based on the player's mental strength. If the mental strength is insufficient, the summoned beasts will be relatively weak. Post-processing professions can summon a large number of beasts to encircle and attack based on their mental strength. Tulak watched the battle from afar. Li Ni used this method, a racing technique from the Lie family's riding division, to target weaker enemy soldiers. Tulak, resting his chin on his hand, wondered what the Lie family was really up to. As the soldiers rushed in, Li Ni immediately summoned a spirit beast. Just as the opponent was about to swing his sword down, Li Ni pulled out a sword from the space and quickly blocked the attack. Li Ni was pushed back a bit, but he still smirked cunningly as his spirit beast appeared behind to attack Quan Fuang's men. His spirit beast attacked, and the man immediately spun around and swung his sword to cut down the spirit beast. As soon as he saw that, Li Ni immediately cast a spell to summon streams of black bones attacking him, quickly covering the face of the nearest opponent and blocking his sight for a moment. The skill can be learned by reading skill books. Quan Fuang's person kept swinging his sword wildly in the air. As the fog gradually cleared, Li Er had already appeared behind the person, gently slicing across his head, causing his body to quickly fall to the ground. Li Er kicked away the corpse and looked regretful, only able to kill one person. Seeing the corpse lying in a pool of blood with eyes closed, Lai Ni blamed Tu Lak for killing Su Kan's son, which caused us to be on the back foot. Hearing this, everyone present was extremely outraged. Wen Zhongni, Arbai, also clenched his teeth in anger and slammed his fist into the wall behind him, causing it to shatter completely. Seeing the fool appear on Li Ni's arena, he thought to himself, "This brother is brave indeed to dare challenge Lai Ni, another one seeking his own death." Looking at the big fool in front of him, Lai Ni sneered and asked, "Tu Lak, do you want to send your men to kill me?" Immediately after, he summoned a large bear, so I won't hold back in taking your subordinate's life. But what Li Ni doesn't know is that Dai Ngok is secretly watching him with 2 chicken legs, while his body is being controlled by Lam Tu Lak's consciousness. The bear didn't say a word and charged straight at the fool, knocking him away. Li Er turned to Tu Lak, who was watching the show from another arena. "This subordinate of yours, Tu Lak," he smirked contemptuously, then turned around and flipped you off. "You're so weak." Dangok stands between the bear and the wolf, trembling non-stop. The wolf immediately lunged to attack him, and Dagok suddenly became frantic, flailing his arms and legs. Just as the wolf was about to pounce on him, Dai Ngok slipped. Not wanting to fall, he rolled and accidentally kicked the wolf, sending it soaring into the sky. Meanwhile, Dai Ngok continued to tumble and then charged at the bear, startling it. Suddenly, part of the arena exploded before Li Ni's eyes. He paled in disbelief, realizing that he had been hiding his true strength. If things continued like this, he would definitely not be his opponent. Li Yi nodded fearfully and said, "I surrender." But before he could finish speaking, the big fool charged forward and kicked the opponent away. Li Ni then fell to the ground, legs up in the air. The system panel now appears, asking whether to surrender or not. Li Ni weakly reached out to press the button, but Dang Ngok appeared and struck his hand with the hammer, making him scream in pain. Dang Ngok then swung his hammer to knock Li Ni's head away, and at this moment, a cloud of smoke escaped from his body along with a notification. Lam Tu Lak ended his control over the consciousness. Dang Ngok's mask also disappeared, and he scratched his head and chuckled foolishly. Basic information. Nickname: Big Fool. Profession: King of Beasts. Title: Zombie Head. Level 17. At this moment, all the spectators suddenly became excited. Oh my. The 5th ranked on the Long Kingdom leaderboard? No wonder Tu Lak is such a legend. Even my little brother is a top-tier presence on the Long Kingdom rankings. Boo-hoo, I also want to be Tu Lak's little brother. I don't ask for much, just a seat in the top 10 on the leaderboard. So he's just the big fool, then it's fine. I said that Li Ni-man could be easily subdued. Tu Lak calmly swings his leg while watching from the side, leaning back comfortably on his chair. Considering the previous battle and Su Kanson's loss today, the Lie family has already lost 2 future war gods, leaving only Li Not Kong in the capital. Tu Lak yawned boredly. Now the Lie family has offended the military faction, and the future looks bleak. At this moment, he continues to watch the battles on other arenas. There are matches where one side keeps attacking and the other retreats, some where players hesitate and injure each other, and others where 2 girls trembling with weapons stand on the arena. "Hey girl, don't come over." After a long while, the system announced that the preliminary round of the capital's individual combat festival had officially ended. This preliminary round had 1,546 participants, with a total of 32 advancing. The ones who moved on are Zhang Yuanzhong, Xi Lian, Da Gu, and Bai Tian, each progressing to different black zones. Congratulations to the promoted contestants. Please proceed to the preparation area to save your attribute information. The final match will be held at 2 p.m. tomorrow. Welcome, viewers, and enjoy the show. The other players are getting excited. It's over. Tu Lak here keeps checking the system information, stroking his chin as he calculates. The players who leveled up, 14 soldiers, 10 from the An and Van families combined, and 6 others from an unknown organization. Remembering the reward the Li family received in the previous capital personal combat festival, their influence was also weaker. Chich! This time, the Li family is even worse than I thought. Big Dumb suddenly appeared behind, drooling, and asked Tu Lak where his new hammer was. Tu Lak then took out the hammer he had collected.
looking at Big Dumb holding his old hammer with a reluctant expression. He immediately reached out and took the new hammer, and Dangak happily hugged it tightly. Gao gao gao, my new hammer made Tulak speechless. After a while, Tulak stood in front of a room and invited the players to enter the small room ahead to save the information. He reached out to open the door, and as he entered, Tulak immediately saw a data-preserving orb. Then he placed his hand on the orb.
The system now announces, congratulations to player Tulak for successfully saving the information. In this battle, the information from this final match will be used as the standard.
Tulak can now leave, but just as he turns to go, another system pops up announcing that the host has successfully entered the finals of the capital's individual combat festival, with a special mission to become the top in the festival. And the reward is a random golden hand system draw and a silver-grade equipment. There is no time limit for the mission, which made Tulak somewhat interested, and he turned around. Oh. And then the system continued to speak. The Golden Hand system distributes tasks based on the host's strength to assess the difficulty and determine the rewards. After evaluation, it's easy for the host to seize the #1 city, so the rewards are quite modest. Tulak immediately smiled, tapped the system screen to accept the mission, then left the room where someone was already waiting.
Nguyen Trung quickly introduced himself. Hello, Tulak. I am the #1 general of the capital. But Tulak only coldly interrupted. No need for introductions when General Truong is already here.
I understand you better than you imagine. If there's really something, just say it straight. Yuan Zhong hesitated for a moment. Well, today there are mainly two things. The first matter is like this. With the apocalypse game coming and the national crisis at hand, we urgently need strong soldiers like you to serve the country. As long as you agree, we are willing to pay. Tulak turned around and interrupted again. General Zhang, you're starting to lose patience. If wasting time, there's no need to continue. Wouldn't that be better for everyone? Only then did Yuan Zhong sweat and reveal his true purpose. Captain Teet praised your talent and wants to meet you. At this, Tulak finally smiled and said, I see. That made him breathe a sigh of relief. Then Yuan Zhong quietly approached Ziliao, glancing around cautiously, and whispered, We want to confront the 3 major clans and cooperate with you. Let's talk for a bit. Tulak led the way for Nguyen Trung, and they arrived in front of a room. Tulak waited for the other players to leave. How can cooperation just be limited to that? Tulak frowned impatiently. I already know all this. Tell me something I don't know. Yuan Zhong immediately said that, after the apocalypse, many leaders controlled by the 3 major clans turned into zombies. So many obstacles had been removed. He hurried to explain, but the current situation is unstable. Quan Phuong is also focusing on establishing a safe zone in the capital and clearing out zombies. However, everything the Lie family did today has completely angered Quan Phuong. Tulak interrupted, so they decided to expand the plan to target the 3 major clans. You want me to use my identity as Tulak to help you recruit players to target the Lie family? Yuan Zhong happily said, That's right, Quan Phuong will also help you. If the Lie family wants to use force, Quan Phuong also hopes you can help us. For you, the main benefit is that we can help you take revenge. Tulak looked thoughtful. Yeah, but then he immediately refused. No way, you guys are too slow. What about Yuan Zhongbang Huang? General Truong, I have seen your sincerity. All right, go ask your superior for their opinion and tell them I can take up a quarter of their time to clear everything up and the losses will be minimized. What kind of compensation can you offer me? Yuan Zhong asked in confusion, a quarter. Tulak turned to leave. Yes, General Zhang, I will wait for your news. Suddenly he turned around with a smile and said, I only give trusted people 1 chance. Surprised, Nguyen Trung watched as Tulak called out Daingok and left. Let's go, big fool. Outside, a crowd of players is rushing away in a panic. Tulak went outside, hearing them shouting and running non-stop. The corner of the southeastern wall in the safe zone has collapsed, and a large number of personnel are urgently needed there to protect it. A lot of zombies are rushing in from the southeast. Everyone, go there and stop the zombies from entering the safe zone. He watched the 2 people in front running and chatting, each zombie killed being recorded as a kill count, then earning 50% of the bounty reward from killing zombies. Tulak frowned and watched without noticing someone running from behind. If you can go, do it quickly. This is a great opportunity to earn some gold coins. Without hesitation, he turned and grabbed someone in front, who angrily turned around and said, Why don't you go yourself? But as soon as he saw who was grabbing him, he panicked. Master Tulak? It's okay. Yuan Zhong appeared from behind and said to him, I also want to hear it. Seeing him, the other person was even more startled. General Zhang, only now he stood still to report that the assembly had just ended, and we were informed by the chief officer to block the way of the Lie family head. But we haven't found the head of the Liang family yet, and the door of the sports complex is now chaotic due to a dispute, becoming very disorderly. Tulak asked, "What else is there?" The person hurriedly continued, "We barely managed to suppress the chaos. The members of the Lie family had already left, and we were about to pursue them. As a result, someone on the city wall reported that the section managed by the Lie family suddenly collapsed." Tulak silently listened as the person recounted everything, and after the wall fell, many zombies appeared, forcing us to gather our forces to deal with the zombies and secure the safe zone first. Hearing this, Tulak couldn't help but admire in his heart how ruthless the head of the Lie family was. He truly was heartless. Then he quickly guessed that perhaps the Lie family dared to provoke the military during this personal combat event. Regardless of whether their plan succeeded or not, they could leave completely unscathed. As for the lives and deaths of others, they were basically not within his consideration. Only then did Tulak speak up, causing Nguyen Trung to turn his head and look back. General Truong, he looked at the crowd of players running with the flow and speculated that all the members of the Li family might have already escaped. Zhang Yuanzhong frowned, looking at him with suspicion. "What does this mean?" Lam Tulak didn't reply immediately, only standing silently for a moment, as if observing or considering something. "Now is not the time for details." After speaking, he turned to look at General Truong and made a suggestion. "It's best for General Truong to send someone to check the Lie family head. There might be a pleasant surprise." Hearing that, he ordered the soldiers and advised the protagonist not to act rashly and not to find the owner for now. "Wait for my news and you will agree willingly." "All right." Then he and a few soldiers set out. Seeing this opportunity being handed to someone else, Lam Tzu La turned and walked away. "I won't bother competing for this chance to get the gold arrow." In the bustling city center, tall buildings gleam with golden hues, and shops display luxurious silks and brocades. In that bustling street, a crowd gathered by the roadside, their lewd laughter never ceasing. "Listen to me, kid, the boss is really cool." A figure in black robes exudes a solemn aura with a devilish mask that, though flamboyant, is full of wickedness. As I get closer, the sounds of laughter and chatter become clearer. A group of young men gathered by the roadside, their eyes full of admiration as the golden sword appeared in his hand. With that aura, that stance, I almost kneeled down to worship. One after another, they kept praising him non-stop. "Oh my God, I was losing blood. I thought it was just an ordinary match." "No way, I have to go see the finals. Isn't the match in Shanghai? Are you trying to fool us?" That's just bullying us into not watching the match as proof of that statement. He turned around and looked around. Watch me casually grab someone to ask. And then he chose the male lead. "Do you see if the two passers-by look like the main characters in your nice story?" Looking back, the other guy was so surprised he opened his mouth wide and shouted at the one in front. That was the boss of the street gang. Then he quickly ran over and dragged the two others to escape. "Don't look directly at the boss, Nice. If the boss notices, your head might fall in a single strike." Although he didn't understand what was happening, Lam Tulak ignored it and walked away, leaving the crowd trembling. Seeing him finally disappear without saying a word, they sighed in relief. In the vast and endless sky, a magnificent tall building with a dazzling golden glow rises, exuding elegance and power. In front of the capital shop, the male lead is being eagerly surrounded by everyone. Despite the enthusiasm, their eyes reveal fear towards someone with great power. What scares them is not only your strength, but also the enormous thing behind you. He mimics humans' boastful behavior, making Lam Tulak unable to consider. "It seems I should have the big fool be a bit more civilized later, to show everyone's warm welcome." He said thank you on behalf of the representative. "Thank you." Hearing that, he was startled and said, "The senior master is speaking to me." After speaking, you begin to step into the store. As you reach the door, an automated system voice greets you. "Dear player, welcome to the capital shop, which offers a range of essential items in front of you." Seeing the prices, you can't help but frown. Why are the items here more expensive than in Shanghai? The system immediately responds. Because of differences in size, number of players, zombie strength, and other factors, the prices of hidden items in each shop vary. Knowing this in advance, I wish I had saved more gold. If I had known earlier, I should have saved up some gold coins. After all, this money was paid by Quan Fuang and the three major clans, so in the end I still have to get a Shanghai uniform and seal for the big fool to wear. As promised, he immediately interacted and created, and instantly, all the necessary items were purchased along with the continuous sounds of the system. After finishing the purchase, he stepped outside. As he left the store, night had fallen, and he couldn't help but feel tired, stretching and relaxing his body. Done, he took out his device and checked the time. Surprisingly, it was already 10 o'clock. It's an auspicious time now. Lam Tulak happily turns to invite Dongok out for fun. Go on, big fool, and get some chicken feet. They casually walk past two patrolling police officers. Don't you know you can't go out at night? I'm warning you about the fines and detention. You're in serious trouble now. Lam Tulak and Dongok turn back, and the blonde guy next to them panics and taps the brown-haired guy on the head. Don't blame me, you didn't see anything. Bang, are you crazy? You dare to do it again. I didn't see anything. There was no one earlier. No one at all. Lam Tulak heard them talking but chose to ignore it. Then An Gi's mansions appeared, and Ji Ming smashed Tu Tung's belongings. He was furious. Li Lap Hien set me up, I was ready, and in the end I had to throw myself in front of Quan Phuong to take the blame for him. He turned back to curse at the others. When they allied with the Li family, everyone was talking nonsense about heaven and earth, and now they're all silent. And Ji Min, overwhelmed with anger, grabbed the servant by the collar but couldn't contain his fury. Now, how should he deal with the Quan Phuong gang? He said, "Aren't you the old advisory group of the An family? Are you all silent now?" Huh? The one who came to break the tense atmosphere is the maid reporting to the master. The servant greeted him, but An Chi Min paid no attention. What? No way the chauffeur could have said that. If he has no grudge against the Li family and only against me, what does he want from me? She said that he told her that the An family is about to fall. Don't you want to keep the An family going? However, An Jiming patiently listened and lowered his tone to send the person away, telling them to clean up the meeting. Yes, master, I am thinking, I really want to see what his purpose is in coming to see me. He sat arrogantly with his legs up on the table, completely at ease. The host has been sent over, Lam Tulak said excitedly, and family head is still very cautious, with quite a few sharp eyes. It seems the weapons on your body are not few. As for An Chi Min, it seems that our An family and Nasi are not connected by any mic links. What exactly are you here for at the An family now? Lam Tulak said, I don't have any issues with you guys, but your An family has issues with the Lie family. Then, An Chi Min emphasized, listen, if you want to divide the relationship between the An family and the Lie family, then please go away. You misunderstood. I came to see you because of someone. You said the person in charge of your household's food and drink is named Fan Cao Tri, right? Just hearing that name makes An Chi Min furious. He recalls that this person has been with the An family for decades, handling things efficiently and without any mistakes in dressing or serving food all these years. Then he appeared calm. But you suspect he was sent there for a reason, right? Maybe you don't fully understand the inner workings of our three great clans, Lam Tulak asked. Is it about the secret mind control technique? Is it true that from the moment they are born, they start using a certain drug, and then through a specific evil technique, they can nurture a family heir who is absolutely loyal to the family? Like a secret within the stomach. An Chi Min was startled. Lam Tulak Teep Tuk Noi. What does it matter how I know it's not the key point? The important thing is where you got that secret technique from. Suddenly, An Jiming was annoyed. This is a secret technique always maintained within the three great clans. How does he know? He said, What reason do I have to tell you? Lam Tulak continued to delve into the darkness of his heart. Whether he spoke or not didn't matter. Now press your finger on the spot below your stomach, then press on your heart, and finally tap 4 times gently. Although I want to dismiss what he said, An Chi Min still wants to try. He tried to follow what Lam Tulak said, but unexpectedly the process caused him to vomit blood. He trembled. This couldn't be. This absolutely couldn't be. How is that possible? Lam Tulak said seriously. This technique of yours was bought from the Lie family. The technique itself isn't a problem, but the Lie family has a secret method that can control people who have been brainwashed. So, is there a problem or not? And Chi Min covered his mouth, but his voice was still there. How can this be? We've used this secret technique for hundreds of years and it has never failed before, so why did it turn out like this? This can never happen. In my previous life, An Chi Min, the head of the An family, I, Lin Tuluo, finally became the great earth magic god. Ha 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 ha, until the final moment of the apocalypse, he became the great earth magic god, successfully transforming his body and escaping the threat of the Li family's secret technique. But it's too late now. Most of the An family's power has already been taken over by the Lie family, and his wife and children have been taken hostage by them. He can only keep sacrificing himself to the Lie family, but in this life, I won't allow such things to happen. He is a person with a special divine talent, worth using. So what is wrong with my body, and how long can I still live? Li Tulak replied, You need to ask the Lie family about that. They might have an antidote. How long you want to live depends on when you can get the antidote from the Lie family. My affairs are not your concern. Go ahead. But Lam Tulak suggested that I have a major deal elsewhere. You wouldn't think the Lie family controls only Fan Kao Chi, would you? And Shimin hesitated. What do you want to say? Then Lam Tu-hak placed the paper down on the table. This list probably doesn't include everyone arranged by the Lie family, but everything written on it is definitely true. And Shimin looked over the paper. What do you want? The final price is 200,000 gold taels. He slammed the table. Huh? 200,000 gold? Why don't you go rob it yourself? Lam Tulak asked how much he could give me then. And Shimin had to admit that 80,000 gold taels was the most he could offer. And strangely, Lam Tulak responded with a cold smile. The scene shifts to another place, where Lam Tulak stands with arms crossed, looking slyly at the opposite side. 10,000 is not enough. Actually, there is someone here who could have a significant impact on the supplies of the On family, and at that point, your losses won't just be 10,000. The person across from you is Li Liangxian, with one hand on the table, panicking over 10,000, at most 50,000, not a single extra dollar. Lam Tulak happily slammed his hand down on the switch. He casually put his hands in his pockets and walked out, while Li Lapian behind him looked pale. An image of a building appears against a dark crimson sky, with someone inside opening a fire element scroll. Lam Tulak holds the scroll in his hand, reading the words inside the one-time silver-grade fire oath scroll. Use the power of the flames to forge a contract with the weapon, granting it the ability to unleash fiery attacks. After use, the flames can be wrapped around the weapon, and each time it is used, its attack strength increases, along with an added burning effect. He opened the scroll wide and lifted it high, now resembling an enormous carpet. Lam Tulak sat down, summoning large flames with both hands. As time passed, the next day at noon, the sky was already bright. Lam Tulak exhaled, and the system appeared to congratulate him, saying that through his special class, the Emperor, he successfully mastered the flame form technique, and he also lowered his hand. The system displays the Fire Spirit skill, a mage-type ability that creates a fire mark by consuming mental energy. Attaching the fire mark to a weapon allows it to temporarily gain enhanced power. Fire attack. The duration depends on the amount of mental energy consumed when using the skill, so he merged the fire oath with his weapon. The sword he drew was engulfed in blazing flames. The sword has been fully fused. Lam Tulak swings once, and flames sweep through wherever the sword goes. He focused on the table beside him, then thrust his sword straight at it, lightly touching a corner. That corner of the table had been burned down to a large extent. This skill is amazing. Lin Ziluo went ahead while Damao followed behind. Damao, let's go. It's time to join the finals. At some building, outside there are countless people arriving, voices talking excitedly. I wonder if we can see the guards today. Oh my God, I heard about it. Do you know? Last night, someone who glanced at the chauffeur had their eyes gouged out, and anyone who encounters the chauffeur on the street cannot look directly at him. Inside the building is the arena, and the announcer's voice echoes. Please, all finalists, proceed to the room immediately and review the attributes from yesterday's qualifying round. Nyase, Trung-Win Trung is coming up behind you. I have already relayed your request to the leadership. They hope to meet and talk with you after the strength competition ends. Lam Tulak turns around and smiles. All right, I'll bother General Zhang then. Inside, I think this is a good opportunity to exploit his weaknesses and gain benefits from Quan Fuang. Lam Tulak walks up to the blue sphere in front, places his hand on it, and a red display board appears next to him showing information. After a moment, the board displays the rules of the match. Lam Tulak looked at the board with confidence. Teleporting, he prepared himself to face the challenge. Lam Tulak is transported to the resting room where Zheng Yuanzhong and Daguo are already present. Outside, the competition areas for each pair of contestants have been prepared. The announcer's voice rings out again. Player Nese, your match number this time is 001. Now it's time to draw your first opponent. Lam Zilak confidently presses to draw. The number 013 appears in front of you. Congratulations to the player for drawing the perfect number. Your opponent's number is 013. Lam Ziliao presses the red box on the display seriously. You smirked without a hint of worry as Lam Tulak was being teleported by the system. Lam Tulak confidently gazes at the person before him, his demeanor full of anticipation as he summons his weapon. The figure in front of him appears, wielding a dagger with a sinister look on his face. This knife of mine is all poison. Hey, buddy. He immediately bowed his head. I surrender. Lam Tulak stared at him in place, as the system displayed a notification. Congratulations to number 001 for defeating number 003 and earning 2 points. He holds his sword and looks down at the arena. Everyone below looked at each other in disgust. When I gave up
My reaction was 0.1 seconds faster than yours, proving I responded quicker.
The person next to him also chuckled and replied, "Ha ha ha. Speed doesn't mean anything. My scream of surrender is 12 decibels louder than yours. I've got the momentum, and the big boss will definitely remember me." Both of them finished speaking, and then looked at the shadowy figure in front of them. He confidently stroked his chin and said, "You two won't succeed. Earlier, when I shouted, I used a very deep voice. Didn't you see quite a few female spectators sneaking glances at me?" Lam Tulak turned around, paying close attention, showing great interest in the current match. Trung Nguyen Trung calmly wielded his sword to face off against the Lie family's fighters. Lam Tulak immediately opened the E-system to check this person's profile. Trung Nguyen Trung is level 18, with the title The Human King and basic attributes: Strength 60, Spirit 60, Physique 55, Agility 40, and a military soul profession. Only players who genuinely care for the army and possess extremely strong strength can inherit this profession. The profession's ability 1, the army's unwavering spirit. The more teammates there are in the same squad, the greater the attribute gains, and you can also send some attributes to your squad mates once a certain number of teammates is reached. Effects beyond the limit can be triggered. Yes, the indestructible soul. The eternal soul is forever indestructible.
After activating this effect, you can enter an invincible state during which all damage received is minimized and your willpower significantly increases.
But after the immortal state ends, the damage taken beforehand will continue to be inflicted on your body. Talent, the vast body. You have an extremely deep awareness of yourself. When facing suppression-type skills, the suppression effect is reduced by 30%, the suppression duration is shortened by 50%, and skills such as the 3-link attack, Earth-Shattering Greatsword, Truckfuck Army Soul, and T-Army Soul are ineffective. Lam Tulak quietly noted that Dongok's agility and mental attributes are a bit lower, but luckily his overall attributes are not much different. He can fight. He looks toward the arena, and Trung Nguyen Trung quickly charges forward, his sword full of energy, aiming straight at Dongok. Dongok immediately uses the hammer to block the attack. Lam Tulak watches their fight and analyzes that if the Lie family hadn't used that medicine in the past life, Su Kan-san and Lai Ni might not have been able to defeat Trung Nguyen Trung.
He pursed his lips and smiled, swung his sword up, and quickly used the earth-shattering spear technique. The large hammer in Dongok's hand also had to give way. He staggered and slammed his face into the ground with the hammer. Dongok quickly regained his steady stance. Trung Nguyen Trung looked at him with a sigh. As expected from Niase's subordinate, even though he is 2 levels below me, he can still withstand my long spear of the earth. He frowned, tiredly looking at the person in front of him, secretly thinking that he absolutely could not lose to him, or his hopes in the army would be greatly diminished. Trung Nguyen Trung suddenly realized something upon seeing him. Dongok is now receiving information from Lamzi Liao. Sitting behind, he uses a reminder skill. If he can't beat Trung Nguyen Trung, he won't get to eat grilled chicken on pork leg in 3 days. Dongok's eyes lit up at that, his face full of anger, and he shouted loudly, I cannot forgive this." Dongok gathers energy from around him and concentrates it into his hammer. He shouted at Trung Nguyen Trung, then charged down from above, swinging his hammer directly at the person in front of him. The other drew his sword to block, grimacing. Trung Nguyen Trung quickly dodged, causing the giant's hammer to slam into the ground. He bent down and used the Army Spirit Blessing. During the duration of the Blessing of the Bamboo, you gain 20% damage resistance and a 20% increase in recovery speed for your stamina and mental energy, and your next attack will carry a damage resistance bypass. The duration depends on the amount of mental energy consumed. He quickly lunged forward with his sword. Trung Nguyen Trung gathered his magic power and aimed straight at the fool, but was immediately knocked back by his hammer. Trung Nguyen Trung struggles to defend with his sword before retreating, his eyes cold and blood running from the corner of his mouth. Trung Nguyen Trung looks at him and smiles eternally. His body quickly wrapped itself in the available energy, forming a majestic and mighty armor around Trung Nguyen Trung. He drew his sword behind him, confidently raising his head. His army soul technique was unleashed, and behind him stood a line of generals. This skill of his was truly impressive. Zhang Yuanzhong assumed a fighting stance, ready for battle at any moment. And Linzi Lian was so amazed by this scene that she opened her mouth in shock. Oh my god. In his previous life, Zhang Yuanzhong used the Teifat soul skill to crush a level 80 zombie, just 1 step away from the zombie king, and I never expected to see the Teifat soul skill in its basic form in this life. Dongok also didn't hesitate and looked at him, shouting loudly as his thick legs stomped the floor, causing debris to fly everywhere.
His fierce gaze held the axe tightly as he charged toward Zhang Yuanzhong. He saw him and immediately frowned, grinding his teeth as he launched an attack. The three-link fire technique, flames from his skill kept burning. It creates a fiery collision full of drama. A powerful burst of light blurs everything around, astonishing everyone nearby as they cover their eyes and scream. The entire arena is filled with dust and lingering smoke, and Zhang Yuanzhong is in a terrible state, covered in blood. His eyes are tightly closed, looking pained and extremely exhausted. The opponent facing him, Dai Nyok, is not much better off. He opened his eyes wide, blood streaming down his face, looking extremely battered. Da Nyok quickly regained consciousness and stood up. The system voice immediately sounds, number 03 has 2 wins, and number 024 has earned 2 points. The next match is number 001 against number 029. The fool stands up proudly before a strong opponent like Zhang Yuanzhong. He looked at the struggling person before him, clenched his lips, and forced himself to stand with his sword. The fool looked at him and then chuckled foolishly. Around the arena, the crowd's cheers echoed loudly as everyone watched them, shouting non-stop. This is true competition. A battle of the strong. Some others cry out in joy, saying, "Oh my God, compared to them, I feel like I am a monster." Everyone cheers loudly. A real competition is about risking everything and using all your strength to defeat your opponent, not choosing to fight weaker opponents. I rely on my advantages to kill at will. Yes, well said, well said. General Truong is impressive. Big Dumb is impressive. Lin Zilao looked at the two people in front of him with satisfaction. Daigoku and Trung Nguyen Trung are taken to the medical room. Trung Nguyen Trung shakes his head and refuses the doctor in front of him. Check on the big fool first, I don't need it urgently. The doctor nodded. Yes, General, over here. Lam Tulak also politely declined. Thank you, General Zhang, it's not necessary. He then looked at you with curiosity. Why are you worried about supplies? He looked at Da Nong and smiled happily, saying everything is fine, our medicine is enough. Moreover, Da Nyok has a slightly special physique due to his profession. Just supplementing with nutrition is enough. Zhang Yuanzhong looked at him and nodded. So that's how it is? Then just tell me if you need anything. Lam Zulian gave a thumbs up. No problem. He was sweating with worry, thinking to himself, just kidding, if my zombie body of the big fool gets exposed. The system suddenly announced, attention all city players. Attention all city players. The city's individual combat strength tournament has now officially ended. The system announces the city has been captured. The number 1 player in the city ranking is Z. Based on the overall strength of the city, they obtained a top-grade gold equipment. The rewards include a lot of gold, experience, and reputation. The free attribute points gained from conquering the city belong to the second-ranked player on the strength leaderboard, the Big Fool. Based on the overall strength of the city, 2 silver-grade equipment sets were obtained, and the second-ranked player on the strength leaderboard, Zhang Yuanzhong, is being discussed by the group below the stands. Ha, as expected, the number 1 chariot lord. And that person just had to cut in. You don't need to say anything extra, but the fool took second place. I really didn't expect it. I feel sorry for General Zhang. The person next to him also spoke up. The big fool is Naidi's subordinate, so it's not surprising he's so strong. The other person then checked the system for a gold-level equipment, and now there's only 1 on the equipment ranking. But Naisei has gained another set. The person also chimed in. Gold is just... Even though I don't have any, Naisei has 2 sets of diamond-level equipment, the uniform and the 9-less sword. They chat and laugh happily without paying attention to what's behind them. A shadowy figure is watching them, lowering his hat as he crouches. Li Lapien covers his face, pounding the wall with one hand while pulling down his hat, angrily thinking, Naisei, damn it, stupid idiot. His eyes widened with anger. If it weren't for those 2 unknowns who appeared out of nowhere, right now, everyone would be talking about us, and the Lie family would be the ones admired. Lai Lapien looked toward the arena in surprise, and everyone else looked at him with curiosity. Huh? What's wrong? He looked at them, then quickly bowed his head, pulled down his hat, and turned to leave. Everyone continued their cheerful conversation. Lam Tulak quickly picks up some food, puts it in his mouth, and chews noisily. The system announces that player Nai Se has achieved first place in the personal combat strength tournament. Lam Tulak watched intently as the system drew the top-tier gold equipment. The system immediately displayed a notification in front of him. Congratulations to the player Nai Se for obtaining a gold-level equipment. Congratulations to the player Nai Se for earning 5,000 experience points. The system keeps popping up notifications congratulating player Nai Se for reaching level 23 with all attributes increased by 3 and earning 5 free attribute points.
Congratulations to player Nai Safe for earning 2,000 gold coins and 500 reputation points. 5 free attribute points. Lam Tulak is extremely excited, ranking first in the capital's individual combat strength tournament. So many generous rewards. He kept surprised while looking at the system menu. Theme Tuk Qinghua, a gold-level equipment, a hidden space ability, is an item many brave warriors dream of, with agility attribute increased by 5, mental strength increased by 10%, boosting movement speed by 10%, and reducing footstep noise by 30%. Its skill allows it to move forward 1 to 2 meters, and during movement, it can resist 90% of damage. The duration of the duel is 4 hours, Lin Tzu Lok exclaimed in amazement. Qianhua has space abilities. No wonder this game is labeled as a top-tier apocalypse. Lam Tu Lok looked up at the system stats, which showed basic attributes with no equipment: strength 99, spirit 99, physique 99, and agility only 89. Below is the basic attribute table with equipment. Strength 121, spirit 113, physique 114, agility 99. The system voice keeps announcing congratulations to the host for winning first place in the capital's individual combat tournament. You have completed the capital's #1 mission. Congratulations on receiving the mission reward: a random common gold hand, a silver-grade equipment. Lam Tu Lak looked at the system with a happy face as he chose to draw random equipment. The system sound rang out. Din, congratulations on obtaining the silver-level hidden magic gloves. A pair of gloves appears on the screen. Hidden magic gloves, silver-grade equipment. The gloves were crafted to counter mages. Its existence makes every mage headache, with +2 power attribute, +2 physique, hidden magic.
Magic damage must be reduced only by 5%.
Lam Tu Lak looked at the notification and forced a smile. Is the hidden magic system the same as the one on his clothes? He sighed and wondered if the golden hand system had some issue with mages, maybe forcing him to collect a full set. Lam Tu Lak immediately pressed confirm. The system congratulated the player on successfully equipping the hidden magic gloves. The 3 hidden magic gear sets are activated, each increasing all attributes by 2 and reflecting 15% of magic damage received. He looked at the system with a satisfied expression. This will do. These are the 3 items. It seems there is still a lot of room for improvement in the equipment attributes. Daidi Nagok sits aside, savoring a delicious chicken drumstick. Lam Tu Lak turned to look at him with a mysterious smile, while Dangok looked back at him puzzled and confused. Lam Tu Lak patted Dangok firmly on the shoulder, causing him to turn around in surprise. Dangok looked confusedly at Lam Tu Lak in front of him, then pressed his hand to the system, pouting, and said, "Silver smooth armor, soft gloves, second class for this kind of trash equipment." Dangok looked at him, speechless, as a bright gem appeared on the system screen at 40%. Then he curiously looked away and saw 2 chicken thighs. He put his hand to his mouth and thought, while Lam Tu Lak happily prepared to leave the room and looked towards the suggestion from Dangok. Let's go take him to eat bigger chicken thighs. In his mind, he secretly bets that if he chooses Zhang Yuanzhong, he might earn about 120,000 gold coins this time.
Lam Tu Lak càng nghĩ càng cảm thấy vui sướng trong lòng. Vậy lại là chuyện của ba già gia tộc phía sau hỗ trợ. Chắc lợi dụng số tiền mà Lý Gia mang tới dễ mua hủy chuộng danh dự gia ở kinh, do chẳng phải rất thoải mái sao?
Listen, Elder Z, I found you here. He stopped in front of Lam Tu Lak and reported, Elder Z, all the leaders in the safe zone have now gone to attend the emergency meeting. General Zhang sent me here to invite you there. He said after this meeting ends, they will start implementing the policy targeting the Lie family. Lam Tu Lak calmly asked, what happened? The soldier was both exhausted and confused. He looked at Lam Tu Lak and hurriedly asked, It's the Lie family. That bunch of Lie family's scum, while holding a strength gathering with hundreds of self-proclaimed warriors carrying over 100 pieces of raw meat, somehow led thousands of zombies into our safe zone. Lam Tu Lak, wearing a mask, smirked. What? The soldier lowered his head and clenched his teeth. Most of the players with real strength were inside the city, including the experts from our military, all in the sports complex. He trembled as he continued. News from outside couldn't get in, and no one inside could come out. The soldier explained that now they really had no choice. To ensure the zombies didn't reach the city walls, they could only rely on defenders outside the safe zone. Lam Tu Lak's face darkened with anger as he looked at the soldier, who stammered, and finally, no zombies managed to break into the safe zone. But now, all my brothers and I are dead. Lam Tu Lak crouched down, thinking, but based on the strength of the Lie family, using live flesh to lure some zombies is also possible.
He looked at you with annoyance, but the Lie family couldn't handle thousands of zombies in a short time. Lam Tilu looked at the soldier and then ordered, "Wasn't there supposed to be an emergency meeting?" "Take me there," they immediately obeyed. "All right, Elder, please follow me." At the meeting, they gathered around the rectangular wooden table. Director Tiet slammed the table. "Do we still need to discuss? The Lie family has already torn apart their face, and today's incident is a declaration of war against us." Captain Ha looked at him and carefully advised him to stay calm for now. "Aren't we still in the discussion phase?" "They do have a point." Li Shiba looked at Zhang Yuanzhong and then offered his opinion. "That's right, old Li. It's not that we don't want to punish the Li family. The safe zone is currently in the rebuilding phase, and our main task is to complete its construction. Focusing on dealing with the Li family now would cause significant losses." Someone in front of them also agreed. "That's right. I also think so. During this stage, we can rely on exposing the bad deeds of the Lie family and use public opinion to ruin their reputation. Wait until the safe zone is built before taking action. A single blow to destroy the Lie family." And the person next to him also agrees. "That's right. The chief of security is the most important. Once the safe zone is complete, we will have the strongest backing. We are only doing this for the safety zone and for Longguo as a whole. Both sides fighting will only drain our people's strength. This is not good for our entire capital region." Zhang Yuanzhong angrily stood up, trembling as he slammed the table. Filled with fury, he shouted, "Do you think the Li family will just stand by and watch us finish building the safe zone? Do you think the Lie family won't do this again? At that time, it will still be with our lives and the lives of our soldiers to guard it." He looked at them with intense anger. Zhang Yuanzhong gritted his teeth and said, "The overall situation is what matters most. I am truly curious, how much benefit have you gained from the Li family, and you're speaking on their behalf?" Hamok immediately stood up to explain, "Truong Tuong Quan, our loyalty to Longquok is no less than yours. You can't say such things. We are truly only thinking from the perspective of the overall situation." The old man also exclaimed upon hearing this, "Commander Zhang, you can fight on the front lines all the time. I don't know the current supply situation at our rear. The overall situation isn't very optimistic." A familiar voice from outside the meeting echoed in, and I strongly agree with General Zhang's words. Everyone was surprised, looking in shock towards the conference door. Lin Tsulak appeared confidently, his sharp gaze suddenly in front of them. Hamok shouted angrily, "How could anyone else be allowed in during an important meeting? What are the security guards outside doing?" A person stepped forward and introduced himself, saying, "This is Tulak, who just won first place in the personal combat tournament and has a very high reputation. Hamok, you haven't been outside for 2 days, so you don't know him." Hamok clenched his fists, adjusting his glasses with the other hand, and he gave a very reasonable excuse. "Tsulak is not allowed either. This is a high-level confidential meeting of Long Kingdom. Why should an outsider be allowed in here? So now the entire Long Kingdom government is colluding with others?" Hamok pointed and ordered. Shi Bing escorts this person out, while General Truong Nguyen Trung stands in front of Tulak, appearing calmer compared to Hamok's raging fury. "Tsulak was invited here by me. Is there a problem with that?" Hamok looked directly into Truong Nguyen Trung's eyes. "General Zhang, someone you still don't know who they are, has been taken into the conference room. Isn't that too careless? Tsulak wears a mask so no one can see his expression. Does General Zhang take things lightly or not? I don't know, but I know that your handling of the Lie family was too careless." "Stop for a moment." Tulak stared intently at Hamok, and although he didn't know who I was, I knew who he was. "Hamok, you stand opposite him, and every piece of information you reveal hits him right in the heart. Your wife passed away early, your daughter also turned into a zombie. Yet you ignore your family's major setbacks and still stand at the forefront of building the safe zone. With this contribution, he successfully earned the chance to level up and reach his current position." His next question left him speechless. "But I want to ask you, do you know someone named Lam Ki-dat?" Hamok's face turned pale as he looked around in disbelief, his voice trembling. Could it be that Zilak saw this reaction and immediately attacked, as if sneering at Hamok? When the Lie family's people told him that he still had a son in this world, how happy he must have been then. Moreover, as long as you secretly help the Lie family, Lam Kai can seize a large amount of resources. At that moment, you nodded quickly like a chicken pecking at rice. After hearing this, Director Tayet slammed his hand on the table in anger, grinding his teeth. "Hamok, what about you and the boy?" Sweat was pouring down Hamok's face. "My superior." At this moment, a bright red notification board appeared in front of everyone. "City area players, please pay attention. Attention players in the capital area." The next update leaves Tulak wide-eyed. The zombie wave will attack the capital area in 5 hours. This serves as a warning for the bloody battle ahead. This time the zombie attack is on a large scale, and the zombie wave in the capital area is moving earlier than expected, attacking the safe zone in 5 hours. The entire safe zone and surrounding areas are about to enter a full lockdown phase. The seal will only be lifted once the zombie wave ends. During the seal, players inside the safe zone cannot leave, and players outside cannot enter. We ask players in this capital safe zone to prepare well and defend against the zombie wave. After successfully defending against the zombie wave, the capital safe zone will be recognized by the system. Gaining certain rights of the safe zone, Hamo read the announcement and couldn't help but become delirious.
The zombie wave, and another wave of zombies. He looked like a madman.
Ha ha ha, the Lie family has some skill. He points at others and shouts loudly, "This time I don't believe this broken safe zone can hold out."
You all have to die. You all have to die. As he finished speaking, he was immediately slapped by the biologist director and Hamok held his cheek, already turning purple. He gritted his teeth and said, "I have been humble in front of you for so long, just waiting for this day.
After all, I have to die. My son has run away with the Lie family. I have some backing. I have nothing to fear."
Tulak stroked his chin in thought, realizing the zombie wave was triggered early due to Lai Jia's actions. Looking at the red warning sign, he began analyzing the conditions needed to initiate a zombie wave in a specific area. First, the level of construction of the safe zone must meet the standards recognized by the system. Second, the accumulated number of zombies must reach the appropriate standard. Third, among the zombies generated, there must be a zombie king who can command the others. Although the scale of the zombie wave will be difficult to reach normal levels, it will still be much higher than the current strength of the safe zone. Tulak adjusted his mask and prepared for another fierce battle.
Then he grabbed Hamok by the collar. "General Jiang, I am pointing out this spy to you."
This news is a free gift from me in exchange for you guys. Is it okay for me to take this person?
Zhang Yuanzhong crossed his arms and said, "No problem. I just hope these traitors meet a miserable end." Zi Lian also agreed. "All right, if anyone else has issues, they can come talk to me directly."
Those people all remained silent.
Zhang Yuanzhong took the initiative to reply, "No problem."
Receiving approval, Tulak Loiko Hamok left. "Please continue. I have other matters to attend to, and take him out to the front yard directly. Isn't this the minister or something, Hamok?
A few days ago, I still saw him talking."
"Oh my God, the minister was even carried around by Tulak like a chicken. Is Tulak really that strong? I just know that it doesn't matter what minister he is. Falling into Tulak's hands and daring to confront the Lie family directly, he's truly pitiful." Hamok timidly raised his head to look at him, but immediately Tulak grabbed his shirt. He threw him aside, as if discarding a bag, causing his face to come into close contact with the ground. In the midst of the crowd, Hamok trembled in fear and begged, "Kill me quickly. You brought the zombie wave here. The safe zone will completely collapse, and then all of you will have to go down there with me." Hearing this, the young soldiers understood everything. What?
"The zombie wave is connected to Minister Ha. He's a traitor, and someone is trying to rush in. It's that bastard who caused my brother's deaths. Let's see if I can beat him to death. His friends are trying to hold him back. Stay calm, stay calm. Now let's hear what Master Tulak has to say."
Tulak directly took out a purple scroll, a level bronze one-time soundproof barrier tool that can form a 5-meter
diameter soundproof barrier. The barrier has no defensive capabilities and will be permanently destroyed if broken, but it is very effective at isolating sound transmission. It lasts for 30 minutes, and he crushes the soundproof barrier.
Immediately, a light blue barrier enveloped the space around him and Hamok to keep the fool outside with a hammer, but he still didn't know fear and kept bothering everyone. "The safe zone has been sealed off. No one can escape.
All of you will go down there with me to punish his madness."
Hamok keeps threatening, but I gave him a punch to match Tuyet Tutrong's slap. Everyone must die. 2 teeth gently fell to the ground. Unlike his trembling, Tulak casually put his hands in his pockets and asked,
"Master Lie of the Lie family, where is Lai Lap right now?"
Hamok wiped the blood from his mouth, his voice muffled and unclear due to the air rushing in, and said, "I won't tell you where Lilap Hien is." Tulak drew out a broken tooth, his face turning into a perverted expression, and said softly, "Stubborn. I like people who are stubborn." He leaned the blood-stained knife against his neck and smiled gently, asking if he should. Hamok remains silent and stubborn, so the knife is driven straight into his hand, causing him unbearable pain. Tulak still smiled brightly, still not revealing what benefit the Lee family had given him. Though smiling, he increased the pressure, causing him to scream uncontrollably. "Kill me. Just kill me quickly. I beg you to kill me." Tulak ignored him. "No, I haven't heard where Lilap is right now.
At this moment, Hamok started to throw a tantrum. I really don't know. I truly don't know.
You help me with one thing, kill me. He pulls out the knife. Luo Lian frowned and said, Do you really not know, or are you pretending not to know? He pretended to stab the other arm of him with the knife. Hamok was so scared he stuck out his tongue. Tulak looked thoughtful and said, So, I'll change the question. What did Lailap Hyan tell you to do? Thinking of his son, he hesitated before speaking, and tears welled up in Hamok's eyes as he slowly recounted.
He used to ask me to secretly help the Lie family deliver resources there or arrange difficult missions for the military, taking the opportunity to cause their people to die. After asking for so long but getting no useful information, Tulak was a bit angry and said, Who asked you this? Did he leave you any news yesterday when he ran away? Now Hamok dares not hide anything and stammers as he reveals everything. Yesterday, before he ran, I had someone deliver the message telling me to stall and focus on the Lie family. That's all. Tulak smiled. The way to contact Lilap Hien couldn't ignore a good pawn like you here. Seeing Tulak's face up close, he became even more terrified. The stronghold of CDM was established by the Lie family in secret. He told me to come, so I came. Tulak frowned and repeated that sentence. The stronghold gathering the soldiers of DM. Tulak looked at Hamok's miserable state. Is there anything else you want to say? He was trembling with fear. No. Despite the bruises and wounds on Hamok's face, he was actually happy and thinking to himself. I've told you everything I could. What do I have left to keep you here?
If I don't keep you here, how will I find a chance to escape? Tulak pats his shoulder.
Well done. You pulled out that knife again.
Tulak didn't say much and quickly delivered a decisive strike. A useless person doesn't need to live. After saying that, he quickly pulled out his umbrella and jumped backwards. Obviously, Tulak has a lot of experience handling this kind of situation. Hamok's blood is all over him, yet he remains completely clean. The bloody scene with an eye fallen out shocked everyone and made them tremble, while he and the big fool calmly walked away in a very cool manner from a high-rise building. That is the exchange point for the individual combat strength prediction. Tulak places a betting slip on the wooden table. The staff member holding the betting slip reads out the information. Yes, please wait a moment. She places the ticket back on the table. Mr. Tulak, you predicted correctly. Zhang Yuanzhong is third place, with a total of 123,556 gold coins based on the odds. Even glasses can't hide the two hearts in the eyes of the big fool. He is imagining himself bathing in a mountain of chicken thighs. The staff member quickly operates the system. Please wait a moment. Tulak smiles contentedly. Din, dear player. Tulak, 123,556 gold coins have been transferred to your account.
He happily tosses a shiny chicken drumstick.
Let's go, big fool. The blue sky and gentle drifting clouds. At the capital shop, everyone was quite surprised by Dangok's gritting teeth and biting into the chicken thigh.
They were even more surprised when they heard the system notifications of a player making a purchase. Congratulations to the player for successfully buying the fake honor medal.
Due to the special privilege of a 10% discount when purchasing the world coin of the unmatched, it costs 225,000 gold coins. Everyone whispers to each other. Spending so much money. Oh my god, is the person inside a local tycoon? They have so much money. I feel like only Tulak has it. I think so too. You see, Da Nong is here too. We should stay back a bit later. Yeah, did you hear what I said? I heard that looking directly at Master Tulak will get you killed, but Tulak just keeps ignoring it and continues spending money like water. Congratulations to the player for successfully purchasing the fake Imperial Order uniform. The fake City Order certificate with a special 10% discount for those with special privileges costs 256,500 gold coins. The three others trembled in fear, hugging each other tightly. After spending so much money, only then does he feel a little satisfied. Tulak smiled as he looked at the medal in his hand.
This honorary medal now has 3 stars. The special grade fake capital honor medal is equipped with a system that introduces its features. This is proof of the highest honor of the capital district, reserved for those whose talents and contributions to the capital district are beyond imagination.
Until now, only those with this badge have had the right to use it. When equipped, it will permanently bind the player. To enhance the player experience, the system also provides adorable illustrative images. 1. The honor notification. This ability can be used once every 2 days and will trigger a notification when activated. All players in the capital district will receive this notification. 2. The place of glory. Just stay within the capital zone, and after activating this function, emotional reactions like intimidation, shock, and fear you cause others will be doubled in effectiveness. 3. Wealth and prosperity. Just by staying in the city zone and killing zombies or completing various missions and dungeons, the experience and gold gained will increase by 30%, and the chance of failure also rises by 5%. The 4 majestic bodies only need to stay within the capital zone, and after all the players attack, your own attributes will be reduced by 15% for 5 minutes. 5 divine beasts protect you. This ability can be used once every 7 days. As long as you are in the capital city zone, you can summon the guardian spirit of the city to engage in battle. The guardian spirit avatar can last for 2 minutes, and its strength depends on the overall prosperity of the capital city. Through the zombie that the illusion kills, the player can gain 10% of the benefits. Tulak and Daingok step into the trading area, staring intently at the badge. This title at the execution level is basically unworthy of this badge. Even at diamond level, it's still barely acceptable. Tulak seems satisfied with the 5th function, the divine beast protection. However, this illusion can only last for 2 minutes, and the conditions are a bit harsh. Maybe in the future the duration of summoning can be extended. Thinking that, he looked at Daingok, who also received a new set of equipment. He pressed to use the clothes in the system. Immediately, the 2 of them received new cloaks, and a bright red system icon appeared above Tulak and Daingok, updating their equipment data. A new equipment appears for Tulak, and while they are having a meal, they are surprised to see the system interface appear in front of them. Hurry and check the equipment ranking. What kind of equipment ranking is this? What's going on? Another new equipment has appeared? Someone is clasping their hands in prayer with tears streaming down their face. Oh my god, could it be that a silver grade equipment has appeared? It must be my idol who has fallen. There are also those disappointed who still wish for it. Sigh, when will I ever get a silver grade equipment? The person next to me has checked the info and said this time it's a gold grade equipment. You don't believe it? Check the rankings. The red alert is spreading everywhere. First place, honor badge of the Imperial Capital, rank Xiu, holder of 2 lakh. Second place, 9 rituals saber, diamond rank, holder of 2 lakh. Third place, fake order uniform of the Imperial Map, diamond rank, owner of 2 lakh. Fourth place, fake order uniform of Thuong Hai, diamond rank holder, the biggest fool. Fifth place, the flash of lightning, the rank of gold, the owner of 2 lakh. Sixth rank, the evil illusion level, the owner of 2 lakh. The soldiers were patrolling and talking about the announcement. No need for predictions, trust me, it will definitely come true. It would be great if we could be that powerful someday. They continued to move forward. All right, patrolling is important, but doing your job well comes first. The sky is still blue, clouds drifting gently, and the green flag is fluttering on the roof. In the conference room, a young officer hurriedly ran in to report. Commander Zhang and Director Zhang Yuanzhong immediately asked, "How is the situation outside? Have you found out everything?" "How is the He assured us that they had checked everywhere, and any location within a 1,000-meter radius of the safe zone wall would have the Apocalypse game seal, all of which are transparent walls. They tried every method to test the sturdiness of the barricades and the situation outside the barricades. All efforts seem to be ineffective. We have tried many methods but cannot break through the barrier wall." Hearing his report, the face of the chief officer was contemplative, and since there were no signs of the zombie wave yet, we couldn't determine its scale or intensity. Since the strongest forces we currently have can only defend from 2 directions, and someone has already made a decision, the only thing we can now bet on is which direction the zombie wave will attack from. Zhang Yuanzhong immediately responded clearly and decisively. He stroked his chin in thought, so let's first arrange defenses in the 2 directions where they are most likely to attack. Because they knew an attack was imminent, they acted quickly. If zombies appeared from either of the 2 other directions, then emergency personnel should be dispatched accordingly. General Trong, stop standing there and get to work. But that idea was quickly rejected as well. Emergency dispatch is possible, but without a solid defense, casualties will rise. Seeing that everyone couldn't agree, the commander shouted loudly, "Enough!" He propped his chin and looked at everyone, with no time to hesitate anymore. Now, he had to decide which 2 directions to defend. In this urgent situation, he can only take a risk. Commander Zhang, you have extensive combat experience. I trust your judgment. Commander Zhang Yuanzhong is also tense. Facing east and west, he thought about the heaviest losses. The walls around the safe zone were not yet completed, and the eastern wall had a large hole caused by the Lee family. If these 2 directions are truly attacked by zombies, it will cause the greatest damage. The commander sighed as he reached the end of his rope. Go now. The soldiers quickly follow the orders and carry out their mission. Meanwhile, Zilak was lying on his oversized bed, looking at the system notification with a troubled expression as waves of zombies approached for the attack. If the safe zone fails to defend, players will face punishment. The consequences of a failed defense may occur. All players in the safe zone are being leveled up. Rewards for killing zombies in the capital area are reduced, and item prices in the shop will increase exponentially, including unlimited items. Tulak rested his head on his hand, speaking indifferently. He could go out on his own, but if the safe zone defense fails, the consequences would be too severe. He lightly tapped the speaker icon on the system, typing while chuckling happily, and finally pressed send. Tulak stretches very comfortably. It's a pity this has a word limit, otherwise I could curse him 1,000 words without repeating myself. He was just enjoying reading a book while waiting for the loud notification to go off. The urban district player is intentional. The city district player intentionally sent a notification with the message content below. Lilap Hien, as the head of the Lie family, how can you run like a rat? You've probably lost all face, and leading the zombie wave to appear. You're truly the scum of humanity. He's really a turtle hiding his head. He's hopeless. Just go and die. Standing outside a dilapidated house, I can also hear the angry voice of the man. Damn it! Lilap Hien's face is about to scrunch up into a ball, and he angrily slams onto the chair. Tulak, don't let me catch you. Once I do, I'll definitely tear you into 100 pieces. Lilap Hien shouted, no matter the cost. I will kill you! Kill you! But at this moment, the butler knocked on the door with a frightened look. Master, it's not good. Something serious has happened. What happened? Seeing the butler trembling with fear, he said, the message from Ziluo announced that the zombie wave was caused by our Lie family, which has made many people start to resent us and even seek revenge. The more he listened, the more his face distorted. Large-scale gatherings in the designated areas are openly tolerated. According to the statistics, at least half of the people chose to leave, but since it's nighttime, they are temporarily staying, and there are places where conflicts have erupted. He couldn't believe it. What did he say? Li Liangxian looks about to explode. Is there anything else? Just say it. The butler, seeing the master's terrifying appearance, spoke even more softly. Apart from the public areas, we quietly manage the concentrated zones. If we knew that the Lie family was controlling the center, we might have chosen to leave. Because of someone named Tulak, the Lie family's career is basically ruined. Lilap Hien staggered and couldn't stand steadily. He seems not to hear the follow-up words from the steward. This time, our Lie family has suffered serious losses due to Tulak's announcement. The master, now like this. Lilap Hien's eyes widened and he fainted. The butler hurriedly caught him. Master, someone, come quickly! The master fainted from the anger, and two people rushing in from outside also shouted in panic. Master, master! The civilians are turning to darkness at the original Southeast Capital safe zone at 8:30 p.m., and Zhang Yuanzhong is observing the soldiers preparing for the worst-case scenario. He directly commands everyone to prepare the necessary equipment. Truong Nguyen Trung looks towards his subordinates who are still compiling the staff list. Reporting to General Truong, we currently have a total of 50,000 combat-capable personnel, with about 20,000 other staff in the Central Army. A and Van families have sent a total of 15,000 strategists. The rest are volunteers, mercenaries, and small organizations, totaling around 15,000 people. Seeing him stop, Zhang Yuanzhong asked, "Is that all?" The subordinate sighed, noting that there were about 100,000 support staff remaining, but their strength was extremely weak and not suitable for strategic combat. Hearing the report, he became even more worried. Moreover, with the time so tight, the 100,000 players teaming up with the soldiers responsible for exploring and destroying zombies might not return. Zhang Yuanzhong closed his eyes, as if lost in thought in the distance. It's not enough. If they stay inside the safe zone, there's nothing to fear from the zombie wave. The soldiers are all showing their determination. General Truong, don't overthink it. Perhaps the zombie wave won't easily reach us with you guys here. No matter what, we will fight until the very end. Truong Nguyen's eyes glisten with tears. At this point, there is no other choice. He crossed his arms and looked straight ahead. The south and west are guarded by 20,000 military personnel. Assign the east to the An family and the Van family. If the zombies come from the north, call the people from the east for reinforcements. They are all brave people, but also very cautious and observant. To leave a mark, the people of An and Vaughn families may not be able to command directly, but the authority to command scattered personnel must be in our hands. Yes, General, just as this, the system notification appears again. The zombie wave is about to attack the capital city area. The zombie wave will last for 5 hours, and a death certificate-like notification appears. Please ensure the safe zone in the capital city prepares for defense. Now declare the conditions for the safety zone to collapse outside the 10-meter radius around the game building in the capital. If enough zombies enter, it will be considered as the building collapsing. After the building collapses, it will be rebuilt within 7 days. If more than 50% of the game buildings collapse, the safe zone will be considered destroyed.
If more than 50% of the players in the safe zone die, the zone will also be considered destroyed.
A crystal of Nguyen water will appear in the central square of the capital safe zone. Once the crystal contacts a zombie, it will be considered completely destroyed.
Note that once the safe zone collapses, the level of all players inside will drop by 3 levels. The levels of players in the capital area will decrease by 1 level for a month.
The rewards earned from killing zombies and completing missions will be reduced by 30%. The gold coins spent on purchasing items and entering dungeons, transforming classes will increase by 50%. After the entire zone collapses, the surrounding seal will disappear. The remaining survivors can leave the safe zone. A successful defense is when the zombie wave retreats or all zombies are killed. Successfully defending the safe zone allows players to gain many benefits during the defense. Players who kill zombies will earn a certain amount of points based on the strength of the zombies. Merit points can be exchanged for rich rewards in the Merit Point Shop. The Merit Point leaderboard appears after the safe zone is successfully defended. Players on the leaderboard can claim rewards based on their contribution points beyond the usual ranking rewards. After reading, Zhang Yuanzhong turned around to face the sturdy defensive city wall, where the fortress was, as the sky darkened further over the Imperial Square. I don't understand why everyone is gathering around the giant primordial crystal, with notifications constantly appearing above them, showing the merit point rankings. No matter where anyone is, they all receive this notification board, which even Truong Nguyen Trung didn't expect. He hurriedly urged his subordinates to act quickly. Wasn't it previously decided that the top-ranked experts on the battle strength leaderboard would stay here? Send the strongest ones to guard the primordial energy crystal in the Imperial Square. As for the others, they are responsible for guarding the other structures. And the face of the subordinate also turned pale. General Zhang, should we call Tsulik and Da Nong? Zhang Yuanzhong's face also stiffened when he thought of those two monsters. Are they people I can command? He cleared his throat and said, "Don't ask about things that aren't relevant. Go quickly and give the orders." Luckily, that subordinate is easy to manipulate. The two of them split up to act. Tulak is here playing with a blue circle. He seems to be in control of the battle. Congratulations to player Z-Lak for successfully mastering the Water Chi 3 disturbance skill through the special profession of the Celestial Emperor. The special ability of this skill activates. The Water Ripple skill, a mage-type technique, is formed by consuming mental energy to create the water tablet. After throwing the water tablet to a certain position, a water current with a whirlpool state will form on the ground within a specific area. The water current will deal minor damage to enemies within that range. At the same time, it slows down and pulls everything toward the center of the whirlpool. The system also vividly recreates that powerful blue water vortex. Tulak was very pleased as he was currently lacking a large area control skill, which was also a useful tool for dealing with zombies. Just as he was having fun, a new mission was issued. Zin specifically issued the most intense full-scale battle mission, and then the system provided a detailed explanation of the most intense full-scale battle. Introducing the mission to defend the capital safe zone, which faces a zombie wave before it is fully built, with a significant disparity in strength between the two sides. Complete the task of successfully defending the capital safe zone against the zombie wave and earn the top ranking on the merit table, with the reward being a standard gold tier two-handed weapon from the Golden Hands draw. There is no time limit for the mission. Tulak looked at the small water vortex in his palm and muttered to himself. The strength of both sides is uneven, and I can't help but wonder if the Golden Hand system has already included me in its calculations. He said the strength of this zombie wave exceeds imagination and doesn't matter at all. Tulak grabbed Dai Nyok, who was devouring a chicken thigh. He pulls his hood and cloak away. "Big fool, get to work, stop eating." They went down the stairs and then walked to a small door that Tulak opened, revealing a dark space filled with countless shattered system fragments floating in the air. The blue square has now turned red. A wave of zombie goo surges forward. Please, players, do your best to survive. Terror's face darkened as he read the system panel, and it seemed that immediately the atmosphere changed. A red sphere emerged amidst the thick black fog. A horde of zombies emerges from the fog. Their target the tall buildings ahead. Words began to appear above their heads, manipulated, as the zombies' eyes turned red and vacant. Just a moment after the dark clouds disperse, the zombies become extremely agitated. They keep rushing forward to attack the fortress. Zhang Yuanzhong stood above, signaling to prepare. As he waved his hand, a blazing golden sphere appeared atop the city. An explosion erupts right in the middle of the zombie horde. Sharp ice blocks pierce through the zombies from the ground, and the vines also block their path. He commands the army, the 2nd platoon, advancing toward the 2nd defensive line, with the young soldiers looking determined to fight and win.
Dongthan shouted loudly. Although they have different professions, everyone united to push back the attacking zombies.
On the battlefield filled with blue, yellow, and orange hues, the zombies feel no pain and continue to advance like programmed machines, quickly attacking the first line of defense. The soldiers also refused to give up and fought back with their weapons. Zhang Yuanzhong observed the situation through this small scope. Lieutenant under his command hurried over.
General Zhang, our frontline comrades have temporarily repelled the zombie attack.
He continued to give orders. The personnel of the 3rd defensive line will temporarily retreat, rest first, and prepare for the next battle. Everyone is coming and going. Report to Commander Zhang that the situation in the northern safe zone is urgent, with a large number of zombies appearing, estimated between 6,000 and 7,000. Requesting reinforcements, Zhang Yuanzhong didn't expect the incident to happen so quickly. He hurriedly asked about other areas. What about the west? How is the situation there? The incident Min didn't want to see still happened. The soldier was out of breath because the fighting in the west hadn't been reported yet. Only the north had sent troops to report the situation. The northern soldiers also said, gasping for breath, that Tulak had summoned the heavens on the northern city wall, but they couldn't see the giant fool. There is no other news from the north for now, so my subordinates are also unclear. After hearing this, he waved his hand and went to do his work. Any news, report it immediately. Zhang Yuanzhong looked down from above at the chaotic scene below, only able to see giant blocks of ice and flashes of lightning from the thunder, while the soldiers still held their weapons tightly with smiles on their faces.
Brothers, we're definitely going to die, but we must die in the light. Even if we fight until the last moment, we have to protect the city wall for me. The young prince has been sent by me to inform the general about this situation.
The reinforcements will arrive very soon. Our main task is to do what we need to before they get here. To prevent the zombies from breaking the wall, a soldier hurriedly ran over to deliver the news. Lieutenant Tu Lak just rushed out of the ancient city himself, stepping into the air and moving at lightning speed, while others shouted in fear.
"Oh my God, Elder Tu Lak, come back. It's very dangerous outside."
Their faces turned pale as they watched his direction with worry.
"Yes, Lord Tulak, that is a dangerous zombie wave."
Before they finished speaking, the two soldiers quickly waved their hands, their faces turning pale. "We hereby withdraw what we have just said. All we see is Tulak wielding his sword to slaughter in all directions, aiming straight at the zombies. Every swing of the sword creates a blazing yellow shockwave that seems to burn through all the zombies. In the darkness, the bright golden blades stand out even more. As the dust settles, I see the corpses of zombies on the ground. Tulak, wearing a mask, continues to charge into the heart of the battle. The soldiers with weapons behind couldn't help but say, "Damn it, Tulak has charged forward. How can we be so cowardly?" They seem to be fueled with new strength. Brothers, let's go. Killing a zombie is also beneficial. Everyone cheered each other on, quickly boosting their morale. They kept increasing their attacks on the zombie, while Tulak calmly waved his hand, combining fire and water to unleash an unstoppable force that shattered the zombie apart. The ordinary people only have a moment to boost their strength before they run out of words to comment. No doubt about it, Master Tulak truly is the master. The way he handles zombies is as pure and transcendent as that. Everyone seems to turn into fans as Tulak takes out a chair and a teacup, plants his sword into the ground, and leisurely enjoys a steaming cup of tea. A zombie runs over and exhales a stream of blue smoke. The toxic fumes are close, but he simply gently lifts his mask to enjoy the hot tea. He slowly sipped his tea as the toxic smoke was right in front of him, the teacup covered with a lid, while Tulak jumped up and kicked the giant zombie. The flavor is quite pure, and the temperature is just right. He drew his sword and struck him right in the stomach, his voice like he was talking to an animal. "You're pretty easily provoked, huh? Aren't I just sitting here drinking tea while fighting your zombie horde? And you already sent special formed zombies to attack so quickly?" Behind Tulak, a group of zombies with different appearances. He swings his hand to activate the water spirit, 3 movements, creating water whirlpools that block the zombies' path, gradually forming a barrier that slows their movements. The sudden appearance of flames stunned them, and at that moment, an explosion occurred. Fragments of zombie corpses fly everywhere, and the guards are now stunned with their mouths open. The notification board pops up again. Congratulations to the player for reaching level 24. All attributes increased by 3 and 5 free attribute points earned. Seeing zombies with missing parts inside their control center. I wonder how there can be humans so strong existing. If CU delays any longer, I'm afraid I'll have to sacrifice a quarter of my zombie horde to eliminate him completely. The zombie commander is determined. If this drags on too long, by the time the human commander arrives, this operation could very well end in failure. I absolutely cannot let my actions fail because of one person. Tulak observes the group of zombies being beaten into disarray. If the special form zombies can't hurt you, then the normal zombies will keep surrounding him. Tulak remains calm. So what if there are enough normal zombies? If this continues, the defensive line will be broken very soon, and then the main gate of the safe zone will be directly attacked by the zombie wave. The entire northern perimeter of the safe zone will be considered a failure, so we must fight quickly and win fast. He glanced again at the zombies slowly approaching him. It seems the number of zombies in the north is about to reach its limit. Tulak leapt forward, using a running jump to soar into the air. He landed on top of the zombie horde. Tulak puts on the badge. Come on, it's time for you to show your heroism, and the badge will immediately unleash its divine guardian power. A purple light surrounds it. That small badge, I thought Locke was increasing his power by taking a mental pill, but the purple light keeps flickering. It seems to have a consciousness, constantly emitting that strange purple light. Golden lightning strikes straight into the sky, and the light from above shines down, immobilizing the zombies. They dare not move, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Amidst the dark clouds, a special beam of light shines brightly. Tulak absorbs the light and then strikes the zombie horde. The entire zombie group is enveloped by that purple light, and the nearby tall buildings are also affected, leaving everyone and the fighting zombies stunned. They all didn't know what had happened. What just happened? I don't know anymore. Now greenish moss patches are appearing on the ground. It disperses like dust in the air. Flowers also bloom on it. Everyone could feel the golden light fighting to refresh their souls, a sign of good fortune. Only Tulak runs past, knowing the zombies behind are harmless, but after a moment of hesitation, the purple unicorn tramples the zombies beneath its feet. That purple power is astonishing. Everyone, this is Aquilin. Seeing that, everyone started to run away in panic. What are you standing there for? Retreat quickly, this is Aquilin. If it unleashes its power, this battlefield will turn into hell. Only Tulak remained standing there, casually putting his hands in his pockets. He touched the introduction of the 2 Kim Loidin Sacred Kilin illusion, a legendary level question mark grade, one of the benevolent divine guardians in the mythologies of Long Country, and also the divine protector of the capital district. The illusion of the 2 Kim Loidin Holy Kilin possesses terrifying attack power, like in mythology. The illusion inherits a portion of power that can only last for 2 minutes. Skill: Swift Destruction, Thunderbolt, Mortal Thunder, Heaven. Level: 10,000 Thunder. Wrath: Divine Punishment, Keelin's Wrath. Conditions not met, unable to unlock the Thunder Locking Realm. Thunder Break Sky, Shadow Thunder Technique, Thunder Brightness Technique. Looking at the powerful unicorn, Zile silently praised himself. What he summoned was indeed impressive, but a phantom at the legendary level. He rubbed his chin and stared intently at the system panel. Am I really not mistaken? What kind of heaven-defying existence is this? That unicorn is also staring straight at him. This unicorn understands human nature and even has consciousness. Is this really the illusion I used to know? But in this situation, he didn't have enough time to think through each move. Tulak snapped his fingers and walked away. With time so urgent, I can't think too much. I'll study it carefully once I return. For now, there's a horde of zombies trying to escape. Tulak paid no attention, aiming to control the unicorn in front of him. It stomped its hoof to break the shield in front of it. Now it is under Tulak's control, and the lightning continues to strike the zombies, leaving them unable to fight back. Tulak just stands to the side watching the situation unfold. The lightning rages wildly, shaking heaven and earth as the unicorn stomps the ground and leaps into the air, unleashing purple bolts once again, directly attacking the zombie. Its eyes blazing, the heavenly thunder peak. After using that skill, the zombie group became even more chaotic. The zombie frantically runs around, clutching its head, mimicking the expression of a zombie king, as the golden eyes of the unicorn flash again. It unleashes the ultimate death thunder once more. Maybe the zombies have been beaten too much and are very angry, but the purple light once again strikes the last group of zombies. In an instant, that group of zombies vanished without a trace. Congratulations to the player Tulak for reaching level 25, all attributes increased by 3, and earning 5 free attribute points. Congratulations to the player Tulak for reaching level 26, all attributes increased by 3, and earning 5 free attribute points. When he received this notification, he couldn't quite believe it as he looked at his palm, realizing he had leveled up twice in a row. This mutated divine beast, this mutated power, it truly is incredibly powerful without limits. When he looked again, the wedding unicorns on the clouds kept attacking with lightning and thunder, their legs moving lightly while the zombies below were caught in a fierce assault, causing everyone to be stunned in surprise. The shield had shattered into countless pieces, falling down, but the notification appeared once more. Congratulations to the fallen player for reaching level 27. All attribute points increased by 3 and 5 free attribute points gained. The smoke continues to spread in the air. A young boy happily looks at this aura. I told you. Why does this aura feel so familiar? It made me come here myself to see. Turns out it's the aura of the Sage Emperor, so nostalgic. The people in front of the primordial energy crystal kept wondering, huh? Why is there still the aura of that Psy guy? What is going on? Heaven and earth, the legacy of these two guys is gathered on one person. Ha ha ha, this is so funny. To witness such a legendary scene in my lifetime. Ha 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 ha, I can't take it anymore, I have to withdraw. Ha ha, so there really is a luminous Keelan with consciousness. A girl marvels at Ziluo's level. Ziluo quickly jumps from level 24 to 26 in the blink of an eye, then instantly advances to level 27. This is also too heaven-defying. At this moment, Tulak is holding 2 original artifacts of the 2 Kim Loidin Saint Keelan. The impression primordial energy. The item's information appears again. The primordial impression has extremely high lightning power, integrated into the Bagua set. The player can control the primordial impression of lightning power. The original barrier of the Golden Metal Thunder. God Keelan. The artifact carries a special grade of the Underworld introduction. The original barrier of the Golden Lightning Thunder, Saint Keelan, once received blessings from the Crimson Keelan and can activate special effects under certain fortunate conditions. The ability can increase the player's luck. Your basic stamina recovery rate increases by 20%. Basic mental energy recovery, speed increased by 20%. Negative status effects are reduced by 20%. Damage from different attribute types is reduced by 10%. After reading the information about the scale, even Tulak had to marvel. A kind of power that words cannot describe. He collected the items and returned. Tulak stared intently at the purple scale in his palm, scratching his head in confusion. If you want more original scales, do you have to provoke the unicorn directly? Can its scales regenerate? This will need to be studied later. Those zombies are making noise again, drawing his attention. Su Liao turned his back to the zombie without any hesitation. Are you already scared that quickly? He opened the skills menu to check. The automatic loot skill of the Golden Hand has lost its effectiveness. Why can the auto-looting skill pick up items dropped when I kill zombies, but not items dropped by the unicorn killing zombies? The system immediately replied, because the equipment and items dropped there have been shattered into dust by the destructive power and violence of the unicorn and no longer exist, so they cannot be collected. Hearing this, he was a bit stunned. Its destructive power was even stronger than he had expected. Tulak stroked his chin in thought, unsure whether high-grade equipment and supplies or cards with higher quality could still exist, so he needed to find a chance to test them. He looked back at the piece of scale. Given the status of the Keelan beast, these items are probably all food. It's so small, where would be the best place to put it? If I keep it in my bag and lose it during a fight, what should I do then? System then notified me to check and found a special item. So the original Kim Loiding Holy Unicorn has special abilities. Do you want to activate the transformation effect? Once Tulak finishes speaking, the appearance immediately disappears. There is a purple light shining on his chest. A miniature image of the Keelan appears, with no attributes. The player's adjusted equipment now has strength 113, spirit 108, physique 108, and agility 108. Everyone stared in awe at him. They couldn't believe that everything had been resolved just by his simple action. Tulak Tiusai left, and the threat at the north gate was completely eliminated. I'll check out the other areas. Even with dirt-smudged faces, they still smile. Is this person Tulak the Great Master now? Are we considered to have fought shoulder to shoulder with the Great Master? I also have to try harder. I must follow the example of Master Ziluo, but some tears still fell. Hundreds of our brothers are gone, but it's okay. The city walls have been successfully defended, and the souls of our hundreds of fallen comrades can now rest in peace. All right, everyone stay strong. We absolutely cannot let their sacrifices be in vain. Clear the battlefield first, then get ready to change shifts. At this moment, a soldier rushes over to update the situation. What's going on? Has the situation in the north already ended so quickly? The soldiers on this battlefield are now all in good spirits. Tell them to help clean up the battlefield first, and I will report what happened to him. Then report it to the second lieutenant when the time comes. Got it. They started telling the story. I told him that at this moment, Master Ziluo suddenly appeared, and everyone looking at the system ranking also had to be amazed. Oh my God, no wonder Elder Tulak is my idol. He's so fast. He's truly an elder, directly reaching level 27, 8 levels above the second-ranked general. It's extraordinary. Even the contribution points make others jealous. What's going on with this merit ranking? That's too exaggerated. Are you sure you didn't make a mistake? The top ranking on the merit points leaderboard is Tulak with a total of 80,470 points. Second place, Tam Lian Tu Baijiao Chang, total merit points 473. Third place, Non-Smoking Cigarette, total merit points 449. Rank BN, I Don't Like Eating Herbs, total contribution points 440. Meanwhile, on another battlefield, white streaks appeared in the sky. That is a group of zombies flying through the sky like falling leaves, while below, there is another horde of zombies. Wizard players, attack the zombies flying in the air. Quickly gather a fire bridge, and the lightning storm continues with the next assault. The commander standing above observes and orders through the radio. Has the intelligence here been relayed outside? The news from the other side isn't very good. Report to Commander Truong. The intelligence team cannot break through the zombie barrier outside, so detailed information cannot be transmitted out. However, news of the zombie attack on the glass has been relayed through the warning system. He looked straight ahead and said, "Well, that's fine. The remaining task is to defend our line." Yes, Truong Quan will definitely complete the mission. At this moment, the railing trembles. Even this soldier can sense it. Looking around, we see distant clouds of black smoke. He couldn't believe what was happening. How could so many ferocious zombies appear in just a moment? Where did they come from? A hand suddenly emerged from the ground, followed by a series of zombies with bodies as hard as stone appearing on the surface. Everyone fought while creating shields to protect themselves. But this time, the zombies are much harder and more rigid than before. They had to struggle hard to fight back. It seemed all was in vain as a new group of zombies appeared before their eyes. Seeing the surprised expressions on the soldiers' faces, the commander above kept shouting, "Keep fighting! Keep fighting for me! We absolutely cannot let the zombies in this chaos break into the square. Behind you is the glass. Once the glass is broken, the death of tens of thousands of soldiers on the front line will all be in vain." Can you hear me? Hearing that, the soldiers grit their teeth and rally their spirits. Understood, Commander. The giant horde of zombies continued to charge forward, with the soldiers still standing there, forming a shield, when suddenly a fireball appeared out of nowhere. A fireball crashes into the zombie, but it is now in a frenzy. They wildly punch and kick the soldiers, but they refuse to give up and stand firm there. Charge forward, each punch from the zombies falls short, and the humans seem powerless to fight back. The determined sound rings out again, blocking them. Then someone shouts the speed of their attack has slowed down. "Keep going, brothers. I've sent reinforcements to the city. They will arrive to support us very soon." Someone stepped on a thick liquid and immediately reacted. "Watch out! The transparent zombie has arrived." The system displays relevant information. A transparent zombie, a very rare and terrifying type of zombie. Its body is see-through, and light can pass through it without obstruction. Even if you pour dye or smear fluids all over it, it only temporarily reveals its body, quickly returning to its transparent state. The movements it makes are extremely quiet and subtle, usually only audible when you get close. They immediately pour water on the ground. Everyone who has water should pour it out quickly. The only way to tell which way the transparent zombie is moving is by its footprints. Under the effect of water, the zombie's footprints become more and more numerous, but the soldier behind him forgets about it. Don't let your guard down. Watch for where the transparent zombie appears. Just look for dents on the water surface and call out. Before you finish speaking, the transparent zombie attacks him. He just fell down, causing those around him to panic in fear. Zombies can hide. Don't. A hammer spins in the air before smashing straight down into the ground, creating a shockwave sound. That hammer struck the zombie's head directly. At this moment, everyone finally saw the zombie materialize and looked toward the appearance of the hammer. Now, Da Ngok looks just like a hero as he retracts the hammer. In fact, Da Nong is still under Tuluo's control. Tuluo is hiding in a corner, arms crossed with a smile on his face. Daigoku rushes like a wind wherever he goes. Zombies gradually fall down. If Daigoku has arrived, does that mean Turalo has also arrived? Everyone couldn't help but hope. Tulak is here. His arrival means we have a chance to survive. Charging forward with renewed spirit, a zombie suddenly jumps into the street. Its speed is so fast that only a blur can be seen. Taking advantage of everyone's distraction, it lunged straight at the primordial energy crystal, its hand reaching out. Just as the zombie jumped to touch the crystal, its finger was about to make contact when a hammer suddenly struck its back, knocking it away. Daingok raises his hammer again and continues attacking the zombies, trying to get close to the primal energy crystal. Around the square, both humans and zombies are densely packed. Daigoku leads the charge, continuously swinging his hammer at the zombies, while the soldiers behind encourage each other. Stay strong, everyone. We're coming to help. The big fool always stands in front of the primordial energy crystal.
Keep going, brothers. The sky is getting darker and the wind is starting to rise, with only the rustling of dead leaves in the air.
They check the casualties again and breathe a sigh of relief. That's good. And Qiu Duang holding a pickaxe, his strength still enveloping the blade. Someone pats his shoulder and advises him to rest for a while. You've been fighting until now. Everyone around starts to discuss. That was him earlier, wasn't it? Charging into the zombie horde without regard for life or death. Master An is truly powerful. I saw him charge alone at the zombies, then he disappeared from sight. I remember now, he's the one who entered the top 10 in the strength tournament. Impressive. That's right. I saw him fight the zombies until the very end, and only then crawl out unscathed. They looked at An Qiu Duang and said, "Senior, you're too modest." That's right. I want to follow your example, but you don't need to be so modest. With your skills, joining the army could let you accomplish a lot. That's right, sir, you should rest now. Who knows when the next wave of zombies will come? And Qiu Duang listened to the encouragement but didn't show any arrogance. He finds a corner to sit down and stares intently at the dagger. At this moment, he was surprised to see a figure suddenly appear. The people around were extremely curious. Is this big fool trying to get to know Lord An? As expected, all the great elders share similar fates. Big Fool raised his hammer, and the others once again turned pale. Oh, but why do I feel like something's not quite right? Why do I feel like Elder Dungak wants to beat up An Qiu Duang? What is he doing right now? What on earth is going on here? Even he himself feels confused. But at this moment, Dungak swung his hammer down, and An Qiu Duang's body immediately shattered. Dungak sighed in relief and wiped the sweat from his brow as others watched in shock. Suddenly, someone pointed at An Qiu Duang's body. Hurry and look at Elder An's corpse. The flesh and blood body has now vanished, leaving only the clothes with blood splattered. Only then do everyone see clearly a white creature on the blood pool with a pale gray body and sharp claws. Oh my god, An Qiu Duang is actually a zombie. The system also states that the death form zombie is called the most sinister and evil king card among the zombie wave. Absorbing the corpse of someone can transform its appearance to look like that person. The items like equipment and jewelry on it may not have real functions, but from the outside, no one would notice any difference. The zombie's aura completely disappears compared to a human. Its expression and demeanor remain relatively stiff. But the biggest difference is that it cannot speak. Everything happened too quickly. Everyone was stunned. I didn't expect zombies to have so many forms. A thorough inspection is necessary, and we must make them speak after this battle. That's right. No one expected that a comrade fighting shoulder to shoulder would stab from behind. Tulak walks away casually with his hands behind his back, followed by Dai Ngok, who received orders to head east. At this moment, Lin Tsu-lak uses his consciousness to end the control, causing Big Fool to shrink back to his original form. Then, Big Fool looks in the direction Tsu-lak is heading. At this moment, in the eastern battlefield safety zone, the corpses of zombies are piled up on the road. Yuan Zhong is using binoculars to observe everything, trembling in shock as he hears his subordinates' continuous reports. Report to Commander Zhang, the 5 defensive lines we set up earlier have been broken through one after another. Only one remains. Report to Commander Zhang, our soldiers' fighting strength is nearly exhausted, and our defenses have weakened significantly. General, we don't have many men left. We can't continue fighting. General Yuan Zhong helplessly sighed and said, he issued orders for his subordinates to retreat first, and we fell back to the rear defensive line. With these buildings blocking the way, we might seize a chance to rest. The subordinate hurriedly replied, the general must never do that. If we fall back further, the zombies might not be restrained at all. He worriedly said, at that point, if the zombie wave chooses to attack from another direction, we can only be on the defensive. There are many unarmed personnel hiding in the architectural area. Yuan Zhong waved his hand to interrupt and said, I already know what you're talking about. He spoke seriously, but now there was no other choice. They could no longer continue fighting and had to enter the building to seize the chance to survive. The subordinate also had to bow his head in silence, then suddenly saw Tulak calmly walking over with a mask on. At this moment, the subordinate became excited, patting Yuan Zhongji on the shoulder and saying, General, we don't need to retreat anymore. Ziluo, he's here. Yuan Zhong suddenly called out to Tulak, but he simply brushed past without a word, leaping over the wall in front of Yuan Zhong. Preparing to counterattack, the subordinate happily received the order. Yes, down below, someone was still trembling and fighting with a sword, and we can't retreat without noticing something falling behind. Tulak suddenly placed his hand on the other's shoulder and asked about the current state of the battlefield. He turned around happily and said, You are Tulak the Elder. Tulak immediately gestured for silence and said, It's me. Tell me the situation here first. Hearing that, he quickly turned around to report. Originally, the entire defensive line had already been broken, but then reinforcements arrived at the western gate and stabilized the situation. Now, our current situation is that we can hold on a little longer against the zombie wave. However, the man continued to tell the story. Then General Zhang sent out many soldiers to reinforce the glass area, and some units also went to the gate to shoot. That person suddenly couldn't hold back and started crying. Now, the remaining soldiers in charge of the defense are less than 10,000, and they are nearing their limit. Zhuo Lian immediately thought that zombies kept appearing behind the barricades. Humanity's situation was not optimistic. It seemed that the timing might just be right to turn the tide of this battle. Right behind him, another top-tier expert appeared. The Grand Marshal ordered us to fight alongside you, shoulder to shoulder. Tulak immediately took out a spear from his space, and the system displayed the information. The 9-leaf spear is diamond level with a +10 strength bonus and a +6 physique bonus. When attacking, there is a 30% armor penetration attribute, and the attack has a 150% chance to deal damage based on the strength attribute. After the spear pierces through the enemy's body, a part of their stamina will be extracted. The skill carries the power of the earthquake spear. When the spear strikes the ground, a powerful tremor will occur at the point of impact. The shockwave will deal damage equal to 100% of the attacker's strength to all enemies within range. The heaven-shaking spear. When the spear tip strikes forward, it deals damage equal to 17% of the strength attribute and has a forceful knockback effect. After pushing the enemy back a certain distance, it will explode the remaining internal injuries, causing damage equal to 70% of the strength attribute within the area. Tulak then creates a small flame in his hand, covers his spear with it, making it burn, and then he jumps on his toes. From the air, he held his spear ready and jumped down to the zombies. Roar! Tulak forcefully strikes the ground with his spear, knocking the zombies away. His attack creates a circular crack on the ground, drawing the zombies in. The body of one of them kept bubbling and then suddenly exploded, as the spot where Tulak stabbed his spear burst into a blazing flame. Suddenly, Tulak pulls the spear out of the ground, then defensively spins it in the air, and as he swings the spear, a blazing red flame appears and rushes forward. It immediately swallowed and burned the zombies. From the flames, a zombie tried to escape, but just as it was about to attack him, it was pierced by the spear and declared dead. Tulak is now crouching on the ground, holding the spear stance he just performed, as the zombie's blood splatters and collapses to the ground. Then it explodes and the spear returns to him. Tulak gently catches the spear. Everyone nearby was amazed to see everything unfold, and Tulak continued to charge forward with his spear to attack. After a while, the system announced that Tulak had reached level 29, with all attributes increased by 3 and 5 free attribute points gained. Tulak gracefully took the spear on his shoulder and stood among the zombie corpses. While others are still frozen in shock, Tulak walks past casually, and I feel like we are really unnecessary. I feel the same. Next, we need to figure out what to do so we won't be at a loss. They are still in shock and keep marveling inwardly. 4 levels in 4 hours, the veteran truly lives up to his reputation, fighting zombies alone, unmatched by anyone else before or after. Is this a zombie massacre? Truly someone who changes the course of events. At this moment, Tulak was opening the system panel to check. His adjusted stats as a player showed strength 124, spirit 119, physique 114, and agility 114. At this moment, Tulak fell into deep thought, surprised that the zombie wave could drop so many skill books. When I get back, I need to carefully check if my space is almost full. My mental strength isn't enough right now, so I can't let Kule Shao swallow these items, and I can only use the simplest method. He then temporarily turned off the auto-loot system and crouched down, casually tossing aside the other items. After a moment, he approached from a distance. Yuanzhong and the others immediately saluted him in an army style. Thank you. If there is a need for Zhang Yuanzhong, I will do my best to help. The others also said in unison, Me too. Tulak then approached and told Nguyen Trung, It's as easy as turning over a hand. There are also some weapons on the battlefield that might be useful to you. Then, Tulak turned around and walked away. Now in a small room, he was seriously studying the book in his hands, loudly praying, To Kim Loydin Sacred Unicorn, please bless me and help me learn a powerful skill. A certain unicorn suddenly sneezed, and then Tulak nervously opened the book. As he opened it, a purple light appeared. When he saw the content in the book, Tulak couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, Oh my God, the book contains a card with an eye image called the Blood Crimson Coin, and the system also introduced it now. The Blood Crimson Coin skill is at the master level, a very special kind of talisman. Once you control the player's eye, it will produce an irreversible influence. Your passive visual ability has been greatly enhanced and can be adjusted for focus distance according to your thoughts.
Your active ability, once activated, allows you to see through certain obstacles and observe what is behind them.
2 joy charms can be arranged in the opponent's mind based on your mental power, creating a specific scenario. 3 destructive charms allow you to use your mental force to see through the situations or delusions you encounter. Sulak's eyes immediately lit up. Truly a top-tier item. Turns out the effect of the Keelan blessing is so powerful. Next time, you should bring the Keelan along to do something powerful. Isn't it a bit too early to be bragging? That unicorn sneezes again. The system then asked him if the player Tulak wanted to learn the blood-colored Iron Lotus skill. Tulak happily took the book in his hand and said, "Learn immediately," as a surge of energy flooded into his eyes, causing him intense pain. He clutching his head, his eyes filling with blood tears as the drops fall to the ground, and a notification from the system appears. Congratulations to player Tulak for successfully learning the Blood Crimson Alloy skill. Tulak opened his eyes and looked at his hand. Tears of blood still flowing from his eyes. He could clearly see his blood-stained hand. Tulak happily looked around and exclaimed, "Wow, this image has upgraded from 360p to 1080p. Then he took out a mask and a mirror. Tulak looked at himself in the mirror to test his abilities. Blood silver, clairvoyance. Then he raised his head and looked up, seeing Yuanzhong approaching from above the ceiling. "Zhang Yuanzhong, why is he so fast?" "I'm back." Tulak crossed his arms and looked at the system notification board, with 15 minutes remaining until the zombie wave ends. After the zombie wave ends, they will enter the counterattack vote. He wonders if he has been learning skills for so long. Then Tulak took out a pill and stood up to leave, as Nguyen Trung waited for him outside. Suddenly, Tulak opens the door and calls out to General Trung. He immediately turns around towards him. Then Yuanzhong bowed deeply and gratefully said, "If it weren't for you this time, the consequences would be truly unimaginable. Tsula appreciated everything you did during this zombie wave."
But Tulak just waved his hand and said, "General Trung, you don't need to worry about this. I just want to ask if you know more than 4 people regarding the top 10 on the merit ranking."
Yuanzhong wondered, "They basically all know each other. What do you want to find them for?" Sulak then said, "If possible. General Trung, please call them all here. Wait until everyone arrives. Then I will speak." Nguyen Trung slightly frowns and replies, "They are not far from here, but calling so many experts at once might attract unwanted attention. Wait for me a moment, I'll be right there. Sorry to bother, General Zhang." A moment later, Zi Liao stood in front of the other players and asked a question. "The zombie waves have always been controlled by the zombie king behind the scenes. Did you know that?" Everyone immediately felt shocked. "What zombie king? I thought it was humans doing it." Tulak Ten said, "If you already guessed, then you should understand that the ones responsible for the serious casualties today, besides the Lie family, include the zombie king, and he is calculating in his mind. Zhang Yuanzhong's words reminded me that the opportunity has come, and I will take the chance to give the Lie family a grand gift." Other players immediately became excited. If that's the case, why not make the zombie emperor also pay a heavy price? "Tulak, how do you suggest we make them pay? My younger brother died in this zombie wave. I want to avenge him and the others." Tulak stands before everyone explaining that the zombie wave that just ended the apocalyptic game will trigger a type of counterattack measure. Tulak explains how this operation will work. This requires a vote from the top 10 players and contribution points. You propose that once more than half of the people agree to counterattack, we will initiate the counterattack battle. At this point, the system will display an explanation along with illustrative images. The small-scale counterattack battle is a showdown between the top fighters of the duo. A successful counterattack destroys the participating zombies and reduces the zombies' strength rewards in the capital district. A failed counterattack will result in all participating players dying. The safe zone can still be established, but will be delayed by a month before it becomes functional. Sulak continued, "If you don't believe it, you can go watch the introduction to the counterattack battle in the End of Days game later." The other players immediately hesitated. "Elder, we don't doubt you at all. Whatever you say we should do, we will definitely follow." "Elder, if what you say is really true, then if we join the counterattack, won't we all die?" The other players also spoke up. That's right. We just recovered and haven't even adjusted our state yet." "I also think so. After all, these zombies are not easy to deal with." Sulak continued, "So, to settle this, I will participate in the counterattack alone. I am confident I can beat you guys. Just cooperate with me." Yuanzhong hesitated for a moment and glanced at Tsula, but Tsula only nodded slightly, making him fall silent. Then Yuanzhong turned and raised his hand, saying, "Work with Tsula." All the players there looked at each other and then made their decision. "Yes, General. Just tell us what the senior needs us to do." "Senior, can I learn to fight with you? I promise I won't cause you any trouble." Some players still think that what they did earlier was to flatter a villain to gain favor with a gentleman, and they will definitely help Elder Ziliao later. Just as Ziliao was about to say something else, the system suddenly announced, "The 5-hour limit has expired, the zombie wave is about to retreat, and the structures within the safe city area are collapsing. The number of casualties has not yet exceeded the threshold, and the primal energy crystal has not been touched." The other players also fell silent and listened. The system has confirmed that the safe zone successfully protected against the zombie wave.
Congratulations on successfully establishing the safe zone. Now the zombie horde outside has suddenly stopped moving, allowing the players to easily eliminate them with weapons.
He cheered happily. "Everyone, go now. These zombies won't fight back." The others immediately became excited, all rushing forward shouting and charging. At this moment, the system is still saying, "Congratulations to player Tulak for achieving first place on the zombie wave score leaderboard for successfully defending the safe zone. You can now launch a counterattack against the zombies that have entered the safe zone." Tulak looked at the system's question. "Do you want to launch a counterattack against the zombies? Yes or no?" He pressed yes without hesitation. Tulak looked at the system, which continued to notify that all 10 out of 10 players had chosen to initiate the counterattack, meeting the conditions to start the battle. "The counterattack battle will begin. Please prepare yourselves well." Tulak leads the other players to start heading towards the final destination, deep in thought. I remember someone previously bought information about the area in the hidden shop and also unlocked the white gold treasure. He continued to speculate. Could it be that Tulak also bought related intelligence in the hidden shop? If not, why would he know about the existence of the zombie emperor? There will also be a counterattack battle after the zombie wave ends. Yuan Zhong plans to wait for this to pass before fully gathering relevant intelligence in the hidden shop so he can understand as much information as possible to fight the zombies better. A moment later, on the main street of the city center, the system kept announcing that the safe zone players should pay attention. The zombie wave had ended. After a vote among the top 10 players on the merit leaderboard, a counterattack battle against the invading zombies was about to begin, and all players saw the system notification, becoming excited and cheering happily. "Counterattack? We can do that too." "Well done. We should counterattack. Being constantly attacked only leaves us on the defensive." I'm really so frustrated. Some players still have doubts. Counterattack, it actually has this function. Maybe our current state isn't suitable for counterattacking, right? Immediately, someone pointed up at the sky.
Everyone look up at the sky. Is that Master Tulak?
They all looked up at the sky, some even pointing their fingers. At this moment, a group of people quickly appeared. The group led by Tulak fully reveals themselves. Suddenly, Tulak behind the mask becomes stunned as he looks at the zombies led by the fake zombie king and Fong, and he can't help but be surprised, not expecting to meet someone he knows here. Tulak smiled behind the mask, a hollow and cold smile. "In the past life, you killed me." Seeing the mutated zombie before him, he thought that in this life he hadn't expected to meet it so soon here. Now I understand the image of Kwang Fong. Zombies from the next generation that surpass level 90 are called zombie kings, corresponding to the human's divine war god. Their strength is extremely powerful, with a very high spiritual attribute, combined with the special attributes of their zombie bodies. Combining their strengths, Kwang Fong can easily control other zombies like puppets. Zombies with a certain level of strength also have their thoughts and consciousness enhanced, forming their own strength and preferences, and even giving themselves a name, starting with the character Thai. They have a strong suppressive force over other zombies, able to control some of their actions and gain their loyalty. They believe that zombies are the evolution of humans, a superior race. Tulak pondered deeply, recalling that in his previous life, he and the 9 war gods had all agreed to join the alliance for joint combat. He remembered holding the registration letter with his name attached. Among the 9 war gods, 3 are from Quan Phuong, 3 are from the Lie family, and the remaining 3 appear to belong to no force at all. Tulak recalled his past life, when the entire alliance was loosely managed, with no rules or requirements, making it no different from being free. He remembers standing from afar, watching someone rush into a fight with a zombie, mostly just observing whether the alliance members would help or give instructions, but then that person suddenly looked around warily to receive money from someone else. In this alliance, as long as the money is in hand and there's nothing to lose, they dare to do anything. Later, the Lie family paid a very high reward to invite these 2 war gods and the zombie emperor to come and kill me. Tulak of the present sneered contemptuously behind his mask. As expected, any creature with active consciousness will prioritize profit above all else. Even if your skills are different from my profession's special abilities, so what? Today you definitely won't survive and leave this place. The system panel suddenly appeared, displaying the rules of the match. This counterattack battle will be fought to the death. Each time humans and zombies face off, one competitor from either side can be sent to the arena.
The fight has no time limit, no restrictions on methods, and only ends when one side is dead.
After the battle ends, the winning contestant cannot leave the arena and must continue to face off. Only when all contestants on one side are dead does the fight stop, and the final result of the counterattack battle is determined. The zombies whisper among themselves as they watch Tulak's group, while Kwang Fong glances at one of his trembling zombie subordinates.
Please send your competitors to the arena quickly. If no one is sent within 10 minutes, a random competitor will be chosen to die.
Tulak directly jumps onto the arena, facing his opponent, a berserk, bloodthirsty zombie. The system announces the start of the fight, and Tulak immediately presses the check button. The system provides information about the zombie. When he read this, he was suddenly surprised. Is that all? Tulak immediately pulls out a sword from the space. Nan Huyet sees this and quickly turns to run, leaving him confused. Tulak immediately rushes forward to buy time. Or perhaps out of cowardice, Nan Huyet is simply cut down and destroyed by Tulak. As he finishes swinging his sword, the system announces that the first counterattack lasted 8.36 seconds, and humans won. Kofung silently watched from behind, then suddenly ordered his subordinates to change plans. There was no more room for hesitation. The longer they waited, the slimmer their chances became. Now proceed with the ritual. Immediately, another zombie appears on the arena as Tulak's next opponent.
His information sheet also appeared: Iron Hard Bone and Stone Armor Zombie. A level 21 boss with basic attributes of 40 strength, 25 spirit, 90 physique, and 35 agility with innate talent.
When you are not moving, your defensive attributes will increase significantly. Your bone and skeleton structure will be greatly enhanced in terms of metal hardness. The fragile stone skill makes it immovable like a mountain, with extreme defense but a weakness. Once it moves, its defensive attributes drop significantly. Attacking it from behind might not be a bad idea. The zombie in front of Tulak couldn't help but marvel inwardly at its unique form. Is it that unusual? Is it that abnormal? Immediately, Tulak swung his sword and charged at Banthak, quickly carving a wound on his body. But Banthak quickly activated his indestructible stone skin skill, making the cut have no effect on him. Immediately after, a sword was thrust directly into his stone body. Tulak suddenly thrusts his sword into his chest, catching Banthak off guard and making him cry out. Roar! Tulak smirked contemptuously beneath his mask. Then he kept twisting the tip of the sword, making it stab deeper into his body. Banthak immediately counterattacked with a punch, but Tulak simply dodged lightly. Then, Tulak channeled energy into his sword. Tulak's entire body was immediately enveloped in a red energy as he continued to leap up and attack Banthak. At this moment, Kung Fong transmitted his thoughts through telepathy to his subordinates. The zombies quickly sat down and covered their eyes with their hands. Even Kung Fong closed his eyes and raised his hand to cover them, as the zombie heads quickly exploded, with one of them even splitting open. It bowed its head, causing blood to flow continuously onto the ground. Only then did Kung Fong approach, spread his arms, shout at the zombies, and without hesitation thrust his hand into their heads, tearing out 2 brains to devour voraciously. The system appears at this moment, a ritual dedicated to the zombie emperor. It requires sacrificing the zombie's life according to the demands, and the zombie's strength will be greatly increased during the ritual. This type of sacrifice will consume a lot of energy for the ritual, and its duration is limited. Once the time is up, the zombie ritual will lose all the enhanced abilities and attributes gained during this period. Moreover, my strength will suffer permanent damage, and my body will endure severe injuries. Tulak was startled, sensing that something was wrong, and immediately boosted his focus and mental power. Something strange is happening. There must be some evil spirit. I need to deal with this troublesome guy first. Immediately, Zilak launched an attack towards the stone slab, carving a fierce slash, and the stone slab instantly went into a defensive stance, activating its ultimate defensive skill. Extreme defense reduces your strength and mental power to the lowest level. Then it adds all that power to your body's defense. As long as your body remains still during the addition, you gain 20% damage reduction. Banthak was hit by 2 strikes like that. Immediately, an attack skill was activated on his hands, and then Banthak's body exploded. Tulak didn't hesitate and continued to use his skill. Banthak was still struggling to stand on his own, using his technique. Tulak continued to charge with his sword, piercing through his body. He swung his sword and turned to look at the system notification that Banthak had been defeated. Then he pressed to check the new equipment. Tulak obtained a crystal tablet necklace along with instructions. The platinum-level basalt necklace is made from extremely hard stone, with high defense power.
+1 to physical attribute, +2 to spirit, and a 10% reduction in physical damage taken. It is in passive skill. The basalt shield can form a basalt shield that surrounds the body.
The defensive power of the shield is proportional to your physical strength. Once the shield is broken, it can turn enemies around it to stone for 1 second. The cooldown time is 18 hours, he marvels. No wonder it's a rare mutated zombie. Even the dropped equipment is closely related to it. This tribute isn't bad either, worth keeping. At this moment, another opponent appears behind Ziluo. A mutated green fog-covered zombie emerges. It tilts its head and approaches, constantly releasing toxic green gas from its body. While it is introduced as a level 19 silver boss with a body infused with corrosive pus. Your body is filled with highly corrosive pus that can cause severe damage to humans and even destroy architectural walls, and it will also weaken the durability of your equipment. But it is extremely afraid of high-temperature fire, making its left leg less agile. Tulak observed and assessed it, thinking it's not even as good as the previous one. At this point, he immediately adopts a defensive stance and continues channeling energy into his sword. There's no other way. If I want to clean them up, I can only step over their bodies. Then he rushed forward, swinging his sword to cut the zombie's body, while Tulak raised his hand with a shield to block its deadly attack. He immediately used the dynamic all-seeing eye skill and successfully targeted the weak point on the zombie's left thigh. So, your weakness is here. The zombie's leg keeps getting cut. Luke 2 stepped back and looked at the zombie's left leg, which had been torn apart, and confirmed its death through the system. Tulak then obtained an item, a bottle of medicine. As expected, the equipment dropped correlates with the zombie's strength. Then Tulak looked at the system and casually stored the potion. Then he approached the place where Fongvan, who was turned away, was performing the ritual. Tulak silently watched him and sighed, eating his own kind, just like you guys. At this point, Kuangfang also realized that he was behind him. He stood up abruptly and said intermittently, "Today, even if I have to pay a higher price, I will kill you." Tulak looked down on him. "If it weren't for the shield blocking on this arena, I would have already come down and beheaded you." Then, Kuangfang stepped forward towards him, but stopped when he was just a short distance from Tulak. The raging wind unleashes its full power, and at this moment, the system appears, providing information about the Zombie King, a top-tier gold boss level 24 with 8 basic attributes. Strength 50 plus 30, Spirit 100 plus 45, Physique 60 plus 20, Agility 80 plus 40, enhanced by the majestic talent of the King. Your innate talent level reduces all attributes by 10% for all creatures below your level and allows you to control all zombie races below your rank. During combat, you can induce secondary states like suppression, fear, and gale body, making you highly effective at controlling wind element. Moreover, all your wind element skills are enhanced by 10% in power. Temporarily, you can transform into a shadow of the target for a short period. Follow behind the target, temporarily reducing the enemy's defense effectiveness by 5% with all your attacks, and your temporary curse attack can apply a curse effect layer on the opponent. Once reaching a certain number of layers, the curse will activate, affecting the cursed person's state, including skills like Wind Eye, Violent Stance, Wind Shield, Wind Step, and Wind Action. But the Zombie King who just completed the ritual has not fully controlled the power, so mistakes may occur when acting. The current state of the Zombie King is only a temporary boost, and all its attribute enhancements will diminish over time. Tulak, sword in hand, sighed. Strong enough? Formidable. It's been a long time since I faced such a powerful opponent, and the system continues to appear now. Din notices that the host is about to engage in a life-and-death duel with the same type of Zombie King, and specifically issues a top-tier challenge mission. Seeing the king being enveloped in a powerful energy source, he does not hesitate. Receiving the mission, Kuangfang was furious with each word. I never expected what kind of person Tulak was. Your plan to attack the safe zone has been completely ruined by you. Li Liangxian set a trap for us, making us believe in the intelligence and the deployment. The strength of the team in the safe zone has no intelligence, and it's related to you. Tulak was stunned immediately after hearing that. Liu's family is collaborating with the zombies, and as he watches the raging power of the wind spear before him, he suddenly realizes why the zombie wave arrived so early. If only there was a way to contact these zombie kings, just by separating humans, the zombies could take advantage of it. As for the deal with Li Lihayan, the foolish humans are just pawns and don't even realize it. I am Kuangfang, and I declare that the zombie clan will ultimately infect and wipe out all of you humans. He raised his hand to form a giant sphere that includes you and Tulak. Tulak, on the opposite side, also condensed an energy sphere in his hand. As Kuangfang unleashes his attack, Tulak easily dodges and counters. Surprised, Kuangfeng watches as the energy sphere in Tulak's hand absorbs his power, and Tulak, eyeing him contemptuously, retracts the sphere and asks, "Is that all you've got?" Kufeng clenched his teeth, gathering the wind element, then slammed both palms onto the ground. The wind element surged out to attack, but his power was weaker and quickly pushed back. A sword appears behind him, accompanied by a dismissive tone. "That's all you've got." Kuangfeng was suddenly stabbed by the sword, clutching his body and hurriedly retreating, then continued to wave his hand and use his technique. Chiofeng Chi Tai Ho quickly forms a tall wall of wind made of wind element in front of Zilak, accompanied by the system's explanation. The defensive power of this shield is extraordinary, capable of blocking very high damage. Tulak Lien dodged to the side to escape the attack. The raging wind on this side is gradually retreating. He plans to rest for a bit after falling back. Immediately after, Fong and the others were stunned. Tulak swung his sword and charged forward. Kula slashing spear. As soon as he swung it, he immediately jumped up. Kufeng disdainfully asked from above, "Do you think you can hurt me just with you?" Tulak sarcastically replied from below, "Sorry, I already hurt you earlier, so I forced you to use your life-saving skill." At this moment, Kung Feng was only holding his head in confusion. Why had he already used his most important survival skill after just a few moves, and then the system appeared with an explanation? Tat Feng Chi is one of the Zombie Emperor's survival skills. After using it, the wind grants you the ability to float, allowing you to walk in the air for a period of time. Then Kung Feng continues to use the wind element technique.
If there's no way back, then I might as well risk everything. He frowned, thinking that as long as Tulak dies, the others won't be enough to threaten him.
Tulak below continues to use the return to kill technique to throw his sword upward, while Kufeng also uses a large amount of wind element to counterattack. His move quickly knocked back his sword. Kufeng suddenly started bleeding from his nose and shouted as he used the skill storm of the falling wind. "Open up for me." The system reappeared. Feng Bao Zhanglam, one of the great techniques of the zombie emperor, creates a storm centered on oneself that protects against damage within its range. Outside the storm's range, it continues to deal significant damage to opponents, which surprises Tulak.
He raised his hand to block the destructive move against Old Master Fong while Fong shot at him, and at the same time the system continued to provide information about Old Master Fong's destructive move, one of the great techniques of the zombie emperor.
The summoned storm blows in a certain direction, consuming more mental energy and increasing its power,
with abilities like blowing away, corroding, and destroying, forcing him to retreat a bit.
Tulak looked up and wondered, the twin clone technique, is it really that powerful? But in just a moment, Kuangfeng slowly fell to the ground, still muttering to himself. Tulak of the Thi clan, the human emperor, the frozen land will not lose. Seeing this scene, Tulak was speechless and drew his sword. Let's pretend I didn't say anything. Tulak stepped closer to where Kung Feng was lying and said, using his two ultimate moves, "You can still survive. It seems your spiritual talent is quite high. But I guess you played yourself to death, and your reward for your efforts is now as cold as you are."
Before he could finish speaking, Tung Fong suddenly rose into the air, his eyes closed and blood dripping from both his eyes and mouth. And he immediately knew as he lost consciousness.
The other players watching from below turn their eyes to the battle where Tulak stands and watches Kung Feng floating, listening to him speak. "Forget it, since you've been tormenting me for so long, it hasn't hurt me.
I will send you off with the reward then."
Immediately after, Tulak uses the stone tablet shield technique to create a wall blocking the wind element. Then he calmly drew his sword and approached Kung Feng. Tulak looked at the gusty wall in front of him, confidently stepping one foot inside, then stomped hard on the ground, completely destroying the source of Feng's elemental power. Tulak continues to recite his technique, activating the vision of the crimson copper. He clearly sees Kung Feng at the very center of the source of power, writhing uncontrollably, and he thinks to himself, "I'm about to turn into a dried corpse, so I need to act faster." Behind the mask, he took a deep breath before rushing forward and shouting loudly, activating the blink step skill. Immediately, Tulak appeared inside the tornado facing Kung Feng, who had already lost consciousness. Tulak swung his sword and easily decapitated Kung Feng. Then he sheathed his sword, stepped forward, touched the mask on his face, and said, "Deactivate the clairvoyance function of the blood-colored copper."
At this moment, the system also flashed multiple congratulatory messages, causing Tulak to turn around and look back. Congratulations to player Tulak for successfully killing the zombie king Kung Feng during the ritual enhancement and earning 10,000 contribution points. Congratulations to the player for reaching level 30, with all attributes increased by 3 and 5 free attribute points gained. Congratulations to Tulak for becoming the first player in the apocalyptic game to defeat a gold-level boss and earn the only global title.
The Golden Core announcement is about to be made to the entire server. The system notification quickly covers the heads of all players. All zombie armies have been eliminated. The final victory in the human revenge battle has been achieved. The revenge battle where humans secured victory grants the right to one benefit. The evolution and level-up speed of all zombies in the capital region decreases by 30%, and all attributes are reduced by 15% for 7 days. 2 experience rewards and gold when killing zombies increase by 30%. Item drop rates increase by 2%, lasting for 7 days. 3 capital districts' system buildings, including shops, must pay a fee, which is reduced by 10% for 3 days. 4 of the capital districts will feature some special divine treasures. Hidden special architecture shops outside the quota invite players to explore. Reading this far, Tulak happily smiled. He's become famous again. Right after that, he continued to listen to the system's announcement.
Congratulations to the host for successfully reaching level 30 and winning a super golden hand draw. Would you like to draw now?
Tulak watched as his system kept notifying him. Din congratulated the host on successfully defeating the Zombie King and winning the counterattack battle. Completing the peak confrontation mission, Din calculates based on the speed and wind of the host.
Congratulations to the host for winning a common golden hand reward and an excellent gold level equipment.
Behind the Tulak mask, there is a hint of excitement.
Super golden hand, now I have an absolute drop rate.
Twin yin and yang and the eye of mortal killing. What could the fourth be? Let's leave this place with too many people. We'll talk when we get back. The scene shifts to the lively area of other players where they are constantly discussing. We won. We won, I knew it. With Tulak here, we will definitely win. Oh my god, the zombie level up rate has slowed down over the past 7 days, and all attributes have decreased by 15%. Isn't this a huge opportunity for us? Plus, the experience and gold dropped also increased by 30%. Even the item drop rate has increased. Starting today, I have to go on a crazy zombie hunt. Are you in a team or not? I'm an 11th level warrior with 2 bronze grade pieces of equipment. They keep discussing. The item prices in the shop are reduced by 10%, which is just enough to buy that sword. The transfer fee is also covered. Let's team up together. I suggest we take the direct route to open the Yang treasure. If you get a white silver level equipment, you'll be rich. Finding a hidden shop is also good. By then, sending the news to the military side could also earn a very generous reward. This is the moment to get rich. Suddenly, everything around fell into an eerie silence. The group led by Tulak appeared, and seeing this, the other players' eyes lit up as they called out for the boss. The boss? But Tulak just said briefly, "The fool is doing his job." Then the big fool grabbed his hammer and charged forward, and they escaped into an alleyway, while being chased enthusiastically by the other players. Where's the boss? Tulak finally breathes a sigh of relief, feeling like they've escaped. Another player also approached and said, "Thank you, leader. Your reputation has risen to a new level." He turned to the top 10 players and said, "Thank you, leader, this time."
Elder, this time we tried to flatter the villain to test the gentleman's heart.
Yes, sorry, Elder. If you need help in the future, just say so. I would rather die than refuse. Me too. Me too. Tsula bowing his head where no one could see his expression behind the mask, only hearing him say, "It's been a long and tiring day. Go home early and rest, and thank you all for trusting me today." At this moment, Tulak finally turned around and left with the big fool, as the system panel reappeared before his eyes. Tulak kept watching it, continuously congratulating and celebrating the successful construction of the safe zone in the capital.
Congratulations to the capital safe zone for winning the counterattack battle and earning 1,000 prosperity points.
Congratulations to the capital safe zone for advancing to level 2. The safe zone has expanded, and a series of system notifications are also being displayed.
A safe zone in the capital has obtained a permanent primordial crystal. As long as the crystal exists, the recovery speed of mental and physical stamina for all players in the safe zone increases by 10%. And each day the primordial crystal generates a certain amount of primordial energy based on the level of the safe zone. This energy crystals may have effects on various types of game structures. The 2 specific areas of the capital safe zone have been defined. All hostile races, such as zombies entering the capital safe zone, will have a 10% reduction in all attributes. The 3 information functions of the safe zone are now active. All players can spend a certain amount of gold to speak in the chat interface as long as they are inside the safe zone. The amount of gold spent depends on the length of the message, and leaving the safe zone will disable the speaking function. The 4 mercenary guild halls in the safe zone have been established. All players can enter the guild hall to form mercenary teams.
The team will receive certain benefits, and the Mercenary Hall will announce a large number of mercenary missions every day. For specific rules, please check at the Mercenary Hall. 5 in the capital city shop will have zombie virus serum. After infection, if a zombie is injected before fully transforming, it can avoid mutation, and every so often, 6 in the safe zone will hold an auction.
All players can participate in the auction or sell their items. The 7 functions of the game structures in the safe zone are fully optimized.
Some game structures will hire staff members, who can earn experience and gold daily. Since the capital safe zone is the first successfully built safe zone worldwide, a global announcement will soon be made. Tulak turned around and saw a beam of light shooting straight into the sky. Following the beam, he thought that the first wave of zombies had ended, and it was time to go talk to Trung Nguyen Trung. Standing in the night sky, Tulak turned around and saw a source of power gradually spreading out.
The other players were all amazed as they felt themselves gaining energy.
All the energy spread throughout the city, and then the players looked up at the system announcement. World announcement. Congratulations to player Tulak for becoming the first player in the apocalypse to solo defeat a gold-level boss. Based on the immense power that shook the entire world, securing the only global achievement, the Golden Trade Zone also offers substantial rewards, encouraging other players to follow the example set by Kindo City in establishing the first safe zone and earning city-wide rewards. The reward includes a 24-hour double drop rate for all players in the Kindo area when killing zombies. Experience and gold coins gained increased by 20% at the same time. The benefits of the capital safe zone have been successfully unlocked. Each benefit brings new advantages to people, and I hope the other players in the zone will actively learn and strive to establish safe zones. Some players are amazed. That gold-level boss from Lakdo, from a divine strike to a god, even legendary diamond-level bosses are no match for Tulak, and some people just feel lucky to have survived. The others admire him. No wonder he's the boss Tulak. I've already been bent by his strength. I wonder if the boss has a girlfriend yet. The scene shifts to the small room where Dangak is sitting below, constantly gnawing on meat. Tulak is lying on the bed, eyes closed, resting, but then he suddenly sits up. No, I need to tell Zhang Yuanzhong that he needs a house. Not having a fixed place to stay is uncomfortable.
Tulak crossed his arms, made a decision, said he would do it, pulled the golden hand first, then went to find Zhang Yuanzhong.
Withdrawing the super-grade golden hand, the system confirms that the 4th super-grade golden hand is being withdrawn,
and then the system announces congratulations to the player for obtaining the super-grade space expansion hand.
The space of evolution will grant the host an additional storage space, which will be the same size as the original storage space. Seeing the information received from the system, Tulak felt confused. What is that? The expansion space. He rests his chin in doubt and checks the information. The thing that can be obtained through leveling up can also be considered as a golden hand.
The system immediately provided additional information below. This storage space will vary and become larger depending on the original storage space.
This storage space has rich spatial abilities and can produce special effects when the host interacts with related objects in the space. The host can enter this storage space. Reading this, Tulak finally felt stunned. Oh my god, this is so powerful. It's crazy how powerful it is. My obedient system, I blamed you wrongly. The big fool, while eating, kept glancing at Tulak behind him, who was constantly cheering and shouting. Just now, he said he wanted to find Trung Nguyen Trung to ask for a house. Now, he has a moving house. Immediately after, Tulak continued to open the system panel, which could generate special effects on objects related to space. The device on his body that seems to be connected to space was only the Thiem Thuok Chi Ngoa. He then presses the link displayed on the system. The system continues to provide additional information.
The countdown time is reduced by 50%. The movement distance doubles, the Thiem Thuok Chi Hua's number increases, and a gold-level equipment with space abilities is an item many brave warriors desire to obtain.
Speed attribute +5. Mental strength +4. Movement speed increased by 10%. Footstep noise reduced by 30%. Skill with the measuring instrument moving forward from 2 to 4 meters. During movement, damage taken is reduced by 90%. Cooldown time is halved, Tulak happily exclaims, causing Dainyok to panic and awkwardly throw the piece of meat away. Oh my god, I have upgraded to the level of a master. I take back my earlier dismissive comment about the golden hand. I will definitely gather more equipment and items related to space attributes in the future. The big fool caught the piece of meat just as Tulak stood up from the bed to put it into the extra storage space. When the big fool turned his head to look back, he had already begun to enter the space. Tulak tightly focused on the teleportation, and soon he was transported to a place where he stood in a vast space. He then stretched his muscles and, meanwhile, looked up at the rule board projected by the system. Exceeding the storage space limit requires a delay to open the teleportation. The host cannot use this space to quickly dodge attacks, but prolonging the delay can allow teleportation out of the airspace. The air in the storage space is only replenished with each new teleportation. After the air is exhausted, you must leave the space. Otherwise, you will die. The current air capacity allows the host to stay for about 3 to 4 hours.
The issue is with the exit point. When the host enters an overlimit storage space, a space mark is left at the spot. When leaving, you must exit from the space imprint location. The position cannot be changed. The 4 signers inside the storage space will continue to drain their mental energy, while the 5 inside this space have useless summoning magic. Seeing the system's rules, Tulak simply crossed his arms and smiled. Although it can't be considered a home, it's safe enough and powerful enough. Then he held out a small card with the word sofa written on it. An instant sofa appeared, allowing Tulak to sit comfortably and browse his system for items. Immediately afterward, he took out a bottle created by the virus mutation system from the zombie cloning ritual, with the system describing it as a non-special level tool containing a virus mutation left behind by the zombie emperor and the storm after performing the ritual. Because it contains a virus that can enhance the strength of zombies, it is extremely attractive to them. Seeing what Tulak is holding, he immediately stood up. So this is what it all comes down to. I remember in my past life when humans made deals with zombies. In the past, even during the post-apocalyptic era, many people managed to obtain this item. But most of the time, it was used to attract zombies or trade with them. Thinking about the mutated zombies, just like how the Lie family initially convinced Hu Huanqi Huang to surround and sweep me, Hu Huanqi Huang brought many mutated zombies, and it's very likely they used a large amount of virus strains to trade with Hu Huanqi Huang. Thinking about things similar to what I have, I know these 2 types of zombie viruses are very different. For humans, they are like poisons. If humans come into contact, they will very likely become infected. Even if not infected, their basic attributes will be reduced. Thinking about how zombies are strengthened by Lakyu, but for zombies, this is an ultra-rare elixir. After the zombie uses it, not only can their strength be enhanced, but they can also inherit their own innate talent by extracting the virus. Tsula holding the item in his hand happily, because he knows this is perfect for Dangok. Then he spoke to the space. Teleporting out of the memory space, a beam of light immediately appeared surrounding Tulak. He was then brought back to the room where Dangok was sitting. Dangok had finished eating the meat and turned to look at Tulak, who then raised the bottle towards Dangok, making him smile happily. Here, drink this. Then Tulak opened the bottle himself. Dum Dum took a big gulp, and as he drank, his body gradually underwent changes. His power erupted, and he leveled up to level 21. The system also appeared next to Tulak to announce congratulations on reaching level 31. All attributes increased by 3 and 5 free attribute points gained. Tulak happily adjusted the system notification. Congratulations, you have received the Golden Standard Global Announcement. You have earned 2,000 reputation points, 5,000 gold coins, and 5 free attribute points. Your storage capacity has increased by 2 cubic meters. Congratulations on achieving first place on the merit point leaderboard in this zombie wave battle. Congratulations on winning first place. 5 free attribute points, a top hidden profession, a distinguished gold level equipment, and a zombie virus serum. The system continues to display your information. Basic attributes without equipment: strength 130, spirit 130, physique 130, agility 125. The system immediately asked if I wanted to draw again. Tulak smiled and said, "Draw." The system immediately announced congratulations to the player Tulak for obtaining the hidden class scroll of the Storm Summoner. Congratulations to the player Tulak for obtaining a gold-level elemental ring. Tulak looked a bit disappointed with the reward he drew. The Lightning Mage's lightning skill from my mage system is useless, but I find the other one quite interesting. The system interface then displays the information. Gold-level elemental ring. The ring's elemental power enhances the effectiveness of elemental attributes, with an additional 8 to mental strength. Mental energy recovery speed increased by 30%. Cool blade skill reduced by 10%. The power when using all skills related to elemental force increases by 20%, and the chance to activate effects beyond the standard threshold rises by 5%. Zelak immediately taps on the image of the ring in the system, considering it a top-tier equipment. Then, Zelak yawns and says, "Golden hand system. Now draw the 4th golden hand." He returned to his bed and listened to the system notification. Din congratulates the host on successfully helping the safe zone of the capital establish itself and achieving first place on the merit points leaderboard in the most complete battle mission. Then Tulak lay back on the bed while listening to the system say, "Din, congratulations on the host receiving the random common golden hands reward, a silver grade equipment.
Din because the host has already broken through with the golden hands at limited level 1.
Since the level 1 breakthrough chance is limited, the chance to break through to level 2 increases. The system continues to award him rewards in front of him. Limited breakthrough level 2 now allows you to wear an additional ring and bracelet.
The success rate for level 2 breakthroughs across all professions, talents, equipment, and skills related to it will activate the probability effect. The probability will increase by 2%.
Sense level 1 danger. When enemies with hostility appear within 10 meters around you, a warning will be issued. Dungeon with level 1 requirements. After entering, if you encounter a contested condition, you can choose an item outside the limit. Immediately, Tulak happily sat up. Delicious. The system immediately displayed 2 pieces of equipment in front of him. A top-quality gold-tier weapon. The silver-white equipment is being unequipped. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the excellent gold-level deadly poison dagger. The white human bracelet is hidden magic equipment. Tulak immediately took out a dagger from the system and asked, "Is this the gold-level equipment?" Tulak rested his head on his hand on the bed and looked on.
The system now displays information about the poisonous snake venom, a gold-level equipment. The dagger contains venom, and each strike is a deadly blow with snake venom, with +6 strength and +3 agility. Your sense of existence decreases by 20%, and your movement speed increases by 20%. When a toxic attack hits an opponent, it leaves a toxic imprint that causes the opponent to suffer from poison erosion. It will consume stamina and mental energy within 3 seconds. Each layer of the toxic mark lasts for 3 seconds. A critical strike skill that consumes a large amount of stamina to swing the blade and deal 200% physical damage. If it hits the opponent, it also adds 3 layers of toxic mark beyond the normal duration, with a 48-hour cooldown. Next, the system displays the information of the hidden demon bracelet. Again, the silver-grade bracelet designed to counter mages is an existence that makes every mage headache. Physical attribute +2, mental attribute +2, and magic damage from hidden demon magic must be reduced by 5%.
Tulak immediately touched the cursed bracelet while thinking, why does this golden hand system lately prefer to equip such mage-type items? But this bracelet really surprised me. He lies on the bed, continuing to look at the system notifications. Congratulations to player Tulak
for successfully equipping the hidden demon ring, activating the effects of all 4 hidden demon items.
Immediately after, information about the hidden magic equipment items appeared, all 4 with +3 attributes.
The system information shows that after opening, you can block 20% of magic damage with an active demon skill that grants immunity, and you can steal a shield that can resist magic damage with the duration of 3 minutes and a cooldown of 18 hours. Seeing this, Tulak was extremely surprised, to the point of being speechless, but his eyes grew heavy with sleep, and he had already fallen asleep without knowing when, while the big fool sat in a corner of the room, holding a hammer, resting. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Quanfuang's people were providing items to players, and this part belonged to you.
Some players can only rest outside, while others happily leave after receiving items. Moving to the next afternoon, Yuan Zhong sat on a chair and asked, "You mean the Lie family has another place called the Shidiem Gathering Point?" Tulak, wearing a mask and sitting opposite, replied, "Yes, if General Zhang helps me, I will leave the safe zone with the big fool and head to that destruction gathering point." Yuan Zhong still remains worried.
"Although I know your strength is very powerful, the Lie family cannot be underestimated. How confident are you this time?"
Tulak was completely straightforward and then raised his hand to stop what Nguyen Trung was about to say. General Zhang doesn't need to persuade me. He can only nod in agreement. "All right, then. What do you need me to do?" Tulak crossed his arms and stated his wish, gathering personnel and preparing supplies. "I will find the hiding spot of the Lie family first, and I also want to conduct a transaction with General Truong. I wonder if General Truong will agree." Yuan Zhong was surprised. "What kind of deal?" Tulak bent down and pushed a piece of paper toward him. 100,000 gold coins for a piece of news. "General Zhang, you definitely won't lose." Nguyen Trung confidently said, "The deal is successful. He fully trusts you. She is the one who can get intelligence from the hidden shop. I am sure I will not lose out on this transaction." As soon as Zilak stood up and left, Yuan Zhong immediately unfolded the paper to check the information. Seeing the details, he was stunned, then smiled and issued a command to announce below, half an hour later, to hold the Tuyen Duong ceremony in the conference room. A while later, in a high-rise building, a meeting room was held that made everyone present feel anxious and curious. "Where have you been? It's already so late." He really achieved great feats during this zombie wave, but that doesn't mean he should start showing off to us. Still, you're gradually losing patience. That's right, old Zhang is really losing his sense of time more and more. At this moment, Yuan Zhong kicked open the door and, without a word, walked over to the furious chief officer holding the paper. He took the paper in his hand, turned to look at Yuan Zhong, signaling him to read, and as soon as he read the contents, the chief officer was startled.
Animals! Beasts. They are all a bunch of animals. Then the chief officer loudly announced, "We will gather the soldiers rushing back from outside the safe zone this afternoon to search for the hidden intelligence of the Lie family."
Then he turned to Minister Liu and asked, "Why did you tell me the intelligence department couldn't provide support?" Minister Liu, now confused, lowered his head. Director Teet, an officer from the intelligence department, was severely injured in the zombie wave,
affecting the entire department's operations. Then he smiled and looked up to report, also mentioning zombies breaking in from the south door and destroying the intelligence storage room, so a lot of information related to our 3 major families has been lost.
We really can't send unverified intelligence to the soldiers, risking their lives now. Immediately, Chief Tiet threw the pile of papers in his hand at Minister Liu and asked loudly, "Do you want me to give you some face?" He then picked up a piece of paper, pushed up his glasses, and looked at it. Suddenly, he froze in shock, trembling as he held the paper in his hand, unable to stop shaking. On the document, it states that on May 16, 473, Ling Lan Ting received a large sum of 21.4 million yuan from an overseas bank card, withdrawn by his cousin from a U.S. bank. On June 19, 474, the Tangli Orchid building, managed by the Li family, collapsed. The number of casualties at the scene was as high as 345, but after Minister Liu arrived, the death toll dropped to 0. Minister Liu really has a golden touch. The art exhibition Stampede and the disappearance of women from the village. Director Tiet angrily looked at Minister Liu and asked, "Do you have anything else to say now?" Minister Liu was suddenly grabbed by the collar. Nguyen Trung, furious, asked, "Has your conscience been corrupted by this money? Do you know how many of my brothers you've harmed?"
Minister Liu, still lying on the ground, tried to defend himself. "No, I didn't do it. I didn't do it.
I was forced by them. I was made to take poison." Nguyen Truong grew even angrier, grabbing his head, and he spat out that he willingly drank the poison. So he even proposed asking the Lie family to help him become a minister, and immediately afterward, he slapped Minister Liu across the face. "I have more evidence here. Do you still need it?" In front of Director Tiet and Nguyen Trung, Minister Liu lay on the ground, muttering to himself, "I can't believe it.
And I can't believe it. The Lie family wouldn't shoot me. I always do what they say."
"This can't be happening." Yuan Zhang immediately took out a stack of documents from the space and slammed it on the table in front of everyone's eyes. Yuan Zhang, holding the document, stands behind the chief inspector and reads out each person's name. Director Huang. Those he named to accuse are all trembling like leaves below. The 454 Lam Tin calendar, his transferred amount of 10 million yuan. Do you need a little explanation, including the whereabouts of the 47 missing newborns inside Mokdok Hospital? The meeting proceeded with only Yuan Zhong's voice recounting the charges echoing through the room. Lam Tin's deputy director, born in the year 472 of the Lam calendar, his son, had lost a staggering 40 million yuan abroad. A week later, he happily appears back at home. Is he lucky or what? After a long pause, when the last deputy director's name was called, the atmosphere in the meeting room suddenly grew tense. Captain Teet placed his hand on the table and said grimly, "This is just a survivor of the apocalypse, and there are more. Step forward yourself, I might spare your lives." Yuan Zhang reported from behind that before the meeting, I had sent people to arrest a large number of secondary officials who hold an undeniable proportion within the army. He added that, based on the intelligence provided by Ziluo, the An and Von families have also taken the initiative to step forward. Chief Tiet turned to ask, "Are the An and Van families already starting to regret?" Yuan Zhang nodded towards Chief Tiet. Judging by his expression, it seems so. Attacking the Li family is an urgent matter, or Long Guo will perish. Nguyen Trung clenched his fist and decided, "Commander, what we must do now is coordinate with Tulak and wait for his news." Commander Tiet held his head in his hands, pondering. Is the future of a nation really resting on one person? Then he suddenly thought of something. Commander Tiet immediately issued an order to recall half of the 100,000 soldiers who had been responsible for handling zombies and rescuing civilians. "Once I have the location of the Li family, launch immediately for me." Yuan Zhong received the order. Now, cut to the gathering point at Shidiam, where the players are lively discussing. Oh my god, that was so satisfying. Today's harvest was incredibly rich, and I even got a piece of equipment. Isn't that right? I've been here since early morning. They went hunting and killing zombies as soon as they arrived, only returning when night fell. Originally just leveling up one rank, today they gained another in only 24 hours. It's too short. They were just walking and talking, but some rumors have already started about what Tulak the Great Master said as he waved his hand and a shield covered the safe zone that had been broken through. A unicorn descended from the sky, unleashing divine power to directly destroy the zombies in a battlefield. I believe Master Xylak is definitely a celestial being sent to the mortal world. I don't mind telling everyone that my dream is to meet Master Xylak once. I heard that the Master wears a black robe, a devil mask, and smiles holding a golden spear. One of them suddenly pointed in a direction and said, "So it seems like your appearance matches the person walking in front." And at this moment, Tulak and Daingok appeared, causing everyone to startle. Tulak stood there and declared, "From now on, no one is allowed to leave here. If you want to know what happens if you try to leave, feel free to challenge me." Those people immediately froze in place, some even collapsing to the ground unconscious, leaving me speechless. Do I feel like I've become the captain of a sweeping team? Then Tulak continued speaking. "From now on, everyone on this floor should go downstairs through the tunnel
as fast as possible." And suddenly someone appeared and asked him, "Who is that? I haven't even gone upstairs yet, and I already hear such a commanding tone."
Sam, standing in the middle, looked down on Tulak with disdain, while everyone else went downstairs, thinking they were someone important. Is our meeting point so easy to attack? The tattooed guy put his hands in his pockets and said to Tulak's group, "We have never been afraid of anyone since we built this meeting point. I really want to see his face." But before I could finish speaking, his subordinate beside him nervously whispered, "Big brother, look at his outfit. This person is Tulak." Sam raised his eyebrows, still not recognizing who Tulak was. 2. Immediately after, he knelt down in front of everyone's astonishment. Who is this esteemed guest arriving in such grandeur? Tulak, after seeing this scene, simply said, "Grandfather is not quite at that level." Then he tilted his head, looked at his appearance, which also suggests he is a character here, so the task of bringing them down is assigned to him. The tattooed man was helped up by his underlings and stammered, "Master, you can rest assured I will definitely complete the task." Tulak warned them, saying from now on anyone coming up here will pay the price. "Everyone rest assured, I will absolutely not let anyone go up there." We also heard what the boss said. Then Tulak turned around to look at the people behind, still in a state of shock. "Hurry up and run faster. Did you hear what I just said?" Everyone went down and told the people below not to come up here. Those people hurriedly ran and shouted as they went. "Yes, yes." Tulak leaned against the wall, watching everyone go down, automatically activating his golden hand, sensing danger. After a while, seeing the last person go down, he thought, "The last one has finally gone down. If they are from the Lee family, they probably received orders already, right? There can't be no hostility towards me at all." Then Tulak ordered the big fool behind him to guard here. Anyone who wants to go out through this passage must hit him on the head with a hammer. The big fool nodded while he continued to plan, though he also suspected that the opponent might be too skilled at hiding their intentions or hold a low status in the Lie family and thus not receive orders from above. Then Tulak descended into the basement while Daingok stayed above with the hammer, guarding and inspecting first before he said anything. After a moment, he went inside. From afar, he sensed the lively atmosphere. Banners were hung, people were laughing and chatting happily, warmly welcoming Master Tulak to the CDM gathering point to oversee the work. Seeing the scene in front of him, Tulak suddenly felt a bit awkward. Min Luong stepped forward, rubbed his hands, and asked with a smile, "Master Tulak, I am the current leader of the Mon Min Luong gathering point. May I ask what brings you here?" Tulak stepped forward and asked, "If you are already the leader, you must understand the staff at the gathering point, right?" Min Luong smiled modestly and said, "I wouldn't say I understand everyone, but I know 90% of the people." "Does Minister Ha Mok Ha know about this?" Min Luong sweat and said, "I know Minister Ha." Tulak nghe vậy bảo nổi tỉ mỉ, Minh Luong liền khai bảo, "Bởi vì thân phận của ngài ấy, cho nên mỗi lần tối Diệu sẽ kêu nguội trao hồi ngài ấy, những phần lớn thời gian Diệu là tội dịch thần tiếp giai ngài ấy." Anh tiếp tục hỏi, "Trừ anh ra ngài ấy tối dậy cô gặp nguội nào khác hay không?" Min Luong then propped his chin and asked, "Anyone else?" Behind the mask, Tulak glanced at the others. They all listened carefully to the conversation between the two of them, and every time Minister Ha comes, he just tells us to inspect the situation at our gathering point. Within his authority, he will arrange supplies to help us. As for other matters, there's nothing else. Tulak frowns and thinks. Everyone around him shows no signs of abnormality, so it doesn't seem to be through a contact to transmit information. Could it be that originally Hamok claimed that the CDM gathering point belonged to the Lie family to frame and slander them? His goal was to cause conflict between me and the people at the CDM gathering point. Then Tulak twirled his ear and turned around. So when did Ha Mok come here last time? What special thing did he do?
Min Luang quickly said, 5 days ago, Ha Mok also came here for a special inspection.
Immediately after, he seemed to remember something. He played Bia in the underground Bia room for a while before leaving. Sulak turned his head with a hint of interest and said, Beer, right? Then take me there to see the car.
Min Luang agreed immediately, saying, I will accompany you, Master Tulak, and then led the way with the other players watching.
Behind the mask, Tulak smiled because he knew the fish was about to bite. Min Luang looked at Tulak with curiosity. The elder asked if I needed to send someone to guard the tavern on the lower floor, and I replied, Don't worry. I already told the fool to watch the entrance. Anyone who wants to leave can be killed directly. Then Tulak urged again, Let's go. Min Luang continued to lead the way. This way, please. The other players over there couldn't help but wonder what was going on with that Ha Mok guy. It's all because he targeted our gathering point, but he's just a minister. We can't afford to offend him. Someone sneered and said, What is Humo? Just now, when Su Liao glanced at him, I felt my life was about to end, and it doesn't matter if he's a minister or not. That makes sense. I'm going to sleep, but I still get called up. Over there, Old La and Old Ju have heard the entire conversation from the other players. I also think so. I hope Master Tulak can quickly accomplish his goal, or else just standing here will put us under a lot of pressure. After leading Tulak to the place, Min Luang turned and waved goodbye before walking into the beer hall. Elsewhere, the surroundings suddenly trembled, and a nearby brick was quickly dislodged. Lao La and Lao Truk appeared from behind, shining their lantern into the secret chamber inside. Lao La led the way, looking back at Lao Truk, and said, Lao Truk, we must quickly report this to the master. Ha Mok has been exposed. Tulak is investigating our hidden location. Lao Truk approached Lao La, helping to carry the stone, and wondered who knew. Could it be that Ha Mok is not good at hiding himself? Then they pushed the stone back to its original position to block the entrance. While Lao La was brushing off his hands, Truk examined the stone's position, which 5 days ago still revealed the hiding spot of some supplies for us. That spot is real too! Lao La turned around, shining his flashlight ahead as he urged forward. All right, let's go quickly. Immediately after, he was killed. Old Ju, holding a flashlight, followed and complained. He shouted, What's wrong with you? Why do you do everything so quickly? Suddenly a robot appears, startling Lao Truk. Immediately after, the old man was knocked out by the robot. Tulak appeared behind the robot, assessing the two people in front of him. I thought there was only one fish, but it turns out there are two. Unfortunately, now only one person can speak. The Lie family's use of people is unstable. An explosion blew the person apart. Not steady enough. Then he patted the robot's shoulder. This time doing well, your eavesdropping device gave me quite a bit of useful information. Go rest now. Then Zilak stepped closer to Lao Truk, grabbed his collar, and used one of Lao Truk's eyes. The blood-colored comradeship suddenly called out to the old man, startling him awake. Old Truk. Lao La held a flashlight and reached out to Lao Truk, asking, Are you okay, Lao Truk? Lao Truk looked a bit suspicious. Me. Lao La hurriedly urged, Don't just stand there, we don't have much time. We need to send the message quickly. Only then did Lao Truk suddenly remember, Oh, right. Zilu is coming soon. We must inform the master. Lao La also hurriedly pulled Lao Truk to his feet. Then Lao Truk quickly ran ahead, saying, We'd better go now. We might encounter night-blooming zombies on the way. We can't waste any time. Lao La followed behind, still asking, Lao Truk, I saw you faint earlier. What's going on? Lao Truk was suddenly startled. Old La frowned and said to Old Truk, Don't try to persuade me again next time. If you faint again in a strange way like today, it will delay the master's affairs, and neither of us can bear it. Old Truk looked back in confusion. I know. Let's go quickly. They move along the wall's edge together. Lao La, behind, looked around anxiously. No, there are too many zombies on this path. Our time is running out. Immediately, Lao Truk grabs Lao La's wrist and says, Follow me. We'll take a shortcut. A while later, they ran deeper into the mountain, with Lao Truk running and gasping for breath. Gasping for breath, everything before him gradually blurred. Lao Truk could no longer go on and collapsed to his knees, saying, Lao La, I can't go on. Old Truk turned to look at Lao La, who was also kneeling and gasping for breath. According to the intelligence we received, the hideout is inside the mountain wall of this type of mountain. If you still have the strength, jump down the cliff to send the message first. I will follow. Lao La then spoke. So the hiding spot is inside this mountain's cliff. No wonder Quan Phuong mobilized so many people but couldn't find it. Old Truk on the ground asked suspiciously, What Quan Phuong? Lao La, why aren't you moving up? Lao Truk kept talking nervously, saying, "If the master blames us, neither of us can bear his anger." But suddenly, Lao La disappeared, startling Lao Truk. Lao La appeared behind him, pressing a blade to his neck, smiling, "Thank you for guiding the way." The path behind Lao La, wielding a sword, the good brother Lao La and Yu set off for Huang Quan. Lao Truk was immediately killed. Lao La, holding the family, said, "Blood-colored mirror, the red illusion around gradually disappears." The illusion power is shut down, and immediately the old man returns to his true form as Tu Lak. Tu Lak then rushes forward following the instructions. He quickly runs to a cliff, looking down from above and admiring the view around him. The Lie family also knows how to pick a good spot. The scenery here isn't bad. Then he begins his journey to the Lie family's hideout. A while later, Tu Lak continues to stand on another mountain, looking down. Suddenly, he saw a lonely flower on the cliff. Looking at the flower, Tu Lak guessed that it must be here. Then, Tu Lak sat cross-legged and squatted, took out a zombie cat's horn from the space, and blew into it. Seeing a zombie cat appear, Tu Lak put away his horn and meowed. Then, he began to control the zombie cat's mind, causing it to shift and jump toward the protruding rock. The cat immediately jumped downwards, easily landing on a distant rock under Tu Lak's mental control. The cat sat upright, listening as someone inside the cliff asked a question. The signal from him immediately transmitted a mental command to the cat to attack, causing it to burst with power and rush forward. It kept smashing through the cliff where someone was inside, then continued attacking, but the other person pressed the button in time. One guy keeps shooting the zombie cat while the other looks pale and calls the radio. "Hurry and call the security team, boss. The boss is at the bronze level." One of them shouted out and then was also killed. "Save me, save me, save me." The person with the walkie-talkie keeps reporting, negotiating with the butler, changing locations and intelligence officers. Then the guy ran away when he saw the cat raise its claws. Soon after, a large amount of blood splattered out. The cat continued toward a nearby door. It continues to charge and smash through the door until it shatters, revealing a luxurious corridor ahead. The cat turned its head and saw many people coming out to investigate the noise. It immediately leapt up, claws extended, slashing the throats of everyone who approached. The cat continues to break into another room, where only 3 people are staring at it and shouting, "Boss Than Dong, save me." Seeing that, the cat immediately turned around and left. Suddenly, many more people appeared in front of it, blocking Tu Lak's path, who exclaimed, "Damn it, there are so many of them, I can't fight them all." The preliminary estimate is that at least 5,000 people are hiding inside this place. Tu Lak is still sitting in meditation on the mountain wall, controlling the cat with his mind. The cat continued to leap and attack, killing everyone in its path in an instant, and then sitting on their corpses to observe the 3 rooms filled with great swords, shields, and guns. Tu Lak also observes and evaluates. It seems that the rooms along this corridor are all used to store weapons. Right after that, the cats heard others running from afar. Let's go to door 4. At this moment, Tu Lak also guides the cat to leave. It turns out that the gathering point controlled by the Lie family is where all the supplies are kept. E is the supplies that those officials secretly transported, and are also here. It continues down a different wide corridor. Suddenly, it stepped on a trap, and all the flames there burst into light, illuminating the entire corridor. Tu Lak immediately recognized that this place was where he was outside, and he also stood up in surprise, using the cat to observe everything around him to help make a deduction. The flames illuminating the wall were exactly like the despair maze from Civil at that time, a feature unique to the inheritance domain. It keeps going around a corner. The cat looks back and sees 3 people chasing after it. The cat continues down the stairs leading to the basement. Someone above blocks the way and gives orders. "A 5th-rank warrior cannot enter the 2nd floor. Let's go back." The guards downstairs already know what's happening here. The people behind started to discuss. "What bad luck. This is already the 3rd zombie boss to invade, and it's unusually powerful. Anyone who thought the capital's safe zone had been destroyed now knows otherwise. The enemy's forces will suffer heavy losses, and our victory will be much easier. Who would have thought we'd have to defend here, forcing us to stay in this place, all because of that lost bastard? They keep targeting our Lie family. I really don't know what grudge the Lie family has against him. I heard that the 2nd young master from Shanghai offended him, so they traveled thousands of miles from Shanghai to the capital to retaliate." Cough, cough, let's pretend I didn't say anything. Yes, we need to quickly arrange for people to clean up everything on the 1st floor. The remaining bloodstains from the severed limbs must be cleaned up. The soldier who was attacked by the zombie cat has committed suicide, with no hope of saving him, and the door to the hiding spot was also damaged by the zombie cat, so we must repair it quickly and make sure our location is not exposed. The cat continues to dash down the corridor, emitting continuous groans, and begins to slow down as it reaches a corner. Both it and Zula outside had to witness a scene beyond description, with the woman lying beneath forced to scream in fear. The man above has lost his senses. Seeing this, Tulak can only stand helpless. Oh my God, this time I really became the leader of the anti-pornography team. Suddenly, two people approached a herbalist from afar who scooped some medicine from a pot and handed a cup to each person. Those two just drank the potion in one gulp and then charged at the girls again, causing Tulak to startle. The next generation these guys create won't be the kind of heirs the Lie family wants to nurture, right? Mom, this perverted method of training really does suit the Lie family's image. At this moment, a group of people burst in, loudly announcing, "All first-floor guards report a level green copper boss rushing into the teleportation passage with extraordinary strength. Everyone rushes inside, and all doors leading to upper floors must be watched." Tulak is still outside, observing everything inside with crossed arms. The Lie family's preparations are also complete. But unfortunately, today, you met me. Suddenly, others appeared in the room, shirtless and armed, heading towards Old Chu. They keep moving forward, even if it means trampling over their own teammates. The alchemist's face turned pale with anger as he shouted, "Old Chu, what exactly are you trying to do?" This victory's pregnancy target was originally lowered due to a shortage of supplies. If it doesn't meet the standards, it's me the steward will find, not you. Old Chu stood facing with his arms crossed, rebutting. This is not a joke. The higher-ups have lost over 400 lower-ranked soldiers and still can't catch that guy. Are you saying we need guards or not? If you don't understand the situation outside, don't act recklessly. The alchemist was stunned and asked what, but Lao Chu no longer cared and gave the order. The five of them search for a corridor, and as soon as they spot the lion-sized cat, they immediately sound the alarm. The four warriors without combat duties are responsible for observation. The zombie cat is now hiding in the corner, quietly watching as everyone disperses one by one, then suddenly lunges out, shocking everyone. It's here. It appeared in the square. The zombie cat lands softly on the ground. Behind it are loud shouts of, "Damn it!" It wants to rush into the birthing room. It can't let it get through. But the cat easily darted past, claws sweeping away anyone in its way. It stepped into a room with the door slightly ajar, peering inside in shock at the scene before it. Behind the door is a huge hospital, with many pregnant women and medical staff appearing through the windows. The Lie family was able to build a hospital right at the gathering point. They really are reckless. Those people quickly rushed to call for backup. The boss is rushing toward the third trimester delivery room. We're not sure if we can hold them off. The angry zombie cat turned its head and immediately unleashed its own power, causing the Lee family's people to turn pale with fear as they saw the cat radiate an intimidating aura threatening them. The Lie family members, now terrified, shouted and ran away, while the cat dashed past them, causing them to fall to the ground. Looking at it run, someone quickly shouted, "It's not good. It wants to enter the teleportation corridor on the third floor." Don't let it rush into an important area on the third floor. The zombie cat is now heading towards the staircase leading down. Those people keep chasing helplessly. Damn it, how is this cat so smart? Much smarter than a normal boss. At this point, the cat seems to be seriously injured. It sluggishly stepped down to the lower floor, and suddenly another room appeared in front of it, surprising the zombie cat greatly. The zombie cat trudges forward, and through it, Tulak happily recognizes the characters on the door, revealing the room containing the Kula clan's ancient texts. Could this place also be connected to the Nine-Leaf clan and Civil? Today, I really made a big fuss. The cat happily stretched and jumped around. What a coincidence. I am the one who seized the inheritance of the Nine-Leaf clan leader, CV. What can your mechanism do to me? Immediately after, the cat presses its paw to activate the mechanism on the wall, then directly destroys it. The room now reveals a light from within, welcoming it. The cat boldly walks inside, while the door behind it slowly descends. The cat continued to walk deeper into the room, facing a bookshelf filled with countless books. Almost all the documents and manuscripts are here. It directly walks around to the back and heads to the bookshelf. It then walks to the last bookshelf, placed against the wall, where Chat Tulak notices a single book placed separately. These books are placed alone. It seems they are important. Then the cat used its paw to take out a book called The Inheritance of the Clan Technique. The cat uses its claws to read each page of the book. The art of magic is a specialized skill of the Nine-Leaf clan, and all members master the art of spellcasting. Each person has their own area of expertise, such as manipulation, breeding, curses, weather control, and so on. After the defeat and exile of the Nine-Leaf clan, their techniques evolved into strange arts like insect magic, ancient poisons, and head-shaping techniques in Long Country. Tulak was surprised through the cat, realizing that thousands of years ago, Everyone was one family. In the past, the people of the Nine-Leaf Clan had to wander everywhere, as recorded in the books. The historical records documented in these secret chamber books are from the Good Alchemy Clan, whose members produce medicines with special abilities. They endured a long exile and finally found Kuei-Hua Mountain in the Heavenly Dragon Range. The book continues to describe the most difficult period for the Nine-Leaf Clan when they used secret techniques to create a space that could remain here. Since then, they have been mostly isolated from the outside world, only sending a few people out at intervals to observe the situation beyond the mountain. But all the members of our clan kept dying, including the baby with a complete bloodline of our clan's technique, who also became harder and harder to conceive. All the knowledge of the Nine-Leaf Clan is recorded and documented in a book, and in the end, the last remaining member preserved the inheritance related to the clan's techniques and compiled it into this ancestral clan technique book. Previously, the ascension of clan members was used by the Lie family to cultivate sacrificial soldiers, renamed as Soul Slave Potion. The cat lay collapsed on the book, along with the system's notification. Start counting down the time until disappearance 01:42 seconds. The book mentions the method of making and the effects of the Soul Servant Potion. The steps to create a Soul Servant are based on the Lee family's foundation. The baby in the mother's womb can be assessed for talent. After the baby is born, giving the baby a dose of the Soul Servant Potion will transform them into a Soul Servant. The control authority will be in the hands of the staff who has taken another bowl of the potion. Note that if the baby is born more than 48 hours later, the Soul Slave Potion will become completely ineffective. The side effects of the Soul Slave Potion taken with the Lifespan Potion are very short. The ranking of Soul Slaves is clear. Level 5 Soul Slaves are the lowest, with physical qualities comparable to ordinary people, but possibly slightly lacking in mental capacity, and their lifespan is the shortest. They can be used as a labor force. Level 4 Soul Slaves have even weaker physical qualities than ordinary people, but possess very strong reproductive abilities, and their lifespan is extremely short. Level 3 Soul Slaves are becoming rare, with better physical qualities than ordinary people. Except for their short lifespan, they have no other flaws. Level 2 Soul Slaves can be encountered but not sought after, with physical qualities far superior to ordinary people. After training to develop incredible combat power, Level 1 Soul Slaves with rare physical qualities surpass Level 2 Soul Slaves. After training, their combat power is comparable to a god. Hearing this, Zelian frowned in deep thought. The book was then closed, and the zombie cat officially disappeared. The scene shifts to another place, and Lee Tam continues to pace back and forth searching for the cat. He searches tirelessly but still cannot find the zombie cat. Lee Tam turned to ask Shosia, "Have you found it yet?" One of them reported, "No." Luan Fin searched for a whole hour inside but couldn't find any trace of it. Lai Tam frowned in anger, only to be suddenly attacked by a bronze-level boss rushing into the 3rd floor where the 2nd and 3rd level corpses are. If it's a boss at this white-silver level, then it could also go down to the 4th floor and bother the owner, right? He was calculating in his mind that Sukan-sun and Lai Ni were dead, and only then did he become the strongest fighter of the Lai family in the capital and the person in charge of this safe zone's business. His subordinate said with suspicion, "Third uncle, you think that cat won't enter those secret chambers? The library, alchemy room, and dining hall all could be targeted, but Lee Tam immediately denied it." "Are you stupid? Could a zombie cat get into those places? Those places all have protective powers over the territory. Someone who can use magic to open the doors can also easily kill us all with a flick of the hand." Then Lee Tam continued to give orders, "Hurry up and call the 3rd-level death squad here to continue the search for me. I will go to the master to apologize and discuss the next development strategy." Subordinates immediately accept the order. Yes, 3rd young master. The scene shifts to the 4th secret chamber. The final level of the QA Snake territory is an incredibly luxurious city. Lee Tam An scanned his fingerprint and then stepped inside. At this moment, Manager Q was already waiting for him at the door. Lee Tam from a distance bowed and reported, "Housekeeper Q, I have something to report to the master. A zombie cat boss at the copper level has appeared at the contact point on the cliff." "Are you saying that even now, after all this time, you haven't found the cat that caused us to lose hundreds of people?" Lee Tam dared not look directly and could only bow his head to answer. "That's why I came to find the master, to ask if there was any way to handle this," but Steward Q turned around and refused. "No, the master has just suffered a big shock. Hearing about this will only make him angrier. This cannot be let known to him. Keep sending people to search." At this moment, someone suddenly called out, "Master Q, come in for a moment." Master Q turned his back to face the door and warned, "I won't tell the master about this for now. Send more people to speed things up. If the master is still provoked, he will turn around and make a signal." and Lee Sun can only stand from afar with his head bowed. I understand. Then Steward Gio continued inside. In the bedroom, Luo Xian was angrily scolding the two nurses. Get out, all of you get out. Trash are trash. Housekeeper Ku entered the room smiling and asked, How are you feeling today, master? La Pian then raised his hand and said to the two female nurses, All right, you two can leave now.
Both of them bowed their heads and replied, Yes, master. Then he turned to ask Steward Q, Has Li Tam arrived yet?
I just overheard him mentioning something about the boss outside. The steward then lied. Li Tam reported to me that the detective's information received today was somewhat surprising, but still within control. At this moment, Lucien seemed satisfied.
I trust that your abilities have already yielded results, tell me.
Steward Q bows.
Yes, master. Then he continued to ask about the situation with the second young master.
Hearing this question, Q Butler's expression immediately turned to one of horror. Seeing that, Lop Hien grimaced and gritted his teeth.
But because of that, he kept coughing violently. Cough, cough, cough.
But the situation with the young master cannot be resolved, the butler said anxiously, as he stepped forward to report. According to Lam Tin culture, there is basically no way to deal with creatures called zombies. Li Xian lowered his head, clutching the blanket tightly, and muttered, Is there really no way? Seeing him like that, the butler immediately bowed and hurriedly spoke. But the person said that the zombie virus serum on the notice board yesterday might be the breakthrough to solving the problem. However, it says it can only cure humans who are transforming into zombies. But if the internal components are slightly altered, maybe it could turn zombies back into humans. Hearing this, Lop Hien immediately saw hope and asked, Really? But the housekeeper is not quite sure. Maybe it could work. Then what are we waiting for? Did you immediately send someone to the safe zone to buy Hao Van? Certainly. The housekeeper nodded happily and reported, I have sent someone already. They will probably return tomorrow. At this moment, Lop Hien quickly pulled the blanket off the bed. Then go quickly. I need to take my medicine first.
If Hao Van happens to come back, I might get even sicker. No, I can't let that happen.
Housekeeper. Q hurriedly stepped forward to support him. Master, please don't get excited. It's not good for your recovery.
Lop Hien nodded with a smile and urged him on. All right. I won't get excited. I won't get excited. You go now.
The steward nodded happily and said,
Master, yes, I'll go right away.
Now only Li Xian was left sitting alone on the bed. Housekeeper. Q looked at him, wondering if he should tell his master that he had used the zombie body of the young master for experiments. Then he frowned, sighed, and decided to leave. It's better not to say anything. Even telling the master won't help and will only make him angrier. Neither side can afford to offend each other. The scene shifts outside the mountain cliff where Tulak is lying on the grass, using a portable oxygen tank. He takes a breath from the oxygen tank and sighs. Turns out, not a single resource card in this broken game is useless. Playing the game for so long in the apocalypse, I almost forgot that people climbing mountains would run out of air. Soon after, Tulak opened the system panel to observe the giant moving toward the designated location, which had started 5 hours ago. At this moment, outside the capital's safe zone, someone is approaching, and upon recognizing who it is, the guards at the gate become excited. It's the great fool, the elder, he's back. Quickly open the city gates. They immediately moved towards the big fool, continuously greeting him. Big fool, old master, you're back. The old master suddenly paused, and Da Mao, standing at the city gate, quickly said everything in one breath. Go tell Zhang Yuanzhong that there is an important matter. I will wait for him at the Eastern District's fishing spot. The guards immediately happily agreed with Da Mao. All right, elder. Rest assured, we will definitely help you convey the message. Actually, at this moment, Dan Gok is being controlled by Lam Tulak's consciousness. After finishing what he needed to say, Dan Gok turned around and walked away, leaving the two soldiers watching him. A moment later, at the achievement point shop, Dan Gok was standing in front of the item info board, displaying the items for sale. Battle flower recipe for 180 points with 5,772 achievement points in stock. Yellow path dagger for 230 points with 4,556 achievement points, and battle armor recipe for 200 points with 5,684 achievement points. The level iron upgrade scroll costs 300 points with a stock of 986. Dai Nok carefully browsed the store using the system menu. You stand there continuously examining the item information as the system display keeps showing the transfer scroll for the swordsman class costing 5,000 points. Achievement points 5. Skill transfer scroll for swordsman, 5,000 points. Achievement points 6. Skill book for Lim Longfist, 5,000 points. Lilak's inventory also shows some items. a level-up scroll for equipment from platinum to gold costing 10,000 points, and a level-up scroll for tools from platinum to gold costing 10,000 points. Duong has a diamond-level magic tool worth 50,000 points in his inventory. He wonders if this is correct because his rare pet egg isn't worth 10,000 points. At this moment, Tulak was on the cliff, holding a nourishing bottle in one hand to breathe, while using the other to tap his fingers and calculate. He immediately realized that he had forgotten that the system's pet feature hadn't opened yet.
Without the pet system, where would I get a pet egg? Forget it, let's buy something else first.
Then Tulak pointed at the item calculation screen. 2 upgrade scrolls for equipment quality, 1 upgrade scroll for artifact quality, and a diamond-level treasure are only worth 80,000 contribution points. Are the points of merit on the system display back to 0 now? Big Fool looked at the system in front of him, then reached out to retract the system. Just then, a voice called from outside the door.
Big Fool, are you there?
I heard you came to see me about something very important. Seeing that, Nguyen Trung hurriedly went inside, while Lam Tulak still didn't mind Dai Ngok's consciousness closing the door. Dai Ngok turned around and said, I found the hideout of the Lee family. We'll destroy it tomorrow. Nguyen Trung was very surprised to hear that.
What?
Dai Ngok crossed his arms and repeated to Yuan Zhong, You didn't hear wrong. We found the hidden location of the Lie family. Yuan Zhong still couldn't believe it, confusedly saying, It's only been about 14 hours since you two left the safe zone and you just got back. It's not even a day. Is there a problem? It's not that we're too weak. It's that Tulak and Dai Ngok are too abnormal, and no one could find the Lie family's secret lair in just over 10 hours. Nguyen Trung then said, The high-level personnel of the safe zone have cleaned everything up tonight. And even if there are mistakes, they won't exceed 5 people. So tomorrow's operation should be fine. He frowned and covered his mouth as he recounted.
Since yesterday morning, the commander has summoned the soldiers responsible for exploration outside. Up to now, nearly 20,000 fighters have returned, and the Big Fool simply nodded.
3,000 people. What about their combat strength? Yuan Zhong replied, The combat power is probably not an issue. Although half of them just joined us after the apocalypse, they have always been responsible for handling zombies in the metropolitan area, and their strength is among the best of the players. Nguyen Trung kept calculating, unsure of the combat strength for what reason. If 30,000 people aren't enough, then wait another day, and I can confidently assemble a team of 50,000. Big Stupid nodded and said, Enough? The actual number of people in the Lie family is about 20,000. Then he talked about the people there, including experts, ordinary folks, and the weak members of the Lee family, with nearly 10,000 of them having little to no combat ability. 10,000 with low combat ability, the fighting strength of the rest is close to the main trend level. Hearing this, Nguyen Trung became even more surprised. Ooh. Do you also know the specific strength of the Lie family? Lam Tulak, wearing a mask that covers his face and glasses that hide part of his features, mysteriously ordered Truong Nguyen Trung. Tomorrow we will act directly to prevent the Lie family from reacting and doing something. Plus, they have several rendezvous points outside. He says that, but seeing Truong Nguyen Trung's reaction, Lam Tulak wonders if this piece of news has already shocked him so much that he's like, this. If he reveals the truth, all the escape routes for the Lie family will be exposed. Will he start to doubt everything? Truong Nguyen Trung smiled and waved his hand in response. Okay, I will contact the supervisor now to prepare immediately. Sorry, I asked too much earlier. Lam Tulak stood there, clenched his fists. Zhang Yuanzhong smiled with a confident smirk, secretly thinking that as a senior, he probably had many secrets that outsiders couldn't know, just like in those dramas where outsiders knowing too much would get them eliminated by the senior. He asked with a smile, Big Fool, brother, is there anything else? Do you need me to find a place for you to rest, or should I just not ask anymore? There's nothing else needed. I have to go find the driver. Truong Nguyen Trung waved goodbye, opening the door cheerfully. Thanks, big brother Yip. You've worked hard. I'll be leaving now. At this moment, outside the city wall, there is a silent space with mist seeping into the air. A few well-dressed soldiers equipped with weapons stand guard. A soldier reports to Commander Zhang that the total number of casualties this time is 48,865. Truong Nguyen Trung nodded and stepped closer to the wall, looking down through the misty layer of bones from above. Truong Nguyen Trung said that the Lie family colluded with zombies to send intelligence and betray humanity, leading to the safe zone, and we have to face a zombie wave with tens of thousands of brothers lost. This time, both humans and spirits are furious, and this feud is unending.
Today, I, on behalf of Quan Phuong Long, declare that we must send troops to punish the Lie family and make them pay for their foolish actions.
Truong Nguyen Trung raised his hand and shouted loudly with conviction. This time we must eliminate everyone in the Lie family from top to bottom, leaving no one behind. Remember, those people are not worthy to be called our kind. They should be treated the same way we treated Xiao Dao that year, without any sympathy. Truong Nguyen Trung stood firmly on the wall with his soldiers below, unyielding in his vow to die rather than retreat.
The entire army below also raised their hands in unison. We will not report our blood feud, sworn to die and not return.
Unable to avenge the blood feud, they swear they will never return. Zhang Yuanzhong raised his hand to signal the start, and in the thick darkness, the bones of the army below moved out according to the order toward the snake. At Quesha Mountain, Lam Tulak sat cross-legged on a cliff amid the endless mountains. A white dove flapped its wings and flew away. He stood up, stretched, and loudly shouted, "Go!" Suddenly, a map of the Kui Snake Earth tomb appears beneath Lam Tulak's feet. Lam Tulak, wearing a mask, lifts the map, strokes his chin in thought, and then realizes he must find all the exits before the enemy army arrives so he can catch the turtle inside. No one will escape. On the map, there are 2 points that catch Lam Tulak's attention, a hidden cave behind the weeds and another cave blocked by a large rock. He circles these 2 points on the Quisha di Kungdo map with a pen. As he was busy, Lam Tulak suddenly startled upon noticing 2 people walking past him in the distance, talking to each other as they went. I thought the king was just showing off, but it turns out they really went to Kuei Sha Mountain. The other person nodded in agreement. It's okay, no need to panic, our progress is faster than theirs. We must report this news quickly, so that the steward can seal off the Kui Sha Mountain underground palace completely. They won't be able to catch us. Lam Tulak sat in his bushes, eavesdropping on their conversation, and they kept arguing. It's true, with so many of them, they can't stay connected to the outside of the underground palace with us. When the opportunity arises, we can also deal with them. Now I want to know why the location of the underground palace was exposed. It definitely couldn't have been someone from our side revealing it. One of the 2 agreed, that's right. You know this place is guarded by loyal death soldiers willing to die for the Lee family. They can't betray us. The other person casually put their hand in their pocket, saying to go check if there are any ambushes here. Maybe once the enemy army is defeated, the higher-ups will have a way to catch the traitor. The 2 of them suddenly disappeared, and at this moment, a single eye silently watched Lam Tulak from within the bushes. Lam Tulak nhanh chóng rạch một ruồng qua cổ ngũi do khiến máu phun ra. Ngụy kia lập tức ngã xuống, anh dễ lên ngụy hắn, tay vẫn cầm con dao dính màu sau khi vua cùa cổ. Khi xong, anh thấy một người khác dạng dùng quay lưng về phía mình. Lam Tulak quickly stabbed him once. After killing those people, he dug a hole and buried them. After finishing, Tulak dusted off his hands and thought to himself, I didn't expect the Lie family to be so cautious. News spreads among the detectives so quickly. One night, 106 detectives went out, and Tulak headed towards the mountain, standing at the top, looking into the distance before removing his mask and gazing at it in contemplation. Finally, the day has arrived. Elsewhere, Zhang Yuanzhong was using binoculars to observe from afar, with the big fool behind him. The others were casually eating their food when he suddenly put down the binoculars, sensing something, and turned around. When he turned around, Tulak was already standing behind him. He stepped forward and handed him a scroll, and as he received it, a look of joy appeared on his face. The 2 then moved to another place to talk. Tulak nods slightly after hearing him explain everything and says, The Lie family has about 20,000 people, so we seem to have a 10% chance of winning. Then Tulak raises 2 fingers, but we also shouldn't ignore the fact that we must first block the secret Lie family supply points. Then more than 20,000 people joined and were arranged at the foot of Mount Kuei Sha to stop the reinforcements of the Lie family, but a part of the regular army's leadership was also needed. He quickly responded upon hearing this. This is not a problem. Hearing that, Tulak immediately raised his hand. The remaining 50,000 people are evenly distributed across the 5 exits of the QXA stronghold, with 1,000 guards at each, and the distances between the exits are close enough for the teams to quickly support each other. He heard this and smiled, saying, You think like me, if they are inside the QXA stronghold, can't we just set it on fire, pump water, or release smoke into the base? He immediately shook his head at the suggestion he just made. No way. These attack methods are useless against the rugged terrain of Quesha. In his mind, the system's voice echoed. Ancient civilization possessed extraordinary powers: fire prevention, smoke control, bone shielding, shock resistance, temperature regulation, air purification, and more. Then he spoke, saying that the Quesa stronghold had comprehensive sealed functions. Once activated, unless one could break through the large stone gates or had special protective abilities, It was basically impossible to attack inside. I think the general arranged people at those exits first. I'll go in through the mountain wall entrance and destroy their sealed system. Then you guys come out from the exits, and after he learns the plan, he will smile and respond without hesitation. It seems like he remembers something and looks towards the big fool. Wait, the big fool has relied on him, so he also looks in your direction. No problem. After asking for help, Tulak looked up at the sky. Weeds are not eradicated at the root. Spring wind is reborn, and no member of the Lie family can be forgiven. He also looked in the same direction as you, but you can rest assured, no one from the Lie family is left alive. Then he waved his hand and said, I need to talk to the big fool for a bit, and I'll rely on you for what comes next. He raised his hand to stop him. All right, stay safe. After Tulak led Dai Ngok to a hidden spot behind the trees and handed him another scroll, he summoned several cards, activated the upgrade scroll for the Bak Nyan artifact to Huan Kim, and immediately a beam of light gathered in Tulak's hand, with a scroll falling from above. The quality upgrade scroll for Bai Yin reaches the gold level. A gold level item can upgrade a platinum level item to gold, making the item more powerful. Then he unrolled the scroll and took out another card, while Danong stood aside, confused. The system announced a congratulatory message, praising the player for using the artifact upgrade scroll. Baknyan upgrading to Huang Kim causes the zombie cat's command horn to level up to Huang Kim. After blowing the horn, the zombie cat can summon a treasure-enhanced zombie cat. The player can command the zombie cat to fight for 40 minutes. The cooldown time for the horn command is 36 hours. The zombie cat inherits 70% of the player's basic attributes. All experience and gold from killing zombies belong to the player, but the zombie cat knows it won't drop any items. He excitedly raises the card. A new platinum prefix appears. The summon time increases by 10 minutes, the cooldown decreases by 12 minutes, and inherited attributes also increase by 10%. Wow, my scroll is really powerful. Then he summoned a few more cards. The system's congratulatory sound for level up keeps ringing. Congratulations to the player for using the upgrade scroll to enhance the quality of the Bakangan equipment to Huang Kim, causing the Bak Duke Fifong to level up to gold grade Kim Duke Fifong equipment. Congratulations to the player for upgrading the quality of the white-silver equipment to gold. When the illusion interface level of white-silver rises, the equipment level also upgrades to gold. The golden feathered flying cloak, a gold-tier armor made from golden feathers, has undergone a transformation at the back, making it easier for the player to fly. Agility stat increased by 5, spirit by 4, movement speed up by 10% with flight power. Using it allows the player to freely fly in the air for 2 minutes, preferably at high altitudes to avoid falling to death after losing the flight ability. The demon illusion interface is equipped with a gold level item. Observe carefully. The demon is smiling at you. Mental attribute plus 8 skills. The illusion mask when worn can reveal basic information of the player unless the level is higher than the player's ID level. If not, it cannot see the demon's true form. Within 5 seconds, Anne uses it, and the person looking at the mask will enter a state of fear. Those in fear will attack the person who rejected them, with significantly reduced attributes, and their body's rhythm will also be diminished. The moment the 2 hours pass, the smile of evil on the opponent's face turns into fear, causing a mental pain that makes the player suffer intensely. He excitedly raises the card with glowing eyes showing incredible resilience, but then quickly regains his composure to directly attack the opponent's mind. Damn. I don't know what words to use to describe this toughness. Then Tulak put on a mask on the notification system, equipped a magical illusion, and then he took a box and aimed it at Dai Ngok. Big brother, the night unicorn, this time you have to save me. The big fool, confused, pointed at himself, then walked around to behind him. Tulak also opened the box at the same time, saying this time in the Yang treasure valued at 50,000, not letting me open a truly useful treasure. There's really nothing more to say. Even the big fool was amazed when the box was opened and saw the coins surrounded by spiritual energy filling the entire box. Tulak reached out and took the coin, and the system immediately popped up a notification. Destiny coin, diamond level item. When you toss this coin, your fate is sealed. How to use: toss the coin up. When you catch the coin, the effects of the fate coin can activate at any time. It can be used once every 48 hours. Effect: the blessing of the angel. For 10 minutes, your body will be blessed by the angel and cursed by the demon. For 10 minutes, all damage you deal will carry the curse of the demon. He raises the coin to look at the status effect item that can be reused. It doesn't seem too bad. Let's check its effectiveness later. It's almost time now, big fool. Now go down the mountain and regroup with the Zhongyuan Jiang team. He obediently nodded, then ran straight down the mountain. As soon as the big fool ran off, Tulak threw the coin up high and caught it. As soon as the coin touches his hand, the system immediately announces that the curse of the evil spirit will cause the victim to be cursed by the evil spirit, and the victim will be subjected to a week of misfortune and neglect. Moreover, the injured person will continuously suffer the erosion of the cursed force. The sensation of pain will be amplified by 200%. During the curse, the effects of all adverse states will increase by 30%. The duration of the curse has been extended by 40%, but the length of the curse depends on the severity of the wound. Tulak tightly grips the evil face coin he likes, hoping it works effectively for the first time and doesn't let him down. Then he used his agility to quickly reach the foot of the mountain. He landed and caused an explosion as spiritual energy burst out from the smoke. I draw my sword and point it at the other person. The Lie family, your demon is here. I swing my sword, surrounding it with spiritual energy. The two guards saw his appearance and immediately charged at him without a word, but before they could get close, only his phantom remained. A look of utter panic appeared on the guards' faces. Before they could react, they were cut down by his blade. He turns back to look at the two of them and sighs. It seems the effect of the demon curse isn't too bad. Then he summoned a flame surrounding his sword and pointed it at the approaching crowd. Every slash has claimed many lives, and the remaining crowd seems to realize something, crying out in panic. Nyaise. He's Naise. That's right, with this outfit, he is Naise. Nyaise sneaks in through the entrance to quickly inform the nobles. When he hears them trying to send a message, he calmly delivers the news of their death. You won't have this chance. Then he drew his sword and cut down all those people. Yet every time one group is gone, another arrives, but none of them are a match for him. A moment later, the ground was littered with bloodied, lifeless bodies. After dealing with those people, he calmly headed toward the door leading to the next floor. Cool. The main force from the 3rd Battalion retreated in panic. General Wu Dong is stepping up to conserve strength. Quickly go inform Nahai Si that he has entered the 2nd floor. Urgent report. Nyaise has blown up the armory room. On the 4th floor of the Kwei Sa camp, Steward Q is pacing anxiously. Then a scream from inside the room makes him worriedly knock on the door. May I ask how your experiment is going? Is it finished yet? The master wants me to check on how the young master is doing. How is it? Very good. Weren't you still yelling earlier? Have you brought me what I need yet? He stammered in fear. Zombie blood, zombie serum. I sent someone to buy it yesterday. Yes, maybe the journey was too far, so they haven't returned yet. Please forgive me, sir. The person inside, upon hearing this, became angry and shouted, Why did you dare to come to me before finishing? He trembled and bowed respectfully, saying that the master asked me to come and check, young master. Then he wiped the sweat from his forehead. The young master is very kind. I understand. I understand now. The people over there saw him like that and also gave him a way out. All right, I'll give you a chance to redeem yourself. This zombie specimen is truly extraordinary. The experimental samples at my place are almost gone. Send someone to bring some here for me. The loyal butler finally let out a sigh of relief. All right, I will send someone to catch them right away. The other person also urged him, Fine, go now, don't bother me anymore. He walks down the corridor, thinking to himself that it's really difficult to offend the intermediary caught between the two of them. I hope that zombie virus serum really works. The butler can meet you here. Really impressive. Nyai Si broke in through the front door onto the 1st floor. He's too strong. We simply can't stop him. Hearing that, he seemed to disbelief and asked again. What? Maidservant Guo looked confused and asked again. Who is the maidservant? Li Jia's men helplessly explained that the guy had killed Shu Kansun and Li Ni. Li Jia fled the safe zone, issuing a warning that made the master faint with rage. He is the one who can wipe out our Lie family. He started to transmit the information, then suddenly remembered, then panicked and shouted while grabbing the clothes of his subordinates and shaking them violently. Is only Nai Se coming? They endured and responded, but at the moment it was only him, and we could no longer resist. Steward Ku clasped his hands in worry, pacing back and forth as he analyzed the situation. I remember that, on the intelligence report, Naise also had an underling. The underling hasn't appeared yet, so it's very likely they've already met with someone outside. Could it be that Naise was the first to fight, and inside the country was just to test the layout of the business, sending information outside, and then responding to any situation externally? His smirk revealed disdain, wanting to be the hero fighting the mafia alone without even asking if our Lie family agreed, his thoughts beginning to surface. This business estate is the Lie family's trump card. How could it be easily infiltrated for information? Then he ordered his subordinates to immediately go to the control room on the 3rd floor and completely seal off the estate. I want to catch the turtle in the shell, they all shouted in unison. I really want to meet the hero who fights the mafia alone then. Let's see what skills he has to be so arrogant, daring to challenge the authority of the Lie family. Steward Q stands with his arms crossed, confidently convinced he's going to win. At this moment, on the second floor of the business estate, Lam Tu Lak fearlessly marches inside. He uses his blood-red clairvoyance to scan the structure, but it is rendered ineffective because this estate has a function to block his insight. Tulak quickly closed his eyes and put his mask back on, then focused his gaze to the left. He gathered his strength and sprinted forward, rushing straight inside. The fire, sensing the danger, instinctively disappeared. As he was running, he heard someone inside one of the rooms. "Quick, call your manager group out here." Tulak stopped and looked toward the source of the voice. It turns out that Lie family's subordinates are discussing among themselves, saying they need to search the entire second floor of the business premises and gather personnel. The person opposite asks in confusion, "Search for what? Is there really another zombie cat?" "It was because of that cat last night. I even asked the team to work overtime for an hour, and I guess they still haven't woken up." The other person replied with a complicated tone, saying there's an even bigger trouble now. The great masters outside said that Zilua was listening carefully, then suddenly there was an ominous shake as if warning him. Luckily, he managed to slip away in time. The two subordinates were just chatting as they walked. "Oh my God, who is the person who broke in and forced the nobles to seal off the entire territory?" That guy looked over and replied, "Don't care who they are. Quickly call your subordinates. I need to call others too." Tulak heard this and quickly ran elsewhere, sealing off the entire estate and then searching everywhere. "Are you planning to catch me?" "Well, in that case, I'm afraid I have to disappoint you now." Tulak quickly arrived at the gate of the family estate, but unexpectedly encountered the Lie family's henchmen. When they saw him, they quickly informed others that Naize had appeared with suspicious personnel nearby. In just a moment, they gathered all together just to catch Naize, but contrary to everyone's expectations, Tulak confidently smirked with disdain at their assumptions. Already been spotted so quickly, Tulak uses the 9-leaf slash to attack the henchmen. The sword spun around, slicing through each person one by one. He grabbed his sword and threatened with a stern voice, "If you want to block my way, next time find someone who can take a hit." The character's blood is scattered across the graveyard grass. Suddenly, his eyes catch something, and each attacker straightens their chest, but luckily, he dodged. Pretty impressive, but it's nothing special. Is it because I'm the main character? "Ambush!" The tone is calm but filled with deadly intent. Tulak's hand creates a bright glow, shooting straight at the arrow shooter, but unexpectedly, they know how to fight by sneaking around. A whirlwind of rocks shoots straight from behind Tulak. He quickly turns his palm outward to create a crystal shield for protection, then skillfully leaps up and rushes forward. Wherever he goes, blood is shed. Tulak leapt onto another spot, using the flying stone as a springboard. The boulder gradually shattered and exploded into pieces. Tulak remained calm despite being surrounded and attacked by many people. He takes a running start to swing his sword. Every strike he makes is meaningful. Then Tulak uses his ultimate flying technique on all opponents and soars into the sky. Those golden feathers with terrifying power appear one after another. Is this really a god? And he can fly? The henchmen turned pale with fear and screamed. No one dared to move when they saw his appearance at that moment. One of them spoke up to reassure everyone that it was just due to some equipment from the apocalyptic game that he achieved such results. "Don't stay here deceiving people's hearts." Tulak said nothing. Hiding behind his mask was a face as cold as ice, blood-red like copper, and as surreal as a phoenix of the sun. Someone was so terrified by hallucinations that they staggered and fell to the ground, blood pouring out from their internal organs uncontrollably. They screamed in pain, even attacking each other, appearing like divine healers. But their techniques were extremely sinister. After the fight, Lam Tulak's mental energy was almost completely drained. He stopped, took a sip of water, then exhaled deeply to relax. In an unstable state, he's exhausted, but for now he's managed to suppress these assassins. "My mental energy is running out. I need to quickly take control of the room, or at least find a place to rest and recover." A blue light emanates from where I stand. Behind me, a group of people lying motionless. Lam Tulak has descended to the 3rd floor of the underground palace area. The system displays a notification confirming the host's successful arrival at the 3rd floor of the underground palace area and initiating the final battle with the Lie family. Especially assigned the mission to end the previous life. "Oh my God, you scared me half to death." He looked up at the mission time board. Lam Tulak confidently strode toward a place at the end of the corridor where a door appeared. In front of the door labeled the Realm of Transition, a place to strengthen the body, he was surprised. Just about to sleep, and now he's being given a pillow. "Go inside and take a look first. There might be some unexpected gains." Lam Tulak pushed the door open. revealing a path that seemed to lead into the system. The scene shifts to another room, the control room on the 3rd floor of the underground base, where a young man is being grabbed by the collar, looking frightened as someone shouts loudly, "Say that again. Say that again to me." In front of him, the one grabbing his collar is Steward Q. He looked grim and told the young man, "Master Lee Shiba has urgently informed me that the Z has already passed through the passage to the 3rd floor of the estate. Please be careful." Steward Q was panic-stricken and exclaimed, "How could he have reached the 3rd floor of the estate? This can't be. I already closed the underground base. Not only that, I sent almost all the level 4 and 5 cultivators to find him. How could he break through the encirclement of over 10,000 people? Yes, over 10,000, and not be stopped by a single one." The young man, trembling with a terrifying presence, closing his eyes and nodding repeatedly, truly was the arrival of the demon suppression. A mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, deep and boundless. More than 10,000 people, didn't even dare to glance at him. Many 4th and 5th level cultivators who just ascended there were already dead. Hearing this, Steward Q's eyes widened. What? He froze stiff, let go of his hand, feeling both stunned and terrified. The messenger was a 3rd-tier death soldier trained by the Lee family. They have taken the soul slave potion and cannot lie. The true reason is that the power of the rider has exceeded our imagination. Manager Q shouted loudly, as if he had realized something. "This is not us capturing the car in the middle. This is him surrounding us alone. Quickly gather all the 2nd and 3rd-tier ghost soldiers on the 3rd floor. We can't let the chariot driver continue the attack." Lee Tom appears behind him. He said, "I just went out to check, and the situation isn't looking good." Q Butler said seriously, "Things have developed to this point and can no longer be hidden. Now, I will go talk to the master about what has happened." Lai Tam just sighed after hearing this. Then we split up to take action. The butler immediately set out. Li Lap Hien sat on the hospital bed, anxiously asking Ku Kwanjia, "Has Hao Van's condition improved?" He respectfully replied, "Master, you should take your medicine first. I will inform him." He looked at the cup of medicine with unease. Li Lap Hien quickly took the cup and drank it all, his eyes shining as he looked at the butler. He looked at Li Lap Hien with a frown and said, "Today I am here to report to the head of the family. It has nothing to do with the young Master Naisei." Li Lap Hien clenched his teeth and asked, "What did you say?" "Naisei, what is Naisei doing?" "The Naisei has stormed into our territory, causing serious damage. Since last night, a level green-bronze cat boss has appeared in our territory." "Then hurry up and think of a way to stop Naisei. With so many dead soldiers we have, where did we keep them all?" "Someone please come," Q Butler respectfully explained. "We really can't hold out any longer. We're out of options and had to trouble the master. Please decide." Li Lap Hien sternly, with a hint of anger, closed the door of the base and summoned all the dead soldiers from the different floors. He looked at the steward and reminded him, "Do not confront the enemy directly. Just pay close attention to his movements and report to me at any time. Other matters observe and follow my orders." Butler Q bows his head respectfully. "Yes, master." After saying that, he turned and walked away. Li Lap Hien thought to himself, the name of the young master made him shiver. The young master at the Kuesat estate. 3rd floor training room. Lam Tu Lak looked around and wondered to himself, "This is a training room, but what is there to train with? Or has everything already been moved out?" He touched the mask and thought for a moment. Lam Tu Lak sat down on the ground. He reached out to touch the cool water and asked curiously, "What is this used for? Is this set up like a bathroom because it's for bathing?" He circled the water basin and concluded that these stones are the last thing in this stone room. It seems the quality isn't bad either. He looked around and thought to himself that this place was clearly labeled as a training room, but there were no training machines. He also inlaid those strange white stones. He shook his head from side to side as if searching for something. Could it be that the Lee family has developed some kind of twisted training method? Anyway, I have some free time. Maybe we should try studying it. Lam Tu Lak uses clairvoyance. He looked around and observed. Lam Tu Lak rubbed his head and quickly took down the stone in front of him. He touched it for a while and realized it was a trap. He used all his strength to lift the stone high, but it generated a strong magnetic force and still wouldn't move. "You're angry, but you have some skill." Lam Tu Lak casts the 9 leaves technique and a hall appears before him while he keeps scooping stones with a shovel. Lam Tu Lak exhausted, he struggled to focus on creating the skill he still couldn't believe in. He raised his fire sword, fiercely amplified his power, and then struck down with a mighty blow. Lam Tu Lak draws his sword and quickly performs a series of swift slashes, the blade suddenly glowing with flames around it. Suddenly, a golden sphere appears before him. Lam Tulak held the sphere in his hand, feeling alarmed. There was some kind of unusual fluctuation inside the sphere. He brought the sphere close to examine it carefully. This stone also has the function of restoring the exchange. Lam Tulak shifted his attention and looked up at another sphere floating in the air. That sphere was the same color as the stone, gray and extremely large. And inside that sphere, there are oscillations and transformations, with a flow-like substance in a darker gray than the sphere itself, gradually vanishing. Suddenly, behind him, a place resembling a bathtub erupts with thick steam. Lam Tulak turned around and looked back, unable to speak. Realizing that the whole half-day was actually just a bathroom, he had added a few mysterious black beads into the tub, and with just a few drops, the color of the bath turned completely black. Lam Tulak remembered the function of that black water he poured into the bathtub. The spiritual essence liquid is the container for extraction. The death technique consumes a large amount of resources and is perfectly suited for each soul slave. The secret technique enhances their abilities as prepared by the clan for the soul slaves. On average, each container can extract 1 drop of spiritual essence every 10 years. Its effect, to supplement mental deficiencies. Yeah, improve your physical qualities. I also recall the images of the best and strongest chosen death soldiers.
Every 2 years, the Lie family selects the best qualified death warrior to cleanse the body with a drop of spiritual essence. The golden orb in Lam Tulak's hand now absorbs the spell.
Lam Tulak's hand, now holding the original sword, Tisk. This is the precious treasure your Lie family has saved up
and left for me, so I won't hold back anymore. He rushes over here, then leaps out there, swinging his sword everywhere to slash the walls.
After a fierce battle, droplets of spiritual essence splashed into the bath, darkening the water further. Lam Tulak watched the result from the side, pressing a button to retract all his equipment. By then, it was evening, and the stars shone across the night sky as he slowly approached the bathtub. Lam Tulak relaxed and comfortably soaked in the warm, refreshing water. He yawned deeply, feeling sleepiness coming on when suddenly the system notification rang out, startling him awake. Rin checked and saw that the player received a special cleansing energy, increasing physical attributes and adding 1 to all stats. Hearing this, Lam Tsuole felt unexpectedly happy. No way. This actually works? Sitting in the bathtub to accumulate energy from the effect of spiritual cultivation. While listening to the system notification about attribute increases, the sky was faintly brightening, and the water in the bathtub was also moving. Lam Tulak stands up, puts on his mask, and confidently steps out. Next to the notification system, the tester saw that the chewer had undergone a cleansing ritual. Lam Tulak turned his gaze to the notification and successfully absorbed a large amount of spiritual energy to activate the innate ability of the pure and refined realm of the divine body. The system provides Lam Tulak with a table showing the functions of the pure divine realm of the pure body of the divine realm, which occasionally consumes a large amount of energy. At this moment, your body has become incredibly pure, and your life force has increased significantly. The impact of all diseases on your body is reduced by 50%. Immunity to the effects of certain toxic substances reduces all poison attribute effects by 30%. The body's absorption and energy utilization rates increase significantly, and coordination and energy use efficiency are greatly improved. The wound recovery speed increases by 50%, and the recovery of physical and mental strength rises by 20%. Seeing this, Lin Zilian couldn't help but marvel. Truly impressive. At the peak, using the Lie family skill learned to deal with the Lie family, he stepped out without hesitation, full of excitement and anticipation. Suddenly, an uncle was waiting. Tulak, from afar, noticed the 2 masked men talking to each other. The 2 masked men stepped toward Tulak. Tulak waved his hand to greet them, causing both to panic. Tulak flicked his hand and smiled. The man on his right immediately pushed the person next to him toward Tulak. That guy started screaming, while the pushed one staggered and lunged toward Tulak. The corridor of the room where the fight is happening, Tulak casually swings his sword, splitting the man in front of him in half. After the scream from the man, many masked figures rush toward the caller, and seeing their target arrive, Tulak raises his sword to face them, ready to fight. Tulak sheathed his sword again, resting it on his shoulder, and sneered at the bugs in front of him. Sometimes, having more people isn't really better, nor does it always give you the advantage. The masked man clenched his fists in anger after hearing Tulak's words. Nase, don't celebrate too early. We've prepared for this occasion. Tulak cuối cô, xung quanh anh xuất hiện 3 bàn tay to lớn, băng xuống giọng kẹt. Bàn tay ấy lần lượt dựa dẹn gần dầu. Tulak tấn công, con Tulak gia tao chiều lửa, lập tức xuất hiện trên dội bắn tay của Tulak. Tulak hất thăng dầm lửa trên tay mình ra phía sau lưng, thiếu dụi ngọn lửa bùng cháy. Tulak turned to look at the guy he had just burned, lying on the ground bleeding to death with his eyes closed, and the guy with the mask, now furious and gritting his teeth, asked, "Is that all your preparations?" Tulak then looked at the people in front of him, smiling in a way that made the leaders tremble with fear. They all rushed to attack the killers, but in just a moment, blood spurted from their bodies, making them gape in shock. Tulak took them down one by one. The leaders were torn into pieces, and Tulak leapt up. Behind them, everyone stood still. Only one man pointed at Tulak and shouted loudly, "Something's wrong." He rushed into the infirmary, and the person inside quickly closed and barred the door. Inside the mask, Lin Suolak frowned and smiled faintly.
"So your infirmary is also here?" They gathered in front of the door to block him.
Tulak raised his sword again, saying, "Today, I will teach you a lesson." And he swooped up, raising his sword to strike down a man below who stared fiercely at him. In an instant, he moved past them so lightly. They all lay dead on top of each other below, but had been torn apart into pieces. Tulak opened the door with a cold smile, a group lying scattered on the bed, with one struggling to get up. "Ah, it hurts. It hurts. Ah." He once again unleashes a blazing fire from Tulak's palm.
"It's a shame you barely survived earlier. Now you're about to face your second death."
He unleashes a fiery attack straight at them. Tulak calmly steps outside and quickly closes the door. The loud sound of this door closing echoes as the door shuts tightly. He leans against it with a cold smile, then slightly opens it again to look inside. Inside, all you see is a blazing inferno, with smoke seeping through the cracks in the door and drifting outside. It truly lives up to its long-standing reputation, even equipped with a fire alarm system. He steps carefully, as if Tulak has discovered something. What he found was a door covered with many secret symbols. Curious about what's inside, you touched the door and immediately a beam of light emitted from the strange patterns. As he examined the patterns, a mysterious man behind him was also watching him silently. He ordered to send 1,000 death soldiers to surround from the other side. Then he thought of an additional task and also reported the situation of the guards here to the gatekeeper. At the same time, Master Nine's butler was trembling in fear, muttering to himself, "This can't be happening. How is this possible? This absolutely can't be happening." In front of him was a pile of ruins and debris. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. No one could bypass the trap at the gate and enter casually. He comforted himself, "It's okay. As long as the spirit liquid is still here, I will find someone to clean this up." Then the old man looked up, realizing it wasn't the master who had discovered it. The shock left him speechless, and he collapsed to the ground. He screamed out in despair over the years of effort he had accumulated. "It's ruined! It's ruined! 30 years of Lie family's spiritual energy accumulated over 30 years is gone." The old man collapsed, thinking about the punishment awaiting him, which made him feel a decade older. He had no way to explain himself to the master who would punish him. While he was lost in thought, Jono ran in to report. "Shepherd Butler, I finally found you. Nyaise has already burst into the secret chamber. He doesn't pay attention to him and just sits there, hopeless. It's ruined. It's all ruined." That Jono is still calling out to him, saying, "Butler, I found you. Come with me to the secret chamber." Suddenly he stood up, startling him. After regaining his composure, he adjusted his clothes and told Jono, "Let's go." On Lam Tulak's side, he suddenly noticed a clue and used it in the secret chamber, just to test his luck. Unexpectedly, the door suddenly trembled and opened right in front of him. When it closed again, a pair of legs stood exactly where he was. Earlier, it was the mysterious man observing the secret chamber and giving orders to the guards. "The chamber has only one egg, and now even if a dragon grows wings, escaping would be difficult. You guys stay here and keep watch. Don't run around." After a moment of thought, he continued, "I'll go look for something. Wait for me to come back, and we'll talk. The people in front are all holding skill scrolls and can activate them at any moment." After reminding them of what they need to do, he then left. Inside the secret chamber, Lin Sulak was standing and admiring the enormous wealth of the Lee family. "Oh my God. This isn't the biggest secret chamber of the Lee family, is it? With so many things, how long would the Lie family need to accumulate them?" Then he admired himself for a minute. "If the Lie family wants to give it to me, I'll reluctantly accept it." After getting what I need, I summon the system panel and expand the space on it. In an instant, all of the gold and jewels vanished, leaving only 4 empty walls. To be sure, he opened the system and checked everything. This space still had limited and traditional space abilities. "All right, then I'll just try expanding the space beyond the limits of the golden hand." Then you immediately expand the space once more. Unexpectedly, the unusable skill of that item disappeared, leaving me both surprised and overjoyed as I realized this skill could absorb the golden hand of Lam Tu Hak into the system, revealing the entrance which I thought was a dead end due to restrictions. Turns out, it was a doomsday scenario. He turned transparent after using the advanced skill and entered the system through the crossing path. He saw the screen light up. As expected. Searching high and low without success, but once found, it was effortless. It's the main control panel. Lam Tihak recovered and approached, saying, I really want to see how Lord Lai would react when he finds out the control room is in our hands. He hesitated for a moment before pressing the button and said, It's a pity you won't have that chance anymore. Meanwhile, outside, Trong Nguyen Hung was standing guard with Dai Ngok eating a chicken drumstick in complete silence. Suddenly, he was controlled by Lam Tu Hok's consciousness, preventing Da Ngok from taking over his body, so he jumped in front of Trong Nguyen Hung and asked, What's wrong, Da Ngok, brother? Da Gao says that the 5 entrances to the underground base are about to open. The number of people on the first floor may not be many, but the second floor probably has more than 10,000 people blocking the way. Those people are more familiar with the situation inside the hideout and cannot be swayed. Trong Nguyen Hung seems pleased. Really? You said you wouldn't be wrong. He nodded and smiled softly. Big fool, brother, I trust you. Then Zhang Yuanhong clearly told the army that everyone should prepare because we will directly confront the traitor of the Li family. Remember to keep the numerical advantage, but we absolutely must not be careless. We must cause minimal casualties and eliminate all remnants of the Lai family. They responded clearly. The intelligence team of 8 people in the front line moved to 4 different entrances. Understood. They follow the leadership of Zhang Yuanhong. Be careful and stay safe. They turn to Commander Zhang, but suddenly he senses something strange beneath the water. Zhang Yuanhong immediately draws his sword and assumes a fighting stance. He lowered his sword in amazement as the water level rose up to the gate between the shores, catching them off guard. Inside, a voice said, What is going on? Isn't it the butler who said the entire estate was sealed off? Why is the door still open to the outside? Could it be that the brothers outside the meeting point have already returned? Then that's good. We welcome them. Suddenly, someone burst in from inside, and Zhang Yuanhong shouted fiercely, Kill them all! Leave no one alive! To avenge our brothers. The powerful army charged like a storm, easily killing and gradually taking over the area. It's chaotic inside. The steward doesn't realize it yet. The security team has sent someone to kill us. All 5 entrances are occupied by them, and he hurriedly searches for the owner. At that moment, Lin Tai-hak resumed activity, effectively removing the basic water and fire protection measures of this base. Anything like a blockade had been lifted. He looked at the computer desks. Then it was your turn. Lam Tu-hak gently ignited the blue flame, and he himself disappeared. This feeling of chaos in the Li family is truly exhilarating. The weapons storage room is locked up tightly and can't be opened even if you want to. Why is this ice room so big? If the fallen warrior hides inside and seals the door, it could cause some trouble. Then open it up. The secret chamber must be sealed, and others can't break in. If those extract containers get damaged accidentally, the loss would be huge. The weapon lock mechanism is malfunctioning. I can't open it. The method to unlock the mechanism is definitely foolproof. If we can't retrieve the weapon, what should we do? Now, except for the group starting to sweep the area, everyone else is unarmed, and the guards from the safe zone have already stormed in. Do they really want us to fight them empty-handed? Then let's hide in the biggest stone room first. Suddenly, they were discovered. Some of our guys have no weapons, charge at them, and they scramble to escape, running away and rendering the trap useless. You guys quickly blocked the stone door, determined not to let the safe zone soldiers find us here, but they were overwhelmed by the soldiers, with blood and screams blocking our way. Li Vinsin struggles to throw a large piece of meat at the hungry zombie. If it weren't for respecting your bloodline from the Li family, I would have cut your vocal cords already. This way is better. It truly is my most perfect masterpiece. Suddenly, he fell silent. Li Vinsin grinned cunningly and said, If you don't make me waste effort by killing your parents and stealing your noodles, you won't disappoint me. I used the most mysterious techniques of the grafting tree clan, and integrated parts of other zombies' organs, even infused some of Lai Hao Van's blood into your body so you can inherit their talents. His eyes looked at the demon mirror and said, You will become the most naturally gifted zombie. Stronger than that worthless guy. Your vocal cords are useless for a zombie. This way you can kill silently and become a perfect killing machine. Understand? It's just a pity that those guys haven't brought the new zombies here yet. Looks like I need to go out and catch a bunch of zombies myself. Li Vinsin gently touches the demon's cheek. Trust me, I can make you even more perfect. You're just the best piece of art, a king among zombies. Then his gaze shifted, making him interested.
All right, I was actually planning to restore all your damaged nerves, but now this seems more fitting for a Dark Lord's arrogance.
Soon after, a strong aura of murderous intent approached. Li Vinsin suspects that the protective power of the stronghold is fading. Something's wrong with the stronghold, and that Li Lapien guy wouldn't dare go against the clan's rules and attack those things. So someone must have broken in. Our Lie family really is getting worse with each generation. Someone able to break into our stronghold must be extremely powerful and highly talented, likely transformed into a zombie and using mechanisms definitely a top-tier material. He told Vuong, "Stay here and wait for me to bring back some mechanisms." Then Li Vinsin opened the door while others kept watch over the soldiers outside, and Master Li Tam and the 2nd Battalion's base are about to collapse. Only a few comrades remain to buy us some time. What? They said they couldn't open the weapon storage room on the 3rd floor, so we basically couldn't get the weapons. All the exits have been blocked. Over 300 people went out to scout and none have returned. What did Steward Ku say? They said that someone saw Steward Ku go to the detention room before something happened, and we want to go in and find him to ask for a solution. But the door to the detention room won't open. We also don't know if the steward sheep is still in the dissection room or not. Just take me to see what's going on first, and leave a few people behind to make some noise so Nhaise thinks we're blocking him. You guys go arrange the other high-ranking members to lead their subordinates and block the passages leading down. Stall for time. He also said, all remaining members of the death squad go to the 4th floor with me. Take the owner from the 4th floor and kill your way out, risking everything to seize the last chance to survive. Even if it costs all of our lives, we must open a blood path to protect the master and let him leave. As long as the master doesn't die, our Lie family will not fall. Do you understand? They are following Li Haoxian's instructions. You take the scroll, and once the chauffeur comes out, it will activate immediately. What is that scroll for? Don't worry, as soon as the Z appears, you activate the scroll until then. Then they will come out gradually, and you'll immediately see the people you don't want to see. It's been a while, Sulak said with a look of regret to the still stunned group. It's just a pity that we had to say goodbye right after meeting. Tulak immediately swung his sword, then pulled out a dart and kept throwing it forward. The Lie family members kept dying one after another, each hit with a fatal wound before succumbing. Tulak stands near the corpses and sighs. If I hadn't had the clairvoyance skill to see your actions beforehand, today I might really have fallen for your tricks. He looked regretful, turned around, and said to the corpses scattered on the ground, You almost had it. It's a pity that in this world there are no ifs, but suddenly Tulak realized that 2 guys had quickly slipped away, yet he just stood still there, ignoring their escape. After a while, Tulak appeared somewhere else. He is standing on the top of the 4th floor of the Kuei underground base, looking down at the miniature city built by the Lie family. He entered a building and almost ran into a nurse, but he quickly hid in a corner to observe, while the nurse paid no attention. Suddenly, a door opens, and Li Tam leads the way while La Pien is supported by 2 others behind him. The doctor, seeing this, immediately becomes worried, given the current health condition of the master. If he were to go out casually, something very likely could happen. Li Tam immediately asked back, So what else can be done? The doctor was speechless. All right, everyone. Go to my hospital room and pretend I am still inside. Then he stepped up to give orders. Li Tam carried me away. If not for my speed, I wouldn't be able to keep up with you. In addition, leave from corridor 3 on the 4th floor. After reaching the 3rd floor, just go through 2 hallways to get to corridor 4 on the 3rd floor. Li Tam nodded in response and said, Yes, master. Immediately after, La Pien climbed onto Li Tam's back to be carried according to the plan. Then their group formed a circle to protect Li Tam and La Pien in the middle as they left. Tulak watched from the corner, and suddenly a sword flew to take the life of the leading guard, who fell to the ground dead, leaving everyone in shock. Tulak stands at the door, raises his hand to retract his sword, easily catches the hilt in his hand, and seeing Tulak in front of Li Tam, quickly orders to use the scroll. A subordinate hurriedly opens the scroll in his hand, causing a whirlwind to burst out from inside. The whirlwind immediately enveloped Tulak's body. Standing inside the storm, he activated his skill, and in an instant, Tulak escaped the whirlwind, surprising everyone. Where is everyone? La Pien on Li Tam's shoulder continued to give orders. He had already left here long ago. Everyone quickly grabbed their defensive skill scrolls and activated them immediately upon locating him. No matter what, do not hold back. La Pien frowns with determination. Even if I can't go out today, I will make him pay with his life. Suddenly, someone turns around and notices that the master has returned. Everyone from the Li family felt extremely confused. They immediately drew their weapons and cautiously looked in all directions. Suddenly, someone noticed the continuous fireballs rushing toward them, and they immediately caused a big explosion that blew away their group. Many small fireballs float in the air, and someone immediately opens a scroll upon seeing them. A large rock appears, knocking away a fireball, then crashes into a wall, causing a massive explosion. A wall immediately shattered to reveal another wall behind it, as someone else swung their sword trying to cut through the fireballs. Seeing the arrow wrapped in the fireball heading toward someone, a loud voice says, "Damn it, it's a trap. We walked right into it." From the arrow in the center of the fireball, it fires out a series of fireballs at the Lie family's people, forcing them to keep using their scrolls. Another big explosion occurs, destroying another wall to reveal a bow hanging inside. "Open up, we've fallen into a trap again. Scatter quickly. Are you looking for me?" Before the explosion, something kept spinning and moving in space. "I've warned you enough times, and yet you still can't find me." It went wherever it went, and each person was killed there. Then it turned around and flew back. Tulak grabs the sword hilt, swings, and kills the Lie family members, but overestimating his strength, a barrage of arrows then shoots at his back. But all the attacks were directly aimed, making Tulak can't help but admire. "The loyalty of the soldiers raised by your Lie family is truly remarkable." Then Tulak took out a scroll from the space. But it's not only the Lie family that has a scroll. He immediately opens the scroll in his hand, launching a surprise attack as sharp stones erupt from the ground, killing the Lie family's people. Wow. Lapien also immediately opened a scroll and launched a surprise attack. All those sharp rocks were destroyed by an explosion. Tulak, resting his sword on his shoulder, sneered and asked, "Wasting a scroll just to live a few more minutes. Should I say you're stupid or that you're kind-hearted?" Then he was immediately wrapped tightly by 2 rows of sharp vines. Lapien, holding the opened scroll in his hand, frowned and asked, "Tulak, do you still think I'm stupid or not?" Tulak, holding his sword, looked down at his feet and asked, "Duong Duong Kichte, is that all?" The Lie family's people are holding the scroll listening to him, and the single target control skill that the mage mastered after the transfer of class. The most special part is that it can hit the enemy 100% of the time. Although the skill guarantees a 100% hit rate, the duration of the vine's restraint still depends on the player's mental strength. Hearing this, he smiled in admiration, truly the top player on the leaderboard. "You know quite a lot, too. The vines binding Tulak are breaking apart continuously. He swings his sword, but your mental strength is too weak." Suddenly, Tulak hears him say, "Unfortunately, you celebrated too soon." "Are those poisonous swamps?" A source of energy appeared behind the Lie family member, and he smiled, saying, "Did you see through me again?" Unfortunately, it's too late. That sudden purple power strikes at Tulak's shadow. He turns his head, watching it tightly grip his shadow, and thinks, "All right, since you're so confident, I'll play along with you. It's still early after all." As I see my shadow being trapped by the system, information appears now. The magic scroll over the image of destruction condenses a dark spear. Once it pierces the enemy's shadow, it traps them in place for a while, and then a group from the Lee family appears, setting it on fire. Tulak immediately understood what they were planning to do. First using his 100% hit rate control skill to buy time, then slowing them down with the swamp. Even a flying spear needs some time to reach its target. Finally, they changed the formation. Tulak coldly looked at the people in front of him and sighed. No matter how many times they work together like that, it still amazes people. The Lie family's people keep launching a series of scroll attacks at him. The water dragon roars, the flying sword slashes fiercely, an obsession with darkness. A series of techniques from the scrolls rush to attack Tulak, but in the face of all that, Zilian only smiled faintly. Ha! Seeing this, both Lisan and Lixian were extremely shocked. Immediately after, a major incident occurred where he was, but someone hurriedly shouted, Tulak's name kept appearing on the leaderboard as he continued to attack. He is not dead yet. Lapien was even more panicked, unable to believe it. No, he won't die. He's been crippled and only has 1 breath left, so he's not dead yet. Yes, that's right. He's barely holding on, with only 1 breath remaining. Li Time here also raised his hand and shouted orders. The family head was right. Continue attacking. But all moves were blocked by Tulak's barrier, as he looked completely intact inside the round shield, with someone weakly speaking. How can this be happening? Tula stood there indifferently and asked. Is that all? Then I will grant your wish before your death. Lapien's face grew even paler as he realized that for 1 second, after unlocking this peerless title, he could bypass any damage skill. During that second, I will activate 2 iron shield scrolls and the magic immunity of 4 hidden magic items. These can just about block all your Death Knight skills. Tulak looked at them grimly and asked, Do you find this answer satisfactory? Lei Tam quickly stepped in front of Lap Hien, raising his hand to protect him. Hurry, protect the master! Tula's body gradually unleashes its power as he stands there and asks, You didn't run earlier, now you're protecting. Then you'll use Dalao to attack. It's too late. Tulak rushes forward, attacking each member of the Lie family. They are easily cut in half and killed. Then Tulak lifted his leg and ran forward. Before long, he reached Lei Tam and Lap Hien, causing both of them to startle. Tulak raises his hand to say goodbye, knowing that in the next life, the next person to be killed will be Lei Tam. Lap Hien, terrified, collapses to the ground when he sees Lei Tam's head severed from his body. Tulak turned his head back, and Lap Hien, terrified, begged for mercy. Don't, please, don't! Tulak grabbed Lap Hien's collar and pulled him up, forcing him to face him. Now it's your turn. Then Tulak used hypnosis, and Lap Hien continued to tremble as he faced him. Then Tulak let go, causing Lap Hien to squat down, clutching his body and trembling. He began to see illusions, trembling uncontrollably.
Hong Yuchi, don't come here. I didn't harm you. I only wanted to have you kill your parents, but I didn't do it myself. If you want to find the culprit, go look for the fallen soldiers who murdered your parents.
In front of Tulak, Lap Hien crawled on the ground, trembling as he said, Dam Luang Tuan, how are you still alive? This can't be happening. Clearly I was the one who threw you into the meat grinder, who asked you to dirty my clothes while giving a speech. Wait, don't cut me with a knife. One by one, the people Lap Hien caused to die appeared before him. Lap Hien started laughing maniacally and said, Trung Nyam, ha ha ha, you also dare to come find me. I tell you, no matter what your identity is, as long as you block the way of the Lie family, I will have to die. Then he pointed at each person in the hallucination. It was you, Lam Jian, who reported to him back then, causing me to be blocked from a promotion and ruining my grand plan to dominate the Lie family.
I told you I killed your whole family out of anger.
Lap Hien kept retreating, turning around to look around, and Lam Ra and the others had no one left to inherit. Lam Tulak, what Lam Tulak? Tulak was startled upon hearing this. Lam Tulak, Lap Hien here is still trembling and shouting loudly. You mean the bastard you brought from outside? I let it live because it's not your child, it's your child. Tulak immediately intensifies his hypnotic power, causing Lap Hien to fall backward onto the ground, thrashing and screaming. Hey, don't bite me, why are you biting me? You too, why are you choking me? It hurts, it's killing me. Tulak stood coldly from afar, watching as Lap Hien's eyes widened and filled with tears. Don't come here, you guys, don't come here. He kept reaching out and struggling, saying reckless things. If I was the one who killed you, what of it? Who told you to be so stupid? It's because you are not as good as others. Then Li Xian also couldn't hold back and wet his pants. Don't blame me, don't blame me. Tulak looked at his body gradually contorting with blood dripping from his eyes and mouth. Then he went behind him, grabbed Ko Lap Hien and lifted him into the air. Tulak looked at him and said his final words. It seems nothing you say will have any effect anymore. Then he easily broke Lap Hien's neck and left him to die. Tulak turned to the window, looked up at the clear sky outside, and wondered, is this what it feels like to report a great enemy? It's a relief, but somehow I feel like something's missing. Immediately after, Tulak turned to leave, but as he stepped onto the ground, he suddenly sensed something and immediately drew his sword, silently using his sensing ability. Tulak looked ahead as if he had detected something unusual lurking nearby. Lam Tulak, sensing a different aura, turned around to search, always holding a sword in a defensive stance. He walked step by step to a fork in the road and unexpectedly encountered a ragged old man hiding. Mr. Lai Vin Sin looked at him and laughed loudly. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. Lam Tulak looked at the person in front of him in surprise, silently assessing him. With such strong combat ability, Tachathan's physique seems to have no flaws at all. And in the family's stronghold, there is such a powerful old man. Li Vinsin stepped closer to you and said, I've concealed my aura, yet you still detected me so quickly. Your fighting spirit must be at least on par with mine. Lam Tulak instinctively stepped back, feeling both panic and anger. A soldier who meets the standard certainly wouldn't waste time talking, giving the opponent a chance to think. He looked at the old man in front of him, speechless, while the old man remained calm and kept talking unnecessarily. Li Vinsin continued to approach and said, Before I met you, I always thought Wang was the most perfect and outstanding existence, but now I realize you are even more perfect than Wang by 100 times. Lin Tsulak analyzed and asked at the same time, either he was confident enough in his strength or something was not quite right. Who is he? I am someone you should be very cautious of. He kicked the ground and looked understanding. Li Vinsin smiled and said to him, "If you kill Lai Lap now, he will be the head of the Lie family, my flesh and blood. So tell me, who do you think I should be?" After hearing the answer, Lam Tu Lak glared at him in anger.
Lai Lap is already over 50 years old, so if you think carefully, isn't he already over 200 or 300 years old? Are you joking?
Li Vinsin scowled and shouted, "You don't believe me." Lam Tu Lak looked confused and remained still.
He kept moving forward. I hate being doubted by others the most.
Lam Tu Lak, right? Over here, you don't seem to care much, treating him as someone with a mental illness, split personality. But on the other side, Li Yingsheng didn't know what was going on inside Lam Zi Lak's mind and continued, "I can smell the scent of the Nine-Leaf Clan on you. So you are also a descendant of the Nine-Leaf Clan, right?" He pointed at him with a slightly cunning and somewhat proud expression.
Do you really think I don't know you're just stalling to recover your state?
The sword in your hand with the flames already blazing, yet he seems completely unfazed, still rambling on. "Take your time and ask carefully. What I need is the most perfect work of art."
I also think he's beyond help, that crazy man.
Lin Tzu Lake smiled faintly. No wonder the Golden Hand system still hasn't received a mission. There's an hidden boss here. Then the system suddenly displayed a message because the host knew the hidden information of the mission and met this person. Now, use the superpower of the Golden Hand to activate the movement and clearly relay this person's information to the host.
Based on your perspective, the system also displays the information of the old man in front of Lai Vinsin, who is 216 years old and 56 years old. Due to his eccentric personality and repeated violations of family rules, all direct members of the Lai family are sentenced to death.
Then, through his father's plea, he was assigned to be imprisoned in the heavenly prison, where he was placed in the top-tier snake pit until old age. Li Vinsin demonstrated extraordinary combat talent and self-training within the heavenly prison. Reading about Li Vinsin, he opens his mouth in surprise. 216 years old. This destiny truly makes him an old monster living over 200 years. The system also provides him with detailed images of Lai Vin's activities, including scenes of Lai Vinsin training in the Lai family ancient texts. After Li Yingsheng was imprisoned for 30 years, his brother Li Yingming inherited the position of family head. Li Yingming saw that Li Yingsheng had talent, but he couldn't reveal himself outside, so he must have shared part of the heritage of the art clan for Li Yingsheng to learn. Li Vinsin quickly mastered the secret techniques of the clan. 20 years later, he discovered that the clan's ancestral techniques of the Nine-Leaf Clan were hidden within the heavenly prison. He revealed the inherited secret technique that allowed him to extend human lifespan within that inheritance. Along with cultivating the secret technique of spiritual energy, Li Vinsin not only broke through the constraints of lifespan but also rapidly increased his strength. Practicing the secret technique has caused serious issues with his mental state. Due to self-restraint, he has never found it easy to leave the heavenly prison. Until recently, he only knew how to use the special techniques from the clan to enhance physical qualities, even causing the descendants of the Lai family to forget his existence. I stood still, watching him sit cross-legged in front of me, thinking, how could someone possess such terrifying strength in this short time since the apocalypse just arrived? And someone I've never heard of in my previous life. So they've been forgotten here at... Li Vinsin just sat cross-legged on the ground, smiling happily, while Lam Tu Lak was lost in thought. Although he directly obtained the inheritance, he still needed time to practice. If it weren't for his Golden Hand system and 10 years of apocalypse experience from his previous life, he wouldn't be confident in winning against him. Knowing your enemy and yourself is the key to victory. The system displays detailed information about Li Vinsin. Li Vinsin is level 11, with the title Zombie Minion and the profession, Secret Technique Branch. A powerful profession is deeply integrated when digitizing abilities related to the clan techniques and the Nine-Leaf Clan held by the player, including profession abilities. 1. Clan Techniques. You have mastered a large number of secret techniques from the Spirit Clan and the Nine-Leaf Clan and can apply them flexibly. 2. Spirit Clan Power. When using related techniques, you can perform at an extraordinary level. He studied him very carefully. Every detail was read and memorized by him. Basic attributes: Strength 270, Spirit 80, Physique 200, Agility 200. Your combat instinct talent has reached the highest level, allowing you to maintain peak fighting ability at any time. Your extreme innate talent has reached an astonishing level. Your learning and comprehension abilities surpass imagination, allowing you to quickly understand and unlock related knowledge. Before, your strange lifespan increased significantly, and at the same time your mental state became extremely unstable. different mental states will affect your actions. Innate combat ability at the level of a master, accumulated over 200 years, can be used for attack or self-defense, flexible and powerful. Do you want that? The abilities: 9 Le Secret Technique, Clan Secret Technique. Lin Tzu Lei pondered. Aside from strength, the other gaps aren't too big, so he's probably quite formidable. Li Vin Sin leapt up, stood up, stretching and shaking his body. I hope he hasn't come up with a way to deal with me during this time. Don't let me down. He reached back to activate his move, his legs bouncing alternately. In over 100 years, my old skeleton has never moved before, but don't celebrate too early. Li Vin Sin happily smiles at him and says, "Let me enjoy the thrill of battle slowly." Lam Tulak says nothing, one hand touching his mask. Lam Tulak charges straight at him with incredible speed, one hand holding up the cigarette with a sinister smile, looking extremely pleased. On the other side, Old Man Li Vin Sin suddenly leapt up and threw a punch straight at him. He responded just as quickly, lifting his leg high to dodge the powerful punch from Li Vin Sin. Lam Tulak gently lifts his mask, puts the cigarette in his mouth and swallows, responding calmly without any usual movements. Li Vin Sin seizes the opportunity and charges straight at him, his power undiminished. Lam Tulak jumps back. 9 Leech Trampling Slash, a terrifying beam of light rushing toward him. Li Vin Sin has no time to react, only managing to turn around and raise his fist to block. A massive surge of energy surrounds the two of them, causing a Zhenhan that shakes the earth. Li Vin Sin shouts loudly, "It's perfect!" Lam Tulak paid little attention, focusing on his attack power. Lam Tulak strained to the limit to knock Li Vin Sin away, causing his sword to tremble and waver. He is only defending with his bare hands or weapons. Li Yingsheng looked at Lin Ziliao, thinking he could no longer hold on. This kid's strength is almost gone, yet he's still fighting me to this level. This kid truly is perfect. Lam Tulak now no longer looks as confident and proud as before, but shows signs of struggle, his face soaked with sweat. If this continues, he will definitely lose. He must think of a way. He suddenly opened his eyes wide, surprised to see Vin Sin shining a blinding golden light, sneering, "Don't struggle anymore." A second later, a huge explosion appeared, and Lam Tulak was thrown far away. The explosion grew bigger and bigger, but luckily he reacted in time and managed to control the focus. Lam Tulak landed on the ground, being pushed far away, dragging a long trail across the dirt as smoke billowed around him. Li Vin Sin still didn't move, just stood there watching Lam Tulak. Lam Tulak staggered to his feet, and Li Vin Sin loudly said, "Ha ha ha, perfect, perfect, truly perfect." He wasn't affected at all. His both hands still full of power. It's just a pity that such an attack is your limit. At most you can unleash it once, then you really have a chance to defeat me. Lam Tulak grimly observes him, realizing that he can easily see through the limitations of the 9-leaf piercing needle. No wonder he's an old monster who has lived over 200 years. But unfortunately, what he told Li Vin Sin was that as long as his internal energy doesn't run out, he can keep throwing punches like before, and even if injured, his power won't diminish. Li Vin Sin grins maliciously, his face darkening with certainty. "Exactly," Lam Tulak continued. "Look, maybe there's an answer different from that." Li Vin Sin looked confused as the power in his hand kept weakening. "What?" He shouted in panic, "This can't be happening. This is impossible. I definitely won't be so weak." Lam Tulak stands to the side, smugly smiling, and says, "This is the attribute of the counterfeit glory badge from the capital, reducing the attacker's strength attribute by 15. If you want to blame someone, blame the Lie family for not telling you. But it's also normal that they didn't tell you." He smirked and said in a low voice, "In the end, people have long forgotten about you." "Fine. You still managed to surprise me like that. I'm angry now, truly angry. Rest assured, even so, I can still defeat you." He had bloodshot eyes and gathered his power in both hands, charging fiercely at Lam Tulak. "This time, I won't give you a chance to rest." He charged forward at incredible speed, heading straight for him. Lam Tulak was a bit surprised, blocking his sword in front and preparing to fight. Lam Tulak raises his sword, unleashing a powerful surge of energy from it. "Even though I just used the 9-leaf repeated slash, my strength can't keep up, so what? Your eyes are fixed on Vin Sin's movements. Even if you lack strength, your hatred is enough to fight back. I will fight to the last person." Lam Tulak raised his sword and shouted, "No one from the Lie family will be left alive." The sword slashed at Li Vin Sin. He jumped back and turned around. Lam Tulak's sword struck at Li Vin Sin once more, but he had already jumped away to dodge. Li Vincen's hand was about to touch Lam Tulak when he suddenly turned around and, spinning his spear, pierced through Li Vincen's body. Blood spattering from the wound, he quickly jumped back, glaring hatefully at Lam Tulak and cursing, "Damn it!" Li Vincen gritted his teeth, enduring the pain. Does he think he's won now? The wound on his stomach is throbbing and bleeding non-stop. Lam Tulak stands there mockingly and says, "You can only stop the bleeding but can't prevent the wound from spreading. Let me teach you one more thing. This is the effect of tearing open the Kulachi thick wound. Too bad you won't live to see that move a second time." Li Vincen paid no mind and licked the blood on his hand, then charged forward, exchanging blows with his opponent. Lam Tulak showed no mercy to his opponent, and Li Vincen was equally relentless. Lam Tulak's spear transformed back into a sword, and he swung it to strike Li Vincen's hand, but he blocked it with his own hand. The other hand produces a dangerous-looking green poison. I'll let you taste the most terrifying venom in our clan's secret techniques. As he spoke, he shot the poison through Lam Tulak's body, but the poison didn't go straight. It veered off to attack him. Lam Tulak, unable to react in time, was hit by Li Vincen's attack. As soon as he was hit by that move, he jumped down. Li Vincen's poison had corroded one sleeve of Lam Zilei's shirt and entered his body. The poison suddenly overwhelmed his mind, making him dizzy. Lam Tulak slumped down, feeling completely exhausted. What is this? Lam Tulak was now lying trembling on the floor. Li Vincen sinisterly said, "You have been poisoned with the most deadly destroyer potion from the secret techniques, gradually experiencing your mental state being destroyed." Lam Tulak's face now worsened, and his condition was not looking good. Destroying spirit. God. He looked up at Li Yingsheng with admiration. This man truly has extraordinary talent and was able to create the destroying spirit elixir. However, the Hui Thandik is a special poison that causes mental pain, hallucinations, and gradually destroys the opponent, with the most important ingredient being the spirit liquid. The method to create these two things is extremely strict, and very few in the art clan can do it. The crafting technique currently lost, Lam Tak lamented. This is truly a coincidence. She just happened to open the door, and coincidentally came to the house. His hand clenched her fingers as she scraped her face on the floor, the scratches left on it, and she struggled to move. But soon, Lam Tulak collapsed unconscious on the ground. He couldn't believe his eyes, his face grim. At this moment, the system displayed a notification that shocked Lam Tulak, revealing that the player Nai Se had undergone an energy cleansing he was unaware of. The effect of the pure innate talent body increases, reducing damage from all poison attribute sources by 30 to 35%. He struggled to get up, and at this moment, the black aura also gradually dissipated, and the poison in his body was slightly reduced. Lam Tulak supports his trembling body, reducing poison damage by 35% with hidden magic equipment, and mitigating 20% of fundamental damage from the Lanfian. So, the toxic aura is almost gone. He reaches for his sword. "With your acting, I have to see it." Using the sword to defend the golden statue of the best Oscar winner on Lam Tin, Lam Tulak performs with great immersion, gripping the hilt of the sword trembling. "As long as I still have a breath, I will never admit defeat to the Lie family." Li Vincen still thinks I have no strength left to fight back and see Lam Tulak as an ant beneath his feet. Overestimating himself. He rushed forward and swung his fist. Lam Tulak spins his sword, only then realizing it's too late. He's fallen into a trap. Zhen Ying leaps forward, swinging his sword with a 9-lethal slash. The sword pierced through Li Yingsheng, forcing him to step back in pain as he shouted, while Lam Zilei, with his sword on his shoulder, stood firm as if unscathed by the attack on his elder brother. "The poison you gave me, I am very satisfied." Li Vincen at this moment was in disbelief and couldn't accept this. "How can this be? This can't be happening. It's clear you were poisoned with the Hui Than elixir, which has no antidote." He clutches his head, his face pale. "No way this can happen this way. I absolutely cannot make a mistake. My eyes are bloodshot and I am showing signs of panic." "I will kill you? Just kill you?" Li Vincen gritted his teeth and trembled. "No one will ever know I failed." "Kill him?" At this moment, Lam Tulak sensed something was wrong and immediately activated the deadly eye to investigate.
Li Vincen suddenly levels up uncontrollably and the situation takes a turn for the worse. Lam Tulak is confused. It's over.
Lam Tulak now found himself in a difficult position. Could this be another ability of the forbidden secret technique recorded in the Lie family's books? An ability that increases lifespan by consuming one's own life force, rapidly boosting combat strength in a short time? Right in front of the Zhule clan, this forbidden secret technique trains a type of army that can extract a large amount of their own lifespan, but with incredible combat power.
In the end, due to excessive human cost and harm to the harmony of heaven and earth, this secret art was abandoned, and I feel that this must be Lee Vin-sin's ultimate trump card. Lam Tulak raises his sword, and Lee Vin-sin unleashes his power. Die, die, just die. In an instant, he appeared right in front of you. Lee Vin-sin threw a punch, and Lam Tulak stepped back. He looked up at him. Lam Tulak let go of his sword, and it transformed into a hammer. He swings the hammer down, and a large stone he's holding in his hand flies up and lands right where Li Yingsheng is. But he has already jumped over and is chasing after Lam Zilian, who is flying above carrying another large stone. Lee Vin-sin, now driven mad, tears his clothes apart and says, "I have to kill you." Lam Tulak turns his face away, summoning a water sphere with his magic, now at level 2, so-so. He then turns back to attack Lee Vin-sin below, ending it. Lee Vin-sin raises his hand to block, gritting his teeth as his eyes burn with rage. Suddenly, ice blocks emerge from beneath his feet, encasing him. In a moment, he found himself in a difficult position. Unable to react in time, Lee Vin-sin endured more of Lam Tulak's attacks. Seeing that he couldn't do anything, he launched more attacks at him. Suddenly, something black slammed into Lee Vin-sin's face. He immediately collapsed and remained motionless. At this moment, the system displayed a notification that Li Lapien and Lee Vin-sin had been killed, completing the mission to sever their fate. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission and receiving the reward. 2 ordinary gold hands and a gold-level equipment. Lam Tulak asked the system, "So he's dead?" The system confirms. To be precise, that's correct. He opened his bag to check, wondering why he died so easily after just using his items, then closed it and looked back at Lee Vin-sin lying in a heap on the floor, his heart filled with irony. "Lee Vin-sin, let me see if you are truly immortal or not." Tulak stands in thick dust, with pieces of Lee Vin-sin's body scattered on the ground, blood staining the area. "Hey, you can't blame me. Your little brother Li Lapien used the skill scroll to attack me first. I call this give and take. If it feels uneven, you can go to Li Lapien's place. He wears a mask and stands backlit, looking extremely handsome. I even offer free cremation services. Even the ashes are buried in the underground tomb where you've lived for over 200 years. The sky outside looks so clear. Such a beautiful day. You say you went somewhere to find someone as good as me? Maybe it's because of all the hardships experienced in a past life that Tulak still feels everything is happening too fast. It's only been 30 days since the rebirth and the Lie family is already gone. Surroundings are still just a pile of rocks and dust. He suddenly wondered what it was like to feel empty inside. He paused for a moment, then continued with the next step in his plan. Then he used the system panel to activate the mind control, and a blood-red eye appeared on top of Tulak's head. His eye was like a celestial eye capable of seeing thousands of miles away. A picture of a man appears in his eyes. The first and second floors have been dealt with. You go to the third floor to see that person scheduling for his subordinates. Don't overlook any corner. No fish caught in the net can be missed. Yes, Tulak quickly grasped the useful information. A fish caught in the net. He looked at the bloody mess and finger bones beside it. At this moment, it seems he mentioned that he must sacrifice his own mechanism to someone named Wang. After that, Tulak retracted his control thoughts and picked up the remaining vital parts from the blood pool. As expected of the Lie family's main base, it seems there are quite a few hidden items here. Let's explore around as if we're on an adventure. Tulak threw those items into the system and they didn't break. Maybe they'll be useful someday. Then he took out a book from his backpack, walking while reading the detailed explanation of the Vu Tuat inheritance. The other places have mostly been destroyed by explosions, so there's no point in searching anymore. He closed the book and then determined his direction. Ahead is a gate reinforced with iron. It looks like a sealed prison, very sturdy and not easy to escape from. Tulak searches all the rooms but finds nothing, then steps out of the door marked number 4. This is the final perfect place. Before opening this final room, he had smelled a strange scent. Tulak slowed his steps as he entered, and the smell grew stronger. It was no surprise that the floor was covered with beings. These bones have decayed badly, so he quickly put on a gas mask. The small room's foul smell was overwhelming. This place has been occupied by Lee Vin-sin for over 200 years. Is it really that rotten? Anything can be considered a biological weapon. Tulak widened his eyes as he saw a zombie that looked like a human inside here, and he calmly searched for information on the system while watching the growling zombie in front of him. Your level 11 claw zombie has basic attributes: strength 26, spirit 18, physique 26, agility 25, with the claw talent. Your claws have become extremely sharp, but currently have no skills, and your claw points have been drained.
He looked over the system for a long time but couldn't recognize that this zombie was Lai Hao Van. Tulak wondered what he was doing raising a zombie whose claws had been pulled. Tulak still looked unmoved at the chained zombie, but now he was surprised to notice that this zombie looked exactly like Lai Hao Van. Oh my god, another child of Lai Lap Hien. Li Hao Van has turned into a zombie. He ponders Li Lap Hien's strange actions. Your father always rewards the players, searching for an item that can turn zombies back into humans because of you. The zombie Lai Hao Van sees the living person and goes berserk. It's a pity that all the Lai family members are gone, so let me see you off a little further. Tulak slowly approached with his sword, but at this moment he felt something very strange. Tulak turned his head to look in one direction, where another zombie was also chained. This feeling made him keep glancing to the right and then to the left. Finally, Tulak's gaze fixed directly on the zombie. It was very different from Lai Hao Van's madness. This zombie sat still, looking up at him. Only then did Tulak realize the Li family's plan to sew in replacement organs. This must be the most perfect Wang Huanmei and Li Vinxin's mouth. This is what he wants to turn this little zombie into a killing machine.
Li Hao Van zombie lại thu hút sự chú ý của tù lạc. Những cô với nhu cầu ta khống cổ sức hút bằng con zombie ngoan ngoãn chuột mặt.
Anh sử dụng hệ thống dễ kiểm tra thuộc tính. Level 15. Ghost image. Zombie, with basic attributes of 50 strength. 25. Spirit 25. Physique. 50 agility, and a body control talent. The legendary talent level 1 makes your body extremely flexible, allowing you to bend and perform most complex, high-difficulty movements. 2, you can control each part of your body with extreme precision, even slightly changing your appearance, physique, and body attributes. 3, you can freely adjust your body's sensory perception according to your thoughts, increasing it up to 130%, with a maximum reduction of 50%. 4, you can quickly adjust your state, unify all your body's strength, and then burst out. Stitch internal organs. Your innate talent is extraordinary. Some internal organs are sewn into your body with a special technique. Therefore, you can control your body perfectly, and these organs can also be forcibly manipulated by you. You have a special fondness for shadows. If you are in darkness or under a shadow, your attributes will be enhanced. Your special ability is to excite and attack, but your weakness is that the zombie's vocal cords are damaged. The vocal cords are relatively weak. Second, the facial nerve of the zombie is damaged. Facial movements are quite limited, unable to perform certain actions. Reading the information, even Tulak is amazed. A legendary talent level really is opening up a whole new world for me, expanding my horizons. The zombie in front of me may be obedient, but it's actually incredibly powerful. Even the top experts from Longguo I've interacted with only have a mortal talent level. Now he understands that Li Vinxin took over 200 years but still doesn't have a legendary talent, while you do. No wonder he values you so much. Zilok used the Blood Crimson Harmony skill again. Clairvoyance, let's see what surprises you still have in store for me. A faint golden light seeps through the body of that zombie. In his eyes, every part of the zombie appeared clearly. Hidden skills within the body also surfaced. Then the arm bones could move freely. He looked around at the parts nearby. When attacked, the scales there could shift, preventing damage. Tulak rubs his wrist. Quite interesting. He jumps up, ready to attack the zombie. Although it remains still and unmoving, if you look closely, you'll see the zombie's nails quietly growing longer. It also extends its fist, which is full of sharp spikes. When Tulak's fist was a little away from the zombie's fist, he suddenly stopped. He flicked his fist and said, "Not bad." Are the reaction force and responsibility of this zombie top tier in its current state? Tulap begins to ask the system if there are any issues with enslaving this zombie. Tin, the zombie's overall strength does not exceed that of the host. The system asks Tin again. Master Kai definitely wants to use the second position of Absolute Servitude Level 2 to enslave this zombie. After enslaving, the second position will be firmly locked onto the zombie. Once the zombie dies, the level of Absolute Servitude will decrease. He looked at the zombie again, confirming that, immediately after, a consciousness was bound between Tulak and the zombie. But he realized that this zombie was resisting. Tulak rubbed his temples with a headache, saying, "I knew it. Except for that really naive fool, even a zombie knows how to struggle." The zombie that was sitting still earlier is now resisting fiercely. I was a bit startled when the system issued a warning. Din, please prepare yourself. Using mental power to suppress the zombie, accelerating the process of domination. A red-orange light emanates from within the zombie. That light was truly dazzling. Tulak extends his hand, and a strange object appears in his palm. It gradually transfers through the zombie, and in an instant, all of the zombie's resistance shatters. Its eyes were dull, but now it had calmed down. The obedient zombie placed its hand on its knee and sat back in its original position. Ding, successfully enslaved the zombie. Please, master, name your enslaved zombie. He stroked his chin thoughtfully and wondered about naming it. If Li Vin Sin called it King, it also has the legendary talent to control bodies, capable of transforming into deadly weapons at any moment. Tulak wrote down a name in the system, so I also followed this pattern and named it Demon Alloy. The system quickly completed all the procedures. The demon's analysis report is complete. Please press to check. The demon player is level 15 with 1,280 over 3,000 experience. Reputation data is lost and cannot be accessed. Kim T's storage space data loss prevents opening basic attributes. Strength 50, Spirit 25, Physique 25, Jizzy 55, Agility 50. No temporary title. Innate body control, internal organ stitching, precious images, and precious image skills are temporarily unavailable. The system also issues a warning. Din reminds the host that the demon's player analysis chart, forcibly implanted by the system, cannot inherit reputation or communicate functions, nor can it accept missions or gain experience from killing zombies. Its level is determined by the zombie's growth method. Xin Kuidong also receives gold coins from killing zombies, just like normal players, and has a 1% chance to drop equipment items. Tulak swung his sword multiple times to cut through the iron chains. It seems Dong is surprised that the iron chains that have bound him for so many years are breaking apart, and the loosened chains suggest he is enjoying this. He called out to Kuidong. Tulak pointed at him and said, "Starting today, be friends with the big fool." He tilted his head as Kuidong stood up. Luckily, this guy is cold-blooded. If he were as foolish as the big fool, both of us would be exhausted. The demon spirit nodded in agreement, but its appearance, with red eyes, looked just like a corpse, though it was a bit frightening. I need to buy another set of city guard uniforms for it to wear to hide itself. Seeing Kuidong Tulak pondering for a moment, he took out a scroll. This illusionary transfer scroll is useless to you now. In your past life, you followed me for 10 years, and in this life I pass it to you. Combined with your talent, it's not considered destroying it. He held the scroll in his hand, and the demon frog obeyed his command to open it. There is a cloud of black smoke in the scroll, so red smoke surrounds the demon, beginning the transformation. Lam Tulak nods intently. All right, you can change your class. I'll check out the other things. Then he moved to another corner of the room and saw jars containing human internal organs inside. Lam Tulak grabbed a nearby needle and thread, then checked the cabinet. There was something else here. Lam Tulak mở cửa tự ra, bên trong toàn là những lỗ thuốc. Anh lấy một bình rồi mở ra xem bên trong. Lam Tulak suddenly shouted in surprise, destroying the divine elixir. Does this old monster also have this? He looked up at the bottles on the shelf and exclaimed, oh my God, this old monster is quite capable and has so many poisons. Lam Tulak happily raises the bottle. The poison he carefully crafted is left for himself, and the zombie's dedicated creation is also for him. He thumbs up and says, Lai Vin Sin, I vow to call you the only good person in the Lie family. At this moment, the demon's system appears, and the illusion successfully transforms its class. Lam Zilak turns to look at him, carefully examining the information on the system. Profession, illusion, introduction. Please remember that everything is an illusion. You are a shadow existing within the illusion attribute, gaining 2 agility points, 2 strength points, and 3 free attribute points each time you level up. 1. Illusions can be based on your own meaning, granting illusion attributes to all equipment you have touched, including your own body. 2. You are skilled at hiding in shadows and existing within darkness. Lam Tulak leaned on his hip and said, Still the familiar recipe, still the familiar taste. He placed his hand on the demon's shoulder and said, Once we get out of here, I will teach you how to use this illusion. He obediently nodded, and Lam Tulak handed Kuidong a water bottle, saying, Drink this. He also obediently obeyed, took the magic potion bottle, and strange blue sparks appeared around the demon. A very long time later, Lam Tulak froze. He stood there carefully observing the doll and wondered why it hadn't changed. Then a beam of light appeared, surrounding the doll. He was quite surprised as the system appeared above his head. Lam Tulak was connecting his consciousness. A blue light circles around the demon, watching as its body gradually transforms, scars and stitches on its wrists fading and its skin color changing. After the transformation is complete, the system displays a message congratulating the demon clone player for advancing directly to the ranking list of Long Kingdom players, currently in 7th place. Suddenly, 2 blades sprout from the demon clone's elbow.
The system displays the results, revealing that the Dong player has absorbed a boost in a special physical attribute energy. Lin Tu-lak observes from the side and sighs, "Oh my, special energy."
While the demon was still dazedly watching his body transform, the system continued to display the results. Checks revealed which type of power the demon player was suited for within the unknown energy. Successfully inherited the new talent, Illusion. The system confirms the talent acquired by the player. The Illusion demon image is compatible with the Illusion profession's abilities. Under the regulation of special energy, the 3 types of abilities will accumulate. Congratulations to the demon player for acquiring the Dark Shadow talent level, Illusory Demon Image. Illusory demon image. Your innate talent of Dark Shadow assassination is the source of your power. As long as your body remains in darkness or shadow, your attributes will be greatly enhanced and the sensation of existence will be greatly diminished.
At the same time, you can enter someone else's shadow for a period of time and exist as a shadow. Lam Tu-lak's eyes sparkled as he exclaimed, "Your little guy really doesn't want to fall behind. Isn't this an ultra-rare assassination divine skill?"
He thought to himself that if he had this talent back then, he might have been able to counterattack when surrounded by the 2 war gods and the shadow clone. Then Lam Tu-lak smirked wickedly at Dong. "But you've never actually killed anyone before, right?" He pointed at the zombie sitting on the ground and said to the ghost bell, "Use the method of killing that Li Vin Sin taught you. Try it on that guy so you can master it quickly. Go ahead." After he said that, he became heroic, eyes wide open, holding the knife and approaching the zombie lying on the ground. The system's voice also sounded, claiming victory over the deadly poison. A stream of blue spiritual energy appeared on the knife, and only then did he reluctantly decide to deactivate the system. The system draws a common golden hand, a mechanical voice echoes. Lin is drawing 2 common golden hands.
The breakthrough level 2 information, which could originally check if a zombie's attributes do not exceed level 5, can now check if a zombie's attributes do not exceed level 15.
Super Happiness Level 1 now allows you to choose a surprise item every 3 days, which can come from reality, anime, games, or illusions. Zin congratulates the host on successfully drawing the Level 1 breakthrough news. Super Happiness Level 1. Thanks to the host's golden touch, the breakthrough news Level 1 has advanced to Level 2. As soon as he saw the upgrade news from the system, he was extremely excited and surprised. Oh my god! Level up news combined with the ultimate eye of death is just too much. Now I only have 3 days left to get a new piece of equipment. This is truly epic for the end of the world. He immediately activated the information capture and asked the system how to use it. Can he now effectively utilize the super-level joy? How to use it? The Love Sign Master silently recites the super-level joy, which can activate its effectiveness. He immediately recited the super-level joy skill. A surge of energy gathered into a ring on his hand. Then a claw appeared from it. He was excited. Wow, it's a claw. After confirming it was a claw, he turned to the system. So how effective is the upgraded common golden hand of super-level joy? The system immediately updates the information for him. Zin, each time super-level joy increases, the cooldown time decreases, and the chance of drawing rare items improves. Each level up reduces the cooldown time by 1 day, with the minimum cooldown being 1 day. Receiving that information left him stunned, and it could even increase the chances and quality. This proves it's not impossible to obtain an item capable of destroying the world in an instant. Waiting until a higher level is similar. He placed the claw on his shoulder, and then the final reward. Give me the gold level equipment right now.
Ning, congratulations on obtaining the gold level gear.
A diamond wrist guard appears on his hand, followed by an explanation of the system's diamond wrist guard function. Diamond engraved gear can grant the wearer increased strength and destructive power the more they fight, with +5 strength and +4 physique. In passive skill, durability, you can acquire additional strength attributes beyond the electric level.
The longer the battle lasts, the more points increase, up to a maximum of 6 strength attributes.
Destruction. The damage caused by all your attacks on the target will be increased. Then he started to change, with passive skills increasing strength during prolonged battles. Passive skills also boost the destructive power of your attacks. This prop suits the big fool very well, but I don't even have a level Huang metal bracelet yet.
I'll give it to the big fool when I get something better. When he finished and turned around to look at you, he saw you had already finished dealing with the zombie. Ah, this really is a complete change.
Then he turned around and walked away. It's time to enjoy the fresh air of the outside world. You immediately teleported behind him. Follow me. He turned to look at you. thinking there are quite a few of Quan Fuang's people in this hideout. How should I hide you? Tulak handed a cloak to Kuidong and told him to wear it. He knew the cloak wouldn't fit him, so he pretended to be indifferent. Tulak put on a mask, and the two of them left together. Elsewhere, An Chi-min and the Jiavan family stare in shock at the scene before them. A large hole in the ceiling reveals the sky flames are raging around the ground is still covered with corpses and blood, and Chi-min gritted his teeth in fear. Is this Tulak? The face of the Van family head isn't much better. Dark streaks have appeared all over his face. We were both on the 3rd floor earlier, right? His voice also wavers. No. The two of them looked at this hellish scene again, so he relied on his own strength and chopped this place into this state. And Chi-min and the Van family head both felt a chill down their spines, sweat pouring down their faces, with the Van family head appearing as if he had no regrets left. Moreover, think about it. When we saw the entire building destroyed from outside, An Chi-min still feels his face go pale when he recalls that huge explosion. The head of the Van family turned back and asked, "We already chose the wrong team earlier, but he insisted it was you who made the wrong choice." It's not that simple. At this point, he has no better options. And Chi-min then threatened, if the Lie family's people were hiding in the safe zone looking for us last night, isn't there still a way? We need not only the antidote, but also supplies. If you still plan to betray now, nothing can be kept anymore. Of course, the Van family head could only sigh and say, "Forget it, I am old and no longer understand the current situation. It's time to pass the position to the 3rd elder. Since he has always been loyal to the country, tell him to bring our Van family into the nation officially, while the ashes of Tutong scatter around." And Chi-min put his hands in his pockets. Exactly. Who would have thought that a Lie family could dominate 2 major clans for years and then fall after only a month of the apocalypse? He looked at the hole in the ceiling. It seems Tulak is leaning towards the country now. We should still follow the cuck, or our fate will be the main reason. The Van family head is also watching and agrees. The 3 major families of Long Country must completely disappear from history. And Chi-min ordered his subordinates to search carefully, leaving no suspicious person unchecked. The subordinates shouted in unison, "Yes!" When Tulak and Kuidong casually walk out to the detention area like going to the market, they see a guy being thrown out while Dainok has already taken care of the remaining ones. Tulak takes out a chicken. "Big fool, come here." The atmosphere around Dainok suddenly turns pink as he holds the chicken and listens to Tulak introduce him, saying, "This is Kuidong. From now on, he will fight alongside us. You could say he's like a little brother to you. The big fool name truly fits him." Hearing this, he began to look around. Tulak, furious, grabbed his head and forced him down, leaning in to look. Now, it was a deadly silence. When Kuidong pretended not to care, Dainok was stunned and leaned in close to look at him. Lam Tulak, with an angry expression, stared fiercely at Dainok and snapped, "Can't you sit down?" Dainok listened, then sat down without hesitation, and immediately poked his purple finger close to Kuidong's face. But Kuidong reacted quickly, turning away with a cold expression. Tulak saw this, hit Kuidong hard on the head, and scolded mockingly, still proud in front of his own people. "What arrogance! Go socialize with Daingok." Kuidong, hearing that, reluctantly extended his hand towards Kuidong, feeling somewhat unwilling. The two shook hands, much to Tulak's satisfaction. Then Daingok hesitated for a moment, before holding out a piece of chicken thigh as an invitation for Kuidong to try. Tulak put his hand on Kuidong's shoulder and said, "This is grilled chicken. If you want to eat, just take it. If you don't know how to eat, follow Daingok's example." Suddenly, a call of Tulak rang out, startling everyone, and when they turned around, they saw it was Trong Tuong Quan calling. "So, you're here." Tulak, seeing someone he knows, turned to Kuidong and Daingok eating grilled chicken and said, "You two take your time. I need to go handle something important first." He then approached General Zhang and called out loudly, but suddenly General Zhang bowed deeply, showing respect to Tulak, which surprised him greatly. "Tulak, thank you so much." He explained, "The brother's secret has finally been revealed." Tulak nodded and gently asked, "No need for thanks. I just want to know how things are now." Trong Nguyen Trung, tears welling up, quickly wiped his eyes and happily reported, "The situation is extremely good. From the 1st to the 4th floors, no Lie family member was left alive, all killed on the spot. But the situation below Mount Kui is not very good." At this point, Yuan Zhong stood upright and recounted to Tzu La, informing him that after we besieged the Li family, the key rendezvous points controlled by the Li family in the shadows had all stormed up the mountain. He said that the total number of people was less than 20,000. 20,000 people at the foot of the mountain almost couldn't be stopped. After the situation here stabilizes, I will send 20,000 people to attack. Tulak nodded in agreement. Yes, this is a crucial moment for the survival of the Lie family. Those coming are surely forces loyal to the Lie family. He continued, if we seize the opportunity this time, we can thoroughly investigate the forces of the Lie family and root out the problem once and for all. Tulak then suggested, General Truong, what do you think about this Lie family's estate? General Zhang nodded in agreement, placing his hand on Sulak's shoulder with a confident look. Exactly. He turned to look around and assess whether this place would be suitable for the soldiers of the military zone to live in, and it would also be quite easy to defend against zombies. He believes this is a good place with warm winters and cool summers, bright and spacious. He told Tulak that perhaps there is a chance to transform this into a second safe zone for the capital district, a safe area exclusively for Quan Phuong's people. Tulak ngeve vuive reolan, dungve. He was confident that the most important thing was that nearly 30,000 people of the Li family living here were not crowded. However, he hesitated for a moment, feeling a bit worried because controlling this place requires special tactics and methods, and he feared that without them, it would just be a wind-blown cave. As he spoke, he turned his head to look back. General Zhang, upon hearing this, looked at Tsu Lak and also agreed that now all the people of the Lai family had been killed, and restoring this place to its original state would be even more difficult. Listening to General Truong's analysis, Tulak remained firm in his thoughts and plans, honestly telling him, I know you're also doing this for the safety zone and the army, but we can't force this matter. At the same time, to strengthen General Truong's trust, Tulak revealed something to him. Luckily, I risked everything to keep part of the control method for this place. In Yuan Zhong's eyes, they widened in surprise. Then he suddenly trembled and stammered as he looked at Tsu La, who was now reaching out his hand towards him. But Tsu La suddenly explained, General Truong, I didn't say anything. This caused Yuan Zhong to sweat and show shock and horror, repeatedly stepping back. Zhu Liao didn't give General Zhang time to recover and immediately made a firm proposal, seemingly unshakable. So does General Zhang want to cooperate? He hesitated for a moment before silently considering the sudden request, each of them hiding their own thoughts behind their expressions. Perhaps each of their future decisions will directly affect the fate of Li Jia Trung, so no one dares to act rashly. Nguyen Trung stared intently at Lam Tulak, his face gradually sweating, partly out of fear and partly from nervousness. After some hesitation, he had made his own decision and would not keep Tulak waiting any longer. Yuan Zhong now held up 2 fingers, indicating the profit Tulak would receive from this deal. Exactly 2 million in silver. No more, no less. But how could Tulak pass up the chance to challenge General Nguyen? This really is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I secretly think that if I don't strike him a heavy blow today, I would be guilty of bearing the name of my death. At the same time, he confidently held up 5 fingers, indicating he wanted 500,000 gold taels from General Yuan. This made Yuan Zhong extremely stunned, his face turning purple with anger as he leapt up at Tulak, his hands raised as if he couldn't believe his ears. Not believe the number Tulak asked for, he shouted at you. Is it that you want to rob or not? Tulak completely avoided, in contrast to Nguyen Trung's face turning purple with anger, proud and calmly replied, robbing so quickly isn't possible. Tulak calmly and leisurely explains his demands, and if General Zhang and Long Guo ask, I can also help with a few other things. For example, this time when Tulak said that, Nguyen Trung trembled and clenched his teeth. But above all, he knew that without Tulak, things definitely wouldn't go smoothly. He was only left with the option to concede. At this moment, Yuan Zhong's face showed a smug expression, scratching his chin and acting confident, but in the end, he finally spoke. 55,000 gold taels. This is my greatest authority, more than I need to report to my superiors. Tulak, hearing this, did not immediately agree, but stepped closer to General Truong and continued. General Truong, look at how Tulak remains so composed, despite your bargaining, hands in his pockets, bidding farewell without any reluctance. General Truong, goodbye, I'll wait for you. Truong Tuong Quan was caught off guard by Tulak's determination and immediately turned back, desperately trying to hold him back. Stop! Stop! I'll come to talk to you in detail later. But as soon as he turned his face away, General Truong couldn't hide his displeasure and helplessly thought, Tu Laik is not only good at fighting, but also quite sharp when it comes to bargaining. He looked back at his friends, witnessing the close and greedy way they enjoyed the chicken leg without paying attention to anything around, and couldn't help but marvel that their bond had already become so strong after just a short time. But at this moment, something more important needed to be addressed. Tulak approached and advised, "Don't eat anymore. Don't eat anymore."
He asked the two of you to go to the control room on the 3rd floor to help me open the other room's ice door.
The two of them looked unhappy, especially Kuidong, who was more childish, opening the data space with a forced smile on his face. Tulak, noticing their gloomy mood, immediately warned them. The demon spirit still lacks data space. Knowing this, all exhaustion and boredom disappeared completely, and without hesitation, he stood up and ran very quickly. Kuidong still clinging tightly to his shoulder as before, Tulak felt extremely satisfied witnessing this scene. The big fool rushed towards the door like an arrow, while Tulak couldn't help but hide his curiosity, wondering what remained after the Trung Nguyen Tung team swept through and whether there was enough to upgrade Kula Chao to the next level. Thinking that, Tulak used his supernatural power to open Kula Chao. Golden, shimmering light surrounded it, blending with the blue rays shining through, creating a look of great power and mystery. Without hesitation any longer, Tulak put his hands behind his back and headed to the control room, where the two idiots and the demon were intently watching the data screen, knowing that even a small mistake could jeopardize everyone's plan. After a moment of Kuidong, he decisively pressed his finger on the data screen. Immediately, the screen displayed a message indicating all the stone doors were about to open, signaling that the two brothers' operation had succeeded. On this side, with the help of the two fool and demon brothers, Tulak successfully entered the stone door, hands in his pockets, standing with a majestic and calm posture. In front of him, the green-haired enemy was sprawled on the floor, lying on top of each other, each showing unmistakable fear. Trembling, Tulak still remained calm and commented, "Well, 2 fish got away." Then he decisively raised his sharp and heroic sword and struck down the villains. That enemy didn't have time to react and could only accept the punishment coming to him. It seems defeating these two didn't take much effort from Nisei. He sheathed his sword, gently holding the stone scepter, then swiftly dodged, leaping with powerful moves, skillfully swinging the scepter around the stone walls. From the stone carvings, 5 round stones were taken out one by one. Tulak brushed his hair, holding all 5 stones in his arms, looking completely unfazed and full of pride. After finishing, Guard Oi and Pride walk out through the stone gate. Meanwhile, General Zhang, after talking with Tulak, has returned with his comrades. Everyone saw him immediately raise his hand to salute. "General, do you have any instructions?" But Nguyen Trung, under Tulak's pressure, no longer appeared as dignified as usual. On the contrary, he had to ask his soldiers for a loan, his voice hesitant. "Do you guys have money?" Hearing that question, all the soldiers present at the time were stunned. They never thought that the respected general would end up in a situation where he had to borrow money. Fearing he might misunderstand, and one of them asked again, "General Truong, do you need to borrow our gold coins?" He hesitated and cleared his throat. "Yes, listen to me, brothers." After saying that, he made the situation more serious. "Rest assured, all contributions this time have been recorded and will be fully credited once we reach the safe zone." Furthermore, the brothers agreed to pay gold to gain priority access to the Snake Lair camp. Hearing such seemingly sincere words, the soldiers wondered to each other, could the general be planning to establish an army here? Could it be that on the way here, the general has never lied to us? Maybe one of what someone said has triggered this rally.
That's right, on the contrary, no matter when, the general always protects us and avenges the brothers killed by the Lie family. I trust the army. What about you guys?
But upon hearing something certain from one of them, everyone agreed and shouted in unison, "Commander Truong, we trust you." Moved by the soldiers' unity and trust, Commander Truong couldn't hold back his emotions and thanked his brothers. And so, one by one, the soldiers lined up in order, and Donake handed over to General Zhang. After completing the process, General Zhang looked at the amount in the account, which showed about 500,000 gold coins, along with 500 weapons worth roughly 1,000 gold coins. Wow, that really is a considerable amount of money. Seeing those silver tails, he couldn't help but smile. "Thank you, brothers. We will never forget your help today." Suddenly, a hand touched his shoulder, and Lam Lak Tu's devilish voice rang out, almost making him lose his soul. "General Truong, how are you preparing?" Regain your composure. Mr. Truong cannot afford to lose face in front of his brothers, so he sounded the village drum. "Go check if anything was missed. After the patrol, gather at the entrance of the camp." Upon hearing the command, the soldiers quickly each went to their respective tasks. "Yes, sir." After giving the order, he turned around to flatter Lin Ziluo, saying that 500,000 gold coins and 500 weapons worth about the same amount had all been prepared for you, and you could make the deal at any time. "Is your stuff ready yet?" the male lead also confidently replied. Of course, as soon as they heard that price, Mr. Zhang immediately regretted it.
It would have been better to just negotiate with you earlier for the 500,000 gold coins and add 500 weapons worth the same amount. As for the protagonist, he schemed and wondered if I hadn't finished drawing the control plan for the territory. Could I come to find him? And then they made the deal. Of course, everything went smoothly. Although it's a multi-level marketing scheme, Lam Tulak not only feels happy, but also wants to eliminate the person he's dealing with. I didn't expect the Lie family's territory to sell at such a good price. This can be considered as the reward for sending them to their ancestors collectively. As for that Mr. Truong, he's just hoping to find a support for his brothers. 50,000 is 50,000. At least in the future, your brothers will have a safe place. As he wished, Lam Tulak lured out a big catch. I've entrusted this territory to General Truong, and if he needs anything from me in the future, he can contact me anytime. He was so pleased that he agreed. On the way, pay attention to safety. Although we have eliminated the Lee family, we haven't destroyed all their force. After chatting for a while, Lam Tulak took his leave, and by the time he parted ways, he reached the secret chamber. Before entering, Lam Tulak ordered the big fool and the demon to stay outside, then waved his hand. Outside, the fool and the demon both remain silent, with no eye contact. Inside, our protagonist begins summoning the necessary items in hopes this place will be enough. At this moment, Lam Zilao is sitting cross-legged on the ground, with a pile of tools and a blazing light like a huge flame in front of him. He was carefully contemplating and weighing which items were necessary to create a powerful weapon. In the end, after much consideration, he took a risk and put a small knife and a hammer into that beam of light. It wasn't long after it was put in that a burst of red light exploded out. Then it gradually spread and finally shattered completely. At that moment, a blinding light burst out from its crack, so bright that it became dazzling and made you only able to cover your eyes. Eventually, the blinding light gradually faded, leaving you sitting alone in a fiery red space. Soon after, a large figure of a man standing against the setting sun appeared before you. He stands tall, holding his sword with confidence and heroic aura like a war god, without turning around, only shouting loudly. As he finished speaking, a white cloud seemed to emerge from him. Then, from where the man stood, the ground trembled violently, followed by a deafening roar. A blazing red beam shot straight into the sky, carrying immense pressure as the surrounding air twisted, as if space itself was warped by overwhelming power. Faced with that immense power, you could only defend by raising your hands in front of you. You hesitated for a moment, but quickly steadied yourself, then charged forward, your feet stomping hard on the ground, ignoring the waves of energy still pouring around you. You shouted, reaching out toward the man's back as he was gradually enveloped by the blazing column of sunlight. Hey! Everything suddenly reverted to the original state with the four walls. The blinding yellow light disappeared. The raging energy around you also quieted down as if erased by an invisible hand, leaving only unanswered questions. The explosion just now was like the culmination of this orb. It is a small pill about the size of a cherry, with a smooth surface shining like the sun, and rays of light seemed to dance around it, creating an enchanting and captivating beauty. He muttered as he brought the pendant closer to his eyes to examine it. With such an aura, and the ability to summon 9-leaf Cho to display such a scene, only a super could do it. With such overwhelming power, even reaching the level of a battle god at 90 in my previous life is less than 1%. Lam Tulak stared intently at the small orb in his hand, its shimmering light seeming to challenge him to do something. After a moment of hesitation, he decided to try channeling a bit of energy into it. Instantly, the light from the pill spread out like a rushing stream. In that light, the shape of the pill began to change, with the gathered rays elongating and becoming sharper, and in a brief moment, a sharp sword appeared in his hand. The sword is just the right length, with a thin blade shining brightly like sunlight, and its name is 9-leaf Cross. Looking at the sword's analysis, whether it's 9-leaf slash, 9-leaf double slash, or 9-leaf shattering, just seeing those names alone makes him lose himself in excitement. Impressive. It's so powerful it seems to reach the sky. Seeing the sword of light with an uncontrollable excited expression, he decided to try a few sword moves. As expected, after trying it, it didn't disappoint me. Perfect, truly perfect. The excitement has passed, and I turned to tell the two guards, "Big fool, Demon Bell, the matter with the Lie family is over. We've succeeded in revenge. Let's head back to the safe zone in the capital." Then I led the way toward the exit, marking the start of our new future, welcoming the new students. On the other side of Zhangzhongyuan, he was heading back to the camp, thinking about how to tell Commander Tiet about the 100 million gold coins coming back. The more he thought about it, the more his head hurt, so he left and spoke. Inside is like that, but he still has to act like a trustworthy general with his brothers. Behind Tiet, Lam Tu stands watching Trung Nguyen Trung's soldiers and pondering to himself, wondering if the Lie family is gone forever and where his new beginning truly lies.
Then he turned around and looked for something. Then his eyes met Kui Dong's. Just look at this child. Don't worry about him. If you don't know where to go, then deal with the immediate problem first. Take Kui Dong to buy a suitable cloak first. Worried that the boy can't keep up, he had the big fool carry the kid on his back to stay on schedule. A little while later, all three of them arrived at the shopping center and successfully bought items that fit them well. They found what they liked and left the store. The little demon was so happy that he raised his hands in the air, looking adorable. And after finishing their errands, the three of them wandered the streets when suddenly they heard a questioning voice from behind. Hearing that, you turned to look and saw your face clearly. Then the two soldiers ran over to deliver the message that General Chuang called us here to find you. Curious about the invitation, you asked back, "Is General Zhang looking for me for something?" Seeing the idle reply, those two happily competed to tell you that the guards at the gate reported to General Zhang that you had safely returned with your two brothers. "General Chuang called us to bring you the key," both of them said in unison. "We will take you to the special villa at building number 01. They both fought over the key, so eager. Both of them walk in unison, inviting this side and that side. Seeing that excessive enthusiasm, the eldest son spoke. The scene shifts to the luxury villa area. Each villa has a unique design, blending modern style with a touch of classic elegance. Depending on the style, it is especially surrounded by a spacious garden with lush green grass, neatly trimmed plants, and stone-paved paths leading to the main gate. The two soldiers from earlier finally led our protagonist to your house after all this time. The old master is right here. Saying that before completing the assigned task, both bowed with all their gratitude and respect. Elder, you've been through a lot lately. Thank you. We can only avenge our brothers now. Instead of being proud, you just waved and humbly said, "Just helping out a little. I also have my own motives. You don't need to take it to heart." When they saw that he didn't complain and even bowed back, they grew to like him even more. "Boss, if you need anything, you can always find General Zhang." Watching them leave, he turned to the two fools and said, "Stay at the door. I'll go inside to rest first. Call me if anything happens." Hearing the order, the two nodded as if they understood. He went to Lam Tulak. After speaking, he opened the villa door, and the scene inside immediately appeared. It is magnificent and luxurious of the modern era, but still evokes a sense of the old days. No matter how the surroundings look, he just heads straight for the stairs. As he walked, he took off his mask and stored it away, yawning as he went. The spacious corridor with its many rooms didn't matter to him. He just saw it as a place to rest. "I'm here already, so just pick a decent room. Choose one at random and open it. Glance around the room and praise it for not being too tiring, not caring about anything else." He entered the bedroom, threw the mask down, then leaned back and fell asleep, briefly feeling the call. It muttered drowsily, "Don't worry, go." Perhaps the pain of Tai Huyet had awakened you, causing you to sit up. In front of your chest, a fist-sized dark red orb was continuously radiating a mysterious power. It kept repeating a certain phrase as if trying to tell him something. "Don't worry, go ahead." At this moment, you finally regained your composure and shouted out in alert. As soon as the words were spoken, a multi-dimensional space appeared before his eyes. Before he could analyze it, it pulled him inside. Returning to the past when you were the #1 assassin of the Blood Sect, but unexpectedly killed in a tragic conspiracy, you are seen chained with your hands bound, then beheaded, meeting your grandparents without blinking. Before dying, the scene before your past self's eyes is a sword called the Cold Ice Betrayal Blade, a top-tier weapon. Seeing it, you snapped out of your original past and flew out, watching from afar as the body collapsed to the ground. Next to you, Liet Qian Nguyen and Han Guangchai stood watching. Instead of feeling sorry for you, he just sighed in relief. He almost betrayed you. Truly, the #1 assassin in the world. Seeing that familiar face, you can't help but think of someone. The mighty divine warrior Qian Nguyen, one of the battle gods from your past life who killed you. Then you see him sheathe the sword he just drew and say something with a smile to the person beside him. That's right. Luckily, this time the Lie family went all out using 2 legendary artifacts, and the person beside him is none other than Han Shuangjianshen facing Ming Qi. Suddenly a deep voice echoes. These people are truly united. Looking up unknowingly when a 3-headed monster appeared, towering and muscular in front of them. The monster warned the two of them that next time there would be more opportunities to kill human strongmen. "Get your reward first, then call me." Seeing it, you become even more certain that the illusory imperial ghost image is the scene of your death in your previous life. That's right. When I heard him say that, the Lich responded, I realized this has nothing to do with me. Who said Tai Huyet has a grudge against the Lie family? We are just doing work for others out of loyalty. He also doesn't care and just responds casually. Then what does it have to do with me? I am just like you, doing work for pay. Suddenly, a loud and cheerful laugh from a woman echoed from behind. She restrained herself from shouting your name, Lam Tu Lak, then charged forward to attack you. You finally died, and you still want to kill me? Let's see what right you have to kill me. For a moment she was about to touch you when suddenly a burst of energy struck and knocked her knife far away. Watching the knife plunge down, she could only sit with her mouth open, staring at it. The one who knocked away that knife was Li Qianyuan. He looked at her with disdain. Get out of here. The body of the war god cannot be dishonored. She is not worthy. She didn't give up and once again tried to attack him. But before she could act, she was beheaded and her life ended. Han Shuangzhan drew his sword and coldly repeated, Disobey the war god. Consider it a conflict with the war god. Those who conflict with the war god must be killed. Seeing the two corpses in front of them, the two men are discussing how to dispose of them. Lie family's dog truly considers itself a big shot, and it just happens to serve as a sacrifice to send off the blood brothers to the afterlife. Yes, deal with the bodies of the blood brothers. After all, they are also war gods. After finishing, the lich guy slapped the ground with his hand, creating a large pit big enough for a person to lie in, while beside him Han was carrying the corpse of your past self. After some time digging and covering the grave, both of them finally finished and planted a sword as a symbol of their achievement while sitting to remember you. Watching what just happened, I was quite surprised that after my death, things turned out like this. So after I died, things like that still happened. But are these things really true? Thinking again, I turned around and left behind a deep memorial based on what I knew about these two. It's definitely possible. But before I could go far, something like a wall blocked my path. What on earth is going on here? Seeing it, your heart feels troubled. Could it be that after your death in the previous life, other things still happened? 3 years have passed in the blink of an eye, and now the graves are buried beneath a layer of ash. They must have been destroyed and swept away by the wind as if they never existed. The scattered white bones writhe in agony under the scorching sun, while the stacked cubes form a suffocating enclosed space that completely cuts off all connection to the outside world. There is no natural light, no sound, no smell, only a cold blue hue enveloping everything. Lam Tu Lak sat dazed among the inescapable cube. After a while, Lam Tu Lak gradually realized he was in that space. He wondered, as a voice echoed through the empty void like that of a stranger. Has it really been so long? Once again, Lam Tu Lak slowly opened his eyes, and in an instant, it left him speechless with amazement. A dazzling light appears before him, revealing a city bustling, lively, and spacious enough to astonish him. It reflects around him and shines throughout the entire city. The space before him gradually expanded, as if loosening the confining boundaries that once held him, with dazzling golden light spreading over everything, creating a magnificent yet distant beauty. Suddenly, a voice rang out, its sound unlike anything Lin Tu had ever heard before. It was not a human voice, deep and resonant like an echo from the distant depths of the universe. Sigh, am I still too late? The voice gradually quiets, but then an entity begins to emerge from the middle of the air. It was invisible at first glance, but then shimmering gold light began to gather, forming a human shape. Though not entirely a flesh and blood body, this entity seemed to borrow a human form to communicate, but could not hide its strange nature. The shimmering gold lines float in the air like liquid light, forming an ethereal shape, both familiar and strange. The entity descends from the sky, each step silent, and then stops before a lonely grave, which is your grave. Then it knelt down and touched the edge of the grave. It is not human, but its voice echoes with deep regret. So you've been dead for 3 years? After saying that, it stood up and looked at the grave as if it were the last time seeing it. Once again, this time the voice echoes with deep resentment. Don't be afraid. Just consider it asleep. It screams, unleashing a tremendous surge of power. Let time reverse. The space around Lam Tu Lak begins to change, and the outlines seem no longer fixed. Each block of golden force gradually distorted as if twisted by an invisible force, stretching and contracting, giving the feeling that the entire world is melting and reshaping right before his eyes. What does this mean? Is he trying to reverse time or change history? The suspicion only grows as he witnesses this scene. Could it be that I have reincarnated through such a method? Who exactly is this person? How can it be so powerful? Why is this person doing this? From that terrifying power, it spread out in flashes of yellow light and flew everywhere, passing over the grave and soaring through the sky, then circling around like white birds. At the very center of the erupting power, he remains silent and focused as it gradually gathers into a massive sphere that explodes, unleashing blinding light. Gradually fading away, then you realize there is something else. That invisible thing weakens and gradually disappears. Finally, after all the effort and exhaustion, it became a statement that reversed everything. As he finished speaking, an open space appeared above the grave, revealing a reverse flow of time. That invisible thing sacrificed itself to save your life. Watching everything unfold before your eyes, all you could do was grit your teeth and absorb that power. I have to be stronger. I have to be like that person who can reverse time. Desperate to find it again. All I can do is wish to rediscover myself while enduring the relentless pursuit of the Lie family, biting my lip to survive so I can become stronger. Returning to the present when you were just a teenager, that thing stood right in front of the bed where you were sleeping, and you are still just a ghost now. You're anxious, confused, and seeking answers. Is it you who used the ability to reverse time so I could be reborn? Who are you? Why did you reverse time to before the end of the world? Why did you choose us? It seems that object can't hear what you're asking, but only communicates silently with your past self, finally giving you a chance to change your fate. As it spoke, it held out something shimmering in purple. This is for you. Without regret or remorse, only relief as it returned the item to its owner, finally bringing it back to its original master. Saying that, it placed the purple object right in front of your chest. As soon as he touched it, the object immediately emitted a flash of light. Seeing this, the power spread further and further, while the future version of you could only stand and watch in surprise. Seeing your body slowly absorbing it, it hopes to become stronger. Only the strong can control their own destiny. If not, the universe and the chaotic world where everything is like chess pieces in the eyes of the observer. That object that belongs to the original owner can help you become stronger, so don't miss this opportunity again. Doubting that statement, you wonder how to become stronger. The system of the golden hand. Hey, wait, you haven't answered my question yet. He immediately ran after it, trying to catch it, but every time it appeared, it was in a space full of death and destruction. Sad and longing to be that strong, I have to be stronger. I have to overcome it with a mountain-shattering roar. I need to find out who the golden figure really is and why it feels so familiar to me. I want to surpass that person and maybe even reverse time. I want to know which god's joke this apocalyptic game really is. Who am I a pawn of? Along with that negative emotion, anger erupts inside me. I need to clarify what the golden hand system really is and why the golden figure claims to be the original object. One day, I will use my own hands to overturn this ridiculous game of yours, break free with my strength, and uncover all the truths. A growing determination arises within me to find out who I really am. For a moment, everything around seemed to change, returning to the original state. The red veil gradually disappeared. After everything was over, he opened his eyes and sat up. I wonder how Da Nong and Qing Dong are doing now. Checking the status notification, he was surprised. A month has already passed, so I just scroll through the ranking to find myself. I don't know what has happened to the world during this time, whether the rankings have changed or what the safe zone in the capital has become now. Looking at the ranking in front of you with a sigh, well, it seems there has been some change, but maybe not. Suddenly, the system notification sounds again, indicating that the large amount of negative emotions in the host's body has been fully processed. The host is advised to stay committed to their chosen path and continue to strive harder. So when it just rang out, I asked, so the reason I went through death after my previous story was because of you. Instead of answering, it avoided the question. It is an illusion I arranged for the host, aimed at reactivating the host's faith, because after the host reported the great enemy's defeat and fell into a deadlock, they coincidentally saw the terrifying Sipo Sun, which generated a large amount of negative emotions in their body, causing them to lose faith and fighting spirit, reminding us that emotions can greatly affect a person's existence. The host shouldn't be easily swayed by emotions. Hearing those words, you could only smile faintly. Thank you. Now I know what I want to do, and I will try even harder. Suddenly, another red notification appeared, showing the current status of the player, Nai Se. Why is there another notification when the player's psychological state has changed? The revenge talent of the innate ability has changed. Congratulations to the revenge talent of the player, Nai Ze, for evolving into the legendary level of the roaming talent. Seeing that series of notifications, he checked again. The Dominance Heart, the talent Level Up, directly skipped the death process, surpassing to the legendary talent level. Seeing the results, I couldn't help but feel excited, thinking about how every impact influences my mental state. You're making me so formidable that words can't even describe it. After finishing, you put on your mask and decided to find the big fool and the demon buddy to calm down first. As soon as you stepped out the door, the two fools sitting there with silly expressions staring at you caught your eye. The chauffeur came out smiling and said, Sorry for making you wait. Now we will depart.
As soon as he stepped out of his area, he encountered a familiar figure. Seeing this, you had no choice but to ask, General Zheng, why are you sitting here? Startled by the voice calling from behind, the man turned around, and after a month of waiting, he finally waited for his boss and kept asking questions. Seeing how anxious he was, I also grew worried. What should I do? Seeing that figure, Zhang-san stepped closer and glanced around, then looked you up and down. What have you been doing in the villa all this month? The chauffeur didn't look at him, but only at the two fools in front. One, a big fool brother, and this little boy protecting him, so he couldn't go out or in. Do you know how much things have changed outside in the past month? Hearing those words, you feel guilty, rub your head, and wonder why. Just now, I only cares about the talent upgrade and didn't check the World Channel. I give up on you, Trong Trung Nguyen, and open the World Channel to tell the main character. Look over there. After finishing, a series of information appeared on the screen about the fall of the Lee family, then guesses about who that person might be, whether it's the snack vendor or not. There was nothing they couldn't discuss. Seeing that message, the boy was left speechless. The latest message finally appeared, making him speechless. In the end, he just chuckled and turned to General Trong, saying, I was just fighting with excessive force. The red light coma is a prop. I know you're explaining, but Mr. Trong can't fix the situation outside. Yeah, but I feel like you don't need to explain to me. You need to explain to them. Exaggerating it as a series of fleeing soldiers screaming, that man went out and saved the day. Sighing, you can only endure the boredom. It's okay, after a long time, people's true nature shows. These kinds of things only get worse if you try to fix them. Zhang Zhongyuan also gives in. Fine, just try not to conflict with others when you go out. Thank you for the reminder. He turned back and asked, All right, General Truong, you're waiting here for me. Is there something? Unexpectedly, he spoke so frankly that it caught him off guard and made him a little nervous. He spent over 1 million gold taels to buy the map of the land control area from him. The commander scolded me for a long time, but that was a month ago. He thought so, but still turned back to tell you it was nothing. Just that the people reported the first villa as unusual, so I came to check. Since I couldn't go inside, I waited here for a few days. Saying that makes me seem stingy. Seeing that there's nothing important, you reply, All right, fine. After saying what needed to be said, Mr. Zhang then bid you farewell. It's good to hear you're okay. I can easily explain it to my superior when I return. We said our goodbyes and went our separate ways, each heading home. On Lam Tu Lak's side, he told those two fools, Let's go, take a walk with me. Walking around like this, but there isn't a single person around. Just an empty road with only footsteps and the wind blowing. You're a famous person who can break the silence. I am a good young man. You can't speak badly of me like that, right? Hey, look at this safety zone. Rumors have harmed Du Fon Hua, causing him to retreat more and more. Instead of continuing the walk, he opened a portal to a shop. Seeing how convenient it was, he couldn't help but praise the door, and the instance dungeon for not needing to queue was pretty good. After saying that, he stepped forward and went inside. Indeed, space and time are different. In just a moment, he had stepped to the other side. When they first entered the store, all three could only stand there, staring in confusion. Then a notification from the gold shop appears, indicating the dungeon waiting room. Please select the dungeon you need. Afterward, it displays the player's information and you click on the Join Chat Group option. Once the participation process is complete, it shows the special world-type instance. And once again, it reminds the player of the danger and the amount of money that needs to be paid, requiring confirmation. Without hesitation, they click Confirm. After receiving the player's notification, the system opens another three-dimensional space door. The player Nai Se confirms to enter the instance, preparing to scan the basic attribute data of the three players and facilitate their teleportation through space. The system interface appears before them, scanning the player's basic information. The system displays a series of lines matching the players with the world, showing compatible basic attribute data. The coordinated world has been completed, and the dungeon mode is being processed. This dungeon is called the Second Danger of the Wasteland. Please pay the fee to join this dungeon team, totaling 100,000 gold coins. Lin Sulak was stunned. Is 10,000 a lot? The system explains that this is a pure primal dungeon with a relatively high level, and no player has ever entered before. Therefore, a large amount of gold coins must be paid. If the player is dissatisfied, paying 10,000 gold coins allows immediate cooperation again. Otherwise, the three players will be unable to continue cooperating in the dungeon after 10 days. Lam Tu Lak chuckled to himself, realizing that once the money was collected, the reminders would be much clearer. He stroked his chin and thought to himself, the second danger of the wasteland, just from a glance. This dungeon is a place with extremely unfavorable conditions and a high sense of conflict. Lam Tu Lak thought that based on his previous life experience,
This type of dungeon would offer many chances to make a profit. The system prompt suddenly appeared again, showing the original price of 100,000 gold coins from the peerless player, with a 10% discount on the dungeon fee, so paying only 90,000 coins to confirm the payment. After hesitating for a moment, Lam Tu Lak finally pressed confirm to pay the fee. The system displayed a confirmation that the player had successfully paid for the instance. Have a good time exploring the dungeon. The guideboard displays a long list of the second level of danger in the wasteland. The setting of the dungeon. Thon Mao Planet was once a prosperous planet with a large population and advanced scientific technology. But during a large-scale war, this planet was destroyed by highly destructive weapons. The entire planetary environment has been destroyed, with large amounts of radiation and special energy spreading across the surface. Under such harsh conditions, humans have moved their survival underground and successfully built several large underground cities across the planet. When humans thought everything was over, a large number of zombies appeared due to the extremely strong radiation from surface creatures, and humans were transformed by the radiation. This situation once again plunged humanity into despair. Facing the dire situation, humanity is now divided into three progressive factions. The faction advocates for a full-scale war against the radiation creatures, even if it means total destruction. The conservative faction advocates abandoning the underground stronghold and moving deeper underground to avoid the radiation creatures. The neutral faction currently has no plan and is observing the situation to adapt accordingly. Jump guide and reminder of the mission. First, please remember the radiation on the surface and the existence of special energy. If exposed for a long time, you will turn into a zombie. 2. Radiation creatures and zombies are both extremely interested in humans. Please take good care of yourself. 3. A long-term shortage of supplies causes all humans to develop a gloomy mindset. Please be careful of them. For this dungeon's mission limit, the player's storage space will be completely sealed off. The title also loses its effects. The mission rewards are decided based on the main storyline. The mission duration is 30 days. Lin Tsulak was startled. Wow, is it really that surprising? He asked curiously. So, the zombies born from radiation can have a 100% drop rate? The system also responded, scanning the dungeon world beyond the traditional gate to match the basic characteristics of zombies, and the guaranteed drop rate could be activated. Lam Zilak nodded in satisfaction. Yeah, then there's no need to worry about supplies. Suddenly, the system prompted you to choose a player to chew on. Now you have the right to select. Please choose one of the 5 temporary conditions below to assist you in the dungeon. The instruction panel appears with images reminding that conditions only apply within the dungeon. Leaving the dungeon will revoke the conditions. One body part can reduce radiation damage by 50%, extending your survival time in the radiation zone. 2. An extraordinary status can grant you an exceptional clone in the dungeon. 3. An honest servant can become an absolute subordinate who obeys your commands. 4. After entering the dungeon, the armor can seize many resources beyond the standard amount. 5. Special charm. Your body has a special charm that can easily win the loyalty of others. The beauty throws herself into your arms. Lam Tu Lak decisively selected option 1. The system reappears. The golden hand system is generating effects. Please choose the second condition. Lam Tu Lak also chose the second option. The system confirms that the player has successfully selected the extraordinary identity. Please choose the support conditions in the dungeon for the teammates Kuidong and Daingok. He scratched his head in confusion and asked, So Daingok and Kuidong are both zombies? Do they still be affected by the radiation? The system replied that because Daingok and Kuidong have zombie bodies, they are not affected by the radiation turning them into zombies, but prolonged exposure to radiation will still reduce their basic attributes. Lam Tu Lak also selected the second condition for teammate Kuidong and teammate Daingok. The 3 of them all put their hands in their pockets and looked ahead. They stand in a line around the network. The preparation for the dungeon is complete. Please, players, seize the time to enro. The door in front glows with a golden light. Lam Tu Lak stares intently at the door. He looked thoughtful and said, Let me think. Lam Tu Lak opened his inventory in the system. Lam Tu Lak took the card out of his bag, still feeling stunned, and placed it into the game system space that couldn't be taken outside. Could it be in his hand too? The system warns that during teleportation, resource cards will be damaged by the energy transfer. Players are advised not to trust or take advantage of any openings. Lam Tu Lak sadly places the card back in its original spot and, along with his teammates Daingok and Kuidong, enters the teleportation gate. He steps out of the door. Around the 3 of them, there are still sparks of electricity keeping them floating in the air. A notification appears. Congratulations to the player Naize for successfully entering the second danger level of the Royal Land Dungeon. Your body has adjusted through the system's regulation, automatically adapting to the gravity of the instance world.
and you have grasped the basic language of this world. You are in a negative state, and radiation is continuously affecting your body. In about 60 minutes, radiation will turn you into a zombie. You can find the underground city to escape the danger and minimize the radiation's effects.
The light around Lin Tsuolok gradually fades, and the three of them appear in a room with changed clothes. Lin Tsuolok draws a fire sword for protection, facing a wall with a colorful map hanging on it. A stack of documents appears on the nearby wooden table. The fool tries to step forward to grab them, but Lam Tu-Lak raises his hand to stop him. Don't move randomly. He opens his system panel and takes a storage bag from it. Lam Tu-Lak opened the bag and was happy to see there were still cards inside. Beautiful.
I knew right away that the extra storage space beyond the golden hands limit wouldn't be affected. You took out another bag of documents with your name on it.
He opened the bag, took out his information sheet, title, fake inventory, identity, the three-person team that perished, the team leader, and found more information inside. The three-person team that perished, Than Mao Tin Fu, has legendary mercenaries. Their mission success rate reaching 100% makes them a legendary figure in the underground world, your teammate. The big fool is a destroyer. The demon of the East is a killer. Your three-person mercenary group always fights alone, never interacting with anyone else. For now, this is where we stop. No survivor has seen anyone's true face in the three-person team. Lam Tsu-Lak pulls out his bag to check, finding a few miscellaneous items inside. He placed the bag back on the system panel, and all three of them stared seriously at the map. Above the map, it was written how beautiful the world was before the war. Lam Tu-Lak sighs as he pulls down the map, speechless, realizing that even opening the map is already hellishly difficult. He folds the map and places it into a slot on the system board. Lam Tu-Lak walks over, pushes the door open, and says to the two, Kuidong and Daingok, let's go. Beyond the door is a ruined place with old items piled up chaotically. Seeing that, he thought to himself that this place had been abandoned for a long time and seemed to be safe. Lam Tu-Lak snapped his fingers and ordered, Daingok, Kuidong, you two go check the other rooms for anything useful. Both of them obediently ran off to check, while Lam Tu-Lak took a few steps forward, planning to look around. As he approached each puff of smoke rising from the alley, a system panel suddenly appeared beside him. Lam Tu-Lak turned to see Kuidong walking ahead. Understanding his intention, he followed Kuidong into a room filled with broken fragments scattered across the floor. Entering the quiet room, Lam Tu-Lak immediately saw a skeleton slumped over a table, holding a piece of paper. He pulled out the paper, which had the date June 27th, 10 o'clock, Tsuguo City in the north and Yanhai City in the south written on it. The ticket costs 298 yuan. Lam Tu-Lak was surprised by Tuko City. He took out the map to check the route. Demon Dong stood beside him, also glancing at it. It's not far, just 10 minutes to get there, and it's the entrance to the underground city, usually a safe place with suitable terrain. Kuidong, go call the big fool. We're leaving now. The three of them head to a deserted place, shrouded in dust and fog. All three of them are holding swords. Lam Tu-Lak goes ahead, shielding his eyes from the wind and sand, and they should reach the location in about 6 minutes. As they proceed, the path ahead gradually darkens, and Lam Tu-Lak signals to retreat and hide. Suddenly, a vortex appeared nearby, revealing a dark foot. The vortex transformed into a huge zombie demon with a radiation level of 35%, possessing innate bloodline, blood essence, and a small amount of poison in its saliva, with stats of 148 strength, 69 spirit, 130 physique, 116 agility, and a major weakness being a strong fear of direct light. Lam Tu-Lak raises his sword to attack, thinking to himself that his basic attributes already surpass those of the big fool and the demon, but he's still quite a distance away, so he decides to try. He jumps directly to face the monster head-on. The monster raised its chubby hand towards Lam Tu-Lak. He jumped and cut off its hand with a swift sword strike. Lam Tu-Lak directly uses fire to cut down the monster. It blazes intensely as he swings his hand from behind. Lam Tu-Lak strikes another blazing fire slash and then steps back to avoid the heat. The flames grew more intense, making the monster roar. Lam Tu-Lak left a remark, underestimating himself. The demon boy strikes again, causing the monster to explode into a cloud of dust and smoke. The fool looks up at where the demon boy is standing. Lam Tu-Lak gives a thumbs up in praise, causing Kuidong to shyly turn away. Nice job. Lam Tu-Lak glanced around to check. No wonder this place was filled with fog. Turns out the zombies here can't go out into the light. He raised his hand and suddenly felt dizzy. After the fight, Lam Tu-Lak leaned on his sword and knelt down, startling Daingok and Kuidong nearby. The system appears, indicating your body's functions are decreasing. Please Please head to the safe zone quickly. Lam Tulak seems to realize, no wonder he was feeling unwell. He quickly took several cards from his inventory, and the information panel appeared, showing a nimble wristband, a silver-grade equipment that could make the wrist more flexible, adding 3 agility points and increasing wrist flexibility by 10%. He couldn't help but marvel at how a high-level zombie directly dropped silver-grade equipment. Lam Tulak threw a card to the ghost child. He caught it with 2 fingers, and they continued on. At the Tuco City station, the 3 of them headed to a base in the desert. The footprints of the 3 people are still on the sandy ground. Suddenly, Lam Tulak called out, "Ghostly mirror illusion skill." The ghost coin immediately transforms inside. Lam Tulak strokes his chin, affirming, "That's impressive." Lam Tulak and Dai Nguk continued walking toward the base. The sign at the entrance read, Tuco City Underground Station, Tien Lian City Entrance, 38. Lam Tulak looked at the sign and said, "No wonder it's called an underground station. It turns out they converted the subway into an entrance beneath the city." Lam Tulak stepped inside. The steps were covered with various footprints. Seeing that, he guessed that there must be quite a few people inside. He and Dan Ngok went down the stairs into the underground city, heading straight to a tall wall with a hole smashed in the middle, and everything around was eerily quiet. Inside that hole are a series of stairs leading down. This secret area is well hidden and usually undetectable by humans. Lam Tulak lifted one foot and stepped down. Both of them suddenly had a skull badge appear on their chests, and as they went deeper inside, they entered a bustling city filled with the sounds of laughter and chatter. "Ugh, I really don't want to go out today. I heard the radiation levels outside are even higher again. If I accidentally turn into a zombie, it'll be a big loss. I think you only bought that little slave because you couldn't bear to see her suffer." Last night, I heard from the opposite door that they played for 3 whole hours. A group of 3 or 4 were gathered and made a racket. Old Wang, damn it, if you're lucky, just laughed secretly. The most beautiful girl among the refugees from Tianshang City was bought by you for next to nothing. Who wouldn't admire you? Oh, no. All of you are valued brothers. Let's do it this way. Your brother Wang is not a petty person. Does anyone have any thoughts on that, Lotai? I'll directly lower the price for you. One of them quickly spoke up. Loti is the slave you bought last month, Vuongka. With such big breasts, how could Vuongka possibly have? Fine, I'll buy it. Another guy quickly pitched in. I'll tell you some insider information distributed at the slave market. There is also a group of refugees fleeing from Tien Thuong City who will be brought to our place to sell, including quite a few good items. Lam Tulak and Dai Ngok pass by them, and one of them continues talking, while the others look at Lam Tulak saying, "Really? So I will definitely secure a spot for one person at the best price." Lam Tulak turned his head and shot a cold glance. They all trembled in fear and dared not make a sound. They anxiously discussed, "It's too dangerous, going out today and encountering 3 people who died. Luckily, I reacted quickly. If I had collided with them, I would have died. 3 people lost their lives. Earlier, was it 3 people who died? I'm asking, how come only 2 dared to go out hunting? Why don't they wear radiation isolation suits? They keep talking loudly, probably because they're too bulky and heavy to move easily. All right, let's stop discussing them. The S-rank mercenary team Duan Ling is not something we can get involved with." Big Dumb turned his head to look at them, and Lam Tulak silently thought in anger, "I heard it. But when you discuss, can't others speak quietly?" As he walked, he sighed, "What exactly are the people of this underground city? Moreover, their imagination is really rich, and they even look down on the isolation suits, thinking the system prefers to trap and equip them. It's also good that we met them before entering the underground city, as it gave us a heads up about the threat this identity poses." Lam Tulak gently turned his head, glancing at the noisy crowd, but the system definitely wouldn't let him meet these people without reason. So what exactly did their words reveal to him? Hearing this, he seemed to realize something, and was stunned. The deserters from Tien Thuong City. Lam Tulak rested his chin in thought. In this world, the only things that could make people in the underground city flee are radiation creatures and zombies. Probably nothing else. He watched the people walking on the street, some looking up at the sky, others bowing their heads, hands clasped behind their backs. This city has collapsed, the situation is not optimistic, and it's even possible to buy and sell people openly here. It seems the management is very chaotic. I should be more careful and understand the real situation here first before making plans. The 2 of them suddenly saw the shadow of a ghostly figure flash past on the street, and Lam Tulak and Dai Ngok quickly reacted, chasing after it. They chased into an alley where someone was waiting ahead. Lam Tulak and Dai Ngok stopped in front of a door, next to which a disheveled blonde-haired person was sitting on a sofa. He casually said, "Let's proceed with the radiation level check." leaning on a large stick between his legs, leaving Lam Tulak puzzled and confused, not understanding what he was talking about. Check the radiation level. The guy silently grabs Lam Tulak's wrist and presses it against the panel next to the door. His hand is placed on it, and the system displays the information. Radiation level at 24%. Safe for passage. The door opens, and Lam Tulak, with his hands in his pockets, strides inside. The guard raised a hand and pointed inside. "Please!" As the two stepped in, the door slammed shut. Inside, there is an old man slumped over the table. Lam Tulak and the big fool walk in without noticing the old man. He raised his cane to stop them and, still holding it, frowned and said seriously, "ID card." Lam Tulak also didn't hesitate to hand over his identification card, and upon seeing the information on it, he exclaimed in surprise, Fake identity card." His eyes blazing with fury, he suddenly burned with intense energy, writing something very fierce on Lam Tulak's ID card. Then he respectfully bowed 90 degrees and returned the card to Lam Tulak with a slightly worried expression. "The fake card master respectfully welcomes you back." Lam Tulak, clasping his hands behind his back, continued walking, followed by the big fool. He reached out and pushed open the next door. Inside was a crowd of people talking loudly. Seeing someone arrive, everyone happily rushed over to Lam Tulak, greeting him one after another. "Boss, you've just returned, right? 10,000 taels to come have a meal with me?" "Boss, don't listen to him." "Just 9/10 of a silver is enough for me, boss." The blonde-haired, blue-eyed girl from Tien Thuong City, with her enchanting posture, can enjoy herself for just 20/10 of a silver. Don't miss out on her. Suddenly, two hands slowly reached toward Lam Tulak from behind. He immediately realized he was being ambushed, his eyes flashing with a sharp light, and quickly drew two knives to slash a perfect arc through the air. Those two guys, holding the hand you cut off, pushed La That Than down. One of them gritted his teeth in anger and said, "You dare cut my hand, you're doomed." Suddenly the system appeared, and Lam Tulak ignored him and looked at the system panel. "Congratulations, you have unlocked a side quest. The destruction of the 5 Yang Gang," that guy is still shouting. "Do you find it interesting?" Lam Tulak looked up at the system panel, the quest to wipe out the Wu Yang Gang. The system flashed information again, detailing the 5 Rams Gang's background of robbery in public, human trafficking, and forced prostitution. Extremely cruel, but unfortunately they ran into a formidable opponent. You. Objective 1, kill no more than 100 members of the 5 Rams Gang. Disband the 5 Yang Gang completely. Reward, 1,000 gold coins, 2,000 experience points, and 2,000 silver coins. A white silver-grade artifact. Lam Tulak happily thought, this reward is really good. The troublemaker was helped up by 2 others. He asked, "What's your name? Which faction do you belong to?" Before he could finish, Lam Tulak slashed across the necks of all 3. "Tell me your name." The guy's head rolled to the side. Lam Tulak drew his sword and said, "You are not worthy to know him." Then he ordered Dang Ok to kick him. Suddenly someone shouted boldly. He pointed directly at Lam Tulak and Dang Ok, saying, "You're challenging our Ngu Duangang." Lam Tulak's eyes flashed with coldness, and the previously bold man now cowered in fear. The fat man beside him was just as frightened. Do you dare to fight the 5 Yang Gang, or do you want to die?" Suddenly, a hand covered his mouth, and a short, chubby man tremblingly said, Misunderstanding, it's just a misunderstanding, Your Excellency. You must have something to attend to. Please go ahead. Lam Tulak looked at them for a moment, then turned away and left. The fat man let out a relieved sigh. "That guy just killed someone in front of everyone. Why didn't you go after him? It seems like he's been giving you quite a bit of benefit." So the fat guy is the manager here. He put his hands in his pockets and shouted, "Wu Yangang, you guys are involved in human trafficking. I've already turned a blind eye enough, right?" He pointed to his chest and said, "Don't you see the medals those 2 are wearing? They are the victims of the 3-person team. If you're so capable, go ahead and do it yourself. Don't drag us into it." Hearing that, everyone around started to whisper. "The 3 people in the team are dead." "Oh my God, that's terrifying." "Earlier we watched the play, so we won't be involved with him, right? And that bald old man doesn't seem to be in the city right now. If this is handed over to those reckless fools, everything will go completely out of control. A bunch of idiots with no manpower daring to touch the 3-person team that died. That bald old man has recently been recruiting a useless bunch for the bakery. He's in deep trouble this time." On this side, Lam Tulak walks while holding the map, followed by the big fool and Kuidong. Damn it, what is this broken apocalyptic game planning for me to do in Tianlian City? I put one hand in my pocket and held the paper in the other, saying, "Even if I know you're keeping me here because something's about to happen, can't you just be clear about it?"
Lam Tulak shivered with anger, having spent a lot of money to buy information from others and still not getting it right once.
He looked back at the map to check the mercenary center, where the most reliable information was. As the three of them moved forward, a foot appeared. A group of dozens of thugs, with one stepping forward, asked, "Was it you who just killed a member of our Wu Yanggang?" Lam Tulak also didn't hesitate and admitted, "It's me." The system interface displayed the information of the person in front, swaying back and forth. Hao Yu Cheng, a level C enhancer with basic attributes, strength 70, mental age 5 years, physical age 6 years, agility 80, with excessive desire and somewhat unstable posture. The system also explains that enhancers are a power system created by human combat strength in this world because special energy exists on this planet, rendering weapons useless, so people use enhancement drugs to strengthen themselves, seize power, and improve their abilities. Basic attributes from 0 to 20 are considered normal, from 20 to 50 are D-grade enhancers, and 50 to 100 are the C-grade enhancers currently in front of Lam Tulak. Beyond that, every 50 units is a new level, based on the player's attribute stats, and in this world, the highest is the A-grade enhancer, which is extremely rare. Suddenly, a figure stepped forward and introduced himself, saying, "This friend, let me introduce myself. I am the vice leader of the Wuyang Gang, Duke Trak." Lam Tulak lazily ignored and cursed outright. "Just say what you need quickly. If you have shit, then get it over with. I'm in a hurry to leave. First, I want to apologize on behalf of my gang members who deliberately stole from you. Sorry, but I don't think a member of the S-rank mercenary team can just kill someone in front of everyone from our Wu Yang Gang." Lin Tzulei's face darkened as he thought to himself, "I thought my assassin identity had already been exposed, but this Wu Yang Gang isn't that impressive." The vice leader, inexperienced, arrogantly crossed his arms and said, "I can kill at will. What can you do to me?" Duke Trak squinted and smiled lightly. "You're quite impatient, so I apologize for my offense." He smiled slyly and ordered the group, "Don't kill him. Find an opportunity to restrain him and bring him back." Those people immediately obeyed and surrounded the three of them. Duke Trak glanced at a tall man nearby and said, "Lak Nguyen, I guess he's a B-rank expert like you. I'm watching him, ready to act at any moment." He nodded. "I understand, Vice Guild Leader." Lam Tulak leaped forward, swiftly drawing his sword. Without a word, he charged and slashed at them relentlessly. His hand held the sword, turning towards Duke Trak. He stepped back in shock, realizing how strong this person was. No wonder the opponent was so arrogant. He tried to remain calm, clasped his hands, and lowered his voice. "Sir, we agree to compensate and apologize. Please consider." Lam Tulak angrily raised his sword. "Too late now. I want you all dead. Use your lives to apologize to me." He swung his 9-leaf slash strike, causing the whole group to bleed and scream out loud. They panicked and shouted, "Run!" Lam Tulak grabs his sword, prepares to attack, lifts it with both hands, then uses Kool-Aid Toilette to thrust it into the ground, sending rocks flying everywhere. The crowd froze in fear as dust rose around them. Lam Tulak loosened his grip on his sword when suddenly someone behind him shouted, Run now, Lak Nguyen, carry me and run!" Lam Tulak put his hands in his pockets and turned around, still with some fish caught in the net. Lam Tulak, resting his sword on his shoulder, followed by Dai Ngok and Kui Dong, said, "Then let's try a different approach." He turned to Dai Ngok and said, "Dai Ngok, southeast, those fish caught in the net are yours, don't let any of them go." Upon hearing the command, Dai Ngok immediately sped forward to catch them. Lap Nguyen ran ahead, frightened, carrying Duke Trak as he fled. A shadow streaked across the sky, and Dai Ngok quickly landed to block the two of them. Duke Trak's eyes welled with tears as Lap Nguyen shouted, "Brother, our 5 Yonggang admits defeat this time. Please spare us. If you let us go, we can offer you the only level A enhancement in our gang." Daigoku didn't bother to care and charged at them, rushing like the wind. Lap Nguyen leaned back in fear, while Duke Trak fainted without him realizing. Lap Nguyen carefully lowered him to the ground while Da Ngok was still rushing forward, blocking Da Ngok's attack with his hand. Da Ngok swung his hammer, hitting Lap Nguyen and causing several bumps on his head, then struck again, knocking Lap Nguyen far away. Daigoku raised his hammer to strike Duke Trak, blood splattering everywhere. Lam Tulak and Kui Dong, leaning against the nearby wall, criticized him for being too slow and foolish to face someone like that, wasting time. He pointed sternly and said, "Where are your skills? Why don't you know how to use them? Tonight's dinner is grilled chicken." Hearing that, Da Ngok was shocked and terrified. The three of them continued walking, but all Da Ngok could think about was grilled chicken.
Lam Teach Lok turned back and said, seeing how miserable he looked, once he learns to flexibly use his skills, he'll get another grilled chicken. At the mention of chicken, Dang Ok happily jumped up, and Lam Tu Lok sighed, he's really easy to please. Suddenly, a respectful voice from ahead called out, "Hello, counterfeit goods master." I only just looked up to see a group of people busy sweeping and cleaning, with the supervisor in front. Bowing politely, "I am the captain of the patrol team for this road. I sincerely apologize for any trouble caused within my patrol area. We are very grateful that you eliminated the pests of the Wu Yang Gang and contributed to the stability of Tianlian City. To show our gratitude, we have transferred 2,000 guild points to your mercenary account. 1 guild point equals 10 city coins." Lam Tu Lak thought to himself that in this world, the strong are kings, and killing in front of everyone can be justified as protecting the people, which is truly absurd. He responded to the other man, "I accept your sincerity. Is there anything else?" The manager hesitated before saying, "Has the esteemed forger already had dinner?" "City Lord, we would like to take this opportunity to invite you to dinner." Lam Tu Lak thought to himself, interacting with high-ranking officials might lead to higher-level missions, so he decided to check it out first. He replied, "Lead the way." That person bowed and gestured for you to follow him. The underground city was unusually quiet. Through binoculars, To Chi Thuong, the city lord of Tianlian Tan, observes Lam Tu, Lak Dai Ngak, and Kui Dong following the manager to the meeting point. "City Lord, do you mean that?" He stroked his beard, grimacing as he said, "They haven't even fully unleashed their combat power. That A-level destroyer has never used any energy, relying solely on brute strength to kill Lok Nguyen, and this strength is much higher than that of an ordinary A-level expert." Huang Du was a bit panicked to hear this, realizing that one person could be so powerful. And it's not just that. Although from the outside, each attack of his releases all his strength and the damage is not to be underestimated, he hides his true power. I suspect he has S-rank combat ability. Huang Du was startled and sat up suddenly. "What, City Lord? The entire Tianlian city only has one S-rank powerhouse like you, and now a second S-rank powerhouse has appeared. Maybe recruiting them will bring great benefits to Heavenly Connection City. I'll go prepare for tonight's feast." Tu Chi Thuong also sat up and said, "I hope they can become our new support. You should also go prepare." Then both of them went inside to get ready. Below, Lam Tu Lak's back walks leisurely. The three of them pass through the city gate, while the gaunt outsiders glance at them. A blonde-haired guide with a cheerful smile says, "Honorable Lord of the Green Lotus, this must be your first time in our Tianlian city, right?" Lam Tu Lak just coldly nodded, and the other continued, "I will introduce you to the situation of our Tianlian city." Then he cheerfully began the introduction. "The place you entered earlier was the entrance to the square. Each entrance leads to a square, making it convenient for newcomers." He pointed in another direction, saying that leaving the main square would take you to the outskirts, which is also the road where you dealt with the members of the 5 Yanggong earlier. Then the guide pointed ahead and inside to the outskirts where we are living. 90% of the city's population resides in this residential area. Seeing a few beggars with pale gray faces turn to look at them, Lam Tu Lak silently wondered what kind of residential area this was. "This is what we call the new slum area." The guide kept talking, and the areas above are what we call the outskirts of Tianlian City, which make up half of the underground city. Lam Tu Lak put his hands in his pockets, looked around, and thought that in this dungeon setup, 50% of the land was used to support 90% of the people, while the remaining 50% was naturally reserved for the 10% of high-level elites to reside and use. This kind of apocalyptic distribution system was so standard that seeing such scenes was no longer surprising. The guide respectfully clasped his hands and bowed, saying that the Wu Yang Gang you teach is a third-tier faction in the entire outskirts, which has always been a headache for us, so we truly appreciate your righteous intervention. Lam Tu Lak turned his head back and replied softly, "No need to be polite." Then everyone continued on. The guy kept talking non-stop, while the ghost spirit hiding in Lam Tu Lak's shadow received a system notification that the illusory ghost image skill was cooling down. The demon mirror quickly darted into a nearby alley. Seeing the movement, Lam Tu Lak turned back and looked, the demon mirror sitting coldly and curled up in the corner. You and Big Fool continue inside and stop in front of a large gate, where the guide smiles and says, "The gate opening is the highest courtesy of our Tianlian city. Only the city lord's conquerors are honored with this ceremony." Lam Tu Lak also responded, "Not bad." The three of them passed through the city gate into a spacious and grand interior. The guide bows and says, "This way," in front of a luxurious carriage with a driver standing beside it. Lam Tu Lak approached and patted the horse's head, saying, "The city lord is quite considerate.
even keeping horses inside the city. Hearing this, the guide let out a relieved sigh. He respectfully said, "Great master of the carvers, since this place is still a long way from the tower of the city lord, the city lord has prepared a carriage for your convenience." Lam Tulak was startled and pointed at himself, asking, "Getting ready for me?" The other guy also replied, "Yes, fake noble, I will step onto the carriage now so I won't be polite anymore." The big fool lifted his hammer onto his shoulder and followed him to get on the carriage. Suddenly, his hammer struck the doorframe, causing the roof of the carriage to burst open and fly out onto the ground. The atmosphere grew quiet and the guide forced a smile, unsure of what to say. The big fool still stepped onto the carriage while the other said, "These horses have all been professionally trained. They will take you straight to the foot of the city lord's tower." He raised his hand with a slight smile and said, "The lord of the city is already waiting to welcome you." Yes. The horse quickly charged forward on command. The two inside the carriage remained silent, the entire vehicle shaking and swaying with them. The coachman held the reins and whipped the horse to speed along the road. When they arrived, the horse stopped as trained earlier. The coachman stands bowed in the corner as Lam Tulak and Dai Ngok step down together, facing a towering, majestic city lord's tower before them. The door opens and they step inside, where To Chi Thuong is already waiting. He raises his hand and says, "Master Forger, apologies for not being able to welcome you personally." To Chi Thuong ran up to shake hands with Lam Tulak and said with a smile, "I've heard of the infamous for a long time. Today I finally get to meet him." They shook hands, and To Chi Thuong casually said, "We've met, but you still call me City Lord." He introduced himself. "My name is To Chi Thuong, probably a few years older than you, so you can call me Brother To." Lam Tulak thought to himself, "So he's over 70 and I'm over 20, yet he still calls me brother. Who is really the one claiming superiority here?" "Hello, artifact collector. I am the Deputy City Lord of Heavenly Link City, Huangdu." Lam Tulak also politely pointed behind and said, "Brother To, my original name is Lai Hao Bak, and the person next to me is my younger brother, Lai Dai Trong." City Lord Tu Chi Thuong took Lam Tulak's hand and led him inside. "Li Hao Bak, your name sounds like someone with culture, so I will call you Li Lao Day." "Come, Brother Li." And the elder brother Da Zhang is also invited here. "I've prepared a sumptuous dinner to welcome you." Inside the banquet room, there's a huge round table, with two gorgeous girls standing beside it. Tu Chi Thuong waved his hand to signal the girls to step back. They bowed and then left. He clasped his hands under his chin and asked, "Li Lao Day, I remember the 3 members of the group who died, but I wonder about the other senior brother. Who is he?" Lam Tulak replied, "So you prefer killing? He went somewhere else to do something and isn't coming with us." So it seems that Brother Lai from Tianhuan City mainly dislikes the environment of Tianhuan City compared to Tianlian City. Lam Tulak continued, "I, as the city lord, want to move to another city to develop." He raised his glass of wine, holding it with both hands, and said happily, "As the lord of Tianlian City, I invite Elder Lai to stay." "Are you inviting us to stay?" To Chi Thuong also said seriously, "Yes, I will arrange the most luxurious house for you and also organize your mercenary group's information at your mercenary center to ensure you receive the best treatment." Lam Tulak turned to look at the stubborn one and said, "I have no problem, but my 2 brothers are used to living freely. I worry they won't adapt to a confined life." Tu Chi Thuong thoughtfully considered. "I understand, Brother Lai." He also promised, "I can guarantee this to you. As long as you stay within the management of Heavenly Connection City, you and your brothers can continue living as before. If you want to do anything, just let me know in advance, and I will make sure to prepare everything for you without any restrictions, so you can come and go freely from Heavenly Connection City." Both of them happily clinked their glasses. "So wouldn't that be too troublesome for Big Brother too? I'm just thanking you in advance. No need for that." After clinking glasses, both of them finished their drinks while the fool sat silently watching. Tu Chi Thuong looked worried and shared his concerns. "Hey, Brother Lai, I really can't hide it. I agree with you on these matters. Only you guys in Tianlian City can make it happen." Lam Tulak thought to himself, "No wonder he drew me such a big cake earlier. Turns out he was waiting here for me." But he asked aloud, "To Lao Ka, what does that mean?" Tu Chi Thuong said anxiously, "We are afraid that Tianlian City will be destroyed soon." Hearing this, Lam Tulak was shocked. How could this be? Tu Chi Thuong recounted how the villagers fled in chaos everywhere. A month ago, Thien Thuong City was attacked by radiation creatures and a huge army of zombies. Amidst the thick smoke, a few survivors fled towards the base. Some inside the city fought, some were turned into zombies, and only a few managed to escape, all heading to the underground city nearby. Our Tianlian city is one of them. The high-level zombies covered in blood look ahead as Chi Thuong continues. But after destroying Tien Thuong City, the radiation creatures didn't disperse, but gathered together and charged toward Tianlian City. Lam Tulak asked confusedly, "Why is that?" "Brother Lee, I am truly sorry." I stand up and sincerely say, "I really can't hide it from Brother Lee. I only respect you because I have ulterior motives. I want your help. Protect Tianlian City, and aside from what I promised you earlier, whatever else you want, I can give it to you." Faced with such words, Lam Tich Lek couldn't help but think carefully. Chi Thuong, seeing him silent, sighed and thought to himself, "I knew it, in the face of such a major campaign, everyone would choose to back down. Maybe this is the destiny of Tianlian Tun." Lam Tulak rested his chin on his hand, pondering. Thinking, he initially came to improve his strength, to see if he could fight first. If not, he would continue to talk. "You didn't agree right away, so please, Elder To, explain the matter in detail once more." Chi Thuong looked puzzled. "What?" he asked. Quietly. Lam Tulak also nodded, meaning he agreed. He raised his hand and said, "I have one request. I want Tulauka to tell me everything happening here." Chi Thuong happily replied, of course, that's only natural." He waved his hand and ordered, "Go quickly and bring out the confidential documents we sealed away." Huangdu also obeyed. "Yes, Lord of the City, I will go immediately," Chi Thuong said seriously. After years of research, we also have a deep understanding of radiation creatures and zombies. Humans have a special attraction for radiation beings. The more people there are, the greater the attraction, and the more radiation creatures will swarm. So we will limit the number of people going to the surface. He continued, and Lam Tulak listened intently. With such a limit on the number of people, every high-level combatant is obviously very valuable. He raised his eyebrows, and Chi Thuong, with a serious expression, supported his chin. Most importantly, now the radiation creatures have evolved. They not only seek humans on the surface, but are also starting to search underground. If they find the underground city, the entire city will be destroyed. Now Tianlian City is in such danger, Lam Tulak asked after hearing this. "So, for these zombies, Elder To, how much do you all understand?" "The documents are all here." Huangdu walks over with a stack of documents. Now the radiation creatures that destroyed Tien Thuong City are heading toward Tianlin City. Among them is an S-rank powerhouse named Ashdani. Ashdani has the ability to search underground cities. Tianshang City was discovered this way. He placed the stack of papers in front of Lam Tulak and picked up a few to look at. Chi Thuong raised his hand and said, "Everything related to it is in the documents. Li Lao, you can review them first." Understood. The atmosphere in the room gradually became quiet. Lam Tulak began to focus on reviewing the documents. After a moment, he put the paper down and said, "To Senior, I have finished reviewing the documents." Hearing that, Chi Thuong asked, "Lai Jr., do you have any ideas?" Lam Tulak raised his hand and asked, "Faced with these radiation creatures, what should we do? Is it better to fight it directly or to hide?" Chi Thuong crossed his arms and bowed his head in thought. Hiding. Only the cowards of the conservative faction would choose to do that. He slammed the table and stood up, his spirit blazing with determination. Even if he couldn't kill them, he would tear them apart. Hearing that, Lam Tulak immediately guessed that Chi Thuong was from the progressive faction. Wasn't this the perfect opportunity to start the main mission that had come right to his door? Currently, the instance is divided into 3 factions, the conservative faction. The main quest may involve commanding people to retreat, completing the construction of new city structures, which is the safest, most stable, but also the most beneficial. The neutral faction's main mission is the most complicated, requiring extensive interactions with many people. Completing this type of main mission largely depends on luck, so you must find the right team and be progressive. The main task is the simplest, completing combat missions based on strength alone. Lin Zilian also stood up and agreed with Chi Thuong. "I also believe that. Brother Tu is right, we must not be cowardly, we have to crush them. Fighting against oppressive creatures should not stop or retreat. Even if I fall alone, there's no need to rush, because millions will stand up again." Seeing others agree with him, he happily pointed his finger. "Yes, what Brother Lee said is truly wonderful and very insightful." In the pink bubble, the two run over and shake hands. To Senior, Lai Jr., "I wish we had met sooner." Huang Du and the big fool both forced a nervous smile. "Long time no see, fellow spirit. Are you not afraid of scaring people away with your excitement?" Chi Thuong said happily, "Brother, I happen to have a spot for you at my place." He handed you a badge of the sect. From now on, you are one of us in the progressive faction. Lam Tulak immediately put on the badge and strands of energy radiated out. Accordingly, The system also displayed a notification congratulating the player, Nai-se-thun, for successfully joining the Progressive Thief faction. And since the player obtained the faction's badge, they will hold a relatively high status within the faction. Another system panel appeared, determined by the player's choice of the current battalion. The main storyline mission is now available. Players are encouraged to complete it within the given time. Main storyline mission, Progressive Thief Clan. 1. Join the advancing Thief faction and achieve a certain level of fame within the faction is not yet complete. 2. Kill the radiation creature not above. The zombie is not over 1,000. 3. Participate in the actions of the advanced faction more than twice. Lam Tulak finished reading the mission and thought to himself, fine, it's not difficult. Then he turned to cross his arms and said to Tochi Thuong, Old Tu, now tell me your plan.
Lai Jr., our raiding faction can't just sit and wait for death, nor can we let radiation creatures come to our door.
I want to take the initiative to act and carry out the preemptive strike plan. Lam Tulak ponders with his chin in his hand. The assassination plan. Tochi Thuong added, Yes, the assassination plan. Our goal is to kill Akdani and the other radiation creatures far from Tianlian City. Lam Tulak also agreed with him, saying the elder brother's plan is very good. So where is that Akdani now? How many radiation creatures are with it?
Don't worry, I have thoroughly investigated its location. I also have good news. The zombie army that was attacking Tianshang City has temporarily left.
Lam Tulak cautiously asked, Really? He rested his chin in thought. With no zombies, it's much less trouble. Tochi Thuong said confidently, one hand on his hip, the other holding up 4 fingers.
Yes, if our position in Heavenly Link City isn't exposed, they won't come here. Now we just need to fight the 4 S-rank radiation creatures led by Akdarner.
What did you say? All 4 are S-rank, Tochi Thuong asked in confusion. Li Laude, what's wrong? The sunlight streams in from outside, shining on Lam Tulak with his hands behind his back. My and my brother's combat power is mostly level A, with some S-grade gear. To elder brother, I truly want to help you, but that doesn't mean I can send my brothers to die. Lam Tulak crossed his arms and said, Go ahead. Tochi Thuong forced a smile. I've sent someone to find the city lord of Tianxing City nearby, Zhang Feiyao, who is also a veteran S-rank powerhouse. He understood the principle of a cold smile in the face of danger, so he agreed to join us. He regained his confidence, stood with his hands on his hips and continued, I and he subdued a level S radiation creature. You and the elder brother subdued a radiation creature. The commander-in-chief of the 4A level experts can fight the rest. We will not let you fight alone. After saying that, he looked at Lam Tulak nervously. He sighed, and Lam Tulak also agreed. As long as Brother To isn't using us to face Akhata alone, that's enough. Tochi Thuong bowed respectfully. How could he do such a thing? No matter what, this is our matter at Tien Lien Tan. He smiled and said, Li Laude, you are a reinforcement we invited from outside, not a suicide squad. When faced with danger, I will definitely choose to ensure your safety. Lam Tulak also expressed his reasoning. Senior Umbadainer, you must take responsibility for Tianlian City, and I must also take responsibility for my brothers. I hope you understand. Tochi Thuong frowned and forced a smile. I understand. Of course I understand. He may be difficult to fool, but at least I feel relieved now. At this moment, the system panel also appeared, and the player Naize successfully activated the raid mission. This mission belongs to the Progressive Faction's actions. Do you accept this mission? The system also displayed various other pieces of information about the ambush battle scenario. Once Tianlian City's location is exposed, it will be doomed. The urgent task is to successfully kill the radiation creature Akdani and prevent its attack. The goal is to kill the radiation creature Akdani. The reward is 10,000 experience points and 10,000 gold coins, a golden level item that boosts the player's reputation in the thief faction. Lam Tulak thought to himself, the reward isn't bad. Then he turned to Tochi Thuong and said, I only need a promise from the senior brother. If he agrees to fight alongside us, I am willing to risk everything for Tien Lien Than. Both Tochi Thuong and Huang Du were a bit surprised by Lam Tulak's words, and he cheerfully came over to shake his hand. Thank you, Junior Brother Li. With your words, I feel reassured. Then he turned around and ordered Huang Du to bring it here. Tochi Thuong hands a gift box to Lam Tulak. Our meeting was also quite hurried. The farewell gift from the senior was also prepared in a hurry. Lam Tulak opened the box and looked inside, his eyes suddenly widening in shock. Inside the gift box was a severed head. Tochi Thuong said, The head of this bald old man is my gift to you. Is this from Tochi Thuong? I quickly explained. Wasn't the 5 Yang Gang previously in conflict with you? This head chopper is actually the leader of our 5 Yang Gang, who was eliminated. And this head is a gift I give you as a meeting token. Tu Chi Thuong straightened his back and confidently declared, I am fulfilling my promise to you here in Tien Lien City. No one can trouble you. Lam Tu Lak, after hearing this, also expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Senior Tu, for backing me and my brothers. Looking at the player's head in the box, Lam Tu Lak thought to himself, I didn't expect the first mission of this dungeon to be completed in such a way. The system immediately displayed a notification that player Nhai Se successfully completed all the requirements for the disbandment of the 5 Yang Pavilion. You have successfully completed the mission. Congratulations on earning the reward, 1,000 gold coins and 1,000 experience points. 2,000 gold tails for a white silver level item. Reminder, storage space cannot be opened. Please select a suitable location to claim your reward. Once you have fully received the box, Lam Tu Lak happily exclaims, Senior To, let's have a pleasant cooperation. Lam Tu Lak and Dai Ngok are led to their resting place. As they reached the door, the maid turned back politely and invited them in. Lam Tu Lak and Dai Ngok stepped inside, and the servants lined up respectfully to welcome the esteemed guest. This is the maid who guided us earlier, she quickly responded. These are all the welcome gifts prepared by the city lord for you. Whatever requests you have in your daily life, we will do our best to fulfill them. Fine, don't bother me anymore. I need to sleep. Standing at the foot of the stairs, Lam Tu Lak asked, Which floor is my room on? The maid narrowed her eyes, smiling sweetly as she replied, You are our most honored guest in Tien Lien City. All the rooms have been cleaned. You may choose freely. Lam Tu Lak continued walking without showing any emotion, and instructed them to leave now, saying, I will call you if I have any requests. The female attendants responded in unison. Lam Tu Lak approached a room at the end of the corridor and gently pushed open the door. After observing for a while, Lam Zi Lak also muttered in admiration, This dungeon setup is quite good, and the player's shelter environment is well designed. With that, he jumped onto the soft, comfortable bed. Lam Tu Da lying on the bed, not forgetting to open the system menu to receive the experience points. Reward of 1,000 points and 2,000 gold coins, congratulating the player for successfully obtaining the white silver level item. Straw dummy with reinforced strength. Finished, he then leaned to the side and muttered, Sleep now. Sleep now, there's a fight tomorrow. When the sun was high in the sky the next morning, Lam Zi Lak and the big fool had already woken up and were stretching. Suddenly, Lam Zi Lak looked toward To Chi Thuong standing at the bottom of the stairs. Senior To, shall we set out now? Tu Chi Thuong smiled softly, clapping his hands to signal. Wait a moment, Elder Lee. Let you wear this first. The two maids immediately brought out 2 pure black protective suits, and Lam Tu Da, with a calm expression, asked, This is? Tu Chi Thuong gently smiling and patiently explaining. Brother Lai, this is our highest grade radiation shielding suit from Tien Lien Tan. After wearing it, not only can it move on the ground for a longer period, but it also weakens the radiation's effects, slowing down the decrease of attributes. Lam Tu Lak and Da Ngok are attentively listening and observing the protective suits. Tu Chi Thuong looked serious as he gently reminded that as long as your physical condition is good, you can stay in the radiation for up to 12 hours. Lam Tu Lak was immediately grateful and thanked Tu Lao Ka. Tu Chi Thuong points to the 2 sets of clothes and says, Little brother Lee, hurry and change with the big brother. The time is coming. We're about to set out. I'll go change now, too. Lam Tu Lak quickly responded with a sound. Lam Tu Lak and Da Ngok quickly change clothes. When all 3 are ready, To Chi Thuong loudly signals the start. The scene ahead of To Chi Thuong's group is filled with debris and smoke. Lam Tu Lak is carefully scanning the situation, silently noting that there is no longer a smell of iron in the air. It seems that the high-level quarantine suits of Tien Lien Tan were well-developed and even effective at filtering the air. Tu Chi Thuong whispered to Len from behind that Li Lao Day and those around him are temporarily safe, so we can breathe a little easier for now. Tu Chi Thuong looked into the distance and solemnly warned that this was the closest exit from the radiation creature zone in Tien Lien Ten and also the area with the largest number of zombies. The radiation creatures gather and everyone minimizes their movements as much as possible. But mentally they shouldn't be so tense or they'll drain their energy excessively. This isn't good for the upcoming battle, and Lam Tzu Lak also agrees and speaks up. Old Tu is right. After saying that, Tu Chi Thuong continued to carefully observe his surroundings and then informed his team to keep moving forward. A moment later, as Tu Chi Thuong and Lam Tu Lak's group was cautiously exploring the surroundings, suddenly, an A-level radiation creature appeared out of nowhere, blocking their path and charging uncontrollably towards them. Tu Chi Thuong immediately used his magic to suppress the monster, letting it thrash and struggle freely. He quickly restrained it with a chain. Predators are always predators, and they will always fall into this kind of trap. To Chi Thuong's face is cold, his voice firm. Running away won't be that easy. Don't overestimate yourself. Suddenly, To Chi Thuong was momentarily moved, his eyes wide as he looked at the screaming, resisting monster. But in the next instant, his expression returned to seriousness. To Chi Thuong continued to throw out a long yellow chain, gripping it tightly and pulling with all his might, causing the monster to be instantly subdued as the fluids from its body spilled everywhere. To Chi Thuong's team quickly surrounded the monster's corpse for examination, and he gently spoke in a calm tone. Brother Lee, the group has extracted a special fluid from the radiation creature, and this radiation fluid is one of the key ingredients for creating enhancement serum. Lam Tu Lak nodded in agreement and responded. I see. The biological fluid on zombies is also extractable from over 1,000 zombies, but not as much as from an A-level radiation creature. It's written in the dungeon setup. Lam Tu Lak turned to look at To Chi Thuong with some admiration. I just didn't expect the Deputy City Lords group to carry tools with them. To Chi Thuong modestly chuckled and replied, It's rare to come up to the surface city, so of course we have to be fully prepared. So, little brother Lee, what do you say? Was my earlier performance called the Old Swordmaster, right? Lam Tu Lak said happily, joining in the praise. Lao Elder Toe's one-handed chain whip was not only flexible and free, but also extremely powerful. Suddenly, a team member ran over to report that our city lord had finished extracting the biological fluid from the irradiated creature, and we could continue moving forward at any time. To Chi Thuong immediately turned serious, then turned around and continued on his way. After a while, To Chi Thuong's group and Lam Tu Lak's team encountered the city lord of Tianxing City, Trang Phi Duok, standing against the wall. To Chi Thuong suddenly realized and called out to Trang Phi Duok. Trang Phi Duok shrugged and teased, Are you too old now, old man, and can't fight anymore? Or maybe you've exhausted all your energy on bed matters. Why is the journey so slow? To Chi Thuong helplessly retorts, Old Master Trang is several years older than me and still calls me fake. To Chi Thuong stepped forward and lightly punched Trang Phi Duok Kan's shoulder with a frown, winning before taking the 99th concubine and still taking a bottle of enhancement potion from me. Forgotten already? Now tell me, which of us hasn't been doing official duties lately? Trang Phi Duok laughed heartily. You're jealous of my charm, aren't you? If a Kaer appeared, I would have already prepared to marry my 100th concubine to reach the full count. All right. Let's get to the main point, or else the people you brought will have to find a good place to bury themselves. Trang Phi Duok turned around and laughed loudly at the team members who were already tired of his jokes. Suddenly, Trang Phi Duok approached Lam Tu Lak politely and greeted him. The fake alchemist had heard of him for a long time and didn't expect that a mercenary captain would be an S-rank powerhouse. I am the city lord of Tianhan City, Trang Phi Duok. Remember to visit me when you have free time. The two of them shook hands warmly and continued their conversation. The fake disciple Li Haobak, the city lord of Trang, has admired me for a long time. He didn't mention anything else. If you want someone, just pick whoever you like. To Chi Thuong quickly stepped in to interrupt, telling him to stop flattering or hitting on Li Laode. He's not someone who covets beauty. In To Chi Thuong's mind, he thought that after arranging so many beauties for him, he wouldn't be interested in any of them, but might be attracted to Trang Phi Duok's young concubine. Trang Phi Duok, looking helpless, spoke to clarify. Look at you. I was just trying to be kind to Brother Lee. Why are you so anxious? To Chi Thuong slung his arm around Lam Tu Lak's shoulder, frowned and waved him off. Enough talk. Now is not the time for you to joke and manipulate people's feelings. I have my own plans, and someone I've struggled to keep will not give in to you. After finishing, To Chi Thuong turned to his group and continued. The nearby towns only have a few strong fighters like us, and we are all here now. Trang Phi Duok immediately interrupted to remind. Junior. 2. You understand what I mean. If this operation fails, the underground city here will be destroyed by the radiation creatures. To Chi Thuong clenched his fists and spoke with determination. That's right, so we have no way out anymore. Trang Phi Duok quickly provided the information. So I will share the information we have gathered first, based on our intelligence. Ardhanai is near Tuko City High School. To Chi Thuong immediately gives the order after hearing this. Everyone please go there. He took out a detailed map. To Chi Thuong and Lam Tu Lak looked serious and deep in thought. The fate of the city depended on the underground fortresses. I'm really looking forward to meeting you, Danyi. To Chi Thuong carefully checks the map, pointing at it. Then he turned to everyone and announced clearly that according to intelligence, the Danyi group had found a place to rest within the Tuko City High School area, avoiding each other to absorb more radiation energy. To Chi Thuong then continued to assign tasks. The S-rank radiation creature Oda, known for its speed, was resting in the building opposite on the left. He handed it over to Welder Trong, and Trong Fiduk happily agreed immediately. I've been wanting to challenge it to a one-on-one fight to see if it's faster, or I am. After finishing, Tu Chi Thuong turned to assign the task to Lam Tu Lak. In another lecture hall on the right, the radiation creature of Class SK Topo, known for its destructive power, is present. We need to use strong melee abilities to suppress it. Is it Lai Jr. and Dai Trang brothers' turn? Lam Tu Lak and Da Nung also quickly nodded in agreement. Yeah, I and Da Trang have no problem. Next, Tu Chi Thuong assigned the remaining team members the task of restraining the S-grade radiation creature Than Thuk Vuong inside it. Its physique is the largest, made of plants. Its movements are quite slow, so you can take advantage of your numbers to surround and attack it. Wait for us to deal with those guys first, and then come help you. Everyone responded in unison. No problem. After finishing, he folded the map and solemnly declared, Ma'ak Dani is at the main teaching building. I will handle it. Tu Chi Thuong carefully holds the watch because to prevent the start time of our battle from being different, radiation creatures from other places might come to support us, so everyone must act when the countdown hits 0. Then he distributed the watches to each person, reminding them carefully that the fight must be quick and to give them no chance to react. There is a small shelter nearby that can shield against radiation, allowing recovery and removal of radiation suits after the fight. Everyone united their efforts, shouted loudly, knowing this battle concerns the survival of the underground city, and victory is the only option. All done. Tu Chi Thuong smiled warmly, speaking in a deep voice. Rest for a bit to regain strength. Then we will set out. Everyone quietly sat down to rest and recover, and then they immediately set off. Tu Chi Thuong gestured for everyone to quickly carry out their tasks, and the group dispersed in different directions to complete their missions. Lam Tu Lak and Dai Nguk carefully tiptoed to the assigned location, quietly assessing the situation with a relatively calm heart. He and Dai Nguk are both silently and cautiously observing. Lam Tu Lak quickly steps out, thinking to himself, afraid that others might not find you and cause a big commotion. Carefully, he instructed Dai Nguk to stay behind, stay here, and don't act rashly. Lam Tu Lak tiptoed forward, sword in hand, quietly inspecting the area. Soon, he arrived in the refuge of that radiation creature and carefully hid behind the wall, silently observing. While the giant monster was sleeping soundly, unaware of what was happening, the system appeared. The radiation creature has a basic attribute of CA to foe, with strength 240, spirit 110, physique 220, agility 160, and a radiation body talent. When you are in an environment with high radiation, your basic attributes will increase. Your evolution progresses faster when taking damage, and your recovery speed depends on the radiation level. Dealing damage to enemies will also accelerate their radiation absorption, involving the armor of the bear, wolf, human, and dog. You can possess the abilities and traits of an organ within your body, enhancing your resistance to attacks. However, if the connected body parts are not structurally aligned, they will be quite vulnerable. Targeted wounds can cause more damage, but the large body moves slower and less agile. Lin Tsulak looked at the beast in surprise, wondering to himself, where is the dog on that creature? Then Lam Tulak immediately assumed his stance, took out the watch, and clenched the countdown timer in his hand. Without making a sound, he stands still, carefully considering the situation. Lam Tulak quickly opens the system panel. To deal with such a huge creature, using a trap is definitely the best way to save time and effort. After some consideration, Lam Zilian decided that the trap capable of destroying the barrier was the best choice. Lam Tulak immediately activated the function of a trap, capable of breaking the barrier. As the countdown timer reached the moment to act, Lam Tuda, frowning, punched the wall hard, waking the angry sleeping beast. Next, Lam Tulak quickly launched a series of fireballs at the monster. The creature was now truly enraged, its eyes blazing red and roaring loudly. Lam Tulak gazes fearlessly at the monster and says, with a satisfied smile, "So you said I have a dog part somewhere, turns out it's hidden in your mouth." The monster fiercely blocked Lam Tulak's fireball with one hand. Its arm nearly burned to the point of smoking. Suddenly, a small flame flew over, landing on the dog head hanging from the monster's chest, causing it to catch fire. The dog head immediately howled in anger. This two-headed creature immediately turns to look at Lam Ziliao with eyes burning with rage. Lam Ziliao squints and smirks in challenge. "If you have the guts, come and fight me." The monster roars loudly, channeling its inner strength, then glares furiously in the direction of Lam Teach Lak. The furious beast, its mouth still roaring fiercely, charged forward and raised its claws to strike at Lam Tu Lak. Lam Tulak remained completely unfazed, sneering softly as he gently stepped back. When the fierce beast swung its powerful attack, Lam Tulak had already vanished. That missed attack only caused the walls to break apart. As the monster looked around searching, Lam Tulak taunted and jeered. The monster's eyes blazing with fury as it searches, Lam Tulak gleefully continues to provoke. "Your dad is here. Look up," and the monster immediately lifts its head to look up. And when their eyes met, a large rock suddenly fell straight onto the monster, which clenched its teeth and desperately tried to hold up the massive stone. Its eyes were blazing red with veins of blood, and its legs had started trembling, no longer able to stand firm. In the end, it refused to submit and forcefully knocked the stone away. The beast growled, eyes blazing with fury as it looked up at Lam Tulak. Lam Tulak suddenly charged forward, thrusting his sword directly at the monster. The creature was momentarily stunned, but managed to narrowly dodge Lam Tulak's attack. Lam Tulak's previous strike was enough to shatter the entire floor. He confidently brandished his treasured sword, ready for the opponent. The beast's eyes full of fury, it quickly gathered its strength and roared loudly as the great beast charge, Power Tiger Claw, and Beast Devourer Roar were unleashed simultaneously. Lam Tulak was momentarily pleased to see this, as armor on the body allowed it to simultaneously activate 3 really interesting skills. The system interface immediately displayed detailed information. The Great Bear Rush attack can generate a powerful forward thrust of energy in Tiatofo's body. The Great Power Claw is when Katofo swings his clawed arm forward, causing a high burst of single-target damage. The Howling of the Beast is a skill that weakens the enemy's basic attributes, while boosting your own. Lam Tulak narrowed his eyes, thinking to himself, "Then let's see what skills you have." The monster raised its claws and leapt toward Lam Tulak's family technique. 9 leaves repeated slash. Lam Tulak yawned and immediately drew his sword to slash directly at the monster's hand. The clash of the 2 powerful strikes sent Lam Tulak and the monster flying at the same time. Lam Tulak quickly gathered his strength to land safely. The floor behind him suddenly cracked and collapsed, causing Lam Tulak to fall unexpectedly. Then, a deafening explosion erupted, and the triumphant, furious monster roared loudly as it rushed to kill Lam Tulak. "Human, I will make you pay for this," using the 9 leech reversal slash skill to enter a stiffened state. Lam Tulak calmly signals with a glance that now is the time, and just as the beast is about to pounce on her, Daingok quickly shatters the glass and rushes in to save her. The big fool delivers a powerful blow with the giant hammer to the monster, serious and focused, using the King of Beasts skill to bring the creature to the brink of death. The pressure from both sides was too great, causing the floor to collapse again, sending Daigok and the monster crashing down to the lower level. Seeing the monster lying unconscious on the ground, Daigok raised his hammer once more. Big Stupid delivers a powerful blow to the dog's head on the monster's body. Suddenly, a flicker of surprise flashes in Big Stupid's eyes as he looks down, while the monster, in pain, struggles and desperately tries to recover. Immediately after, its giant hand clenched onto Daingok's leg. Then it fiercely lifted him high into the air, roaring loudly. The monster threw Daingok forcefully into the corner of the wall, confident of victory, and let out a triumphant roar. Suddenly, Lam Tulak suddenly appeared from behind, wielding a sword and charging straight ahead. His swift sword caused the floor to shake, catching the monster off guard. It immediately fell freely along with the rubble, leaving only Lam Tulak silently watching and Daingok sitting slumped in the corner. Daigoku quickly regained consciousness, and Lam Tulak immediately finished it off with a massive explosion. You and Danong have both escaped safely. Both of you are carefully observing the outcome. The smoke from the explosion gradually clears, revealing the scene of destruction. Lam Tulak quickly uses the blood-crimson iron to scout the situation and confirm whether the corpse is truly dead. Watching the beast lying in pain beneath the large rocks, Lam Tulak thought to himself how difficult it was to hope for a strong survival. Suddenly, it sharply turned its head and looked at Lam Tulak and the other with eyes blazing with fury. Lam Tulak quietly wondered if it had realized it was being watched. Seeing the creature turn away and struggle to get up from the rocks, he let out a relieved sigh, indeed still respecting its intelligence. Suddenly, Lam Tulak turned to Daingok and spoke. Daingok went to report and seek revenge. The beast, covered in stones and struggling to crawl forward, was suddenly struck hard right on the head. That blow from Daingok completely knocked the monster out. Meanwhile, Lam Tulak beside him could only marvel.
Surprise!
Then Lam Tulak quickly drew his sword with a sharp gaze.
Next, it's time for us to settle the score.
Quickly, he slashed to cut off the monster's head. Daingok swiftly added another hammer blow to the monster's head. Finished, Lam Tulak and Daingok wiped their sweat, cracked their shoulder joints, ready to continue the mission. Evaluating translation choices. I'm considering how to phrase in a deep voice versus low voice for accuracy. Using low voice might work better. Then there's the Vietnamese phrase hut thitha, translating to extract the corpse, which feels a bit unnatural but precise. The term corpse versus body has nuances. Thithe means corpse, but body sounds more natural in English. Given earlier context, I think using the corpse remains important for preserving meaning. Choices include pull out the corpse or extract the corpse, but I lean towards the latter for precision. Analyzing dialogue formatting, I'm looking at how to present Lam Tulak's dialogue. He says, extract the corpse, and I'm debating whether to use quotes. The original doesn't have quotes, but using them for direct speech seems okay to clarify. While the instruction mentions no tags, it doesn't explicitly ban quotes. I could rephrase it to avoid heavy formatting like, Lam Tulak, his face stern and voice low, spoke, extract the corpse. This way I keep it concise without breaking the one-line requirement. I'm also considering whether to use his or switch to he for clarity. Finalizing dialogue presentation. As I'm ready to finalize the phrase, all right, next, with a stern face and a low voice, Lam Tulak said, extract the corpse. I think using a colon works well for clarity. Without quotes, it could feel a bit strange, but this approach matches the punctuation and maintains a single line. As for all right versus all right, both are acceptable, but all right feels simpler. Since there's no specified style, I'll stick with all right for a smooth flow. This will be my final version. All right, next. With a stern face and a low voice, Lam Tulak said, extract the corpse. Dangak heard that and suddenly froze, not understanding the meaning. Lam Tulak gently patted Dangak's chest to comfort him, and Dangak also nodded in agreement. You're not mistaken. I need to extract Sadafo's corpse. I need it. After saying that, Lam Tulak climbed onto the pile of rocks while Dangak struggled below to pull the beast's body out. Lam Tulak then started clearing the rubble above to reduce pressure on the beast's body. After a while, he finished clearing the debris and calmly wiped the sweat from his face. Tulak looked down at Dangak pulling the beast out, but after a while, there was no sign of movement. Furious, Tulak jumped down, explained the method again to Dangak, and grabbed him to try pulling it out. Then Lam Tulak walked away to observe, waiting for Dangak to stay and try to pull the beast's body out. Dangak clenched the beast's body tightly, using all his strength to pull it out from under the pile of dirt and rocks, then threw it to the side with a strong impact, causing blood to spurt out. Seeing everything was settled, Tulak praised Dangak, well done, and the system appeared, blood silver, insight closed. He then approached the beast, opened the system panel, and clicked. The space expands. Tulak then stored the body of the beast into his system, only keeping its head. Seeing everything had been smoothly resolved, Lam Tulak thought for a moment that since he and Dangak handled the case so quickly, it wasn't fitting with the character image others had of him. So later at the meeting with them, hiding some of his strength to overshadow Trung Quy would also be a good idea. When Tulak turned around, Quy Dong Tu had already appeared behind him. The sudden appearance surprised Lam Tulak, causing him to step back. These past 2 days, he had only focused on discussing the radiation creature with To, to the point of forgetting about the ghost boy. Remember when you told the ghost boy that I planned to hide our strength? So starting tomorrow, you must keep it secret. And don't forget, I also warned you to be careful not to forget. I'm giving you a task to find the leader of the 5 Yang Gold Gang and cause trouble for him. Since you lack practical experience, go find some useless items from their gang and bring them back here. Ghost Dong not only obeyed him but also brought him enhancement potions, a method for strengthening oneself used by humans in the post-apocalyptic game world. Lam Zilak then picked up the potion bottle to check, surprised that Toji Shang had directly killed the leader of the Wu Yang Bang. It seems that the ghost of the earth is just sweeping through the 5 Yang Gang. But to be fair, this 5 Yang Gang is really poor. A big faction like this only has a few valuable items. Seeing that the ghost slave wasn't wearing protective gear, Lam Tulak reminded him, put on this radiation protection suit first. Tulak also stored all the medicine into his bag for now. You might need it later. Lam Tulak then used the system to control the demon's consciousness. After a while, the system displayed a notification saying that the main storyline dungeon for Wan Kuidong's teammate had opened for other players. You and your teammates, the main mission line is now open. Please complete the mission quickly. Everything is done, and he also told the demon spirit to go ahead. You can leave now. Back to a safe place. Lin Sulak looked at the demon for a moment, then he reminded you to run away. Cough, cough, while they haven't noticed you yet, you should go first. The demon immediately closed off a corner and used the illusion skill of the ghostly shadow. Tulak and the big fool then went outside.
Big Dumb, let's go check on how the others are fighting. Over here, a giant tree monster is causing chaos.
The city lord is here to stop it, but a whip from the monster knocks him back, causing him to fly away and land at Lam Tulak's feet. Seeing a figure in front of the vice city lord, he strained to see who it was, and it turned out to be the idiot and Lin Tilak. Tilak then informed him about the situation on the other side.
We've taken care of Katafo, coming to help everyone now. Are you guys really so good at killing and destroying? Is it really that easy to deal with Katufo? The two of you managed to defeat an S-rank creature in such a short time. Seeing Fo Than Chu still suspicious, Lam Tulak also felt that it was better to come earlier, wishing he had delayed a bit. Tulak then pulled him up to explain, "We were lucky to find the weakness of Katofo after a quick fight, which is why we finished so quickly." And Fo Than Chu was convinced by that reasoning.
So that's how it is. I blame myself for almost misunderstanding them, thinking they were hiding their true strength from the city lord and had other plans, but it was just a coincidence. Lam Tulak then asked the deputy city lord to explain the current situation.
"Vice Captain, you should explain the specific situation to us first." There. The tree knocked another person flying towards us. The deputy city lord quickly flew over to catch the other person, and the tree roared as Lin Tzuolian drew her sword and charged forward. He swung his sword powerfully, splitting the monster in two, but suddenly he realized something was off. This is one of King Thanthuk's innate abilities. Plants can regenerate the plant parts on its body when injured by absorbing nutrients normally, allowing it to quickly heal wounds. The mouth of the monster's flower bud suddenly appeared, and its healing speed is faster than our attack. We haven't found its weakness yet, so we're moving slowly. Tulak paused to assess the situation, and the tree shot out many leaf arrows, which Tulak immediately burned with fire. The flames shot from his hand burned all those leaves, and Tulak continued to unleash fire. The large flames grow around everyone, and the monster, wounded by the heat, roars in anger. Tulak then signals to Daingok, "Big Trang, buy me some time." Big Dumb then charged forward and swung his hammer to attack the monster. Daigoku swings but misses every time and is knocked away by the monster. Seizing the opportunity, Tulak flies in with fire to attack the creature. Tulak liền mở rộng tay phía sau, tập trung ngọn lửa, rồi giơ tay lên trời. Quanh người anh xuất hiện hiệu ứng tăng truồng mạnh mẽ hơn bao giờ hết. Lam Tulak immediately uses the fire to burn everything in front of him. The monster hit by Tulak's attack roars in pain, and the system appears, indicating it is using its slime spray skill. Then, a system message explains that this slime consumes a certain amount of nutrients from the body when spraying it. The slime spewing from its mouth is incredibly powerful and highly corrosive, and it's heading straight for them. They begin to corrode Lam Tzuola's flames. Tzuola clasped his hands together, surrounding himself with a barrier equipped with concealment and immunity spells. But it seems useless as these substances continue to eat through his shield. Tulak immediately took out a necklace with a red gem and activated a stronger shield, the stone circle necklace. The talc shield barrier can only hold a little longer as the cracks of water appear on it, allowing the corrosive substance to penetrate through the first layer of his shield and reach the next. He also realizes he can't hold on like this for too long. The monster, seeing that, boosts its firepower and launches a series of corrosive attacks at him, but it didn't realize that the flames had already surrounded it. Feeling trapped by the fire, the monster began to suffer. Its entire body kept burning. To avoid taking too much damage, the monster cut off all the burning parts. But that was not enough to stop Lam Tulak's flames. The fire kept engulfing the monster, causing it pain. Seizing the opportunity, Lam Tulak signaled for everyone to attack the young monster while he watched from afar. At this moment, Tulak could finally breathe a sigh of relief when suddenly an arm was placed on his shoulder. Master Trang praised Lam Tulak's actions.
Cậu và Giai Trang huynh dễ nhanh thật, còn kịp tôi giúp huống du huynh dễ. Trang Thanh Chu kể lại, I just finished killing and saw a huge fire outside from this direction. I thought something else had happened, but it turns out old Master Li was controlling the fire. After saying that, he then asked Lam Tulak, "Old brother Li, how exactly did you manage to control this fire?"
Lam Tulak cảm thấy hỏi bối rối, không biết nên trả lời thế nào trước sự kỳ vọng của Trang Thanh Chủ. Suddenly, Vice City Lord collapsed, and Lam Tulak nearby rushed over to ask, "Are you okay, Vice City Lord?" They both turned to look at the monster. The monster roared, clearly angry and evolving. Tulak told Trang Than Chu, "Elder Trang, now is not the time for this. We must deal with King Thanthuk first." Master Trang also agrees with what Tulak said. "Brother Lai, you're not wrong." Then, the city lord charged forward. Tulak, meanwhile, led the injured to safety before disappearing quickly, leaving only a shadow behind.
Tulak appears on the city wall with him, charging into battle against the monster. He unleashes a barrage of fire slashes, carving countless wounds into the creature before leaping out of its attack range. Master Tron immediately praised Brother Lai for being truly capable. Now, everyone has gathered together. Lam Tulak then asked Elder Brother Trang, "Elder Brother Trang, something might have happened." Elder Brother Trang, knowing what he wanted to ask, replied, "I know what you're talking about. Something definitely happened to Old Tu." Lich King Nguyen immediately stepped forward to oppose, saying we must not, and the city lord then approached and waved his hand to explain to Lich Qian Nguyen. The news is that the main hall there didn't cause any major disturbance, and Old To is likely holding out against Achari. Tulak also began to think that luckily we chose to kill the King of Greenery first. Otherwise, not only would the deputy city lord and others have to die, but if the King of Greenery kills everyone, we will run to join forces with Achari, and by then our strength won't be enough to fight them, making this operation a complete failure. Another member of the group added, "Huangfo City Lord's team is badly injured and cannot continue fighting." Tulak also recalled the previous character creation, and based on his current character setup, he couldn't say much more. So he only mentioned everyone's situation. "Da Trang and I are fine, plus Elder Brother, we should be able to kill Achari." Tran Chengju reminded everyone that you are all seriously injured and can't act, and going wouldn't help. Seeing that, Lich Qian Nguyen stepped forward, wanting to continue fighting. Clan Leader Clan Leader immediately reminded Lich Qian Nguyen to consider the younger brother. Even if he didn't think of himself, he had to think of the three of them. After the reminder from the clan leader, everyone fell into silence. After a while, Lich Qian Nguyen relented, and following the advice of the clan leader decided to go with Lam Tulak and urged everyone to stay behind. Lai Jr. and I are going to check on Elder Tu. Big brother, you stay here and watch over them. Don't let them run around. After saying that, the two of them ran off. When they arrived, the scene was eerily quiet and terrifying. Suddenly, Tulak sensed a pressure. Both of them entered the building, but everything seemed normal. Tulak was spying on the 3 lower floors, while Trang Tan Chu was monitoring the 4th floor. The 4th floor was exactly the same as the 3rd, with no significant signs of battle. He also reported the situation on the lower floors, the 2nd and 3rd floors as well. Trang Tan Chu then thought, Dani ran away. So, Tulao Dao must have chased after him. I don't know. Tulak added that there was a very strange classroom on the 2nd floor, but since I was the only one there, Tulak went back to call Lord Trang to come along, because I didn't dare act alone, so I went to call Elder Trang. Seeing that, Trang Tanchu also urged Tulak, "So what are we waiting for? Let's go quickly." The two of them hurriedly ran to the place, and Trang Tanchu immediately opened the door. Immediately, the scene before his eyes made him panic. A person was buried under many rocks, only their arm exposed. Looking at the mark on Trang Tanchu's arm, he immediately recognized it as To Lao Dao, causing him to fear and rush forward shouting, "Tu Lao Dao!" Tulak hurriedly pulled his hand back. "That's not To Lao Ka," Tulak explained. "There is only one broken arm here now. It looks like the whole building also cannot find any trace of To Lao Ka and Akhdani. Master Trang still doesn't think so. It must be that Akhdani's strength is too great. Old Master To had his arm broken by it, but he himself definitely has considerable strength. Akhdani couldn't kill him in a short time and guessed our existence, so he chose to run away." Master Trang became even more convinced of his own reasoning. Old Master To, known for his fierce temper towards S-rank creatures, also failed in his plan because he tried to stop it from escaping. He definitely chose to follow. Tulak also said, "I agree. Now we can only follow the traces left by Elder Tu and see the situation firsthand." Hearing that, Chairman Trang looked a bit helpless, saying that, "But this is a foggy area, how can we find them?" Lam Tulak immediately stepped forward to take on this task. "Leave it to me. You've also made your own plans. I'm really curious to see how powerful this S-rank radiation creature is, capable of breaking the arm of an S-rank expert. Northeast, they just left a few minutes ago." "The door," Tulak continued explaining to Trang Tan Chu, "we can still catch up now. Elder Trang, we are on our way." They arrived in front of a large building, surrounded by many faint bones, both of them now standing at the entrance of that big house. Lam Tulak responds, "This place definitely has the aura of a radiation creature." He seriously advises, "Elder Brother Trang, don't forget I am a mercenary. I've encountered many radiation creatures, and I pay close attention to details." Lam Tulak analyzes the situation. Lao To and Achari are now huddled inside the factory, likely staying here for about 3 to 4 minutes. Trang Phi Duok also checked the floor. This was a radiation factory from the city of Tuko in the past. Then he followed, Although this place was abandoned before the Great Battle, the radiation level was still much higher than outside. Lam Tulak calmly pockets his hand. Perhaps this is the reason Akari chose to stay here and negotiate with Elder To, as the two are now very close to the door. Lam Tulak drew his sword and asked Trang Phi Duok, Elder Trang, how have you recovered? Next, there's no chance for you to rest. Trang Phi Duke replied firmly, Li Lao De, you can rest assured, although we can't be in perfect condition. We've recovered at least to 70 or 80% after such a long journey. After confirming Trang Phi Duok's condition, Lam Tulak suggested, okay, then we split up and act first. Whoever finds Elder To first, send a signal. Trang Phi Duok immediately responded that it was no problem, and so the two boys split up to search. Following the straight path, Lam Tulak arrived at a room with some fairly fresh bloodstains. He observed them carefully, then used his blood-color divination skill. The blood links have pinpointed the locations of Elder Tu and Ak Da Ni. It turns out they have confirmed the situation here and found Lam Tulak's position, who has retracted his clairvoyance skill. Lai Jr., how is the situation on your side now? Are Old Master To and Ak Da Ni here? He nodded. Brother Trang, your guess is correct. Trang Phi Duke continued, I used to come here before, so I'm quite familiar with this place. After a round, I guessed they are here. Lam Tulak continued, I found traces here and heard signs that they are preparing to send a signal to you. After the conversation, Trang Phi Duok intended to reach out and open the door. Junior Lai, are you ready? Lam Tulak replied, of course. As they were about to step in, a voice suddenly spoke, catching both of them off guard. Come in, both of you. The door opens, and Trang Phi Duok and Lam Tulak arrive to support To Chi Thuong. However, instead of feeling happy, he looked frightened. Elder Trang, Brother Lai, you two should leave quickly. Akdani has evolved to SS level. It's not something we can handle. Lam Tulak comforted him. Elder To, don't be discouraged. With us here, it's still uncertain who will win or lose. Trang Phi Duke shares To Chi Thuong's view, standing to protect him, but also giving a warning. Senior Chang, don't be tense. And you step closer to Akdani with your sword ready to fight. Did you already know we were following you? Following the question, he also responded. I didn't dare believe my discovery at first, but now I am absolutely certain. Achi Ayeri chuckled and said, I'm quite curious now. What method are you using to track me through the fog? Both Tu Chi Thuong and Trang Phi Duok also want to know. Both of them stared intently at Lam Tulak, making him feel awkward. Should I just forget about explaining, or is it better not to explain at all? Acha Ni chuckled and said, You don't agree? No need to rush. When you feel the pleasure of the torture, you won't be able to hold back and will confess. Its taunt made Lam Tulak furious, clearly knowing what he would do. Zhang Pi Yao and Tuo Ji Shang hurriedly stepped in to stop him. Brother Lai, stay back. Lam Tulak ignored him and stepped forward a few more steps, then used his skill to appraise Akdani, a basic radiation creature of Akdani attribute, with a power of 260, mental strength of 255, physical strength of 160, and agility of 270. Lam Tulak read the information and marveled. It turns out he has evolved to SS level with the attributes listed on the talent and skill information sheet. The innate talent includes 3 super radiation bodies. It is a level SS talent. When you are in an environment with high radiation, your basic attributes will increase. The rate of evolution accelerates when your body takes damage. The recovery speed will increase rapidly based on the radiation level when dealing damage to enemies. The speed at which you absorb radiation from enemies, your armored body, humans, fallen beings, termites, snakes, and sharks will all increase significantly. You can acquire the abilities and traits of parts of existing entities on your armored body. Furthermore, these abilities gain enhanced and expanded perception effects, a talent born from the powers of the fallen after undergoing mutation. You can sense enemies around you and also perceive human presence. This effect doubles when using skills. The skill of the ancient giant slash, the reader stops watching, the furious madness, the flying blade slash. And of course, every creature has weaknesses, with 2 notable points. Weak point 1, the body connection point is relatively fragile. Direct hits can cause greater damage. 2, since the main parts of the body are human and relatively weak in stamina, they can fight by exhausting their energy. Lam Tulak thought to himself, so he has a super strong sense of perception. No wonder he could tell that he and Trang Phi Duok were sneaking around him. And just as the predictions were pouring out, Akdani launched an attack, causing the 2 brothers to shout in worry. Lam Tulak skillfully dodged.
avoiding the direct hit downward. Then, using his technique, he landed beside Trangfi Duok and Tochi Thuong, guiding both elder brothers to attack above Akhdani's connected elbow.
To Senior, exhausting Akhdari's stamina will prevent him from attacking you. Both of you shout the command loudly. Seeing the situation improving, Lam Tu Lak quickly devised a new strategy with a sharp gaze. This forced Achinoi to stop all actions. Unable to move its limbs, it had to rely on its eyes to watch the flaming sword of Lam Tu Lak approaching. With incredible speed, the sword swiftly sliced through Akhdani's hand. Not stopping there after landing, Lam Tu Lak leaped up again, closing in on Akhdani. Once again, he swung his sword, severing its arm and causing the floor to crack. Only then did Lam Tu Lak stop.
Dani looked down at Lam Tu Lak with discomfort.
I find you very interesting, so I agree to play with you. It grimaced, but that didn't mean Akhdani angrily charged forward. I agree to let you injure my body.
Lam Tu Lak raised his sword and shouted, "Now is the time."
Akhdani Jang spread its wings and charged at Lam Tu Lak. It struck through, then flapped its wings to fly up, but suddenly glanced down. Lam Tu Lak channels his energy, forming numerous magic circles around his arm, creating a fireball that rushes toward Akhdani, who is caught off guard and gapes in shock before collapsing to the ground from Lam Tu Lak's attack. Tochi Thuong pulls on the chain to force the monster to stand up, while Akhdani's limbs are tightly bound and cannot move. Old Tu used all his strength to pull the chain on his hand, dragging the demon across the ground as he groaned. Then, Trangfi Duok jumped up and swung his sword in a strike, aimed at the demon's neck. Despite the danger, Akhdani smiled unexpectedly, revealing he had used snake skills, allowing him to easily dodge a massive explosion that was about to occur. Trangfi Duok immediately looked at Lam Tu Lak for the next command, as Tu Lak pondered. Akhdani only had snake-like eyes and could even imitate snake movements with his body. The body of Akhdani was now moving forward, aiming to escape, making Lam Tu Lak even more determined. It seems that this is exactly what was mentioned in the armored body's internal system, the enhancement and expansion effects of these abilities.
Akhdani, pleased, accelerates, observing as he speeds up. The most difficult one to deal with is the youngest. Take care of these two old men first, then we'll talk. Old Tu Li Laude, this Akhdari is a level SS radiation creature. We cannot ignore it. You're injured, so rest beside us and wait for Li Laude and me to clean up. It will take you back to heal. While chatting, neither of us noticed that Akhdani had disappeared. Lam Tu Lak shouted, "Senior Chang, turn back!" Trangfi Duke, hearing the command, spun around and swung his sword down at Akhdani. A sword strike was swung to slash, but the blade was easily blocked. Without hesitation, he immediately retracted his sword and stabbed straight ahead. Akhdani quickly retreated, seized the opportunity, and gathered his strength for a punch. He was knocked back, blood splattering everywhere. Akhdani is pleased, humans are useless. Lin Sulok muttered to himself, after so long with his teammates. Doesn't he know that recklessness will lead to a bad ending? Especially when facing an enemy far stronger than oneself. Akhdani has already soared to the skies after capturing just one person, proving that humans are all weak. Only this strange demon is not scary at all. The other battlefield, Lam Tu Lak and Tochi Thuong, are holding their arms in pain at the back. Seeing its gestures, Lam Tu Lak realized the next target it was aiming at was Tochi Thuong, wanting to deal with him first. The North Sword on his shoulder looked provocative, so what? Lam Tu Lak's thoughts are no less intense. Did you ask me if I agree or not? Lam Tu Lak stepped forward to face the challenge and told Tochi Thuong to leave the rest to him, asking him to take care of Elder Trong first. Lam Tu Lak needs to act quickly to resolve this. If these two old men drag it out, they won't survive. Tochi Thuong held out his hand in protest. Li Laude cannot do this. Lam Tu Lak ignored it, tossing the coin in his hand and leaving it to fate, flipping it to heads. Angel's Blessing. You have obtained the Angel's Blessing, granting the player protection and a 10% increase in all attributes. All damage taken is reduced by 10%. Stamina and mental strength recovery speeds are increased by 50%, and wound healing speed is increased by 40%. The secondary effects received during the blessing period will be completely unblockable. Other status effects are reduced by 30%, and their duration is decreased by 40%. Holding the coin tightly in his hand, Lam Tu Lak said seriously, "The Angel's Blessing lasts 10 minutes, so I will deal with you in 10 minutes. How could Akhdani be insulted by a human? It immediately mocked with arrogance, but upon closer inspection, Akhdani was stunned. No, how is this possible? He looked at the situation carefully.
What kind of trick did this guy use to be able to increase his attributes so quickly? He also planned his moves, knowing that prolonging the battle would only put him at a disadvantage, so he decided to end it quickly. Then he made Akhdani use the system skill that appeared as Frenzied Rage. He viciously and triumphantly attacked an enemy who, once immobilized, would be unable to move for 2 seconds. The damage dealt by the bite is 130% of the strength attribute, and the wound caused by the bite results in a pain sensation of 200% and ongoing damage of 5% of the strength attribute per second, lasting for 10 days.
Based on the system information, Lam Tulak realizes that the situation is actually a fortunate coincidence, as the angel just happens to be immune to this binding.
Hey, why are you so easily provoked?
Akhdari charges forward without hesitation. Lam Tulak also prepares to counter.
He activates the 9-leaf triple slash skill, but the attack does not deal damage to Akhdani because it dodged by jumping sideways. Dodging the attack, he sneered with contempt and leapt to the side to gain momentum, but immediately after, Lam Tulak appeared behind him, leaving him no time to react.
Damn it, I fell for the trap. Use Hong Tai Lung's claw tool to strike Akhdani's head and daze it.
His face twisted as he drooled, feeling that his hand was quite good and the tool was quite practical. Fainting for just a second was enough. Not stopping there, Lam Zi Liao suddenly appeared behind him with a fire-collecting sword. I turned around behind you. It looked down from above and then turned to block the attack. But it was too late, and its hand was cut off by the sword.
Akhdani is at a disadvantage and tries to escape, but is surrounded by blinding rays of light.
Lin Tulak sneers coldly and asks back, "You want to run?" Lam Tulak observes carefully, then strikes with a sword and fire magic attack.
Akhdani's eyes widen in alarm as he narrowly avoids the powerful blow, sweat breaking out as he touches the ground with his fingernail and pulls up the magic talisman he is pursuing.
Tulak's sword pierces through, forcing him to abandon his attack. As planned, he smiles mysteriously and gently lands in front of Tulak. At this moment, he summons hundreds of magic blades and quickly leaps into the air. Akhdani lowers his gaze, extends his hand and launches a chain towards him. Akhdani is caught by a chain loop tightly around one leg, preventing him from flying or jumping. Tulak punched him in the chest, causing him to spit blood immediately under immense pressure from both sides as he flew away. With a loud bang, Akhdani pierced deeply into the wall. After the shock, he collapsed to the ground badly injured. It silently coughed up blood and assessed. Those 2 old men are easy to deal with.
This young man is both terrifying and strange.
Dani struggles to get up, gritting her teeth to endure. If this keeps up, I'm afraid I'll die at that person's hands. As for the green forest, there's no shortage of firewood. Thinking this, he spreads his wings and takes off. Lam Tulak is also watching closely. Running away won't be that easy. He closed his eyes to steady his mind, focusing his strength, and in a moment, the support of the fire wings beside him made him tremble. What exactly is this Lai brother's background? Akhdani Huang, afraid of running away quickly, was chased by Lam Zi Lak, who spread his wings, making him gape.
It's not just you who can fly. You think you can stop me just because you can fly?
Danyang's eyes flash with deadly red snake pupils, using her serpent gaze to unleash a terrifying stare that can induce fear and terror in opponents. When someone falls into these states, their body becomes paralyzed for 2 seconds, and they suffer damage equal to 50% of their mental attribute. Your state shifts from calm to panic, and the system notification leaves you pale. The legendary talent of the dominating heart is activating, now evolving into a different level as Akhdani rushes forward with joy. But unexpectedly, this skill of his had already lost its effect. Lindsay Lay's sharp eyes combined with your acting, I could see it. You're attacking his mindset. You see, this immunity effect against any psychological state from my legendary mind power is fake, isn't it? I don't even know what fear is anymore. Akhdani is panicked. How can this be? Immediately, Lam Tulak swiftly moved like the wind. Wielding a flaming sword on his shoulder, he struck at the large wings, causing them to burn and disintegrate, separating from the body and gradually turning to ash. Akhdani, in agony, could only scream as he lost balance and plummeted to the ground under Tulak's judgmental gaze. It is now motionless, lying there with a horrified expression. Lam Tulak seized the opportunity to rush quickly toward Akhdani, who was lying still and muttering nonsense.
If they really want me dead, with veins invading its bloodshot eyes, Akhdani shouts loudly, then let everyone die.
Lam Tulak steps back as Akhdani disappears without a trace. Just as expected, he rushes to attack Ngo Chi Tuong. The system reports that the Super Golden Earthquake Eye is activating effectively. Chi Tuong suddenly jerked back as Akhdani charged towards him at lightning speed. The system continued to notify.
At this moment, Dani is fighting on the hospital bed. Burning life and strength can temporarily restore her power, but she will soon die from energy exhaustion. Lam Tulak frowned, realizing it was just a simple explosion. At the same time, To Chi Thuong closed his eyes, curling up in fear. Dani charged forward with bloodshot eyes and a cold, clenched jaw. Lam Tulak quickly stepped in to carry To Chi Thuong away, startling him and causing him to retreat from his position.
Dani rushes forward headfirst, unable to stop himself, and crashes face first into the ground, sliding through the dangerous area and bleeding as he screams.
He lay on the ground trembling with anger. Dani lifted his gaze, shining brightly. It's furious as it turns around and shouts, "How can this happen?" Lam Tulak floats in the air holding two chains, one with a clone and the other with old two.
I didn't even have time to clear my head, and I still don't understand what's going on.
Who am I? Where am I? What has happened? Am I dreaming right now? Lam Tulak sneered as he looked down at Dani. You think you can be my match and bring me down too? His bloodied head lowers his gaze.
Dani really collapsed this time, and instead of fighting back, it lay on its back waiting to die.
Dani laughed loudly. I, an SS rank, dying at the hands of 3 S ranks. Lam Ziliao coldly said, "It's over." He rushed to the chain and it disappeared along with him. Dani wondered why. On what basis? He managed to deny the final words in time. "I curse you!" My words were cut off before I could finish, so the curse is invalid. The monster's ground station was also destroyed. As a result, without the chain, To Chi Thuong and his clone also descended, and the fiery wings disappeared.
The system announces that the player Nhai Zi has successfully killed the Achi Radiant creature, fulfilling the mission requirements and completing the raid battle. Congratulations to Nhai Zi for receiving 10,000 experience points, 10,000 gold coins, a gold level item, and a 1-meter storage space. Congratulations on reaching level 32 with all attributes increased by 3 and earning 5 free attribute points. Congratulations on reaching level 33 with all attributes increased by 3 and earning 5 free attribute points. Except for Lam Tulak's attribute bonus, the basic attributes of the player Nhai Zi without equipment reached 151 strength, 146 spirit, 146 physique, and 146 agility. He marveled, indeed, the danger is high and the rewards are high. To Chi Thuong was overjoyed again. We really succeeded in killing the SS-level oppressive creature. Lam Tulak confirms that To Lao Ka was not mistaken. To Chi Thuong shouted joyfully, "We really did it! We killed Dani. Tianlian City will not be destroyed, and we can continue to be the city lord." Lam Tulak only then noticed that Trang Phi Duok was lying weak on the ground. To Chi Thuong continued, this time saying that Elder Trang's death was not in vain. Before he finishes speaking, he can consider replacing Dani as a sign of his words. Reporting his actions to the League could also earn him the title of Brave Warrior. Lam Tulak continued, "Actually, Elder Brother Trung has sacrificed quite a bit this time. To Elder Brother, do we need to bring Elder Brother Trang's body back? Take your time." After a while, To Chi Thuong frowned as he examined it. He pulled out what looked like a badge and asked Lam Tulak, "Do you know what this is?" Lam Tulak also responded, looking at the inscription on the surface, "It's probably a type of badge from Thien Hong City." To Chi Thuong nodded and said, "This is the badge of the City Lord of Heavenly Hegemony, a symbol for every underground City Lord." Then he happily presented the badge. "Li Laude, then I must congratulate you first." He looked at Tulak to confirm, "You are the next period City Lord of Thien Han City." From Bin Tan, Lam Tulak began to feel confused. "What do you mean?" To Chi Thuong turned to face the young master and asked directly, "Do you not have confidence, Lai Laude?" Then he frowned slightly, standing still and continuing to ponder. Could it be that he doesn't agree? But now the threat of the Ba-Ri crisis has been eliminated for the peace of Heavenly Link City. Thien Lin Tun can only have one S-rank expert, but if he refuses, To Chi Thuong's deep gaze and decisive resolve mean he can only cut off the threat forever and question himself. Is the Lord of Thien Han City really that easy to sway? Is it that simple? Endless thoughts surged, losing an arm in battle. The damage to his strength was a threat to him, so he wanted to leave Tianlian City this way. But if he could get his help, maintaining his position as the city lord of Tianhang City could ease many troubles and bring him great benefits. After a long silence, Zilak suddenly spoke up to oppose, but Old Tu, the resident of Tianhan City. Before he could finish speaking, To Chi Thuong let out a sigh and interrupted. "Of course, Li Laude has made such great contributions to the Federation. Of course, I have to inform the Federation. With the support of the Federation. Billy Jr. brother, you can rest assured no one will dare say anything.
Hearing this, Zilian replied,
That's good, that's good. It's my first time being the city lord, I have no experience, and I still need elder brother Toe's help. You can rest easy, you saved my life after all.
I will definitely help you become the Lord of Heavenly Action City, he said firmly, clenching his fist and pounding his chest. If you need fighters, supplies, or talent management, just tell me, including people from Tianxing City.
Whatever the Alliance says, I will handle all these matters. I guarantee you won't have any worries later on.
Hearing that, Lam Tulak immediately felt more reassured. I can rest assured now. Next, he pinned his gold badge onto his black outer garment.
I never expected I would still have the chance to become the city lord.
Bold too. Let's take Elder Trang back first, but he just waved his hand in refusal. No rush. I still want to ask Brother Lai something. After speaking, he pointed to the silent person standing aside and asked, This is Lin Tsulak. I can't help but blame myself for forgetting the ghost companion quickly reply. This is another member of our three-person team. The bloodthirsty demon Lai Thiet Tru is also my brother. Hearing this, To Chi Thuong seemed to understand the situation and responded politely. I see. Thank you for saving Brother Tiet Tru, and I asked my question so quickly that I scared the ghost comrade into sweating. Earlier during the fight, we didn't see Brother Tiet Tru. Where has he been all this time? Meanwhile, in another corner, Tulak stood motionless like a statue, lost in thought, still alert in case of danger. And before he finished pondering, he spoke up to help out the other person. The reason my brother is still called a deadly assassin is because he likes hiding in the dark to surprise the enemy, explaining as he gestures wildly. And big brother, you and I face the enemy head-on. The three of us have always worked together like this. After hearing this, Tu Chi Thuong immediately nodded repeatedly in agreement. So that's how it is, having such a harmonious brotherhood is truly a blessing in my life. Tulak continued, If we already know each other and have been in this factory for too long, we should go back now, and I don't know how the Vice City Lord is doing. You're right, let's go back quickly. Then the three of them went outside together, one dragging the monster's dark-colored body, another carrying someone else, and the third holding its severed arm. Suddenly, the person on Tu Chi Huang's shoulder slipped down, so he could only turn his head back to reassure him. Let's head back, Senior Huang. Huangdu and Dai Trang suddenly turn their heads back, then quickly run towards the three people ahead. At this moment, Huangdu finally shows a worried expression and asks, What happened to the arm of the City Lord and the City Lord Trang? Elder Trang sacrificed himself to kill Ak Da Ni. Before he died, he entrusted the position of the City Lord of Heavenly Journey City to Brother Li. My arm was cut off during the fight with Achdani, but it's okay. Hearing this, Huangdu was filled with utter confusion. What? But a voice cut him off. For now, don't ask anything. We just went while talking about the corpse of Elder Trang. Then Hu Tu Chi Thuong slowly transferred the lifeless body of the person from his back to Dai Trang's, and continued to turn to the standing Nai Se, holding the leg of the dead monster, and asked, This is the response from Tu Chi Thuong, confirming that the corpse is of Ach Da Ni, an SS-level radiation creature. The body of Ach Da Ni once again intimidates and draws in the doubt, stammering as he asks about the SS-level radiation creature's corpse. But Tu Chi Thuong remains always calm and composed. Huang Laude, you didn't hear wrong. Da Ni has evolved to S level. This time, luckily I was able to pick up a piece thanks to my younger brother Li. Hearing this, Huangdu seemed to want to say something, but could only go along with it. Unfortunately, Elder Trang also saw Li Laude's strength, so when he was seriously injured and realized he wouldn't live much longer, he spoke up, asking Li Laude to inherit his Heavenly Journey City. After a while, both Huangdu and Tulak began to bow politely, each taking turns to greet, Hello, City Lord Lai. Hello, Deputy City Lord Huang. At this point, Nyase added, To Elder Brother, we've been in this city for a long time, and during the fight earlier, our radiation suits were damaged. Maybe we should find a hiding place and talk. As soon as he finished speaking, Tu Chi Thuong quickly turned his head and nodded with a smile. Yes, I was just caught up in the excitement. Earlier, soon I will have you follow me. Follow me. In another scene, a cloud of thick white smoke is surrounding a tall building. Based on the number and position of the feed, there are at least more than one person here. As expected, two people in full protective suits with equipment are heading towards the clock in front of them. They skillfully took turns, slowly supporting the bodies of the two people leaning against the wall. Tu Chi Thuong turned to Nai Se and asked, Li Laude, do you have time now? Actually, I was going to tell you about Tianhang City. Both sat facing each other, Nai Se resting his hand on the table, and said first, To Senior Brother, go ahead. But Tu Chi Thuong quickly began discussing how Tianhang City was similar to Tianlian City in terms of environment,
population, resources, and layout with no major differences. Due to the war situation, all 36 cities were kept at the same level across these aspects. Tianhang City has its strengths and weaknesses. It boasts many experts. And while I imagine this in my mind, I also observe that the old man prefers beautiful women, marrying many concubines and having numerous lovers. Remembering his vices, he neglects the management of Tianhang City and often forcibly takes women from the populace.
In fact, the residents of Tianhan City had long been dissatisfied with him. If not for his S-rank abilities, he would have been driven out as the city lord long ago. Hearing this, the bodyguard reached up to touch his mask, pondering before asking, "So, Brother To, you mean I should suppress those with malicious intentions first?" As Tu Chi Thuong places his amputated arm on the table and looks sharply at the other person. He asks, "Lilau, do you trust me?"
After hearing that, the carriage driver quickly said, "Why would Elder to say that? If you don't trust me now, who else can you trust?"
Hearing that, To Chi Thuong happily replied, "Li Lao De, because of your trust, I will help you to the end. The two brothers, Dai Trang and Thiet Tru, are quite strong, and your own strength is also very powerful. The rest is to win people's hearts and suppress those with malicious intent. Leave it to me, what do you think?" Nyase, hearing the offer, trusted completely and said, "If Tu Lao Ka is willing to help me, then nothing is better. Tu Chi Thuong plans the strategy, but it might cause some trouble when we split our forces. Lai Jr., you take action to suppress the people of Thien Than Han. I will send someone to report to the Federation to confirm your identity as the city lord from Quan Phuong." After finishing the conversation, Zilak walked through the door, and he and his two companions immediately returned to the room. As soon as they entered, Nahai Se relaxed completely and stretched out his arms to lie down on the bed. Seeing the relaxed and unrestrained behavior, Da Trong couldn't help but lean against the door and laugh loudly, while Tiet Tru chose to sit curled up quietly in a corner. While relaxing, the game notification suddenly appeared in front of Ne Se. "May I ask if Ne Se wants to draw a reward now?" Drawing. The system screen begins to display information. The player is drawing a mission reward, a gold-level item. Congratulations to the player for obtaining a gold-level item from the gold-level refining potion. The reward is in your hands, and I didn't expect you to draw this. It seems today is quite lucky. The reward he received is from the gold-level refining potion. Equipment can undergo attribute cleansing once for items of gold level or below, and selecting to modify an attribute hashtag may randomly grant a new hashtag. Upon receiving this exciting information, he stared intently at the silver shoes. Thiem Thuk Chingwa, a gold-level equipment with space-related abilities, an item many dream of, boosting agility by 5, spirit by 4, increasing movement speed by 10%, reducing footstep noise by 30%, and allowing a skill that moves forward 1 to 2 meters while being immune to 90% of damage during the move. The 4-hour cooldown reduction seems to have no effect on the 30% reduction in footstep noise. He forcefully emptied the box containing the silver shoes. Immediately, a notification appeared on the screen. The hashtag for the Thiem Thuak Chi Ngoa equipment's footstep noise reduction has been purified by 30%. The jump height increase is by 30%. The equipped measuring device can acquire a new hashtag after each jump and jump again before touching the ground. The maximum height of the second jump does not exceed 30% of the first. Seeing the information displayed on the screen, Tulak was suddenly surprised and happy. "Wow, am I really this lucky today?" Then he comfortably rests his head on his hand, relaxing on the soft bed. Time gradually passed until the second day. Up on a building, Elder Tu calmly stepped out. He loudly announced to the residents gathered here, the people of Tien Lien City, that today's gathering was for a very important announcement. Then he continued, raising his voice. "Through my efforts and those of the former city lord of Tianhang City, the Poison Master, and the current city lord of Tianhang City, we have succeeded in killing the SS-level radiation creature that has always been a huge threat to humans, Dani, and 3 other S-level radiation creatures." Hearing the announcement, the villagers looked at each other in panic, and to prove what he said was true, Old Tu turned around and calmly ordered, "Bring it up here." As soon as he gave the command, a series of footsteps sounded from behind. Then his subordinate carried out a large, headless, high-level zombie. As the villagers were all panicking, the guy in the hat couldn't help but exclaim, "This is an SS-level radiation creature." The guy in blue was just as surprised, looking genuinely terrified. An SS-level creature had just been killed. Unlike the two of them, the brown-shirted guy behind thought it was obvious. "What's so strange about this? With the city lord here, we basically don't need to worry about these things." Immediately, all the people of Heavenly Link City cheered loudly. The city lord is mighty and formidable. Seeing everyone so lively, Tu Chi Thuong remained humble and calmly signaled for silence. Then he spoke.
saying, I have sent Ani's head to the Federation, and today I want to tell everyone 2 things related to my journey. Did you hear about the 6 artifact faker yet?
Then immediately received an answer. Now everyone in Tianhan City, even the entire Federation, knows about the Luke Dojia. Because of this, in a deserted land within the city, a man with a staff is fiercely trampling on a subordinate of Trang Phi Duok, and with a mocking challenge, the old man follows the Luke Dojia, while Trang Phi Duok's subordinate frowns. In a certain room, Trang Phi Duok's young wives are also chatting about the news from this morning. The pink-haired girl sighed, saying, I heard the new city lord is even cooler than that old Trang Phi Duok. The blonde girl also couldn't help but wonder what kind of style he liked. Returning to To Chi Thuong's office, the chauffeur opened the door and asked him suspiciously, To Lao Ka, you called me. Seeing him enter, To Chi Thuong said, Li Laude, this is the support staff list I arranged for you. What do you think? Neitie replied straightforwardly. Okay. Then he started to pick up the book and carefully read each person's information. After finishing, Neitie closed the book and smiled as he said to To Chi Thuong, To Lao Ka, with these talents you've given me, I can rebuild a Tianhan city. Then he cupped his fists and expressed his gratitude. I have received this list as a gift from To Lao Kai. Old brother To has gone to trouble already. Seeing this, To Chi Thuong quickly waved his hand and said, No trouble at all, absolutely no trouble. Speaking of trouble, Brother Lai, I still need to bother you with something. Hearing that, Neitie immediately said, Brother To, just say it. What relationship do we have anyway? Upon hearing that, To Chi Thuong immediately explained it like this. I heard that Huang Du was fighting Than Thuc Vuong, who refused to retreat and created a 10-meter wide wall of fire that burned Than Thuc Vuong, causing him to scream non-stop. So I was very curious. How did you manage to do that, Lai Laude? Hearing his question, he didn't rush to answer, but only said, Brother To, have you ever thought that attack weapons might also involve elemental attack? This novelty surprised To Chi Thuong a little. He doubted and asked again, Attack element? The chauffeur immediately explained, Yes, because the environment we're in right now is perfect for using attack elements, but we don't know how to utilize them. Hearing about this method, To Chi Thuong quickly asked Lai Laude, Can you explain it to me in detail? He also replied casually, Of course I don't mind, but Then he started telling me that Chi Thuong once obtained a treasure called Yuan Pearl during a mission outside. After hearing the explanation from the driver, he asked in surprise, So this is the completely new cultivation method that you summarized from your experience on missions. A totally new way of fighting. The chauffeur nodded and said, That's right. He also secretly breathed a sigh of relief, glad that his experience from the previous and current lives was enough. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to fool this old man. As if worried that To Chi Thuong wouldn't believe, the old man continued to explain, Moreover, it's not just fire. Each person's physique is different, and the elemental powers they can grasp also vary. Water, ice, wind, lightning. If you, To Lao Kai, meet the conditions, you can grasp them. When he heard that statement from the chauffeur unexpectedly, To Chi Thuong fell into a moment of silence and contemplation, making him worry and wonder if he had said something wrong. After listening to Lam Tulak's words for a long time, To Chi Thuong finally happily shook hands and asked cautiously, Li Laude, is that true? You reply, It's really true. At this moment, Mr. To finally put on a serious expression and said, Laude, I won't beat around the bush anymore. Can this cultivation method be passed down to me? You withdrew your hand and replied, Yes, but slowly rub your wrist first. To Lao Kai, if you want to learn, of course I will pass it on. Just that, Lao To quickly asked again. Is that all? I just want to ask, my 2 brothers, Da Zheng and Tia Ju, are a bit weaker now. Does Tu Senior have any way? Hearing that, he took out an item, and I asked in surprise, To Lao Ka, is this the 2 bottles of potion labeled S that he handed out? He replied, My brother Lai Lao is of course my good brother. How could I neglect my brothers? After placing them on the table, he continued chatting, We have 2 valuable S-grade enhancement potions, just enough for each brother. Hold 2. Are 2 S-grade enhancement potions worth the entire reward for killing an S-grade beast? I'm holding the vial in my hand and scratching my head. 2 vials. To Lao Ka, you don't know that my big, burly brother is tall and sturdy. He slowly added that, for him, 1 enhanced elixir is equivalent to half its effect, so he said nothing. Of course, he understood and looked grim, suspiciously thinking, I've lived 70 years and this is the first time I've heard that the effectiveness of an enhancement elixir is related to body size. Even though I know Lam Tulak is talking nonsense, I convince myself for the sake of his so-called attack element. Despite his patience, he still gritted his teeth and took out another bottle. Brother Lee said it made sense, so I took out one more S-rank enhancement potion for us. You don't take the potion right away, but add a word. 3 bottles? Old 2, maybe you don't know. That mischievous little guy usually drinks half and leaves half, so he wouldn't let you complain anymore. So he pushed the vial into your hand and said, "Don't say anything else. It's all gone. I only have 3 vials for you." To prevent him from having his way, you pointed at his face and added more words. "Oh, but usually after I relax, I like to use level A enhancement elixir for mouth rinsing." Mr. Toe was very angry but still agreed. I took out 3 more bottles of level A enhancement potion for Brother Lee to rinse his mouth. I stored all the bottles in my personal space and then turned to smile at Mr. Toe, saying, "Then I won't make things difficult anymore." Lam Tulak creates a blazing fireball in his hand and says, "Tulauka, this is the fire attribute primordial pearl." Looking at the fireball, he couldn't help but marvel, and he calmly continues, "Now I will start testing for you, the attribute that suits you." He quickly replied, "All right." After a moment, the sphere in his hand gradually disappeared, replaced by a blue aura, and he said, "I've tested you. You are compatible with the wind element. I will create a cultivation technique for you when I return." He pointed at him and continued, "Tulauka is very diligent and can summon elements easily, which will significantly increase his combat power and might be an opportunity for him to break through to SS level." Hearing that, all anger turned into joy. "Thank you, Brother Lai. Actually, I also have a human-hearted nature. The more people know about the element technique, the less we need to fear radiation creatures." Lam Tsule stroked his chin and added, "Tulauka, you know many people. If others need help, you can introduce them to me." "Really?" "I will give to Senior an A-grade enhancement potion from the gifts of the same level that to Senior introduced, just for him to taste." "Yes, that's right. Old Brother Lee, there's no need to be so polite. This is how we strengthen humans through our contributions." He began to relax and say, "I really dare not hide from Tianli City. I am also quite familiar with the City Lord and the other lords of Tianmo City." Thinking of this, Mr. Toe eagerly said, "I will send someone to deliver this good news now." Lam Tulek reached out and placed his hand on his shoulder to show sincerity, saying, "Thank you, Elder Tu." Meanwhile, he happily thought that Brother Lai was also righteous, not only wanting to make money himself, but also dragging others along, unaware that Toe was unknowingly walking into his trap. As expected, it was a trap. After the two of them successfully negotiated, Lam Tulak politely said, "Tulauka, looking forward to our cooperation." To Chi Thuong also quickly responded, "Let's have a pleasant cooperation." "Come on, you're adding words again." "Uncle Toe, I plan to go to Tien Han Thun to assess the situation first. The talented people you recommended, I will not bring them along. Waiting for the right moment, we still need to ask Tolau Kea to take them to Tien Han Thun." Hearing that, Mr. Toe was stunned and quickly replied, "But—" Lin Zilwo interrupted him. "Elder Tu, I have already made up my mind and don't need your advice. You should understand that if you explain, and if Tien Han Thun is not yet stable, causing those talented people to lose their lives would be very bad." Completely convinced by you, Mr. Toe happily replied, "Of course, Elder Lai, if you encounter any difficulties, you must come to me immediately." The boy also responded calmly. Of course, thinking of something, he added a few words. "But you just became the city lord of Heavenly Path City and are not yet familiar with it. All right then, I will find a guide to accompany you, but you just faintly reply, not expecting much." Then he bowed respectfully to show his gratitude. "Thank you, Elder Tu. When we meet again in the future, there will be many more opportunities for me and you to see each other." At this moment, he used the experience of those who went before to advise about Tianxing City. "And Elder Li told you to pay attention?" In another space, there were sounds of hurried footsteps, led by Lin Ziluo, followed by 2 others. You entered a cave door with a wooden plaque inscribed Tianxing City. Tiek Hu is the guide leading them into the city. "Lord, City Lord, this is the main entrance of Tien Han City. I have arranged everything for you at the Heavenly Path City. Just follow me." Hearing that, you simply replied with 2 words, "Thank you." So the group continued deeper into the cave. After passing through a long cave, a steel door opened, and Tiet Hu took the lead again. "Lord Than invites you." Tiek Ku approaches the table and holds up an item for the inspector to examine. "This is my identification document," the other person replied. Through you, they also came forward to present a paper. Unexpectedly, the inspector immediately held the person, looked at the photo and the words "counterfeit" on the ID card. He stood up quickly and asked nervously, "Are you really the legendary forger?" And you simply replied indifferently, It's me.
The examiner bowed directly, handed the paper back to you, and respectfully welcomed the fake identity master to Tianheng City, while you simply took back the certificate and replied,
Yeah, I put away the paper, thinking that he called me a counterfeit. It seems they still don't know that I have become the city lord of Tianheng. Lam Tulak turned and left, thinking to himself that this was quite interesting. It would be best if a group similar to the 5 Yonggong came here to cause trouble, so it could become a good entry point. The man verifying their identities nodded and saluted as they entered another door. Unfortunately, Ku just gestures to lead the way and says, "Your lordship, the city lord, please." Then he pushes the door open. As a result, the scene behind the door gradually came into view, and not only did it surprise him, but it also shocked the 2 people behind him. When you stepped in, Lam Tulak couldn't help but be surprised. Did the old man say that Tianhan City was more chaotic than Tianlian Tan? Then shouldn't there be more people from this place than from Tianlian City? I hope I'm not mistaken. Looking through the mask, the abandoned houses and deserted streets made him wonder why there was not a single person around. Could there be some other rule in place? Maybe it's because this square is the main entrance that the management is so strict. There's a voice below asking, "Are you the outsider coming into the square today?" It was 2 young men approaching to talk. "The festival is about to start. Hurry over here." When they got closer, one of them recognized Tietku and said, "I thought you were a newcomer. You've been here half a day, and you're the one Tietku brought here." "Brother Jiang, what's going on?" "I just arrived 3 days ago and haven't seen those old foxes in the square anymore, and now there's some kind of festival happening." The person named Jiang replied, "You're back just in time. Today, just by attending the gathering, everyone can receive a pound of food." Tietku asked in surprise, "What do you mean, a pound of food? Are you sure it's 1 whole jin and just by showing up you get it?" Tietku still didn't understand, so he hurriedly asked the others, "Times okay." The other 2, "What's going on, Jiangka? Do you have any inside information?" Jiangka replied, "Do you think I don't want to know?" This was an urgent notice from the deputy city lord. Based on our status, we dare not pry into his thoughts, but when the time comes, won't we find out then? Jiangka sighed heavily and said, "But I can tell you what I know." After a brief pause, he continued, "At noon, the deputy city lord urgently announced that a grand meeting would be held in the evening, and all officials on duty must attend. Everyone only needed to show up to receive a pound of food, but just the promise of food excited everyone. Now at least 10,000 people have gathered in the commoner area, and many more are heading there. I think there might not be enough food to go around." Brother Jiang pats Tietku on the shoulder and reminds him, "Hurry up if you want to go," like Brother Trio said. "If you're late, it'll be gone." Tietxiu turned back to look at Lam Tulak, hoping to give his opinion, then politely clasped his hands and said, "Brother Zhao, Brother Jiang, thank you. I have some matters to attend to. I will find you later." Brother Jiang also responded politely, All right. Go ahead and do your work. Don't forget to participate in the gathering." "All right." Then he quickly turned around and caught up with Lam Tulak's group. There are many people rushing towards the event venue, and from afar, Lam Tulak can see the crowd growing more crowded ahead, suddenly catching his attention. The crowd is so dense that people are jostling and pushing each other, noise everywhere. "Stop pushing. Who touched my head? Who took my bitter tea? Get out of the way. Let me in. Stop pushing. Stop blocking." Tietku's face also turned pale as he stood frozen in front of this scene. Seeing the endless crowd pushing and shoving, Tietku hurriedly explained, "Our Tianxing city is usually not this chaotic. Lam Tulak looked at the crowd with calculations in his mind. There were about 20 to 30,000 people. 1 fool was enough. Then he immediately gave an order. "Big fool, carry the demon brother and charge forward to clear the way." Anyone blocking the way was kicked aside. Lam Tulak offered a bag of sunflower seeds to share. "Want some melon seeds? My brother still has a bit more to fight." Then the 2 of them slowed down and entered the central circle, with many people fainted and lying scattered on both sides. Thanks to the big fool leading the way, they moved forward, and the others automatically stepped aside to create a small path. Tietku watched Daningok's performance and then turned to ask Lam Zila, "Old master, do you usually fight in such a simple and brutal way?" "It's almost the same." After speaking, he leaned on his position at the front to observe the surroundings and looked ahead, still seeing no sign of movement. The battered people at his feet silently thought, "No wonder these villagers dare not make a move when they see food." Suddenly, he shifted his attention forward as someone was approaching him. He stands in front of everyone, loudly announcing, "Silence! The deputy city lord is coming!" Everyone bows their heads in unison while he remains standing, looking indifferent. Suddenly, an arm from someone beside you pulls your head down. Don't look, or the Vice City Lord's group will be doomed. Lam Tulak also didn't object and couldn't help but feel moved. Turns out, the free food was for this very purpose. The footsteps approaching the gathering, and the leading man spoke first. Dear residents of Tianjing City, thank you very much for coming to participate in this grand assembly. He paused for a few seconds before continuing. I am Vin Qianbach, Deputy City Lord of Tianhan City. I believe everyone is no stranger to me. Please look up. I will introduce some old friends to everyone.
This is the person in charge of the Supplies Management Department. Mr. Diep Khan, this is the person in charge of the Finance Management Department.
With the same refined mindset, each citizen shows a different expression of anticipation.
The Deputy City Lord continues to introduce. This is Mr. Zheng Pi Hong, head of the Welfare Management Department. And this one with a mischievous look.
This is the captain of the S-rank mercenary squadron. Ba Tran Shien Sky, sir. After the names were introduced by the Vice City Lord, the people in front are lively with discussion, representing not only the power over resources, finance, and security, but also our S-rank mercenary squadron from Tianhan Than.
That's right. They are considered the most powerful figures in our Tianhan Than. Don't they usually stay inside the city?
Why are you suddenly showing such kindness today? Giving us food out of nowhere. Who would have known? Take a look first. No matter what, we won't lose. Ignoring the gossip of the people, he continued, Today we are here to share important news with every resident of Heavenly Journey City. Just one sentence made all the people fall silent to listen to his next words. You are the masters of Tianhan City. You have the right to know every important decision of Tianhan City, he said seriously. According to intelligence from our spies in Tianlian City, our city lord is Trangfi Duok. The Vice City Lord choked up and said 2 words. He. Mr. Deep Khan patted him on the shoulder to comfort him and spoke on his behalf. When the City Lord went out to act, he met with misfortune. Once again, the people became noisy. What happened to the City Lord's accident?
Isn't our Heavenly Journey City already without any S-rank powerhouses? That's right. That's right.
So, will we be taken over by other cities? And if next time the radiation creatures attack, what should we do? The Deputy City Lord frowned and shouted, The 5 of us have found a way to protect Heavenly Path City. His face turned sorrowful. We have lost our City Lord, but we cannot lose the piece of Heavenly Path City. Then he pointed at the pile of people lying on top of each other and directly ordered, From now on, anyone who dares to discuss the death of the City Lord will be killed on the spot. No one dares to speak, and the atmosphere remained silent. At this moment, Deputy City Lord was very pleased. We don't really know the cause of the City Lord's death, but even without him, everyone has nothing to worry about regarding the safety of Tianhong City. Vin Qianbach pointed to the 3 town elders beside him and explained, Because our team leader, the 3 town elders, broke through the sky. His extraordinary talent allowed him to break through and become an S-tier intermediate powerhouse long ago. Adding an S-rank beginner enhancer is me. Our Tianhan Than also has 2 S-rank enhancers. The people below hear the news and cheer happily, all sharing the same thought. This is great. The Deputy City Lord smiled with satisfaction at the result and then continued his performance. However, today, I am not here to praise the achievements of the former City Lord. The Master glares with wide eyes and clenched teeth, exposing his brutality. Vin Qianbach clenches his fists and begins listing his crimes. He is a dictator. The crimes he has committed are so numerous that they cannot be fully recorded. First, after a long rant, he concluded that the City Lord is dead and listed his crimes. We have decided to punish him by destroying his tomb in the City Lord's cemetery. And the manipulated villagers kept shouting support again and again. Lin Tzu Lak couldn't help but sneer inwardly, acting without fully investigating the situation first. Foolish. You concluded that this event is the Hero Selection Conference, and you still think that no matter what kind of person Zhang Piyao is, the Alliance will award him the title of hero for his achievements in the campaign against Achadak. Destroying Zhang Piyao's tomb now is no different from slapping the Alliance in the face. The Deputy City Lord raised his hand to show his determination. Now the radiation creatures and zombies on the ground are becoming more active. We must have enough strength, the person capable of protecting the development of Heavenly Journey City. To protect Heavenly Journey City and our people, we must choose a new City Lord through this assembly. Even those in the audience didn't understand what he said and asked, Vin, senior brother, are you holding the meeting just to choose a new City Lord? He replied, That's right. Tianhong City cannot go a day without a City Lord. Then he turned back and said to the 4 of them as if it were obvious, rather than being passive and letting the Alliance send someone to take over Tianhong City, it's better for us to choose our own, which will benefit the future development of Tianhong City. Hearing that, Mr. Diep Kun spoke first. I also think so, with someone leading and a talented woman proposing. I believe Vice City Lord Vin is the best candidate. Mr. Trin Phi Hong agreed. That's right. I also feel the same. So, now the entire Thien Han Than is more powerful than Vice Lord Vin. The 3 town elders also agree. That's right. Then all 4 of them clasped their hands and bowed to the Deputy City Lord, asking him to accept the position of City Lord.
Vin Qianbuk politely declines.
It's impossible, with my skills having served as Deputy City Lord for many years. How could I still have the face to become the City Lord?
Mr. Diep Khan replied, Hey Vin, elder brother, stop refusing. If there's really a selection for the new City Lord, when will we find someone truly suitable for Heavenly Journey City? He then continued to decline again. But I also think that since Vice Lord Vin just mentioned it, the residents of Heavenly Han City also have the right to participate in every matter of Heavenly Han City. Why not let the residents decide this? Zheng Fei Hong and the 3 town elders also took turns speaking. That's right. The 5 of us are considered strong figures in Tianjing City, and the others are not even on our level. I think it's best to choose one of the 5 of us as the City Lord. Everyone agrees with this idea. Ms. Kong Tu-Di stepped forward and said, Dear residents of Heavenly Han City, I am in charge of the finance department. Today, it was I who invited everyone to participate in the election of the City Lord. She raised her hand to vote. I gave my vote to Deputy Mayor Vin. What about everyone else? Now everyone can speak and discuss. Hearing that, the villagers started to murmur and talk. I think the Deputy City Lord is qualified. That's right. Aren't other cities usually led by a dead City Lord? The Deputy City Lord becoming the City Lord? That's right. I support this decision. Lam Tulak remained silent, and as if in agreement, all the people shouted, We support Vice Lord Vin to become the City Lord. We support Deputy Lord Vin to become the City Lord. Hearing the voices coming through, we support Deputy Lord Vin to become the City Lord. We support Deputy Lord Vin as the City Lord. He quickly responded, surprised that everyone trusted me so much. She and 2D turned back to reply, Deputy Ven Fo Than, everyone loves you so much. Don't be modest anymore. Come and take the position of City Lord. He seemed to accept. If everyone trusts me that much, I will confidently become the City Lord. Then I turn to face everyone and say, if no one has objections, then I have a question from the crowd I oppose. He turned towards the sound and saw someone stepping up. It was Lin Tzu Lok appearing on the stage with a majestic stance. From afar, 3 figures approached, dressed strangely and wearing masks, causing a stir among those around. Who is this? How dare they oppose the Deputy City Lord? Is this person crazy? Suddenly, a notification appeared before his eyes. Do you accept the quest to become the City Lord of Xicheng? The objective is to successfully become the City Lord of Xicheng, with rewards of 5,000 experience points, 2,000 gold coins, and a 1-meter space storage cube, activating the City Lord exclusive quest. Lam Tulak didn't hesitate for long and accepted it naturally. After he made his choice, the notification disappeared, but another one appeared, stating that no one else could take my new mission to kill Vin Qianbuk and others with malicious intent. Winning the selection tournament this time, the reward is a random common golden hand plus a level gold equipment. Lam Tulak slightly smiled, thinking that the golden hand had been waiting so long without sending the mission, assuming it had disappeared and wouldn't come back. Activating both missions at once, becoming the exclusive City Lord and obtaining the golden hand, he couldn't help but show a proud smile. Truly impressive, impressively heaven-defying. But to outsiders, their expressions showed triumph and contempt. Vin Qianbuk, standing opposite, was burning with anger. I ask again, are you the one who objects? Tulak shrugged and looked at him. That's right, I oppose it. Is there a problem? Vin Qianbuk frowned, pointing at him provocatively. This is an insult to our Vice Lord. Looking at your medal, you're just an S-rank mercenary member. Maybe to ordinary people, S-rank mercenaries are untouchable, but you've overestimated yourself. He gritted his teeth and snarled. Compared to an underground city, an S-rank mercenary is nothing. Vin Qianbuk waved his hand and shouted loudly, commanding them to protect. He ordered in a deep voice that these 3 troublemakers be killed on the spot. A group of people suddenly appeared out of nowhere and surrounded Lin Tzu Lak. He merely chuckled disdainfully, and a bright purple lightning bolt immediately shot out from his right hand. A battle with Fong swept through as he unleashed his move, causing the crowd to involuntarily retreat. Vin Qianbuk saw this and shouted loudly, "Who gave you permission to step back? Get back in there." The group of guards gritted their teeth and charged forward, but the small electric arc in Tulak's hand suddenly grew larger. It shot straight into the sky and then rained down like a storm of lightning. That lightning bolt precisely targets those trying to stop him. A loud explosion echoes, along with the enemy's screams.
The people around, seeing the person he knocked away in front of him, couldn't help but be startled. Is he really dead? The crowd looked at him with curiosity. Who exactly is he? He can manipulate lightning again. In an instant, a lightning ball appeared in Tulak's palm, and Vin Qianbok standing opposite was trembling with fear. How could this be? This is a powerful expert with an S-rank combat strength, and a terrifying image of Lin Tsuala flickers in his eyes. When did I have to face such a powerful enemy? Trot Tulak took a firm step forward, his entire body exuding a clear sense of pressure that made Vin Qianbok sweat cold. Vin Qianbok looked up at Lam Tulak, swallowed nervously, then quickly changed his attitude. This brother, I was wrong earlier, but today is very important to me. I hope you can give me a chance. He immediately made a request saying, after I finish dealing with this, I will give you an A-level enhancement potion as compensation. What do you think? Lam Tulak felt confused, reaching back to his sword. The level A potion already wanted to dismiss him. Who do they think they are? He drew his sword, and a bolt of lightning immediately erupted in all directions, full of menace. Lam Tulak calmly swung his sword to strike, but even that was enough to make Vin Qianbok struggle to defend. Finally, the sword in his hand couldn't withstand anymore and was knocked into the air by Tulak's strike. The two swords clashed fiercely, and Vin Qianbok's long sword stabbed straight into the ground in front of him, causing him to sit down in fear. Vin Qianbok frowned and shouted, "Look at the sword full of cracks that made him curse under his breath. This is a B-grade longsword he has carried for years." Once again, he was defeated by one of his moves. This person's strength is definitely not just an ordinary S rank. He trembled as he grasped the sword hilt, relying only on himself, but he was afraid he couldn't defeat him. Vin Qianbok called out for help to the person standing beside him. "Captain Ba, please lend me a hand." Ba Tran is the leader of the airship mercenary squad, with a level S combat strength. He glances at Z-Lok standing opposite, radiating a very oppressive and uncomfortable aura around him. Captain Ba Tran could only shake his head and softly say, "Sorry." Vin Qianbok exclaimed in surprise, "Captain Ba Tran, as long as you can help me kill him, I will double the promised reward." Ba Tran firmly held up 3 fingers in front of Vin Qianbok and coldly demanded, "I want triple." Vin Qianbok immediately choked. "You!" Bok gritted his teeth, pondering. Suddenly, he spoke. "Fine." Triple the urgency. But before he could finish speaking, he was knocked out by a strike from Tulak. Vin Qianbok's whole body soared into the air before Ba Tran caught him, while Ba Tran calmly landed and faced Lam Tulak. Brother Ba Tran calmly looked at him and said, "This brother, you heard that too today. Vin Bok brother is our mercenary group's protection." He raised an eyebrow at him, not knowing which mercenary group he belonged to. "For my sake, let's leave it at that today." But Tulak immediately interrupted him, respecting him. Is he even worthy? He then drew his sword instantly. This sword aims directly at Ba Tran and Vin Qianbok. Ba Tran raises his sword with difficulty, causing the sky to tremble, filled with the fierce, raging lightning of Tulak. Ba Tran gritted his teeth and said, "This is bad. This person is even stronger than I imagined. There's nothing else he can do but let Vin Qianbok go." Ba Tran used both hands with all his strength to block the attack, sweat pouring down his face. One side, he resisted the murderous intent from Tulak, while loudly shouting, "Everyone from Fa Kong, attack now!" Everyone who fights this time will earn 50 mercenary points, and the reward will be doubled for damaging any of these 3 people. The crowd immediately buzzed. 50 mercenary points, risking their lives for half a year just to earn that much. Many people eagerly charged forward, knowing that dealing damage to them would double the reward, but they couldn't fight the great master above. Could the big fool and the little boy below really handle it? But the big fool had already stepped in, causing everyone to freeze and be unable to move. Lin Tsulak silently glanced at the big fool and the demon copper, secretly praising them. He smirked and said to the two, "These guys will fight 1 person each for a prize of 1 chicken leg." Drool immediately dripped from the corners of the big fool and the demon bell. They eagerly watched the crowd rush toward them like a swarm of insects. Both of them charged forward simultaneously, each taking one side and taking down each opponent one by one. And on the stage, Tulak also pushed Ba Tran away. He used one hand to slam the ground to keep himself from falling. Ba Tran grit his teeth and endures the pain, using his healing skill on his wounds. Tulak Chi gently raises his hand to his right eye, and a flash of light suddenly erupts. After you used the reconnaissance eye skill, the strength of Ba Tran's group was fully revealed before you. From Tu Ji and Diepkan to Trinfi Hung and Huak Ku, all of them were elite A-level fighters. Only the two people, Ba Tran and Vin Qian Bak, have intermediate level S combat power and basic level S combat power, respectively. Lam Tu Lak calmly observed the next move of these elders. Vin Qian Bak then stepped forward and respectfully bowed to him. Although your strength should not be underestimated, my heavenly Han city is filled with experts like clouds. Suddenly, he turned his head, showing a contemptuous expression. You won't get any benefits. Leave Tianhong City now, and I won't bring up the past. Tu Lak narrowed his eyes slightly and replied in a dark tone. You're right. The combat strength of Heavenly Journey City truly cannot be underestimated. There are 6 top experts and a group of formidable mercenaries. He tightened his grip on his sword, then suddenly, Tu Lak swung his sword at Vin Qian Bak's group. The thing I fear most is not having enough people. Ba Tran reacted quickly and lightly, immediately raising his sword to block that attack. But Vin Qian Bak also dared not underestimate them, and quickly helped the 3 elders. But in an instant, Tu Lak's figure was behind these 2 old men, and he directly defeated them. Huak Q, angry, lunged at him from behind with a sword, but he secretly looked down on him, underestimating his strength. As Tu Lak turned around, Huak Q immediately pierced his heart with a sword, and he bowed his head, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Tu Lak, seizing the opportunity, completely defeated him. Huak Q, exhausted, knelt on the ground with his body collapsing onto the floor. He opened his eyes wide in his final breath, struggling with a troubled gaze. How is this possible? The crowd below the platform whispered among themselves. That's an A-level expert. A single move has killed an A-level expert. What kind of strength is this? Tu Lak gradually approached Diep Khan, blood dripping along his sword, making him turn pale. He pointed his sword at him and then smiled seductively. Now it's your turn. Diep Khan's face turned pale as he hurriedly stepped back. He curled up and ran away, stammering. Please don't kill me. Lin Tu Lak suddenly felt a bit dizzy. So you ran away already? I only glanced at him. Am I that scary? He pointed at Diep Khan, then turned to Dang Ok and said, You damn 5-legged fish. Dang Ok happily raised both hands and shouted loudly, while Vin Qian Bak beside him only regretted that the iron was not made into steel and cursed. What the hell are you running for? Let's go together. We still have the strength to fight. Running will only get us killed by him. Ba Tran stands beside him in agreement. That's right. We can't keep defending passively. We must take the initiative to attack. Ba Tran quickly charged forward, breaking through the air and rushing ahead. The group of Ba Tran leapt high, all launching their attacks toward Lam Tu Lak. He just let out a cold snort, and the sword in his hand sparkled with fierce flames. He swung his sword with blazing fire, unleashing a fierce and deadly strike. Along with Tu Di and Trin Phi Hong, the 2 unlucky comrades suffered this fierce attack. Ba Tran just turned his head and saw both of his fellow disciples defeated, but another fire spear shot towards him with lightning speed. Brother, he ignores everything and rushes toward his comrade. His voice gradually grew hoarse from crying out. It's my fault. I caused all of you harm. His eyes widened as he stared fiercely at Lam Tu Lak and said, You killed my 3 brothers. Brother Tran gritted his teeth. No matter who you are, I will make you pay for them. Tu Lak Chi slowly activates the death curse, magic, skill. After restoring her mental strength, Lam Tu Lak Chi casually comments, Quite true indeed. In the blink of an eye, wings grew behind him, and he soared into the sky, surprising everyone. Oh my God, this guy can fly. Mom, look, there's a superhero. A firebow gradually takes shape in his hand. He smiled and slowly drew the bowstring, while Vin Qian Bak on the ground looked up trembling and said, Oh my God, how can he fight like this? Lam Tu Lak released her hand, and each arrow formed flew straight towards Vin Qian Bak's group. With a fiery Nintian arrow soaring through the air, this skill fires a fiery arrow forward. The power of the flame arrow equals 100% of the strength attribute plus 40% of the spirit attribute. When the flame spirit arrow hits, the enemy will produce an explosion effect equal to 60% of the strength attribute. The explosion caused by the flames will burn for 5 seconds and won't be extinguished. Ba Tran stood frozen, staring at the missile, then his eyes turned red. He lowered his head just in time to see 3 arrows lodged in his body. 3 Tran turned his head to Vin Qian Bak as if he wanted to say something. 1. But his whole body was instantly burned to nothing. Vin Qian Bak stared intently at Tu Lak above, then calmly descended to the ground with a smile on his lips. When he saw him approach, he trembled uncontrollably. Vin Qian Bak, terrified, knelt down and grabbed Lam Tu Lak's sleeve, begging, Please forgive me. I beg you to spare me. As the city lord, I have all the supplies in Tianhan City and all the treasures I've hidden for you. Please spare me. Lam Tulak just smiled without replying, suddenly drawing a long sword in his hand. Vin Qianba immediately turned pale. I understand how to manage a city. I can serve you as a subordinate and help you govern the Enhan city. A single sword swiftly beheaded Vin Qianbak. Please. He stepped over his body while his head rolled noisily on the ground. Blood poured from Vin Qianbak's body onto the floor. Lam Tulak suddenly stopped in his tracks and raised a token high into the air. I am here on the request of Elder Zhang, who was once your city lord, to serve as the new city lord of Tianhong City. Does anyone object? The crowd below immediately erupted in continuous commotion. This is someone capable of killing 2 S-rank experts, so how dare we oppose? This person also has 2 subordinates who can easily kill A-rank experts with no risk involved, and they can even be fly. Finally, the discussion fell silent, a moment of calm passing through. Lam Tulak showed a satisfied smile and nodded twice. Very good. It seems I have used my special charm to win everyone over. Since no one objects, I have passed with 100% approval. From today onwards, I am the counterfeit expert Li Haobak. He announced loudly that he is the city lord of Tianxing City, and immediately the system's mechanical voice announced, the host has successfully killed Vin Qianbak Ba and secured victory in this tournament. Completing the mission is mine. No one else can take it. He carefully watches the system notification, congratulating the host on receiving the mission reward, a random common gold hand and a piece of gold-level equipment. The system asks if he wants to withdraw the reward now. Lam Zilian calmly presses cancel and decides not to withdraw for now. Tich Hu rushed forward from the crowd below, wearing a flattering smile. Congratulations, Your Excellency. Oh no, congratulations to the city lord. Do you need my subordinate to put the medal on you? Lam Tulak slightly nods and whispers to Tiek Ku, who is carefully pinning the medal on him. Later, when you guys return to Tien Lien Than, tell Tolau Ka to bring my people here. Tiek Ku immediately raised his hand in a gesture of discipline, ensuring the task was completed. Lam Tulak glanced at the excited faces of Dai Ngok and Kui Dong and chuckled softly. Is it done? Kui Dong threw the bag in his hand to the ground, revealing a human head inside. Lam Tulak stretched and let out a relieved sigh, having completed all the captures. He turned his head and threw the chicken thigh to Dai Ngok. Here, the 2 idiots and the demon spirit are following behind him, cheering happily. Idiot, demon spirit, come see our new house. The 3 of them stopped in front of a large villa, unsure of what expression to wear. Lam Tulak looked up and sighed. This new house is really extravagant. The door of the grand mansion gradually opens. Then Lam Tulak and Dai Ngok, carrying Kui Dong, slowly step inside. They stop in the living room, and Lam Tulak silently thinks, looking at these jewelry pieces that are all valuable. Perhaps the old master earned quite a bit of money in the past. It seems Kula Shou can now level up. A well-dressed servant bowed to them, thanking the Lord for coming. It was you who protected the dignity of our old master after his death. The bald old man next to him also bowed his head and said, If it weren't for you, we would have been dealt with completely long ago. Lam Tulak responded to their thanks. No need to be polite. Just continue doing your job. Both of them replied in unison, yes. Lam Tulak turned to Tiet Hu behind him and said, Tiet Hu, take a few people back to Thien Lien City and ask Tulao Ka to bring my people here. Tiet Hu nodded and saluted the Chao army, saying, mission will be completed. Lam Tulak instructed the 2 servants, recently, I need to seclude myself to protect the Tower Lord. Do not let anyone disturb me. Yes, do something for Da Nok and Kui Dong to eat. Yes. Then the 3 of them moved together, as Lam Tulak loudly said, let's go into the city. After Lam Tulak, the big fool and Kui Dong had been walking for a while. The 2 servants whispered to each other, what does it mean to be in seclusion? Outside the large mansion, the sun was high in the sky. Lam Tulak had gone to his room and pulled back the curtains to welcome the sunlight. Then he immediately jumped onto the bed to rest. While lying down, he opened the system to check. The system draws a common golden hand, then displays a message congratulating the host on successfully upgrading to Super Level 1 happiness. The system then shows 2 notifications, and Lam Tulak smiles as he sees them. The first notification confirms that the master has obtained the Super Rare Golden Hand Level 1. The Super Rare Level 1 happiness has increased to Level 2. Lam Tulak still had a smug smile on his face. Pulling once every 2 days felt pretty good. Now let's try pulling once. Then he pressed the draw button, saw the item he just received, and the smile on his face disappeared as a notification appeared saying congratulations to the host for drawing the Von Back Black Medicine personal badge. He nervously held the badge and wondered, is there no description of any special item? It looks like just an ordinary personal badge, with nothing special about it. Then, angry, he stood up from the bed,
threw the badge on the ground, and shouted, "What the hell is this?"
"It's just an ordinary personal badge. I even thought I was very lucky today." "Forget it. I'll try again tomorrow." Then he told the system, "Draw the gold level equipment." When the draw screen appeared, he pressed the draw button. The situation isn't looking good. He thought he couldn't believe he was so unlucky today. Even the equipment would be poor. Then 3 notifications appeared one after another. The first notification was about withdrawing the reward of the gold level equipment mission. The second notification congratulates the host on obtaining a gold level elemental spirit realm equipment. The final notification states that the gold level spirit realm ring, which can enhance elemental effects, is part of the mental energy attribute elemental equipment set. In the 5th year, mental energy recovery speed increases by 20%, and the ability to use elemental power can boost effectiveness by 20%. After reading the notification, Lam Zi La couldn't believe his eyes. "Oh my God, did I just get the full set of equipment?" Still a bit confused, I wonder what year I first gained the spirit realm elemental attribute in my previous life. He grinned mischievously, continuing to think about what he just did. Already starting this life with a powerful item, this is too incredible. It's sky-high powerful. He moved on to the new equipment. After switching, he continued his train of thought. Collecting enough elemental gear would significantly increase the attribute gear. Then, he transferred his blood-sucking ring to a gold-level spiritual element gear. You smile contentedly and then lie down on the bed. Looks like I need to find more elemental gear. Lam Tu Hak threw the ring and grabbed it. Holding the ring, he examined it. Now that he possessed the Fire Flame Love skill and the Spirit Realm element in his hand, could he craft a lightning seal using this method? Looking at the lax ring, he told himself, "Let's try." Tulak jumped up from the bed and began summoning a flame in his palm, gathering energy to make it grow larger. After a while, the flame extinguished. Tulak pondered with confusion. This effect had diminished too much. The effect of the seal is far inferior to the flame seal. Observing the ring, Tulak told himself that no matter good or bad, it was already considered a success. It seems that using the elemental spirit realm to supply elemental power and create the unique seal of each element can work. Tulak firmly grasped the ring with determination, as long as he kept trying and found the best way to merge them. He sits seriously on the bed, continuing to try different spells with determination, believing that persistence will lead to the best solution. 10 days have passed, and Tulak remains fully focused on testing again and again. Unceasingly, Zelian continued creating 2 flames, but gradually they also faded away. At this moment, water magic appeared, condensing to evolve into a water dragon that surrounded Zelian. Seeing that, Tulak smiled contentedly because of the success. Tulak opened the notification panel to check. The notification shows that the player Nihai Se has successfully mastered an unknown effect through the traits of the Thanda profession. Data processing is about to begin. Congratulations to the player Nihai Se for mastering the unique elemental transformation of the Thanda class, enabling rapid elemental transmutation between different elements. To achieve the effects through all types of elemental skills, pay attention to the bar for inheritance similar to the CV inheritance, unaffected by the apocalyptic game. After reading the notification, Tulak finds it somewhat confusing. What does that mean? It means that even if the end of the world game ends, I can still have the power of Than to pass on and CVW to inherit. The skill upgrade notification appears, allowing Tulak to choose one of 3 fireball upgrades to the violent element. The flame form is upgraded to the oath element. And finally, the 3 water elements are upgraded to the 3 oscillating elements. Tulak chose to upgrade the fire spirit to the destructive element. The skill description states that the primordial ancestor's ultimate skill is a mage-type ability that consumes a certain amount of mental energy to condense an elemental magic spirit of fire, lightning, or mere water. Once the spell reaches a certain level, it will definitely cause an explosion, with its power equal to 70% of the consumed mental energy, and it will also have the additional effect of the primordial explosion causing paralysis and slowing down. Tulak, resting his chin on his hand, implied that the original fire spirit technique would be transformed into an elemental spirit technique, thus producing different explosions based on his own desires. Tulak smiled quietly, pondering that he had already tried it. The Fire Flame Seal and the Thunderbolt Seal technique can almost be condensed at the same time. In other words, as long as the attributes are different, these skills may not cool down simultaneously. Tulak concentrates intensely, channeling fire and water elements simultaneously to try again. He merges the 2 elements in his palms. Tulak channeling, the combined elemental energy caused an explosion in front of him. Tulak was stunned because he had dented a corner of the door. It was truly terrifying. But Tulak laughed because this skill means that as long as he has enough mental power, he can wield an infinite firepower mage cannon. After testing the new skill, he immediately opened the skill panel to check. The primordial entity hopes to use the elemental seal to invoke different elemental effects without matching attributes. The three-element vortex summons a whirlpool, and the flame vortex can sustain damage. The lightning vortex deals instant damage, while the water vortex has elemental control abilities. Be careful when using vortices with different attributes. For example, the water vortex will vaporize and disappear after existing together, while the lightning water vortex will enhance the damage capability of the lightning electric vortex. After reading the skill description, Zelak shouted loudly, "This is good!" Then he pressed to learn that skill, smiling mischievously as he did so. With that, the skill disk in his storage space could finally break free from the element's limit and learn everything. After choosing the new skill, a secret manual appeared in Tulak's hand. Having received it, he thought, better to strike while the iron is hot and learn it now. Tulak was about to move when he tripped and fell, dropping the secret manual. Sitting on the ground, he thought to himself, "That's right, I haven't closed my eyes for 10 days and 10 nights. My body can't hold out anymore. I should sleep now." So he decided to set the secret manual aside and study it after waking up. Then he jumped onto the bed to relax, and Tulak shouted loudly, finally able to rest. Just as he lay down and closed his eyes, there was a knock on the door. Tulak, very annoyed, opened his eyes and sat up. "Lord City. Lord, I heard an explosion coming from your room. Are you all right?" "I'm fine." "That's great, Your Excellency, the City Lord is finally awake." The soldier bowed politely and said, 3 days ago, officials from the Alliance faction arrived at our place. They need you to hand over the item related to the City Lord to officially confirm your identity." For some reason, the soldier struggled to say the last few words. "Is that so?" Before the soldier could finish speaking, Tulak had already laid down on the bed. He told him he had been waiting for 3 days, so tell them to wait 1 more day. "Starting now, don't bother me anymore. I want to sleep." Hearing Tulak's response, the soldier froze in place, thinking to himself, "Truly, he is worthy of being the lord of our heavenly Han City." The soldier turned to look at the window and thought, "The City Lord usually treats the allied envoy with courtesy and respect. To our City Lord's place. 3 days aren't enough. We need to wait 1 more day." A day has passed, and Tulak has woken up. As he stretches, he thinks how comfortable sleep was. Then he happily puts on his mask, since it's about time to meet those old men. Tulak stands up from the bed, puts on his mask, and walks while thinking, first he needs to feed 9 Leaves Pearl. Tulak thought to himself, so there are so many treasures. Maybe he's about to get rich. Then he used his skill to absorb everything in the room into one mass. After absorbing everything, his experience points appeared, only increasing a little. Seeing that, he thought to himself, "Is that all? Now leveling up Kule Cho is too difficult." Tulak approached the hall to meet a guest. A man greeted him and bowed to Lord Li Chung. The middle-aged man was Zheng Liangxi, the leader of the basic-level S-grade Enhancement Alliance, and the young platinum-haired man beside him was Jiang Qiji, the deputy leader of the A-grade Underground Enhancement Alliance. Hearing the Crown Prince Lak Ngi and the subordinates report that after the destruction of the surface city Than Mao Tin, 36 underground cities had been established. These underground cities formed an alliance led by the city lord of the central continent, Tianyang City. This team leader is a basic-level enhancer, already a top expert in Tianxing City. Suddenly, Tsula placed his hand on his chin, showing doubt. "I heard he's just an ordinary senior official in Tianduang City, so it shows that the background of Tianduang City isn't low." Thinking this, Zelak spoke up. "Elder Trin, Elder Jiang, please sit down." Luang Kai handed Tulak a notebook and said, "Lie City Lord, this is the document regarding the alliance of our cities establishing you as the Lord of Heavenly Han City." He still reached out his hand and continued, "From now on, you will officially become the Lord of Tianhong City and enjoy all the privileges of a city lord." As Luang Qi finished speaking, Tulak took the notebook, and a notification appeared. The player Nai Zhe has successfully become the Lord of Tianhong City, fulfilling the mission requirements and completing the mission of becoming the City Master. Congratulations to the player Nai Zhe for winning 5,000 experience points, 2,000 gold coins, and a meter of space storage fog. Tulak's experience has increased a little. Then Luang Kai summoned 3 bottles of potion and said, "Li Than Chu, this is an SS-level enhancement potion extracted from the SS-level radiation creature, Dani, called an invaluable treasure. The effect is much better than level 5 enhancement potion, and the cooldown is shorter.
3 level S enhancement potions are a reward for killing the S level Asha Thaji. The second is a reward for your efforts in quelling the internal chaos of Heavenly Path City. The third is a congratulatory gift from the Alliance for the City Lord, which is you. After speaking, the man respectfully presents the Zalak. After receiving the 3 precious vials, he thinks that with the 4 he already had, there are a total of 8 enhancement potions, and he plans to try them tonight. And in response to Luang Qi's sincerity, he simply said thank you, surprising Luang Qi when he saw Tulak show no emotion. As expected of Lord Lai facing the value of the citywide enhancement elixir with such calmness. Only the devil knows how much temptation I had to resist to bring these enhancement vials here safely. Master Luang Qi stood in front of Jia Tulak and asked him to convey my sincere greetings to the leaders of the Alliance. Thank you for their generous hospitality. Hearing Tulak also willing to speak, Luang Kai felt relieved and said, Actually, I don't need to tell them. Lord City Lord can speak in front of them himself. When Tulak asked what this meant, Luang Kai respectfully replied, It is because of recent events that the Alliance plans to hold a City Lord conference. All the City Lords from underground cities must come to Tianduong City to participate. I still don't understand what the series of events that Commander Trin mentioned are about. Luang Qi then straightened up and sadly replied, I believe Lord Lai also knows that the destruction of Tianduong City was caused by Akari, and this only happened in the northern region. The area Luang Qi is talking about has been overrun by zombies. In fact, cities like Tien Mo and Tien Kim in the eastern continent, as well as Tien Phoc and Tien Phong in the western continent, all faced zombie and radiation creature sieges at different times, ultimately meeting tragic destruction. The zombies gathered in packs within the chaos of the city, and during this time, due to an unknown influence, many zombies and radiation creatures began to act violently. A large number of zombies have gathered together and continue with Luang Qi's explanation. Radiation creatures prefer to settle away from their original locations. These events have led to a large number of people living on the surface, dying. Somewhere on the surface, the body of a demon lies still. Moreover, the evolution of radiation creatures has also started to cause problems. Researchers have discovered that many radiation creatures have developed related abilities that can detect underground cities. This is also the main reason why the underground cities have been destroyed. The current situation is likely the most urgent it has ever been. So the Alliance decided to hold a City Lord conference to discuss how to resolve this issue. After presenting everything, Luang Qi was still bowing his head and anxiously waiting to see what Tulak's decision would be. In that case, I cannot go right now, but I need some time to think it over. After seeing his hesitation, Lien Min said, The City Lord Conference of Tianduong City has 4 days left, and it takes 2 days to get there, so I hope Lai City Lord will consider carefully.
Tulak reassures Luang Qi, I will definitely give you an answer first. Luang Qi thanks him, then says, I thank Lord Mayor Lai here.
Tulak replied, It's nothing.
A notification appeared as Luang Qi left.
Congratulations, player. The special mission for the City Lord has been activated. Then he clicks the Accept Mission button for the City Lord.
Tulak was surprised to see the information about the mission. The mission is exclusive to the City Lord residents, a long-term task to improve the happiness of the city's inhabitants and strengthen their attachment to the city through regular missions. When each ordinary resident increases their favorability towards the city to a certain level, the City Lord will gain an experience point. The Safe City ongoing mission enhances the combat strength of each soldier within the city. Building a sufficiently strong regular task army when each combat staff reaches a certain level, the City Lord will earn 10 gold coins. When every 100 combat staff reach a certain level, the City Lord will gain 0.5 cubic meters of storage space. Up to that point, Tulak smiled brightly and said, Wow, there are 2 ongoing missions. This is like clearing divine weapon rewards and taking them all. Continue with the announcement. The remaining notification states that the radiation creature task resets daily and is located 673 meters from the number 16 of Tianxing City with an A-level radiation creature currently hunting. The marked location. As the City Lord, you need to proactively handle such threats. Mission reward: 500 experience points, 300 gold coins. After reading the entire mission, Tulak laughed uncontrollably on the ground and said, The affection level of each resident reaching the reward threshold is not high, but there are many people in Tianhan City, and the storage space for rewards can even be doubled. Isn't this a profit that can't be exhausted? Then he opened his bag and chose 2 types of medicine.
Thinking that this enhancement potion had no place to be used, which could not only reward the soldiers of Heavenly Hand City, but also win people's hearts.
Increasing the favorability, he looked at the notification appearing and thought, "It seems I must go to Thien Duong City. I can use the teaching skill to return supplies." When the notification fully appeared, the favorability of the residents of Truc Tuong towards Thien Han City reached the target, and the city lord Nai Se gained 1 experience point. The affection level of Duan Yingguo's residents towards Heavenly Hegemony City reached the target, and the city lord Nai Se gained 1 experience point. After reading the notification, Zyle leapt up and shouted joyfully. Then he ran outside and shouted loudly, "We must carry out the reform decisively. I have to make the advanced system in Than Mao Tin shine brightly." Soon, everyone gathered at the dining table. Everyone just sat there, while Zilok happily ate a chicken drumstick. After finishing, Zilok said, "First, immediately open the inner city of Tianhan City. Except for some structures, all other buildings will be demolished, and the land divided among the people according to their contributions." A person spoke up. "City Lord, you're not joking, are you?" Hearing that, the male lead thought, the higher-ups only care about how many people like them. That's true righteousness. If I weren't considered a talented person by Tachi Thuong, I would have dealt with you directly by now. Then he angrily replied, "Do you think I'm joking?" Nothing of the sort. Not only that, I also have to establish a system of exchange based on contribution. Whether they are commoners, wealthy, or civil servants, everyone relies on their level of contribution as the basic standard. As long as there is contribution, they can exchange for food, supplies, or even shelter. Hearing that, no one there dared to say anything. After finishing, Tulak glanced at everyone. When no one objects, he continues, saying, "From now on, you will draft the fairest system of contribution exchange and deliver it to me tomorrow. The people around can only tremble in fear and shout, 'Yes.'" After the threat, Ziliao spoke softly and said, "From now on, there is one more thing. Chết dễ dịu tra tài sản, vật tử, dắt dài của các quan viện thiện hành thanh. Nếu có vi phạm sẽ bị tịch thu toàn bộ." Nghe vậy, một người thắc mắc, "Thanh chủ, những chuyện khắc dẻo dễ nổi, nếu làm chuyện cuối cũng rất có khả năng sẽ gây ra bạo loạn." Seeing someone hesitate, he shot them a piercing look and threatened them. "I told you, this isn't a request for your opinion. If you can't do it, then there's no need to try." Then they all replied in unison, "Don't worry, Lord. We will give you a satisfactory answer tomorrow." The guards kept clapping their hands loudly. Then one of the guards stepped forward and said, "That's good. I leave these matters to you." Then he immediately turned around, but was stopped by the voice of one of them, the city lord. "If we follow your words, our supplies will only last for a month then." Hearing this, the carriage driver remained unfazed. "No worries, someone will deliver it when the time comes," leaving those behind confused and pondering whether to rebel, sleeping soundly through the night. After a moment, as if remembering something, the carriage driver turned back, whispering, "That's right. Don't forget to build the supply warehouse. It will soon have a big effect, making the enemy stay confused and clueless, huh?" Yes, at the same time, the chauffeur didn't hold back at all, covering his mouth with one hand, speaking in a drowsy voice, I can't. I need to sleep a proper rest." After saying that, he immediately vanished without a trace into the air. Yes, the moon is clearly visible in the night sky. The system suddenly sends a few notifications while Nasi is still sleeping deeply, indicating the residents' favorability towards Thien Han Thun has reached the target. The reward for the city lord Naise is 1 experience point, and the residents' favorability towards Tioan has reached the target. The reward for the city lord Naise is 1 experience point. Until the system announces another notification congratulating the player for reaching level 34, with all attributes increased by 3 and 5 free attribute points gained. He suddenly wakes up from his deep sleep, eyes wide open, then yawns and questions himself in a sleepy voice. Did I level up just by sleeping? Done. Nyashi gently touches his forehead, then moves his hand closer to his temple, his face suddenly aging as he points his index finger at the red screen in front of him, giving a command to the system to turn off the reminder, then smirks in satisfaction. Leveling up feels so good. In the real world, people can only stay up late and wake up early to hunt zombies. After touching the screen with the stats of Strength 154, Spirit 154, Physique 149, and Speed 149, 5 points are immediately added. Nyase gently touches his chin and whispers that during this time, he gained some experience points, probably because Nguhua implemented the new policy. These common folk are really too easy to manipulate. Clearly, the rewards haven't even reached them yet. A fleeting thought crosses his mind to focus on enhancing his abilities first and consider what supplies he can give them. Suddenly, a bottle of solution labeled with the letter A appeared in his hand, and he didn't hesitate to grasp it tightly, bringing it to his mouth while pondering that it tasted a bit sweet, and the system didn't warn of any side effects. At this moment, a golden light appeared, spinning around the person, and although it wasn't very effective for me, it should be enough for ordinary soldiers. Then another S-labeled potion bottle appeared, and I didn't hesitate to drink it again. Immediately, his face showed a deep sense of satisfaction and a mesmerizing gaze. As he looked at the red screen with the check notification, he saw that the player enrollment used an S-rank enhancement potion, and the body's core attributes increased, with all attributes +2, praising it as truly exhilarating. He looked at the 4 bottles of S-labeled potion in front of him, immediately grinning mischievously. Wouldn't that be much faster than leveling up to increase attributes? Drinking all of this should boost the attributes, right? After finishing, the driver nonchalantly opened the first bottle and started drinking it slowly. After finishing the potion, he let out a sigh, but when he saw the fading glow before him, he was panic-stricken and shouted loudly, "Oh my God, why does it feel less effective now?" At the same time, a system notification appeared indicating that the player was chewing the S-rank enhancement potion, increasing physical attributes with all attributes +1, causing the player to angrily shout and directly reduce one attribute by half. You're so stingy with the system. As soon as you finish speaking, you immediately pour the remaining 3 bottles of the potion into your mouth. Then his face and voice became intoxicated as he exclaimed how this was like alcohol, while his body still lay on the bed under the blanket. Another notification appeared saying the player chewed 3 S-grade enhancement potions, increasing physical attributes, with all stats now +2. At this point, he looked extremely disappointed and asked why the 5 enhancement potions only increased all attributes by 5 points. Then, Niese slapped his head and ordered the system to open the attribute panel. Immediately, the huge numbers in giant font burst into his eyes. No increase in strength, no increase in spirit, no increase in physique, no increase in agility. While Niese nodded quietly at the control panel, now even without Tochi Thuong holding him back. I can still fight against the SS-level Acha Ni. Suddenly, there was a commotion outside, along with a voice announcing the city lord. "Are you awake now?" "The city lord, 2 of Tianlin City has been waiting for you in the dining room for a long time." After hearing that, he paused for a few seconds, thinking, why did Tochi Thuong come? Then he reached out to take the mask and replied, "I understand." And after a moment, just as he saw the man sitting and eating a chicken leg at the table, Niese slowly spoke up. Old Tu scolded his subordinates for not understanding the situation, and only now did I realize he had arrived. As he finished speaking, Tochi Thuong, holding a half-eaten fried chicken leg, smiled shyly. "It's okay, Brother Lai, I didn't mean to disturb your rest, right?" Then he pointed forward with a sarcastic smile. "After all, Brother Lai, you inherited the 99 concubines from that old estate," and Haisei still calmly asked again, "What did you say about them?" As I sat down, I continued to observe that their strength was lacking, so I called them to the city lord's tower to farm and raise pigs. He pointed to the food in the other person's hand and added that the meat Tulao Ka was eating might very well be from the pigs they had slaughtered. Hearing this, Tochi Thuong immediately marveled that Li Laode truly was different from everyone else, but all he responded with was a somewhat unrelated question from Niese. Why was Tulao Ka here? Tochi Thuong quickly replied that it was the city lord's conference of Tianduong City, and he thought it was convenient to stop by and share a meal with him. "So you want to find me, huh? All right, let's go there together tomorrow afternoon." As soon as he finished speaking, Tochi Thuong raised both hands to his chest and agreed to go along. But before leaving, he hoped that Li Laode could guide him on how to use the elemental powers. Immediately, someone's arm swiftly extended. It was Niese with a long iron chain and a surrounding green aura, causing Tochi Thuong to thumbs up in approval. "Tulao Ka, you've already entered the core, but upon hearing Nise's question, I have a skill that can quickly unleash elemental power. Are you interested?" Then he quickly stepped aside and whispered to consider, "You're a regular customer, so you can get a 20% discount." Tochi Thuong, exhausted, thought to himself, "Here we go again. It's that smile again. He's here to distract me from my goods." Suddenly, a thought flashed through my mind, and I nervously asked, "Hey, Lai Jr., what do you mean by elemental skills? Specifically, how powerful are they?" Suddenly, a blue sphere with lightning appeared in Nise's hand, revealing that this was an elemental skill, causing Tochi Thuong to look terrified. As Niese still held the object in his hand and threw it away, Tochi Thuong was extremely alarmed. Looking at the smoky area, he said, "This power must be 10 times stronger than simple lightning." And the blue sphere in Nise's hand gradually disappears, and he immediately confirms that this is indeed the power of the elemental skill, which only requires mental energy to use but can greatly increase its destructive force. Hearing this, Tu Chi Thuong gritted his teeth softly. Could it really be that powerful? How should I learn this elemental skill? But just as Naisei snapped his fingers, Tu Chi Thuong spoke up again, saying, Li Laude, wasn't it me who gave you the level Zoa enhancement last time? Before he could finish, Naisei interrupted to refuse. No, I can't do that anymore, Li Laude. This isn't the same skill as your elemental cultivation. It's a different price that makes Tu Chi Thuong feel dejected. However, he still got a strong punch on the shoulder from Naisei, trying to persuade Tu Laoka, What are you talking about? Do you think I wouldn't know about your situation? All right, this time I don't need you to enhance the translation. Just give me the materials. Hearing this, Tu Chi Thuong couldn't help but exclaim in surprise and said, I understand. Earlier, when I arrived, I thought you in Tianxing City needed a large amount of supplies for reforms. But where are the supplies? Then tears streamed down my face as I realized I was the fool who had been deceived. It's okay, Elder Two has no materials, so our deal isn't based on righteousness anymore. When you have them, but, Tu Chi Thuong quickly interrupted, Don't say anything else. I was the fool who was deceived. You name your price. So Naisei confidently signaled with both hands, speaking seriously about enough food for a month for 10,000 people, causing Tu Chi Thuong to panic and shout, Are you robbing us? 20,000 is the maximum. Otherwise, we won't buy any more. Then Naisei held out his entire hand to negotiate 50,000, but Tu Chi Thuong still wasn't satisfied and held up 3 fingers to offer 30,000. As the words finished, his wrist was firmly grasped by the other person, and a serious tone announced that the deal was successful. Thank you, Elder Two, for valuing loyalty over wealth. A little later, Tu Chi Thuong and his companion darkened their faces and ordered the others to leave, taking the people to Tianlian City to gather supplies. Yes. After hearing this, Naisei looked up to the sky and laughed loudly in admiration. Talaoka truly is exhilarating. His hand opens, lifting a green sphere surrounded by dense aura, and Talaoka says, That is how the wind sphere technique works. Nyasei lets the thick green aura spread wider, speaking of the wind ring becoming thinner and sharper without following a clockwise rotation. After a long while, Tu Chi Thuong nervously asked, All right, Lai Jr., is there more? But only received a bored reply, This is the complete principle of the wind dog technique. Suddenly, Naisei spoke slowly, but then looked at Tu Chi Thuong's bewildered face, still unsure if To Lao Ka was interested in the elemental skill with the chain. Hearing this, he seemed to realize he had just been pranked. Tu Chi Thuong pointed at Naisei's face and angrily asked how many skills he still kept hidden. Then he turned and left, only leaving 3 words behind, Not here anymore. Seeing that Tu Chi Thuong was truly starting to get upset, Naisei hurriedly sweetened his words. Don't be mad, To Lao Ka. Then he sweet-talked, mentioning a technique that can condense a vortex, a binding skill that can't be negotiated at all, right? No matter what Naisei does, Tu Chi Thuong doesn't care. He turned around coldly and then walked away quickly, while I kept chasing after him, saying, To Laoka, I'll give you a discount, a super sad discount. Dankanimo. Seeing Tu Chi Thuong walking faster and faster, Nyasei hurriedly offered a discount, buying both skills at once, the second at half price. Nyasei also quickly added, Really can't do it. What type of skill do you want? I will create one for you now. At this moment, the main gate of Tianhan City number 6. In the afternoon, a group of people was standing in front of a tall building, which was Naisei's group. He was now persuading Daingok, remember to deal with the little monsters near the Tianhan Than for me. These days I can eat chicken feet whenever I want. Then Daingok happily nodded in agreement with Naisei. Behind the two of them was the man in protective gear. He was standing and looking around as if assessing the situation. Then he stepped forward and asked Naisei, Master Lai, everyone on our side has gathered. When can we set off? Naisei immediately replied, I have no problem. When will Senior to set out? Unexpectedly, the man in the protective suit quickly turned his face away when facing Naisei. He thought to himself that he couldn't look at Lam Tulak, or he wouldn't be able to resist and buy him. He was trying to hold back and inform the chauffeur, Let's go. My team is also assembled. Seeing the man in protective gear act this way, he couldn't help but fall silent and cover his mouth in thought. Then the chauffeur stepped forward and loudly said, Let's go. Naisei's group calmly and confidently approached the checkpoint. Suddenly, a sound echoed from somewhere, causing many to become confused and pondering what this noise was. Immediately, a loud roar sounded. Thick dust and shadows appeared right in front of them, and powerful footsteps echoed relentlessly outside the city. The group of riders stood still as if ready for a great battle, when suddenly the sky cleared up. A beam of light suddenly shone directly on him, as if announcing something. and the area where the group of Nai-Se was standing was suddenly illuminated amidst the thick fog. And at this moment, shadows began to appear in front of their group, revealing a horde of massive monsters emerging as the smoke cleared.
As they rush to attack, Nai-Se also begins to cast his spell and shouts loudly, "Hold 2, everyone! Stay back!"
Then, a blue light from his hand appeared, forming a small tornado, which gradually turned into a sphere of power surrounded by sparks of electricity. Seeing this, the group in protective gear were all stunned and exclaimed. At this moment, Nai-Se had just cast his spell to trap the black monsters, while the amazement still lingered behind him. Exactly as expected, with just a little of his power, the driver managed to trap and defeat them. But it didn't stop there. The tornado he created kept growing and surrounding them. This scene leaves the armored team stunned in amazement, as the tornado continues to swirl more fiercely, lifting the black monsters into the air. Seeing this result, the driver confidently thought to himself, "I don't believe this can't make those people crave to death." Then he continued to conjure another sphere with electric sparks. Then he threw it forcefully at the black monsters. The sphere sped through the air like lightning, as if it could tear apart the sky. Immediately, the black monsters were jolted so hard that their bones inside their bodies became visible, leaving the others stunned and speechless. Suddenly, a head of the black monster fell heavily to the ground, followed by the heads of others. They keep falling with a thud around the area where the player is standing. At this moment, a notification also appears on the screen.
Congratulations to the player for successfully killing 1,000 zombies and 3 mutated creatures.
You have completed the second rank of the main mission in the dungeon. The second crisis of the wasteland. The screen continues to change. This is a notification congratulating the player for successfully completing all main quests of the second danger level dungeon on the wasteland.
Would you like to submit the quest to leave the dungeon?
After reading, Nai-Se silently thought to himself that he wouldn't submit or leave, then happily turned around and told the group in protective gear.
How about it? How's my elemental skill?
Contrary to his thoughts, everyone responded in unison, "We can't afford it. We're not worthy," leaving Nai-Se momentarily stunned. Captain Trin, roughly how much longer until we reach Thien Duong City? Hearing Captain Trin's reply, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief and said, Fortunately, if we wait a little longer, my radiation level will reach its limit, even though in reality it's completely fine." Seeing that, To Chi Thuong could only speak up. There's no other choice. This is the center of the entire continent, the place with the strongest radiation. Meanwhile, Captain Trin was also observing the surroundings. He said, "Go forward for about 10 more minutes. There's a rest area. Let's go there to rest first." The driver also strongly agreed with this idea. "Not bad, let's go." Then the group continued on their way. As they moved quietly into a restroom that was completely deserted, suddenly the chauffeur seemed to realize something. He raised his hand to stop everyone, suspicion in his voice, feeling something was wrong, as if someone was inside. Hearing that, everyone looked in the same direction. "There is a huge iron door there." Captain Trin slowly approaches it. As he pushed the door open, a voice came from somewhere saying, "Murakami-kun, you're right. Playing with women is what you do. The more women, the better. Isn't that right, In-out-kun?" Hey, there's not only one, but also other voices. "Jiro Tanaka, haven't you ever heard the door being pushed open before? Go check it out for Miameis." When then they realized the people inside had noticed the commotion outside, the group of guards looked at each other, nodded to signal, and then he whispered, "They're here. Stay alert." To Chi Thuong muttered irritably, annoyed that it was just a bunch of trash in a narrow alley. His tone made the bodyguard somewhat surprised, and he asked suspiciously, "To Senior, are you saying that they are the conservative faction of Heavenly Island City, the faction that advocates surrendering weapons to radiation creatures?" He then added in a low voice, "So our enemies are not only radiation creatures, but also these conservative factions." Hearing that, the bodyguard still confidently nodded and said, "I understand," at this moment. To Chi Thuong also firmly gripped the chain in his hand and pressed down. Just as he was about to act, Captain Jung stopped him. "Master To, the situation is urgent now. We can't afford to make enemies." "This is the Elder's order." Hearing this, Tu Chi Thuong could only reluctantly lock the chains. Then he put it down and could only answer with disappointment. "I understand." Nyasi's group didn't notice that while they were standing there talking, a group of people from afar was staring at them intently. That person was also relaying information to Fukawa Umi, saying, "They are from the thief sect." "I only saw Tu Chi Thuong from Thien Lien Tun." Inside the large waiting hall, he replied coldly, "I see." And the person standing coldly and answering is Fukawa Yomi, the leader of the city of Heaven Island with peak S-level strength. He was angrily shouting and cursing, "Damn progressive faction. So unlucky." As Naisei's group stood deep in thought, a figure approached. As soon as he saw this person, To Chi Thuong couldn't hold back and cursed. Damn it, luckily Naisei managed to stop him in time. Then he hid the badge right in front of his chest and said to To Chi Thuong, "To Senior, don't be agitated. We must think of the bigger picture." Seeing your smile when reminding him about this, To Senior feels a bit happy. We're here. We're here. This smile. Then he whispered into the chauffeur's ear, "Brother Lee, just help me with this anger. I'll buy both of your skills, no need for a discount. Don't worry, old two." Then he slowly approached Fukawa Yomi, making him look at him with some suspicion. Just at this moment, the top of the division came over to explain, "You are the leader of the Heavenly Island City, Fukawa Yomi, with peak S-level strength." That statement surprised Naisei so much he couldn't help but exclaim, "What?" Fukawa Yomi also secretly smiled, thinking he would scare you to death. But strangely, what Naisei said was not at all what everyone expected. "Aren't you a pervert for not wearing underwear?" Even To Lao Ka can't help but laugh. Murakami Kogoro, seeing this, shouted angrily, "How dare you disrespect the city lord? What kind of scum are you?" Seeing him, Toji Shang then told Naisei, "This guy is Murakami Kogoro, a top-level A-ranked expert." After hearing that, the driver simply responded with a, while Fukawa Yomi, who witnessed everything, chuckled and looked at him with a challenging gaze. At this moment, Murakami Kogoro continued to mock, truly a despicable person with no manners at all. But suddenly, he stopped his actions and looked at Naisei, because at this moment his whole body was emanating a strong killing intent, and the mechanical sounds of the system also rang out. The player encounters insult and triggers a mission. Punish Murakami Kogoro. Seeing this, Fukawa Yomi hesitated before speaking. He asked him, "Are you the slaughterer and city lord of Tianhan City who killed Akda Ni?" Nyase smiled menacingly as if about to become a predator, then took out his badge and said to Fukawa Yomi, "Fukawa City Lord, your subordinate has insulted a city lord. Disrespecting the ruler is an offense. I will oversee his discipline. Is that too much?" At this moment, Fukawa Yomi could only agree. "Lord Cheng, you may discipline as you see fit." Then he hesitated before adding, "But just a light punishment will do." Before he could finish his sentence, Naisei immediately moved in front of Fukawa Yomi, causing him to marvel at how fast, like lightning, he reached out and struck Murakami Kogoro in the face. Blood splattered from Murakami Kogoro's face onto Fukawa Yomi's, causing him to touch the blood stain on his face in shock. Fukawa Yomi paused for a moment before angrily scolding Naisei. "You deserve to die," but Naisei simply calmly responded, "Fukawa the city lord." He gently asked if he was satisfied with my warden. At the same time, the system announced that the player Naisei had completed the mission to punish Murakami Kogoro and received 3 A-grade enhancement potions. Hearing the guard's question, Fukawa Yomi angrily scolded, "You counterfeit bastard, you're too reckless." He and his entire group raised their swords against him, daring to kill our Heavenly Island general. The chauffeur immediately drew his sword and calmly replied, "Didn't Lord Fukawa say I could punish as I see fit? You speak louder, maybe my brothers can hear too." To Chi Thuong also spoke up. "Fukawa City Lord, although we are currently in a ceasefire, it was your subordinate who provoked our City Lord Lai first. Even if we cause chaos within the Alliance, our handling of it won't be an issue." Hearing that, Fukawa Yomi clenched his teeth in anger. Then he had no choice but to accept the reality. All right, you did very well." Then he angrily pointed at the group of guards and said, "I admit defeat this time, but I will still report to the League. Wait until the anger of our conservative faction subsides." Nyase Ten stood there smiling as he watched their backs. To Chi Thuong then happily laughed out loud, approached the tea and said, "That was satisfying, as expected of you, Li Lao Day. With one move you took down the top-tier A-level Murakami Kogoro, leaving Fukawa Yomi no time to react. Now he's probably heartbroken and bleeding inside." The chauffeur modestly replied, It's nothing. To Chi Thuong smiled and told Lai Lao Day that he was humble. "But I haven't felt this exhilarated in a long time. When I return, I will definitely send someone to deliver supplies to your Tianhang City." Captain Trin also agreed wholeheartedly. "You're too modest, Lord Lai." After a moment, To Chi Thuong hesitated and said, "But Fukawa Yomi will definitely report to the Alliance." The car driver calmly replied, "No rush." He casually said that maybe today they are very unlucky. Just went outside and were surrounded by radiation creatures. All of them dead. Hearing this, the people in protective suits burst out laughing. If that's really the case, Then heaven truly has eyes. The others all agreed. That's right, that's right. Suddenly, Tu Chi Thuong Nhu felt something, and they stood still to better hear that sound. Then he frantically turned to look at Nie Se, only to be met with his triumphant smile and a definitive answer.
Outside, Fukawa Yomi shouted angrily, "Idiot, idiot, he keeps shouting and yelling, idiot!"
Seeing him like that, Oda Inukiba, Vice Lord of Thien Than Island, of the same strength level S, couldn't help but speak up to stop him. Lord City Lord, if the noise is too loud, it could attract zombies or radiation creatures. Hearing that, Fukawa Yomi angrily glared at him and immediately threw a powerful punch at Oda Inukima's face, knocking him flat on the ground and unable to get up. He angrily shouted, "You fool, are you teaching me how to do my job?" After such a powerful blow, Oda Inukiba could only tiredly lift his hands and fall to the ground. He shouted, trembling as he said, "I have offended you." Suddenly, Fukawa Yomi noticed something unusual. The radiation creature. He quickly helped Oda Inukima up, then he smirked and leaned towards him, saying, No, you're right. Fukawa Yomi cheerfully said, "We can find radiation creatures to deal with the fake items," but suddenly, he was hit, leaving Oda completely clueless. Mr. Umi looked quite eager and asked the other person, "Did you take the item that Elder Bai secretly gave you out here?" Oda obviously dared not, so he immediately knelt down and refused. "That's not allowed, Lord City Lord. This is something only Elder Bai can authorize for use, and must not be revealed beforehand." He looked down from above in anger, causing Oda to keep apologizing. "You fool, how dare you defy my orders? I'm sorry. Then Mr. Oda immediately took the red potion bottle and handed it to him. Unable to disobey, he could only use both hands to give it. If this succeeds, the progressive faction will lose 3 S-rank experts. This is what Elder Bai wants to reward me with. After stealing the medicine, he immediately turned to speak with his subordinates. Just apply this test ointment to your body, and the SS-level radiation beast wandering in this area will notice you. Now I need everyone to complete this great mission. The subordinates looked at it with a bit of shock. Is there anyone willing? As soon as Umi finished speaking, they immediately rushed forward to volunteer. Lord Than, I'll go. So Umi randomly chose one person from them to be the one to use the medicine. And that person is you. He repeated a few things before handing over the medicine, emphasizing countless times that you must not die, or the medicine will lose its effectiveness. The other side immediately cheered excitedly and took the medicine. Yes, I understand. As soon as Umi handed him the medicine, he immediately ran straight to his destination. Umi watched him go, thinking about the distant future, and a satisfied smile appeared on her face.
Ha ha ha! The SSS level Demon Lord of the Infernal Land is an existence that the entire Thayanduong city dares not provoke. This time, let's see how you survive. Ha ha ha, Lord Cheng is wise and resourceful. The looters will surely die. A moment later, the lucky one who received the speed-boosting medicine ran to the large tree in front, then leaned on it to slow down. He still feels quite scared about what he's about to face. The lair of the SSS, ranked Mad Earth Master, is right ahead. Can he really survive? But even if I'm scared, this has become an unavoidable situation. I have to take the risk. At this moment, a hand suddenly struck the back of his head, causing him to fall and hit his head on a tree, losing consciousness. It turns out that Tulak had appeared and launched a surprise attack, connecting his consciousness with Lam Tulak. Wow, even the people of Tianbao City have this kind of item. He decided to appear, crouch close to the opponent, then take the red potion bottle towards himself. Tulak watched it for a long time without doing anything. Then he opened the lid and poured out all the medicine. Then he grabbed the opponent's leg and started dragging him away. Tulak quickly pulled the opponent onto the ground and dragged him along the dirt road for a long distance, rubbing his face in the dirt to get a face full of soil. He runs faster than ever, kicking up dust and smoke, just as a flash of black smoke appears from somewhere, and a lion with glowing red eyes suddenly shows up. That lion sniffs its nose and detects their scent. It immediately stands up and follows the smell to find their location. This scent is delicious. It starts to accelerate and roars with glowing red eyes and a crazed expression. At this moment, Umi was unaware of what was about to happen and was still very happy. Just thinking about those despicable people suffering a tragic death under the claws of the fierce land's mad master. I'm so happy I can't contain myself. Elder Bai will definitely reward me this time. One of his subordinates took the opportunity to flatter him. Excellent, Lord City Lord. This time you will surely be able to make the progressive faction's vital energy great again. At that point, our plan to win them over will be much easier to carry out.
Truly a blessing for all the people. Mai was very pleased to hear this, so her smile grew even brighter. Very good. You are very good at talking. Tell me what reward you want. The other side has achieved their goal, so they happily rub their hands together. Thank you, Lord City Lord. I have 2 concubines as beautiful as flowers from Tianyang City. Excellent technique. I only ask for a B-grade enhancement potion. Mai immediately rewarded him upon hearing this. Very good. Men who are disciplined like you are rare. All right. Tonight I will visit your 2 concubines. Thank you, Lord City Lord. He confidently ordered everyone to move forward. Go, 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 speed up. I couldn't wait any longer and went to find those 2 concubines. Just as they were walking, someone suddenly rushed toward them. Thanks to his sharp instincts, Oda quickly sensed that something was wrong. So he drew his sword and quickly struck at it. Be careful, the enemy is attacking. Oda's sword immediately struck the opponent away. After Oda defeated him, Umi stepped forward to see that he used his foot to kick the upper body of the opponent. I never expected that to be the subordinate he just sent out. What is this? Wasn't that Sakata Daidao earlier? They all turned to look at each other and then fell silent. No one can believe what just happened before their eyes. No way, how is this possible? At that moment, a scent wafted into Umi's nose, and he immediately realized there was a problem. Umi turned and shouted a warning to everyone. This is bad. This is an SS-level radiation creature attractant. Retreat. Oda also suddenly realized something and shouted urgently. We need to get out of here quickly as the smell grows stronger and spreads toward us. Someone was so scared that their body curled up and their legs trembled uncontrollably, and in the end, the frightened opponent ran away into panic. Whoa! Hey, you! The surrounding atmosphere is now eerily silent. Soon after, that person returned to the team but had lost half of his lower body. It turns out that the SS-level geological beast tracked the scent all the way here, and the beast is several times larger than what's standing in front of them. It's as if I found you now. That earth-devouring berserker is still biting the man's remaining half. Yumi's group was so scared they couldn't stand there anymore. The SS-level radiation creature, the Earth Spirit Frenzy Master. Someone was so scared they trembled and wet themselves on the spot. The group started to panic and scatter in all directions. Mom, save me! Lam Tsulak's group continued to head to Tianduang, suddenly surrounded by a grayish bone-like mist. Everyone, be careful and quickly hide your aura. It seems there are footprints of a radiation creature here. However, the footsteps didn't stop, and he asked, I think I heard a scream just now. Is this really the way to Tianduang City? The person behind quickly replied, Lord Lai, please believe me. Everyone in the group was fully equipped with protective gear, and one of them speculated that these might not be the footprints of an SS-level radiation burst destructive beast. Then the 2 people in the group shouted together, Isn't this Fukawa's conservative faction? You also wondered if Fukawa had already died. He coughs and points at the scattered corpses on the ground. This is the destructive power of an SS-level radiation creature. The Fukawa group seems to have no resistance at all, much stronger than Achani. The person in protective gear with white hair speculates that it might be Lai Lao Day's subordinate. Then he protests himself. No way, absolutely no way, this is an SS-level radiation creature, the Annihilation Madman. Seeing the scene, he tries his best to hold back laughter trembling and reveals a smile born from others' pain. It seems the slaughtering frenzy has ended the hunt. Let's check if any unlucky ones are still alive. The scarred man beside him frowned and replied that this was too risky. He sat down to observe for a long time before making a decision. Let's go check it out. Based on the direction of these footprints, the depth and concentration of the bloodstains suggest about 9 minutes have passed. Then he looked back at his group, deliberately glancing at the scarred face to put pressure on him. Moreover, this path must be the only way to reach Tianduang City, right? Holding the strand of hair in your hand, continue analyzing. Look at the hair and the depth of these footprints. This crazy land-devouring master must have already been chasing after them. The route he took is actually even more extensive than we imagined. After saying that, he casually glanced at the scarface. So we continue at a normal pace for 9 minutes. If we find nothing, we won't investigate further. The scarred face nodded in agreement. Since the leader has already said that, maybe we should go check it out. 9 minutes later, in the fog, a group of 9 continued moving forward. The scarred man suddenly sensed something and hurriedly shouted, Watch out, everyone, the smell of blood is strong here, and the deeper you go, the more it excites you. It must be here, he said, noticing the severed hand on the ground, and the white-haired man warned. Everyone, be careful. I fear Fukawa's group has met misfortune, and then the footsteps are following the trail. The whole group follows you toward the sunset. Their footsteps are even as they walk past bodies torn apart, limbs mang no signs of life, and broken swords reveal the tragedy of loss. Suddenly, the white-haired man was stunned to see a sword stuck in the ground. This is Oda Inikima's swordmaster. He is a mid-level male enhancer, then pretended to be mournful and continued speaking. But surprisingly, even he deliberately glanced around. They're all dead, everyone is gone. Lam Tulak rummaged through the pocket of a nearby corpse and suddenly shouted. Then Duyan Chuyin points to what he just found. This is the badge of Lord Fukawa. Could it be that Lord Fukawa has heroically sacrificed himself? Remembering the person, his scarred face trembles as he pretends to cry, eyes tightly shut, trying to hold back tears. I will report the Lord's sacrifice to the Alliance. The others also turned back into pairs to show their feelings. It's true that it's raining unexpectedly outside, and no one expected the Lord of Fukawa to die like that. It's truly tragic. They are heroes. Snicker. Suddenly, someone couldn't hold it in anymore and burst out laughing. Ha ha, like a sign of the beginning, others also laughed along. Ha ha. The laughter just kept echoing, unstoppable, in the sky-high buildings of Tianduang City. On the current display board, the radiation level is 39%, indicating a moderate level, and passage is permitted. The door opens and Lam Tsulak's group steps inside. The blue-shirted man with glasses stepped forward and asked. Captain Trin welcomed him back. He continued explaining. We saw quite a few bodies on Guangming Road during our return, and investigation revealed they belonged to Fukawa and his subordinates. The blue-shirted brother immediately turned back and shouted, This is bad! You two quickly report to the clan leader. Something serious has happened. Then pointed at the headless corpse and added, With that level of destruction on the body, could it be an SS-level radiation creature? Captain Trin replied that after investigation, it was an SS-level radiation creature. The destructive land berserker. I don't know why the destructive land berserker appeared nearby, but look at the corpse covered with a blanket. It's our city lord. A somber and tragic atmosphere enveloped them all. He finally finished speaking, sacrificing himself heroically on the battlefield. From afar, a man dressed entirely in green ran over, looked at the body, and quickly issued an order. Captain Trin, Lord Li, Lord To, on behalf of everyone in Tianduang City, I thank you for bringing Lord Fukawa's body back so we can prepare to face the chaos of the land of the fallen. Understanding the situation, the guildmaster extended his hand to invite them in. I am already aware of the details. Please everyone come inside Tianyang City to rest first. Then he led the way ahead. From afar, a giant statue came into their view. Lao Tu, this is the pioneer of our new era, Qin Guin. If Qin Nguyen Huang had lived a few more years, we wouldn't be in such danger. The carved statue of the SSS-level powerhouse of the Qin Nguyen Huang stands there silently as Tin listens to Mr. To's introduction and responds, Yes, I understand. He is a respectable man, the first SSS-level powerhouse. However, in Mr. To's eyes, there was a faint sadness as he said, That's right. We could talk about his matters for days and nights. Li Laode, let's go receive the inheritance of Trang Than Chu and the rewards from the League first. When he saw the huge building in front of him, Lord To shouted, Li Laode, it's over here, pointing to the house and adding, This is the house of Trang Than Chu. I have already arranged the procedures. You can stay as you wish. Lam Tulak replied casually. Okay, as you were about to go inside to rest, Mr. To reached out to stop you. Li Laode, wait a moment. Seeing him stop, he then spoke. You now have 2 matters to deal with. What is it? Old two, just tell me.
Yes, directly for us.
The first thing is your business. When you taught me cultivation before, I already shared it with others. Taking a deep breath, he continued. At this point, many city lords are interested in this matter. However, because you are in seclusion, I didn't let them come to Heavenly Han City and arranged to meet them in Heavenly Duong City, so they should have already arrived. He raised 2 fingers in a V shape. The second thing is that now Elder Li wants to meet you. He is the highest leader of our progressive sect and one of our 3 SSS-level elders. Hearing that, he stroked his chin and pondered. The elemental cultivation method under the promotion of Elder To was almost ready. It's coming soon, but first let's see what Elder Li wants to do. I will go meet Elder Li first, and regarding the elemental cultivation method, I hope Brother Tu can help me promote it and maybe offer a discount then. Elder Tu politely replied, All right, Elder Li's side has asked Brother Do Ko to take you there. Du Guohan bowing his head and replying, Yes, Mr. To felt extremely pleased and determined. As for the other city lords, I might as well use the elemental toxin technique to confront them and see if they still mock my methods and think I am unworthy of being a city lord. Here he calls, and the demon spirit goes to check on Elder Tu. Then they split up in 2 directions.
A few minutes later, at the Elder Tower, Doko introduced the magnificent high-rise building and said, "Lie City Lord, this is the Elder Tower where all the core members reside. Only 3 SS-level powerhouses can be appointed as Elders. The leader of the Tianla faction is inside the Elder Tower, and you only need to respond with one word." A man saw them and immediately stopped him. "Please present your ID and appointment proof." Duko then shouted back, "Fili, City Lord is the Lord of Tanhim without an appointment proof. Li Elder is the one who initiated everything. Just ask him."
That person still firmly replied, "No, I can't leave my position." A girl ran from behind and pushed the guard, apologizing to Lord Lai, saying the guard didn't know about it. Seeing her panting heavily, he looked puzzled and said, "I will have him apologize right away." "But you still say it's okay." "I don't mind," the guard also bowed down. "Lord," Lai apologizes. Seeing that, he also comforted her. "It's okay. You did very well." The girl observed each action and then drew her own conclusion. This is the SS-level radiation creature killer, yet so young and easy to talk to. Returning to the main topic, she adopts a welcoming posture. Lord Lai invites this side. Elder Lei has been waiting for a long time. Not wanting to delay any further, he nodded and followed into the elevator before stepping out again. A place where she stands upright and says loudly, "Great One, the City Lord of Tianhan City has come to pay his respects." After her words, the sound is also transmitted out, allowing him to enter. The secretary helping him push the door open, then gestured for Lord Lai to come in. She watched him step inside, where the interior resembled a conference room with a long row of seats and a man sitting at the head, the SS-level expert, Elder Lai. Suddenly he opened his eyes, releasing a murderous aura that surrounded him, and couldn't help but admire Elder Lai. I didn't expect Elder Li to be that old, yet still so formidable. The room was a bit chaotic, so he quickly moved to stand beside the man, sat down swiftly, causing him to turn and look at him. Truong Lao couldn't help but marvel internally. How interesting, yet it had no effect at all. Then Lewin suddenly burst out in cheerful laughter. "Ha ha, well done. No wonder Lord Lai Cheng killed an SS-level creature. Truly limitless youth. And as for you..." The old man immediately poured tea into a cup and pushed it toward him. "Come on, try this tea. It's really good. Just smelling it, I can tell the energy in this tea is not inferior to S-rank enhancement serum." Seeing Mr. Li smiling kindly, I quickly drank it all in one go. There's no benefit in being a fool to miss out. The golden orb appeared just as the system panel showed up, checking the player Nancy using Spirit Tea with energy and pure attribute, Divine Body plus 3. Seeing the data, he couldn't help but be surprised. "Wow, that's powerful. No wonder." Hearing that, Mr. Lei immediately voiced his thoughts. "This is an S-rank breakthrough wave." Mr. Li continues, "If I hadn't sensed it was wrong earlier, the new City Lord has just broken through to the level of pressure, and I also didn't hide it, but responded. Just luck. Thank you for the spiritual tea energy from Elder Li." The memory flashes for a few seconds before he replies, "It has nothing to do with my spiritual tea. Since you entered the room, I've sensed that your strength is above the peak S level, and at any moment you could break through with the spiritual tea." A few seconds later, he continued, "But now I realize your physical talent just broke through to S level." Seeing something in your process, he quickly voiced his guess, which is also to say you have a method that allows you to kill SS-level radiation creatures instantly. Seeing you not respond and just stare at the teapot, he scratched his head and said, Fine, kid, you're really ambitious. I'll give you this spiritual tea, but you have to tell me the reason why." He replied straightforwardly without hesitation. "I really can't hide this method. I already told Lord 2 about it myself, which is also a technique for controlling the elements. However, to level up by killing monsters, you still need to learn elemental skills." Elder Lei listened to him and laughed happily while he kept pouring tea, holding the teapot tightly in his hand and drinking. Yes. There is a young person like you. Humanity also has hope. Hurry up and show me." Lin Tsulak began to cast, with blue rays gradually appearing, forming a small, dark blue sphere. Seeing the sphere floating in midair, he asked, "What skill is this?" "It not only increases power tenfold, but also consumes little energy." He didn't hide and replied, "That's right, exactly like that." He then asked, "But that's all. It's still very difficult for you to surpass 2 levels to kill Akdani." He didn't answer immediately, but summoned the sphere instead of replying, with a red beam gradually converging into the center of the small sphere. The sphere seemed to absorb a large amount of energy, glowing again, and surrounding itself with a radiant beam of light. This is the Lak Viet Thunderbolt Elemental Sphere. Elder Li gapes in amazement. Was this skill really that difficult? Hearing him ask that, he clenched his hand until the sphere gradually disappeared, before replying, "It's not hard. Just exchange materials." Mr. Lei clenched his wrist tightly to threaten him. "Aren't you worried that I might pressure you?" he replied calmly, because he wasn't afraid. Partly because the system display showed a line indicating level 1 danger with no hostility. Elder La released his hand with great satisfaction. Well, well, having a genius like you is truly humanity's luck. Thinking of that, his whole body became more dignified. It's a pity that if we had a bit more time, returning to the surface wouldn't be impossible. But he paid no mind, still checking the system display of the player using energy T to enhance the body's innate attributes, all adding up to 2. And he was satisfied, feeling relaxed. How can that be? You are still so young, and I don't have your prestige. At least a few more years are needed. Hearing him say that, his thoughts and words seemed to be in agreement. You are truly humble. You don't need to be humble. I believe you can. And he continued drinking tea, lost in thought. My humility is already realistic for a month, but I can't stay here forever. I can only refuse. The system panel now appears again, checking the player for using energy infusion to enhance physical attributes, and the value is being calculated. While he was pouring tea again after drinking, Elder Lei continued to persuade him. You don't realize how dangerous the situation is for humans now. Radiation creatures and zombies are starting to develop strategies to find people. After a while, the teacup was completely empty. He stood up to stop him from speaking further and said, All right, Elder Lee, you've also gained some insights into elemental cultivation. Time is running out, I should head back now. Seeing that he completely ignored what he had been saying, he immediately asked back, Time is running out. I see you've finished the spiritual tea. You're truly a young thief. I happily replied with a smile. Of course, then you ran off quickly, while I watched your figure with my cane. He's so cheerful because his attribute values keep changing. The increase in spiritual tea energy has been fully calculated. Basic attributes. Attribute 169. C 37. Strength 169. Plus 37. Spirit 169 plus 40. Physique 164 plus 33. Agility 164C. He also added a good person tag for him. All attributes increased by 10. The dungeon is indeed a good place. Elderla is truly a good person. In a room, Lin Tsulak crossed his arms and said, Elder Lee, I already know the situation you mentioned. The City Lords Assembly, the results will be announced tomorrow. The man mentioned replied, Fukawa's actions were flawless, leaving no trace and even weakening the conservative faction's strength. Hearing this in his mind, the boy couldn't help but ponder. Does he already know about this? His intelligence ability is quite impressive. I just pretended to be heartbroken. Elder Lei, don't say nonsense. Fukawa the City Lord sacrificed. I am also very heartbroken. After saying that, he turned decisively and headed to the door. I'm leaving. Watching you leave, Elder Lee couldn't help but feel a sense of triumph in his mind. His vigilance was very strong. His work was completely flawless, and even when probing, he couldn't get any information. Then he made a comment. Perhaps this is exactly the kind of talent that emerges in turbulent times. Today the sky is blue with white clouds, and as I leave the tall building, I wonder how Master Toe is doing and how he's putting on his show. So that's it? You 5 city lords even come here to mock me. Aren't you afraid of getting beaten to a pulp? Seeing the expressions of all 5 city lord, I put down my wine glass, point my finger and scold. Kid, you gave me a statue of a woman and claimed it was a work of art. Is your face now also a piece of art? Someone couldn't hold back their anger. Old Toe, don't be so arrogant. I admit your wind element is somewhat powerful, but once I master this ability, I will definitely beat you into the ground. Sun Chi, the city lord, nodded in agreement. That's right. If your skill wasn't a chain that could suddenly accelerate, how could I have lost to you? Mr. Toe casually takes a sip of his drink, mockingly saying, Do you have enough money to learn elemental power? Lord Tien clenches his teeth and replies, Rest assured, I wouldn't hesitate to pay any price to defeat you once. So what? Lai and I are like brothers, very close indeed. I have to pay a high price to acquire elemental abilities. If you want to buy, you'll probably need to pay extra. Offended, the 2 members of the group shouted at Mr. Toe. Materials from the South City, Lord. We can't even buy elemental skills. Just wait for us. He opened the door and slowly stepped in, causing the room to fall silent. They all seemed to share the same thought. How could Elder to be so dedicated? Just 1 A-grade enhancement potion as payment, and he would go all out like that. In my mind, I'm thinking, I'm here, but outside I say, that's right, with the strength of the 5 city lords, how come you can't buy the elemental skill? All 5 city lords seemed stunned and thought the same thing. Could this be City Lord Lee who created the elemental skill and yet look so young?
Tuo Lao suddenly burst into laughter upon seeing you.
Ha ha! Old Li quickly approached and greeted, Li Lao Day, you're here. The two exchanged glances as if they were talking. Everything is fine? Old Tu, don't worry, you won't be missing out on any benefits. You go to the central area to speak.
Lords of the city, I am here to teach you how to operate elemental techniques and skills.
There is a rule that whoever arrives first and prepares the enhancement and materials first will be taught first. Right now I am sitting in a chair talking, and the tuition fee I used for elemental enhancement just enough to get me this far. When will the remaining materials arrive at my Tianhan city?
Mr. Qian sat cross-legged on the ground and replied immediately, It's almost time. I will definitely arrive at Tianhang City within 10 days.
If that's the case, Lord Qian, please slow down, and we will meet again in 10 days.
Mr. Koyan quickly replied, I am not Lord Li. I still don't fully understand the weapons with elemental attachments.
Please explain it to me again. Be straightforward and blunt. Tell the Lord of the Money to come in 10 days.
Mr. Tian hurriedly replied, Lord Li, I am not a scoundrel. Mr. To came to escort Lord Tian away. Master Tan hurried over and asked, Master Lai, now it's my turn to learn, right? He replied, Of course.
Some time later, he said to Mr. Tan, who was meditating, Your Ton Than Chu's enhancement translation is enough for me to understand what I want to ask. Ton Chi Tun hurriedly smiled and replied, I will deliver that part to Tianhan City within 5 days. Then Lord Tun quickly stood up and waved goodbye. Ha ha ha, I'll take my leave now.
See you in 5 days, Lord Mayor Li. You also wave goodbye.
Master Tan slowed his pace. It was already evening at Lam Tu Lak's place, and cheerful sounds came from the room. He opened his bag to check how many 2 pills he had. Looking at the pile of finished products on the table, 15 level S enhancement potions and 27 level A enhancement potions. To the city lord nearby subtly reminded Lai Jr. brother that these are resources for the 7 city lords. Besides the 2 neutral city lords who secretly came here, there might also be a conservative city lord wanting to buy more tonight. Listing everything first, then getting to the main point. It's about time Lai Lao Day shared the rewards with me. Don't worry, I say what I do. To the elder was amazed to hear this. And I also gave him an extra level A enhancement potion besides the commission, making a total of 8 bottles. Old man quickly pocketed everything, smiling broadly.
Thank you, Brother Li, for the extra bottle.
You are too polite, Senior. If you can help me attract more customers, we will share the benefits. To Than Chu thought more and more happily, and replied, All right, all right. Seeing you tilt the bottle and pour, To Than Chu immediately panicked, but you remain very calm. To Lao Ka is also too careful. These potion vials are very durable. Seeing all the enhancement vials thrown into the bag by Ziluo, he didn't bother to look for them. Hey, stop swinging around, Brother Li. I can't stand to watch these things anymore. In the end, he still reminded Brother Li, who wasn't here and didn't know that firewood, rice, oil, and salt are very expensive. He explained carefully that even 8 level A enhancement vials could boost 2 top-tier level A experts in Tiannian City. If they have a chance to break through, it could be 2 S-rank experts. Hearing him say that, he agreed to let it go. All right, I understand. Seeing that you no longer cause trouble, I breathe a sigh of relief and then remind you, Li Lao Day, with so many of these enhancement potions this time, be careful. His whole demeanor becomes serious, and his words touch the heart. Don't worry, Elder Tu. Today I will use this enhancement liquid to take a bath, and no one will remember it afterward. He's still very excited inside, causing trouble for me, and there's such a good thing, too. Before leaving, Lord Tuo added, You forget it. I'm heading back first to contact some city lords. The upcoming city lords meeting tomorrow will attract a few new guests. He also waved goodbye. Young Master To, thank you for your efforts in promoting. Once Master To leaves, I'll call the demon. The kid quickly appeared, and he threw him some items, telling him to use this enhancement liquid and train hard. Then he added, I'll come pick you up again. He took off his strange clothes and left, while the demon boy started drinking the enhancement potion. As he soaked in the bath, he thought to himself that he could do it, and now it was time to take a shower. Then I saw the enhancement potion being poured directly into the tub and thought to myself, who says taking a bath isn't a form of seclusion? Soaking the whole body in the potion, feeling completely refreshed, and the system appeared again, confirming that the player Jie Xie used the S-grade body refinement enhancement potion, increasing physical attributes. All attributes increase by 1, then each finger holds a bottle and pours it directly down. The bright yellow lines are extremely eye-catching, and the system keeps notifying that the player is using S-rank enhancement serum, increasing body attributes, with all attributes adding 1. It kept repeating like that until finally a message appeared to speed up the absorption of the elixir. Seeing the silence around him, he noticed the system no longer issued any notifications and couldn't help but ponder. It seems the effect of the S-level enhancement potion is about to wear off. 10 bottles of S-level enhancement potion add 5 points to all attributes, but the increase becomes smaller over time. He took out a cloth to tie around his waist and walked out, still pondering in his mind. 5 points or 5 points, I've already made up my mind. Looking at the stats chart, basic strength 174 plus 37, spirit 174 plus 40, physique 169 plus 33, agility 169 plus 15. He smiled happily at his own thoughts. After 10 days in the dungeon, all attributes had increased by more than just 30 points. If people in the real world knew about this, they'd be so envious they'd die. When he came out of the bathroom and saw the demon sitting cross-legged holding a potion, but not drinking, he bent down and chuckled. Are you that precious? He couldn't help but feel helpless watching the kid gulp down the drink and then comfort him, assuring him there would be many more in the future.
All right, you should get some rest too.
We both need a good sleep. The City Lords Festival tomorrow also has a great show to watch. The kid also responded. On the second day, the bright sunlight shining into the room and the alarm clock woke you up. He turned off the alarm with one hand and held his head with the other, thinking how dizzy he was. He didn't even drink the S-rank enhancement potion yesterday, so why was he still so dizzy? He shook his head and called out, and the system responded with a super happy notification. The system panel appears, showing an absolute defense shield and a special item from the illusionary world that can block 100% of physical attack damage in one hit. He holds the small shield and asks again, aiming to block 100%. I hold my emotions tightly in my heart as if they are about to burst out. Oh my God, at last I got a good deal. Before, they kept giving out all sorts of weird stuff like torn toilet paper, slippers, a mop handle. I thought the super rare item was a scam. Gathering the item into the space to wipe away the water from the corner of his eye, it seems today is the day we can't stop it. Turning to the direction of the demon bell, he said, Let's take advantage of this good luck and see how the grand assembly of the City Lord unfolds. Yes. I immediately responded, Yes. Are you the City Lord Lee of Heavenly Journey City? Welcome. Please come in. The corridor extends very far ahead. It takes a while to reach the gathering place. The guide leading him out kept quiet, while he couldn't help but marvel at how exciting the City Lord's gathering was. Everyone who saw him was stunned, as if sharing the same thought in their minds. This is Lord Lai, the City Lord who killed an SS-level radiation creature and created a method for elemental cultivation. Among the Eastern Tuo City Lords, he called out to Brother Lai. Then the man tried to stop Mr. To, but Mr. To quickly moved forward to his side. My little brother Lee is over here. Come quickly. He then called out to the demon beside him. Little ghost, it seems we have entered a battle. A good show is about to begin. The City Lords, helped by you, come over to start a conversation. Lao Li, the skill yesterday was extremely helpful. Do you think you could teach me a few more tricks now? Niu added in support. That's right. This makes you realize that this isn't quite like watching a play as you imagined. Lam Tulak is currently being polite to the group. No, the rules have been signed and the supplies delivered before he can teach you, no exceptions. Mayor, too, also helps him out. That's right, Brother Lee. This is also for your own good. Then he put his arm around your shoulder and left with you. We still have matters to attend to. We'll go ahead. We walk down an empty corridor and talk. We have a total of 28 underground cities. But after this upheaval, only 21 remain. He pauses for a few seconds and then adds, This City Lord Assembly must be advanced, as we say. Not necessarily. This time the assembly must be significant because we have 8 City Lords attending. Both the conservative and neutral factions each have 6 City Lords. I wonder, isn't one City Lord missing? He replied to help him remember. Don't you remember? Fukawa Tiandao's city of the righteous revenge has already fallen. Hearing that, he immediately asked, So does this mean we can push forward at this year's City Lord Assembly? He replied, not necessarily. The attitude of the neutral faction and the mercenary team is still uncertain. However, you remain confident. As long as your strength is revealed to be powerful enough, they will understand your stance. Afraid you'll cause trouble, he quickly advised you to behave. This is the City Lord's gathering. You agreed and replied, Don't worry, I always keep my composure. Suddenly, someone called out from behind Lord Li Cheng. The caller was the conservative City Lord of Tianhuang City, Sak Li Balao, and the conservative City Lord of Tianbong City, Bak De Jiang. I scratch my head suspiciously and ask, Gentlemen, This is City Lord to introducing your old City Lord, the City Lord of Tianhuang City Sakli. The two men look extremely proud upon hearing City Lord To's introduction.
The other party declared that the enhancement spells, underground city, costumes, and festivals were all their inventions.
The City Lord of Heavenly Bump, the North Emperor, is a master of the universe's origin. Mayor Park extended his hand and greeted, "It's been a long time, dear fake green." And you, still crossing your arms, asked, "What do you want?" Knowing he was being looked down upon, he said nothing, to ease the atmosphere. Sakli and Elder to both burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. But Mr. Back is too proud to accept humiliation. The initial reason for forcing everyone to leave was valid, but no matter what, we are family, and I hope you can forgive me. That is said, I am cursing you 100 times in my heart. Hateful? What kind of thing is that? If it weren't for Elder Bai asking me, I would have understood something in my mind. Why did I leave the place where Tianhuang City was born after entering the dungeon? So it turns out it was because you pressured him. Then it's easy to do. Now I'm just testing to see how you want me to forgive you. Mr. Back looked overjoyed, thinking that as soon as you return, he will hand over the City Lord position to you. With his greedy mindset and his tendency to lump others together, I don't believe a single heavenly imperial city is enough to satisfy you. Even Lord Master To also sees this as a great opportunity. With the third largest city in the underground world so attractive, Brother Lai wouldn't lean towards that conservative faction, would he? He still crossed his arms and asked again, "Are you telling the truth?" Upon hearing that, his pride almost couldn't be contained. Of course, as long as Brother Li agrees to return, the position of City Lord of Heavenly Despair. City will be yours. Along with his thoughts, it was indeed the benefits that moved people's hearts. Lord To was very surprised when he heard him say those two words. All right, since you haven't spoken yet, quickly send people to organize all the residents of Heavenly Imperial City and have them prepare to move directly to my Heavenly Journey City. Mr. Back, still not fully understanding, hurriedly said, "Yes, yes. I will send people to do it right away." It was only then that he realized, wait a minute, I am from the Heavenly Journey City. So he shouted loudly, "You play with me and laugh, but what about playing with him?" Sakli also chimed in. "Li Haobak, don't forget you are a bloodline descendant of the Thian Bong clan. I am the one who has reached the heights I have today." Then he continued, "If you return to the right path and join our conservative faction, I might overlook your past mistakes and allow you to return to our great Heavenly Bump clan." After insulting him, he then switched to threatening him. "If not, I will erase you from the lineage of the Heavenly Bong clan so you will live in regret for the rest of your life. I have your bloodline, so you think I'm some stock that can hit rock bottom and rise again. The more you talk, the more pressure I feel, and if I join your clan, that's when you'll regret it for life." Then he turned and left without saying a word, angrily muttering to himself, You, Li Haobak, you'll regret this." He provocatively said, "Wait until you have the strength to make me regret it, then talk about this." The two of them were left behind, furious and unceasing. Mr. P said first, "If we can't win him over, we must kill him." Mr. Sakli replied immediately, "Yes, we must kill him." At the meeting, when Lam Tulak entered, someone guided and invited everyone to sit according to their name tags. The conference is about to begin, and 3 elders will give speeches. He sat in his seat and looked around, then concluded that everyone here had an attribute of 249, meaning all the people in this room were at the peak S-rank level. Old Tu was right. This grand meeting is very important. Li Elder is the chairperson. Next to him is Elder Bach from the conservative faction, and the other is Elder Fien from the neutral faction. Elder Bach is the one who opens the meeting. The crisis our leaders face is far more serious than it appears. Hearing that, everyone started to get restless. The news had truly been sealed off. What is going on? Elder White held the file in his hand, and you guessed correctly. The document in my hand contains SSS-level classified intelligence, roughly detailing the strength of radiation creatures and zombies, and from it I pulled out a sheet of paper that first recorded the 2 SSS-level enemies we are facing. Hearing this, clan leader Zunzi asked first, to defeat SSS-level radiation creatures, or zombies, wouldn't we need at least 2 SSS-level warriors? How is that possible? How can there be 2 SSS-level enemies? Another one. It's over. SS level. Humans basically have no chance to fight back. Joining the conservative faction was definitely the right choice. Looking at the document, he said again, "A level SSS oppressive creature, we know, the Demon Emperor," and then handed the paper to everyone to see. The spirit avatar just evolved into an SSS-level zombie, which was caused by one of our senior Bang Thuong's infection back then. He stroked his chin in thought, surprised that this person had now evolved into an SS-level zombie. Remembering that scene, he couldn't help but think back to the time when Bang Thuong, at SS level, went out and encountered the zombie wave. Then, after enduring a 10-hour fierce battle within the zombie tide, he ultimately turned into an SS-level zombie due to his radiation levels being too high. Returning to the present, Elder Bai continued that because of the existence of the soul fragment, a large number of zombies began to riot, and the Demon Emperor and the soul fragment had reached an agreement to prepare to break the peak alliance we had previously established, launching the final all-out attack against humanity. In his mind, he recalled what happened yesterday. Elder Lei had told him that the peak agreement was the pact established between the only SSS-level human powerhouse, Shang Huang, and the Demon Emperor. Thinking again about how the ordinary people handle zombies, using it as an example to explain why humans of SS level cannot fight SS-level zombies and radiation creatures unless they are radiation beings or underground city dwellers. Because humans are weaker and have no choice but to sign this unfair treaty. He still stroked his chin, thinking that high-level radiation creatures and zombies could perfectly control lower-level zombies, making the difficulty level higher. You have decided that you must kill this SSS-level zombie clone. Otherwise, humans have no chance to win. Elder Bai then read the data. Apart from the SSS-level opponent, the figures for other combat powers are also comparable. With S-rank combat power, humans have 3, radiation creatures 4, zombies 1. At the peak S-rank, humans have 33, radiation creatures 34, zombies 14. Hearing this, someone sighed, "This is completely unwinnable. There's no hope left." Someone responded to him, "So I want to say, do we need to sacrifice in vain? We should remember that Elder Bai is trying to persuade Elder Lei, so I strongly request to stop." Enough, Elder Bai. Before the results of the City Lords meeting are announced, please do not disturb the City Lord's thoughts on participating in the conference. Before voting begins, I invite all City Lord delegates to present their strategies and proposals. At this moment, Elder Li stood up to speak, and his system also activated. Dean temporarily accepted the role of City Lord during the council, breaking the reputation of the conservative faction. Before the assembly ends, the temporary Lord experience increases by 200. He reaches out and presses the system activation task line. The screen reappeared. Zin successfully accepted the temporary City Lord mission. The deadline to complete this before the City Lord meeting ends is in 4 hours. Elder Li announced that the ballot has 2 items. One is to prepare for total war in all cities. The Alliance's first order is to launch a full-scale ground invasion. The second is to abandon the ordinary cities, concentrate forces on the major cities, use the terrain to defend, and have the non-combat personnel continue to go down and build underground cities deeper. Looking at the participants and continuing, the City Lord said, "The final stage is the voting. Each City Lord's vote counts as 1 point. The City Lord's vote counts as 2 points, and the Elder's vote counts as 3 points. First, I invite the City Lord to speak." A man with blue hair asked immediately, "Over 20 years ago, the War God took action to push back the Demon Emperor and finally signed a peak-level agreement with us. So now, can we add another agreement?" Another person continued, "That makes sense. We can still sign the treaty." Tor City. Lord angrily opposed back then. The Heavenly Emperor at his peak also forced us to sign an unequal treaty. Now this unfair treaty, the radiation creatures want to tear apart, and with an SSS level fragment, do you think people will agree to sign an agreement with us? After a brief pause to catch his breath, he continued, "Today we cut 1 city, tomorrow 2 cities, and eventually hand over all our human cities to others. Continuing to sign treaties will only weaken our people's strength." How stupid do you have to be to come up with such a plan? Someone who's not convinced immediately objects. Sir, how can you scold people?" He clapped happily, confidently facing everyone's gaze, and said, "Well done." As he placed his hand on the table, Saklai sarcastically praised Lord Li Cheng, "Truly a heart that embraces the world and fights for humanity." He whispered, "But whether the title sounds more impressive depends on the truth." "Are you saying that's correct, Lord Lai?" Saklai still spoke slowly, saying, "I heard that the City Lord of Tianhan, Li Hao Bak, has mastered a secret technique for elemental cultivation." At this moment, his eyebrows furrowed tightly, and he spoke seriously. "If you can publicly share this cultivation method for free so that everyone in Than Maotin can practice." Based on this, facing the upcoming danger, the chances of humans winning against radiation creatures could be increased. Hearing this, a few people present quickly agreed without mistake. "That's right. You're exactly right. If we fight, we should act decisively."
At this moment, Sak Lai slightly bows his head, glances at Z, and adds, Lord Lai, I dare not hide it. Your elemental cultivation method is a secret technique researched by our heavenly bump city for 1,000 years. But due to some reasons, it was lost, so even if you reveal your elemental cultivation method, my heavenly bump clan is willing.
While the opponent remains seated with arms crossed, listening seriously, Sak Lai is now waving his hand with eyes closed, rambling on. I think Lord Lai will directly announce the cultivation method to benefit humans at the conference, right? Everyone will remember your contribution. But Nyaze still kept his gentle smile, when suddenly a dark red liquid appeared, surprising him with a gasp, while others felt a wave of uncertainty about what was happening. Li Thanchu, before he could even process what was happening, it rushed quickly towards Sak Li, making him feel confused. Over there, Elder Fiend saw the scene and thought to himself, Lai Hao Bak is at SS level. Elder Li from another corner also wondered if he could make himself feel the aura of fear and death. Could it be that Lord Lai is also at SS level? At this moment, Nyasi suddenly slammed both hands down on the table, and a black glove appeared in midair as he extended his hand. Seeing it neatly placed on Naise's hand, Sak Lai felt terrified and clenched his teeth, silently wondering what was going on. Why does it feel like Li Hao Biao is even more terrifying than the three elders, while Nasi is still slowly walking toward his place? Done. He adjusted the glove he just put on in front of Sak Lai's shocked and terrified eyes. This is a monster. He raised his hand to shield and shouted loudly at Li Hao Biao. What are you trying to do? This is the City Lord's gathering. But Nyese didn't care, just silently looked at the opponent. And all of this was seen by To Chi Thuong. He guessed that young Master Lai's intention was to kill. Seeing his clenched ringed hand as he continued to kill at the City Lord's gathering, maybe he was a bit reckless. While Sak Li was still kneeling in front of Nai Si, trembling with fear and threatening Lai Hao Bak, he asked what you want to do. Hey, don't cause trouble. This is the City Lord's gathering, and the three elders are all watching. But all I got in response was Nai Se's sarcastic smile as he asked what I think I want to do. Immediately, Sak Lai quickly responded by asking what he wanted to do. As soon as I finished speaking, Nai Se slapped him hard across the face, causing him to spit blood, a few drops of red syrup splattering onto his mask. Then he looked at Sly trembling on the ground and continued to say, Is my performance still not clear enough? I want you to hit me. At this moment, To Chi Thuong finally sat down, clutching his head and letting out a sigh of relief. Luckily, Li Laude only hit someone. Before he could regain his composure, he suddenly shouted in panic. Li Laude can still fight at the City Lord's gathering, while Sak Lai is lying on the ground below, stomping and shouting at him to hit me. You dare to hit me? As soon as he finished speaking, a gloved hand grabbed his collar. Nyase once again was struck by a thunderous slap that made him bleed. Sak Lai immediately fell heavily to the ground with a thud. At this moment, he showed a face more pathetic than ever, trembling as he stammered a few words. See, while Na Si clapped his hands together, and two of the other city lords sitting behind sneered contemptuously. But when Sak Lai looked at them, he felt deeply guilty. At this point, he raised his fist, got up, and shouted that he must kill him. But before he could do anything, he was hit with another bloody slap. Nasi smirked and asked softly if killing him would make him happy, causing the person below to tremble in fear. Suddenly, a system notification appeared. Body 249, strength 190. At this moment, Sak Li quickly drew a dagger from his waistband, raised it high, and ran forward, cursing that today he must kill him. But suddenly he shouted sharply, ripping the dagger from his hand. On the opposite side, Nai Se looked at the opponent and asked if he was just a useless punching bag wanting to kill him, while Sak Lai could only clutch his arm and shout you. Before he could say anything else, Nai Se's knee struck his body with great force. You keep hitting his head with both hands while smirking and saying, if everything belongs to the Thayen Bong clan, then these slaps also belong to you. Now he's exhausted and begging you to stop hitting him. However, another slap struck his cheek, causing Saki to bleed and spin around before falling to the ground, so he could only bow his head and stammer, I was wrong, I'm sorry. Suddenly, one of the 5 City Lord candidates, worried, stepped in to stop Lord Lei, who was already exhausted. This is the City Lord's gathering. You must maintain your composure. But all he got in response was Nai Se's sarcastic remark daring to speak up for him, saying he would beat everyone, making everyone feel terrified to the extreme. Elder Bai couldn't take it anymore and stood up sternly. Enough. Lai Hao Bak, this is the City Lord's gathering, and you're causing chaos like this. Don't blame me for acting. Hearing this, Nai Se let out a sneer and sarcastically asked, Do you also want to seek death? Yes. Everyone had to fall silent and say nothing. Tu Chi Thuong watched Nai Se walk away calmly, secretly thinking, wow, is Brother Li going all out? Elder Bai shouted angrily, pointing at Li Haobak as Nai Se punched Sak Li in the chin. Next, do you know what the consequences are for challenging the authority of the elders at the City Lords' Assembly? So he could only release the opponent's collar, grab the handle of the whip on the left side of his face, and ask softly about the consequences. The fiery whip then swung toward the third of the 5 city lords, causing them to feel a bit worried and think that offending the 3 elders would surely lead to trouble, and they would have to bear the consequences. At this moment, the flaming whip surrounded Nese, and upon seeing this scene, Elder Bach immediately widened his eyes in horror. A surge of blue aura appeared in front of him, while outsiders all thought the same thing. This is a quick strike. Is this the destructive power of an SS level? Bai Elder's eyes grew even more tense. While Nese was smirking calmly and sarcastically telling him to show what he had, he clenched his jaws tightly and shouted, "You seek death!" Then a huge steel arm suddenly appeared and punched straight at where Nese was standing. But your face is extremely calm as you swing your fire whip forward. The sinister tone belongs to you, the one seeking death. The 2 weapons clashed, causing a massive explosion, and at that moment, the fire whip in Nai Se's hand tore apart the steel fist into 2, making Elder Bai incredulous and shout how it was possible. Immediately, a large fire quickly appeared in front of him. Suddenly, a hand unexpectedly struck someone's shoulder. What are you just standing there for? Help save the people. Do you want to see if Elder Bai is in trouble? As soon as the words finished, 2 people on the right used their internal strength to extinguish the fire, and the same was true on the left. But no matter how much strength and manpower they used, the flames were not easy to control. They continued to surge toward Elder Bai, causing him to panic once again. Then he quickly took out his shield to defend himself. However, the object quickly cracked open, forcing Elder Bai to endure a surprise attack, with his body engulfed by the fierce flames and crashing into the nearby wall. After a while, the flames finally disappeared, leaving Elder Bai lying there. He looked at the young servant, panic-stricken, and exclaimed, "No way! How can someone so young have such strong strength?" The others standing outside also secretly marveled in disbelief. While the young master is still standing firmly on the floor, the system now displays a message congratulating the host for temporarily completing the mission. During the City Lords Conference, he damaged Huai Bao-Thu's reputation, and the host receives 200 City Lord experience points. Meanwhile, Lord Lei, standing behind, could only silently stroke his beard. One of the 5 city lords and he himself each had their own thoughts. With a single casual move, he could seriously injure an elder. Is this still human strength? Lai Haobak can become this powerful after just one night? Could it be that he's truly a genius? Or is our SS-level strength not enough to withstand such a blow? While Nai Se still didn't speak, standing ready to attack, he secretly thought that the stiffness behind this move was truly speechless and just for show. Saplai slightly moved his ear, snorted, and while trying to sit up, he smirked sarcastically. After a while, he tremblingly points at the figure pushed against the wall and says angrily, "Lai Haobak, you've offended me." Saklai grits his teeth, blood still flowing from his mouth, and shouts, "So now you're stuck against the wall after being beaten by Elder Bach? If I were you, I would have been so humiliated that I would have committed suicide on the spot." But a familiar voice suddenly rang out, and unfortunately for him, he was disappointed, along with Nai Se's swift wave that caused Saklai to stagger and spit out more fresh blood everywhere. Nai Se simply responded calmly that it was not me who was beaten against the wall, but Elder Bai. Sakli was stunned once again and fell to the ground. As I saw the person thrown against the wall shouting, "What did you say, Elder Bai? You keep saying Elder Bai got slammed into the wall by you." Hearing this, Elder Bai was furious, pointing at the opposite side and shouting at Parak, "Do you dare mock me?" Then he quickly walked away, cursing the fool, leaving Sly still kneeling and begging, "Bach Truong Lao, I was blind. It was Lei Haobak, it was him. He beat me so badly I couldn't open my eyes." Nyasi stood in the cold room, voice stern, asking if anyone else wanted to teach him rules or remind him of the consequences, but no one dared to respond, so he was very pleased and praised him as very good. Then, once again, grabbed Sly by the collar, lifting him high while threatening that this person has no other virtues, only pettiness and revenge. The one trying to teach me how to be a person, trying to bind me with morality. I'm sorry, but I will make this person regret living in this world. Saklai, seemingly exhausted, whispered tremblingly, begging Lai Haobak, "I was wrong. We are all members of the Thienbong clan. Please forgive me." Immediately, Nyaze quickly released his hand. Luckily, the opponent's feet had touched the ground, allowing him to maintain a noble demeanor. It's okay. I accept your apology after all. There are only two outcomes if someone makes me angry, and then he continues to strike me with the yellow ball. The powerful orange aura devours Sak Lai's body. Nasi then adds, or I will be forced to die. And those watching outside can only doubt and wonder if you really killed the Heavenly Bong Lord. Lão Bạc, ông nghĩ quá nhiều rồi. Chỉ cần chiến đấu vì nhân loại, ông vẫn là dòng minh của chúng tôi.
Hearing this, Elder Bach immediately asked, "Are you threatening me and provoking with your actions?" He is warning you, then turning away, only leaving behind a very sorry remark.
Let's take a little more time, and we can continue with the Guildmaster meeting. The person in the back storage just managed to speak up, kid. Just as Nai sat down, a system notification appeared in front of him congratulating him on completing the hidden quest to punish the Bade Oksang. Aside from killing the evil character in Thun Mao Tin and obtaining 3 S-grade enhancement bottles, he wondered silently if there were other hidden quests in the Grand Guild Master Assembly. As soon as the screens displayed a few lines about the Guildmaster meeting, having many hidden quests that the host needed to find on their own, Nazi thought this over and decided to search for the Guildmaster meeting himself. Returning to the conference table, Elder Lei spoke. Who was the last to speak earlier? Now, let's continue. The conservative faction's leader expressed some opposition.
I can't deny that Leader Li of the progressive faction is incredibly powerful, but a person's strength has its limits. His ability cannot change the strength of radiation creatures and zombies after they team up. Lord Li also persuaded the ordinary people that year, who also had peak SS-level combat power, and still had to endure the effects of radiation.
Turning into a level SSS zombie is a huge threat to humans, Lam Tulak said with a smirk. The greater the power, the greater the danger. If they really send troops to fight outside and end up killing their own people, how can we dare to fight? Lam Tulak stood up suddenly, causing Lai Thanchu to panic. He reached out and added, "He's right. I already killed Park Diok to weaken humanity's strength. Then here's the plan. That Punk Pak can simultaneously block 2 top-tier S-level radiation creatures or zombies." Feeling even more confident, he continued, "So I will kill 4 S-level radiation creatures or zombies." Does that complete North Daox's missing strategy? Lai Chengju stammered, "If you can do it, then so be it." He sat down with a bewildered expression on his face as Lindsay Lak looked at Li Chengju with a smug smile. "No," Li Thanchu stammered, thinking to himself. "Isn't he planning to kill me, then fight those 6 top S-level enemies?" He continued to ponder and expressed his opinion that the positions of the 4 top S-level beings are not the same.
I have to run back and forth, too much trouble. Fine, I'll go out once to settle the fight and deal with the SSSS-level spirit. Is Elder Li crazy to let you go?
What do you mean killing 4 top S-rank levels is too troublesome? The SSS level is yours. The 2 elders pondered, and the old man continued to shout, "You don't need your life anymore." Suddenly Elder Li spoke.
Lord of 20 City, Lord Li is not wrong. You probably still don't realize how terrifying the power of SSS level is.
I honestly dare not hide it. Even Bach Elder and I together are not enough to oppose the soul fragments, let alone the radiation environment outside that could infect us. Lam Tulak smirked proudly. "Elder Li, do you think my current appearance would scare the soul fragments? I've been acting on the ground for a long time. Have I been infected enough to turn into a zombie?" Hung Quan smiled and continued. "La Truong Lao, you don't need to worry about other things. Just tell me if a level
SSS spirit fatch counts as 4 high-level S enemies or not."
La Truong Lao hesitated. "Of course it does," but Lam Tulak immediately interjected. "Then there's no problem. Let's vote." With a helpless tone, Elder Li reluctantly agreed.
"All right, please the city lords cast their votes."
Later, the screen displayed the number of votes, 41 for attack and 18 for defense. Elder Li slammed his hand on the table, declaring that the meeting had reached a conclusion, with most choosing to attack.
"Get up!" Elder Li shouted loudly. "From now on, all border cities wait for the Alliance's signal to launch the attack."
He continued shouting, and the city lord of the Alliance immediately responded. A space screen displayed the mission target bar. Lam Tulak excitedly thought, "It's time to activate the final battle mission on the target bar." The system opened the mission target facing the suppression of radiation creatures and zombies, aiming for humanity's final victory and the player's reward in the battle. Despite the difficulty reminder, the reward was great, and Lam Tulak decided without hesitation. "The rewards are extremely generous. Claim them now. Claim them now," Captain Li spoke. "The city lord of Taiyangsing City." Lam Tulak loudly declares, "I am here." Chief Li, with a tone of suggestion, asked if you could accept the mission to confront the SSS level test. Lam Tulak was determined that it was no problem and assured he would complete the task. Lam Tulak received a reminder from the system that the final battle was officially beginning. Suddenly, loud laughter echoed from the door, drawing Lam Tulak's attention. The person outside called out, "All right, if you want to fight, then fight. Our strongest human warrior is full of passion." Some elders wondered if this voice belonged to the three elders simultaneously celebrating as they shouted, "Your Majesty, the great Emperor, is alive again," before releasing the weapon in the hand of the SSS-level expert. It must be that I am fine now. I heard that this kid killed Fuka, so I casually went to deal with him. It's too late now. Elder Lee beside him feels relieved. You're safe. That's good. You are our main force to deal with the Demon Emperor. Thuong Huang stepped forward to speak. I have no issues with the Demon Emperor, but adding the soul fragments really makes it hard to resist. Seeing Lam Tulak beside him, he was pleased. Now hearing that someone volunteered to go kill the enemy and eliminate the spirit, how could I not meet this youthful and spirited young man?
Lam Tulak respectfully greets. Mr. Thuong Huang, with a handshake, shows his admiration for the renowned elder he has long respected.
As expected, Thuong Huang is not someone easy to mess with. Thuong Huang calmly discussed, now that two SSS-level monsters are being handled, humans must unite and stand together against the enemy. I heard that practicing elemental techniques greatly helps humans fight radiation creatures for their survival. Determined, I say firmly, our alliance will act, making all the city masters present pay the price for elemental cultivation. Lam Tulak was excited inside. Damn it, paying the price for dozens of people, I made a huge profit. Completing the task of the city lord beyond expectations is no longer a dream. Having gained tangible benefits, he couldn't help but agree. I agree that within 2 days, everyone will be able to grasp the power of the elements, the Elder assured. With Lai clan leader's promise, our Gushuang has expanded, and we are determined to win this battle, so that in the future, we can return to our family and the human race will welcome a new life. This time, the human race will surely win. In a different scene after the meeting, Shang Huang calmly said, I didn't expect our first meeting to be here. Đi chuang li lam tu lạc, hiểu được suy nghĩ của Thuong Hoang nổi. Thuong Hoang vừa rồi, hôm qua chúng ta gặp nhau ở chỗ lễ chuồng Lào, giờ cũng là lý do ngay giọng y liên minh dễ tra học phi tu luyện Nguyễn Tố. Thích thú với câu trả lời của anh, Thuong Hoang tiếp lời. Tiểu hữu trẻ tuổi gia cổ thể nhịn thấu nuốt dị bị mất của ta. Thực lực như vậy khiến ta yến tam hôn nhiều. Lam Tulak clearly understood what he was hiding, that he was suppressing his wounds and had less than a month to live, which surprised him. Something even you could see through. As expected, the young master is truly hiding his strength. After some thought, he said, Come here to talk where I can see you. The scene shifts to the Qin Guian Huang Palace, and Thuong Huang speaks softly. This is where I cultivate. No one else is allowed to come. I will go get a cushion for you. Lam Tulak immediately refused. No need, then. He transformed into 2 chairs in the middle of the room and said, Your Majesty Thuong Huang, please sit down. Please. Your cultivation technique is quite interesting. Is this the elemental training method you created? As soon as he sat down, Lam Tulak said, It's just so-so. This is the application of spatial elements. As for my health, I hope you won't tell anyone, and I want you to. There is someone watching their conversation from above. My health is for the devil. Lam Tulak smiled willingly. I agree to Lord Thuong Huang's request, and I also have something to ask of you. The negotiation was successful. Thuong Huang agreed to my request. 2 days later, Tulak wore a mask and demonstrated a move for them. He turned to look at everyone and explained, All right, for now the main method of gathering elemental skills is these things. As long as you can gather them, your damage will increase significantly. Then Tulak extended his hand towards Elder Lee. Elder Lee, I've finished teaching. Where's the rest of my payment? This guy, you've cleared out decades of the Alliance's stockpile. In the end, Elder Lee just pointed to the medicine cabinet for him. Tulak chuckled happily while Elder Lee was annoyed, thanking Elder Lee. 50 S-rank enhancement potions and 2 SS rank enhancement potions. I hold back. As Tulak gathers the remaining bottles of medicine, Elder Lei looks on with a hint of regret, only hoping he can help hold the soul and spirit in place until we eliminate all the zombies and then come to assist.
Elder Lei closed his eyes, crossed his arms, and reminded him, Lord Li, we will officially start the battle in 7 days.
I hope Lord Lai will make thorough preparations. Is there a secret you can't reveal here? And also, do you want to retreat for closed-door cultivation, instead of going to Tianheng City for management? Tulak didn't respond to him directly, but only vaguely said, The elder can check the letter when he returns. There won't be any problem with the fool in Heavenly Han City. In the bath, Tulak looked up at his status panel, level 35, strength 177 plus 37,
Spirit 177 plus 40, Physique 177 plus 34, Agility 172 plus 15. He thought to himself while running his hand through his hair, hoping to break through 250 and become an SS-level powerhouse. Zilok immediately reached out to grab the potion. Countless bottles of yellow potion and many scrolls appear. The next small goal is to bathe and absorb the enhancement liquids to strengthen both skills. He was just calculating in his mind when he raised his hand. The yellow bottles immediately poured all into his bathtub. He even took a bottle and drank it all. Tulok let out a cheerful sound, her cheeks flushing with delight. After calming his nerves, he immediately unrolled some scrolls to learn skills. While relaxing in the bath, the demon spirit next to him also drank a bottle. At this moment, the system immediately announced that the player chewing the Zishi used S-grade enhancement potion, which increased body attributes, adding 1 to all attributes. As the demon beside him was drinking a few more potions, a flash of light appeared, and when he looked back, he saw Tulok surrounded by a brilliant glow. It turns out Tulok is in a super absorption state. It takes 7 days before he wakes up again. His body was also supported down by that glow. He vaguely turned to ask Quidong, "Has it been 7 days already?" "Mr. and Mrs." He immediately dressed up and put on his mask. "Very good, Quidong. We are at the starting point." He adjusted his mask and said, "They must have received the letter and now know my true identity." Tulak walked forward and recounted that in this instance, I have always used the name Lai Hao Bak. I had even forgotten that I am actually ranked number 1 among the world's top players. Everyone who believes is finally ready to face the truth. Lam Tulak walks forward proudly and confidently. "I've played my hand. From now on, I am the man named Lam Tulak. Strength 207 plus 43. Spirit 207 plus 40. Physique 207 plus 37. Agility 202 plus 15. Lam Tulak arrived at the base and let the system scan his identity. The Lord of the City. Thien Han Tan. Lam Tulak successfully confirms his identity, and the iron door immediately opens for Quidong and him to enter. Not bad. It seems the elders have all updated their real names. Otherwise, after killing Thifak, you'll become a hero and turn into Li Haobak. After entering, he opened another door. This time, he met several other elders. Elder Lei stared intently at Lin Tsulak. "I really didn't recognize you anymore, Lord Lin." "Of course I did. So have you found Dima and Thifach yet?" He began to reveal the intelligence he had gathered, information that the 17 reconnaissance soldiers risked their lives to transmit. The Demon Emperor and the Spirit Slash are at the rear of the zombie army, specifically at the location of Huang Mok Thon on the ground. Elder Li pointed to a location on the 3D map, indicating that 2 SS-level zombies are among the frontmost of the zombie army. He added that once Dao's and Kim Kok City's zombie forces merge with the Huang Mok Thon army, they will invade Thien Duong City. After finishing, Elder Lei looked up at Lam Tzu Lak. "Lord Lam, Elder Bai and I will go deal with those 2 SS-level zombies. Tianji City will also soon arrive to stop Kim Kok Market's zombie army. Foch and Dama will have to rely on you and Lord Thuong Huang. There are 5 hours left." Lam Tulak then turned to ask Thuong Huang. "We have no issues on our side, I just don't know how Lord Thuong Huang is preparing." Thuong Huang replied with a very confident smile. "I have no problem either. I will definitely survive to see the day humanity wins. The Supreme King uses an unknown method, activating all his potential with 7 days of life remaining." After hearing that, the two immediately bowed respectfully with their hands clasped, hoping for your victory. Kaye Huan returns. Thuong Huang and Lord Lam, everything depends on you two. Thuong Huang immediately put his arm around Lam Tulak's shoulder, then happily raised his thumb and smiled confidently. "The human race will definitely win. The human race will definitely win. After victory, carve a statue for us." Then, the two of them put on protective gear and went outside. Thuong Huang turned back to discuss with Lam Tulak. "Little friend, our target is too big for us to search together. We need to split up. In that case, let's part ways to search and finally meet inside the enemy's territory. Thuong Huang also agrees with your plan, and based on the timing, we will meet again inside the enemy's territory in about 4 hours. Today is definitely the day I and you will kill the Demon Emperor and the Fak." Both immediately clasped hands, of course. Meeting in 4 hours inside the enemy's territory, they split up to search. Lam Tu Hao accelerates and rushes forward, heading toward his target according to the map. The system announces that the host is about to engage in battle with an SSS-level zombie clone, triggering a special assassination mission. As he runs, the system continues to notify him, opening the mission introduction. The extermination mission introduces the upcoming decisive battle against the 3 clans. You choose to face off against the zombie race's spirit. The outcome of this battle will determine the direction of the entire fight.
But you are the most important person. The mission requires killing the ES-level zombie Thai-Fak, with a reward of a random ordinary golden hand and a golden level equipment. I accept. After a while, he finally stopped. He stands in front of Jiangshuan City, hearing the screams of zombies as they appear everywhere inside. He stepped in, then suddenly raised his hand and snapped his fingers, making a sound. The zombies immediately focused on his location and rushed toward him in a frenzy. Some of them rushed forward to bite and tear at him, one of the zombies wielding a large axe, swinging it toward him. Lam Tulak quickly slipped behind the zombie and broke its arm, managing to handle this one while avoiding another zombie rushing toward him. After tossing that one aside, he arrogantly said, "Don't come at us one by one. You guys are not enough to see." Lam Zihao stomped on that one's head and said, "Let's go." The other zombies gathered around, but suddenly froze when they saw that. Lam Tuhao patiently repeated once more, "Do you not understand what I am saying?" He immediately drew his flaming sword and charged at them, so I acted first. At this moment, the Fach is bringing the humans to the loose zombie. Thifak threw the person to the ground like trash while stacking the bodies of the humans into a mountain, then said to the zombies, "Number 28, humans are really getting anxious." Thifak turned to warn the other zombies on his side. "They are in a hurry. They never expected us to know their underground location." SS, level radiation creature, Thifak. Another zombie with intelligence nearby warns, "Stay alert." Dama laughs, warning Thifak, "Humans are a very cunning race." SSS level radiation creature. Dema. The Fak breaks the head of a human and hands it to Dema. "Fresh brain, do you need it?" "I don't like eating brains," Dema muttered while chewing human flesh. This corpse isn't a delicacy either. It started criticizing the corpses it just ate. Fake level B enhancement isn't quite right. Emperor Demon thought about his favorite dish and blushed. Only the body of a level S enhancer can be considered a delicacy. Tender meat. Rich organs. When Thai-Fach heard that, he threw the human head aside. Hearing him say that, this brain is also tasteless. Thai-Fach tells Dima that if the plan succeeds in the future, after we conquer Tianyang City, S and SS level beings will be able to eat, and maybe we can even support a group of humans to provide us with endless food. Dima, just imagining it, becomes so excited that he hugs himself. S level is fine. SS level is okay too, but the best would be SSS. Thuong Huang's body must be the most delicious. Suddenly a loud noise sounded, making them turn and look. The Fat was the first to sense the movement from somewhere. Someone is coming outside Huangmok village. There are people killing my slaves, including a being with peak S-level strength. Besides Thuong Huang and the 3 elders, who else can kill an S rank? When the Demon Emperor heard it was a top S rank, he became very excited. Could it be that the one who dared come here is Thuong Huang? The Fach led his slaves and charged forward to pursue. Emperor Demon looked on from behind, scoffing at their recklessness, then pushed off with his foot and quickly chased after the zombies. Demon Lord and Spirit Force threw people high into the air. Then they landed where the battle had just taken place. But all they saw were wreckage and no sign of the person. Damn it, did he escape? Is he really that strong? One is worried about the battle, the other only cares about who did it. He is weakening our high-level combat power. Judging by the damage he caused, it must be the Sovereign of War, and it's during his prosperous era. Thifak, hearing this, said, "If Dima agrees, now is the perfect time to kill that old Thuong Huang." That's right. They immediately followed the trail and chased after him. Thifak is angry, while Dima is very excited as they arrive at the place, only with zombie corpses. As expected, he's here. Surround him and don't let him escape. Thifak shouted angrily, causing smoke to billow from the holes in his body. It immediately charged forward like a missile, leaving Dima no time to stop it. What an idiot. What kind of demon is this that surrounds me with that white smoke? The Demon King also stayed alert and prepared his weapon, then threw Manvu Ku into the white smoke. Thifak, wait for me to rescue you. Who would have thought that throwing you into that smoke wouldn't do anything? Thifat openly criticizes the Emperor for being too weak. Big brother, I feel that if I rely on you to save me, I might not last even half a minute. I've never seen this kind of demon before. Is this a new human invention? Will this put us at a disadvantage? Raging with anger, he punched through the smoke. Clueless, no matter what invention it is, it won't be effective. After escaping the blinding white smoke, it fell from above. The spirit exclaimed through gritted teeth to the Demon King, "Let's go and find Thuong Huang to kill that old man and eat his brain." They continued searching for the ones who killed the zombies earlier. Just then, another zombie was dealt with. Thuong Huang, with his weapon, had already taken down a few zombies, and coincidentally the spirits and the Demon King had also arrived. It's been a while since I last met Lord Thuong Huang. Thuong Huang gazed at the two zombies before him and silently sighed. Emperor Demon heals his wounds. Elder Bang also transforms into this form. Luckily, Lam Tulak joined in, or humans wouldn't stand a chance. Thuong Huang immediately targets the spirit phantom and asks, Elder Bang, you were originally the one who hated zombies the most. How can you now join the zombie army? After hearing that, Thifach did not feel embarrassed, but instead mocked playfully. Who is that Bang Trong Lao? Ha ha, I remember now. The one who will kill you later is my Thifach. Both the Demon Emperor and the Soul Phantom surround Shang Huang, who ceases struggling. Even if you ambush the zombie army, you will still meet your end here. Be obedient and fold your arms to endure the pain. I can still give you a painless death. Dreaming in broad daylight, you don't even know whose day of death it is yet. Thifat angrily punches forward, shouting, How dare you provoke us and seek death? Thifat punched the ground where Thuong Huang had just stood. Luckily, he dodged in time. Go die. His body gradually disappeared again. Killing me won't be that easy. Wait until you catch up to me before talking about fighting or killing. Thifach roared in fury as he saw Thuong Huang about to escape. It's not that easy to run away. But by the time Thifach arrived, Thuong Huang had already disappeared. If you're going to die, don't go alone and watch out for treachery, but the Fate refused to listen and left. Emperor Ma was angry but could only accept it. He then chased after the opponent with Thifach. So, just keep chasing for a while. While chasing the Demon King, they didn't realize someone was watching from above. Long Tu Lak up high smugly said, I caught the bait. They landed somewhere quite far away. Emperor Ma looked around nervously. Is this place safe? It's been 10 minutes since my army checked this place and found nothing. Dima heard this and relaxed, releasing his zombies before giving the order. Fine. Then we stay here to chase after him and kill Shang Huang. Does anyone not mind sacrificing their forces to capture Shang Huang? A few zombies immediately surrounded Thuong Huang, and faced with this situation, he couldn't help but feel worried. Lam Tu Hu, where are you? He anxiously looked around, searching for Lam Tu Lak's figure. Is it true that Lam Tu Hu hasn't arrived yet? If Lam Tu Lak isn't here, I'm about to be caught up by the Demon Emperor and the Blade of Divinity staying here. Over there, they laughed loudly and challenged him. Ha ha, Thuong Huang, where are you running off to this time? He looked at the clock and saw the number 59 still displayed. Shang Huang silently decided in his heart that if he didn't go, he wouldn't go. Today, even if I have to risk my life, I must keep these two here. He immediately pointed his weapon at them. Who said I want to run? Today, I will settle this once and for all with you. In just a blink, Thuong Huang had taken out all the zombies around him. Emperor Ma smirked in contempt, a fight to see who is stronger. Do you think I will give you a chance to buy time? Dien Taifat also found his words amusing, saying, That's right, the two of us are fighting you alone. Ha ha ha. The Demon Emperor couldn't wait any longer and rushed towards Thuong Huang. Today, you must die. It used its strength and launched an attack at him, but instead of dodging, Thuong Huang just stood still, closing his eyes and counting wrong. At 2, as soon as he counted to 1, Thuong Huang immediately opened his eyes. He used a weapon to force the Demon King into the air before launching his attack. Little lamb, you missed your appointment. If you don't come out now, I really won't be able to hold on anymore. At this moment, a sudden explosion occurs, destroying all the zombies. The shockwave from the blast pushes Thuong Huang back, and the Demon Emperor is also affected, forcing it to withdraw its attack. It's angry and turns to call on Thifach for support. Let's go! Both Thifach and the Demon Emperor rush forward like hungry wolves. Although he raised his weapon to block their attack, Thuong Huang couldn't dodge in time and was struck. White smoke reappeared, helping Thuong Huang escape once again. He slipped behind Thifach. You won't get away, Thuong Huang. While fleeing from his opponent, Dima shouted to stop. At that moment, Thuong Huang turned around to attack Dima. He controls both of Dima's hands. Dima becomes even more furious and shouts even louder, I have to kill you. Wait, that's not quite right. Suddenly, hearing Thifach say that, the Demon Emperor turned around in confusion to look at Thifach. Humans are ambushing our zombie army. My army is in chaos. What? Now that Lam Tulak has appeared, you've finally found him. He stands on a tree, looking down at you from above, realizing the army is in chaos. Isn't it a bit late for that? Thuong Huang was overjoyed when he saw Lam Tulak arrive. Ha ha ha, Lam Tu Hu has come. He kept getting more excited. Today must be your day to die.
But the demon disciple saw that Lam Tulak was just a tiny shrimp like the others, so he called Thifach out, looking at him as if he were just an SS-level human. You go back to stabilize the troops and command the battle. Thuong Huang and he have entrusted me with you. Glad to hear you're safe.
The demon emperor was very confident that he would win, having taken a blow from Thifach earlier and wondering how much longer he could hold on. Shang Huang was also unafraid and even challenged him back. Maybe I should try it. He struck the weapon into Dima's hand, injuring him. Emperor Demon looked at the wound in panic and couldn't believe it. What? How is this possible? Where did you learn this devilish trick? While the demon emperor was panicking, Ho Qin Huang, Thifach was pushed back and saw this. He was even more shocked than before. It hurts. Who was it that hurt you? Is there anyone else who can hurt you? At this moment, Lam Tulak slowly approaches. Of course it's me. You appeared and still couldn't resist criticizing a few words. Your sensory abilities as radiation beings are truly ridiculously poor. Can't you see that for yourself? An adult like me? Devat steps back and assumes a fighting stance. This kid also has SSS-level abilities. We must focus our strength to kill him first. Emperor Demon also agrees with Thifach's decision. That's right, Shang Huang's strength is no longer easy to deal with. This kid looks like a newly promoted SSS expert, so let's kill him first. If we can do that, then just kill him right away. Once they've unified, charge in and die, you bastards. Lam Tulak calmly summoned the zombie cat signal horn. He just blew into the horn, causing flames to surround it, and the zombie cat immediately appeared behind him. It immediately screamed when Dima pounced. It reached out to attack Dima, tearing its face apart instantly, causing it to roll several times before smashing into the tree. Demon King has no idea what's going on. How is this possible? What is this again? The Fach was punching toward Lam Tulak, but unexpectedly he was able to stop the punch with his bare hand and then push it down, causing Thifach to punch the ground. The Fach also immediately stepped back, a bit annoyed, and threatened in a hoarse voice, I am SSS. Level in combat power. Do you think you can kill me? You think that cat can forever bind the Emperor? He immediately summoned his sword and even went to provoke Thifach. Of course, he looked at Thifach as if watching something about to die. 10 minutes is enough to kill you. Thifach still wasn't afraid and only thought that Lam Tulak was just crazy. That kid's talk will cost him. It immediately made my body sharper and more resilient. I was just holding back earlier. Thifach keeps charging again, so you had to go all out, right? When he swung his claws at Lam Tulak, you used your sword to block the attack. The power was so great that Thifach slightly sank into the ground. I didn't expect this sword to be even tougher than Thifach's claws. He immediately changed his sword stance. You're the wild brother. I think you are the wild brother. Then he used his strength to slash Thifach, causing him to be thrown back by the aftershock of the explosion and crash heavily to the ground. The zombie cat finished dealing with the Demon King and gradually disappeared. I have to admit, there's some skill in that young fellow. The zombie cat disappears, leaving the Demon Emperor cursing in anger, but I don't believe your magic weapon is endless. Lam Tulak, after hearing this, kindly replied that the magic weapon is of course not infinite, but enough to kill you. Then he turned to ask Thuong Huang for help. Thuong Huang helping me hold off the Demon Emperor for 10 minutes is no problem. Demon Lord was quite shocked to hear that. 10 minutes. It stood up and sneered, pointing at him. You want to defeat us in 10 minutes? Ha ha ha, what are you waiting for, spirit? At this moment, the Demon Emperor looked at the Divine Soul from afar, its power surrounding the Divine Soul reaching the sky. Is he waiting for this reckless guy to mock us? Thifach stands in the center of the blazing energy like a highland fire, gradually straightening up and then opening his mouth to roar with momentum. He walks toward Lam Tulak's place while Thang Lu is lost in a dream. Emperor Demon angrily punched forward. Your life and Shang Huang's are about to end. While he attacked him, Shang Huang also moved. He suddenly stepped in front of Dima and launched a powerful attack. He looked serious and warned Dima, I agree to fight him. Emperor Ma, for the next 10 minutes, your only opponent can be me. The volcano-like holes on Thifach's body spew fire. Lam Tulak gazed seriously at the opponent as the system instantly displayed Thifach's attribute information. The zombie radiation creature is a diamond-level boss with 97% radiation level, basic attributes of 340 strength, 270 spirit, 320 physique, 270 agility. Its zombie radiation physique talent increases basic attributes in high radiation environments and can quickly recover its body by harnessing radiation, embracing the soul of the spear. When subjected to mental attacks, damage taken is reduced by 50%. The Lei Chi Fong injection, a level 4 psychic talent, greatly increases the sharpness of claws and fangs. Pain causes a 200% increase. The hardened part of the claw, with the processing level of the zombie, saw its toughness of claws and fangs increase significantly. After encountering destruction, its recovery speed increased by 100%. He saw it and felt a bit annoyed inside. Damn hexagon-shaped warrior. Lam Tulak immediately assumed a fighting stance, gripping his sword tightly and unleashing his power upon it. At this moment, Thifach has finished transforming and charges straight at Lam Tulak like ping. Impressive. You call this just a breakthrough to SSS level. I secretly feel lucky as I attack my opponent. Luckily, Thifach's weakness is very obvious. He strikes directly at Thifach's SS level abdomen, while the child dares to speak out for Ngon. He said nothing, only focusing intensely, using a technique to thrust his sword directly at Thifach's head, but it didn't seem to do much damage. Too naive. Do you think I would be afraid of blades and weapons, kid? The wound on Thifach's body immediately healed. Is that all? He replied sternly to Thifach's words. That's right. Suddenly flames surrounded Thifach, making it scream. That's all. Thifach's head is burning fiercely. He tries to hold his head and endure the pain, appearing angry.
You brat, what kind of fire is this? Why can't you put it out?
Ha ha. Strike him with another fire sword slash. Thifach was startled and terrified when he saw it. He was in the middle of a fierce sword attack when he struck it down. Thifach only managed to block the attack with his bare hands, and the holes on his body started to spew out smoke wildly, helping him quickly ascend to avoid the previous strike. His quick reaction made Yuen Tohua's attack less effective against him. Thinking that, Lam Zilak immediately landed on the ground. He remembered how Thifach had blocked the sword attack with his bare hands earlier. Luckily, he had a way to handle it. He stands calmly in a front of the wind, counting down the last 3 seconds. Thifach is still burning, but unafraid. Today, you must die. When he reached 1, the signal in flames in Thifach's hand lit up. It emitted a dazzling light that startled Thifach, and in the end, it was blown to pieces. But after the thick smoke cleared, even though his body was badly wounded, Thifach still survived stubbornly like a cockroach. Lam Zilay looked at Thifach's remaining upper body in the pit, and indeed he could withstand my dual-element attack. Thifach raises his hand and decisively stabs into the chest, and his body immediately recovers. I don't care what strength you still have. Thifach's claws also became sharper. It recovered half of its lower body in an instant, but I guarantee you will die a horrible death today. It roared wildly and released smoke, its legs pushing down so hard they sank into the ground. As it charged at him with a powerful attack, he suddenly marveled at its strong defense and healing ability, wondering what equipment he might get if he died. He immediately reached out and used the water shield technique. A giant water sphere instantly appears. Pure elemental energy. A type of magic skill that consumes a certain amount of mental power to create an elemental shield at any position within a 2-meter radius around oneself. The defensive ability of the shield is 150% of the consumed mental energy, and it also produces different effects depending on the various elements. He immediately used several other skills, summoning an electric shield and a flame shield. As he launched each attack, he monitored his mental energy, the barrier of stones, and the shield. In front of him is a circle of immense elemental power. When the spirit saw it, he sneered. It stands inside the elemental sphere I created and is completely unharmed. Truly poor. So poor. His elemental power has slowed it down, but it still presses on to fight. Useless, useless. It saw the move you used and was a bit panicked. What kind of move is this? It saw the situation was unstable but didn't have time to run. The soul shard was electrocuted and tightly bound. Damn thing. It tried to use both hands to block the attack. When the elemental sphere hits and explodes, the demon spirit is thrown far away. The SSS-ranked demon spirit screams in pain. Lam Tulak signals with perfect satisfaction and says, amidst the chaos in the sky, he continues to control the stone shard projectile in his hand. Dozens of large stones relentlessly attacked the spirit, leaving him stunned and unable to react, panicking and desperately shielding himself. Suddenly, he lifted his face, growling fiercely, as if unleashing all his fury, causing the rocks to shatter and scatter across the air. Seeing that scene, Lam Tulak was surprised, quickly grabbing his weapon infused with his own power and rushing forward. Does the monster still want to use the same trick again? With a sinister smile, he added, this useless stone transformation, I only need 1 second. He opened his mouth and forcefully sucked in the surrounding golden energy, thinking smugly, now that you've lost your weapon, let's see what you do. Lam Tulak immediately took out the zombie serum and quickly threw it into the SSS-level monster's mouth. He panicked. What? The pill was tightly in his mouth. He was confused, thinking to himself, damn it, what is this? I absolutely won't let it enter my body. The drug is gradually seeping into his body without him realizing it. Still challenging. This kind of petty trick is useless. Lam Tulak confidently replied, so what? At this moment, the drug has been fully absorbed. The SSS-ranked Spirit Phantom immediately realizes and roars in panic and anger. Hey, what did you just feed me? The SSS-level Spirit Beast staggered in shock, asking, why is my power weakening? Lam Tulak calmly replied, let yourself become the blood serum of a human.
But actually, I was just trying to scare you. This serum only works on those who haven't turned into zombies. The monster seems to be going crazy.
No, I don't want to die and become human. At this moment, Lin Tzu Lok rushed forward while continuing his thoughts. It can only weaken the zombie's power. The SSS ranks Spirit Soul in a frenzy, and his attribute stats are gradually revealed. Strength 36, Spirit and Agility, both 243, Physique 288.
At this moment, seizing the opportunity, Lam Tulak charged straight at the monster's position and used the 9-leaf tram strike, swiftly slashing his weapon down.
The energy from the sword radiated out, quickly spreading to the monster. He was terrified and reacted swiftly with a blood essence strike, desperately using his hands to resist the golden energy, but struggled as the sword's energy seemed too overwhelming. Lam Tulak unleashes a dazzling move and strikes Thifash, who cannot dodge and is knocked far away, crashing heavily to the ground with massive damage. Thuong Huang and Dema, who were fighting nearby, were suddenly caught off guard by this scene. The damage was so severe that they had to retreat to avoid the explosion. After the smoke clears, Lam Tulak appears with a relaxed demeanor, hands in his pockets. Thuong Huang is extremely surprised and shouts loudly, Lam, is your little brother really that strong? Emperor Demon, standing nearby, was also startled and looked towards Thifash. Seeing that Thifash was unconscious, he shouted loudly, Hey Thifash, wake up! He turned around in panic, thinking to himself that this guy's moves are too strange. Thifash was almost killed by him. He looked at Thuong Huang, who was holding a whip with full strength, though it was similar to the wind technique Thuong Huang used. But Thuong Huang was not yet proficient, unlike this young man. Emperor Ma clenched his fists in anger, determined to kill this guy first. Then he suddenly charged quickly toward Lam Tulak, causing Shang Huang to realize and rush back to his side. Thuong Huang, furious, commands with the power of his whip, Dima, come back to me. Dima is still rushing toward Lam Tulak with a look of fury, but Lam Tulak doesn't dodge and uses his own strength, then throws a technique with his hands, causing 2 orbs to shoot straight at Dima, leaving him stunned. The magic hit directly onto Emperor Ma, leaving him no time to react. At that moment, Thuong Huang's whip also struck, his right arm badly injured and burning fiercely. Emperor Ma, panic-stricken, looked over his body, terrified that the elemental attack was too powerful and that we must work together with Thifash. We can't separate. After thinking, he rushed toward the unconscious Thifash. Demon King forcefully strikes at Thifash, anxiously saying, Quickly wake up, if you don't, you'll lose your life. Demon King then lands a heavy slap on Thifako's face. Suddenly, Thifash moved and opened his eyes wide, waking up. He jumped up and roared loudly, using reverse blood and fury. Lam Tulak looked at the wildly energetic Thifak and wondered if he was prepared to sacrifice everything, even his life, just to deal with him. Too fast. Suddenly, Thifash stopped behind him, preparing to attack. Go to hell, kid. He swung his brutal spear at Lam Tulak, who dodged and jumped away, then looked at him with a contemptuous gaze. The innocent Thifash angrily retorts, You're the naive one. Suddenly, a blue illusionary aura appeared around Lam Tulak, surprising Thifash. What is happening? What's going on? Thifash swung his weapon, but Lam Tulak suddenly disappeared. Realizing he had fallen into an elemental trap, Thifak's movements slowed and became sluggish. He couldn't hold back his anger and shouted, Damn it! This is a trap! And taunting voice echoed.
Congratulations, you answered correctly.
Lam Tulak leaps and casts a spell aimed at him. The Demon King's eyes widened in alarm as he prepared to unleash the blood spirit trap.
Don't even think about escaping.
Lam Tulak uses an electric trap to strike the Demon King, who, as expected, bares his sharp teeth and absorbs Lam Tulak's ultimate move, then evolves into an elder crocodile and levels up. A chaotic light appears in the sky as lightning strikes. Lam Tulak ends the battle by decapitating him, then turns to examine the corpse, having finished off one enemy, and walks back toward the bloodstain.
Mission complete, the system continuously announces. Congratulations to the host for successfully killing the SSS level zombie Fak, and congratulations to player Naizi for defeating the diamond level boss Fak, earning 10,000 experience points and 3,000 gold coins. Congratulations to player Naize for becoming the first to defeat the diamond level boss in the apocalyptic game, earning the only global achievement, a diamond wound, and the server announcement is about to be made, with the white-haired demon face looking somewhat panicked. He frowned subtly, assessing that this young man was able to kill the activated blood reversal and berserk spirit. Even I had to temporarily avoid the target. How could an unknown rookie kill the spirit? Suddenly, he was struck from behind, and instantly lightning struck him down to the ground. If you want to fight Lam Tu Hu, you have to go through me first. Lam Tu Lak felt grateful. Thank you, I'll rest for a bit. Uncle enthusiastically launches a barrage of attacks. Little friend, rest assured and go on your way. He sat down to rest and the system displayed a notification. Mental strength. 5/257. Using skills too often is deadly. I need to slow down a bit. Suddenly, an explosion suddenly appeared, distracting Lam Tzu Lak. Seeing the ghost constantly trying to attack him, the uncle quickly shouted, Lam Tu Hu, this place is not safe. Maybe you should find somewhere else to rest. All right, I agree. Lam Tu Lak stands before the corpse of the Demon King, thinking. It seems that Shang Huang can persist for another hour without issue. Then he kneels to deal with the body. My mental strength isn't enough. I need a chance to get the equipment that the fat dropped. How lucky is that? Lam Tu Lak was surprised. Did I really get an item, and could this item be a diamond level? Growing more stunned, it's like Tin Tui Huang touching the power cord so often it becomes a habit, as the system keeps sending notifications about obtaining rare items. Waiting for Chi Kai to equip the illusionary diamond-level armor engraved with the full authority symbol on its surface. Everyone who attacks the armor will suffer a terrible curse. Physicality +13, strength +8. A force shield will reduce the enemy's strength attribute by 3% after each attack, stacking up to 4 layers. 2 force chi lords after being hit by the enemy will rebound 10% of the damage they take. 3 sensitive chi lords after being hit will reduce the enemy's agility attribute by 5%. Lam Tu Lak muttered to himself, damn, this little gem here doesn't specify whether it's physical or elemental attack, so any attack can curse. Knowing the top attribute of the item excites him. Sorry, hidden demon equipment, don't contact me again later. I'm worried that Uncle Chi Kai might misunderstand. He dives into the pit to continue dealing with the demon's corpse, transitioning to the Blue Crystal Zone safe city. The world announcement congratulates player Nai Se for becoming the first in the game to solo, kill a diamond-level zombie at the end of the world. His formidable strength has shocked the entire globe, earning him a unique achievement in the global reincarnation event and a large amount of rewards for others to learn from. Other players could not help but exclaim, a diamond-level boss, impressive. I've never even seen a platinum-level boss. Apparently, the diamond-level equipment appearing on the leaderboard was actually dropped by Nai Se from this unlucky boss. My old teammate from Lam Tu Lak also appeared here looking up at the announcement with a proud smile for Lam Tu Lak. I told you, I said, that I've been inside the dungeon for nearly a month and still haven't come out. Turns out it was for this big thing. Well done, Nai Se. The system keeps sending notifications, congratulating Nai Se for achieving the global diamond announcement. Kim Tae congratulates player Nai Se on earning this reward. 2,000 reputation points, 10,000 gold coins, and 10 free attribute points. The storage capacity has increased to 5. The Diamond Title of Honor can only be claimed by the first person to kill a diamond-level boss in the new apocalyptic game. All attributes increased by 10 for bosses or ordinary players up to diamond level can reduce basic attributes by 5%. Lam Tu Lak simply scrolls through the notification, waiting to recover all his strength. The white-haired demon grits his teeth in tension. This kid has recovered so quickly. He pouted angrily, a bit unwilling to accept it. No way, I don't believe it. An anonymous SS-level subordinate who can kill a soul fragment and recover so quickly. Do you still have the strength to kill me? Lam Tu Lak glanced at him irritably and warned. The anonymous little pawn remembers my name. I am Lam Tu Lak. You can also call me the boss. Without hesitation, he used the remaining soul essence of Thi Fach, splitting it in 2 to attack the demon Hong Hach earlier. Without pause, Uncle Thuong Huang coordinated with him to strike lightning into his body repeatedly. Demon King, accept death. Knowing you can't fight both demons, you mainly dodge and run away. Seeing that, the uncle frowns and shouts loudly, if he escapes, it will bring disastrous consequences for us. The uncle hurriedly chased after him, saying, don't even think about running, while the monster, seeing this, chuckled mischievously.
running and laughing as it taunted the uncle.
Thuong Huang, we've fought for so long, so you probably know that if I want to run, you won't catch me. He leapt out of sight, leaving Uncle Thuong Huang grinding his teeth in frustration, unable to do anything as the guy escaped. Damn it.
The uncle, filled with worry, has little time left. At that moment, Lam Tu Lak rides the wind and lands right beside him, quickly jumping down and ponders with a thoughtful look. Uncle, you're so anxious. Why are you chasing after him? Why are you looking at me so intently? I'm just thinking about something. You need to hold on tight. Thuong Huang didn't have time to understand the situation before Tu Lak spread his wings, surprising him with his ability to fly. Lam Tu Lak lifted both of them into the air with his wings and quickly caught up with the demon. He looked around, searching, and as expected, he was suddenly stunned with his mouth wide open. The little demon just kept running straight ahead. As long as he reached this place would be fine. Lam Tu Lak looks up at the image of the little devil running away and quickly warns, Thuong Huang, are you ready? What do you mean by preparing? Of course it's for battle, but he still remains suspicious. Lam Tu Lak, don't cause trouble. Lam Tu Lak suddenly threw Thuong Huang down below, making him scream in fear. God damn it! But still, he is an experienced fighter, so he lands very lightly. The Demon Emperor stands behind him, tall and commanding. If it weren't for that brainless fool dying so quickly, you would never have a chance. No, you're wrong. You've underestimated me and Lam Tu Lak. Facing such fierce opposition, you've also underestimated the potential when we confront the brink of explosion. What good are these guys? In front of absolute strength level SSS. Tu Lak drew out his dagger and stabbed it directly into the demon's kidney, causing it to scream in agonizing pain. My kidney! The Demon Emperor angrily swung his fist back. You damn humans, always sneaking attacks. Lam Tu Lak easily dodged the attack and reappeared right behind it. The Demon Emperor was still in the mood to criticize. You humans always attack 2 against 1 and sneak attacks. You respond with a teasing, fearless tone. Then suddenly the Demon King uses lightning power, his eyes and nose flaring as he screams. Too naive. The monster charges at Lam Tu Lak. Faced with a deadly attack from an SSS-level expert, you can't be sure you'll survive. The creature's speed skyrocketed, but Tu Lak still managed to counter easily. You move behind it at lightning speed and stab another knife into Dima's body. It quickly turns around, annoyed, cursing a damn curse. Suddenly, Lam Tu Lak sat down on the ground in an attempt to stab the monster's huge backside with a knife, but Dima still kept fighting without giving up. It growled and muttered, I have to kill you. But no matter how hard it tried, it was easily pushed back by the opponent. The Demon Emperor, tortured by the pain of the sword, whimpered painfully and rolled his eyes in shame. 15 minutes later, Lam Tu Lak had killed the Demon King and was on his knees, about to collapse. The monster's body suddenly collapsed to the ground. Tu Lak ended the battle with a single sentence. Now you know I'm not just a nobody. As he raised his sword, a golden light appeared, and his blade sliced off the Demon King's head, splattering blood everywhere. The head just rolled on the ground, looking utterly disgraceful. Behind, Thuong Huang laughed happily. He immediately nearby confirmed, the Demon Emperor is dead, then just sat stiffly on the ground, repeating a few times, the Demon Emperor is dead. After the fight, the old and young quickly ran away. Thuong Huang turned to ask, Little friend, the Demon King's soul has been eradicated, but the remaining army is weak. How can we win quickly? The opponent responds, and his hand unleashes a surge of power. Zilak shouted loudly, using lightning to strike down the darkness, then unleashed his power towards the zombies. They gape in shock from the pain. Thuong Huang praises in amazement. Wow! Lam Xiaoyu's elemental attack is so effective against such a strong group. He happily shouted, Our victory is just around the corner. Soon after, many people had successfully defeated the monsters. They were so happy they were crying tears of joy, saying, Humans have won! The human race has won! Lam Tu Lak sighed in relief as a system notification appeared. Congratulations, the host has completed the side mission. The Than Mao Tin has written a chapter about Lam Tu Lak in the book. In June of the year 136 of the Wasteland era, the zombie clan appeared with the first SSS-level zombie. Thifak, it has the ability to control all zombies. The Dark Soul and the leader of the SSS-level demon radiation tribe secretly conspired, urging many radiation creatures to search for underground cities, leading to the destruction of 7 underground cities and over 1 million human casualties. In the same month, the group of city lord Lam Tu Lak from Tianhan City was on the main street of the Eastern District, killing the SS-level radiation creature Da Ni. This was the first SS-level radiation creature to be killed by humans after signing the Peak Alliance. In July of the 136th year of the Wasteland Era, the Demon Emperor completely tore up the Peak Alliance and launched the final race to exterminate humanity, with nearly 50,000 zombies and 10,000 radiation creatures gathering across the continent. Humans had to pay a heavy price to obtain important intelligence from the zombies and radiation creatures. The 21 city lords gathered in Tianyang to participate in the City Lord Assembly. Through the assembly, the progressive human faction established a proactive strategy to attack zombies and radiation creatures, based on the slogan, "Humans will win," and after 7 days of war, they fought to the death for the final battle.
After establishing the goal, Lin Tsulak was the first to understand the elemental cultivation method taught to everyone, which is a completely new cultivation system. Detailed information can be checked in the archives. Elemental power and cultivation of elements significantly enhanced human combat strength before the final battle.
7 days later, Thuong Huang and Lam Tu Lak infiltrated the zombie tribe's inner circle. At the 6th minute, as the ultimate battle began, Lam Tu Lak led the charge to decapitate the zombie tribe's leader, Thai Fosh. At minute 24, the battle begins, and Thuong Huang fights with all his might to kill the radiation creature leader Dama. A great war involving 102 experts and 4 SSS-level powerhouses ended completely within 24 minutes.
This battle also laid the foundation for the final victory. After the ultimate showdown ended, Shang Huang and Lam Tsulak brought the heads of Fa and the Demon Emperor to the outskirts of the largest battlefield in Tianduong City.
At a critical moment, when zombies and radiation creatures were severely weakened, the human morale surged, and finally, under the leadership of Thuong Huang and Lam Tsulak, they successfully drove back the enemies. After this battle, the human leader Thuong Huang personally erected a monument to honor these heroes, and also requested that the final battlefield be turned into a national heroes mausoleum, with a monument for each hero. After the battle, Shang Huang quickly left, and the alliance wanted to elect Lin Tzu Liao as the new human leader of Tianhong City. The proposal was rejected. Tulak only cares about money and ignores high status. In the final battle, he mastered the elemental cultivation method, killed the leaders Thifach and Dama, led the battlefields of Thien Duongthan, and many other campaigns with great contributions that influenced human development, and ultimately earned the title Elemental King to commemorate the start of a new era, a completely new cultivation method, a new world belonging to humans. The Alliance of Cities announced the end of the Wasteland Era, and the era of primal elements officially begins. Tulak closed the book and cheerfully said, "This is my chapter of trolling the Than Mao Tin, and it fits the standards perfectly. The system reappears, and the instance time is about to end. Please prepare to return to reality." A moment later, 3 figures appear on the courtyard of a large house. Lam Tulak tiredly sighed. "I really am defeated." He turned to question the 2 people sitting beside him. "Big idiot. Can't you wait a little longer before eating the chicken feet? Your hands are all greasy, and there's also you. Can the evil snake spirit from the house be casually brought out to play? You're a rogue, do you understand?
The system welcomes the return of the owner, player, and wishes you a warm welcome back.
It announces new news, lifting the seal. All attributes increase. Tulak stretches and says it's about time. Finally back. Suddenly, Lam Tulak had an idea and thought to himself, "That's right, I need to check my enhancement potion." With a snap of his fingers, Lam Tulak ordered, and the system opened the storage space. At this moment, a series of glass vials containing enhancement potion appeared. He wondered in confusion, could it be that he had successfully entered the game's pink portal? Lam Tulak reached out and took a vial from the pile. At the same time, the system screen displayed information about an A-grade enhancement potion, a silver-grade spiritual artifact that can slightly increase attributes based on the player's current physique, and also produce different side effects depending on the body type that do not lead to fatal consequences. After reading it, Lam Zilak secretly felt proud in his mind, how powerful it was. These enhancement potions had become top-quality products, a real deal. Put the glass bottle back into storage space and continue issuing commands. System, process the reward settlement. The system screen immediately accepted the reward request for the Level 1 Golden Hand to enhance aura, which can increase the visible aura of the host by 10%. As Lam Tulak stroked his chin, he quietly calculated that this hand was the key to making his mental prowess and illusion abilities more powerful. Not bad, not bad. After thinking, he immediately said. Then he pressed his thumb on the display screen. The system item appeared right in front of Lam Tzu Lak. The elemental bracelet, a gold-level piece of equipment, can enhance elements and is part of the spirit attribute set with a +5 bonus, increasing spirit recovery speed by 20% and boosting elemental power by 20% when using elemental strength.
After hearing this, he confidently put the bracelet on his wrist, happily thinking that with 100 spirit points, he would look really cool.
Lost in a dream, suddenly the system interrupted. The two elemental gear pieces both have +3 all attributes and can store 100 spirit points beyond the limit through elemental gear. Then, the system screen turned from blue to red.
Lam Tulak curiously thought, "Come on, let me see my rewards."
The screen shows information about the world influence
points. Defeating the 5 Yang rewards 117 influence points. Killing Katofo rewards 360 influence points. Killing King Than Thuk rewards 210 influence points. Killing Achari rewards 1,127 influence points.
Pay attention and observe as Lam Tulak continues to check the displayed information. Killing Haifach and
Dimash rewards 11,240 influence points and teaches the elemental cultivation method, worth 21.77.
177 points of world influence, 52.788. Reflecting on past life events, Lam Tulak was a bit surprised. In my previous life, I assassinated the king of a country that only had 1,000 points. But this time I have 50,000 points. He propped his chin on the wall, puffing out his chest proudly. I remember that in the last apocalyptic event 10 years ago, the best record was over 20,000 points by Zhang Yuanzhong. I already have 50,000 points, so my reward should be about to explode, right? Don't dream for too long. Lam Tulak returns to reality and analyzes seriously. That's right, I have done 2 major things that affected Thon Mao Tin, and had a profound impact on the entire Thon Mao Tin. This makes a lot of sense. Meanwhile, the system continues to calculate, distributing rewards based on the player's influence level. Lam Tulak, hearing this, clasped his hands together and begged, "4 directions, it's here, it's here, may the Jade Emperor bless, may the Buddha bless, may the God of Wealth bless." But the information from the system was beyond expectations because the player's world influence value this time was too high. Breaking through the items in the previous reward vault to open it, searching for a solution. Angrily swinging his hand repeatedly at the big fool, Lam Tulak gritted his teeth and said, "What the hell?" At the same time, the system screen displayed the coordinated solution.
"May I ask if player Nisei is claiming the reward now?"
Lam Tulak looked aloof. He crossed his arm and coldly ordered the claim. After receiving the request from the player, the system immediately announced that Nisei had gained 250,000 experience points, 100,000 gold coins, 3,000 reputation points, 50 free attribute points, and 10 cubic meters of storage space. Hearing that, Lam Tulak opened his mouth in shock and asked, "Wow, how much?" 250,000 experience points. So it must be me, right? Before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by the sound of machinery.
"Congratulations on reaching level 38 with all attributes increased by 3 and 5 free attribute points. Congratulations on reaching level 39 with all attributes increased by 3 and 5 free attribute points.
Congratulations to the player for reaching level 43. With all attributes increased by 3 and 5 free attribute points." Unable to wait, Lam Tulak quickly checked the rankings and opened the Long Kingdom leaderboard. On the screen are the top 4 strongest people in Long Kwok, ranked from highest to lowest. First is Nhai Se, level 43 soldier class. Second is Dai Ngok, level 31 king of war. Third place, Ghost Coin, level 30, illusion. Second place, Trong Nguyen Trung, level 26, soul commander. Fifth place, Phien Thu Diep, level 25, Divine Archer. After checking, Lam Tulak thought to himself, "Well done. Soon 20 levels higher than Trong Nguyen Trung, if I work harder and drink some enhancement potion." Before he finished thinking, he pinched his own cheek and snapped himself out of it, scolding, "How could I be so evil? Old Zhang is still a 4th-rank dragon nation. I must respect him." He pressed his hand on the screen and thought to himself, it's better to allocate attribute points first.
In front of him now was his own stats, basic attributes with no equipment, strength 251, spirit 251, physique 251, agility 251. After checking, he felt proud. Good. Now he was already an SSHUS level powerhouse.
Thifash and Dema are just units of measurement. Suddenly, a system notification sounded. The player consumes the reward from this mission. You have a total of 1,088 wish points. Please choose the item or equipment you need based on your wish points. Remember, wish points cannot be accumulated. If the time limit is exceeded, all rewards will be forfeited. The countdown is 300 seconds. After hearing this, Lam Tulak was completely stunned. The system display showed the number 250. Lam Tulak is a bit confused. How many wish points does a level X long pants equipment require? Without waiting long, the system quickly responded, do you want to exchange for the long pants equipment of the Shuthi level that costs 800 wish points? Lam Tulak thought for a moment. The Shuthi equipment was indeed valuable, but the wish points were even more precious, so he definitely had to exchange for the item he couldn't obtain otherwise. After a moment of thought, Lam Tulak realized, that's right, what I lack is Yuan Pearl. He asked the system, how about exchanging for a Kan Tuong Chin Wen? The system begins searching and quickly runs the data. Exchanging for a Kan Tuong Chin Wen requires 10,000 wish points. Your current wish points are insufficient for the exchange. Lam Tulak was a bit surprised and asked, is it that expensive? The system then displayed a reminder that the item's price is not based on the in-game time and difficulty to obtain it, but rather on its intrinsic value. Lam Tulak quickly realized that some items are very easy to obtain, so is there any that are particularly easy to get? He promptly asked the system about other equipment. Where is the Wisdom Talisman? The system is searching for the Wisdom Talisman. In a short time, the system displayed the information. Lam Tulak excitedly said, Nis hopes the system can tell me if the Yuanzhou can be exchanged. The system is about to check Yuanzhou. The system's final response has been given. The exchange with Yuanzhou is with the Ton Tuong Chin Wen, which requires 1,050 wish points. Ask if it can be traded or not. Lam Tulak responds immediately. The system is processing the exchange. Please wait a moment. Suddenly, Ton Tuong Chin Wen appears surrounded by a bright blue light, with cracks suddenly forming on its exterior, and then everything explodes. Who is Gao? Ton Tuong Chin Wen appears with blazing eyes. Who is Gao at last? Ton Tuong Chin Wen is furious for losing Fengzhou. My Fengzhou? Lam Tulak sat smugly on the side, smiling triumphantly. Wow, today's wind is really noisy. Lam Tulak summoned a sphere, and everything around started to spin, quickly rearranging the beautiful elements. Now I have the 4 elemental powers of water, fire, wind, and thunder, truly unbeatable. Lam Tulak stroked his chin and said, the system is currently converting the spirit medicine to restore mental energy. The system's breakfast quest is not available. Lam Tulak silently thought about the mental potion and said it out loud. And before completing the crazy big group's mission, there was also a reward for helping. Dainguk excitedly with uncontrollable hands and wide-open eyes, accepting the black gold heavy hammer, a legendary gold-level heavy greatsword weapon. People without great strength need to use attributes such as strength +1, stamina +4, agility +6, destructive power increased by 20%, toughness increased by 20%, and an immediate increase in weight capacity. After activation, they can, within 2 minutes, according to their thoughts, double the weight of the giant hammer, with a maximum duration of twice the 8-hour cooldown. A pair of gold-level enchanted gloves imbued with magical effects that enhance strength by 4 and agility. 5 movement speeds increase by 10%, hand speed by 10%. Absorption ability can perfectly conceal items of a certain volume, and items hidden in the gloves cannot be detected by others. They can be retrieved from either the left or right hand. The big fool hesitated between the 2 items before choosing the legendary gold heavy hammer, which was praised by Lam Tulak. All right, we should head out now. Dainguk happily holds the mysterious gold heavy truncheon in his hand, smiling brightly. Dainguk chews on a chicken drumstick happily. Lam Tulak, walking ahead, could only call out to stop him, saying, Daiguo, you can eat as much chicken as you want when we get home, but don't eat any more now. A person passing by heard him and turned to look at Daiguo. Seeing this guy, she was so scared she fell to the ground. Big fool, so you are Tsulak, she said, raising her hand to greet him. He immediately jumped up and ran while shouting loudly, the car has returned, everyone run fast. The passers-by immediately shouted and ran away. Run fast! The news of his return was immediately broadcast on the big billboard outside the city. Lam Tsula looked regretful. Even though they hadn't seen him, they still feared him that much. But suddenly he realized something, leaning on his hip and looking at the cityscape with a faint smile. After a month apart, the capital's safe zone is about to become a level 3 safe zone. Lam Tulak Loi kept typing rapidly, a sinister smile on his face. So when the safe zone reaches level 5, I can earn merit again, right? The 3 of them, Lam Tulak, return home to rest. Kuei Dong gazed covetously at the potion bottle he was drinking from. He smiled softly and said, All right. I'll leave the rest for you. Tulak takes the last few sips and then hands the bottle to Kuei Dong, who brings it to his mouth to drink while he sits cross-legged on the bed meditating. He pondered, hoping Dima and Thai Fatch wouldn't let him down. This was the only SSS-level enhancement potion that required squeezing both of them to produce. Suddenly, he collapsed onto the bed in front of Quidong and Dai Nok, a satisfied expression on Lam Tulak's face, even if the effects were slow. On the second day, Lam Tulak woke up with a headache, looked down at his body, and smiled. Not bad, not bad. Demon Emperor and Divine Phase are still worth showing off a little. He opens the basic attribute check system panel, all attributes increased by 10 points. He stands up, puts on his cloak, and in a deep voice says, "Let's go find Truong Nguyen Trung." He led Dan Ngok and Qui Dong behind him, thinking to himself that at this time in his previous life, the auction was about to start and he could find a big item. In a spacious tea-house room, Lam Tulak sat comfortably with his legs crossed on a chair. Truong Nguyen Trung hesitantly spoke from across the table. "That." Lam Tulak raised an eyebrow. "What's wrong? Are you asking if I want to level up?" Yuan Zhong immediately nodded. "Yes, I am really curious." He simply replied with a vague answer, eager to lean forward to find out. "Will you agree to tell me?" Tulak decisively held up 2 fingers. The fixed price was 200,000 gold coins. "No way. So you still try to fool me, even when you haven't won?" He sighed and leaned back. "Forget it. I don't have the 200,000. What do you want from me?" Lak's eyes sparkled. "I'm looking for you. There must be good news." "I immediately thought of you." Yuan Zhong chuckled and said, "Last time when you sold me the underground palace of the Snake Girl for 500,000, you said the same thing." Suddenly, Lam Tulak throws a potion over to him and says, "Take a look at this." Yuan Zhong evaluates it slowly and then exclaims in surprise, "An A-grade enhancement potion that can boost basic attributes? You giving me such a good item?" As soon as Zhang Yuanzhong finished speaking, Lam Ziluo chuckled triumphantly, thinking to herself that giving him good stuff was overestimating him. I was just drinking until I wanted to sell for money. Watching the fool Zhang Yuanzhong fussing around, Lam Ziheng pretended that since we are friends, good things would immediately make him think of me. Zhang Yuanzhong anxiously examined the vial in his hand, knowing that basic attributes destined for elimination are permanent. Then he slammed his hand down on the table with determination. "With this enhancement potion, you probably have a few bottles left, but I want them all." Lam Tu-hak calmly faces Truong Nguyen Trung's greed. "Who do you think you are looking down on?" Turning to one side, the scene before him is a mass of cardboard boxes filled with enhancement potions stacked in blocks, leaving Truong Nguyen Trung stunned. He gapes in panic at the enormous quantity and quickly counts the bottles. Contrary to Zhang Yuanzhong's strange attitude, Lin Ziliao calmly reminded him. General Zhang paid attention to his image, swallowed his saliva, and with a grim face, Zhang Yuanzhong made a decision. "There are too many now. I need to ask for instructions from the ministers." "That's right. Are all these enhancement translations the same, or are there differences?" Lam Tulak replied smoothly. "The difference is that I have an A-level transcendence, and I also have B and C-level enhancements below that." He points upward, thinking, then continues. "Of course, the rarer ones include some level S and golden grade enhancements." Zhang Yuanzhong fell silent, looking at Lam Tulak, and thought to himself that Zhang Yuanzhong was a bit flustered, and there was even a higher level. "So, you're planning to sell?" Still maintaining the calm demeanor of An Nien Lam Tulak. "I would definitely sell if the price is right and you make the first offer. I'll agree immediately." "All right, wait a moment and I'll find the boss right away." Turning around, Zhang Yuanzhong thought to himself, Bonghua Kingdom's treasury now has 500,000 gold taels. I wonder what price Lam Tulak is aiming for. Tramngum thought to himself, "Please don't open your mouth wide like a lion, so we can't buy it." The scene shifts to the director's office, where the director is smiling happily, holding up the enhancement potion. "My attributes have increased and the effects are real." The old man beside me kept praising it. "It's really not bad. Buying this will only bring benefits with no harm." "Such good stuff, Yuanzhong. What are you hesitating for? Just buy it." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Yuanzhong's tone became serious. The chief mainly just haggled without giving a price, and I was worried that the national treasury wouldn't be enough. Listen to each of Zhang Yuanzhong's words as he continues bargaining, then turn and leave, leaving Zhong Yuan behind. "If you don't have enough money, why not recruit more soldiers? Increasing your strength is all that matters. Money isn't an issue." In Truong Nguyen Trung's office, Lam Tulak was already waiting, and the chief called out loudly for Lam Tiu Hu. Lam Tulak calmly greeted him. "Hello, sir." The boss sitting beside him chuckled and probed. Who didn't know how many gold coins Lam Tiu Hu was planning to sell, and received a friendly reply, a price of 3 million gold coins. He responded while secretly thinking that he should ask for a higher price, or else they would haggle him down to a fool's price. The boss looked a bit awkward after hearing that.
That's Lam Tiu Hu. Our treasury doesn't have that much gold right now. Could you consider offering a slightly lower group price? Lam Tulak looked straight and insisted, there's no second price. If you don't need it, I can only sell to someone else.
Hitting the right psychological note, Lam Tulak pointed and continued to remind them that this was
an exclusive treasure. The leader hesitated at his firm attitude. Or do you want it that way? I, Lam Tulak, will immediately cut in. Of course, I can sell other items at a lower price.
Lam Tulak leads the boss to the display area. These items are sold at a lower price. Selling over 200 isn't too much, right? The group of leaders looked surprised as they held the treasure in their hands and hesitated before saying, "We need to discuss this matter again." Lam Tulak smugly replied, "Of course, I'll be waiting for your decision." "What's wrong, boss?"
Not enough money, is there? The leader pondered. That treacherous bastard already asked for 3 million yuan. Why doesn't he just go rob it? Do we still need him then?
The leader shouted angrily, "Of course we need it." While speaking, he slammed his hand on the table and continued, "The old rule is to have each soldier in the safe zone deliver the gold, which can be exchanged for contributions, and then use the contribution points to upgrade the defenses, this time to enhance our combat strength." Zhang Yuanzhong stood up and obeyed the order.
Yes.
At the moment in Zhang Yuanzhong's room, Lin Zilian excitedly looked at the large amount of gold coins displayed in front of him, holding some coins in his hand with delight. Not bad, not bad. Whenever I see gold coins, I feel very happy. Besides negotiating with the boss, little lamb, we also want to buy some equipment. A total of 5 million is really too much, Lam Tulak provocatively challenged. "Surely you wouldn't want me to sell the items to someone else, right?" He nervously kept explaining and shook his head, saying, No, I just want to ask if you could give us a discount since we're old friends." Hearing this, Lam Tulak pondered kindly, and the boss thought about how much money would be appropriate. After pondering for so long time, the boss loudly asked if he could include the 4 million supply scroll as well. Lam Tulak smirked at his attitude and suddenly responded, the transaction was successful, making the boss suspicious and wonder why he felt like he had been trapped. Lam Tulak looked at the amount of gold coins in front of him and couldn't help but feel happy. Checking the transaction received in his account, Lam Tulak confidently confirmed, All right. Turning around and waving as a farewell to the boss, while the foolish guy Truong beside him remained strangely silent, as if trying to ease the burden in his heart, Lam Tulak advises, "Old Truong, don't look so gloomy. Isn't getting the enhanced serum a good thing?" "That's right. I heard that the Apocalypse game will hold a national auction event soon. In 5 days, the national auction dungeon will open, and everyone from across the country will be able to join. We are about to investigate the local military district and see how they are doing." Lam Tulak thought to himself, understanding the mindset of Yuanzhong, which matched his own memories, and just after participating in the auction, he would move on to the next instance. Waving goodbye, Lam Tulak calmly said, "Let's go strengthen our power. This 4 million won't lose money. We'll meet at the auction in 5 days. A few days later, transactions took place at Yun family one after another, with the account showing an increase of 400,000 gold coins, followed by An family receiving another 400,000 gold coins. Finally, the CDM gathering point. The system records an additional 200,000 gold coins. In the blink of an eye, Lam Tulak's account has now increased to 5 million gold coins. Outside the safe zone, as he walked, Lam Tulak shared his feelings. "I feel so refreshed. I've never been this rich before." Meanwhile, the ghost duo and the big fool are just greedily devouring their food. Turning around, Lam Tulak smugly asked, "Do you not understand how many chicken feet you can buy with 5 million gold coins?" The only response was a moment of silence. Lam Tulak shouted loudly, countless in number, but still received only a quiet atmosphere in return. Suddenly, the bloody zombies appeared behind him, without Lam Tulak noticing. What's going on? At the 12 o'clock mark where the zombies gather, Lam Tulak excitedly looked left and right, observing the massive chaos of zombies approaching and marveling at their scale, estimating there are over 5,000 of them. At the same time, the horde of zombies surged forward, with one easily defeated by Dan Gok's kick, while the demon spirit unleashed a special move to take down another zombie. It seems too boring to fight them one by one. Lam Tulak sighed that killing each zombie individually was too troublesome, so she decided to gather the zombies first. Lam Tulak used her newfound power to create a large speaker and called out to the Qilin to handle the zombies, then stayed for a minute to collect the Qilin's scales. She said and did. Lam Tulak flicked the switch, holding the large speaker on her shoulder as it blared a triumphant sound of how profound loneliness can be. The music continued to echo through the dark, empty night, illustrating just how hollow victory can feel. Alone on the summit, the zombies gradually paid attention to the music as the cold wind kept blowing and the music continued to play. The music continues to echo. Lam Tulak happily and contentedly voices her satisfaction. Not bad at all. The weapon in my hand, Jule Tuiliet, strikes the ground forcefully, causing the earth to crack and a fierce vortex to form before the zombies' eyes. The cracked earth and rocks caused the zombies to stagger and fall into the deep pit one by one, some corpses rising up. They surrounded from behind, but Lam Tulak remained unmoved. Lifting his head high, Lam Tulak shouted loudly, "Divine Beast, Tai Ho." In the quiet space, as he spoke, Lam Tulak raised his hand to his chest. A purple lightning flash shone and erupted around him. "Come out here, Keelan." A powerful golden beam of light descended, revealing a massive creature with a dragon head and horse body, growling with glowing eyes and sharp fangs, its fierce presence shaking the heavens and earth amidst the chaos and golden lightning. The earth and sky tremble as Lam Tulak's voice echoes out, "I am the great Kailan." "Who is it? Who's calling me right now?" Lam Tulak was frantic. "It was I, Elder Kailan, who saved you." "I'm surrounded by zombies," Kailan replied in surprise. "It's you, kid." Keelan calmly continued, "That's not right. With so many zombies, I didn't see you panic like this even during the previous wave of 10,000 zombies." Kailan raised his head and growled a few times as a massive storm of lightning struck everywhere, with bolts of lightning piercing straight down to the ground where the zombies were surrounding. Lam Tulak happily looked up at the Keelan and smiled. Expecting this, the Keelan replied softly, all right. This time the energy is quite substantial, and my attack was smoother than before." Suddenly, Kailan paused in confusion, questioning, "That's strange. Your tone sounds a bit suspicious. After providing me with so much energy this time, you still need to call me." Lam Tulak chuckled loudly, and the holographic level display of the Golden Thunder Divine Unicorn appeared before him. Huang secretly wondered how his level 43 was able to see the level 58 information, but couldn't see the rank of the Keelan, feeling a bit confused about just how powerful it truly was. Behind the mask, Lam Tulak seemed quite proud, while Kailan Than quietly assessed. Just 2 victories had already multiplied his strength several times. Truly a monster. No wonder this kid was chosen by both Super and Fuck Hui at the same time. "It's unreasonable for me to have a little unicorn?" The holy unicorn shone brightly above and said loudly, "If you dare to call me to make her explode." Lam Tulak's eyes sparkled as he pouted and let out a soft cry. Then 2 shadowy figures appeared behind him, making Keelan Than hesitate. "Forget it, I can't provoke him, I really can't. From now on, don't come to me with every little thing and disturb my dreams, I'm going to blow my top." Lam Tulak, using a flattering tone, said, "Kailan, big brother, I just have a few questions I want to ask you." Keelan, quite shy after a few words of flattery, asked. Then he spoke, "Didn't the big brother give me a piece of the primordial impression? If you want to ask where I got it from, of course I stole it." You keep pressing after Keelan Than's answer. "Where are the other primordial orbs?" The image of the primordial stones appears alongside Kailan's calm words. And since Fu Shi disappeared, these primordial stones have become unclaimed objects. Of course, ownership depends on strength. After I seized the Thunder Pearl and perfected my cultivation, I no longer needed the Thunder Pearl. I only passed on the inheritance of Fu Shi because I saw you had it," Lam Tulak said suspiciously. "So where is Feng Chao?" "It can't have been taken away by someone else, right?" "But I guess the Keelan Saint confirmed it. It seems to have been taken by the Bull Demon King." Tulak is devastated. Did the End of Days game really steal my statue of Qi Yuan? I won't be avenged, right? So where are Heaven Pearl and Earth Pearl? The Sacred Unicorn turned to reply. "It seems even Fu Shi can't control those 2 orbs. Don't think about it anymore." Lam Tulak didn't give up and continued patiently asking, "So what about Sun Chao and Trak Chao?" The Keelanai Island replied, "Sun Chao has been taken by secret forces. As for Trak Chao, I don't know. Many people want to seize the Stone Pearl." Lam Tulak hesitated, then pleaded, "Don't be like that, big brother Kailan. It's been so hard for us to meet once, just a little token of meeting." Keelan Than interrupted, "Kid, don't think I don't know you're after my scales. There's no way you'll succeed." Linan Tu gradually disappeared into the sky, leaving a final message behind. "That's right. Fuck Hui has given Thanlong quite a few good things, saying they are for the successor. You go find the dragon to demand it." Tulak fell silent, then suddenly shouted in despair, "Blood deficiency is blood deficiency." Big Brother Keelan is really petty. Forced to accept the grim condition, he could only shout at his companions. Although he gained quite a bit of experience this time, not earning any real benefits was really frustrating. Don't even think about Ken Chow anymore. Just hope that He's impression of Chi Chow has some hope. Lam Tu Lak Nyu suddenly remembered something. He exclaimed, raising his hand to touch the ancient character on his chest.
That's right. The dragon mentioned by Keelan Daika seems to be a protective spell of Mado. Looks like I should go home for a visit when I have free time. He checked the loot list on the system, and while the unicorn was still good, he decided to draw the super level 40 golden hand.
Deep in his heart, he clasped his hands and begged in all directions. May the heavens bless us, the Jade Emperor, the Tathagata Buddha and Lord Keelan protect us. Give us good items. The system displayed a message.
Congratulations to the host for drawing the super rare golden hand of Soul Pearl. Zombies killed by players during the game will drop an extra Soul Pearl beyond the limit, which surprised him a bit.
A ferocious monster appeared in sight, and Lam Tu Lak Tu guessed it might be a test subject. He chuckled softly. A spark flashed, and in an instant, the monster was split in two. The system displayed information. The Soul Pearl, whose effects are extremely versatile, can be checked by the host during use. He looked at the spirit image and judged that this was the Soul Pearl. It didn't look like much. He took the spirit gem in his hand, suspicious and reproachful. Cold and warm, the super-level hand shouldn't have tricked him.
Can I eat this system? The system continues to explain that the Soul Pearl can be reused and that its effectiveness only decreases with large quantities used.
There are no side effects. The host can use the Soul Gem to recover a small amount of mental power. The effect of the Soul Gem is determined by the strength of the zombie it was used on. Exactly as he wished, he sighed that he could boost his mental strength. Not bad, not bad. I am lacking this. Lam Tu Lak let out a few sinister laughs and ordered the two young allies. You fool, the demon of darkness is working overtime tonight until tomorrow. Both of them only thought about chicken thighs after he made the condition. Lots of chicken thighs. After the group cheered and celebrated, shocking explosions suddenly appeared in the city with a voice echoing, "Don't let that stupid zombie run away." Another explosion follows with a voice urging, "The demon spirit cut off their legs. I'm here to harvest." A few days later, at the safe zone, Lin Tzu Lok laughed out loud in the cold, causing the big fool and the demon spirit to nod in agreement, truly exhilarating. The group quickly heads to the bustling street. Tu Lak strides forward and says, "It's time for us to join the super auction." Thief thought to himself, this super auction is indeed powerful, already packed before it even started. A group of security guards stood at the gate, while Tu Lak, among the crowd, stroked his chin in thought, possibly because some of his enhanced agents had leaked information. The central system displays a notification indicating that in Long Country, the total number of transferred officials has reached a certain level, with over 80% of the districts having unlocked their corresponding area instances. The participation method is to join the dungeon, which costs 300 gold coins. The group of participants in the lobby shouted loudly upon hearing this. "You think 300 gold coins make me a fool?" "Yeah, right. Normal people like us don't have that much." Tu Lak quietly listened to all the conditions, while a live broadcast of the auction hall's situation was being transmitted within each safe zone, allowing all players who had not yet entered the dungeon to watch and stay informed. When participating in the auction hall dungeon, lucky players will be randomly awarded items such as supplies, equipment, and tools. The specific details will be announced upon entering the dungeon. Welcome players to join. At this point, he quietly confirms that the super high-level auction house only happens once every half a year. Missing it would be a waste. He chuckles with a disgusting tone of satisfaction that draws everyone's attention. They gradually realized in shock that it was Nai Se Dai Lao. If he attended the auction house, he would definitely win big. If I could just cling to the foot of Nai Day, that would be great. What is he thinking? That fierce Nai Si elder is really aggressive. Lam Tu Lak was shocked and denied the baseless rumors. I clearly seem so gentle, but the guards rushing in surround him, making him feel awkward. From afar, a man appeared and said, "Lam Tu Hak, what you need is ready for you." Lam Tu Lak took out the exchange potion and said, "Thanks, this is for you." The man replied, "I really don't understand why you're changing the signature of this book to Lam Lak after finding these books. I love so much I'm just pretending to laugh, of course, because I love her deeply, but inwardly I deny it, and I can't say I'm preparing for the next dungeon to be the savior of reform." The man reluctantly frowned and accepted. "Fine, if you won't say anything, then forget it." It is now 10 a.m. at the Lak Group Competition Center. I will take my leave now. The super system is currently confirming that the player Naize has paid 300 gold coins to enter the super auction dungeon. There are fewer than 100,000 players in the instance so far. Without hesitation, he replied immediately, "Yes, enter the instance." After finishing, Lin Tsulak took a new step forward, with Dagok and Kuidong following behind. The figure entered inside as the system message appeared. Player Nai congratulates you on becoming the first to enter the Super Auction Hall. Winning this dungeon reward, a luxurious shop, welcomes you to the Super Auction Hall dungeon. The lengthy rules list states that this instance lasts for 8 hours. After 8 hours, it will close, and everyone will be forcibly teleported out. Remember that this instance is a peaceful mode instance, and any behavior judged as non-peaceful by the system, such as theft, looting, fighting, and so on, will be punished with lightning strikes at voltages reaching hundreds of millions of volts. Lin Suo quickly skimmed through the lengthy rules, his finger stopping at the confirm button before hurriedly pressing it. The system again announces that this instance is divided into an outside shopping area and an inside auction zone, with the auction area opening in 7 hours. All players entering must pay 5,000 gold coins as an entrance fee. The auction house will operate for 1 hour, with a total of 12 high-quality items up for bidding. We wish you a perfect experience in this dungeon. The system has additional conditions. Additionally, players are invited to leave the teleportation room within 1 minute to allow the next player to enter. Exceeding this time will result in strict punishment. Lam Tulak was a bit impatient. "Let's go, big fool." The demons advance confidently toward the auction house. Samandipaso, quickly passing through the door and in Yidea. The items from the vendor's stall appeared before him, and he excitedly exclaimed, "Let's go." The upgraded items were neatly arranged on the shelves. The crates of items are also neatly arranged and shining. The sinister boss Lam Tsulak is peacefully sleeping early. Bin Phim's group was discussing around the luxurious booth of the super auction house, where even 400,000 gold coins couldn't buy some items. All right. Nyaisi's booth is quite surprising, isn't it? After another response, "Yeah, that's right. Nyaisi's booth is very reasonable." They entered inside and kept commenting. "What a big idiot and a third-rate demon. The items here must be very high quality. Hurry and check it out." They kept opening their mouths in shock as they scanned the display of Kimtae cards. "Wow, look at this supply card. Chicken rice from Digongpao costs 220 gold coins, and the other person is surprised. Why is it so expensive? We can't buy it?" He picked it up and examined it. "But look at how much this supply item can feed, at least the kind dropped by a boss-level zombie. Do you understand what I mean?" The blue-haired guy keeps patting his shoulder, urging him on. "That's right, just like that, it already looks much cheaper. Hurry up and buy. The system screen appears before your eyes, displaying a multitude of items for the player to choose from freely. That man hurriedly said, "Buy everything and spend all my coins," while repeatedly pressing the Add to Cart button. I'm buying now. The system notification appears, and there are 2 Kimtae left. They looked satisfied and leisurely left. Let's go. We've completed the mission today and can go home. Let's go. This is just perfect." The upgraded items initially displayed on the shelves are now sold out in an instant. Dong Eastern quickly organized the items, filling the shelves once again with shining displays, while Tulak calmly checked his account as the gold coins kept increasing. Congratulations to the player Nai K for earning 220 gold coins. It finally begins. People rush to visit the item shop. Come quickly, this is the place. Nyai sees stall. They are bustling with amazement. "Wow, it's really much cheaper. That's awesome." The person in front left a little for the players behind us, and once again, the display shelves were wiped clean from top to bottom, leaving Danyak stunned in amazement. Demon Dong desperately fills the gaps on the shelves while Big Fool stands there stunned, unsure of what to do. Lam Tulak's account has been credited with Kimtae continuously. Congratulations to the player Naise for earning 180 Kimtae. After 3 hours, the system finalized the final stats, and the snack player's balance was 72.2 million Kimtae. Tulakno suddenly woke up. Aha, so refreshing. Turn around and call the 2 disciples, happily saying, "Big fool, demon coin, don't sleep anymore. Let's go spend money outside." In an instant, he radiates a hero's glow, and whatever catches his eye, he just says it straight. "Tonight, I'll cover the bill." They stupidly chuckled a few times, only thinking about getting toys and hot chicken thighs. The 3 of them ran into old shopkeeper Zhang from the neighboring shop at the door. "Ahem, Lao Trong, don't be so angry. Isn't there still 4 hours left? Plus 10,000 gold coins isn't too much, right?" Old man Zhang's face turned pale. "I could have taken this stall for free, enough to satisfy me. You better call your buddies quickly. I'm leaving now. No need to see me off." Outside the main hall, they stopped in front of a crowded shop. "We chose this one first. I was already convinced inside that this shop must have good items. Lam Tu Lak nodded in agreement after the enthusiastic introduction from the Bakangan-level storage ring system. The ring contains a storage space with an attribute of 5 cubic meters, costing 10,000 gold coins. The Bakangan-grade auxiliary equipment repair service can restore damaged parts of the equipment for 10,000 gold coins. Without hesitation, he used the space ring and added the repair service for both to his shopping cart. It's so cheap. Just buy it. Just buy it. Perfect for storing chicken leg equipment for the Big Fool group. Leading his 2 subordinates, Lam Tu Hak proudly muttered to himself, "Just buy it, buy it, buy it all, since I've already collected the set." While Ghost Tongue and the Big Fool diligently munch on chicken legs, Lam Tu Lak seemed to realize something. He looked at the system display showing a rare potion. "Isn't this the Earth Root Elixir?" Lam Tu Lak turned to ask the shop owner, "How's this Earth Root Elixir selling?" The shop owner nodded knowingly and signaled with 2 fingers. Lam Tu Lak immediately agreed and pressed the 200 button, and we took all the 23. He snapped in a harsh voice, clenched his fist, and shouted, "Get out, get out, get out! What 2 things? So this is a level 200 spiritual tool, you want to steal it?" Lam Tu Lak's eyes lit up as he said firmly, "That's right." He darkened his face and stroked his chin, his words tinged with threat. "I have stolen from no one." Before I could finish speaking, the boss sat down, tears streaming down his face, pointing at Lam Tu Lak and stammering, "Hey, hey, hey." He slams his hand down on the ground in regret. "Hey, my brother, 1,200 gold taels for 3 bottles. Lam Tu Lak patted the boss's shoulder politely, thanking him, while he kept on regretting. "Ha ha, no need to thank me." The security team suddenly shouted loudly from nowhere, "You think this is your safe zone in the capital, so why are the Duong Nguyet Lai family still planning to attack?" Lam Tu Lak quietly among the crowd, wondering why the Duong Nguyet Lai family is arguing with Truong Nguyen Trung's subordinates. He looked at the group with green and red hair, silently assessing whether the Duong Nguyet Lai family only had Hoado, or if there was another stronghold with people living there. Glancing around, he noticed the one-eyed man. Wait, isn't that Lai Nyat? He fell into deep thought, realizing that Vin Chien Su Kanson still has Li That, one of the top 10 surviving pillars of the Lai family in the 10-year apocalypse, a second-ranked war god in the entire country, although in this life, due to the fall of the Lai family, Lai that can only occasionally make it into the top 10 nationwide, but I still have to find a way to eradicate the root cause. One of Lai, that's men challenged loudly, "Go ahead and fight me, if you have the courage. Fight me." Marquise Yang Duong Duke, with a cold face and arms crossed, responded calmly, "Ha, ha, ha, why should I step in when your family has been destroyed and you're just fighting over scraps? That guy is so angry, I hope your mouth responds. What's the point of you talking so much? This shop doesn't belong to you at all. Acting recklessly. I am acting recklessly. It's obviously you guys." Lam Tu Lak's thoughts interrupt. "So that's it. Quan Phuong wanted to rent this shop, but the Duong Nguyet Lai family blocked the entrance to prevent Quan Phuong from renting it. But in this instance, fighting is not allowed. Even insulting someone is considered a violation of the rules and will be struck by the heavenly thunder, so Quan Phuong has no way out." A powerful foot stomps down forcefully onto the ground. Who dares to challenge Quan Phuong? Quan Phuong Fa Quan appears blocking Li Nyat's view and sneers. "I wondered who it was. Turns out it's Fa Quan." Lam Tu Lak watches the situation. Future war god Po Jun. But even if Po Jun comes, it's useless. This dungeon cannot be fought in. Another soldier from Quan Phuong's group speaks up. "This is the Fa Quan dungeon." As he watched Fa Quan's expression, he saw no response, which made him feel frightened. He silently left a signal and stepped back. Having noticed it earlier, he asked, "Dao Lao, why are you here?" Lam Tu Lak grinned and said, "Don't worry about me. Just say you want this little bit of anger, right?" He frowned and replied immediately, "Of course, the Lai family is too overbearing." Lam Tu Lak whispered close to his ear, "You're like that." Hearing this, he was truly shocked. "Is someone like you really okay?" "Hurry up and go. Are you planning to take revenge or not?" he muttered, and not quite trusting, if it doesn't work out, wouldn't that be on me? Lam Tu Lak reassures him, saying, "Trust me. If you follow my plan, you'll kill 3 or 4 members of the Li family, and Zhang Yuanzhong will definitely reward you." Hearing this, he becomes somewhat convinced and nods. "All right, I trust you, Elder." Lam Tu Lak secretly smirked, hoping to seize this opportunity to kill Li Nyat. The situation was tense, as both the rebel forces and Li Nyat refused to back down. Are the people from the military camp shouting, or has your brain been swapped with your intestines? Your mother must have really been cursed by heaven to give birth to someone like you.
Since Li Yi refuses to back down, he responds loudly. Is the lump on your head a tumor? If you're brave enough, hit me. Are all the people of the Northern Army so cowardly? After 10 minutes of chaos, faint voices of people asking to make way make everyone feel uncomfortable. Please give way. Please give way. The old man brought out a stinky bucket of urine, smirking with a cunning smile. The commotion grew even more chaotic. Oh my God, this smell is really strong. You won the yellow urine contest. Careless, he stepped on the stone and knocked the bucket of urine into the air, splattering everywhere. And he cursed loudly. The Lie family crowd was terrified, shouting profanities, and Lai Not disappeared into the sea of people. The urine splashed all over their hair and faces, making them panic. The gagging sounds and the strong, pungent smell never ceased. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. Officer Fo Quan Phuong is lying flat on the ground, sighing. This is too dirty already. I definitely won't do it again next time. Fa Quan looked at him speechless. Surely Hao Duongduk won't be punished by Tien Loi, right? The crowd looked at each other and urged each other to hurry up and take it off. It's too disgusting. They stripped their clothes to reveal their strong bodies. Hey, much more comfortable now. Duongduk Lia eyes, making a comment to evaluate. What are you doing? A lightning bolt strikes down from the sky onto the central auction dome. They stood frozen, staring in shock at the scene, one of them struck by the light and causing the whole group to panic. The lightning had already been dealt with by the system and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Duong Nuk secretly sweat and wondered if this was also part of the Elder's plan. Poison Breaker raised his finger to signal. Well done. The Phuong army's men, at this moment, were elated and burst into uncontrollable laughter. Li Nut's group fell silent in shame in the face of a mocking laughter and gossip. Lam Tu Lak secretly rejoiced. Hao Duongduk only wanted to force the Lai family's people to leave with urine, and he didn't even intend to actually splash urine. Of course, wasn't it allowed for the Ghost Army to accidentally drop a stone earlier? When the Lai family members undressed, didn't they carry a trace of resentment? Lam Tulak ordered his men to leave early. Let's go. Unfortunately, Li Yi ran too fast and nothing happened. On this side, Li Yi is furious and threatening. Two of the attendants, Yang Dae and Yu, wait for him. Yang Dae refuses to back down and responds, what should he do? I just slipped and fell by accident. Who knew that those who like to eat would step up to gather? And the Lai family was surrounded by mocking laughter, only able to grit their teeth. All right. I'll think back to what Tulak said. Keep the Lai family's people detained for a while until the auction starts, then let them go. Duongduk immediately ordered his subordinates. All right, the auction hall is about to start. Let's rest here for a while, they all shouted in unison. Li Nat looked at the guards with a hint of unwillingness, muttering under his breath, Duongduk's servant deserves to die for stopping me from attending the auction. Haven't I done my part already? Linehat's group reeked of rotten smell. The passing villagers also pinched their noses and pointed. Li Yi clenched his teeth and said, Quan Phuong, destroy the army. Hao Duongduk, you guys wait. I will definitely not forget this humiliation today. He ordered his subordinates to slap the face of the person who just pointed, but Officer Kan Wei quickly stepped in front. The subordinate was immediately electrocuted. Li Nat also knew he couldn't force his way in aggressively. He ordered his subordinates not to pay attention to others' gazes and to surround him so that others wouldn't see him. In just a few hours, the final auction of the auction hall will begin in 10 minutes. A soldier reports the current situation to Hao Duongduk. The soldiers in front and behind changed positions for their shifts as instructed by him. Hao Duongduk pinched his nose because of the foul smell from the Lai family's men. He immediately stepped back and entrusted everything to his subordinates. Lin Hut secretly rejoiced, seeing an opportunity. He immediately charged forward, slipping past the guards with his subordinates rushing after him to support. Hao Duongduk wanted to stop him, but the soldier beside him said, If we go now, we might get struck by lightning. Hao Duongduk sat down dejectedly, and Lin Hut turned back to mock, In 30 years in Hadong, 30 years in Hate, when I get out, you'll definitely pay the price. He chuckled triumphantly and ran off, prompting the soldier to remind him that they had already escaped far, while Hao Duongduk was feeling very troubled. The soldier helped him up, looking very excited. Turns out it was all an act earlier. I thought you really made a mistake. Hao Duongduk brushed off the dust and sneered maliciously. Now they were just waiting to watch the final showdown. At the auction site, people came and went bustlingly, and everyone was excitedly discussing. The chairman of the Crazy Horse Association in Bincheng ranked 9th on the honor list. The new Great Elder is truly formidable. A one-man sky in our city's affairs. Li Nat grits his teeth in hatred.
If it weren't for Nai Sei destroying the Lie family, we would be the ones admired now. He swiped his card and entered, with the machine announcing that Li Yi had spent 5,000 gold coins to buy a ticket to the auction, as the chauffeur, the big fool, and the demon companion entered to the applause of everyone. Lam Tulak imagines the scenario of seducing the top three and feeling proud. The big fool likes to eat chicken thighs, and the demon companion needs care. He is excited about the upcoming show, making this trip worthwhile. Li Yi's fate has already been decided. The chauffeur also spent 5,000 gold coins to get in. The big fool and the little devil didn't need tickets because they are zombies. The robotic voice announces. The player enthusiastically welcomes everyone to the auction. Your auction number is 13. Please quickly take your seat. The auction will last for 1 hour. I hope you find the item you desire. He smiled cunningly to himself. Linyet, you better pray for luck. The trio of Lam Tulak, Dangak, and Kui Dong boldly walk in. Seeing Li Yi walking ahead, he silently thought he wouldn't let him escape from his grasp. As he moved, he suddenly shivered inexplicably, feeling a cold chill down his spine. The auction room door swings open and he boldly steps in, shedding his fear and becoming the first to arrive. Li Yi sat down, holding a bottle of water on the table, drinking while recalling the elder's instructions. According to the information we obtained from the black market, this auction has an item that can help the Lie family head come back to life. The family's wealth has gathered, so we must seize this auction item. Li Yi was startled when he saw a familiar figure walk in. Master Lam Tulak approaches, grinding his teeth and crushing a water bottle. Muttering to himself that not seeking revenge is not gentlemanly, the trio of Lam Tulak, the big fool, and the ghostly partner ignore his intense expression. Linyat stared intently at Lam Tulak, trying to reassure himself that it's not that he's ungrateful, but that the opportunity hasn't come yet. Lam Tulak sat down right next to Dangak, who was frantically stuffing food into his mouth. He felt helpless and speechless because it wasn't a buffet, but Dangak and Kuidong kept eating endlessly. The auctioneer stepped out to welcome the 157 guests attending this auction. I am the auctioneer responsible for this auction's decisions. The people outside are buzzing about this high-level auction. They are eager to see the auction scene inside, but the live screen remains dark. Unsure if it hasn't started, or for some reason. Outside, the crowd is vacant, and now the screen has also been turned on. The modern screen displays causing the crowd to marvel at the luxury before their eyes. Truly a grand event. Fuang Hao Duangduk's group looks at the screen, hoping the elder will buy something good. Everyone praises the cool car and feels extremely excited. Someone comments that this energy is really strong, but their friend dismisses it. What do you understand from that? Elder Taetu is even more powerful than this. Truong Nguyen Trung also nervously looks up at the screen. The live stream shows comments saying he's handsome, making him a bit shy. Fans keep praising Lam Tulak as he appears on screen. He says he doesn't need a global live stream, but deep down he clearly enjoys that his mouth can't stop smiling. The big fool was randomly chosen by the auction house as the lucky viewer and awarded 10,000 gold coins. Lam Tulak exclaimed, "Indeed, the fool's luck is with fools." His loud voice drew everyone's attention. The auction officially begins as the robotic auctioneer's mechanical voice announces, introducing the rules and the bidding time. This auction lasts for 1 hour, with 12 items up for bidding, each lasting 5 minutes. When the time is up, the highest bidder wins. If no one bids, the auction will be unsuccessful. The sound of the auction starting just as the first item was immediately placed into the space of the Chi Pearl, and the robot began explaining its features, drawing everyone's attention. The special artifact space pearl can effectively expand the storage space range for 24 hours within a volume of 15 to 20 cubic meters. The auction robot sets the initial price along with the rules. The special storage space starts at 50,000 with a 1,000 increase each bid. The auction begins. The guests immediately cheered excitedly. I bid 51,000. The person next to him couldn't help but feel secretly pleased. Ordinary people only have 1 or 2 cubic meters, while experts have 5 to 6 cubic meters. This item will soon reach over 10 cubic meters. I must have it. The robotic announcer's voice rings out, with number 122 bidding 51,000. He couldn't help but wait and raise the bidding paddle, wondering if such a treasure could be easily obtained by you. At the same time, the item's price had already been pushed up to 55,000 naira. Everyone in the square watched live and couldn't help but be shocked. The first item was so powerful that it took me half a year to reach the starting bid. No comparison, no regret. The poor and humble brother has limited your imagination. These people are all true dragons and phoenixes. Soon after, more people joined the bidding for this item. Robot quickly announced that number 13 bid 130,000 gold coins. Li Yi beside him looked over in anger, then hesitated, unsure whether to act. After a while, he decided to give up. but his pride remained intact. If you abandon your interests for the sake of the family, someone will eventually tame you. Zhang Yuanzhong, sitting behind, chuckles softly and looks up. Giving way to you, brother, surely no smart person would want to oppose you. A moment of silence passed before the announcement suddenly rang out. It was time to congratulate number 10. Lam Tulak finally got the item in his hands and couldn't help but feel happy. To others, it was just over 10 cubic meters, but to me it was more than 30. After 24 hours, the combined storage space of both of us can now exceed 200. The second item was auctioned off by the robot and is now being introduced. The transformation scroll for the hidden profession of alchemist starts at 60,000 gold coins, with a minimum bid increase of 3,000. The auction begins. Everyone is staring intently at him. Lam Tulak examined the item for a moment, then shook his head, causing everyone to breathe a sigh of relief. This profession is mostly at the gold level, similar to my Thunder God Summoner, so I don't need it. Then everyone started to bid loudly, and finally the item was auctioned off for 270,000 to bidder number 59. Everyone was very excited about each auction item, skill books of Lightning Storm, and single-piece gold weapons. Lam Zilian sat there continuously evaluating. These things are too useless to compete with these nouveaux riches. Even the National Auction House didn't want them. How will I survive later? Next, the robot begins to present the next item, the Contract of Power. Starting bid is 100,000 gold coins, with minimum increases of 5,000 gold coins each time. The auction begins. Hearing that, he was slightly startled. Such a treasure at this stage. The robot begins to introduce an overview of the item. The contract scroll of the contract master is a special item that can link players through a contract connection. Hearing that, he couldn't help but feel excited. In other words, Lam Tulak was in a very enthusiastic mood, as this was the legendary team formation scroll. Lam Tulak continued to evaluate the item presented. Forming a team independently was of course no problem, but establishing a team through the contract letter would be recognized by Quan Thuong and offer many special benefits. The people below the square also seem to have realized the power of the contract scroll. As far as I know, this is the first time such a contract has appeared in the End of the World game, and I expect it will be fiercely contested. Everyone fiercely bid against each other, no one willing to back down. Lam Tulak started to bid. Number 13 bid 400,000 N. Everyone watching in person was extremely excited, with comments flying across the screen in a frenzy. Then someone held up a sign to compete and bid 450,000 for number 66. Lam Tulak, seeing this, couldn't help but feel intrigued. It seems that even the pursuit of fame and reputation has no effect. He gently sips his tea and then continues to bid. Bidder number 13 offers 500,000 N. Zhang Yuanzhong can't help but be stunned, even though our capital city's treasury only has 500,000 gold coins. I still underestimated his financial strength. As he happily waited to put the item in his bag, the robotic voice suddenly sounded, making him turn around in shock. Number 6 bids 55,000. Lam Tulak quickly raises the bidding paddle, lost in thought. Number 13 550,000. Congratulations, number 13. He let out a small sigh of relief inside. Almost let you steal the chicken. Don't let me catch you. He kept marveling at the item in his hand. 55 years of hard work has finally secured this item. The auction voice is still describing the bloodline scroll. This item makes Lam Tulak ponder deeply. This bloodline not only has many side effects, but also changes the body and appearance, even affecting one's innate talent. At this stage, a bloodline as excellent as the Titan bloodline might not be possible. After a moment of thought, he couldn't help but look back in confusion. Leinat, after such a long time, has never participated in an auction before. What exactly is he waiting for? Lam Tulak is very sure of his thoughts. Could it be insider information? The sound of successful bids rings out one after another. Congratulations, customer 77, on successfully winning item number 10 with a bid of 400,000 gold coins. The auction robot will continue to announce. 10 items have been auctioned off, and because the bidding went so quickly, there are 20 minutes remaining. Its eyes sparkled with joy. Then the remaining 2 top-tier auction items will each have 10 minutes. Lam Tulak eagerly looks forward to the next item, hoping it will make him say 2 words. Top tier, this one probably isn't ordinary. A dazzling ring of light appeared after the robot's introduction, and Lam Tulak was extremely surprised to see it, suddenly seeming to realize something. Lam Tulak immediately turned to look at Li Yi, who was nervously smiling, and said softly, "Looks like this is what the Li family wants, so I can't pass it up either." The voice introducing the item slowly echoed. Hua Yuan Gold Pearl is a special gold-level item that makes wishes come true. Lam Tu Lak listened thoughtfully as it was explained, the spirit pearl will develop based on the player's wish, and after 30 days it will become a usable item. Zhang Yuanzhong beside him looked worried as he listened to the auction robot talk about the precautions for using the spirit pearl. This thing is too unusual. The item can hold the user's wish, and its benefits for us are incalculable. Many mini Lam Tu Lak appeared in his mind, shouting and demanding to buy this special item, making him contemplative. Li Not clenched his fist with a proud smile. As long as he could wish for a resurrection item, then in 30 days. He sat there as if he understood his desire and looked down on him slightly. Wanting to resurrect your family head, do you really think the apocalypse game can have a resurrection item? Lam Tu Lak is once again lost in memories of the past. Someone had previously used the diamond-grade Promise Spirit Pearl for a similar purpose, but it only could induce a false death, and his opponent did not even respect his corpse. He couldn't help but marvel that even a golden figure could only be achieved through time reversal.
Everyone in the auction hall was excitedly shouting.
Lam Tu Lak was still deep in thought, but how could you possibly know this secret? The auction robot's voice rang out again with the announcement. Huang Winlin Cho, a magic item that makes dreams come true. Starting bid, 200,000 gold coins. Minimum increase, 10,000 gold coins. Bidding begins now. As soon as it was announced to start, everyone scrambled to bid. Li Yi clenched his teeth and raised the auction paddle. The entire family sold everything they had just for this moment, and Truong Nguyen Trung beside him refused to give up, raising his bid. For my fallen comrades, I can't let your Lie family burn everything down. He frowned at Truong Nguyen Trung's bid, but then softly chuckled and continued to bid. As long as the owner is still here, everything will get better. I must crush you all evil ones in one go. Immediately, the entire hall fell silent at his bid of 1 million gold coins. Truong Nguyen Trung sadly assesses the situation. All the Kim Tae spent on the Kim Chow wish are not beneficial for the safety zone of our capital. Comrades, I am sorry to you. Then he silently looked at Lam Tu Lak, thinking to himself, I should check on that guy later. Li Not appeared excited as he watched Truong Nguyen Trung give up and sigh. He happily reached out to take the glass of wine on the table, looking at the robot host who just seemed confused and turned away. Then it turned in another direction, leaving him puzzled. And Chimin, nearing the deadline, announced the auction with bid number 3 at 1. You 50,000, then glared at Li Not with clenched teeth, furious that he had borrowed tens of thousands from Van Thien Lo just to vent this anger. Seeing that, he was extremely angry and opened his mouth wide. Immediately afterward, he continued to bid, biting Jiang Yi. Even if the entire Lie family starves to death, as long as the family head is resurrected, it's all worth it. His actions leave on Chimin speechless. Everyone in the hall fell silent, and the silence stretched on. Li Not, seeing this, quickly smiled with satisfaction. At the same time, Lin Tu Lak beside him gently laughed, breaking the silence. He immediately bid 10 million gold coins on auction lot number 13, causing Li Yi to panic intensely. Li Not saw that and couldn't help but turn pale with fright, secretly marveling. The space seal and contract book had already cost 650,000 gold coins. How could he still have so much money? Everyone watching the auction in the square was stunned and whispering in shock. Could it be that Nai Se, who hasn't yet built a power, has more than 2 million on him? A few tens of thousands of people from the Li family take out 100,000, and I still find it too unreasonable that Nai Se, the boss alone, has hundreds of thousands. Li Yi looked at Lam Tu Lak with anger and confusion. Even in the apocalypse game, it's confirmed he really has that much gold. I can't accept it. Why are you calling me? Is something wrong with you? I looked at him and couldn't help but find it funny. Selling the entire family clan still wouldn't reach 1.5 million. Plus, your small gold stash probably doesn't even total 1.8 million, trying to compete with me. Lam Tu Lak sneered contemptuously at Lai Nyat. You bastard! As the countdown gradually decreases, he becomes terrified. He raised his hand to rub his forehead, deep in thought. Immediately after, Li Yi clenched his teeth and tremblingly continued to bid. Because the master will get better, he will definitely do that. Number 12, bids 1 million. Lam Tu Lak watched with great amusement as he looked at him. Li Not glared at him and couldn't help but feel angry and secretly threaten. I've remembered this bidder's raise. It's not that I won't pay back, but that it's not time yet. And Chi Ming sits there, completely confused. What's going on? Did Nai Shi give up? He must have money. Truong Nguyen Trung also couldn't help but look stunned. So far, we've scavenged about 3 to 4 million gold coins. What exactly is going on? The time is up, and the robot's announcement sounds. Congratulations to bidder number 12 for winning the Yuan Wen Lin Chao. Li Yi was startled and widened his eyes, then suddenly knelt down abruptly. Li Yi laughed maniacally.
Master, you have been saved.
Lam Tulak stands up in front, catching his attention. He immediately draws a long sword from his back, adopting a mysterious expression that terrifies him. On the live monitor outside, Lionheart's face is full of excitement. Our sacrifices are worthwhile for the blood-hued master. It's not that we don't repay, but the time has not yet come. His voice grew more frantic as he saw the spirit pearl brought before him. Suddenly a beam of light cut across, and before Lionheart could do anything, a sword struck his neck fiercely, instantly severing it. Lam Tulak quickly cut down Lionheart before he could grasp the spirit pearl in his hand. Everyone watching the live feed was horrified by this scene. They were all stunned, speechless. And Ji Min stared wide-eyed at the scene. Zhang Yuanzhong on this side was just as frantic as everyone else. The entire area was in chaos, and Lionheart's head quickly dropped to the ground, his face still wearing a smile, but his head had fallen. Lam Tulak turned his back to him, unfazed, and calmly spoke. It's not that I didn't warn you. Outside the big screen, his face is clearly visible, and his words are clear so everyone can hear. The time has come. The people of Tianlian City all looked up in unison, some even unable to believe their eyes. They discussed and looked up at the observation screen with focused attention. A mix of surprise and happiness filling their expressions, as praise for Lam Tulak quickly appeared on the screen. Zhang Yuanzhong looked terrified and cursed inwardly. Nai Xie, are you crazy to attack inside the dungeon? At the same time, scenes of An Jiming hurriedly searching for an escape route flashed through his mind. The more you think about it, especially in a dungeon, even scolding someone can get you struck by lightning, as the fierce bolts of lightning relentlessly strike the ground. Hao Duangduk hurriedly ordered everyone to run away from the scene as the lightning grew more intense, seemingly wanting to swallow everything. The game notification sounded while Lin Ziluo remained calm, as player Nai Xie murdered someone in front of everyone. He still holds the sword in his hand, standing proudly while the reprimanding announcement continues. Violating the strict rules of the peaceful method of the Super Auction Hall dungeon, he is about to face the highest level of divine punishment. Everyone has now run to the door, but the situation is much more dangerous because it won't open, trapping everyone inside. The sky darkened, lightning gathered from all directions into one place, and now the lightning struck inside the building, causing everyone to retreat in fear, standing helplessly and waiting for a chance to survive. Zhang Yuanzhong from afar watched as Lam Tulak remained completely still, feeling puzzled. Lam Tulak raised his hand, casually covering his mouth as he yawned, then suddenly a massive, destructive lightning bolt crashed down from above. Everyone knows that the blue light looks beautiful, but can kill in just a few seconds. Lam Tulak stands in the eye of Set Storm, not showing any pain but instead wearing a mysterious smile. Suddenly, he raised his hand as if about to do something. With a snap of his fingers, lightning bolts gathered and circled around him. A deafening explosion shocked everyone and made them turn away from the blinding light. The lightning punishment quickly ended, leaving a deep and large crater right in the middle of the room. Everyone sat motionless on the ground as Trong Nguyen Trung's trembling voice and tears streaming down his face called out his name. From behind, An Chimin wanted to comfort him. Suddenly, Trong Nguyen Trung's eyes widened because what he saw now was a miraculous sight. Lam Tulak with phoenix wings flying away. Then he turns back to face them, his mysterious smile never fading from start to finish. Suddenly, everyone instinctively knelt down, and respectful words echoed one after another. Your chauffeur is my god. A long line of people kneel neatly on the street, repeating the phrase one after another. You are my god. Lam Tulak slowly descends to the ground, a satisfied expression on his face. He stood watching everything unfold, especially paying close attention to seat number 13. He quietly chuckled to himself as if contemplating something. Lam Tulak calmly sat down, a satisfied smile on his face as he watched the system screen display a notification of the peerless special skill of the peerless title. After activating for 1 second to resist all damage and cooling down for 24 hours, he looked at the people trying to escape from the auction dungeon with disdain in his heart. You had the chance, and you didn't take it. Throughout, Lam Tulak remained poised and composed. Tian Lei, under the condition that damage won't exceed 1 second, the game screen flashes a notification of automatic recovery. He smirks confidently because, no matter what, he's in a favorable position. A legendary skill to take down the last pillar of the Li family and loudly declare Huanguian Baochao's promise. Now, Lam Tulak only needs to sit back and watch the final act unfold as planned. Everyone around started cheering for him. Suddenly, everyone looked towards the robot as it began to announce. Please all participate in the auction quickly and return to your seats as the rules of the game are now being explained. Next, the bidding for the final item will begin. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately reacted strongly, all wanting to withdraw after what just happened. At this moment, the robot emanates a threatening aura and warns, don't disrupt the system flow of this instance or face the consequences. The crowd that was noisy just now immediately falls silent, and it presses the bell to start. A beautiful blue light sphere rises into the air, and that is also the final item of the auction. The robot quickly presents the diamond-level pet as the only diamond-tier item in this auction.
When the time is right, it will hatch a pet with diamond-quality talent to assist the player in battle and perform various other actions, and the robot will announce its value.
Starting bid, 500,000 gold coins with a minimum increase of 50,000 gold coins each time the auction progresses. An additional notification appears on the screen stating that a pet of unknown diamond level will hatch into an unconfirmed type with diamond potential after a certain period. The loyalty of the pet to its owner increases by 10 points. Lin Tsulak looked pleased and silently watched the screen. He summarized the events, meaning we have to wait until the system's pet hatches before it can officially be born, and this diamond-level item is probably something no one has ever seen before. Even most of the Divine Warrior-level characters are just at the diamond rank, and he suddenly remembered that his pet had been sacrificed along with Vin Qian's child. Immediately, Lam Tulak raised the opening bid card. Number 13, bid 500,000 N. Everyone was sweating in fear, afraid to compete with him. Everyone canceled their bids because they didn't want their lives to be threatened. Lam Tulak, alone on his horse, suddenly felt embarrassed. Robo, wanting to close the deal again, asked, "No one bids?" The room falls into a terrifying silence. Finally, the last owner of the item has been found, and the hammer strikes to end the auction, causing everyone to breathe a sigh of relief. Lam Tulak, holding the treasures in hand, quietly rejoices, thinking he bought them at a low price for a big profit. This time, not only did the objects fly up, but the gold coins also soared impressively. Truong Nguyen Trung saw him sitting calmly and gradually approached. "Luckily you're okay. I was really worried about you." Lam Tulak patted his head and said, "It's just luck, General Truong." He said in a caring tone, "I'll go out and evacuate those fans first to prevent them from bothering you." He didn't refuse and agreed immediately. Lam Tulak looked at the ghost doll being teleported, carried on the big fool's back, and teased him. "You drink that much to grow taller, but you're not going to get any taller." The three of them went outside together, and I naturally wondered if even the cleaning lady was a superfan of mine. As soon as we stepped out, the system politely announced the player's presence. "Thank you for your support at this special auction dungeon. We look forward to your next visit." The afternoon sunlight shining down makes him think that his next plan will definitely come. But for now, he should focus on this legitimate harvest. Late at night, at Lam Zilak's house, he carefully observes all the praise and admiration comments online. Lam Tulak secretly felt heartbroken. With this spam speed, can't they give me some gold coins or something? The screen quickly closed, and now he was in a very happy mood, no longer taking it out. Waiting for the timer to be effective is fine. Having so much storage space feels really satisfying. He quietly observed the beautiful blue sphere in his hand, a satisfied look on Lam Tsuo La's face as he looks at its notification. He clenched the papers tightly with both hands, his eyes shining with determination. "I never used it in my previous life. This time I have to make good use of it." The neat handwriting was signed on the paper. If the system requests to fill the upper limit later, it can be added through the supplementary contract template. He stood to the side watching the fool and the demon diligently sign their names, feeling a bit guilty. I manipulated them into signing voluntarily, so I probably won't break the rules, right? A blazing red flame suddenly appears along with continuous notifications on the screen. The player chews and congratulates you. You, as the contract owner, along with the foolish player and the demon comrade, complete the contract of power. All three focus on the ability to share space. Lam Tulak silently vowed to become a war god faster than in his previous life, leaving the chicken leg for the fool and milk for the demon partner. The golden light swirling around them announced the final contract skill, borrowing the power. The system also pays special attention to usage time and cooldowns. He rests his chin in thought, noting that, although it's only 10 minutes, the high-quality steel used on the blade has hidden reserve energy. He gently smiled as he looked at the sparkling gem in his hand. Lam Tulak closed his eyes tightly, thinking he needed a tool that could teleport him to Demon City. The dragon suddenly sensed something was wrong and panicked, trying to escape but was chased by him, causing the sphere to float above the ceiling. Lam Tulak focused his gaze, and the faint light gradually dimmed until it disappeared completely. He looks thoughtfully into the distance, imagining a happy ending after 30 days. Lam Ziliao lifts the blue orb in his hand and sighs. Based on the energy of this protective orb, teleporting to Demon City is already the limit. But unfortunately, someone doesn't know and is risking their life. He stood up wearily, thinking about the divine beast. I probably won't use the pet system before opening it. Surprised to see a message on the screen, indicating there is 1 day left before the world-type dungeon cooldown. Lam Tulak's eyes show clear fatigue, so completing a dungeon in 30 days probably won't be a problem. So now I should quickly jump onto my comfortable bed and have a good sleep. A day later, the sky was clear and the air was very cool, with many messages discussing him as if it were a common habit of everyone. Lam Tulak sat and looked from top to bottom, feeling annoyed as he thought to himself that he is a god but is treated like a commoner, saying he likes it but actually disliking it, right? He opened the door, awkwardly explaining to Danong that he ate too many king crabs earlier and now has a stomach ache. The three of them quickly stepped into the space, confidently walking into the room with a heroic stance. Lam Tulak is choosing the world mode. The screen displays a warning about his participation in the world instance. He did not hesitate and quickly confirmed. The system continued to categorize items for processing before presenting the fee. He was surprised and exclaimed about 200,000 for the water. Lam Zilak hesitated and thought carefully, regretting that this instance's name didn't reflect specific issues like the second danger instance of the wasteland. Last time I only knew I was probably a slave. After a while, the screen flickered to draw my attention without any response. Finally, he reluctantly raised his hand to press the agree button, and then it began to notify him that all payments had been successful and that the game was ready to start. Lam Tulak's face suddenly changed as he saw something terrifying in front of him. He couldn't help but panic and shout, "What kind of scene is this?" A meteorite is falling from above into the city, attracting everyone's attention. The game system announces that the game has begun. The final slave struggle dungeon, once a highly advanced technological planet, now demands your full attention to the story, but Teen Lich 1999, the host, decisively presses the start button for the battle. A spaceship the size of a city approaches and collides. A giant missile launches into the sky, and all the nations of the United Royal Star System launch a forceful attack. That asteroid carried an extremely destructive energy, spreading across the city, with the system displaying 4 words. "Try to stop it." Suddenly, the asteroid exploded into pieces, glowing red across the sky as debris fell, accompanied by the system's indifference, but it was ineffective. At this moment, in space, a malfunction occurs after the collision, and an unknown toxic gas begins to spread in the air. Even worse, humans are no longer humans. Humans are infected and turn into zombie-like creatures that crave human flesh. The story continues. They are willing to kill each other, still retaining their intelligence and fear of pain while alive. Under such slaughter, humans, already food, are on the brink of extinction. Even if they are afraid now, they will still die. The high-ranking leaders immediately responded with a series of strict measures to protect their rations. Thousands of zombies followed in a line, moving forward in search of humans. They lie motionless in a state of unconsciousness and emptiness. The image of humans crawling on the ground can be seen easily in the shops. 200 years have passed, and gradually most people have become accustomed to living as livestock and slaves. In the city, a few individuals remain wearing armor and floating as if observing something. A group of indifferent people chose to carry out the final battle in the ruins. All 3 of Lam Ziluo listened carefully from start to finish. They call themselves the Resistance Army. The main mission line will open after officially joining the Resistance Army. Finally, a message appears on the screen stating that all the necessary information for them to note, and the mission completion deadline is 60 days. Lam Tulak reminisces about the past and ponders deeply. In his previous life, most people assigned to this type would simply give up and leave. Mainly, now Lam Tin can't use guns to fight due to the rules, which is extremely disadvantageous. He also analyzed that in the science and technology type instance, you can borrow scientific techniques to become extraordinarily powerful, but once you leave the instance, everything is gone. Lam Tulak glanced back at the big fool, realizing he couldn't teach the great elemental cultivation method in the technical science dungeon to earn rewards until suddenly a flash of inspiration crossed his mind. He must be really happy to have found a way. But in this life, I already have extra storage space that I can open in the dungeon. What if I put things like external armor types outside? Without waiting any longer, the notification screen appeared, inviting the player to enter quickly. Lam Tulak cheerfully stepped in with the ghost bell and the big fool, excitedly thinking that the enemy was a type of zombie for which he could definitely get a small profit. A multi-dimensional space appears with blinding blue light.
As always, the game notification sounds, congratulating player Nhaise for successfully entering the final slave struggle dungeon.
It also informs them of everything changing inside them. Lam Tulak feels a bit reluctant. Last time it was in the metal room, and this time it's directly in the cell. Too miserable. He was moving towards the door when suddenly an alarm went off. Checking, he saw number 5. 2-3 approaching the fence and immediately backed away, or he would face level 3 punishment. He looked at it with annoyance and said, "Do you have a plan? Or should I come up with an approach?" Lam Tulak's smile was mysterious, and then the corner of his eye turned orange.
Think I have no way out?
The crimson iron prison cells stretch endlessly, side by side, as he observes with unblinking eyes, disbelief in what he sees. How many people are actually here? Lam Tulak is lying relaxed on the bed, eyes closed, thinking about this dungeon mission. Forcibly leaving to resist the main attack line seems impossible now. It's up to the new person who directly entered the boss room. He focused all his strength on thinking, suddenly opening his eyes as if remembering something,
Worried that if he encountered something difficult to handle, he might freeze in fear. A gruff announcement sounded over the loudspeaker.
"Damn it, you pig people still haven't woken up. If you don't gather at the hall on each floor within 10 minutes, every pig on each floor will be turned into sausages." After hearing this, everyone quickly left according to the order. Lam Tulak looked uncomfortable with his current condition. His physical quality was okay, but compared to a zombie, he was just too weak to withstand the wind. People from all sides gathered together, making it easier for him to secretly count. This team is probably no less than 3,000 people. A girl standing on the balcony watched as their group approached. She looked down from above, speaking arrogantly. And upon hearing the voice of the Lord, "You must immediately get off the bed and gather. If you're a little late, you won't see the sun tomorrow." A bunch of bastards. She looked displeased and continued speaking. "Even if the great Lord agrees to spare you, I will still turn you into sausages." Lam Tulak stood aside, unimpressed by that smug look, and thought to himself about the word traitor. Suddenly she changed her attitude, but today there is a very big happy event, so no more unhappy words. The great poison god appears before them at the girl's introduction. "Then I invite the great patrol of the zombie clan, Lord Thidakno, to make a declaration." Seeing him for the first time, Lam Tulak couldn't help but think of Vonderm. He looked over carefully, and his information appeared on the screen. Tier 49 zombie race, the Thidak number. Innate keen sense of smell, significantly increased olfactory ability, basic attributes. Strength 180, spirit 120, physique 190, agility 195. Weakness, due to being responsible for storing food for zombies, resulting in weaker combat power. Lam Tulak's face shows complete disappointment. Even a gold-level item couldn't be obtained. Thidak No Trin Tuang breaks the silence with a comment, "You pigs are truly lucky. In just 1 week, it will be the 200th anniversary of the great ritual of the undead, born in the Star Realm." The zombie minion glances at the leaders, making them involuntarily startle. He, with his large frame, walked down the stairs and said, "To make this ceremony satisfy the higher-ups." The Docno interrupted and approached someone, touching them, and saying, "The meat resource demands us to pick the best and most tender pig." The chosen person, trembling with cold sweat out of fear, was inspected by him, and smugly said, "Take them to the final processing workshop. This is one of the few contributions you can make to the divine clan." The female guard earlier brought him a glass of bright red liquid, which the noble lord just drank eagerly and deliciously. While drinking, the Docno asked for her opinion. Did she make any gestures? She cursed inwardly, "How would I know?" But she still kept a bright smile and desperately pointed out a few names to him. "So this is the pig you think is the best?" The Docno said with a calculating look, then pointed at the bald man and asked, "Daring to play me?" At this moment, she immediately knelt before him, a murderous aura emanating around her, along with a desperate voice begging the Lord for her life. She panicked and quickly came up with a convincing excuse to persuade him. "I was mistaken." She quickly recalled the words of the bald man. "Actually, those 3 are the prison overlords no one dares to challenge. Keeping me around is very useful." She pointed at Lam Tulak and quickly said, "Actually, it's numbers 409, 523, and 573. Each of them is a delicacy I even want to try." At this moment, he realized the trick of the game, his eyes showing determination. The people around him quickly dispersed to avoid getting involved in the trouble. Lam Tulak maintained his composure from start to finish, unafraid and simply waiting to see what they would do next. Then he smiled mysteriously. Someone should be a bit more careful, not just blame me. The doc-nosed pupils widened in admiration. He pats the big fool and smiles contentedly, the meat clearly top quality at a glance, then glances over at the demon doll standing at his feet. The doc? No, upon seeing this, couldn't hold back, and tears of excitement streamed down his shirt. It is truly exquisite. Every drop is the finest essence that the great ones love to consume. Finally, he stared intently at Lam Tulak with a judging gaze. And as for this person, he looks ordinary, so what exactly makes him special? The doc. No stepped closer to examine him carefully, his eyes nearly bursting with excitement, a mix of eagerness and craving rising within him. I've never tasted such a top-tier flavor in my life. Then came the fantasies the doc no envisioned. Once he had this person, he was sure he could earn a great reward, maybe even elevate his status if he could hold back. My stomach is growling so loudly that I can't focus anymore. I run while shouting, "Get away from me, all of you! Wait over there!" Thai Doc No looked gloomy, constantly thinking about Lam Tulak, and if he got any closer, he wouldn't be able to resist his bloodthirsty instincts. Lam Tulak saw his suffering, and a smile appeared on his face. Get any closer, and I won't be able to hold back. I'll help you attack. From afar, he watched as he handed something to the female guard and whispered something mysterious into her ear, making others worry. Her expression was completely different from before, smiling as she told Lam Tulak, "Respected Lord 523, this is a gift prepared by Lord Thidok No for you." He didn't hesitate, and immediately opened those thick books, secretly thinking they wanted to raise him like a 5-star wag cow. The female guard reluctantly spoke the words she had just been instructed. Master Thai Doc No said, "As long as you keep a good mood, the meat will become even more delicious." From afar, he also cast a heartfelt gaze toward him. Lam Tulak seemed to have come up with a clever plan, his expression cunning and calculating, showing that his mood was very important. He threw the books to the ground without hesitation, crossing his arms in an arrogant manner that made her feel flustered. "Is that all?" Kenvei Ha asked sincerely about his condition. "What about Lord 23? Turi, is there something you're not satisfied with?" Lam Tulak calmly made her request. "I'm bored staying in one place. I want to go for a walk." From the beginning to the end, she was always afraid of offending Thai Doc No, so she quickly replied, "No problem, Lord Thidok. No probably still needs some time to choose the ingredients. Let me take you for a walk." She patiently guided them while he watched closely, and Thidok No misunderstood his intentions and was pleased, thinking that walking more would make him healthier. The guards took turns introducing the amenities and furnishings of the surrounding area. Lam Tulak assessed it all and still considered them zombies among the Star Realm elites who knew how to play. Lam Tulak connected the details and understood how things operated here. It seems this place is the M level of a basic training workshop. After completing the selection, it will be unified and sent to the manufacturing workshop inside the poison demon's mouth. Suddenly, something caught Lam Tulak's eye, making him stop. Tuantu's face lit up with excitement as he eagerly looked around, unable to find his usual shoes. Seeing this, it didn't take any effort at all. Somehow, Lam Zilian saw the zombies of the Thi clan standing in neat rows, guns ready in the room. Kanvenu noticed something unusual about Lam Tulak when she saw him constantly looking towards the corner, and she ran out to stand in front of him. The Lord here can't get any closer, or it will trigger the alarm and make him angry. Hearing this, Lam Tulak pretended not to understand what caused her to panic, thinking that revealing their location now wouldn't be a good idea. Seeing Lam Tulak's displeased expression, she quickly changed the subject to distract him. "The Lord invites you to use the treasure that only high-ranking individuals usually can, hoping to soothe your anger." Hearing that, he got excited, thinking it was good stuff. 20 minutes later, Lam Tulak stood up, stretched her arms high, looking very energetic, and her face appeared much more lively. It's true that the treasure is just a small power. He naively doesn't realize it's because his own attribute is so high that he has resistance to the MAS chair. Thai Doc No, seeing Lam Tulak quite satisfied, asked, "Number 523, the entertainment device here isn't bad, right?" He simply replied coldly. He grinned wickedly, saying, "It's really nothing special." The Doc No announced sternly to everyone, "Wait until the final workshop, then we'll distribute high-quality female humans for your reproduction. Your ancestors really enjoyed this process." They listened eagerly with bright eyes, and of course the one Thai Doc No wanted to target the most was Lam Tulak, so he continued speaking. "Especially you, all high-quality female humans." He widened his eyes with anticipation but kept sneering inside. "All the good breeds and well-raised ones are already in your hands. If it's that terrifying, then I'll cooperate a little." He immediately ordered the female guard. "The person I chose is already done. Go back and give the number slip to the manager." She didn't dare delay in replying.
I understand now. Master Truk is riding the wave and surely will be promoted and prospering. Once everything is done, everyone will follow behind the Doc Gnome. The elevator suddenly announced as he approached, and the 6th-level zombie of the toxic demon went into the elevator. Inside, the space was truly very spacious, with even plenty of room left over. Tidik No looked surprised and turned to the person beside him. How come you've already finished filtering so quickly? That guy replied in a harsh tone. The 19th floor has nothing suitable at all. What else can I do? The excited look on his face continued as he said, My Emperor of Death is a top-tier masterpiece. I can't even imagine how resilient he is. Theodoc? No snorted softly and, after hearing him speak, said, This is my spoils of war. Don't even think about it. That guy's face suddenly darkened, a murderous aura emanating from him. His greedy expression was truly terrifying. Does it mean you're still hiding treasures and not telling your brothers? Thissi. Doc. No secretly thought to himself, how could such a treasure be something you could know about? He observes Lam Tu Lak and continues to mock that guy. You're so big, yet you act like you don't see. Finally, they reached the floor where the elevator doors automatically opened, and Theodoc No led the way out. Lam Tu Lak sensed that something was not ordinary. You're really a zombie. Be careful. It's a pity you met me. I used the blood-red chi spirit to observe. In front of the elevator, there are zombies guarding with weapons in hand. Lam Tilak observes carefully, thinking these are probably the most basic zombie soldiers. Suddenly something caught his attention, making him look up. Above, zombies were rushing forward quickly, causing Lam Tu Lak to wonder. Looks like they've already taken some action. The Doc. No orders. You guys get on the vehicle yourselves. The outcome of fleeing probably doesn't need much talking from me. The pig people. After hearing that, Lam Tu Lak's eyes flickered with scheming, and as he was walking, he suddenly got stopped. Now you have truly caught their attention. Theodoc. No quickly says, Number 523, come out and follow me to meet the Chief Logistics Officer. He will give you a better environment. Lord Thi Quang, I have discovered a top-tier material to report to you. Lam Tu Lak couldn't help but be surprised. Is this the outer core armor of the Royal Star Realm? The transport officer of the Thi Quang supply team slowly stepped down from the vehicle, using his nose to sniff with all his might and detect something. Thi Quang lunged straight at Lam Tu Lak's face and firmly said, You are mine. Thi Quang enthusiastically admired his long, saliva-covered tongue. You smell amazing, my perfect human. Lam Zi Lu quickly stepped back, feeling very angry inside. Is your tongue flicking serious? Thi Quang turned back to warn his subordinates. Don't tell anyone about this, or I won't spare you. There is a truth in the zombie world that following the law of the jungle and internal fights are secretly allowed. Then he whispered to Theodoc, No. I'll reward you after this, but now put it in the back of the car. Hurry and follow me to leave immediately. Theodoc No looks worried, hesitating to say something. Then he gathers his courage and speaks, while the team is choosing supplies. Thi Quang, provoked, suddenly struck him hard in the face. Theodoc No's head kept hitting the ground as he begged and pleaded. He turned to the group on the other side and irritably ordered them to get on the vehicle and leave immediately, no questions asked. With a gritted voice, he ordered Lam Tu Lak number 523 to immediately get into the car ahead. His face was beaming with a teasing smile in defiance. You looked pathetic earlier, but now you really look handsome. The Doc. No was so angry he couldn't say a word. Suddenly, something strange caught Lam Tu Lak's eye. He stared intently at the driver next to him, wondering if the people of the celestial realm had really become like this. The Quang at the back ordered to start immediately. The cars quickly formed a convoy and sped away. Someone observing from afar said, The captain doesn't seem right. They're already starting to withdraw the wide area team. The captain also felt puzzled and asked back, Should we depart now? It was clear that many vehicles were still missing, and after observing for a while, he saw that the situation seemed unstable, so the captain immediately sent someone to contact the outer squad to report the situation. He also noticed a suspicious sign. There is a heavily guarded vehicle, probably of great importance. It seems they have detected a genius with exceptional talent. The two of them happily discuss. So, doesn't that mean his mech suit has a very high adaptability? That's right. It seems our actions this time are very likely to be worth the trip. The other side suddenly asked over the phone, Preemptive strike? The team leader confirmed that the time is earlier, but the location remains unchanged, and the vehicles have already driven quite a distance. Lam Tu Lak's lead car finally reached the gate. He sat in the car feeling anxious, thinking if the resistance army doesn't act, he'll have to go through childbirth. Suddenly, he heard a loud explosion, and a fierce fire suddenly erupted ahead, blocking their way.
Thick smoke billowed with intense heat spreading everywhere. The Kwang quickly kicked open the car door and rushed out. He shouted angrily, "What's going on, damn it?" and then focused his energy, with streams of blue light emanating around him. The Kwang turns towards the fire and acts, releasing a mysterious green energy source. The blinding light suppresses the raging flames. Lam Tu Lak sits in the car without any reaction, wondering who these people learned from to rescue the hostages. It's time to act. Lam Tu Lak drew his powerful sword, and Thi Kwang suddenly realized something that made his face panic. He poured all his strength into a single focused attack, secretly lamenting that he was unaware. Thi Kwang immediately unleashed a powerful energy from his palm, radiating a blue light. He muttered while unleashing his power, catching up just in time. "Luckily, I have my mechanical retreat skill." He laughed triumphantly and shouted, "So it turns out I was the target, but too bad you're no match for me." Suddenly he froze, showing signs of confusion, and Thi Kwang shouted loudly with an indignant tone, "Your people don't speak of Wu Dai." A huge explosion erupted, scattering dust and debris into the air, blurring the entire space, and something was pushed back far away. Lam Tu Lak looks unimpressed, but there's a hint of emotion in his tone. "You scared me for a moment. I thought you were planning to blow me up."
The driver beside him shouted angrily, "You pig of a guy! You hid weapons again! I have to report to the Lord to kill you!"
As he finished speaking, a cold iron sword flashed past his neck. It was Lam Tu Lak who did it. He wiped his sword lightly with a disdainful tone. "You're not ashamed to be a traitor for living off others." At this moment, a group of zombies appears in the basement. The guard is shocked, facing a group of soldiers. Screams fill the sky and end with bodies lying on their backs as a horde of zombies rushes forward. The sound of gunfire mixed with screams creates an incredibly chaotic scene. Where did that zombie come from? The person is holding the large hammer, revealing that it's the big fool. He charges straight at the zombie in front of him. Demon East appeared with a flicker, and the zombie was instantly torn into pieces. The Kwang Ho Khan angrily wondered why there were humans here. Whose voice is that angrily cursing? What are those useless guards at the wall actually doing? Even the signal is blocked. He sneered and said, "You still remember those guys like that? Don't worry, you'll be seeing each other soon." As he spoke, he transformed. Hua Tin Tan appeared amidst the thick fog, offering a reward of 5 million. The Kwang exclaimed in surprise, "Phoenix armor." Lam Tin quietly evaluated as he opened the car door. "Isn't this better than Lam Tin's previous sci-fi movies?" He quietly stepped out of the car, watched the two of them fight. Then it was the young Storm's turn to take the stage. He tilted his head to look at the zombies in front of him, thinking to himself, "If you leave it to me after all, I won't hold back." A flash of light streaked through, destroying the zombies instantly. Hua Tin Than stared in amazement and sighed. Indeed, every genius with top talent possesses special abilities. At that moment, a voice suddenly interrupted his thoughts. The Kwang shouted loudly for Hua Tin Than to fight seriously, but as soon as he finished, he was punched right in the face. He fell flat on the ground, looking utterly miserable. There is a young man using his strength to defeat the zombies. A massive explosion erupts among the zombies, causing chaos. It was Lam Tu Lak who did it, raising his sword high into the sky with a triumphant and cunning expression, using a full-range slash and elemental coordination, his most perfect skill. That felt so satisfying. Lam Tu Lak's eyes were cold as he flicked a few magic symbols with his fingers, and the zombies were instantly destroyed. The Kwang was stunned, his terrifying face covered in sweat as he shouted loudly to the person in front of him. Thi Kwang ordered, "Ignore those miscellaneous people, and quickly kill number 5. 2-3. Thi Hong Leap is the deputy transport officer responsible for the delivery mission, and his combat strength is only second to Thi Kwang. Hearing that, he agreed. A stream of purple light burst out, enveloping the mechanical arm. Thi Hong Li is excited, thinking he might get to taste the finest flavor of this human. Lam Tich looked at him and sneered, thinking, after heating you up, you'll be the one to seek death. At this moment, a system introduction panel briefly appeared in the sky about Thi Hong Leap. Lam Tu Lak looked at the name in front of him, filled with questions. This control panel has an SSS rank probability, and he's only a squad leader. His eyes reveal a kind of blue light, indicating he's analyzing this guy from head to toe. Lam Tu Lak clenched his sword, his mechanical transformations unpredictable, rivaling the 9 Li ring. "You've met the real owner now," Thi Hong Leap shouted disdainfully. "I will give you a corpse, rebel, so your death will have meaning." Lam Tu Lak sneered and asked if they were craving his body, while both sides fought fiercely. But Thi Hong Leap was no match for him, and his weapon was damaged by his sword. He trembled with unwillingness, thinking he would lose. This can't be. How could he have strength comparable to mine? Lam Tulak continued to attack Thi Hong Leap, regardless of what he was thinking, grinding his teeth in fear. At that moment, a warning sound pulled Thi Hong Leap back to reality. Check if the opponent is about to draw their sword and immediately withdraw your strength. Lam Tulak sneers, able to withdraw his power, but unfortunately, you won't be able to fully retract yours. The Takliet double slash was used just as he swung at him, and Thi Hong Leap, startled, looked at the sword emitting that sound, which continued to give warnings, making him suddenly realize something and shout, "It's over!" The Hong Li couldn't react in time and could only helplessly shout. Lam Tulak's handsome face appeared somewhat terrifying as he created a large shield to protect himself from the explosion. Everyone around them stared in shock. Thi Hong Leap was still alive, but he was badly injured, and he gritted his teeth in anger, panting heavily. At this moment, the shield cracks under a force as he creates a sphere in the palm of his hand. Thi Hong Li is stunned, stammering, "What kind of advanced technology is this?" That thing quickly flew toward him, accompanied by Lam Tulak's words, "This is a secret that cannot be revealed." Blinding light covered the entire space, and Thi Hong Liet was beaten to the point of being unable to resist. Lam Tulak jumps up, her eyes unwavering. "Now let me see if you can still predict my moves." He swings his sword towards him, creating a stunning blade that cuts straight into Thi Hong Li. He can't react in time and can only scream. The strike shot out quickly towards him, emitting a fiery orange-red light. The 9-leaf slash carried a tremendous power that stunned him, forcing him to retreat a few steps. After blocking his attack with a shield, he looked at him disdainfully and said, "Is this your full strength?" "It's my turn now. Why am I falling behind?" Lam Tulak calmly replied, "You are not even enough for my full strength." Then he launched those two things forward. They flew in front of Thi Hong Leap, surprising him a bit. Suddenly, the two glowing stone-like objects expanded, creating a magical barrier that prevented him from moving, leaving him only able to shout in anger. Lam Tulak's cold gaze, he raised his sword high, using his old move, the 9-leech thrust. The sword in his hand emitted a beam of light, illuminating the entire space, and mist spread out everywhere from it. The dust and smoke made everyone cough and gasp. At this moment, Thi Hong Leap looked extremely miserable as he created a protective shield around himself against that energy. He trembled, but still loudly asked, "What is the estimated success rate of the analysis to prevent it?" Being struck directly on the head made him scream. The glasses on one eye shattered, causing Thi Hong Leap pain and grinding his teeth as he raised his sword high into the sky with an expressionless face. Lam Tulak's face darkened with a hint of danger. "This is my strongest single target skill. You shouldn't keep dreaming." He swung several strikes at him, but Thi Hong Leap could only helplessly stand behind his shield, which cracked under the overwhelming force. When the shield shattered, that power shot straight toward his face. Thi Hong Li shouted in helplessness. Those around him were both surprised and terrified. Lam Tulak didn't care what they thought and glanced at the control panel to check the items received. He was excited inside, a good omen. The first boss drop above level 50 was a gold-level equipment. Lam Tulak immediately put the items into his mouth, silently thinking that if it was truly a direct rescue of the hostage, these people wouldn't be in such a disadvantageous position. Lam Tulak quickly rushed forward, his condition now poor and his skills on cooldown, so he had to deal with these miscellaneous soldiers first. Seeing the person in front of him, a question appeared in his mind. "Isn't this the deadly poison?" Lam Tulak's handsome face smiled softly, his tone also very gentle. "It's been a while since we last met, so I thought I'd say hello." Then, Lam Tulak swiftly executed a beautiful sword move to end Thidokno's life. His head fell to the ground, still with a look of surprise in his eyes. Lam Tulak greeted him. "Long time no see." Thidokno's soul angrily curses, while Hua Tin Thun, still fighting Thi Quang, shouts loudly, showing his fury. "Damn you humans, aren't you all just pigs?" The Quang throws punches at Hua Tin Thun, but he dodges them all, making him furious and cursing wildly. Hua Tin Thun said, "Now there's no need to fight you head-on, save some energy." Thi Quang sneered, his tone still mocking. "Do you think you can escape? This is the Death City, not your broken base." He kept rambling on, but just as he was about to run away, a flash of light caught his attention, and in front of him was a military vehicle with soldiers. Thi Quanglong shouted in outrage, "This can't be happening. This place is the Death City of these useless fools." The door opens with a click, and a figure steps down lightly, apologetically saying, "Sorry for the inconvenience. A beautiful girl named Wu Namtan appeared, and on the way we encountered a zombie horde that delayed us." Hua Tin Thun softly responds without needing to apologize. "No worries, we still have the upper hand here."
Ngu Nam Tin quickly moved in front of Thi Quang, surrounded by swirling white mist from above and below. Then her body was covered in a sleek black armor. Thi Quang, annoyed, shouted, "What are you all trying to do with a fully armored person here?" Ngu Nam Tin ignored his words and ordered her subordinates to assist, all quickly obeying her command, her cold eyes revealing a hint of hatred. Her hand, covered by a magic circle, transformed into a large, long weapon. At this point, she finally paid attention to him. Ngu Nam Tin replied, "Of course I want to take your life." Ngu Nam Tin swung the whip in her hand toward Thi Quang, the sharp tip quickly flying at him, making him flustered. A loud slap hit Thi Quang, causing his face to twist, and he shouted angrily at them, "You really have some nerve? A pig dare to hit me with a whip!" Hua Tin rushes forward with a punch, but Thi Quang blocks it with his shield, and Long secretly thinks, this is not good. Ngu Nam Tin and Hua Tin stand in front of Thi Quang, both nodding as if they understand each other. Tin delivers a punch to the right, then Nam Tin follows with a left hook, leaving him no time to react. At this moment, she also notices the soldiers beside her, her face filled with surprise. "What's going on? Weren't you told to go and support? Why are you guys going back? The four of you are exhausted because the zombies have all been defeated. There's nothing left to do. So you came back." Hearing this, Thi Quang looked bewildered with his mouth agape. Has all the wealth he accumulated over the years just disappeared like that? Hua Tin and Ngu Nam Tin exchanged a glance and immediately understood what the other was thinking. She activated her power on her whip, which was surrounded by a blue energy stream. Hua Tin quickly unleashed her power, her whip slicing swiftly through the air with great force, while a stream of energy shot out from her palm, and punches and kicks made Thi Quang scream in pain. Both sources of immense energy surged at the same time, leaving him no chance to resist before he fell. Ngu Nam Tin seemed to realize something and looked up in horror. Thi Quang was ruthlessly cut multiple times by someone. It was Lam Tu Lak who attacked. Seeing him, the soldiers immediately complained. "The team leader is him. When we arrived, he had already killed all the zombies over there." Both hesitated for a moment upon hearing that. Hua Tin broke free from the armor. He clasped his hands in thanks to Lam Tu Lak. "You must be the one who was previously imprisoned in the truck behind, right?" He turned to introduce him to Wu Nanking with admiration in his voice. "This is the high-level genius I mentioned in my intelligence report. You managed to kill the Crimson Hunter all by yourself." She hesitated and asked, not quite believing, "You did it alone? Killing Thi Hong Lim is nothing worth mentioning. On the surface it seems that way, but deep down it says everything. Now I just have to pretend a little, or else how can they respect me?" Ngu Nam Tin, nghe anh nói như thế do là Diệu hiền nhiên, trong lòng cũng dạ cảm thấy khâm phục. Dù là mình thì cũng cần cố gắng mới giết ruột Thi Hồng Liệp, but his words are not worth mentioning. She turned to Hua Tin and said, "He really is worth us acting early, meaning so many people have already died." Hua Tin still wants to discuss with Lam Tu Lak. This brother has many things to say outside. This is not a good place to talk. We still have many missions to complete. Lam Tu Lak nodded in agreement, ignoring the chatter behind him. Hua Tin asked if he wanted to join them. Lam Tu Lak paused upon hearing the request. He glanced at them, smiled faintly, and said, "Everyone is human. Humans should stand together." Behind him were Demon Bell and Big Fool. "Of course I will join everyone, but I have two brothers with me. The more people there are, the greater the strength when joining together." The system panel glowed red and appeared before him, congratulating him on joining the resistance army. Lam Tu Lak sighed, "This main mission is quite simple. Just go directly to the target." A series of notifications and tasks appeared on the control panel. Lam Tu Lak wondered to himself when the first mission would finally begin. Hua Tin broke the silence with a command. "Brothers, wait a moment, and then we'll go destroy their energy base." He clenched his fist and turned to dust. Lam Tu Lak just smiled faintly without replying. Hua Tin sternly ordered his subordinates, Squad 3, to take the elevator to the control room on the 3rd floor. Xiao Bei is in charge of opening all the prison doors and broadcasting the situation to all our people. Squad 1 and 2 are responsible for cleaning the battlefield and searching for more energy vehicles. Squad 4 heads to the energy storage room on the 20th floor to handle the emergency. With that, Hua Tin glances at Lam Tu Lak and his team. He looked at them affectionately, thinking to himself that since he was born until now, they either worked hard or were slaves to the zombies. Or maybe they should rest first. Hua Tin was moved, tears streaming down as he sighed. 200 years have passed, and humans have become accustomed to being kept captive. But there are still heroes who rise up to fight against fate. For example, the three of you. Hearing him say that, Lin Sulak thought to himself, but among the three of us, only I am human.
In the dark corridor, a group of people gathered and moved forward. Hua Tin Than stood facing them, explaining the brutal truth. His face lowered with compassion and said, "They enslave people and commit crimes so heinous that Truk Nam Son cannot even record all their sins." Hua Tin Than clenched his trembling hands as if suppressing his anger. "Today, our entire team is united in action to eradicate the zombies in the 9th City ruins and to save everyone. I am Hua Tin Than, and this is Nu Nam Tin. We are both captains of the resistance squad." He asked softly, "I don't know how I should address you." Lam Tu Lak shook hands with him, calmly introducing himself. "I only have a code name, but for now, you can call me Lam Tu Lak." After hearing him introduce his name, Wu Nan Tin praised him with a smile, and Hua Tin Than happily placed a hand on his shoulder, looking excited. "Then I will call you Brother Lam, since you have just been liberated. If you have any questions about the situation, we will clarify them for you." Lam Tu Lak, hearing that, asked without hesitation, "How many zombie overseers are there in this area, and what is the strength of our human forces?" After hearing the question, Hua Tin Than and Ngu Nam Tin looked at each other with concern, unsure how to respond. He looked dejected and told him, "I won't hide it from you, our city is also a territory controlled by the zombies." He began to recount the old stories. That year, our spaceship crashed on Vuong Tin, and the impact from the fall directly destroyed 2/3 of the continent. Hua Tin Than recounted what the zombies had done, with 1/3 of the area already under their control. The zombies built the Imperial Palace in the center and surrounded it with 10 ceremonial towers numbered in order, and he continued explaining to Lam Tzu Lak about their purpose. Hua Tin Tun expressed the hardships he and his comrades faced before. After hearing everything he recounted, Lam Zi Liao stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Because the Imperial City is about to hold a grand celebration for the 200th anniversary of the Death Clan's founding, causing their high-level warriors to disperse into the 10 cities to collect tributes." Lam Tu Lak furrowed his brows, thinking that even if people are united, they are just choosing to seize the opportunity to sneak into the 2 cities. The distance is obvious at a glance. Seeing him like that, Wu Nantin forced a smile and said, "But there's no need to rush. Isn't it true that we already launched our operation this time?" Lam Tu Lak chuckled softly and shared his opinion. "I have a feeling the captain of the 5 teams is about to change." At this moment, a soldier approached to report to Hua Tin Than. "The team leader's security measures for all floors have been activated, but most people have no intention of resisting. They just hide in their cells and refuse to come out." Hearing this, "Yes. Hua Tin Than, with a serious expression, ordered the team to disband. The military vehicles move one after another, and his calm voice continues to sound steadily. This time, after tearing through the zombies, these volunteer warriors are our best reserve personnel." Nung Nam Tin's worried face asked, "So we don't need to care about those who refuse to follow us?" Lam Tu Lak, not looking at them, resting his chin on his hand and staring out the window, still said to blow up the energy source base, thinking to himself annoyed, "In the apocalypse, don't act like a saint." The zombies lie scattered on the ground among a pile of debris. Inside the car, the 5 men are driving while Hua Tin Than sits beside them. Suddenly, she stomps on the accelerator and speeds forward. "Our attack plan this time is very clear. Each team has its own assigned task." Lam Tu Lak wondered, "What exactly is the energy source facility I am in charge of?" Hua Tin Than quickly explained, "Whether it's laser weapon power or exoskeleton core, they all need the energy block they produce to operate." Lam Tu Lak speculated that keeping a small part could serve as a hidden reserve energy source. According to Hua Tin Than, once the energy source facilities of City 9 and City 10 are destroyed, the zombicide's energy output would decrease by 30 to 40%. So this is the biggest gain from Hua Tin Than's operation this time, Lam Tu Lak thought to himself. So it seems that energy block can be compared to Lam Tin's oil as a strategic resource. At that moment, the system suddenly appeared in front of Lam Tu Lak, who was checking and saw that the host was about to participate in destroying the energy source facility and specifically issued a mission. Then the system began to explain the mission, catching him by surprise. Last time it was about changing randomly to gear, and this time it's no longer surprising that they've fixed this again. As long as there's a reward, Lam Tu Lak can do anything, and any piece of equipment from the ultimate elemental gear is absolutely more valuable than the broken gold-grade gear ripped from Thai Hong Leap. While Lam Tu Lak was thinking, Hua Tin Than spoke up. "Lam, brother, get ready to go. We're almost there." He wondered if you needed to use a regular laser weapon. Lam Tu Lak looked at the sword beside him and smiled. "No need. I have this." Hoa Tin Than was stunned because someone refused a laser weapon just to use a sword. He trembled secretly as he remembered that this long sword must be the legendary external core of a mech, something you can't ask for and can't meet. Now that they had arrived, Ngu Nam Tin decisively pressed the brake. They stood in front of a large wall, silently pondering and unable to see inside. At this moment, a member from behind approached and said, "Sister Wu Anhua, the team leader asked me to wait here and report the situation to everyone." Wu Nangxing was confused and unsure what this unexpected situation was. The other member explained that they had underestimated the zombies' firepower, so their energy was not fully used. Ngu Nam Tin angrily shouted, "Why haven't we sealed the city wall yet? Are we waiting for reinforcements so the Imperial City can come and trap us all? Captain Tian has no other choice but to ask me to wait here for everyone." Ngu Nam Tin frowned, feeling truly helpless. Behind Lam Tulak, he cleared his throat a few times as if trying to say something. He intended to send his people in, but secretly thought, "Don't delay me from completing my mission." Hearing this, Wu Nanking yelled furiously at Lam Tieluo, "Can you sneak in ignoring the warning without knowing your limits?" He confidently asserted his abilities, making Wu Nanting's face turn dark. Then she pointed to the sky, stammering, controlling the central control room. As for Hoa Tin Than, he still doubts Lam Tulak's abilities and seriously demands the location. While Ngu Nam Tin questions, "Can your people get in?" Lam Tulak smugly said, "My people are already inside." Only then did they realize that the demon bell had entered long ago without their knowledge. "So now can you tell me the location of the control room?" The other member that said they knew everything very well. Seeing that, Hoa Tin Than gestured for the person to go and get the stuff immediately. At that moment, Lam Tulak wanted to return to the car. Nam Tin was worried. How did that boy disappear so mysteriously? Hoa Tin Than placed a hand on her shoulder and comforted her. She shook her head and stood at attention. "It was my mistake, but we also need to prepare for the front line first." He takes it and examines it. "It's best not to let the cleaning staff come. I need absolute silence." Then Maya Lam Zilian stared intently at the drawing for a while, closed his eyes, and thought to himself, "Watch carefully, everyone-ish. There is a mysterious shadow lurking beneath my shadow." So that was Demon Tong holding the Thunder Flower. After equipping the skill, he effortlessly jumped through the wall as if passing through water. He sped forward like a gust of wind, preventing the guard from noticing. Kui Dong quickly slipped into a hidden corner. His eyes suddenly lit up, realizing that Lam Tulak was trying to connect with Kui Dong's body. Lam Tulak was still unfamiliar with this new body since it was his first time. Before he could think, he directed the demon spirit to run elsewhere, then made it hide against the wall when a guard approached. He rushed to the door like a gust of wind. The many small-bodied ghost soldiers here made it easy to avoid detection. The goblin quickly hid in the shadows of the guards. Luckily, with so many guards around, it kept shifting its shadow back and forth. Finally, the little demon managed to reach the cave entrance, and luckily, the soldiers were distracted by the battle at the main gate and didn't notice Kui Dong's infiltration. Lam Tulak continues to control the zombie's body to open the ventilation duct. He ignores the small duct, and finally the zombie reaches another tunnel through a different passage. He clasped his hands together and used a spell to make himself invisible. Demon Dong closed his eyes and seemed to see through the entire map to reach the control room. But when he entered a room filled with laser beams to detect humans, luckily the ghostly body was a zombie, so it wasn't detected either. Lam Tulak felt that even in his past life, he couldn't do what the zombie doll did. At last, he had arrived. Lam Tulak, through the zombie companion, detected a zombie sitting in front of a computer screen in the room. The screen displayed the words, "Everything is operating normally." A zombie casually thought nothing would go wrong, and the other replied, "This place has been running smoothly for over 10 years without any issues. How could something happen today?" A zombie sitting in front of the computer screen is ranting. Today is different from the past. Even pigs dare to attack the energy source base. We must stay alert. While that zombie kept rambling on, General Thihai arranging us here shows he values us. Why aren't you guys paying attention to me? But this time, the zombie's words went unanswered. Suddenly, Kui Dong appeared from behind, pressing a knife to the zombie's neck, causing the zombie to panic and try to press the alarm button. But before he could, Kui Dong's knife decapitated him. At this moment, Kui Dong quickly puts on his gloves, then kicks the zombie off the chair decisively. Next, Kui Dong sits down and types skillfully. Lam Tulak suddenly opened his eyes wide in confusion, then wrote something on the drawing he was holding. He got off the vehicle, handed the drawing to a team member, and told him to find someone who knew how to operate the equipment. Then he also announced the preparation for a breakthrough. Long silently lamented that he was truly clueless about these high-tech equipment. The team member spoke, saying,
"It's been only 10 minutes since I gave you the design drawing, and Lam Tulak cut him off and told him to go immediately."
Soon after, another person arrived with Hua Tin Than and Ngu Nam Tin.
Lam Tulak immediately handed over the drawing and asked, "Does the control panel look like this?"
He took the drawing and was delighted. This is indeed the control panel. The person quickly marked the different control buttons on the panel. At this moment, Hua Tin Than suspected that Lam Tulak had been infected with zombie poison. Otherwise, how could he have such a psychic connection? He feels a bit guilty. It's finally here. "Senior brother, did you notice something strange?" He waved his hand and explained, "What do you mean, spiritual connection? It's just an inner dialogue with them." Hua Tin Tun explained himself, especially why Lam Tulak has his abilities, as being the chosen one. He smiled softly and asked him, "How do you finally justify your judgments about my abilities? Hurry up and let me find a way out." Hua Tin Thin begins to recount. After the virus container is compromised, everyone will be infected, mostly turning into zombies, with a few becoming new humans. Each person's body undergoes changes, gaining some special and illogical abilities, especially the chosen heir, who can also earn recognition from the top-tier external core armor. Hua Tin Tun pointed at Lam Tulak's sword as an example, then picked it up to examine it, thinking to himself that it was so fitting that even he believed the 9 Lishi ring was quite suitable for the external core of the mechanical armor. At this moment, the team members finished their drawings and handed them to Lam Tulak to review. He took them and quickly communicated with his friend through telepathy. Hua Tin Tun and Ngu Nam Tin said together, "Wait until we finish transferring the armor." Lam Tulak is excited about the armor suit and would definitely want to take it if given the chance. Once they finish transferring the suit, Lam Tulak also closes his eyes. After opening it, Lam Tulak had taken control of the demon's consciousness. As all the sensing and high-voltage electrical systems were shut down, Hua Tin Than and Ngu Nam Ten immediately acted. In the blink of an eye, they had climbed over the towering wall, while the demon clone was still being controlled skillfully by Lam Ziliao. All cameras, energy storage warehouses, armories, dormitories, and staff were all shut down under Lam Ziliao's control. He closed the car door and quickly jumped over the wall, thinking to himself, "It's finally time to close the door and deal with the dog." Thai Hai sat in front of the model, deep in thought, then loudly ordered his subordinate nearby, "Hurry up and get the energy source I placed in my warehouse." Thai Hai turned to the left subordinate and ordered, "Release it and then attack without hesitation. No need to ask me." He secretly considered that now it's a matter of dying without witnesses, leaving the trouble to the humans. The subordinate seemed to notice something and quickly reported. It seems the 2 human generals have retreated, and hearing this, he couldn't help but be startled. The Hai pondered deeply, so how should I settle this account? The system is constantly warning of danger now, and he keeps staring at the energy cage's warning panel as it closes silently. Thai Hai observes everything, and wonders if this situation with the wall means our protective measures have been turned off. "My lord, something's wrong. The defense system has been shut down." I immediately shouted, "What's going on, Thivan Hai?" Thai Hai dùng dậy gầm lên. Những luật thế này lại tắt hệ thống phòng ngữ lũ vô dụng. Quỷ dông hiện tại ngồi trong phòng mày xung quanh la mau thịt vung vai. The subordinate tremblingly reports to the corpse that the energy source warehouse has been sealed off, and many of our people are trapped inside. Now the energy block cannot be transported. He anxiously looked at the increasingly hopeless situation and muttered, "The central control room must have fallen."
But the Hai won't allow everything to be destroyed. So he quickly ordered clearly, "Thibak, hold this position. I will return to help protect the energy source facility."
I've arranged so many guards, how did I manage to sneak in? He's currently unable to stop wondering. A zombie here has discovered Lam Tulak sneaking in and shouted loudly, "An intruder ahead." He secretly despised him for coming alone without a mech. Lam Tulak easily dodged and blocked the shot. He quickly rushed forward, slashing with his sword a few times to bring down the zombie. Wu Nankang nervously said, "I see the energy source generator right in front of us." Lam Tulak looked at it and replied casually, "I know. The demon spirit over here is frantically typing because Lam Tulak is controlling his consciousness." Their group quickly advanced for a while, then the zombies appeared to block their path. They all shouted, "Kill," at once, followed by a barrage of bullets fired towards them. After a moment, black blood oozed out, and the corpse collapsed at her feet. Lam Tulak stood in front of a complex system and asked, "So, this is the energy source generator?" Hoa Tin Thun furrowed his brow and slowly took out the blue cube. You immediately wondered what material this energy-generating device used. Old Master Hoa, what kind of material does this energy source device use? Why can't I see it? He turned back and explained slowly. As long as you insert something that can generate energy into this device and extract it, You can obtain the purest energy source. Lam Tulak looked at the system and calculated. His storage space should be able to hold it.
So, isn't it like carrying a nuclear power plant with you?
After thinking for a moment, he turned to ask him, "That's not right, old Hoa. If that's the case, why not just transfer this device directly to us for use?" However, the Huang City has a factory that produces these, so before armor is installed, it should be possible to transfer it. He secretly rejoiced in his heart because an infinite energy source was about to be available. A subordinate entered to report that all bombs had been installed and would explode at 3:30 p.m. He nervously announced that we only have 30 minutes left before we retreat. As everyone was leaving, Lam Tulak placed something into those cubes to make her trip here worthwhile. In the corridor, corpses are scattered everywhere, black blood flowing and pooling on the floor. Suddenly, they stop in their tracks. He glances carefully and silently confirms there's an ambush. Gu Nam Tin wondered and turned to ask Hua Tin Than, "How do you know that?" He slowly explained to her that these zombies' laser guns are missing 3 units. Nam Tin immediately grew worried when he heard that. Lam Tulak glanced at Tin Than and secretly admired him, not expecting his observation and memory skills to be quite good, but still missing something. His face slightly tilted to the right, his elbow angle widened, indicating this place was once handled by humans and is being restored. He observes the surroundings and analyzes carefully. A voice from somewhere not far away rang out. "I really didn't expect it. Just a few more weapons exposed. No wonder he's the man recognized by the mechanical armor." Thi Hai and a group of zombies are walking together. The subordinate whispers to Tulak that Brother Lam Thi Hai is one of the 12 Grand Generals of the zombie army and also the manager of the 9th city and this facility. Hearing the words general, he became a bit confused. He explained more simply, basically saying that zombies with full suits of armor are among the strongest defenders of the 11 castles. Lam Tulak quickly found Thi Hai to be quite interesting. He calmly listened as the spirit flower explained the differences in knowledge, physicality between humans and zombies. Last time, the 3 squad leaders with new mechs fought evenly against a zombie general, so be careful.
The zombies suddenly attacked forward, accompanied by a burst of green light, and everyone quickly scattered to dodge the laser.
Ngu Nam Tin gently lands in a corridor, surveys her surroundings, then curses silently. This is the only way out,
And there are only about 10 minutes left. How can I get out of this damn place? The zombies keep aiming their guns at others and firing non-stop, but they won't last long before collapsing.
Private, who was fighting the zombie and trying to dodge the continuous attacks of the corpse, lost his footing. Hua Tin Than Huan shouted in panic, "Xiao Feng, Xiao Yang!"
Thi Hai laughed loudly in satisfaction and sneered at him. "If killing your 2 subordinates made you so angry, you attacked my energy source facility, you should know my rage." He quickly found Lam Tulak fighting over there.
He didn't hesitate to jump in for a direct fight, and An Chan asked Thi Hai, "Why not fight him? Do you want to fight me instead?" Wu Nantin had already wrapped a rope around Thi Hai's leg. She forcefully yanks him down, causing him to fall flat on his face. Hua Tin Than loudly orders, "If we can't go, then we can't go. If we hold them back, our lives are also worth it." Lam Tulak walks up from behind, hearing this but saying nothing, only keeping it to himself. "Big brother, if you don't want to live, I still want to survive." He frowns and advises the others, "If there's a chance, let's quickly deal with Thi Hai so we can get out." Hua Tin Tun Ten looked at Lam Tulak with a judging gaze. After spending over 10 minutes dealing with a general-level zombie, he started to have hallucinations. Suddenly, a subordinate rushed over to report that something was wrong. The zombies had appeared on the other side of the corridor. Lam Tulak immediately rushed forward without a moment's hesitation, but he still remembered to tell them not to be afraid, to retreat on one side and fight on the other. The others were a bit stunned to see Tulak leave and still try to persuade them like that. At this moment, Tang Thi's claws pounced, and Thai Hai frantically tore a living young man in half. Immediately, Hua Tin Tun and Gu Nam Tin launched their attack, helping Tulak to escape easily. He didn't just run away, but also fought against the zombie bullets being fired. After a while, the scene here is desolate, with zombie corpses and bodies scattered everywhere. Only 3 people, Lam Tulak, standing silently and watching. The place where Kuidong is being controlled by Lam Tulak and is ordered to open the big door. He walks over and throws a box to Ngu Nam Tin, then reminds her, "You must use your vine to tie him up. That's our only chance." Ngu Nam Tin immediately notices something unusual, raising her thorny vine and swinging it forcefully at Thai Hai, causing a huge impact that sparks. Thi Hai immediately had his arm wrapped by her thorny rope. Then Wu Nan Tin leapt high, swinging her thorny whip fiercely, causing blood to splatter everywhere. At this moment, Lam Zilian also raised her sword and looked at Wu Nantin, speaking loudly. Sister Wu persists for a while, trying to control the corpse that has exhausted her. Both Wu Namtin and Lam Tilak are still doing their best to defeat this corpse. Suddenly, a swift step approached and leapt high, delivering a powerful punch to his stomach. Thi Hai looked down and saw Hua Tin Than had just punched him, clenching his teeth in furious anger. He was also unafraid, only turning back to give him a sharp look before forcefully kicking his leg toward him. But something seemed to confuse him as he looked at the corpse. Lam Tulak saw all these scenes and found it hard to hold back his laughter, realizing that Hua Tin Than's punch and kick had no real effect on the corpse at all. Then Lam Tulak immediately returned to a serious state and quietly ordered the demon bell to close the door. Wu Nan Ting also looked in that direction. The Corpse King half smiled and said, "Do you want to run?" As soon as he finished, 2 horns behind him shot out and blocked the door to prevent it from closing. 2 horns with sharp thorns forming a cross stabbed into the ground. Then they continuously shot glowing spines toward Wu Nan King and Lam Tilu. She looked tense and shielded her face with her hand, while he gently spun his sword into a circle, creating a vortex to defend against the spines. Hua Tin Tun, observing the scene, deduces that now the only option for the Duong family is to kill him. Both Ngu Nam Tin and Hua Tin Tun heard this and grew tense, silently determined. The corpse surrounded by the 3 of them sneered and said, "You only have 2 of you and a kid, and you don't even have a mech." He paused for a moment, then turned back to the one speaking to him. "So fragrant, but unfortunately you won't be served at the Emperor's table." At this moment in front of him is the control panel of the mech corpse's system. After reading it, he nervously thought that with this innate attribute, if it weren't for the golden hand, he wouldn't even be able to see it. He must win quickly. Lam Tulak analyzed that he is only level 43 now, and this dungeon, with just 1 general, is already 5 or 6 levels apart, so he concluded that quick and decisive attack is the best strategy. Then Tulak immediately gave instructions to the other 2. Lão Lao cầm vũ khi chen tay lao về phía tên Thi Hai, nói, tôi cần chiến giữ trận. Thi Hai immediately raised his sword to block his chest in defense, with a dark and fierce gaze, saying, "You don't know your limits." He looked at his opponent's sword thoughtfully. "This sword is too long. If I fight recklessly, I will definitely be cut first." Before Tulak could get a grip on the sword, the corpse's blade stopped right before his neck. But before he could act, a blue aura surrounded and controlled it, leaving Thi Hai panicked and terrified. "This is bad. Pull back first." Lam Tulak immediately takes the opportunity to swing a powerful sword strike at him. The sword crackled with bright golden lightning bolts that continuously struck him, causing the corpse to scream in pain in mid-air. Hua Tin Tun seizes the opportunity and immediately launches an attack at Thi Hai. He just endured a powerful strike from Lam Ziliao, and, before he could recover, saw the attack heading straight for him. All 3 of them stopped to observe the corpse. After enduring a series of relentless attacks, he finally realized that he was a human who knew how to use the element of luck, which I didn't sense. Lam Tulak looked at the wounds he had inflicted on him, pondering deeply. Despite his incredible defense, he did not rely solely on brute strength to fight. He then looked directly into his eyes and concluded that his fighting style was similar to his own. Suddenly, something flashed by, catching Tulak's attention. It turns out the corpse is frantically shouting and charging forward. He suddenly stops and observes the 5 celestial beings blocking his path. The corpse immediately used a motion similar to a powerful strike to the nose and slammed it down onto the ground. Lam Tulak instantly ran towards Thi Hai, shouting loudly with the wind element boosting his speed. Then he raised his giant sword and slashed fiercely at his body. Lam Tulak's eyes flashed brightly as he lifted the sword and charged straight at the corpse. Then he gathered all his strength and prepared behind him. Immediately, Tulak swung his sword fiercely at him, causing parts of his back to fall out and scatter everywhere. At this moment, a sharp bone spike is also flying toward him. He casually catches it with a smug look, lucky to have fallen into the trap and die. The remaining bone spike on Thi Hai's body quickly shot toward Tulak. His cold eyes used his shield to block the attack, making him panic and wonder why this shield suddenly couldn't break. And at that moment, he also firmly grasped his sword, focusing on him. Then Tulak shouted loudly, "Ninela slash," cutting off the bone spike heading toward him. Thi Hai roared in anger, while he happily thought to himself, "If you have a tough turtle shell, then I will break all your bone spikes so you become a legless turtle." At this moment, Thi Hai suddenly realizes something is wrong. Lam Tulak suddenly releases the bone spike he was holding tightly, then jumps back to his position alongside his teammates. Lam Tulak looked at him and spoke to Hua Tin Thun and Ngu Nam Tin. knowing that even a single bone spur could not change the situation. Now, let's begin attacking Thihai's turtle shell. Hua Tingtan also said that as long as they could hold off Thihai, he would burn him down. Hearing this, Wu Nantin immediately agreed. The corpse's name still arrogantly spoke.
You are the ones in a hurry. I just need to wait and see. Wait for your mechs to run out of energy.
Tulak raised his sword in an attack stance, thinking to himself, preventing losses right in front of me is impossible. Gu Nam Tin looked at Thihai with surprise, noticing a small square protrusion on his abdomen. He held the square block in his hand, and Lam Tulak was immediately drawn to it because of its system-provided effects. Immediately, he creates a space portal, and sharp spikes begin to emerge for attack. Just as Thihai's bone whirlwind heads toward him, the spikes also fly in. This collision causes a massive explosion in the sky, making him wonder how this guy knows how to counter his bone bombardment explosion. Suddenly, the area around him and him is enveloped in a thick fog of bones. Seeing this, he immediately thought of a fog machine. Thihai suddenly became fierce and looked down on this trick. He smirked confidently and activated the infrared scanning function, causing the smoke to gradually blow away from him. Tulak still watched the scene in front of him intently, glanced at the smoke drifting toward him, and quietly smiled. Immediately, he soared into the air. At this moment, a yellow-green tornado appeared at the foot of the corpse, and at the same time, Wu Nantin's wire whip struck fiercely at him. Thihai immediately tried to dodge but was held back by the lightning beneath his feet. He trembled as he looked at them. It's over. I'm afraid they have a weapon designed for brute force, but the pulling force of these whirlwinds isn't very strong. I found a breakthrough. After a moment of contemplation, he finally found a way out, but before he could rejoice, the corpse suddenly collapsed backward, falling into the smoky pit filled with blue lightning that made him tense. How can this place be empty? Lindsay Lei looked at him with a smug expression. I had already effectively used the fog to block your vision and set up 2 traps with water flow and lightning behind you. Then, a burst of intense flame was immediately shot out by the Phoenix Flame, rushing straight at Thihai, causing him to be thrown back in pain. He quickly raised his hand to his chest, angrily thinking, I can't lose to you pigs, and then he shot a small spike towards Hua Tin Than. That small spike immediately blocked the Phoenix Fire, surprising him greatly. As the fire was blocked, the Phoenix Fire stagnated and swelled up, continuously crying out. Unable to continue, Phoenix Chai officially broke down, causing him to turn pale with worry. Immediately, red auras slowly surrounded him, making Hua Tin Than look nervously and intensely toward Thihai. He is using Huakot Chiwan, and seeing this look in his eyes, Hua Tin Than immediately fell into a state of fear and collapsed to the ground. But right after, Lam Tulak appeared behind him, swinging his sword and charging full forward. Lam Tulak still wielded his magic and swung his sword forcefully into the ground, unleashing an immense power, while he angrily thought, how dare you come close to me and seek death? Thihai, upon seeing his magic display, couldn't help but feel terrified as the magical aura from Tulak's sword grew stronger and stronger. Seeing this, he was filled with fear and shouted mildly, what exactly is going on? He still looked coldly at him, using 9-leaf destruction. Lam Tulak glared at him, thinking your turtle shell armor is also a kind of equipment. The power from his attack gradually transformed Thihai's body, causing it to break apart into pieces. He rushed quickly toward him, gritting his teeth and shouting, I can't die! Seeing he couldn't win, the corpse screamed and begged, I can't die. I'll give you as many corpses as you want. Let me go. Tulak didn't care and immediately replenished his small soul to boost his fighting power. Thihai watched his actions but heard no response and, terrified, continued to humbly beg. I've been greedy for so many years I can definitely satisfy you. After consuming the mini-soul supplement, Lam Tulak cheerfully said, Is this how your national spirit looks without the turtle shell? Then he swung his sword forcefully, creating an overwhelming pressure. Lam Tulak lạnh lùng nhìn tên Thihai rồi lao tới chém một nhát thật mạnh, khiến dầu hắn lìa khỏi cỏ, còn thân thể hắn dẫn chìm trong khối xuống mờ ảo. Ngay sau đó, Lam Tulak nhìn thấy hình ảnh thông báo của hệ thống, chúc mừng nguội chối nhai sẽ giết chuột boss cấp kim cuồng, kèm theo giờ là một loạt vật phẩm. One hand still holding the head of the sea monster, he silently thought, finally killing that damn turtle. Then, through the misty fog, he raised his spoils of war and announced that the sea monster was dead and this place was about to explode, so let's go quickly. Immediately after witnessing the scene before their eyes, the two were extremely surprised by Lam Tulak. This is the first general of the demon race to die in battle against humans since the birth of the demon race. Before he could regain his composure, Hua Tin Than had already grabbed the head of the sea demon. Suddenly, Lam Tu Lak lifted both of them and quickly ordered the ghost bell to open the door before rushing away from the scene. But as he stepped out of the door, he suddenly stopped. It turned out that outside the door, there were countless red beams being aimed at them by a group of people. Tu Lak calmly cast a spell, smirking inwardly, thinking, I can't let you buy more time. Hua Tin Than, realizing this, quickly remembered the top-tier external core armor, and before they could react, he swiftly carried the two others and jumped toward the door. Demon Dong passes through the barrier wall and looks into the empty space ahead. At this moment, the group led by Lin Tsulok is jumping over the wall to escape from it. After landing, he released his grip, causing the two to fall to the ground. Then he, panting, said, Finally, we are out. Just as they escaped, a loud explosion suddenly sounded from where they were. He looked at the scene of smoke and fire before him, thinking to himself that it's no wonder laser bombs require a large amount of stored energy. If there's a chance, he might do a little. Hua Tin Than and Gunam Tin watched the explosion in front of them, so happy they were crying. Hua Tin Than is happy that the corpse is gone. The legend has been passed down since our birth. Tu Lak smiles softly inside, thinking, a legendary level treasure, lucky you didn't see it, or the room would collapse. At this moment in Thi Huang City, Thi Huang clenched his skull-shaped cup, gritting his teeth and angrily saying, Those rats in the sewer actually succeeded. What use are you guys to me? Suddenly, a panicked voice shouted, Your Majesty, something's wrong. He ran quickly to report that General Thi Hai's mech-bone communication pearl had been broken. King of Hell couldn't believe it and shouted, What is going on? Why? He clenched his teeth in his heart, thinking to himself, my most loyal general. Furious, he clenched his fist so hard that the skull cup in his hand shattered into pieces. Then Thi Huang stood up and shouted loudly, I will make these pigs pay with their blood and hunt them down to the death immediately. The subordinates below also shouted in unison upon hearing the command. The convoy of carriages rejoined and headed back, with the black carriage that looked different being Lam Tu Lak. Uncle Bang clasped his hands together and thanked him, saying, Thanks to our little brother Lam, we completed the mission and even managed to kill Thi Hai. Lam Tu Lak only regrets that time was too rushed, otherwise they could have relaxed a bit more. Bang Shu nodded and said, Don't worry, this time you'll definitely be rewarded for your great contribution. Meanwhile, Hua Tin Than kept praising Lam Tu Lak. Brother Lam not only mastered all kinds of supernatural powers, but also had a rare core physique for Mika, and possessed wings that could fly. His words made Lam Tu Lak feel a bit embarrassed. Bang Thuk both reminded Hua Tin Than to pay attention to the impact and reached out to take the burial shroud. Uncle Bang plans to take the skull back to boost morale among the people in the company. Lam Tu Lak seemed to want this skull, but the two exoskeleton cores and the remaining Duong Baovat are the real treasures. Looking towards Wu Nan King, he suddenly realized he couldn't keep risking his body against the mech. So he wondered where Hoa Jiwu's complete mech like his had come from. Bang Thuk recalled that moment and said, Actually, all the external core parts, mechs, and complete mechs were obtained from the central spaceship. Lam Tu Lak asked if it was the spaceship that had crashed down. Bang Uncle confirmed it was correct, but in fact only the virus storage compartment was leaking, while other parts were perfect. Inside, there are also extremely advanced scientific and technological products. So does that mean there's nothing valuable left inside? Master Bang immediately retorted with an excited look. How is that possible? There are still more than 50 suits of armor without a master. Hearing this, Lam Tu Lak smiled cunningly. If I take all of those, wouldn't that be a huge achievement? Bang Thuk explained, the mechs are stored inside rooms, and the doors are protected by a layer of power, so to open them, you must pass the test from the mech. There is an aura surrounding each mech suit. If the host meets the criteria, that power will envelop the chosen person. It's like a test to accept the owner, and once chosen, the mech will never change its master. This is quite difficult, so Lam Tu Lak can only use it herself. Munan King also shared her experience. My initial test was to kill a wild beast in a cage. She recalled how she handled it and said she had kicked its little guy directly to pass the test. Uncle Bang added that the test and the features of the armor are closely related. He recalls the image of the spirit immersed in a sea of flames and says that the phoenix armor of the spirit is modeled after the feeling of being burned for a day and a night. Only after perseverance is it recognized. Lam Tu Lak remembers that he also had to struggle and bleed to succeed. So could there be a test more difficult than the 3 gates of the inheritance? Then Lam Tu Lak asked Bang Thuk to take him to Trung Mat's spaceship to get a suit of armor. But Bang Thuk helplessly said, the spaceship is protected by a heavenly screen barrier that cannot be broken. Lam Tu Lak then asked, so how did you get in? When the barrier of power around Zhongmian was broken, that was when it ran out of energy. Bang Shu said, it will take a month to recover, so it's the best opportunity to go in. Lam Liao pondered deeply about what he had just heard. However, he knew that players entering the dungeon world would definitely be during a major event, so he confidently waited.
After 3 seconds, just as Lam Tulak predicted, Hua Tinthan suddenly announced happily, "Brother Lam is truly lucky. The celestial curtain will close in 2 weeks."
Lam Tulak happily smiled, knowing everything would go smoothly. 3 hours later, the convoy finally arrived at the Yinghia Enterprise. As we go, Uncle Bang explains, "To avoid pursuit, we'll head to the headquarters of Huk Nyut for a few days."
Hearing Lam Tulak's question, "How many headquarters are there for the rebel army?"
Uncle Bang added that the other branch of the rebel army is responsible for attacking the 10th city ruins. Does Lam Tulak think that internal human strength is that resilient? After arriving, he began to look around and observe his surroundings. Lam Tulak then asked Bangthuk for permission to take a walk, and he agreed, warning him not to go too far. Lam Tulak quietly walks into a dark corner. When he's sure no one is around, he takes out the Hai's armor shell and then burns it with the fire element. After a while, the treasure of Yangbao also appeared. Lam Zilak was very curious to see what he would get this time. Lam Tulak looked at the damaged mech and couldn't help but ponder. The mech?
"If you won't let me use it, then I'll use it to recharge the 9-leaf chariot. I can't waste it."
The man takes out a large sword to perform the transformation, and the spirit orb appears in his hand. Immediately after, the spirit orb shot out to absorb the damaged mech. Lam Tulak couldn't help but feel excited. 1 mech equals 1% progress, so I'll take them all to boost Kula Show.
Aren't I supposed to have reached the legendary level? I never had a legendary weapon in my previous life.
A sly smile appears on his face. I may not be able to wear it, but I have to absorb all of you. Tulak sat down to consider opening the treasure chest. Let's see this protective mirror first. I haven't opened it in a while. Give me something good. The system voice announces that Lin Sulak keeps opening many gourds, but perhaps he still hasn't obtained the truly essential item. He quickly found the book inside the sun. Lam Tulak clasped his hands together, unable to help but plead, hoping that it was truly the warrior skill book he desperately needed. He didn't look at it and gently picked it up with a sigh. This book doesn't seem to be a skill book. Immediately after, the system's voice sounded again to remind him. The book turned out to be a diamond-level skill artifact. Seeing that, he couldn't help but feel relieved, but it was actually a more valuable skill-changing book. Lam Tulak began to consider his options, both skills being level 4, so leveling up to diamond level would bring more benefits. He quickly pressed the separate button on the system menu. The reversal. Slash and the thrust slash can both kill small monsters. The double slash has been taken over by the 9 triple slash and turned into a support skill. A long notification panel of features appeared in front of him, and Lam Tulak secretly smiled with pride. Now, cutting 2 swords on the ground can claim 2 seals, so isn't that equivalent to infinite attack power? He smiled blankly as he held a pair of pants in his hand. Not a bad harvest for the final item. Immediately after, its feature was displayed, allowing Lam Zilian to secretly admire 30% damage reduction. Still smiling, he threw the pants in his hand away. Even if it's a shameful outfit, it's fine, since the other parts of the body are all equipped with elemental gear without lacking any essence. Lam Tulak's face lit up with a triumphant smile as he saw the system notification, just as he expected. He immediately began to ponder whether he would finally draw the golden hand or not. Drawing now is so lucky. Just when he used the golden hand, he drew the automatic loot card. Tulak was so angry that he jumped up. Sure enough, the umbrella drew the automatic energy again. Next time I must accumulate twice and then draw, or I won't be able to get the new basic golden hand. Lam Tulak looked at his status board with a pensive expression, still believing that strength should come first. He angrily turned and walked out. Lam Tulak opens the door and enters a room where everyone inside is happily enjoying their food while looking at him. Thank you, Brother Lam, for allowing us to enjoy such delicacies. Lam Tulak, hearing this, couldn't help but turn away. Is this food really that enjoyable? Everyone around is extremely excited and happy, but Lam Tulak stood silently puzzled, thinking that in 200 years the civilization of the King Realm had been cut off, and even her grandmother would criticize these smiles. He holds the small book in his hand and silently makes a decision. How can it be like this? Immediately, a large book appeared in Lam Tulak's hand as he smiled softly, saying, I must give them some spiritual nourishment to increase my influence in the world. The Book of Freedom was handed to everyone by Lam Tulak. Everyone eagerly passed the book around, and as they read it, they seemed to hold back their emotions.
Suddenly, someone shouted out, and everyone collectively cheered, "Heroic Hai sacrifices his blood and bones to bring a new dawn for the realm of kings." Lam Tulak gently smiles, turning his back to them still immersed in sleep. As tomorrow morning arrives and the world of freedom fights, everyone passing the book to each other. In the evening, someone appeared outside his tent. Mr. Lam, there's a point in this book that I don't understand. Could you please clarify it?
Lam Tulak couldn't help but smile softly. It's nothing. It's just a matter of defining freedom. But in his heart, he thought, wait until we return to the camp and influence the world without increasing too quickly. 4 days later, everyone woke up full of energy, singing and walking together happily. They went on patrol feeling very excited, but immediately the scene before their eyes shocked them. A massacre unfolded right in front of them.
Lam Tulak sat in the car, looking out and couldn't help but marvel. It seems the zombie army has vented their fury here.
At dusk, Uncle Bang began introducing everyone here was once the headquarters of the World Federation. But unfortunately, the apocalypse arrived. Then he pressed the switch.
The air defense cave has been built before the apocalypse, and only this place remains undetected by the zombies. The cave door slowly opens, and Uncle Bang extends his hand to warmly welcome Sir Lam Hujin to the base.
Lam Tulak watched Bang Shu step down and couldn't help but marvel. Compared to this place, the people of Lam Tin are much happier. At least they don't have to live underground. As he led the way and introduced himself, he couldn't help but form some judgments.
Mr. Lam, don't be discouraged. Although we lack everything, we have more than 20 sets of mechs.
The group stepped inside when suddenly a worried voice rang out from within. Thank heavens. Bang. We were so worried about you dying. It's good. You're okay. Hearing that, he couldn't help but feel sad. But Xiaoza's team could no longer return. The other person quickly spoke to comfort them, and the two stepped forward to shake hands as Bang Thuk introduced them. This person is the top hero in this operation, Lin Tsulak. He is the commander of our Hook Nyat camp.
Master Q inside speaks to calm everyone down. What's there to be sad about? Our action this time was successful. The sacrifice of Xiaota's group was worth it.
Lam Tulak also added, that's right, burying bones in so much earth. There are green mountains everywhere in the mortal world. Chung Yitin smiled and sighed before giving the order.
Master Q is right. This successful action is worth celebrating, not mourning. Master Bang, please announce it.
Uncle Bang couldn't help but feel excited as he raised the head of the wrapped Zombie Hai. General Zombie Hai had been killed by Master Lam.
Everyone cheered excitedly upon hearing that.
Lam Tulak was surrounded by everyone, smiling helplessly, as if it was nothing worth mentioning.
Chuneng Yitin stepped forward to stop everyone and led him away.
A hero returning from afar must be exhausted.
I led everyone to the resting area first. You walked ahead and gave him an overview of this place.
Our place here is quite nice too, with beds, food, and plenty of space to move around. Lam Tulak looked around while assessing and listening to the introduction. Of course, it's mainly just freedom. No one forces you to work, and there's no heavy labor. Chung Yitian hesitated before speaking, and the group earlier was all very cheerful. Lam Tulak looked at them and couldn't help but think that, after all, he was someone destined for a bright future and a happy life that he had envisioned. After walking a bit, he handed him over to Uncle Bang and gave some instructions. Uncle Bang took Lam An Hung to rest for a while, and in the evening we would hold a meeting. He then turned to look at the group of people with puzzled expressions.
The new brothers, follow me. I will assign accommodations and supplies for everyone.
Then Chung Athian added a remark that excited everyone.
Those with good talent among the brothers will also be assigned partners.
Lam Tulak watched them from afar with a puzzled expression.
Is this really so interesting?
Both Bang Shu and Lin Zile are speechless. He said to Bang Thuk that he should go directly to the conference and thought to himself that he would scan the world influence later. Bang Thuk asked, Mr. Lam, aren't you planning to find a wife? He replied that he hoped to respect the other's free will and then thought to himself, why everyone wants to breed with him. This kind of distribution isn't somewhat coercive, and Bang Thuk still respects each person's free will. It's true that children of outstanding parents tend to be outstanding too. Lam Tulak smiled mysteriously.
Learning and practicing go hand in hand, right?
Yeah. Lam Tulak seemed to realize something and thought to himself, I agree to call these people the #1 followers under Lam Tulak's banner. He stepped into the conference room, and everyone greeted him warmly. 6 hours have passed, and Hua Tin Than is still waiting for everyone to arrive. Xiao Zikong is one of the 10 people with mecha armor from the Huxi territory, with 3 mecha capable of controlling water. Bang Shu spoke up, saying, it might just be a delay caused by the sandstorm, and Hua Tin Than hopes so too. Halfway through the meeting, Chung Hee-tin suddenly stood up to update everyone on the situation of their comrades. He pointed at the board and said, This move not only kills the Hai, but also brings back a lot of resources. He continued discussing tactics for the battlefield. Suddenly, Lam Tulak clapped his hands to get everyone's attention and asked, "Does the Khan Dien festival, organized by the Thai clan every 200 years, only take place in Thai Huang City?" Then the two of them discussed which city in Thithan was weaker. Lam Tulak was worried that if they attacked the support forces of Thai Huang Than, they would quickly arrive and wipe them all out. Chung Yi-Tien sighed, "I probably can arrive in less than an hour." Lam Tulak slammed the table and stood up, then said, "Today I will teach everyone a military tactic called sun rising east, attacking west." After hearing this, everyone still didn't understand Lam Tulak's idea. Someone in the meeting questioned whether his plan was to attack a fake target and then trigger the real one. Lam Tulak explained that they need to wear down the enemy and continues to elaborate. "The defenses of City 8 are strict, but what if we attack City 5 over there?" Chung Yi-Tien is worried because the reinforcements from Hongnian are also approaching City 5 to attack. Lam Tulak plans to use 40,000 new recruits as a decoy. He only needs them to run away, while his main forces will attack the 8th and 6th fortresses. To prevent failure, Lam Tulak proposed a plan for a decisive strike, and Hoa Tin Than was the first to agree. Lam Tulak was full of confidence, and we must also master the details of the battle. For example, how to prolong the time with auxiliary troops and how the main force should fight. This is the military strategy summarized by Long Kingdom of Lam Tulak. Lam Tulak also proposed another strategy called Man Thien Qua Hai. After finishing, he clapped his hands together and wanted everyone to understand the 16 characters. Lam Zile loudly said, "That is when the enemy advances, we retreat. When the enemy stops, we bother. When the enemy tires, we attack. When the enemy withdraws, we pursue." After hearing this, someone in the meeting nervously raised their right hand to ask if why Lam Tulak didn't specify the details of the decapitation action. Lam Tulak smiled and said, "Because I plan to lead the team myself. Hearing your answer, everyone can rest assured no one else speaks." Lam Tulak solemnly said, "I have finished presenting my plan. Those who agree or oppose, in the end, everyone supports me." Chung Yi-Tien begins preparations. At night, the first to be notified will be the 1st Battalion, who will be responsible. Tulak silently admired that the heir of Tien Tuyen surpasses them all. Calm and composed, this mysterious Eastern genius would probably scare you all to death when he receives the counterattack mission from the system. Then the system begins to explain the mission. It starts checking and sees that he is about to enter the Imperial City to cause chaos, so it specially assigns the mission to stir up trouble. The system continued to explain the mission, making Lam Tulak eager to take on the entire task. Chung Yi-Tien worried about him because the Imperial Palace has CCTV and thermal sensors, making sneaking in very difficult. Lam Tulak promised he had a way to get in. Chung Yi-Tien quickly clarified that you misunderstood my meaning. We have some stealth costumes from prehistoric civilization here, which could be useful for you during the operation. Hearing Chung Yi-Tien speak, Lam Zilu felt pleased. He knew immediately it was good stuff, so he agreed but needed the company commander's approval. Chung Yi-Tien wondered, "Do you want to be a squad leader?" Lam Tulak calmly replied, "My 2 brothers and I will form a team, that's enough. No need for other members." Chung Yi-Tien continued, "You misunderstood. Since the squad leader was injured, I planned to appoint you as the squadron leader of the 5th unit. Originally, Lam Tulak intended to bring his 2 brothers along, so he reluctantly accepted the position of squadron leader. He thinks that way should also complete the mission. But elsewhere, Hoa Tin Than is secretly angry, as the squad leader is only 1 rank below the company commander. Chung Yi-Tien then takes out a badge and hands it to Lam Tulak, then quickly runs off. "Captain Chu, take your time. If you have any good items, I'm not picky." The system appears again and assigns Lam Tulak the role of squad leader, making him smirk. "This mission is similar to the City Lord's task in Than Mao Star. I can use my old tricks." After a moment, at the 5th squad gathering point, Lam Tulak clearly said, "I believe only by following the advanced ideas of Mr. Duke and the camp leader can we take a step further." While everyone was praising Lam Tulak, he silently thought to himself that he had gathered the best of his family's ideas. Meanwhile, on another side, a group of people was planning to eliminate him. He suddenly turned around and saw a few weapons aimed at him, and one of the group spoke, a type without armor suits unworthy of being squad leader. Lam Tulak disdainfully ignored them, and from behind, Kui Dong and the big fool had already taken them all out. Seeing the scene in front of them, everyone was stunned. Lam Tulak reaffirmed that anyone who sabotaged the united front against the zombies would be killed without mercy. The whole team, along with Dong Tanye, shouted loudly, "Captain Uivu is right. fighting zombies is the top priority, thinking only about positions, truly deserving of eternal damnation. Then Lam Tulak urged everyone to hurry up with training to chase away the zombies. Watching everyone train, he thought that he was almost full of more than 10 cubic meters of experience points. A team member approaches to summon Lam Tulak to the conference room. He quietly wonders, is this a preparation for action? Chung Yitin handed over the invisibility cloak and told him to take good care of it. Lam Tulak quickly went back to prepare. Chung Yitin announced that the direction Lam Tulak needed had been found and told him to wait outside the door in half an hour. Chung Yitin sighed and said, "If something happens to you, what am I supposed to do?" This is the invisibility cloak, which is used to hide scent and the architectural map of the imperial city. Lam Tulak silently promised to take good care of these items, then threw 2 invisibility cloaks to Kuidong and Dai Nguk. In the end, the 3 of them, dressed in invisibility cloaks, headed together to the imperial city. Lam Tulak pushed the door in front of him to leave, when suddenly a call sounded from behind, and he was a bit surprised to see that the young man had the talent level of a necromancer, reducing his sense of existence. He stepped closer and introduced himself as Dai Zhengqing. Lam Tulak smiled and told him that just getting close to the guard post would be enough. Doi Chin Than naturally happily agreed. Lam Tulak hesitated slightly, thinking that killing the general of the demon clan might bring help, but he had no ability to sneak around. After presenting his identity proof with the array, a very long staircase appeared leading outside. Lam Tulak, the strongest, led the charge, and after confirming safety, he informed the others. He summoned a small, exquisite purple square box. The metal box flew out and quickly transformed into a huge vehicle. Lam Tulak thought to himself, no wonder Xiao Wu, who holds this core technology, can be so reckless with his punches and kicks. They quickly got into the car, which roared to life and sped down the highway. A demon clan troop was singing casually as they walked, completely unaware of the approaching vehicle at an incredible speed. He was singing and dancing casually on the road when he suddenly sensed something was wrong. A strong wind blew past, and the demon clan member spat out a mouthful of blood before meeting his end. They stopped the car at a large meadow, and Doi Chin Than told everyone to follow him because the vehicle could no longer go on. In just a short while, Lam Tulak was speechless at Doi Chin Than's snail-paced speed and suggested that he let Dai Nguk carry him. Living up to your expectations, Big Fool carried someone on his back, but his speed was not much slower than a car. At night, everyone arrived at the designated spot, and Doi Chin Than whispered that they couldn't go any further or they would be discovered. Lam Tulak also whispered, "Do you know what time they switch shifts?" Doi Chin Than listened carefully and told him, but he couldn't guarantee because the information has been around for 6 months. Lam Tulak said he knew and told him to go back, secretly praising him for doing an excellent job. Doi Chin Tin also didn't linger and turned around immediately, only leaving a reminder that the operation would be at 2 p.m. tomorrow. After he left, Lam Tulak took out a disguise mask, aimed it at the distant demon clan member to identify the target, then pressed it onto his face, and a deep blue light immediately appeared, swirling continuously around him. Lam Tulak took out a mirror and saw himself transformed into Vonderm, knowing he had succeeded because the reflection in the mirror shows how he appears in the eyes of the zombie. Then he looked at Kuidong and Dai Nguk, realizing he also needed to adjust for both of them. The appearance is fine, but there's another problem. Lam Tulakban hesitated, not knowing how to handle his identity. At this moment, a horn sounded, giving him an idea. Lam Zilak happily thought to himself, so this is what they call a stroke of luck. Inside the city gate, 2 demon clan members are discussing the cargo. After confirming there are no living beings on the vehicle, it was approved. The demon clan driver leaves without showing it outwardly, but inside he's furious. The gatekeeper is no different. He was annoyed inside, but promised himself to kill the driver next time. As the figure of the demon clan member receded in the rearview mirror, a dagger suddenly emerged from the darkness. It presses the knife against the neck of the demon driver. He stares with wide, incredulous red eyes. Lam Tulak tightly grips the dagger in his hand and quietly smirks, knowing his identity. Lam Tulak looks at the barrier before him, feeling a bit contemptuous. A high-tech planet with advanced science and technology, yet its defenses are so simple. Suddenly, several steel pipes appeared on both walls of the city, all aiming at the city gate and shooting out dangerous-looking beams that made Lam Tulak quietly withdraw his previous thoughts. A zombie confirmed the goods, pulling Lam Tulak back to reality. He skillfully introduced the product praised and promised to fuck Loy for the sake of mission efficiency, so the zombies wouldn't cause trouble, allowing Lam Tulak and the demonic brothers to pass easily. He slowly drives along the road, while in his mind, the system's praise for completing the super difficult dungeon echoes, and Lam Tulak looks at the reward points with a joyful smile. The car slowly drives toward a place called the Human Meat Market. Seeing the naked humans confined in cages like animals, Lam Tulak's heart sinks. Is this what it's like to see a race become prey? He stroked his chin thoughtfully, fearing that only by witnessing the tragic death of their kind could fear and courage be awakened. Lam Tulak just noted down the location of the meat market and quietly calculated his plan. Then he drove on, heading towards the auditorium. Lam Tulak stopped the car after driving non-stop for a while. He looked at the strange statue outside the square with some surprise because that odd figure was actually the appearance of Thi Huang. Before he could be distracted for long, a zombie asked him to drive according to instructions. During the cargo check, the zombie urged him to hurry and asked for his name to record him into the roster. Lam Tulak said his name was Thi Lak, which made the zombie suspicious and questioned why he was the freight driver. Lam Tulak cursed inwardly for forgetting that the two-character name in the Thai clan is only given to high-level zombies. Fortunately, he deduced on his own that Lam Tulak had a difficult matter to discuss with Thai Huang, and Lam Tulak also went along with it. He knew it was easy to pass through because of the bloodline reverence of the Thi clan for Thai Huang. He then pointed to the big fool and the demon bell, wondering if both of them were also following him. Lam Tulak cheerfully said that both of them are his friends. This time, he's in this city to see the sights of life. The zombie suddenly changed its tone. So the transportation assistance money is gone, then send it to your branch office. Lam Tulak sweatfully looked at the suspicious zombie and silently sighed because he hadn't received this intelligence. Luckily, he didn't intend to push things to the limit, forgetting that his place was a small area. This is a new technology from the Imperial City. No wonder your score was so bad. Lam Tulak kept thanking him non-stop. Leaving the warehouse, Lam Ziliao and the demons decided to split up to act because of the limited time. Lam Ziliao stopped at a stall, indicating that this was his first time in the Imperial City, and he didn't understand much. The sales zombie was quite enthusiastic, acting as if you could ask anything if you didn't understand. Lam Tulak only waited for this moment to ask if there were any fun places to visit in the city. The zombie guy suggested a restaurant, but Lam Tulak waved him off, saying he wanted to find somewhere fun and exciting to hang out. He hesitated a bit, saying he couldn't think of anything at the moment, which made Lam Tulak secretly think this guy was really cautious, but he kept his tone polite. Maybe the sincerity of Lam Tulak's expression made him hesitate. Then he pondered for a moment and said, "I do have some options, but you might not like them." Lam Tulak pretended not to care, and said as long as it's fun, he would enjoy it. He fixed a few piercing eyes on the counter. Not sure if you have heard of Anshi before. It's a place where goods that are not convenient to circulate on the market are sold, and there are even deadly competitions between people. He tried to hide his excitement as he told Lam Tulak. He finally got the important information, but still had to pretend indifference and just respond with a sound. Lam Tulak stands in the grand hall to buy his entry into the secret market. The seller leaves the counter, leaving a request for Lam Tulak to follow him before walking away without looking back. When they reached a door, he finally asked him to wear a mask. Lam Tulak said nothing and complied, following the previous person into the mind control chamber. He handed the gatekeeper a large bag of tokens and silently thought, luckily, it was tokens. Otherwise, he really wouldn't have the heart. Watching the zombies gather around the arena to see humans fight and then eat human-made food, Lam Zilian secretly admired how the Thai clan knew how to indulge. His train of thought was interrupted by the appearance of someone. Seeing the young man with a face full of murderous aura step out, Lam Tulak knew he had found the final piece. A group of zombies gathered, eating humans in front of a stall. The boss there was extremely rude and waved them away, and they didn't show any respect, arguing that Thi Huang had been giving free human meat all day. The zombie said Kandin is about to start, then ran off. The others, hearing that, indeed put aside their eating and chased after him. At 2 p.m., in the central grandstand of the Imperial City, all the seats were already filled. The lively atmosphere was sensed when a welcoming voice rang out. A projection of the Celestial King appears in the sky, slowly delivering a formal greeting. Under his guidance, the Celestial Clan gradually fills with excitement and begins to cheer in response. He looked down from above at his people and said that this time, all talented citizens could follow to the central spaceship. His words quickly stirred a storm among the crowd. They couldn't believe they had been granted this blessing, but at that moment, a zombie stepped forward to report that Chung Suonam had been attacked by humans, angering the Jade Emperor. The statue of the war god, the angry city lord of the 5th city, stood up from his seat and knelt to ask for permission to lead troops for aid. Lam Tulak quietly sat in a corner of the stands, smirking because he knew the real fun was just beginning. The hand in the pocket presses the switch, and the statue of the Emperor on the stand lights up in response. With a loud explosion, the 5 or 7 statues above are shattered in a terrible way, and a nearby zombie activates a defensive skill to block the supercharged energy beams fired from the explosion. Seeing the shards of glass spilling out a foul-smelling liquid resembling human waste, the teen race was overwhelmed with rage. Then, a series of shouting insults directed at the Emperor of Fire erupted at maximum volume, followed by a burst of explosion with a mocking shape and vulgar words appearing in the sky of the celebration. Inside the palace, the Emperor sat on the throne, his face flushed with anger as he shouted at his subordinates to find out who was responsible. Somewhere within the imperial city, Lam Tulak awkwardly chuckled and shifted the blame onto Thylak. At the other side of the mind control, the young man Lam Tulak, who fought on the arena last night, now also senses the upheaval. He grits his teeth as if determined. The brothers, though risking their lives this time, must fight with all their might to seize the chance for freedom. He said this as he pushed open the arena door, leading a group of people toward the light. They stole weapons from the unconscious zombies and all ran away together. Only then did the young man feel sure he hadn't been fooled. They quickly reached the exit, only to see a zombie standing guard there. He reacted instantly, pointing his gun at them and pressing the trigger. But unfortunately, the energy core had already been stolen by Lam Tulak, so it posed no threat at all. The group seized the opportunity to escape and opened fire, and in just a second, the gatekeeper zombie was shot into a sieve. The young leader shows the map given by a mysterious person and orders everyone to split into groups and go to the meat market to rescue the people. They arrived very quickly, and those trapped in the cage were so happy to see them that they burst into tears of joy. He looked at the fully armed zombies across the warehouse with a tense expression, but still punched the lock off the cage. "Hurry up and rescue them. This is our only chance." Although the young man looked fierce, this was actually the first time in many years he felt hope as the prisoners from the meat market area rushed out of the warehouse. Lam Tulak also sneered silently among the crowd, thinking that shooting down 100,000 slaves would take a long time. What would you do then? Lam Tulak releases a burst of spiritual energy to control the demon orb, presses the switch, and a deafening explosion erupts. Inside the palace, the Demon King roars in fury, eyes wide as he calls out and scolds Thiqui. "Why is there a problem with the energy core?" The Demon of Death sweat heavily and said he would quickly go with the Demon of Death to check it out. The Emperor continued to point out the 4 generals and ordered them to suppress the rioting crowd, and they naturally obeyed respectfully. The others quickly return to the city under his command, and finally the Emperor calms down a bit. He frowns and grits his teeth, thinking silently, "There's no end, is there?" Thibao, noticing Tha Huang's displeasure, volunteered to patrol and was ordered to find the mastermind. He wanted the culprit to suffer the most terrible punishment. "Over here," Lam Tulak smirked as everything was still within his plan, not knowing who was the prey of whom. As long as he eliminated everyone, no one would know he was the infiltrator. He knew this person was not to be underestimated, so he activated his mech suit, jumped into the inspection room, kicked away a subordinate who was watching the scene intently and staring at the screen in thought, then pressed the switch to trigger a welcoming sound from the system. The secret door gradually lifts, revealing a figure waiting on the other side. From their aura and weapon, Thibao quickly confirms they are human. Lam Tulak was also assessing Thibao's stats, and once he was sure that the opponent was an agile fighter, he felt a boost of confidence. Did the Forest Guardian outside accuse Lam Tulak of causing trouble? While inside, he was extremely cautious because he saw that he hadn't summoned his armor. Lam Tulak silently thought, "This dungeon zombie is really troublesome." So he jumped up and swung his sword, deciding to strike first, maybe the first time facing someone who doesn't reason like this. The opponent reacted too quickly and reached out to block. The armored hand touching the sword's edge immediately shattered, but it was no big deal, as it had already recovered to its original state in the blink of an eye. At this moment, he regained his composure and unleashed his ultimate painful claw strike for the counterattack. But unfortunately, his skill missed as Lam Tulak had already realized he was trying to catch him while he was withdrawing his hand. Thibao repeatedly uses several skills but is pushed back by Lam Tulak's flames. He looks at the smoking mech with confusion, realizing he can manipulate elements even without relying on the mech. "You are the chosen one among humans, so I must kill you at all costs." Thibao crouched down, preparing to unleash his full power attack. A streak of light appears. Thibao has reached an impossible speed that no one can match. But when he was just a breath away from Lam Tulak, the other still didn't move, causing Thibao's heart to pound as he wondered if there was an ambush. In reality, he was overthinking because he only needed to use 2 skills, the smile and the evil eye, to defeat him. Lam Tulak sneered contemptuously, remarking that he was lucky to be too slow. His long sword, blazing with flames, slashed into the front armor of the insect's chest, causing him to stumble backward.
Lam Tulak Tukim prepares for a new attack. Do you remember the 2 daggers I used to ambush you when you opened the door?
As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately unleashed a fierce skill and slashed forward.
This time, the attack hit the target directly, leaving many damaged marks on its armor.
He gritted his teeth and said he would kill him when he got close. But Lam Tulak paid no mind and casually threw out a few skills, saying,
"Wait for me to wash the ground with Bony." A few blue orbs gathered into a massive energy ball, gradually approaching the corpse.
He sensed the aura of the attack and knew it was over, but surprisingly, the energy sphere disintegrated before reaching him, leaving behind a trail of strange energy clinging to the corpse. At this moment, Lam Tulak suddenly flipped his hand and activated his elemental enhancement gear. A loud explosion erupted from Thibao's body, covering up his anguished cry of defiance. The smoke gradually cleared, revealing Thibao lying motionless on the ground. Lam Tulak jumps down from above, finally dead. Let's see if there's any treasure. But just when Thibao seemed to be dead, he suddenly opens his eyes, a smug look on his face as if to say, "You're too inexperienced."
He swings his hand, intending to use the sharp blade to assassinate the nearby Lam Tulak, but will he let him succeed?
He strikes faster, cutting him down with his sword, causing Thibao to spit blood instantly. He falls back to the ground, still muttering in regret. Lam Tulak lightly pushes back his mask, his eyes hidden beneath revealing a look of contempt. Inside the imperial palace, the emperor is listening to his subordinates report that half of the rebels have been suppressed and the rest cannot escape. Hearing that, he coldly said a few contemptuous words. At this moment, a zombie rushed in anxiously to report that Thibao had died. Outside, the moon has risen high, but with the loud shouts, everyone arriving at Energy Base 3 immediately prepared for a sleepless night.
Returning to Lam Ziliao, he was focused on the information from the ice boulder scroll, thinking that perhaps there was no need to waste a diamond-level scroll. After a moment of struggle and contemplation, Lam Ziliao took out 10 soul pearls and a blue bottle from his space, sitting in a corner among a pile of functional items for 2 minutes. After leveling up, an attribute interface appeared, and this time Lam Ziliao decided to increase his mental strength first, then the most anticipated part. System, quickly equip the diamond-level gear. The screen in front of him displayed information about the speed-enhancing equipment. He chuckled, thinking that if he used it, Newton would be so angry he'd come back to life. At this moment, a group of warrior soldiers from the Thi clan had appeared outside the secret chamber door. They argued loudly about what had happened to the demon report. As they were bickering, a familiar-looking suit of armor suddenly was thrown in. After seeing clearly, they became even more terrified because it was indeed the general of the demon report. Not wanting to surprise them for long, a series of skills were quickly unleashed at a speed they couldn't detect. Lam Tulak clenched his fist, and a coincidental explosion shattered them into pieces. He found Kuidong and Daingok enthusiastically fighting zombies. Then happily, he completed his goal. A few minutes later, from the fleeing crowd of Thai City, Lam Zilei and the Demon Bell quietly disguised themselves and blended in. He looked at the young man he had chosen to lead the group, feeling a bit proud of his own judgment. He happened to turn around at this moment, his face full of hope as he looked toward the city gate. "Our brothers are almost there." While walking among the crowd, Lam Tulak received a support mission from the system to escape. Seeing the enticing reward on the mission board, he quietly abandoned his initial plan of ignoring it. The group followed the map to a large pit and stopped. Someone recognized it as a drainage system and regretted that to escape from here, they would have to pass through a factory filled with zombie soldiers. Lam Tulak takes this opportunity to move forward just halfway. "Actually, I just need to break through a section of the road to get everyone out." The leading man saw you and happily called out to the benefactor. Lam Tulak did not respond, but simply reached out to the drain and performed a skill, gradually revealing a staircase leading down. Only my brother and my 2 teammates lead a group with good shooting skills to the front to support the team behind, while the others follow me. Lam Tulak leads the way down the drain. The people above, seeing the scene below clearly, hesitated because of the dirty water that made it impossible to step down, but this trivial matter couldn't stop Lam Tulak. He gently lifted the dirty water below, quickly revealing a small passageway. The group saw this and cheered, calling him a god. He continued leading the group forward. Lam Tulak pointed at a wall and ordered everyone to shoot. He felt a bit annoyed inside because he couldn't manipulate the earth, so it took a lot of time. Lam Tulak outside watched his group fight the zombies with boredom. While observing and guessing that this place might have been exposed, he decided to speed up. He kept an eye on the timing, preparing to act, and reminded everyone to get ready and to run faster once outside. He glanced back and coldly said, "They are all risking their own lives."
The water surged in, but he quickly directed his energy to split it into two directions. Lam Tulak was stunned by the terrible drain on his mental energy and shouted at them to run quickly.
When the crowd exhausted themselves and ran away, he remained still to block the descending water.
At the peaceful river outside Thai City, it suddenly roared to life as a series of people surfaced from beneath the water. Here, Lam Tulak watched the notifications keep popping up from the system, feeling as if his soul was ascending to heaven.
I feel stronger than ever. All my fatigue has turned to dust, but I still remind the others to rush out quickly and not dawdle.
The zombie horde on the wall was boredly looking at the sky when suddenly one panicked and saw a crowd of people rushing out from the river below, shouting a warning. Immediately, defensive weapons activated, and energy beams from the wall shot down, quickly reducing their numbers significantly. The zombies also didn't feel comfortable. Seeing such a large number of humans, they quickly ran to report to Thai Huang. In the palace, Thai Huang ignored the request to pursue and directly ordered the activation of the laser cannon, a superweapon from the central spaceship, without concern for the energy consumption. Since the order was personally issued by Thai Huang to allow changes, a giant cannon quickly appeared on the wall. During the loading process, the cannon's mouth emitted a dazzling light like the midday sun. There was only a loud explosion. No one saw how the shells were fired. Only the distant crowd was obliterated into dust by the blast. Lam Tulak looked at the death notices piling up on the system screen.
He got angry and thought, I saved you, but you still lack experience points. Who will make up for me?
Lam Tulak used his old trick again. Not caring that the Kuidong's consciousness was near the city wall, then he controlled his body to move forward to see what was happening. As he crawled close to the cannon, he overheard the zombies talking about their energy being depleted.
And another voice responded that the Emperor had ordered the entire city's energy source to be mobilized. Kuidong's body burst into flames, and Lam Tulak smirked silently. You guys really have it tough.
The King of Fire sat in the palace watching the scene on the monitor, smiling proudly with a face full of satisfaction. Those who insult me will pay a painful price. A zombie reports that 5 battalions have been sent to the waterworks to capture people, and the Celestial King generously offers a compliment.
Another one steps forward, bowing his head to report that the laser cannon has been fully recharged and is ready to fire the 4th round. Back on the battlefield, the Tintok leader points in a direction to order an attack, but the laser cannon's immense power continues to make its mark.
Suddenly, they ran out of ammunition and gathered in confusion. While the laser cannon, which had been modified by the demon race,
Was always very stable. What is happening?
One of them has started trembling and frantically pressing the keyboard. Lord Thai Huang is watching, so try again. In the midst of confusion, the screen suddenly went dark, and now the cannon barrel started glowing, causing them to panic. Why store energy? Didn't they fail to fire just now? Unfortunately, their cries for help changed nothing, and the cannonballs shot straight into the city wall. Its enormous power gradually causes the tall wall to crumble, with rocks falling and hitting the surrounding zombies. The demon is still under Lam Tulak's control, and his consciousness remains safe in the same place. Currently, Lam Tulak is extremely suspicious, unaware that the system operation has been tampered with, so luckily he was caught off guard. The explosion caused the zombies on the wall to fall off. The demon clone seized the opportunity to approach the laser cannon and inserted another chip into the system. Taking advantage of the enemy reinforcements not arriving yet, Lam Ziliao shouted loudly. The firepower above had decreased, so he urged to escape quickly. The number of people escaping the city's destruction is proportional to the system's reward notifications, quickly raising his rank. Lam Tulak had already anticipated this situation, so he chose his physical target without surprise. It's not surprising, but he still secretly praised himself as a genius for leveling up twice in just a few hours. Lam Tulak, while focusing on controlling the water flow, was informed that they could no longer hold out outside. He thought it was enough and decided not to risk his life for experience points, ordering a full retreat within 10 minutes while he handled the rest himself. The other person left a warning for Bao Trong and followed the crowd outside. At this moment, Kui Dong had also returned, with a horde of zombies chasing after. Kui Dong, annoyed by the trouble, turned around and casually used a skill that caused the pursuers to explode into 5 pieces. The fool on the other side quickly closed the door. Lam Tulak waved them to go ahead while he prepared to surprise them last, but as he focused on compressing the water, a series of hurried footsteps sounded behind him. Thai Ung hurriedly runs in, sees the deserted scene, and becomes furious. Damn it, they've all run away. Lam Tulak then speaks up to preserve some remaining value. Aren't I still here? The young didn't rejoice at catching the person. Instead, he was extremely cautious, suspecting treachery. Lam Tulak sneered, a hint of sarcasm confidently said, and then released his hand, causing the water sphere that had been constantly compressed to finally break free and flood out like a great deluge. Taeyong instinctively took off and soared into the sky, while his subordinates were not so lucky, struggling underwater and desperately calling for help. Lam Tu Lak emerged from the water with a pair of radiant wings behind him. At this moment, his expression looked a bit displeased, thinking to himself that the rebels numbered no less than 300,000, but now only 3,000 remain. Surviving a little longer would earn him more experience points. Why do the three of them need such a large army to come and support? Lam Tu Lak silently corrected himself in his mind. Not 3, but 3,000. He stared in amazement, then curled his lips in a triumphant smile. Do you believe it, no? Hua Tin Tun did not answer his question, but focused on giving instructions over the phone. The team leader summarized that he needed to prepare a few more large vehicles. Then he pointed to the large crowd behind and asked Tu Lak what he was doing with so many people. He casually replied that it was for some minor tasks not worth mentioning. Thinking of Thai Bao, he smiled and listed some leisure activities, strolling through the streets, enjoying the scenery, and handling a tiger. The old man asked in panic, "You said Thi Bao is one of the 12 great generals?" Tu Lak replied softly, "I guess so." That answer made Hua Tin Than's eyes widen, and he was speechless. At the 8th exam city, someone standing on a high platform looked through binoculars and shouted in panic, "Enemy!" Hua Tin Than waved his hand and introduced, "It's our hero Lam returning." Chung Yi-tien and everyone around him expressed their admiration. Chung Yi-tien whispered a reminder, "Thi Huang will definitely send a large army to sweep us. Let's retreat quickly." He calmly replied, "Let's study hard on the way back." He secretly thought this was a good opportunity to expand his influence worldwide. The car sped quickly down the road. Everyone in the car is discussing the plan. Zilei confidently takes charge of leading everyone inside, already calculating that the zombies and power armor for everyone are all mine. The vehicle stops at the border of the ruins. Chung Yi-tien speaks analytically. This time, the zombie army is fierce. We must have someone to cover the rear with, the squad leader taking the initiative right. He didn't answer, secretly opposing in his heart, staying behind to guard versus going to die. What's the difference? Chung Yi-tien directly assigned the 5th Company to defend, and he would distribute heavy weapons to him. He wondered why they didn't divide into smaller squads like before. And I explained that this time, if the enemy doesn't use all their strength, they'll reveal our base's location. Lam Tu Lak crossed his arms, silently assessing the experience pouch he had struggled to trail. He asked why it had to be the 5th Company. You looked at him and explained that they are elite and can use fewer people in exchange for survival. This is war. Lam Tu Lak turned away, silently calculating in his mind. Leaving for the central spaceship is the main point. The 3,000 people just rescued can also be used as experience. Uncle Bang opened the door and looked outside, quietly wondering if the division of the camp was going to happen again. A breeze swept through the air as Tu Lak stood on the ground, staring at the phone in his hand. He just sent a message to Uncle Bang reminding everyone to withdraw quickly. The opponent's phone lies on the ground, its screen splattered with blood. Bang Thuk is now holding a zombie by the head, which is no longer intact. Thai Huang's order is to kill all these people rushing forward. Lam Tu Lak was unaware, still staring intently at the phone screen, lost in thought. Chung Yi-tien turned his back to inform the others that this time the metal door was completely locked, and no one, including himself, had the authority to open it. He quietly considered that after completing the main storyline mission, he could return to Lam Tin, but not taking the mech was not an option. He whispered to Hua Tin Than what was the method to enter the central face of the spaceship he mentioned earlier. He whispered, "We have a secret passage that can bypass the zombie giant and directly reach the spaceship, but it might be detected by the zombies inside." Lam Tu Lak felt a thrill in his heart, as it was the sneaking mission he loved the most. He pushed the door open and was greeted by a large crowd of fans cheering non-stop, but he told himself that the scene on Lam Tin was much bigger than this. Lam Tu Lak said to Chung Yi-tien, "The boss has arranged accommodations for these 3,000 people, and they will follow me from now on." He immediately accepted the responsibilities of a company commander. At the training ground, Lam Tich Lak sat on a chair watching everyone train together. I was just enjoying a hot drink in my hand while contemplating. The experience from being team leader plus the contract mission has reached its end. Suddenly, a large red electronic display appeared in front of him, with congratulations on his promotion and rewards. Tu Lak looked at the notification on the board in shock, his mind racing. Another level up, reincarnated only 4 months ago. It's really too fast. He was so happy he grinned widely and loudly ordered more training, preparing for war to prevent a poor harvest. His heart blossomed with joy. How could this profit be missed? Suddenly, the system panel displayed a warning, activating danger perception. A few seconds later, the system reappeared, deactivating danger perception. This made Tulak wonder why someone would probe so many times at the edge of self-destruction. In the conference room, Lam Tulak was arguing that a 10-day lockdown was too short and that starting after a month of safety was the most important thing. He excitedly pounded the table and said, "I must seize a chance to survive in this life and death struggle." Tulak emphasized after this operation, "I will leave. You are all new recruits under Commander Chung-Yi-Tin. Why are you so embarrassed?" Lam Tulak silently thought that his experience was enough and no longer intended to compete for your throne. The group continued along the battlefield with the King of War determined to avenge himself. Members of the Fire Clan looked excited. Someone like me from the common folk never had a chance to step inside the mid-tier spaceship for such an extraordinary feat. A Fire Clan member came to report that Lord Thi Huang's mid-tier spaceship was not particularly special this time. Thi Huang is determined and continues inside. This time, the Divine Clan must inherit the 2 complete sets of armor inside the spaceship. Suddenly, the periscope emerges from the ground, scanning around for a while, then stops, revealing an underground basement. Yi-Tin told Hua Tin-Thun to go back to the base and bring people onto the spaceship. Lam Doi-Trung and I will scout ahead. Chung Yi-Han was excited. Actually, this passage leads to the base that was completely destroyed by zombies, so normally zombies don't pay attention to this place. The whole team arrived at a large pit. Lam Tulak was surprised, truly intending to use the 9-leaf pearl to absorb everything. The team entered, and there were already many dead inside. Chung Yi-Tin knocked on the wall. "Are these people from the base uncomfortable with the darkness? Just knock on this hollow spot here." Chung Yi-Tin continues knocking. The wall opens, and he explains, "This is a secret passage built by an ancient civilization leading straight to the Sun Than realm. Follow me." The location of Sun Than is where the spaceship finally crashed and was damaged, and as the door gradually disappears, Chung Yi-Tin places his hand on it and says, "We're here for now. Don't make any noise." Yi asked again to check if everything was ready, then told everyone to follow him inside. As the door opened and a gust of wind blew past, he frowned. Lam Tulak was surprised to see that enormous thing right above his head. Chung Yi-Tin stepped in first, followed by everyone else. Lam Tulak just entered the system and was notified that the final trip was successfully activated. Does he accept the mission or not? He quietly decided to accept. As expected, there was a new mission besides the main storyline. Lam Tulak, while walking, the system announced the background, target, and reward of the final trip. After hearing it, he also gave in. "Isn't this forcing myself to be a hero? There's no other way." Meanwhile, Chung Yi-Tin kept rambling. "If it weren't for the fact that the current galaxy still belongs to us humans, why would I be here in this dungeon?" Lin Tsulek looked at the pair of test tubes right in front of him, a sinister smile on his face. Chung Yi-Tin led the way, the armored compartment of the spaceship requiring a special check. Because the spaceship is too large, we divided it into 3 rough levels based on its structure. You open the door in front of you, revealing a pile of debris along with your narration. The lower level is the alien zone, with food production rooms, clean item storage, all mostly tidied up. The middle science and technology area is our destination on this trip. The rooftop is quite similar to the pre-civilization city, mainly used for living. Someone raised their hand and asked, "So where did the extraterrestrials who originally lived there go?" Chung Yi-Tin replied, "No one knows because according to records, there were no living beings when it fell." Lam Tulak was stunned, wondering why they disappeared from the human world, probably an undercover mission. Chung Yi-Tin guides everyone here. All communication devices will stop working. Be careful as zombies may appear during the search. Hua Tin-Thun suggests we go straight to the Science and Technology District. Lam Tulak nodded in agreement, observing his surroundings. The faint space flickered into view, and he frowned in discomfort. Could it be that an invisible force was blocking him here? Lam Tulak put a few spirit soul pearls into his mouth. Suddenly, a noise drew everyone's attention, and they quickly fled. Lam Tulak peered out and saw a horde of zombies breaking down the door. They were startled and looked inside the room, where one of them was attacked by Lam Tulak's group, and the rest hurriedly fled. The demon spear killed one zombie first. The big fool struck the head of the one in front with his hammer, and the sword cut down 2 more. Kuidong acts decisively. The big fool strikes another and blood sprays. 2 more heads are cut off. Hua Tin-Thun watches in wonder and asks, "Why are you all so skilled?" Lam Tulak silently chuckled to himself. "How can I explain this to him?" Hua Tin-Thun spoke up. Now the zombies aren't on the first floor. Lam Tulak quickly headed to the science department, but in his mind, he thought differently. "If I get the armor early, I can wipe them all out." They reached the elevator to change floors inside the spaceship's central area, entered the elevator to go upstairs, and Hua Tinthan discussed that the room containing complete mechs was randomly scattered, hard to find, and still filled with many zombies. Lam Tulak remains calm. If it's hard to find, then just keep looking. And as for the zombies, before he could finish his sentence, the elevator door opened, and a horde of zombies appeared before him. The demon spirit rushed forward without hesitation, swiftly slashing their throats. Lam Tulak was filled with fierce determination. I'll kill as many as come. Hey, why haven't you all gone over yet? Humans are here, everyone must be careful. Hua Tinthan warned everyone. Shouting like that will alert the other zombies. We withdrew earlier. On the third floor of the central part of the spaceship, subordinates came to report to Thi Huang. General Diem has sent someone to report important news. He went to listen to the report and asked, when will we reel in the fish? The Demon King sneered maliciously. Master Lindsay Locke chuckled mischievously, still being caught, and thought to himself, if you don't stop me, I will kill them all. Hua Spirit sighs. It's good to be familiar because everywhere here is full of zombies. He feels discouraged. Why are there so many space rooms? He said, I remembered there is a mech area. Follow me quickly. There should be many failed test subjects there.
Then, the group followed the psychic flower and he began providing relevant information.
The metal door will perform the most basic check for you, after which you can proceed to the next step inside the room. At this point, he smiled confidently, as the difficulty level is about 95%. Lam Tulak's hand gathers strength as he sees him channel a huge amount of power for the mental flower. How many more surprises do I still not know about him? Suddenly, Lam Tulak turned to give orders, telling my brother and me to search while I was being tested, and the old man agreed, then looked at his back with hope, as Hua Tinthan was filled with anticipation. Soon, we will have a second great general. As for Lam Tulak, he silently muttered in his mind, wondering if he would cry when he learned the truth. The system immediately announced that the test detected the hero was receiving the Holy Light mech trial. Now the simulation of the trial depends on the compatibility between both sides. Lin Tzu Lak secretly feels happy. The Holy Light, just hearing it makes me know it's good stuff. An idea suddenly came to his mind. This can't be as simple as it seems. The system assigns the mission with a maximum trial period of 30 days. Brave warrior, step forward to the table and complete the question on the paper. Lam Tulak firmly raises his sword, looking down with determination. The task of the divine mech race is probably beyond him, so he decides to smash it. Then his eyes nearly popped out in surprise at how easy it was, but as he filled in the answer, Lam Tulak also doubted this solution. Surely the trial must have a trap where 1 + 1 cannot equal 2. But surprisingly, as soon as he entered the number 2, the system declared the trial complete. Please inherit the Holy Light mech. Seeing that, Lam Tulak felt a bit guilty, really. 2 should not have made him doubt his math teacher. He looked at the armor in front of him with confusion. Is this the difficulty the merchant said? Then Lam Tulak placed his hand on the armor's shoulder, and the system immediately announced that it was a temporary diamond-level equipment in the dungeon and did not conflict with other gear. Then he presented an analysis table showing the remaining energy before losing attributes and skills of the armor. He couldn't believe that it was just a support armor for someone of his high level. Suddenly noticing the sparkling lights from the mech suit, he retracted it into his hand and thought to himself, well, even mosquito legs are meat, better check out another suit. With a dissatisfied look, he said as he walked away, I'm leaving now. Seeing that, Hua Tinthan comforted him. You're so quick, but it's okay. Failure isn't embarrassing. Maybe it's just not suitable, let the big fool try it out. Hearing Lam Tulak stop him, they don't need to go anymore, he disagreed. The difficulty of the trial varies for each person, so don't be so selfish. He secretly thought that Brotherhood Spirit was just handing his face over to me. And here it is. And Lam Tulak immediately put on the armor in front of the stunned man. Moreover, he commented that the Holy Light mecha's power was average, which Hua Tinthan couldn't believe. A senior from 100 years ago needed to burn under the Holy Light for a month, but he only lasted 5 minutes. Lam Tulak thought to himself that he wasn't some rookie, but on the outside he still acted cool. And he also said it depended on the person, which strengthened his own hope. Captain Lam's strength is truly formidable. Then, under Hua Tinthan's admiring gaze, Lam Tulak declared, let's move on to the next place for this level of trial. I don't even bother to pay attention. At the same time, a sarcastic thought appeared. Maybe you're pretty good too. The battle between humans and zombies was raging. Ngu Nam Tin, hiding nearby, was furious when she saw her people being killed. She wondered, what should our leader do in this situation? Immediately, Chun Yi takes command. telling her to quickly bring the others to the second floor to find a suitable hiding spot, or locate Hoa Tin Than and Lam Tu Lak. Hearing this, Wu Nantin has some doubts. What about the team leader? Will you come with us? He refused and explained the reason. The second team led by Uncle Bang is about to arrive. I have to go out and stop them from coming in. She replied confidently, I will go find Captain Lam. He must have a way. At the same time, on the second floor, Lam Tu Lak asked, That won't do, Brother Hoa. Don't you have any general location information about the other mecha? He replied, No, because for us humans reaching the second floor is already very difficult. Seeing Hoa Tin Thun diligently searching, an idea came to mind. You guys may not know, but zombies do. So, while channeling my magic, I asked for more information. Do you understand the movement patterns and behaviors of zombies? He replied that he knew because it was part of the training to improve combat skills against zombies. Hearing this, Lam Tu Lak pushed the power in his hand toward them and said, That's enough to understand. Just practice more and you'll learn. Then everyone transformed into zombies, and he began to explain the detailed plan. Here's how it is. My name is Thi Lak, he's Thi Duk Long, he's Thai Dong Kwong, and you're Thai Tin Than. Understand? Seeing this, Hoa Tin Than was surprised and said, So, Brother Thi Lak, you entered the Imperial City because of this. Lam Zi Lak told him to stop talking nonsense. Then he approached a zombie's corpse, picked up a card, and ordered, Now pick any lucky team, Hoa Tin Than, and obey the command. As they continued, the group came across a zombie team. Lam Tu Lak asked, How are Brother Thi and everyone else doing with the harvest? Who are you? I don't remember you at all. Did you forget me? I was standing next to you at the elite gathering, and we even had a toast afterward. Actually, that festival was held to select the elites for the spaceship. Hearing that, he nodded. I guess I do have a bit of an impression. Lam Tu Lak happily continued. You're truly good brothers. You finally remembered me. Next, he steered the conversation to the main topic. So, how much did you harvest? Because he thought it was a familiar person, the zombie straightforwardly responded. Earlier, they found over 20 laser guns in the cargo hold, all exchanged for achievements. Hearing that, Lam Tich Lak praised them. Impressive. Much better than us with just one gun. He continued in surprise, only one gun in 3 days. And Lam Tu Lak pointed to Hoa Tin Than, who also wasted 2 days trying out the mecha. He immediately acted out, Isn't it because you just stay outside and do nothing? Hearing that, he immediately questioned, What kind of mech are you guys testing? He secretly felt pleased, my brother is on the right track, and at the same time outside. The answer is the most powerful mech suit. The T-Talk leader guessed that it was the one even Lord Thai Huang had to shake his head at because of its difficulty. Lam Tu Lak is definitely it, but I really don't understand what's so good about it, that this guy keeps challenging it. Hearing that, he suggested, Brother, let's go try the Fong Ko armor on foot together. He scratched his head as if he almost forgot. Where was that armor again? The Tietsu clan's leader always gives straightforward answers. In Area B03, sometimes Lord Huang shares news. Aren't you taking this seriously? At the same time, he thought to himself that with a fool like you, we could find even more. Then he wondered, Why haven't you gone yet? Tu Lak replied, I feel like this time we can't just wait on one side. If we want to inherit, we should do it together. Hoa Tin Than added, But we don't know what is suitable. The leader of the Thai clan chuckled. Is this not simple enough? First, he pointed to the big fool, and this burly brother is suitable for the demon mech in Zone L27. Next is the Ghost Bell. This little brother is in the P36 mech area, and finally heading towards Hoa Tin Than. While you insist on going to a 13 to challenge, maybe you'll succeed. After listing everyone, the man with his hands in his pockets said, Well then, we're leaving, but we still need to borrow something. The Thai clan member asked, puzzled, What do you mean by borrowing? And then a strike to his head. Lam Tu Lak, confidently holding his blood-stained sword and smiling softly, says, I'll borrow your head. Explain your actions and orders. As long as we kill them all, no one will know we sneaked in. Let's go quickly. Spirit Flower points at the door and says, Come on, big fool brother, give it a try. Lam Tu Lak raises his hand and says, Let me try first. Do you intend to stop me? Captain Lam of this mech squadron just heard and knew it was suitable for the big fool. And if he tried, the difficulty would probably increase. Then the door opened, and Lam Tu Lap stepped in to reassure everyone. I'll be quick, wait a moment. He chuckled to himself, wondering if it would turn out differently than he thought. The system still displayed the same message as before, giving 30 days to complete the question on the paper, and Lam Tu Lak complained, The layout is kept the same. It's just cheating. The multiplication is now doubled. Maybe let the big fool handle it. Seeing him raise answer 3, the system warns. Deng Jia, if not satisfied with the wrong answer and thinks of the correct one, can rewrite it, but Lam Tu Lak insists, I want this answer. The system immediately announced, due to your recent performance, the difficulty will be lowered for the next challenge. Please keep trying. He smiled in anticipation, lowering it to a +1. Then the fool placed his hand on the door screen. Lam Tu Lak, commanding outside, told them to go to Zone P36 first, where a set of invisible mechs is waiting. Then the two left, and he smiled softly. At this moment, Lam Tu Lak's gaze seems to see through the scene inside, which is completely different from the scenery and system notifications of the big fool. The test requires killing all the demons that appear in the simulation area within 1 day. Suddenly, a lion charged at him, and he struck it with his hammer. Seeing this, Lam Tu Lak silently assessed that dealing with this, Noah Ma, would probably be easy for him. Then he guesses the test is not just simple addition, subtraction, multiplication, or division, right? Suddenly, a loud noise from the front corridor draws Lam Tu Lak's attention, revealing 5 men fighting a zombie. Suddenly, the system issued a notification. The player encountered a chaotic fight between humans and zombies, so a battle mission was activated on the spaceship. At this moment, the zombie was knocked away. Just as Lam Tu Lak managed to block, he immediately thanked him. I will report your contribution upstairs. Now that zombie charges forward, show your move. He was immediately struck by Lam Tu Lak's whip and thrown back. Enraged, he turned around and shouted, This guy, you wear the armor to block the zombie's attack while he screams. Damn it, are you trying to rebel? Why are you helping humans? The zombie's head exploded. Lam Tu Lak ordered the combat mode to activate, and along with the screams and threats of the zombies, Lord Huang would definitely kill you all. It's the system sound adding experience points and gold for completing the mission. After finishing, he returns to his original outfit and asks, You guys got to the 2nd floor so early? Munan reported, We fell into the trap, Your Majesty. Su Sheng is seriously injured, and the squad leader is blocking Bang Shu to buy time for himself. Lam Tu Lak ordered then to quickly find the boat to escape, and after arranging everything for them, she and Hua Hong would come to me. Wu Nam Tin obeyed. Then he raised his sword high with a determined look. So, I also have to get in the spirit and play along with you guys. Lam Tu Lak helplessly watched the two of Wu Nanking wandering around. Then he handed them a piece of paper and gave them instructions. You guys go to the 1st floor to check Uncle Bang's news. I'll go ahead and take a look. Lam Tu Lak turned away with a faint smile. It's better if I go alone secretly. He stepped forward, slowly and steadily moving ahead. A group of zombies gathering ahead surprised him. This Min Vuong mechanical armor is so captivating that there's no need to waste effort searching for it. Immediately after, Lam Zi Lak quickly jumped to the end of the line. What is the difference between Shanghang and zombies? The Tong Thai team walked away disappointed, unable to succeed once again. The leader was startled when he saw him approaching, then sneered contemptuously, So even someone like you can get in now? Then he awkwardly chuckled in surprise and asked, What's your name? It really has boosted the reputation of our Thai clan. He smiled and said the name Thai Lak. After Lin Tuo entered, their urgent voices shouted, Hurry and report to the Emperor of Heaven! The system's reminder sound rang out, making him feel puzzled. The system's voice continued to report, based on the progress of the body coordination of the brave warrior simulating the test. Lam Tu Lak entered a vast open space. It seems this time he will have to fight. The system's voice continued to announce that it was scanning the body data of the brave warrior participating in this test. After hearing the system's notification of the results, he couldn't help but be surprised as the scanning ended and the imitation figure was being modeled in front of him. Immediately afterward, the imitation figure became clearer before Lam Tu Lak. He couldn't help but look at the clone and keep praising himself for being so handsome, to the point of being unreal. The system sound rang out again, the spaceship outside, the annihilation bracelet, the elemental ring, all appeared on the clone's body, leaving him in shock. Even diamond-level equipment is enough, but to say the simulation is just a simulation, this ability is truly somewhat heaven-defying. Lam Tu Lak's face shows a hint of discomfort as he thinks, it's over. Even the level of a death executor can be simulated. He swung his sword fiercely at the protective barrier, but it seemed to have no effect. Lam Tu Lak looked at the clone with worry and shouted, This time it's ruined! A thunderous voice echoed throughout the base. Thi Huang stood amidst the shockwave and immediately threw Man Lai to the ground, shattering him. He ordered his subordinates with a smile inside, telling the entire army on the 1st floor to leave the spaceship. And the reconnaissance team on the 2nd floor also stopped. Min Vuong's mechanical armor's inspection still caused such a big disturbance. A strange object appears inside the room, and a zombie shouts a warning, "Hey, don't go over there!" He gestures to warn, "If you stay closer, you'll melt." The entire spaceship in the sky is shaking as that disturbance occurs, and strange water is spilling out from inside. The guard zombie also suddenly saw it, as the liquid spread toward the door where the Ming King armor was checked. It climbs onto the door frame. Lin Tzu-lek and his clone stand inside, both silent. He pointed his sword at it and smiled softly. "Let's get started." Lam Tu-lak looked at his clone, and a long string of his information appeared on the system notification. He clapped softly and smiled, saying, "So this is what I look like in the eyes of others." The two stare at each other, ready to fight, and Lam Tu-lak quickly rushes forward to attack him. Suddenly, a notification appeared, surprising him greatly. "Why did I lose my pride?" The two of them jumped up together and charged at each other in a fierce battle. Both of them used the same move, making it hard to determine the winner in this strike. Lam Tu-lak was deeply contemplative. Even his defensive method mirrored his own thoughts. The imitator quickly slashed fiercely, pushing him back. He swiftly raised his sword and swung it down. Lam Tu-lak quickly uses a technique to block it. His powerful flames strike towards him but are deflected. Lam Tu-lak immediately counterattacked fiercely at the clone, who quickly used an identical move to block him. Lam Tu-lak kept fighting, exclaiming how fierce it was, with no chance to rest. Their battle was intense, but his attacks kept getting blocked. Lam Tu-lak and the clone keep using identical moves, making him anxious. That's not the way. Soon after, he notices and tries to adapt his weapon accordingly. He swiftly dodged Lam Tu-lak's sword, while a small dagger fiercely stabbed toward him. They fought fiercely, with his attacks being blocked by him, and his counterattacks being successfully parried. Lam Tu-lak quickly dodged backwards and couldn't help but marvel at how terrifying his reaction speed was. There was not even a split second of hesitation. He immediately used a newer technique, because the more people try to calculate, the more they become bound by these things. His clone also manages to perform the same move. Lam Tu-lak was extremely furious when he saw that. "Why are you secretly helping the demon too? Do you also learn such contemptible techniques?" Both rush to attack each other. He blocks his strike. He blocks his attack. Then Lam Tu-lak quickly flips over to the middle point, jumping down from above to strike him, while the shield reappears to protect him. Lam Tu-lak glared angrily at the arrogant face of the clone, annoyed that he had also learned this mocking tactic, and he desperately tried to calm himself down to stay alert. Then Tsu-lak calmed himself down and began to analyze, possibly copying his own fighting style. He kept performing the same moves as him, and the fight was incredibly intense. Lam Tu-lak struck his clone in the face, and couldn't help but wonder, what about this? He kept unleashing hundreds of furious and powerful strikes. Finally, Lam Tilu also managed to hit his own clone. Just as he was about to recover, another blow came, leaving his face battered and bruised. Lam Tu-lak is very excited. This is the simplest martial art of Vuong Bat Queen, which is to fight blindly with eyes closed. He quickly catches his opponent's attack, then softly smiles. "This technique of yours is quite amusing. Now it's my turn." Lam Tu-lak was very surprised at how quickly Vuong Bat Queen was broken. Lam Tu-lak stepped back a few meters and muttered, "What is going on here?" Then he closed his eyelids and opened his eyes to activate his observation ability. In front of Lam T-Mac was the image of the mimic shooting laser beams from his eyes, which made him realize immediately. Analyzing the Hong Liep's mark can predict the move, also relying on the rapid increase of Zhong M's spaceship. In the end, after grasping the opponent's superpower, this is just child's play for him. "I know where your little guy's weakness is now, thanks to predicting Vuong Bat Quien." Then Lam Tu-lak burst into laughter and used the fog machine. "Since Lam Tu-lak has secured the upper hand if my prediction ability can't surpass yours, then let's just give up. You copying someone else's thoughts and just looking around. But all you hear in the room is Lam Tu-lak's sarcastic voice. Be careful with your dog eyes." The imitator immediately fired in the direction of Lam Tu-lak's voice, almost hitting a vital spot. Seeing that Lam Zai-luek was still safe, although a bit exposed, the imitator had no choice but to activate the infrared sensing system, and that was also the moment when the imitator fell into the trap he had set up in advance. Lam Tu-lak immediately realized and quickly swung his sword at the imposter's neck, hitting just below the jaw and splattering out a thick, dark liquid. The impersonator just took a slash to the neck while he calmly jumped back. But it seems Lam Tu-lak's attack was useless because the wound surprisingly healed completely. Seeing that, I wasn't really surprised. Just like I said, your impersonator. It's your turn to fight, and I won't forget to respond politely. I will use all my advantages like you do, and now you can't escape. Lam Tu-lak watched the scene with a steady heart. You're just asking for death while the imitator is playing a dangerous game.
The copycat saw Lam Tulak wrapped in golden light and rushing toward him, so he also brandished his weapon of golden light. The copycat easily seized the weapon, but suddenly the source of that light began to fade.
So it turns out that earlier Lam Tulak was just throwing smoke bombs, and at some point he had already grabbed the clone's neck.
I didn't even expect him to do that. He pinned the clone down and kept the upper hand. We have identical bodies. How could you possibly break free?
Everything was part of Lam Tulak's plan from the start. Just as he ignited his fire mode, he smiled and asked the imitator one last time, "Now you can confidently guess how many times I can hit your face in a minute. 14 days have passed, and you've beaten the copycat mercilessly and even more viciously with your words.
You've beaten him so badly he doesn't even recognize himself. Probably already dealt with all your endless bloodlust."
Lam Tulak stepped back a little, summoned his sword, and activated his flame sword, sending the imitator flying back into the dust. After completing the task, a series of congratulatory system notifications appeared, making Lam Tulak wonder why the golden hand system was so good now.
A moment later, the system notifications reappeared. It seemed Lam Tulak felt he gained a huge advantage, so he forced a smile and stole the mythic rank, but it was nowhere to be seen.
Next, a system update provides Lam Zilao with important instructions for the Divine Warrior duel. He feels completely different from ordinary people, transforming into a living fighting machine. Unfortunately, you won't be able to experience it. But then, a surprising reward appeared before him. The Ming King armor. Before he could figure out what was happening, suddenly a gate opened and Lam Tulak saw a strange object in front of him that looked like a golden iron flower. He was stunned and instinctively doubted the liquid metal. Lam Tulak's hand lightly touched the armor, and suddenly his hand trembled. Soon the armor and he merged into one, looking quite impressive. The change in light refraction makes the mech become invisibly fascinating.
He quickly tests it out, even able to mimic weapons like tentacles. The system now displays the instruction manual for the Ming King armor. As he read, he carefully examined the components of the armor, so wouldn't it be able to always conceal itself under enhanced control? At this moment, the system announced that Lin Tzu La was withdrawing 2 ordinary golden palms. The system now displays additional information about the item, causing him to stroke his chin and say, "Not bad, but why did you lose your edge earlier? Could it be that this testing room has something strange?"
Then Tulak turned around and muttered, "I haven't even given the golden armor set yet." As soon as he finished speaking, his wish was granted. He tries it on and reads the information, which is a bit better than the 4 elemental gear sets. But he doesn't pay much attention and switches the topic casually, still fitting the simple-minded type of a big fool from the development. Let's see how they are doing. When Lam Tulak teleported, he saw a humanoid bug lurking around, eyeing the meat. The system added more information about this character, making Lam Tulak feel even more stupid. Yep, he's really stupid. Next to the demon child in the corner, he sighed. Better than nothing. As long as the NPC's influence on the world is okay, that's good enough. There are probably already a lot of zombies outside the door now. The scene shifts to Thi Huang standing and listening to the report from his subordinates. "My lord, after the shock earlier, the spaceship sank hundreds of meters. Now only the 3rd floor is accessible." He waved dismissively, showing no concern. Lam Tulak boldly stepped outside, catching Thi Huang's gaze, which made him quickly regain his composure and bow respectfully. The subordinate saluted Lord Thi Huang, who looked a bit annoyed, and ordered him to raise his head and look at him. King Thai also didn't care much and asked how the test with Min Vuong mechanical armor went. Seeing that, he replied, "I was quite lucky to pass the test." Hearing that, he lured him to a place where only the 2 of them were present. When they arrived, only the 2 of them remained, and Thai Huang asked about Lam Tulak. "Can you tell me now what you went through during the test?" He obediently pretended to reply, "The test arranged for someone to imitate me with the same level of strength. Are you thinking of eliminating him now, or just killing him here?" Just as I was about to act, Thi Huang added that the testing method was exactly the same as mine, so I didn't dare to make a move first. I haven't taken all the remaining parts of the mech yet, and Huang asked how I managed to pass the test, and Tulak explained that at first he had no idea, but then he relied on the zombie's bloodthirsty instinct, letting go of everything to barely get through. Thi Huang was surprised to hear that. Hearing this, he turned hostile again, sighed in disappointment, and realized he was not the successor he was looking for. "So, during the remaining time, what did you do inside there?" I straightforwardly replied, "Actually, there is a chip on Ming Wang's mech tray, and I am studying this." Hearing this, Thi Huang's eyes widened as he demanded, "What is inside the chip?" Lam Tulak calmly replied, "It is secret information related to this spaceship. After hearing this, he immediately turned hostile and handed it to me, secretly pondering whether what I was waiting for was not a person but this chip. The glowing piece of metal in his hand, he held it up with fiery eyes, revealing that this piece of metal contains a large amount of secret information. Thai Huang takes it and places it into a compartment on his hand. The sparkling card fits perfectly into the small slot. A few seconds pass without anything happening. He couldn't help but wonder if only Min Vuong Kojap could read this information. He places the card back on his hand. Now try reading it, fool, for me. Tu Lak Kong secretly smirked to himself, thinking about how he was going to deceive you. Thai Huang is carefully asking what kind of top-secret information it is. After receiving the answer that the news was related to the Mechanical God clan, he asked further, "So what about the others?" Tu Lak smirked and replied that the spaceship also mentioned granting some authority, and as long as he participated in the test, he could quickly inherit the mech. He outwardly said, "I will now go with you to inherit the mech." But inwardly he was suspicious, feeling that something was off. Then Thai Huang led him to the testing area, and along the way, other zombies saw him and stared with wide eyes, so surprised they kept rubbing their eyes, telling themselves they must still be dreaming. After leading Tu Lak to a large gate, they encounter a ghost clan member who introduces this assault mech test as a wave challenge. By enduring a certain period under wave attack, he decides to try his luck. Tu Lak stepped forward, pressed the red button, and the door opened. Isn't it true that the more mechs there are, the higher the difficulty, or is it just that simple? Thi Huang, standing behind with doubt, wondered, could it really be true? He stepped into the room, glanced at the paper on the table, and was momentarily speechless, looking at the elementary school level calculation in front of him, secretly marveling that the difficulty truly had increased. After filling in the answer, Tu Lak's calculation touched the armor, and only then felt something strange. Am I really that strong, or is there some weird feeling about this test? The Lord seems to be convinced now. He also looked at you with suspicion, and it's a success. Is that all? Then he declared seriously, Thi Lak, you now have special privileges with the Ming King mech, and your previous status no longer suits you, so I have decided to grant you the title of Grand General of the Thi clan. I humbly kneel and accept my reward. I never dared to imagine that today would come, Lord Ta. He turned and walked away, not forgetting to instruct, you should first inherit all the mechs with Thi Mok, then find me to perform the general inheritance ritual. He quickly obeyed. Thi Mok greeted him with a congratulations, and even as he went to find the mech, he responded with a broad smile. Thi Mok walked ahead feeling frustrated, clearly a bastard who didn't even have a trace of zombie aura. He silently replied, because I am a terrible human. After walking for a while, he saw a group of zombies and stepped forward to volunteer, saying, please wait for me a moment. He silently lamented, this is so difficult, just quickly filling in the correct answer. Tu Lak hugged the box to his chest, smiling brightly as he saw Thi Mok's shocked face, and happily said he was lucky. He happily left, secretly feeling proud of his effectiveness. Thi Mok watched him step through the door, then took out a large bag from his shoulder. Seeing his reaction, a proud smile curled at Tu Lak's lips as he thought to himself, soaked in sweat, right Mok Laude. Lam Tu Lak stands in front of the mech suit, silently reminding himself that it's about time, and he needs to get on the pumpkin carriage. The mech suit folds back into a box in his hand. Lam Tu Lak turned his back to the door, scratched his head, and nervously suggested to Thi Mok that he needed to rest here for a while since it had been a continuous day and night, and he was really starting to struggle. Are you listening to yourself right now? I'm exhausted from inheriting everything. Finally, my request was approved, and I entered a room with 3 others, including Thi Mok. Lin Tu Lak walked in and sat down, closing his eyes as if resting, a faint smile curling his lips as he quietly answered Thi Mok's question. Tired, I was just fooling you. Thinking about it, he opened his eyes brightly and said with an energetic face, your kindness and recognition from Lord Thi Huang will stay with me forever. How can a little difficulty bring me down? I'm feeling better now. Let's go now. Thi Mok and the other 2 Thai gritted their teeth in annoyance, puzzled by his unpredictable change. At this moment, his hand moves silently. After entrusting his soul to the weapon, holding the sword in his hand, he feels satisfied. Hiding its power according to his will is truly convenient. 2 bright streaks cut off the heads of the 2 thieves accompanying Thi Mok. The sword, enveloped in a burst of intense light, thrusts fiercely at Thi Mok from behind. The ancient wood mech stimulates tension as the sword pierces through the body. Lin Tzu Lak Yu, with a triumphant smile, quietly wonders. Q Li slash, Striker with enhanced attributes crushes everything in its path. A divine will for battle, 3 elemental layers. Can you withstand it? A moment later, a red system panel appears, congratulating you on defeating the boss, much to your regret. You haven't even let me use my full strength before falling down, have you? Then he wrapped the head again, and Thien Nguyen looked on in shock and called out. Lam Tulak happily told Thien Nguyen to run ahead, staying behind to cover the rear, hitting the wrapped head with a golden piece of wood while conjuring fireballs that quickly caught fire. Suddenly remembering he had missed something, he turned back with a smile and said, "Just worried about smashing him. Not about you."
Lam Tulak buộc tối, mở chiếc bọc trùm dầu ra, bên trong là dầu của Thị Tân. Anh nhẹ nhàng hỏi, "Thị Tân, cậu không sao chứ?" Thị Tân stammered, only able to say the word bad, as the two large heads in the corner of the room spoke up.
Thylak, you take Thaitan ahead, I'll stay behind. These pig-headed guys are really bold and arrogant. Their other heads are still full of excitement and cursing non-stop.
Thimok, my fook is here today.
We are here to kill you. Thimok, you deserve to die. You killed our fellow humans. I must avenge my people. There are 2 zombies trying to run away. We can't let them escape. After saying that, he shouted loudly, "Let's go report quickly. It's too dangerous to face them now." He shouted as he pulled Latitan away, and the 2 large heads hanging in the air charged down together. They are kneeling in the arms of the demon bell, while Lam Tulak is still panicking. They have already taken all the mechas I packed in the bag over there.
What should we do now? Tan, being dragged by you, is shouting loudly. With so many mechs, we need to report to Thi Huang immediately. Thi Huang is carefully instructing to handle all the squads there and to inform everyone, and during this, he is interrupted by Thilak. Thi Huang calmly said, "Don't panic. Speak slowly. What exactly happened?" Lam Tulak Hat Hai rushed over to report, "My mechs have all been taken by humans." Thi Huang's fiery red eyes widened in disbelief as he clenched his fist and swung it directly into Thitan's stomach, accompanied by a sharp crack. Where is Thymok? With him guarding, how could they have successfully ambushed him? Lam Tulak quietly observed and concluded, "You had a path to death. Luckily the one you hit was him," while Thaitan tremblingly bent over clutching his stomach, crying and whimpering as he carefully recounted. "I inherited many resting mechs, then suddenly a group of humans broke in. General Thymok was killed. The 2 of us were lucky to escape." Thi Huang, facing him with an oppressive aura, asked again, "Based on your strength, what kind of person could have this ability?" He replied, "I only remember a man wearing a black cloak and a mask." The response made Thi Huang's face even angrier, his teeth clenched as if he already had an answer in his heart. "Sure enough, you've also arrived." He then shouted loudly and ordered immediately, summoning all the available generals here. After a moment, Thi Huang grabbed a leading man and kept walking while confirming, "That's right, it's this kid, the one who initially controlled the water flow in the sewer." He looked at the man with clenched teeth. "It seems we are about to find the source of all this trouble. We must capture him alive." He approached a large door, and Thi Huang reached out to touch it, transforming his armor. A loud explosion echoed, and the thick smoke gradually dispersed. Seeing that Thymok was lying inside with his eyes open, with bright red characters on his stomach, it's not hard to guess. Those are insults and taunts that are hard to hear. After reading, Thi Huang's face, dark as a bottomless pot, clenched his fists to contain his anger. A few seconds later, he loudly ordered to gather all the zombies, block all exits, and definitely capture him. As for Lam Tulak and Thi Huang, who were tasked with leading the 100 Stars team to search, they must catch the person controlling the mech, and he confidently accepted the order, certain that his subordinates would capture all those pigs. He then led a large number of zombies and shouted their target never to spare the pig people, especially that guy in the black cloak and mask. Lam Tulak carefully reviewed the background information and rewards on the system panel, secretly setting a goal to obtain all the rewards. Suddenly, Thitan appeared to report, "General, this spaceship cannot be opened." He sternly reminded, "I need to sense the position of the mech. Do not disturb me." Black used a mind link spell, and it seemed to succeed. A man nearby suddenly turned and told the group around him, "Listen to me, follow me later, and you can avoid the zombie search." A round of applause sounded, and he raised his arm confidently to lead. "Machine area, I have detected the presence of a mech. Follow me quickly." The first room, Lin Ziliao and the zombies are standing in front of the large door. He analyzed based on his own experience, and it seems that humans have hidden scientific technology. I was forced to surrender because of this before. As soon as they opened the door, everyone rushed inside and packed the room. Thich Jin held a black device in his hand and suggested, "Why not use this to scan once?" The very next second, Tulak delivered a slap that left a lasting lesson. He is the shame of the zombies. No matter how much wealth they have, he will beat it all away. Do you understand the importance of saving?
His eyes looked into the distance, and the zombies cheered in agreement. The general truly has foresight. He nodded with satisfaction and serious tone. Remember, as my subordinates, you must always keep in mind the principles of conserving energy and being responsible. They all repeat in unison: save energy and be responsible. Tulak leads the way into the room, followed by the zombies, and he turns back to praise them. That's right, exactly like that. All the following compartments will do the same. The 7th compartment, he observed the formation and then commented, still not enough. Lam Tulak ordered. The team stood in a square formation and marched seriously. Surely they could find their true selves. They immediately followed the order, forming a line and starting to count step by step. Although confused, Thaitan still reluctantly complied. He looked serious, then smiled with satisfaction, secretly pleased. Success! This time the reward will be plentiful. Lam Tulak carefully asked Thaitan, people are really cunning. All the searches from earlier have been recorded, right? This is all the responsibility of my subordinates. General, please take a look. He didn't take your hand, only carefully reminded you to keep good records and not waste time searching again. Or you'll get bored and order them around. I can sense Tron I Kogir, follow me now. But Thi Tanjang blocked the way, making it difficult to explain. General, we are only responsible for Area B and cannot overstep our authority. After he finished speaking, he was suddenly slapped hard. Zilak shouted loudly, why are you so stupid? Being able to find the mech is the greatest loyalty to the Emperor. The Tan nodded and replied obediently. He led the zombies to the quarantine zone. Thi Huai immediately asked with a puzzled tone, Thilak, why are you in the area I'm in charge of? Lam Tulak hurriedly replied, I detected the mech, we can't delay. Follow me quickly. He keeps warning everyone to be careful because humans are very cunning, and seeing it empty inside. Thi Huai asks Thilak annoyedly, did you sense it wrong? He immediately replied, I can't believe it. Tulak raised a box in his hand. This is my Tron I armor suit. This must be a human strategy to lure us away from the mountain. Everyone stay alert. Brother, can you still sense the location of the people? My senior brother Tulak, who was holding Thaihuai, showed no signs of life as he cried out loudly. Why did you leave like that? Just kill him according to me. He raised his hand high and released 3 orbs into the middle of the scene. Their name is Mistball, a level of artifact made of white silver, capable of rapidly generating fog and significantly impairing the vision of all creatures while reducing movement speed. Lam Tulak, holding his weapon in a panic, runs and reports, something's wrong, they want to escape, brothers. Follow me. In an instant, they were all enveloped in thick fog. He smirked and said, as long as we rush out of the fog, we will have achieved a great victory. Lam Tulak, holding a sharp, shining sword, spoke with a cheerful expression on his face. This is bad. There's someone blocking our rear. Everyone must be careful. The zombies in the bone fog expressed their gratitude, one after another. We still want to serve you in the next life. The general leading the charge was indeed very thoughtful. A moment later, he appeared from the wreckage of bones, completely exhausted and collapsing to the ground. Thitan runs over from afar, worried, and says, General, you're okay, that's good. Tulak suddenly turns around, crawling on the ground with hatred, blaming himself for being powerless, and doesn't forget to mention the damn black cloak-masked man. He struggled to keep giving orders, determined to consider if this was his only chance. Follow me and keep chasing. Thitan, hearing this, was terrified and looked for a way to escape by claiming he needed to report to Tha Huang. The zombies behind him, on the other hand, responded in unison. We are willing to swear to follow the general to death. He glanced over the faces, full of determination and loyalty, then turned away with a sinister smile. At the ghost swamp, a man and a woman are setting up a formation on the ground. Lam Tulak slightly curves his lips in satisfaction, silently admiring. After losing their conscience, experience also increases more quickly. In Zone S, Lam Tulak suddenly saw Thi Trong. He said with a face smeared with tears, Thi Trong Elder, Thi Huai, he was killed by humans.
Thi Trong immediately asked again, are you annoying humans? Aren't they about to come to my place?
He sniffed and replied, exactly, and that scary guy in the black cloak with the mask. He turned around and said to him, I'm not as stupid as Thi Huai, let's go to the slum area to find Thai Truk Lao Ka first, and we act together. But deep down, I thought I should find a shield to protect myself first, then launch a surprise attack. A loud explosion rang out, and a fierce blaze of red flames erupted. Tulak, struggling on the ground, shouted loudly, I am sorry, Thai Trong, Thai Truk. Somewhere, Chung Hee-Tien is happily smug, and the zombies chasing after him are as easy to kill as crushing an ant. Lam Tulak struggles to sit up on the ground and says with a trembling voice, Don't worry about me, I have to avenge them.
Charge forward, another loud explosion rings out and they are thrown in different directions. He lies on the ground trying to encourage.
For the sake of the clan and the emperor, don't let them escape. Keep chasing. The army of soldiers hurriedly ordered the 2 nearby zombies to quickly treat the teams in the 3 UB areas. I have to go inform them. Tulak frowned, secretly annoyed. You really are a bit of a coward. There are a few dozen people. Have they already played you to death? Thi Huang angrily asked, how powerful can that human really be when all the elites are dead and our future as the Thai clan is lost? In the end, only Thai Lok managed to survive. 2 zombies approach him carefully to report. Clearly, we set up a perfect trap, but it seems those humans can predict in advance. Damn it, it's like even their underwear's color was guessed. Thi Huang glanced at him lying on the ground, secretly praising that luckily Thi Lok had found so many mechs. After a moment of thought, he finally had to take this step. Thi Huang ordered to abandon the 2nd floor entirely and to defend the entrance to the 3rd floor. Lam Tzu Lak was carried inside and received special care. Thi Tun stands watching him and softly reassures, Master Thi Huang can definitely save you. General, are you okay, Thi La? Thi Huang, holding a suit of armor, asked first, I can heal you, but it will consume a lot of energy. I will need to use a whole suit. Are you okay with that? He nodded weakly, curious inside. I really want to see what you are planning. He walks toward the door and then opens the armor, transmitting energy to him, causing Tulak to grimace in pain. Thi Huang reminds him, takes a deep breath, and says that a headache is normal. Suddenly, Tulak sits up abruptly, holding a glowing yellow sphere in his hand. He smiled and repeated in a calm voice, taking a deep breath, I will be there soon. Lam Tzuo. La swung his sword at him but hit the armor box, used as a shield. He still didn't understand what was happening. What is this kid up to? He leapt up, swung his arm, and the fragments from the armor box shot toward the opponent. Thi Huang quickly deflected them. Tulak continued to unleash energy blasts as weapons to attack. He kept breaking through, only then realizing he had truly underestimated you. You have recovered and are now in good health. The system screen displays a notification activating the Emperor's trial mission. It describes the terrifying power and danger of Thi Huang with the goal of surviving his pursuit and earning rewards based on escape time and actions taken during the escape. I just pressed the accept button on the screen and asked, Aren't you surprised that I'm the one in the black armor? Thi Huang replied, I should have known that the most shocking name is definitely the destiny's child of humanity. Lak glanced at him and continued, You just want to use me to absorb as many armors as possible. He then threw an armor to him and said, So what if you take one? Thi Huang absorbs and threats at the same time, you will pay for your stupidity. Thi Lak felt indignant inside but still obediently absorbed, didn't he? Lam Tu Lak checked Thi Huang's information on the system and silently concluded, The endless monster has grown, but your growth ends here. Looks like we need to fight fast and win fast. He said with confidence, Die then, and all the mechas will belong to me. He quickly grabs the flaming sword and responds with a dismissive remark before charging forward to attack. He quickly blocked the sword at his chest, then was knocked back. He took a few steps back and Thi Huang taunted, Under such circumstances, why choose such an extremely dangerous way to handle it? Tulak silently replied, Taking advantage of your illness to kill you, while also pinning him down and wrapping his body in metal ice. After wrapping him into a giant cocoon, he stopped. At this moment, the system panel displays a notification that the Divine Shield body protection uses the falling metal band to form a large ice cocoon around the body, creating a defensive barrier against attacks and increasing damage reduction. Tulak grits his teeth in frustration, hatefully thinking that his strength on the analysis panel isn't higher than his, which is unreasonable. He raised the sword in his hand high, but unfortunately he had just unlocked his divine-level talent, allowing him to concentrate his entire strength into a single point. Tulak swung his sword downward, aiming for the weak spot, delivering a blow that would cut through everything. He pulls the sword out of the cocoon, a drop of blood remaining on the tip of the sword, and raises the blood-stained sword high. The maneuver is complete. Now it's time to use firepower to suppress. Lin Tzu-lak gathers his energy to form a sphere of fire like a massive energy. To prepare thoroughly for the enemy's punishment, he used his summoning power to create multiple bombs in his hands, all gathered from the spaceship. Before they could respond, he threw multiple attacks directly at the radiation creature. Now it's your turn. In Tu-lak's hand is the sphere he just created, combined with the power of the destruction ring. The destructive effect from all damage is increased by 20%. With a confident look, he calmly gazes at the sphere and says, How long can you endure? The radiation creature on this side is furious after being tricked. Anhan, face full of despair, immediately counterattacked against Tulak. Luckily, he was overconfident. Lam Tulak here has no habit of sneering, but instead plays by knocking out opponents with the destructive power of a giant energy sphere. The sphere speeds rapidly toward the radiation creature on the other side. Just as it was about to retaliate, Lam Tulak always acted a step ahead, and if not careful, the place that holds it could be destroyed. Coincidentally, it had just finished making a small energy sphere and threw it into his large energy sphere. The two sides collide, and the power from the explosion of the energy sphere nearly destroys its entire surroundings. The surrounding space is shrouded in white smoke, and only a deafening explosion like the sky tearing apart can be heard. A radiation creature from the Achi dimension suddenly appears in front of Lam Tulak, using a secret technique to release a large amount of toxic energy to curse the opponent, reducing attributes, slowing movement, causing instability with a certain chance of infection by toxic poison, then boldly and challengingly utters a few words, while also helping me conserve energy to stimulate. Tulak felt that the guy in front of him was really naive. Although this move contained poison, it was a rare poison from Bin Duong, and he dared to use this old trick secretly behind his back. With a face partly cold and partly mocking, he twirled his ear and replied, "It seems your tricks have no effect on me at all." Seizing the moment, he quickly grabbed a sword made of fire energy and aimed to strike his opponent. But unexpectedly, he was faster and blocked the attack, leaving him feeling embarrassed and ashamed. Akdani can block this attack, but I find it strange why it seems like he is completely unaffected. To make him lost in his own thoughts, he moved chaotically in multiple directions, confusing him so he couldn't process the information, leaving him stunned. When he fell for the second trick, he looked dazed at the faint figure of Tulak, then he continued to strike at his hands and legs. Is that all the skill he has? Not only did he fail to fight back, but he also chose to attack directly at me. Lam Tulak thought it was really stupid. Despite having a reputation that suggested some charisma, it turned out this guy was just mediocre, with eyes that showed no trace of mockery. Judging by its experience of 200 years in battle, it's been wasted on a dog. Seeing him clueless, every move he prepares reveals his weakness, so I used a dazzling move to the heart to stop his action. Lam Tulak gathers energy, then leans back slightly. The Akhdani sweats nervously, his face pale as he realizes the situation doesn't look good. This time it's really over. It's ruined. Lam Tulak unleashes a massive attack, causing the surrounding scene to shake violently, with white smoke and debris flying everywhere. The purple-tinged technique slowly drifts away, destroying everything around it, even the life of the radiation creature standing there. Lam Tulak still holds his fiery sword, observing the situation ahead, wondering if that move has completely vanished. Suddenly, it launched a surprise attack with a large spike aimed directly at Lam Tulak, causing him to panic briefly, but then Tulak used his shield to block the unexpected strike. He observes that even though it's exploding violently and seems trapped by the destruction from earlier, it can still sneak attack him casually. Anticipating its tricks, he sneers contemptuously and calmly says, "Couldn't you have brought this out a little earlier?" King Kot. He shamelessly keeps his life and even upgrades himself to a new level, with his armor still intact and 2 large tentacles added at the back. Looking at his arm, the biological armor protrudes with a bunch of wriggling tiny creatures that make him disgusted. I just want to crush it on the spot. Will the biological armor also develop metallic parasites? The Akhdani is now stronger and cocky, as if wanting to devour me whole. The thing I regret most now is that because of absorbing the armor, I kept your damn life. If one side dares to challenge, the other is ready to face it. He points his sword at the other, planning to end it quickly to reduce suffering, but Tulak wants to prolong the fight. He's getting interested in ending this dull fight sooner, because that Akhdani finally got a bit stronger. Your move earlier didn't give me enough fun. The battle continues as Akhdani unleashes a powerful strike at Lam Tulak, surrounded by a swirling purple energy and shouting loudly, "You're a damn annoying bug." Even though that attack was quick, it doesn't mean anything to Lam Tulak. He easily dodges like that. After a while, he stabilizes his stance. He begins to unleash his power. A golden light envelops Lam Tulak. Although feeling threatened, this monster still acts tough. Is that all its strength? Then it fires a beam of energy toward Lin Tsuluo, who is drawing his bow. It used 2 tentacles to thrust forward, surrounded by a cloud of energy, and after a long while, nothing happened between the two of them. Achadaji was a bit panicked, confused. While it was careless, an arrow had already been lodged in his left shoulder and exploded instantly on the purple monster. Despite the explosion, it was unharmed and even arrogantly said, "This petty trick dares to dance in front of me, Baines." The smoke from the blast cleared, revealing a large shield blocking the explosion and protecting it. Lam Tulak continues to raise his bow without saying a word, as the arrowhead begins to gather energy, forming a sphere that envelops the tip of the arrow. Tan Loi Tian Tai. When this arrow is shot from the bow, it activates the thunder attack state, increasing speed by 100% and power by 20%. Afterwards, it will cause electric damage with area effect, and the strength is further amplified, flying straight toward him as he hovers above. Realizing the next attack, it quickly curled its tentacle to block in front, using one to defend and the other to catch the arrow, but something seemed off. It was a bit caught off guard. Why did it suddenly become faster? Having been wounded and unable to catch it, each arrow could be avoided by changing direction. This made the radiation creature Ashani stare in shock. This can't be happening. Thedon's coffin is no longer enough to hold it back, so it was forced to use the iron shield to protect itself from that attack. One thing that's hard to believe is that even with that shield, it seems useless. It sprays a hardening glue, shouting loudly, "How can this be?" Each of those arrows pierced straight through the barrier and headed directly for the chariot's head. Almost helpless, it could only stare wide-eyed as it approached. The activated artifact releases the destructive arrow, which causes a powerful shockwave upon hitting its target. From above, the divine-level Achadaji fell to the ground with a thud. Now it could only lie there, trembling and trying to say, "I really couldn't before I gained divine talent." Tulak walks over to it and slashes off one of its tentacles. He wonders what makes this different from Coup l'Etoiliette beheading someone. He still responds coldly, "Unfortunately, you've met me." Everything seemed to be over, he thought, as he summoned a green sphere in his hand, feeling something strange. Why hasn't the system prompted to kill or throw the wind elemental sphere? Feeling something is wrong, it quickly stood up and stepped back, catching him off guard. One side of his face was injured, and Achara used energy to envelop himself. It sat on the ground, not knowing what it was doing, only feeling a surge of energy surrounding it. Something unfamiliar, yet making him feel a bit intimidated, even terrifying. Recognizing what it was, Lin Tzu-La deduced that this must be the devouring skill of the new recruit. Using his skill, he transformed into another item, happily thinking it was a good way to clear out inventory. Suddenly, a chunk of ice appeared above his head, and another item was activated, a diamond-level magma ice vortex. There's a big commotion, let's go inside and check it out. Returning to the fight, Lamzi Lacerna was surprised to see an analysis panel appear before her, displaying the devouring demon armor, a level of corpse-handling armor. Devouring, demonic, devourer. After reading all that information, he became even more interested in the purple monster. This is the only way to truly compete with me. Another battle begins as Ash Ali starts swinging his tentacles toward him. A bit surprised, a pair of dazzling golden wings appeared behind him, beginning to dodge the attacks. Wow! Dr. Octopus is fighting it while starting to have a heartfelt talk with him. If you've already discovered it, then you won't be able to survive out of here. It kept attacking, forcing him to jump and dodge, but he couldn't avoid forever. King Lam Tulak advances, mockingly saying, "You were so arrogant last time, only someone like me could be you." The bow is now taut, aimed directly at the multi-auric radiation creature. But do you really have the strength of mine? A mighty boulder crashes down to the ground. When Lam Tulak lifts the stone, the zombies begin to disperse. He suddenly notices something in that direction. Tulak, confused, picked up the chip. Suddenly, the system sound rang out. "Congratulations to the player Nihai for defeating the king of the dead boss. Congratulations to Nihai for being the first player to defeat a level boss." The system voice continues to ring out. "Congratulations to player Nihai for reaching level 50. Because the second class change mission has not been completed, I cannot level up further for now." Lam Tulak pocketed the chip as the system sound continued to ring out. The rewards from the mission couldn't be calculated and would be combined with the influence of the world. The system continues again. The host has killed the Emperor of Death and completed the Chu Emperor mission. After claiming the reward, Lam Ziliao was very confused. What exactly happened to the King of Death? Then he stretched and smiled softly. "First, give me the 2 normal golden hands." The system kept announcing congratulations, and upon hearing that, he couldn't help but feel secretly pleased, thinking that with this store member's cooperation and his unmatched combat ability, he could become a traitor. Then, Lamzilian smiled and ordered, "Send the destruction suit part to me quickly. This attribute is exactly like the destruction gloves." He clenched his fist and couldn't help but marvel. These 2 pieces of equipment are so powerful, I really can't imagine what's behind them. Lam Tulak suddenly woke up, having already finished the previous draws. Now it's his turn. The super golden hand. Hearing the system notification, he was extremely excited. This was just too surreal. Lam Tulak grinned happily, thinking that if there were no quantity limits, he could turn all weapons into treasures. The system immediately gave him a sword, making him unable to hide his joy. Isn't this just a lucky break and a crippled person? Lam Tulak was overjoyed when the system announced the item upgrade. The system gave him a gem as a reward for defeating the level boss, surprising him. The system's reminder sounded redundant, prompting him to retort,
Isn't that unnecessary talk?
The successful sound of the gem embedding made Tulak very excited, plus 10% from his 9 Lachi ring, so now I must be a perfectly functioning moving machine, right? He took the gem out of the sword and looked toward the armor. Lam Tulak quickly pushed the gem toward it, still wanting to absorb the mech suit, and said, Here's a great treasure for you. The gem immediately flew toward the center of the armor, a strong suction pulling it inside. Lam Tulak smiled and retracted the gem. He smiled as he looked at the energy of the crystal, then chuckled softly. Still not enough yet. Lam Tulak slowly stepped inside with the figure of the immortal king. The zombies inside are gossiping excitedly. Why is it taking so long this time? Don't worry, this time with so many mechs, taking a bit longer is normal. Who wants me to transfer energy to boost the mech's attributes? Lak Zifan stepped out and announced to them that this time the energy was too much, which was good for you guys. He pointed towards the golden eagle and whispered, No rush, everyone has their share. You've been doing well lately. You go first. He happily stepped inside, admired by the others. Tulak walks ahead and whispers softly, Don't worry, it'll be your turn soon. Lam Tulak, walking ahead, quietly instructed, Now go organize the auxiliary soldiers on the 3rd floor and figure out how to let those people escape. He listened and was very confused. My lord, as long as we block them, those people will definitely die. Are you teaching me how to do my job? Then Lam Tulak turned and walked away, reminding them not to forget. This is part of the plan. He followed behind, unable to contain his curiosity, wondering how much the Lord could increase this time. At least 2 levels. The door in front of them slowly opened, and he exclaimed in shock, What is the lock doing? Before he could finish speaking, his head was cut off. It fell to the ground as he continued to be confused. Sir, why did you kill me? Lam Tulak sat down facing him. The stone was launched, absorbing his body and making him wonder why it felt like a pig slaughtering factory. Tulak continued outside. The assassin was coming for him, and he couldn't help but feel confused. The demon bird? He immediately interrupted to explain to him. He absorbed too much energy and is now digesting it on the spot. I once bled for the great. I have contributed to the clan. I am loyal and careful. Lam Tulak immediately glanced at him, making him afraid. This time, Thylak's energy has satisfied me. Don't be afraid. A moment later, he stood in front of the gate, muttering to himself, only to find a supply card dropped. Lam Zi Liao stepped forward to ask about the result. Is the evacuation complete? It's done, my lord. Is my energy enough now? Hearing this, he couldn't help but laugh out loud, then patted him on the shoulder and whispered, Don't worry, it's still enough. After a busy day, all the generals have reunited with Thi Huang. Tulak slowly stepped outside, feeling quite excited as he finally resolved everything. He turned to his teammates and said, Hurry back. The 2 of us need to support Captain Lam. Don't worry about us. Now all the ships are just me. I will immediately laugh out loud and say, From now on, this place will be called Captain Lam Tulak's ship. Tulak finally breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at the piece of paper under the table and couldn't help but sigh. Is this finally the system of 2 variable linear equations? He began working on the problem when suddenly a robot appeared to notify him that his mission was complete. Lam Tulak walked down the corridor, constantly pondering, wondering what kind of ship it was that even the foolhardy Noma mech had no authority over. Suddenly, the system's voice sounded an alert, warning that could not be ignored. Lam Tulak looked at the gate with a thoughtful expression, unable to breach it. Then he smiled softly and said, Well, let's see what happens after I force my way through. A powerful strike hit the wing, causing it to explode. After the door was opened, he was extremely excited. There was indeed more than one. Lam Tulak looked at what was in front of him and realized there was indeed more than one laboratory. He silently observed it for a long time. Initially, the zombie virus leaking from the heat conduction ceramic box, leading to the birth of the undead. Suddenly, Tulak sensed something and quickly jumped back, keeping his distance. Noticing a zombie cat nearby, he thought carefulness would keep him safe for 1,000 years. The system notifies the connection of the zombie cat's consciousness. Lam Tulak has now transferred his consciousness to the zombie cat and jumps up to observe, unable to find any activation mechanism, so he resorts to violence, using his front paw to scratch the giant container. Seeing nothing happening except the scratch from earlier, Lam Tulak angrily thought if one try isn't enough, then try a few more times, and then he desperately scratched at the same spot again. When the cat's foot bleeds, it also happens to open a gap in the giant container. The zombie cat looks inside, and Tulak also sees the images the cat is observing. Inside, there are two small bottles, one blue and one pinkish-red. Sure enough, there are good things.
The system interface now displays an explanation. A fake human evolution drug, a failed product from the divine machinery race, originally intended to enhance human bodies, but in many cases caused a virus zombie to emerge, ultimately leading to a new special zombie race. Looking at the explanation, Lin Tsuluo wondered why he was even interested in researching the zombie virus.
This divine machine race is truly deadly. Creating a drug that directly destroys the infection is impressive. But now, isn't it possible to completely change the fate of the Star Realm? Thinking of this, Lam Ziliao took the two small bottles into his hand, recalling the zombies on the other side. He raised his hand to consider eliminating the zombies who outnumbered humans was the real cure. One bottle alone might not be enough. The remaining secret of the Zhongma spacecraft no longer mattered. He focused all his efforts on finding the laboratory. Then, Lam Tulak left the laboratory room earlier. In a grand hall like a palace, whispers asked each other, why hasn't the spaceship closed its doors yet if Lord Dai Huang asked us to return? Could it be related to the anomaly of the spaceship? But where have all the generals gone? But immediately after, the whispering stopped, and they began to make way. Lam Tulak, now in disguise, approached without hesitation and sat on the throne in front of the zombies. Then Tulak confidently declared, I know the metal sphere of the generals exploded, causing you to panic, but it was actually just their armor suddenly upgrading. Hearing this, the zombies below also let out a sigh of relief. Lam Tulak continued to speak with authority. The generals are still processing energy inside the spaceship, and even I cannot maintain my armor form. All of this is part of the harvest from this action, beyond what we could have imagined. Look at this, everyone. The crowd below was once again amazed and overjoyed, loudly proclaiming that this was holy water. Holy water? Lin Sulak looked at the small bottle in his hand. The image shows the king of the dead pouring a single drop of holy water onto a kneeling zombie as a sign of gratitude. For 200 years, only the Grand Marshal who was officially appointed has had the chance to obtain a drop. Then Lam Tulak secretly thought that the Big Fool and the other demon of the same kind were unfortunate. If not, after receiving that drop of holy water, the zombie would have evolved wings and looked more powerful. Stop your train of thought and stand up to speak again. This time, at the central face of the spaceship, everyone will surely not understand why I want to release the humans. Seeing how much new power they have gained, I realize that my strength alone will never be enough. I want to make the Celestial Clan great once more. Lam Tulak appears to be contemplating the future power of the Thai clan, but after hearing this, a zombie below suddenly asks him, what does Thi Huang, who looks far ahead, really mean? Lam Tulak also straightforwardly said, they are the targets for us to hunt in the future, followed by a bold declaration from Lam Tulak. Starting today, I will create a new world. All the saints and generals drink holy water, and everyone below cheers in support of his declaration. Oh my God, I'm about to faint. These zombies are so moved, they're crying out loud. Does everyone understand? Our Emperor of Heaven is truly amazing. 3 days later, I will hold a grand clan ascension ceremony, and as long as you are inside the Imperial Palace, you can receive the holy water baptism. She says that, but she's actually excited inside. Let's open the group chat. Let's open the group chat. 3 days later, a long line of zombies entered one after another, all chatting excitedly and noisily. A confused zombie looked at these and asked if they were all baptism devices. Inside the secret chamber, Lam Tulak was meditating surrounded by golden aura, which gathered into a small sphere before him. While training, he thought that with his armor still not absorbed, 9-leaf pearl could already be upgraded to a legendary weapon. There was a knock at the door and someone came to announce, the good hour has arrived. Everything has been arranged according to your instructions. Lam Tulak also calmly replied, I know, wait outside. Holding a small red vial and inspecting it, Lam Tulak thought if you had also discovered a pair of these medicines back then, the Thai clan would be blessed now. He then went outside where the zombies were gathering. My beloved followers, for the future of the Celestial Clan, all of you raise your hands and feel the baptism of holy water. Lam Tulak's voice echoed everywhere, enough for the zombies to hear, and they all cheered joyfully along with their eager will. The large pipes start to activate, flowing water with nozzles ready to spray. Below, all the zombies raise their hands, waiting to be baptized with holy water. Lam Tulak stands there calmly, not in a rush, and begins to distribute. You've followed me for so long, and wherever I go, each of you will receive a drop. The zombies cheered and praised Lord Lam Tulak, wishing him eternal life and longevity, until a foolish zombie spoke up.
"Why don't we receive the baptism first and use the holy water here?"
But the quick-witted zombie next to him punched him and shouted,
"How dare you question the master? No mercy for disobedience."
"Done. Can I have the next line?" He listened happily, barking a few more times to flatter him, then Lam Tu Lak turned around and went inside. The sound of the door closing echoes in front of the zombies. Lam Zi Liao calmly says, "In 10 seconds, it's time for the baptism. Call them to come and pray." The zombies start counting down the last 10 seconds in unison. When they reach 1, Lam Tu Lak inside also begins pressing the red button on the wall. Lam Tu Lak extends his hand, unleashing his power, and a shield-like object called Min Vuong Thuan Yap appears before him. He concentrates his strength to create shields that surround himself. The supporting elements are wind, thunder, water, and fire. The zombie henchmen looked at this scene in confusion, not understanding. Then they sensed that something was wrong. The ground beneath their feet was cracking. A huge explosion sent the zombies flying, and one of them was blown back towards Lam Tu Lak, who had now returned to his human form. He looked to the side in shock and shouted, "Why are there humans?" But when he saw Lam Tu Lak raising his hand towards him, he hurriedly begged, "Lord, just give me the holy water. Even if you are an impostor, I will keep quiet." A loud bang echoed in the room, clearly indicating that the guy had been eliminated. Seeing the zombies lying around, Lam Zilian casually mentioned that it was time to drop the equipment. The nozzle begins to spray water, a pink liquid falling onto the waiting zombies below. Someone suddenly asked suspiciously, "I heard Saint Water is the sweet strawberry." The person next to him mocked, "Did you drink it before or what?" The country bumpkin comes from a different city and honestly replies, "I used to be a guard for General Tihai and have heard him mention it." But the person next to him sneered, holding the funnel. "You're brave to enjoy the world first." Then he put the funnel into his mouth in an attempt to hold more holy water. The others saw this and scolded him, punching him, cheating and a bastard. But suddenly his body trembled and he stopped moving. Then he fell down, and the others beside him, confused, asked, "Can't you take a beating like that?" I heard that after drinking, the body would unconsciously tremble to prove I am truly holy water. But upon closer inspection, the one using this funnel had become stiff and was lying still on the ground. The others quickly shouted, "It's not right, he's not leveling up, he's dead." The foolish guard from earlier looked around, zombies frantically searching for a way out. Someone is frantically running. This is bad. It seems his body is especially rejecting holy water and he's about to be burned alive. Run now. There's a problem with the holy water. This guard quickly took off his armor, shoved it into the funnel earlier, then put it back on his head, holding the funnel with one hand and running, shouting loudly as he fled. At the same time, the rebel squad attacked the demon city, which had no defenses left. They equipped armor and weapons to assault the city. Lam Tu Lak calmly walks out, thinking that there are probably still a few lucky ones who survived. The stupid demon is watching you guys. Closing the door of the room where Lam Tu Lak was training, Tham Hai finally felt at ease to absorb. Then suddenly, he saw something, and in his hand was a diary belonging to Chu Van Tuyen. Lam Tu Lak wondered why there was a human's diary in the treasure of the King of Wisdom. He opened the page and was stunned. "Are there other players here?" He shouted in a hurry, "What exactly is the system?" Immediately after, Lam Tin Lak angrily said, "I want to end the dungeon, but the system only reports an error saying sorry, report failed. 0523 Lam Tin, SG 968 not found." Lam Tu Lak sighed, closed his eyes, then opened them again and continued reading the journal. The words began with, "Today I am the Emperor of Heaven. This is my throne, so you must be confused. What exactly has happened?" The more Lam Tu Lak read the journal, the more he didn't know what to say. He folded the journal and left the room. It seems he definitely needs to go to the throne of the Tha Huang Palace to see for himself. On the way, Lam Tu Lak casually sent the zombies on their way, his face still calm, wondering why he couldn't leave. But everything else seemed normal. Lam Tu Lak stood there looking at the throne for a long time. Then a zombie with a small funnel on his head ran over. Seeing him, Lam Tu Lak immediately appeared behind and pressed his sword to the zombie's neck, questioning, "Who are you, and why are you here now?" To prevent him from escaping, Lam Tu Lak kicked him in the stomach, causing him to fly backward and crash into a pillar, blood spurting out. Still, he tried to shout and beg for mercy. "Honest men like me don't eat people, I only eat vegetables." Lam Tu Lak stared at him and ordered, "Go on." He hurriedly explained, "I was originally a guard for General Tihai, and I once overheard him talking about the secret of the throne. Now that the Emperor is in chaos, I want to take this opportunity to see if it's true." Lam Tu Lak asked again about the secret, and the zombie remembered the scene from before and described it to him. General Thi Hai stormed into the imperial palace, and the emperor sat on his throne with tentacles extending and wrapping around his head. At that moment, when the ninth report was delivering the urgent situation to his subordinates, the general stormed into the imperial palace, and he had never wanted to see this scene. Lam Tu Lak was interested in continuing to order the zombie, so show me how he was feeling at that time. But the brave zombie refused. This is the throne of the Jade Emperor. I dare not overstep my authority.
But Lam Tu Lak is not easy to give in, he shouted loudly. Sit down if I tell you to sit down.
The zombie also smoothly collapsed onto the throne and sat there. Suddenly, his hand hit a small red button, startling him. When the button was fully pressed, a surge of electricity enveloped the zombie, causing him to scream in pain. Lam Tu Lak solemnly watched this scene, sat back on the throne as the other person departed in a charred state. A notification appeared along with a silhouette emerging before him, successfully passing the test to open Thi Huang's illusion.
Lam Tu Lak was stunned and said, "What? That person is Thi Huang from before." He spoke and said, "I know you're now as foolish as I was at the beginning. Please listen to me slowly."
Outside the middle section of the spaceship, in the spaceship's laboratory, someone asked if the zombie virus from this planet had been distributed yet. We should get ready to leave. 2 people in white shirts responded. It's almost time. Wait a moment. At the War Council in the Royal Star Realm, General A clearly states that a huge threat is lurking in our atmosphere.
The president sitting beside him angrily responds, "Dare to act recklessly on our territory, we must teach them a lesson."
The fleets of ships appear, attacking a green shield with continuous explosions of various sizes, then turning their assault on a ship hidden behind the shield. The mysterious person from earlier is angry, so what other interesting mechanism could there be? The spaceship crashes, shaking the laboratory, and finally a huge explosion occurs. Over here, Lam Tu Lak is questioning Thi Huang, what exactly is the mechanized divine race? His remaining soul replied, I just found out that the person with the golden hand system is not only me. You probably have one too. Hearing that, Lam Tu Lak shouted in shock, What is this? Are there others too? But if you want to leave this world, you must take the evolution potion. Only then can you find the answer at the center of the spaceship. The longer you wait, the more your memories will fade, so hurry and drink it. Hearing that, Lam Tu Lak sighed, realizing there was no other way, and he no longer insisted, opening the vial to let out a cloud of smoke. After waiting for a while and not seeing the zombie attribute explode, Lam Tu Lak was overjoyed to know he had succeeded. He poured the medicine into Thivan's mouth, while Long Thai smugly thought that he could not be defeated by a dead Fire Thai Huang. At this moment, a projection of the King of Demons appeared in the sky. He moved his stiff lips and told him to go to the control room of the Zhongmo spaceship to find the information left by the previous King of Demons. Lam Tu Lak contemplatively watched Thivan's smoking mouth, realizing he had no choice but to go to the main control room of the spaceship. Suddenly, a strange scene appeared, and a thick cloud of smoke suddenly rose from Thivan's body lying on the ground. Lam Tu Lak watched as the person before him gradually shrank into a boy, without any surprise, and he secretly wondered if this evolution potion was stronger than Jin Kella's. Thivan awoke from her coma, puzzled as to why Lam Tu Lak had holy water. Lam Tu Lak didn't answer. He maintained a 3-meter distance and asked how he was feeling now. Thivan slumped onto the tiled floor, saying he felt his mind was unusually sharp. Lam Tu Lak drew his sword from its sheath with an expressionless face. After drinking so much holy water before dying, it's only fair that he lives. Seeing the light from the sword, Thivan immediately stood up, fawningly clasping his hands together. But if you kill me, will you be able to leave this world? Lam Tu Lak listened and thought for a moment before stopping. Considering it was reasonable, he temporarily spared Thivan, but he had to go to the central mothership first. Thivan, relieved to be spared, said she had a way. Lam Tu Lak turned and walked away. Follow me to the central spaceship. He slowly moved forward while silently calculating when to use and kill, but after a few steps he sensed something was wrong and turned around, only to see a figure swiftly pass by, taking Thivan along as he crawled on the ground behind. Hua Tin Tun said that thanks to the effectiveness of the medicine, they had taken down half. Lam Tu Lak stroked his chin in thought, but to completely eliminate the zombies, they still needed to obtain the manufacturing method from the central spaceship. If the artifact race left behind weapons and a few people, what then? Lam Tu Lak smiled brightly, as if he had come up with a clever plan. The sunlight reflecting off the gun makes it shine with a silver glow. Lam Tu Lak hesitated and asked, Are we sure attacking from here will give us a chance to break through? Thyvon, like a bone, leans lazily on the back of the big fool and confidently replies that he has been observing for days, and this is definitely the place. He still maintains a lazy, sloppy appearance while explaining as if the TV lost signal, with the signal transmission line moving at an extremely fast speed to form the Snow Hoa signal. Then we can take this opportunity to break through. Thundering sounds shook the heavens and earth as waves of hot energy surged alternately. Lam Tulak seized the opportunity after a burst of gunfire and charged forward. A powerful 9 leaping trampling technique strikes the sky, creating a dazzling streak of light. The light gradually dims as expected at the point of impact, but in just a moment, the water wave effect subsides and the damage area quickly recovers as if nothing happened. Lam Tulak saw everything but remained undeterred. If one strike wasn't enough, he would strike several more, quickly unleashing a few ultimate moves. The overwhelming power collided to create an explosion, sparks flying everywhere. Seeing the energy waves with no damage at all, Lam Tulak looked at Thyvon with suspicion, thinking it was lying to survive. Her high survival instinct made Thyvon immediately kneel down. "I understand now, Your Excellency. The sky screen likely has a firewall-like defense mechanism. We shouldn't attack but try to disguise our identities to gain its recognition." The big fool, seeing how cowardly it was, kept throwing it onto his back. Lam Tulak is now smarter. He looked at Thyvon with a deep smile. "Then go ahead and try to gain recognition." Although he said that, Lam Tulak still wanted to prove it himself. He bent down, picked up the stone at his feet, and then threw it with force into the vast blue sky screen. Seeing the stone melt after contact with the light cage, he wondered if Thyvon was plotting to eliminate him. Over there, the fool carries Thyvon to the edge of the screen, and Thyvon boldly reaches her hand into the light. And of course, the outcome was just like the stone. Half a finger touching it would instantly melt away. Lam Tulak sneered contemptuously, but Thyvon ignored him and asked for the holy water. Lam Tulak takes out a bottle from the void. "What is this for?" Thyvon didn't explain. She just asked him to pour the holy water onto a piece of cloth, and Lam Tulak didn't hold back and did as she asked. He still wants him to throw the cloth with holy water onto the celestial screen. Lam Tulak, though very unhappy, had to endure it to return to Lam Tin. He casually throws the cloth into the wave screen, and it easily passes through in front of everyone's eyes. Lam Tulak still didn't quite believe it. So, does that mean it's officially confirmed? On the contrary, Thyvon was very eager to volunteer as a test subject. Watching Thyvon being wrapped in the cloth, Lam Tulak quietly thought that if it had evolved a bit smarter, he wouldn't have to worry about being played to death. The big fool threw away the cloth containing Thyvon, and it easily passed through the celestial screen as expected, finally making Lam Zilao completely trust it. A series of holy water containers appeared and were quickly distributed to everyone. Then they took turns passing through the heavenly screen safely. Lam Tulak still felt a bit suspicious. What exactly was the principle behind this? Thyvon peered out from behind the fool. Since holy water was originally a product of the spaceship, it would naturally be recognized. Lam Tulak kept asking 1,000 whys. Could it be that going in directly in a mech is not allowed? The van doesn't mind the trouble. After the mech was bound by zombies, it no longer belonged to the spaceship. These weapons launch attacks into the sky, so they are naturally deemed abnormal. It said this while showing an expression of unbeatable intelligence. The three of them slowly walked through a large door, revisiting their old hideout to see if there were any clues. As they wandered aimlessly, Thyvon suddenly pointed at something. This must be the place and method where the zombie virus was spread. A dangerous glint appeared in Lam Tulak's eyes. Could it be that Lam Tin's zombies are also spread by this spaceship? The four of them continued wandering inside the spaceship. Lam Tulak walked while mentally pondering whether the realm of the kings truly exists or if it's just a copy world. They entered a somewhat strange room. Lam Tulak glanced at the blurry objects on the table and felt like someone had just been here. As he was paying attention to his surroundings, he accidentally tripped over something, and when he looked up, a door appeared in front of him. Without hesitation, he pushed it open. Lam Tulak cautiously stepped in, looking at a series of devices and machines, and was a bit surprised because he didn't expect the control room to be hidden here. He reached out and took it, the paper with 7 rules written on it. Lam Tulak read it once, then again, until he finally couldn't keep his calm expression, and sat down heavily on the floor, thinking to himself, maybe he doesn't truly exist. Only then did he realize how unnaturally quiet it was beside him. Lam Tulak quickly turned his head and shouted for the other 3. Unexpectedly, they were still there, but all 3 stood motionless at the door without a single movement. Lam Tulak was not a weak person. He quickly regained his composure, his hands dancing over the keyboard. After some effort, the screen displayed all his information and stats. Looking at the last online date being a year ago, Lam Tulakka was quite sure, do they really think he's not considered a game character controlled by others? After processing the information he just received, Lam Ziliao left the room, where the three ghostly figures were already waiting, curiously asking what was inside. Lam Ziliao regained his indifferent demeanor and said it was just a surveillance room, and he even opened the door to show them. But of course it was pointless. As soon as the door opened, they froze like statues. Lam Tulak had no choice but to close the door again and said, "Follow me if you want." 15 minutes later, everyone was settled, and Lam Tulak guessed that they probably wouldn't be paused anymore outside. Thi Van, riding on the back of the big fool, was now focused on reading the 7 principles, and then drew a conclusion. He is the main character, and we are just NPCs. But now you're acting according to your own will. What's the difference from truly living? Thi Van looked away from the paper, and then at Lam Zilak, her face showing confusion. It just pointed to the 5th rule on the paper. As long as you can do this, maybe you can return to your original masculinity. Lam Tulak, the Holy Bell, felt a bit headache. If the Thai king had died, how could he return to his original state? Could it be that I really have to drink this and become the Emperor of Death? Thi Van added that the Death Clan is about to be wiped out.
Lam Tulak nghe vậy thì cúi nhách hỏi, không chỉ muốn anh trở thành thị hoàng mà còn muốn anh giết người giúp nợ phục hưng thị tộc sao? Một ý nghĩ lóe lên trong dầu, Lam Tulak nêm dị chiếc banh dạng ẩn dò rồi cầm lấy chiếc mẩu chuối.
He looked at the 3 principles above. The Heavenly King doesn't just have one armor. This information is fundamentally incorrect. Lam Tulak looked at the distant monitoring screen, which could observe the entire spaceship, meaning that
When we entered here, the 3rd floor might still have people, and this note might not be trustworthy. Thi Van followed his hand, but this was the only possibility for the Taoist to escape from here.
Lam Tulak showed no sign of worry and even smiled. That's just his second possibility. Open your mind and study the teleportation device they used when the spaceship crashed. Lam Tulak's deep and inscrutable smile faded as he looked at Thi Van. Lam Tulak sneered and asked as he chased after it, "Isn't becoming smarter a good thing?" The van, running, suddenly ran into someone in front of him. Lam Tulak directly opened his mouth and poured the medicine in. Then Thi Van suddenly opened his eyes. Its body quickly underwent a mutation, with its lower jaw growing long hair, and Thi Van experienced a transformation. Lam Tulak glanced into the distance, thinking that only this foolish method could be used to try to break the teleportation device.
He put down his pen to calculate and first sketched the scene inside.
After a moment, Lam Zilay opened the door and was surprised to find someone in front of him. He couldn't help but be suspicious when he saw that Thi Van was nowhere to be seen. Then Lam Tulak looked inside with curiosity, surprised that Thi Van was still able to act. He grabbed it directly, warning it to go inside, while also asking it to try to bypass the restriction system here.
Thi Van broke out in cold sweat and nervously replied that it didn't know, but then the sharp dagger pressed against its neck and the threatening voice now echoed, making Thi Van terrified.
Thi Van's bloodshot eyes flickered with numbers as it nervously performed a series of actions, saying that it seemed like there were bugs on its body. Thi Van pointed at the system screen and declared that the only possible defense was this system against hacking. At that moment, the system sound rang out. Lam Tulak wondered to himself, could it be that the Golden Hand system is actually a hack? Is it being countered by the anti-hack system here? Thinking then, he directly ordered the van to close it himself, and the red button was pressed down. A notification of mission completion appears on the system screen. Lam Ziliao silently thinks, as expected. He reviewed Thi Van's information on the system panel and thought to himself that this analysis table must have been created after taking the drug, which allowed entry. He calmly asked Thi Van, since she was here, he felt that restoring the realm of stars to its original state might not be impossible. Hearing this, Thi Van immediately doubted Lam Tulak's meaning. Then Lam Tulak raised a finger and said with a grim expression, "If Thi Van can master computers with just one word, then my request shouldn't be too difficult." The door suddenly opened, and Lam Tulak looked into the empty space ahead as an identical version of him stepped out from the void, while Thi Van leapt into his arms like a princess, causing the atmosphere among the three to freeze. At this moment, the opponent rushes forward to throw a punch, but that punch is easily blocked by Lam Tulak. He grips the opponent's neck to restrain him. How could something like killing himself be better than Lam Tulak? He tightened his grip on the opponent's neck even more. Lam Tulak forcibly pulled Thi Van along, bringing 2 zombies outside. Lam Tulak plans ahead and focuses on studying the teleportation device of the divine machine race. Thi Van, please help him with this. The glowing barrier around the land was quickly lifted, and the people there couldn't help but rejoice and praise Lam Tulak. In his hand now is a bottle of medicine. Everything must be planned. He pours it into a glass, determined to return to Lam Tin no matter the cost. Lam Tulak happily told them that he had made an important discovery. Hua Tin Tan praised him for it. Lam Tulak urged him to follow.
Right now, the control room looks like a place selling food,
Lam Tulak explained. The hidden light is within the city, and the secret is behind it. He then glanced at the shadow lurking behind the door. Everything froze in place. Beneath Lam Tulak, there was also a copy of himself.
Lam Tulak regretfully realizes that the big fool cannot move in this situation and directly carries his clone away.
Lam Tulak threw it straight to the ground, then poured ketchup over it, reflecting on his own death and thinking this definitely had to scare them. When time rewound, they all were stunned. Seeing the opponent in front of them, Hua Tin Than stepped back in fear. Emperor of Death, aren't you already dead? Lam Tulak, in his Emperor of Death form, pointed at his clone and asked if they had heard from him, implying he was just a traitor. Hua Tin Than was stunned. The traitor immediately assumed a defensive stance. No wonder he saw that Lam Tulak was not a good person. In his undead form, Lam Tulak sneered. People are not only for eating but also for entertainment, and he secretly wondered, do you really see me that way? The result won't be good, and Hua Tin Than immediately shouted to attack Lam Tulak. He thought to himself that if Hua Tin Than saw him that way, he no longer had any psychological burden. Hua Tin Than, representing the group opposing Lam Tulak, set down the glass of water. Lam Tulak calculated and directly added a large amount of medicine to Hua Tin Than. When time rewound, their group was stunned. Hua Tin Than, stunned, asked Lam Tulak, do you really have control over time? Lam Tulak, calm and regal, explained about the evolution potion he had given them, and also bid farewell. Hua Tin Than immediately urged the others to run. Seeing that, Lam Ziliao narrowed his eyes and sneered, wanting to run but also thinking about letting them escape. After a while, Lam Tulak looked at the astonishing crowd before him and muttered in annoyance, you're all crazy. He panted and warned them they wouldn't escape. Hua Tin Tun took the knife and clearly stated that he and the zombie were sworn enemies. After saying that, Hua Tin Tun ended his own life in front of Lam Tulak, and the others followed suit by destroying themselves. Lam Tulak sighed at how naive they were. Was the evolution drug just for show? In an instant, they all underwent a strange transformation. Lam Tulak pointed at Hua Tin Tun and said, from now on, he will be your first general to go seize the Tomb King's city and bring back the corpse. Hua Tin Than, now turned into a zombie, obediently follows orders. Lam Tulak entered, and a voice rang out behind Thivan, saying, is it about to become a reality? Sir, I now know why you were imprisoned here. Lam Tulak casually replied, tell me. He frowned seriously, because in the original setup, the Empress would basically not die, but since the boss has been unlocked, it's possible. But since the base... Hearing that, he silently pondered. No wonder after killing the Empress, the data vault had to cooperate temporarily. The Savan finally concluded that because of this, the bug was created, and the system couldn't reset the instance, so they were stuck here. So there was more than one Emperor of Fate who had a similar experience to me. He quickly agreed. Anyone who received approval would then speculate, so is he dead? At that time, he didn't even have a corpse. Thayvon thought for a moment and then replied, I guess he took the opportunity to force his way back through the passage. I also only learned about it from the system's explanation. So that means even if I get out, I would be invading your world. He sweat nervously and replied, this bug could really lead to that situation. He pondered curiously, so if I go through this portal, can I return? The Van frowned and replied, it's possible, but the cost is very high. Lam Tulak, upon hearing those words, glanced suspiciously and asked, what is the price? He slowly projected an image and said, we have identified the location of your world, so that means we can go back, right? But Lord Hash, you are Hash, and I am Boog. Taking this special path makes us very vulnerable to being eliminated. Lam Tulak furrowed his brows, silently wondering, if I turn into data, I basically won't have any means to fight back. What should I do? Suddenly, he clapped his hands. Lam Tulak happily looked at the van and asked for his opinion. What if we directly put all the people from the royal realm into the passage? He looked at him and replied, then it wouldn't be too easy to be eliminated. However, because the zombies carry the special virus from this planet, they will also be considered targets for extermination. Tulak quickly took both of Thivan's hands, excited. Then why didn't you say so earlier? We'll bring all the zombies from this planet back to Lam Tin. He worried that the central mantis ship might not have enough computing power to process everyone's data. He chuckled softly and gently patted his head warmly, saying, isn't it because we still have you? At the Emperor of Heaven Palace, their zombies are lined up densely here. Each person lies on a conveyor to be digitized, and Thivan is fully recharging her active energy. My followers, I know of a wonderful paradise. Come follow me. Hua Tin Tun stands to the side, cheering everyone on. Thi Huang ponders deeply, then gives him another evolution potion. Did it really suppress the bloodline of other zombies? One by one, the zombies lay on the conveyor belt and then ran inside. Each of them wore a bright smile, ready to be data processed. In front of Lam Tin's dungeon selection room, a group of people rushed out shouting non-stop. Something big has happened. Everyone run quickly. The people outside are extremely confused and don't understand what's happening. Chu Van Dat stands amidst the fleeing chaos, quietly curious about what exactly has occurred. Someone sneaked into the Vuong Tin dungeon and suddenly panicked at what was happening before his eyes. A loud noise, and from the smoke a person suddenly lunged out in front of Van Dat. Lam Tu Lak cheerfully shouted, "I'm back!" He slowly stepped onto the ground. Lin Tuo Lei was secretly overjoyed, finally back home. He turned to look at what was happening behind him. Tu Lak glanced at the chaos behind and silently thanked. Luckily, there were countless shields like you guys. He stood up and asked Chu Van Dat, "I didn't expect I could come back, did I?" The other was slightly startled by the question. "How did you manage to come back? I was imprisoned for 200 years back then." Lam Tu Lak, with a cold gaze and a lowered voice, said, "Now get out of my world." He smirked upon hearing this. Chu Van suddenly fell silent with regret and said, "I'm afraid you won't have a chance to leave anymore, or you could kill all of us. But he is not strong enough to challenge us." Zhang Yunzhong chuckled softly and called out, "I say, brothers." As expected, an intruder from another world, like you said. Hearing the words, "I say, brothers," he felt annoyed. If that person is considered one of them, then who am I? Tu Lak gritted his teeth in anger and shouted, "The imposter from your family wants to rush in and show off, but those soldiers are already tired of it." Chu Van suddenly turned around and ordered, "This kind of little monster is for you to handle." Tu Lak nghe vậy liền vỗ cung kinh ngạc, rồi mấy anh nhíu lại, trong lòng bực tức khổ hiểu. Lẽ nào tên này ra hoàn toàn thay thế mình rồi sao? Truong Nguyễn Trung Dung ra lệnh, thu tay dị ngùi ngoài hành tinh. Hearing him say that, Lam Tu Lak fell silent and pondered deeply. Then he began to cast magic, radiating an indescribable power, and declared firmly, "If you don't see me as one of your kind, then I won't hold back." Lam Tu Lak forcefully swung a powerful sword, sweeping through all of them in a single attack. Then Tu Lak quickly closed in and began to fight relentlessly. As he approached Zhang Yuanzhong with incredible speed, he was stunned. At this moment, deep inside, Lam Zilak still felt a bit reluctant because they had once been friends. He quickly retracted his sword and closed his eyes to dodge. Chu Yun was terrified by his madness. How can he kill someone without blinking? Quickly, he uses the spell to cut the life thread. Van's hands gradually turn purple, with prominent veins and sharp nails. His whole body undergoes a drastic transformation. Chu Van Dat broke his own left arm with his own hands, still laughing wildly, leaving Lam Tu Lak confused by his actions. A surge of power crashes down where he stands. Tu Lak quickly unleashes the blood-crimson spirit, turning everything around into a deep crimson. He kept alert around him, and after searching for a while without finding Lam Tu Lak, he silently praised him. "You're really good at running." His whole body radiated a fierce aura as he secretly vowed to himself that if anyone dared to replace him, he would definitely eliminate them. "Are you trying to lock me inside completely? I must find someone to ask what exactly happened during this time," Tu Lak Duong An said sarcastically. The person he chose is the unconscious Zhang Yuanzhong. Da Mao gently carries him away as Zhu Liao leaves. In the midst of confusion, his eyes gradually opened and a figure slowly appeared. Waking up to see him in front of him, Truong Nguyen Trung was startled and shouted out loud. He looked at Lam Tu Lak in fear and shouted, "Just kill me directly. I won't say anything." He smiled softly and asked Yuanzhong, "Do you remember how I killed Li Yi at the beginning? How could an alien like you know about this?" Lam Tu Lak sneered and looked at him. "What if I really am the true driver?" Truong Nguyen Trung frowned and asked, implying that he is an alien with powerful hypnotic skills. Lam Tu Lak calmly sipped his tea and nodded in agreement, secretly feeling disappointed and unable to tell him that he was being forced to upgrade by the system. He is now contemplating and gradually deducing that after the global livestream where the King of Glory was killed, he was always there protecting it so others wouldn't choose the Vuong Tin instance, and he himself is the King of Glory who was killed. The establishment of the Divine Emperor sect conflicts with the government, and hearing this, Lam Tu Lak felt quite discouraged. Are they really willing to give up their power for Thai Huang Palace?
Then he turned to ask about the situation. General Truong, do you understand or know anything about this Divine Emperor sect? He calmly explained, actually, I was sent by the government to monitor his actions, so I was there at that time. Tu Lak frowned and smirked. So where is the Human Emperor sect now? He currently feels a bit fortunate that he saved Zhang Yuanzhong's life and has decided to take him to investigate. Yuanzhong led Tsula to a magnificent and grand palace. He looked at it and then explained that this was the place he had seized after his return, no longer open to outsiders. Lam Tulak, hearing that, secretly sneered, do they really think of themselves as emperors? The two of them began to move inside. A subordinate quickly rushes onto the car, his face full of fear and reproach. Old Zhang, you're really pathetic. Go inside and take the blame. He chuckled softly and replied, I was powerless at work, so I accepted the punishment. Then, the subordinate quickly drove around while continuously asking, Are we just going in like this? Zhang Yuanzhong replied slowly, I really don't have any money right now. Lam Tulak wondered softly, why is there no guard here? Just him. He frowned and explained, because he is now the third-ranked expert in the chaotic world, Long to Tam, so there's no need to assign others to watch. He found those words extremely ridiculous and immediately launched an attack on him, his mouth full of contempt. But that was all. Zhang Yuanzhong couldn't help but be amazed and muttered to himself, Is it already this powerful? Lam Tulak then quickly divided the tasks. General Truong, you go in first. I will act accordingly outside. He said nothing more, only nodding in agreement. They quickly split up in two directions to act. Lam Tulak walked while thinking, I won't let you use the same trick twice. Chu Van Dat saw him arrive safely and wondered, Are you just going back like that? Truong Nguyen Truong respectfully replied, I don't know why that evil alien spared my life. He looked at him and thought to himself, It seems the original owner and this person are old acquaintances and can be exploited. Chu Yun smiled brightly, took out a shining orb and suggested, It looks like he's trying to win people over. You can continue to lie in wait and use this to put into his mouth. Zhu Yuanzhong immediately wondered what this thing was, and Van Dot cheerfully replied, It's a device used to deal with aliens. Just go use it. Suddenly, from behind, Lam Tulak leapt forward and quickly snatched the sphere from Yuanzhong's hand. As soon as he touched it, Tulak felt the pain that followed and wondered why. Ignoring that concern, he still charged forward to where Chu Van Dot was sitting. He turned around in fear and looked behind him. The two big idiots and the demon kid rushed forward quickly, holding him tightly. Van Dot shouted in panic, Who the hell are you? And was about to bite his tongue to commit suicide. At this moment, Lam Tulak was just a few centimeters away from Van, holding the revengeful orb, and suddenly pushed it into his mouth roughly. Tulak, with a cold gaze, issued a threatening demand. You better give me an explanation. At this moment, Chu Van Diet knelt down, coughing violently. Only when the ball was in his mouth did he fearfully nod his head repeatedly. Chu Van Dat points at the amulet and tells him to take it out. Lam Tulak crosses his arms and asks, Are you ready to talk now? He pinched his chin and poured a strange liquid into his mouth. Tulak, seeing the ball handed to the fool, was secretly surprised that it could directly cause harm to him. Chu Van Dat irritably asked, What did you pour on me? He replied with a gentle smile. As long as you answer my question, you won't die. He helplessly lowered his head and replied, Just ask whatever you want to know. Tulam immediately wanted to find out the origin and function of the sphere earlier. Chu Van Dat calmly explained, You and I both have golden hands, right? This is simply a kind of counterattack weapon. You can call it a testing orb. Ordinary people wouldn't take damage at all. Lam Tulak then asked, So you are my kind? He lowered his head and replied slowly, Yes, but my golden hand has very few functions. He wondered if there were any other differences. So he asked. Lin Tsuluo analyzed slowly, These things all level up step by step. After my controller was kicked out of the apocalyptic game, I became a lagging early version that couldn't level up. So what is the purpose of this sphere? He couldn't help but be curious and asked him. Chu Van responded grimly, Do you ever wonder why there is a central mothership? He looked up hesitantly and asked, Chu Van Dat, recalling how simply snapping his fingers could change the data, why did he encounter so many troubles? I suspect that because of the realism of the apocalyptic days. This world is a simulation, and Zhong Mo spacecraft is the game master of the end-of-the-world game. He turned his face away gradually, realizing that those spheres were created to deal with people like us. Chu Van quickly lowered his head and faced the ground, continuing to explain. So we definitely have to eliminate ourselves, because characters like us who awaken due to the golden hand system will disrupt the normal flow of the game. Von Dat bitterly replied,
So after you killed me, was there a very fast ship that appeared and then disappeared? That was the Tulak system responding calmly. I only discovered it on your corpse. He got up, still explaining, and said it's impossible to monitor billions of beings on every planet in real time. So only characters like us would have it. You might ask, if real-time monitoring is possible, why didn't the central spaceship just lock us down and kill us directly? I was a bit surprised, but quickly agreed because I was truly suspicious. He took out a golden shell, handed it to me, and explained, because the golden hand system itself can avoid being checked by the system. Hearing this, Lam Tilu immediately understood everything. He handed it to him and asked for help in keeping it safe. Tulak, quite curious, then spoke up. But why do you have the check sphere? Van quickly waved his hand and chuckled softly in response. The two golden hands really make it difficult to determine the winner. But with the power of the Zhongma ship, victory can be easily achieved. I once promised the owner of the seashell that I would live well, but I fear that might no longer be possible. Please protect it for me. He just asked and turned away. Lam Tulak turned to Chu Vandat and said, I won't kill you anymore. Having a fellow creature is generally a good thing. He called out from afar, the one who killed me wasn't you. This statement left him very puzzled. At a highly advanced center, a flying saucer slowly lands, and from inside, armored figures could gradually emerge. Chu Vandat quickly turned back to inform us that we have all now come into contact with the test sphere. The golden hand system's shield is no longer effective. Run now. Lam Tulak shouted in panic, why didn't you tell me earlier? That armored person quickly fired at the two of them. He quickly dodged away, but he didn't. Chu Van's whole body was engulfed in blazing flames, and he screamed in pain. The end of the world game has truly begun now. Chu Vandat's consciousness-powered armor just jumped down from the flying disc to report the situation. The two unusual characters have confirmed one person eliminated. Please follow the synchronized tracking signal. The identified eliminated individual is Chu Vandat of the human race. The character's corrupted DLC data has been erased. The robot just announced that the 100-meter anti-cheat system has been activated. Lin Tzu Luo secretly worries. Has something gone wrong? Feeling suddenly that his body has become very heavy. You just barely dodged the bullet and escaped cleanly, but it's still dangerous, and you might not get away. Now you and the mech are facing each other, and I immediately see him signaling with his hand. Lam Tulak was surprised to feel his body's gravity become even stronger, as he saw him kneel in front of him with disdain, thinking how powerful he would be, but indeed this life is not as good as the last one. A flash of light shot from his gun's barrel, muttering about the extermination being complete. Suddenly, a zombie appeared on the ceiling. Lam Tulak seized the opportunity to move behind the mech, and Dying Ngok cooperated to punch him away. He angrily turned back and asked, Aren't these two NPCs? Why are you helping him? Lam Tulak looked at him fall to the ground, secretly thinking this thing really is a piece of trash. He kicked him contemptuously in the head. Lam Ziliao crossed his arms arrogantly. With only this skill, I doubt it can eliminate me. The mech questions. The berserk attack is ineffective against NPCs without cheating behavior. I was wrong, but can you escape? He decisively drew his sword to threaten. You had to survive first before saying those words, but he dared to challenge openly again, making you feel like he could kill me. Lam Tulak didn't argue further, directly stabbing his sword into the ground, causing the mech to fall silent and gradually disappear. He picked up a shard of light from the ground, silently wondering if it was possible that he could inherit consciousness before death. At the same time, in a meeting, the chairperson announced, I am determined to use the ultimate killing weapon to carry out this extermination plan. Someone asked, do we really need to increase the system's burden so much? In this room, besides us, there is another important specimen. He pushed up his glasses and said, From now on, I no longer have unlimited time, so let's start the base to eliminate the usurper. At that moment, the eyes of the specimen in the glass cage slowly opened. He sighed in frustration. This gold-handed version is really troublesome. At this moment, Lam Tulak is slowly walking out of the palace. As he steps down the stairs, he sees lightning streaking across the sky. Lam Tulak clasped his hands behind his back and wondered silently, could it really be that quick to kill? Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck right in front of him. Seeing the power of the lightning seal, he quickly realized it was not good. The approaching person was not an ordinary individual. The two guards reacted swiftly and immediately moved to intercept. At this moment, Chu Yun suddenly reappears in the form of a haughty clown, laughing arrogantly. He wasn't as careless when he killed me earlier, was he? Then he controls lightning. The two people who were hit earlier were knocked back, which made him very pleased. The power level of this body of mine is so high, it makes others furious. He anxiously realizes that the situation is very unstable right now. Lam Tulak still felt his legs as if weighed down by chains. He wondered if his counterattack was any different from just hacking. He stroked his chin thoughtfully, then looked curious. But what can you do to me?
I feel very unhappy, but I can't argue at all. The energy you consume must be incredibly terrifying too.
The clown laughs loudly, but eliminating you is still well within his power. Where are you right now? Lam Tulak smirked. So what if it's a global live stream? As he finished speaking, countless surveillance screens appeared around him. Then the images of the two people were broadcast live on the giant screens of skyscrapers across multiple cities and countries in the region. He anxiously wiped his forehead and asked, "How can you do that?" Seeing the worry clearly on his face, he smiled sinisterly. Even the NPCs here would pause time just to watch the world be controlled, let alone see you use this power. He looked blankly at the two people on the ground. So who are they? Lam Tulak calmly said, "I can completely control both of our consciousnesses, that's all." Hearing that, the clown immediately felt very disgusting. At that moment, on a spaceship in space, the system kept notifying that the energy was insufficient and asking for adjustments, continuously sending signals. It specifically sent him a message saying we can't maintain both the time pause and energy support at the same time. He worried, can I just kill him directly? But the message to him was that the spaceship couldn't afford to run out of energy and fall. Lindsay Lay felt his legs relax at this moment, and seizing the opportunity, he teleported in front of the clown and challenged him. "Aren't you my opponent now?" But he quickly ran away, complaining, "You could avoid the first day, but can you avoid the 15th? He replied, "At least for now you can't." His voice echoed back, "But there will still be times when we are not live streaming." "What just happened earlier?" He quickly responded. "Just a clown. From now on, the camera stops filming." He stood on the roof looking at him, surprised, and asked, "Do you want to become someone else's puppet?" Lam Tulak shook his head dismissively, then suddenly paused to think, and turned around to make a heart gesture. "I want to give everyone a little blessing." In the underground room, Lam Tulak was lost in thought, thinking that he probably wouldn't find himself now. Then he signaled to stop the live stream. Lam Tulak immediately sat down and focused his strength, thinking to himself that if he could evolve into a mythic-level weapon, maybe he still had a chance to survive. The loud noise outside the door irritates him. Why is the spirit so persistent? That clown just kicked the door and came in again. I really want to see how long you can run. Of course, his image has always been live-streamed in sharp detail. Why don't we discuss the conditions instead? He turned away with a sneer. Say what conditions? Wait for the other ships to arrive at Lam Tin. Do you think you still have a chance to play these petty tricks on me? Then he left again, leaving Lam Tin Lak wondering about the other spaceships. Lam Tin Lak immediately went back to his room. On the livestream screen, he's sleeping while everyone else is still commenting excitedly. He shifts slightly, turning his back to the camera. Lam Tulak silently wondered if he could do nothing during the 24-hour live stream. After they disappear, they always leave behind a data chip. Would I be the same? He quickly sat up, thinking this might be the reason, then immediately called Trung Nguyen Trung on his phone. As soon as he answered, "Yes, yes. Do you have a bunker thousands of meters underground?" He was curious about what he wanted to do. Immediately after, they all moved forward. Dainguk is filming the live stream from behind. Everyone is excitedly commenting. It's even more thrilling than a game. Lam Tsula leans in and whispers to Trung Nguyen Trung. He was a bit confused, wondering if this was really okay. The last steel door finally opened, and someone outside guided him to move forward. Has everyone seen this live stream procedure before? Follow now. The staff in the room asked him, "Do we really not need to prepare anesthesia?" Lam Tulak casually replied, "What's the point of anesthesia? What kind of trick is that?" Dangak quickly put on the apron and prepared, choosing the smallest sharp scalpel. After he gave the signal, he started working. A while later, the live stream in front of him had already ended. Zhang Yuanzhong sat up quickly and asked, "Do you really think you're sure?" He didn't answer and quickly lay back down, hoping to buy more time until they arrived. The big fool continues now, as the light tapping of Eno echoes in the laboratory, while at the drifting spaceship, the clown trembles with anger in front of the just-ended livestream screen. He frowned and said, "Don't think I can't find you." At the deserted spaceship area, Chuvan suddenly jerked as the clown pushed the door open. He cruelly said, "If I can't locate them, I might as well kill them all." The other side advised the clown directly to kill, to save energy. He turned back and asked, "What else needs to be said?" He stepped out of the room, then lightly touched the mask with his hand. The clown decided to carry out the purge starting here. He punched the iron door hard, creating a large dent in the wall, then broke through the wall into a big hole and entered. He rushed inside and immediately sped away. With just a glance, the clown took out an entire line of soldiers. He didn't expect Lam Tulak to sit still. At the same time, Lam Tulak was sitting and thinking. The big fool hands him a small chip, and he realizes it's the thing that made him be tracked secretly. Suddenly, a loud noise erupts, and he quickly gets up, with Kuidong buying him some time. Kuidong immediately took Lam Tulak's place, with Dai Ngok holding a sharp knife beside him, while he quickly ran to warn General Zhang's team to run because danger was approaching. Someone contacted the clown to tell him that the signal appeared at the bottom floor. Thinking Lam Tulak's surgery had failed, the clown cursed him as a useless idiot. Then the clown didn't hesitate to smash the floor. The broken floor created a large hole through the levels, and the clown plunged straight down. Seeing Kuidong and Dai Ngok running, he thought everything was ending too easily. The clown stepped forward to use his power. Chuang Nguyen pressed the gun to his head, and everyone around him also committed suicide. Kuidong and Dai Ngok faced each other, a bullet hitting Dai Ngok in the forehead and knocking him down. The clown was confused by the switch of people and couldn't find Chip's signal. Lam Tulak walked alone, unable to abandon anything and with no way to counterattack. He stands in front of the door, quickly reaching up to his neck to surprise the clown with a move he himself set up. Lam Tulak connects his mind with Kuidong, who then delivers a powerful slash to the clown's neck, catching him off guard because he's just an NPC. The clown, in a panic, shouted something as he quickly took down the demon bell. He grabbed the long sword and shouted angrily, "Everyone die for me." The clown hurriedly ordered a retreat, determined not to let Lam Tulak inside. Outside the spaceship preparing to take off, Lam Tulak confidently refuses to let them escape and quickly rushes forward. He boards the spaceship and plants his sword into the top. The spaceship slowly takes off, engulfed in thick dust and smoke. I have only one thought: wait to die. Using his sword, he cut a large hole and quickly jumped inside. Lam Tulak started to move, determined to let them taste the flavor of becoming zombies. He shattered a box containing various frightening flavored potions, secretly thinking it would benefit you guys. The contacts were panicking because the spaceship was broken and wanted to escape quickly, but he opposed. He had no choice but to shoot himself in the head, determined that Lam Tulak would pay the price. Blood splattered as the clown collapsed. His remaining body is inside a glass cage. At this moment, he slowly opened his eyes while Lam Tulak was still planning to settle the score with him. The person who had contacted the clown earlier kept talking about leaving, but the clown wouldn't let anyone escape. He ignored the clown, spoke as he left, and the clown was shot down, criticizing a bunch of useless people. The spaceship system sounded an alert, indicating an illegal intrusion. The clown's face sneered at Lam Tulak for overestimating himself and trying to defy fate, but he was unafraid and challenged him to a life-or-death battle. The clown wanted him to come to the room where Ming Wang's mech was, but Lam Tulak suspected he intended to use the spaceship's power to kill him. The clown gives him a chance because he is the most skilled golden-handed user he has ever met, claiming he will let Lam Tulak survive if he wins. He doesn't care. He just wants the clown to go in first. Seeing the clown enter, Lam Ziliao doesn't want to confront him directly. He uses the controls, determined to kill the clown without the strongest martial virtue. On the spaceship, Lam Ziliao is sitting at the control panel. He saw no movement and didn't expect it to end so quickly. The door opened and the clown slowly stepped out, covered in blood, saying he couldn't burn you. Lam Tulak still wanted to destroy it using the computer system, but the clown said he was going to someone else's house to cause trouble, really lacking talent. The clown said this while angrily charging forward to punch through the wall. The spaceship immediately exploded in a burst as they exchanged taunts, one pushing for a final move, the other asking about the feeling of fighting an android. The clown took it as Lam Tulak's excuse, so he charged forward to take control of the situation. But the clown was so angry that he couldn't tolerate any scolding and refused to let you be arrogant, so Lam Tulak was knocked away. Although he was furious and wanted to kill the clown, he was injured and bleeding, so he couldn't do anything. The clown nonchalantly sneered, "Just relying on you?" He only moved his finger slightly, and Lam Tulak was lifted up, thrown far away, crashing into a tall building and coughing up blood. The clown swiftly rushed to the building area, grabbed his collar, lifted him up, and threw him again, causing him to fly far and shatter several buildings in succession. When he hit the ground, Lam Tulak couldn't even get up. The clown gripped his chin tightly and sneered, bragging to the heavens with just some superficial strength. As the spaceship was falling, Lam Ziliao tried to open his eyes, suddenly spitting in the clown's face, making him furious.
He suddenly lost his temper and shouted, "I've had enough! You can go die now!" The clown stomped hard on Lam Tulak's foot, causing him pain, and cursed him as useless. His screams of pain echoed as the world suddenly went still, with fists and kicks hitting Lam Zilian. The clown realized he should have killed him sooner. At this moment, Lam Tsula has entered a serious fighting phase, vowing to return it 100-fold. Lam Tsula exclaimed, "You lost the power of the Phi Queen." Then he sneered, "Just a mere ant." Chu Vandot, seeing this, provoked him, "Do you really think you can kill me here?" Tulak angrily said, "Die for me." He struck so powerfully that a huge explosion occurred, causing the building to be severely damaged. He lies motionless on the ground. Vandot forces out the words, "I will be back." Lam Tulak immediately struck the final blow and said, "In the next life." He coughed up blood, and a strange smoke suddenly emerged from Chu Vandot's mouth, making him feel that something was wrong. Tulak turns to leave. This kid's consciousness has shifted again. Somewhere else, the test tube shatters, and a human body steps out from inside. He hurriedly ran over, determined to eliminate his consciousness at the root. Lam Tulak grabbed his sword and stepped into the control room just as a warning sounded that debris was about to fall, and all members immediately moved to spaceship 4865. Tulak kept typing rapidly, muttering to himself, "So you want to be eternally linked with me? Damn it, dragging all of Lam Tin down with you." Lam Tulak wiped his sweat and said, "You are determined to completely eliminate you." As Tulak opened the door, he suddenly encountered Vandot. He looked at him for a moment and then praised him. "You're quick to react." Chu Wen snatched a chip from the person lying on the ground and attached it to himself. But even so, Vandot smiled and said, "I will definitely destroy you." Chu Vandot's eyes suddenly glowed, and the light from his eyes shone directly at Lam Tulak's arm. Even he himself sensed something was wrong. Damn it, aiming at his right arm. Tulak put the glowing gems into his mouth. "Do you think you can beat me before the spaceship self-destructs? With the ship's overload energy support, crushing you would be an easy task." He punched him in the face, underestimating his own strength and choosing to confront me, which was already a doomed path. Chu Vandot pressed Lam Tulak's head down to the ground. He stands up, just needs to find another spaceship to escape, then come back. Suddenly, a bunch of warning alerts pop up in front of him. Please immediately deactivate the self-destruct process that has been triggered, catching Vandot completely off guard. It's over. Could he have also transferred his consciousness? As he observes Lam Tulak's face, he realizes it has disappeared without him noticing. The fake body suddenly swells up. Chu Vandot helplessly says, "Don't." Chu Vandot was thrown back, and the system notified that the energy was transferred to the self-destruction process, causing the teleportation function to temporarily shut down. He desperately shouted, "I can't die!" Then biting down hard, his eyes shining as he looked ahead. Chu Van exclaimed, "Luckily I still have a body left. I just laughed at you for being brainless." The panel gradually transmitted consciousness into the body container. He continued, "The rescue ship hasn't arrived yet, so I still have some room to maneuver." Song Chu Van startled and let out a sound when he heard the system warning that controlling a self-aware body was against the spaceship's rules. Lam Tulak opened his eyes, broke the container, and stepped out. Then he gently moved his neck, and Lam Tulak sighed. "This body is still the most familiar. I don't know where you are, but thank you for leaving it behind." Immediately, Chu Van knelt down and begged, "Please, give me this body back. In another consciousness chamber, I will bring you back to life." He turned away indifferently. "If it weren't for the fact that I changed into my appearance, I wouldn't even have a chance to see you." Hearing that, he immediately said, "Do you think you can escape? The teleportation corridor is closed now." Lin Tsu-lak replied with a wink. "I already knew about the spaceship having a rescue pod back in the King Star realm." The people around immediately started discussing, sure that the enemy forces had left the area. That's right, they're still conducting experiments inside. That arrogance. At this moment, a spherical rescue pod has fallen onto the nearby open ground. "Lam Tin, I am back." Looking at himself in the mirror, knife in hand, he analyzed and, through deconstructing the spaceship, understood this body like the back of his hand. With a slash, Lam Tin Lak cut his face, hoping the system wouldn't notice him anymore. 3 years later, two strangers stood in front of the mansion, repeatedly asking why they weren't allowed inside. "I just want to see if the rumors are true." The butler stands at the door to prevent entry. Once inside, there's no going back. "Hey, young man." Before he could finish, he cut off the butler's head. "He's just an NPC. Why talk so much?" Then they brazenly walked into the house, seeing Lam Tsu-lak watering the plants.
He sneered. So this is the hidden character? Very normal. Then he rushes forward to attack. Let me see what this is about. He immediately managed to block the attack with his sword, and Lam Tu Lak marveled once again at the golden hand, while his other hand firmly held 2 grenades and threw them at the guy. He asked, "What is this?" He smiled faintly and said, "Wait until you die." At the same time, this battleship in the sky above reports being detected by the security system. Please hold back your sorrow. Yeah.